Chapter 201. Unable to grab rice seeds. Lu and Gu Dedi obviously have great trust in Gu Zhouyuan. They ate the green onion and marveled at it. In the past, villagers would avoid the green-handed cicada when they saw it. I never thought it was so delicious. Mrs. Lu nodded continuously. But cooking this requires so much lard. Who in the village would be willing to cook like this? Gu Dedi also praised it highly. It's so delicious, it tastes better than meat. Siju ate his meal while observing everyone. I couldn't help but groan inwardly. Oh no, my aunt and the others have all eaten so much that their hands are green. I guess there won't be enough manure soup soon. When that happens, I'll have to ask Arya to go home and scoop it up. Everyone had a full stomach after the meal. Gu Zhouyuan filled a large jar with the dragon and phoenix mushroom soup in the pot and asked Siju and the others to take it back. After this heavy rain, the drought period was completely over. Many people were working barefoot in the fields, preparing to cultivate the paddy fields, sow rice seeds, and raise rice seedlings. Some people in the village reclaimed their previously abandoned wasteland. In the past, everyone looked down upon these wastelands. With limited tools and manpower, it was impossible to cultivate the fertile land. No crops can grow in the wasteland, and no one would do this thankless job. Things are different now. Cassava can now be used as food. Cassava is not picky about the soil. It can grow on even the thinnest soil on the mountain, and naturally it can also grow on wasteland. People are reluctant to plant cassava on their good fields, and basically use them to grow rice and wheat. The whole village started to get busy because of the rain. Cassava is usually planted in spring and autumn. However, it takes time to reclaim land, plow, dry and improve the soil structure, which will take at least 2 months. Once everything is ready, it will be time to plant cassava. Gu Zhouyuan learned that the per-acre yield of Dakian rice is about 300 kilograms. He has a cheat device, so of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to grow the low-yield rice in this world. In his own land, he chose to plant Jiahexiang No. 1 conventional rice. This kind of rice has long grains, a strong rice aroma, and a high yield. The yield per mu of modern cultivation is about 1,300 kilograms. The fertility of the fields in this world is naturally incomparable to modern farming. At least chemical fertilizers cannot be used. However, even if the yield is reduced by 40%, the yield per mu is still 780 kilograms. The yield per acre of land more than doubled. In fact, the yield of hybrid rice is even more terrifying, and there are many varieties that yield 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms per mu. But Gu Zhouyuan's family grows rice for their own consumption, and conventional rice tastes better. Besides, too high a production volume is not a good thing, as it will attract too much attention. Moreover, hybrid rice is not suitable for seed preservation, and it is very troublesome to buy new seeds every year. It was a famine year, and many families in the village had eaten all their rice seeds long ago. It was obviously very difficult to buy grain seeds in the city at this time. At this moment, the grain stores in the city are hoarding goods at a huge rate, and the price of grain is rising again and again. The county magistrate Ho issued a new decree, stipulating that the price of white rice should not exceed 25 won per caddy, and the price of corn should not exceed 15 won per caddy. But every policy has its countermeasures. The grain store also posted a notice saying that there were too many people outside snatching food, and they provided door-to-door delivery service for the safety of customers. Then they charged 10 coins per kilogram of rice for shoe sole, wear, and 5 coins for escort. After all the calculations, a pound of rice costs 61. It can be imagined that the price of rice seeds will definitely rise. In the later stages of a locust plague, the imperial court would usually intervene and distribute grain at low prices or for free to help the people resume production as quickly as possible. However, this measure will generally not be taken until the locust plague has basically stabilized. Otherwise, the crops would be eaten by the victims and would not be planted in the fields at all. This often delays production, causing the disaster-stricken areas to miss the best opportunity to grow food, thus triggering a greater famine. After dinner and finishing his lessons for his family, Gu Zhouyuan used a mule cart to pull 300 kilograms of rice seeds to the old house. The old house has more than 20 acres of land, and 300 kilograms of rice seeds are almost enough. Besides, villagers usually have to set aside a few acres of land to grow crops such as soybeans, mung beans, and sesame. Daju and Erju helped load the rice seeds onto the mule cart. They were both very excited. They knew how expensive food was in the city, and the villagers had discussed this a lot. These sacks of rice seeds are worth more than 10 taels of silver, and the key is that you may not be able to buy them even if you have money. Xiao Yuan is really worthy of his name. He solved this difficult problem so easily. Arriving at the old house, Siju ran over and banged on the door. "Grandpa and Grandma, Open the door quickly. Third brother will deliver you. Erju rushed over and covered his mouth with his hands, angrily saying, "Keep your voice down. What are you yelling about?" Old Master Gu walked over in his slippers and opened the gate. He saw Gu Zhouyuan and the mule cart at a glance. "Xiaoyuan, what are you pooping about so late at night?" Mr. Gu asked in confusion. "Grandpa, don't ask yet. Just move the things into the house first." Before Gu Zhouyuan could speak, he heard Erju lower his voice and speak mysteriously. Mr. Gu suddenly became nervous. He nodded and put on his shoes. Old Mrs. Gu, Gu Mansong, and the others all heard the noise outside and walked out of the house. "Xiaoyuan, why are you here?" Gu Manton asked with a smile. "I." Gu Zhouyuan was about to speak. Erju got to the front again. He extended his index finger and made a hushed gesture to his lips. "Sure, let's go inside first." Everyone in the old house suddenly became nervous. Everyone followed Erju's gestures and moved the sacks from the mule cart into the house. They all kept silent throughout the whole process in tacit understanding, and even their footsteps were much lighter. Gu Zhouyuan looked at this scene and laughed in silence. There was an oil lamp lit in the room. Everyone looked at Erju and then at Gu Zhouyuan, and no one dared to speak first. They just touched something in the sack, which should be rice or something. These big bags of rice must weigh hundreds of pounds. I don't know where Xiaoyuan got them from. This locust plague, coupled with the difficulties in rice cultivation, makes it clear to everyone how precious rice is. They also understood why Erju was so nervous just now. "These are the rice seeds I managed to get, 300 kilograms in total. Grandpa, you can plant them first. If you don't have enough, come back to me." Gu Zhouyuan spoke straight to the point, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. "Oh my God, Xiaoyuan, you are so awesome. I heard from the village head that it's very hard to get rice seeds now." Sun exclaimed. Old Master Gu coughed twice and said, "It's not just difficult to grab." His second grandfather said that even the county magistrate stepped in and only managed to squeeze out 5,000 kilograms of rice seeds from the grain store. There are dozens of villages in Qingtian County, big and small. What can we do with 5,000 kilograms of rice seeds? Chapter 202, Sending Rice Seeds to the Old House. I heard that a pound of white rice is sold for 61. Everyone is scrambling for rice seeds now, so I guess it won't be much cheaper. Gu Mansong sighed. 61 per pound, muttered old Mrs. Gu. She turned and went into the house, and after a while, she came out holding a wooden box. When Mrs. Wang saw the wooden box in the old lady's hand, her face suddenly fell. Everyone in the Gu family knew that this wooden box was where the old lady kept her money. Everyone has been living a hard life these years, and the money they earn is barely enough to feed the family. Although the old lady is very frugal, I guess there won't be a lot of money in it. Xiaoyuan, I've saved over 11 taels of silver. I know this isn't enough. The rest will be saved after your uncle and his men get their wages. Nearly 2 taels of the 11 taels of silver were earned by the family from Gu Zhouyuan not long ago. It's a bit ridiculous to say that it takes all the family's savings to buy seeds. But in years of famine, all the impossible things will become extremely normal. Prices soared, and some people even starved to death because they couldn't buy food even with silver. Old Mrs. Gu took the key and tried to open the lock tremblingly. Gu Zhouyuan grasped the old lady's hand and said with a smile, "Grandma, please keep this money box. I don't want to pay for my rice seeds." Everyone in the room was shocked. These rice seeds were worth money now. 300 kilograms of rice seeds, even if not planted in the field, is still a lot of food. Even Mrs. Wang was a little bit unbelievable. She had thought about Xiaoyuan selling it to them at a lower price, but she never expected that he would not take a penny. "That won't do," old Madame Gu said anxiously. "You also paid for these rice seeds. How can Grandma take advantage of you like this?" "What are you talking about, Grandma?" Gu Zhouyuan pretended to be angry. "We are a family. The last time we ran into those bastards, the one who fought with a knife was my second uncle or third uncle, wasn't he? Are they my elder brothers Deju and Erju? The ones who risked their lives to protect my family were my grandparents, my second aunt, and my third aunt." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. This is family. They can risk their lives for their family. When the other party has the ability, he will also think of everyone and not expect anything in return. In fact, if everyone follows their heart when doing things and does not deliberately care about what rewards they can get, they will often reap unexpected rewards in the end. Even Wang, who was the most thoughtful, had sparkling eyes at this moment. Everyone looked at Gu Zhouyuan with burning eyes, their eyes filled with relief and gratitude. Gu Zhouyuan was most afraid of this kind of scene. He quickly said with a smile, "This rice seed is different from the ones we used to grow in our village. This rice can yield at least 800 kilograms of rice per mu of land." "What? Everyone's emotions really changed from being touched to being shocked. If the land is well taken care of, with adequate fertilizer and careful cultivation, it is possible to produce 1,000 kilograms per acre. Gu Zhouyuan continued to drop a bombshell. Hiss! A sound of people gasping for air was heard in the room. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan also knew that intensive farming was not realistic in ancient times because productivity could not keep up. If he had the time, it would be more economical to plant 2 more acres of land. Xiaoyuan, is this rice grown the same way we used to? Old Master Gu came back to his senses from his trance. The rice yield can more than double. I need to find out if there is anything special about the planting process. It's all the same, but if you grow the seedlings first and then transplant them into the paddy field, the yield will be higher than if you sow them directly. Gu Zhouyuan answered truthfully. Everyone pulled him aside again and asked him some questions about planting. When Gu Zhouyuan bought and selected rice seeds, he had already made up for his lack of knowledge in this area. At this moment, he seemed to be at ease when answering everyone's questions. The next day, the construction site did not start work. The villagers all poured their money into working in the fields. While working, everyone was chatting loudly about family matters. My family still has 30 kilograms of rice seeds left, which is only enough to plant a few acres of land. Oh, what should I do? You still have 30 kilograms left. I sold my rice seeds a long time ago and replaced them with corn, and we're still almost starving. If I hadn't traded the grasshoppers for some food from Gusaner, and if I hadn't gotten enough cassava to sustain me later, my family would have been eating tree bark and grass roots. Who says it's not true? If that's the case, all of us villagers should thank Ren Xiaoyuan. If it weren't for him, several families in the village would have starved to death. Rice seeds are simply unavailable now. As a last resort, we can only grow beans. The problem is that beans are hard to buy. Do you have any bean seeds left at home? No, they were all eaten in March. Then what's the point of tilling the land? There's no seeds. Get it ready first. Who knows, maybe it will be easier to buy food later when the price drops. Oh, it's difficult. After breakfast, Gu Zhouyuan went straight to the village head's house. I went to the county government office yesterday morning, and the county magistrate's men called all the village heads in Qingtian over to discuss the rice seed issue. The head of the village looked worried. We can only take out a small amount of rice from the grain store every day, which is not enough to solve the problem of summer planting in our county. It will take quite some time for the imperial court to deliver the grain, and it's mainly for disaster relief. As for the grain seeds, we may have to wait even longer. Mr. Jingda is here too. He said that the disaster situation is unstable, so distributing grain is meaningless. Everyone is starving to death. Who would bury the grain in the ground? After the final discussion, it was still up to each village to handle the situation at their own discretion. If there was any problem, they would report it to the county government for handling. The village head's wife brought 2 bowls of water, placed them on the table, and consoled him. Don't worry too much. Our village is much better than other villages. At least every family has food to eat. The village head nodded and said, Speaking of this, it's all thanks to you, Xiaoyuan. The grasshoppers were exchanged for food, and the cassava was detoxified. It was all your hard work. You've contributed more to the village than even me, the village head. And we're rushing to harvest the wheat, the village head's wife added. I heard that in this surrounding area, only Datong village has harvested all the wheat. The wheat in other villages has been fed to the locusts. Gu Zhouyuan scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Second grandpa, second grandma, please stop praising me. I was just speculating. The most important thing is that second grandpa trusted me and brought the villagers together to work together, so we were able to seize the initiative. Gu Lijing laughed heartily and patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder. Boy, being too modest is actually pride. Not only me, but everyone in the village has remembered everything you have done. The 3 of them chatted and laughed for a while, which alleviated a lot of their worries about the lack of rice seeds. Chapter 203 Borrow 1 and Return 3. Second grandfather, I came to you today just to talk to you about rice seeds. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the bowl and took a sip of water. Gu Lijing's eyes lit up. He had no doubt at all about the ability of his nephew. In fact, anyone who thinks back on what Gu Zhouyuan has done in the past 2 months would develop a sense of trust in him. Gu Lijing sat up straight and listened attentively. You also know that I have many friends, and I have ways to get rice seeds from outside, Gu Zhouyuan said. Gu Lijing was delighted, but not very surprised. When the grasshoppers were exchanged for food, the villagers knew that Gu Zhouyuan was a very unconventional person. That's great. The village head stood up excitedly. How much does this rice seed cost per pound? Asked the village head's wife. When the headman thought of the current grain prices, his boiling blood instantly cooled down, and he sat back on the stool dejectedly. It is indeed a cause for celebration to obtain rice seeds, but at 50 or 60 cents per pound of rice seeds, who can afford it? The villagers probably don't have money to buy rice seeds. Gu Zhouyuan stroked the bowl on the table. I want to sell rice seeds on credit to the villagers first. What? Gu Lijing suddenly stood up again. Buy rice seeds on credit? On credit. Gu Lijing was so excited that he almost stuttered. That's right. Let the villagers get the rice seeds from me first, and then I'll keep track of the accounts. When the grain is harvested, I want 3 times the return. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it. As for collecting grasshoppers in exchange for food, it was his tentative way of helping the villagers overcome difficulties. Providing rice seeds now is a decision he made after careful consideration. After what happened with Mr. Zhao, Gu Zhouyuan knew that he had to unite the villagers and tie them tightly to himself. Facts have proved that everything he did before was by no means wishful thinking. The villagers will remember his kindness and will come forward to lend a helping hand when his family needs help. The village head was so excited that tears were about to fall. Don't underestimate the 3x return, it sounds like a lot. But now it is different from usual. Gu Zhouyuan can just keep the rice seeds in his hands and sell them at a very high price. By the time the rice is ripe, the disaster will have basically passed and food prices will return to normal levels. It was 3 times the price at that time, but less than half of the current grain price. Everyone knows that Xia Yuan is trying various ways to improve Datong village. Gu Lijing trembled as he held on to Gu Zhouyuan's hand, repeatedly saying, "Good boy, good boy." He didn't dare to delay for a moment. He went into the house, picked up the gong, turned around and walked outside, saying as he walked, "I'll go inform everyone of this good news." The village head's wife said angrily, "This old man has been so impatient his whole life." The sound of clang 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 of gongs came from outside. Gu Zhouyuan laughed twice. "Second grandma, you are busy. I also have to go back to prepare the rice seeds." When the gong sounds, there must be something important to be announced. Soon the villagers gathered around the big locust tree. The village head waited for a quarter of an hour, and without caring whether anyone had arrived yet, he couldn't wait to announce the good news. Anyway, news spreads quickly through word of mouth in the village, so everyone can just tell each other. "Everyone be quiet." The villagers gradually quieted down. "Xia Yuan helped our village get a batch of rice seeds." Gu Li had just said this when the crowd that had just quieted down suddenly became noisy again. "What? Got the rice seeds? This Gu Sanner is really powerful." "That's right. If you don't have some skills, can you exchange grasshoppers for food?" He killed 4 people and got away with it, and the county magistrate even gave him a reward. Just imagine how capable he must be. That's right. I was really scared when Gu Sanner cut off my ears that day. I had nightmares for several days in a row. Hey, we're talking about rice seeds now. Where have you all been going? I heard that rice seeds are now 50 to 60 won per gene. Even if there are rice seeds for sale, we don't have the money to buy them. The villagers were whispering to each other, and the place was buzzing with noise. "Quiet, quiet," the head of the village shouted. In the crowd, Chow Liuzi raised his hand and said, "Uncle Village Chief, how much is this rice seed per pound?" Others also shouted, "Yeah, it's too expensive and we can't afford it. Can you help us get some bean seeds? They're cheaper. My family can't afford it anyway. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to grow cassava." "Stop arguing, everyone. Listen to me." The head of the village became angry after being interrupted one after another. After a brief period of commotion, the crowd finally quieted down again. The village head cleared his throat and said, "Xia Yuan said that in order not to delay the summer planting in Datong village, he can lend you the rice seeds first." Seeing that the crowd was about to boil over again, the village head hurriedly shouted, "When your fields have a harvest, you must pay him back 3 times the amount of rice." As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers below could no longer suppress their anger. They all shouted desperately and squeezed towards Gu Zhouyuan, who was standing next to the big locust tree. "Xiao Yuan, are you really going to lend us the rice seeds? For free. It will take several months for the grain to be harvested. By then, will it be enough to return 3 times the grain?" Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nodded, someone else screamed, "Xiao Yuan, my family needs 250 kilograms of rice seeds. My family wants 300 kilograms. I want 1,000 pounds. Fuck. Zhao Goxing, your family's land, combined with Urgu's, only has a dozen acres. You want 1,000 kilograms? You came here to make a fortune." Gu Lijing obviously knew that some people would speculate and profiteer. He said, "I have records of how much land each family has. 1 acre of land is 10 kilograms of rice seeds. Is there more?" As soon as these words were spoken, those who wanted to stock up and make a fortune all gave up their ideas. "Also, the Hu family won't lend us grain," Gu Lijing added. The faces of the Hu family members standing in the crowd all changed. Some members of the Hu family were dissatisfied and said, "We are from Datong village too. Why can others borrow rice seeds, but we can't?" Gu Lijing smiled and said, "These rice seeds are not from my Datong village. They were obtained by Xiaoyuan. He doesn't want to lend them to your Hu family. That's his freedom. I can't do anything to him. You are not only the patriarch of the Gu family, but also the head of our Datong village. How can you not care about our lives?" The whole Hu family started to make a fuss. Gu Zhouyuan stepped forward and said calmly, "Don't say I'm being too extreme. If your Hu family wants grain seeds, then yes, I'll sell them to you at the market price of 60 coins per pound." The Hu family was all dumbfounded. At 60 won per gene, they couldn't buy rice seeds even if they emptied their family savings. Some people looked at Mrs. Hu's family with hatred. It was all this damn old woman's fault. One bad apple spoils the whole jar of sauce. If she hadn't committed suicide and framed Gu Sainer, how could they have been targeted? Chapter 204, Building a New Toilet. If someone else did this, they would definitely make a fuss. But the other party was Gu Sainer, and to be honest, they didn't dare. The bloody scene of that day is still vivid in my mind. The 4 bodies carried out all looked horrific. Since then, Gu Sainer has been the person who can stop children from crying at night in the village. The Hu family returned home with a lot of anger. At this point, they could only grow whatever they had at home, such as rice, soybeans, and mung beans. Those who have more money can spend a few taels of silver to buy dozens of kilograms of rice seeds. Those who had no extra money at home had no choice but to plant cassava stalks in the ground. The gate of Gu Zhiyuan's house was crowded with people coming to get rice seeds. Gu Dedi, Gu Zhaodi, and Gu Sidon each took a notebook, and together with the village head, the 4 of them were responsible for 4 teams. The other members of the Gu family helped weigh the food. The food that Gu Zhouyuan obtained came in packages of 100 jin, 50 jin, and 20 jin. So although there were many people queuing, the food was distributed very quickly. They just took the whole sack and then weighed out some leftovers to make up the difference. Even so, hundreds of households in the village kept the Gu family busy until late afternoon. Gu Zhouyuan asked all the people who helped to stay for lunch. Lu was kneading dough at home, and Sun and Wang also went to help. The 3 sisters-in-law cooked a big pot of hand-rolled noodles. The noodles are made from fine white flour and filled with mushrooms and chicken, which are extremely delicious. Everyone had a hearty lunch, then went home, picked up their farm tools, and went to work in the fields. Because of Gu Zhiyuan's presence, Datong village did not seem to be greatly affected by the locust plague and entered the busy farming season just like in previous years. The next day, the construction of Gu Zhiyuan's house started as scheduled. Gu Zhouyuan called Wang Degue, Gu Monsong, and Gu Manton aside. He took out a blueprint and said, "I want to build a new type of toilet." "What's new about toilets? Isn't it just a fence with a bucket inside?" They were all confused. Gu Zhouyuan has been here for such a long time, but he still can't get used to the toilet here. The outhouse here is simply covered with thatch and mud, with a wooden barrel inside. All urine and feces are put into the bucket. The most uncomfortable thing is that once the stock inside exceeds half a bucket, shitting will splash all over your butt. Gu Zhouyuan usually goes to the wasteland to take a shit. Now that he is building his own house, the toilet environment must be improved. Wang Degue and the other 2 gathered together to look at Gu Zhiyuan's drawings. A well will be dug in Gu Zhiyuan's yard, which will make it much more convenient to use water. He didn't plan to get a toilet because it always felt uncomfortable to poop in a toilet. Just build an ordinary squat toilet. There is a large septic tank at the back. After defecation, just flush it with water and the sewage will flow into the septic tank. Leave an opening on the top of the septic tank and cover it tightly with a stone slab. When you need to use the sewage, remove the stone slab, scoop it out, and then cover it again. This thing is difficult to build with bricks, right? Gu Monsong pointed at the squat toilet on the drawing. Even if it is built with bricks, feces will get stuck when you poop, and water can't wash it away. Gu Manton interrupted. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little nauseous after listening to his uncle's description. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. I've already asked someone to make this squat toilet for me. He has already bought a set of white porcelain squat toilets from the mall. As soon as the new toilet is successfully tested, he will buy a few more and build more toilets in his new house." Wang Degue carefully read the blueprint twice and sighed. "Xiaoyuan, I don't know what's wrong with your brain. I've been building houses for many years, but I've never seen a hut like this." "Uncle Degue, what do you think?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. "Can you build a hut like this according to my drawings? As long as you can solve the problem of the squat toilet, it shouldn't be difficult to build the toilet as shown in your drawing." Wang Degue nodded. To be honest, after seeing such an exquisite design, he wanted to tear down his own toilet and build a new one. "It's that squat toilet. I don't know where Gu Zhouyuan made it, but it must be quite expensive. After solving the big problem with the toilet, Gu Zhouyuan was in a good mood. Although it is now easier to defecate in the wild, it is only okay at night. If it is during the day, I have to hide in the bushes to defecate. Mosquito bites are uncomfortable in the summer, and when winter comes, your buttocks will probably be frozen into ice balls. Gu Zhouyuan went back to the chicken and duck house and brought the toilet with him when he came back. Everyone was amazed when they saw this exquisitely fired white porcelain toilet. This thing is obviously an expensive item. The craftsmanship and quality are really not simple. The days in Datong village are so peaceful yet busy. The seedlings in the paddy field are growing bigger day by day and are already about 1 foot tall. Gu Zhouyuan's house also grew taller day by day. Whenever villagers pass by, they all have an envious expression, give thumbs up, and praise. What a grand style. Gu Zhouyuan has not left the village for the past 10 days. That day, he heard Li Er, who came to sell sugar water, say that there were suddenly many more beggars and refugees in the city. The city became a little chaotic, with fights breaking out from time to time. Also, walking on mountain roads is not very safe. I heard that a few days ago, a grain store's donkey cart was robbed by bandits, and the store clerk was hacked and injured. These past 2 days, he came to sell sugar water, and he was trembling with fear. Shopkeeper Qian had told him that if he really encountered robbers, he should not resist, but quickly take out all his money. Even if someone else wants the carriage, don't say anything. Just throw the carriage to the bandits, and all the losses will be borne by the shopkeeper Qian. Finally, Li Er took out a letter from his arms, saying that young Master Ho had found manager Qian and asked him to bring it to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan opened the letter and found that there were 2 sheets of letter paper with handwritings of 2 people on them. There was no signature on either paper, as if it had been written in a hurry. According to Li Er, young Master Ho and Master Su came to the restaurant and wanted manager Qian to bring them a message. But Mr. Ho's message was too long, and he spoke too fast, so Li Er couldn't remember it at all. So I temporarily changed to writing a letter. One of the pages was written in a sloppy handwriting, and judging from the tone, it should have been written by Ho Yu. He said that he had found Li Qingsong, and he was in Ding 2 class. He led his men to teach the scum a lesson, and also told Mr. Jingda about the bad things this guy had done outside. Mr. Jingda expelled him from Qingtian Academy. But this matter is not over yet. He must get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, he has been busy with trivial matters recently and has no time to clean up the garbage. The handwriting on the other piece of paper was very beautiful, flowing yet powerful, and extremely lively. Needless to say, this was naturally written by Su Mufeng. The letter didn't say much, just telling Gu Zhouyuan that the Night Pearl had found a buyer for him. Chapter 2:05 The Night Pearl is sold. Su Mufeng said that the Night Pearl had been sold, but the letter did not specify how much it was sold for. Boss Li, please wait a moment. I'll go back to the city with you today, so I can take care of you on the way. Gu Zhouyuan turned around and went into the house to say hello to Anyang and the others, then went to harness the mule cart. Li Er had no objection. Ever since he heard that there were bandits robbing people in the mountains, he always felt uneasy walking alone on the mountain roads. Now that Gu Zhouyuan wants to be with him, he is naturally happy. 2 people drove 2 cars, one in front and one behind, on the mountain road. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the sides of the road, feeling the wonder of life. The green that the locusts had eaten up reappeared. The tips of the grass are poking out, and the tender green shoots are timidly poking out. The trees are coming back to life, new leaves sprouting from the dead branches, swaying gently in the wind. Unfortunately, the fields are not as lively as those in Datong village. There is mostly white land and newly grown weeds in the fields, and it is rare to see new crop seedlings. They didn't encounter any bandits on the way. When they arrived in the city, Gu Zhouyuan separated from Li Er and went straight to Qingtian Academy. Not long after the doorman announced, Su Mufeng and Ho Yu hurried out of the academy. Brother Gu, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as charming as ever. It's such a blessing, Su Mufeng said loudly from a distance. Brother Yuan, why haven't you come to the city in such a long time? You don't know how boring life is in this academy. Ho Yu yelled. He followed Gu Zhouyuan in Datong village and saw many new and exciting things, so he naturally felt that the monotonous life in the academy was boring. There's a lot going on at home these days. As Gu Zhouyuan followed them into the academy, he briefly recounted what had happened recently. Ho Yu was very excited when he heard that Gu Zhouyuan's family was building a house. Brother Yuan, please reserve a room for me. Next time I go to your house, I won't have to sleep on the floor, and I won't have to squeeze in with Mu Feng. Su Mufeng was speechless. Do you think I like sleeping on the floor with you? Your snoring is so loud, it's so disturbing. Su Mufeng brought Gu Zhouyuan to the pavilion wing, which is a small wing building protruding on both sides of the Mingdao Hall of the academy. It is usually used to display exhibits or entertain guests. The three of them sat down, and a servant from the academy brought them tea. Guess how much silver I got from selling your night pearl? After sending the servant away, Su Mufeng spoke to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Su Mufeng with a smile in his eyes. Last time he said that this night pearl could be sold at a high price of 10,000 taels of silver. From this point of view, it must be more than 10,000 taels. 11,000 taels? Gu Zhouyuan asked tentatively. 12,500 taels. Su Mufeng obviously didn't like to keep people in suspense. After Gu Zhouyuan guessed, he said directly, "Fuck." You couldn't help but swear. He knew that Su Mufeng had helped Gu Zhouyuan find a buyer, but he asked Su Mufeng several times, but this guy just refused to tell him how much money he got. "Brother Yuan, which mountain did you dig up that night pearl? I want to try my luck too." Yu shouted exaggeratedly. Gu Zhouyuan didn't expect that this bead could be sold at such a high price. After all, it only cost him 50 mall coins, which was faster than robbing money. "Wait a moment, I'll go get the silver." Su Mufeng turned and went out. "Brother Yuan, please don't forget me when you become rich. Now that you are rich, I will hold you tightly," Yu said with a wink. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh at him as he acted funny. "Get out of the way. Only your sister-in-law can hug my thighs." The two were laughing and joking when Su Mu came back in a hurry, holding a dark lacquer box in his hand. He placed the lacquer box on the table and opened it. Inside was a stack of paper. Although Gu Zhouyuan had never seen it before, he could guess that it was the silver bills of this world. Su Mufeng picked up the banknotes and counted them one by one to Gu Zhouyuan. These silver notes have different denominations. There are 10 notes with a denomination of 1,000 taels, 15 notes with a denomination of 100 taels, and 20 notes with a denomination of 50 taels, totaling 12,500 taels. These banknotes are from the Guangfa Bank. They have branches all over Daqian. We also have a Guangfa Bank in Xintian County, so exchanging them is very convenient. Su Mufeng took a sip of the tea and continued. The bank also has 10,000 yuan worth of banknotes. I think the amount is a little smaller, which will be convenient for you to spend. Mr. Su is very thoughtful. I don't know how to thank you, Gu Zhouyuan said politely. Gu Zhouyuan knew that if he offered to give Su Mufeng some compensation, Su Mufeng would definitely not be happy. This young Master Su gave him a very unusual feeling. Although he was not at all arrogant, he exuded an innate nobility. By the way, Mufeng, who did you sell this night pearl to? This person is also a stupid rich guy, Yu asked curiously. Spending more than 10,000 taels of silver to buy a bead is indeed not something that an ordinary rich person can do. Gu Zhouyuan was also very interested. His mall had plenty of these flashy little gadgets, and he naturally wanted to know the origin of such a big customer. This night pearl is a rare treasure. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by stupid rich? This person clearly has a keen eye for pearls and is a man of great wisdom, Su Mufeng said loudly. He looked out the door, seeming a little nervous. Yu pressed on. Did you sell it to someone in the capital? I didn't see you ask an escort agency to take the goods to the capital. Su Mufeng lowered his voice and said, I'm looking for Siye's friend. She's from the capital, so naturally she knows a lot of wealthy people in the capital. Oh, Yu suddenly realized that he had met Su Siye's friend twice. She always had a veil on her face, revealing only her eyes. She looked at everyone coldly, as if everyone owed her hundreds of taels of silver. When they met for the first time, Yu greeted her, and she just responded with a faint Later, Yu lost interest in talking to her. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Siye is our sister, right? Seeing his smiling face, Su Mufeng immediately became alert. Siye is my sister. Why make such a clear distinction? Your sister is our sister, don't you think? Gu Zhouyuan said the last sentence to Yu, who was standing beside him. Yu was indeed a good supporting actor. He nodded rapidly. Yes, it's our sister. Su Mufeng's heart was filled with alarm. He even took a step back and said coldly, Both of you, behave yourself. He is a typical sister-loving maniac. In his eyes, the two guys in front of him have clearly grown big furry tails. Seeing that he was getting anxious, Gu Zhouyuan took a step closer and said with a flattering smile, Invite our sister's friend out someday. Chapter 206, Refugee Issues. Since Siye's friend has helped me so much, I naturally want to express my gratitude. Treating him to a meal is also reasonable, right? Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. After hearing this, Su Mufeng finally relaxed. It turns out that Brother Gu wanted him to introduce Siye to his friends. No, he suddenly realized. Siye is safe, but her friend has a special identity, and it will be even more troublesome if something goes wrong. Gu Zhouyuan saw Su Mufeng sometimes relaxed and sometimes frowned, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Then he explained with a smile. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Sister Sia's friend has such a path. I want to make friends with her, just in case I dig up some good treasures in the mountain next time. Gu Zhouyuan is not short of money now, but if he needs money urgently in the future, he will have to find a place to make money. He has plenty of glass beads in his mall that cost a mall coin a handful. There is also fine amber that costs a few coins each, which contains all kinds of insects. Qingtian County is a very small place, and rich people basically know each other. Good things cannot always be sold locally. The capital is far enough away from here, and the trend of competing for extravagance and luxury is even more prevalent there. Being able to get in touch with the capital would be of great benefit to Gu Zhouyuan. Su Mufeng nodded. There was nothing wrong with what Gu Zhouyuan said, but that person was indeed of extraordinary status. He hesitated for a long time, and finally said, I'll help you convey the message to her. As for whether she agrees or not, that's not for me to decide. Gu Zhouyuan laughed twice. Okay, as long as you convey my feelings, I won't force you to do anything else. It would be best if this line could be connected, but it won't have much impact if it can't be connected. It's just a precaution. Gu Zhouyuan took out 2,500 taels from a stack of banknotes and handed it to Hou Yu. Please help me give this banknote to Manager Gua. Once the money is settled, the restaurant will completely belong to us. Manager Gua has already returned to his hometown in Huizhou. Otherwise, Gu Zhouyuan would have gone there to settle the balance in person. He put the remaining banknotes into his pocket and said with a smile, I'm the host today, just tell me what you want to eat. He is now well off and can be described as wealthy and powerful. Hou Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a shy smile appeared on his face. Well, the water in the Huiqing River has risen, and now both sides of the river are full of people enjoying the scenery. Let's go over there tonight. The restaurants there are the best in our county. It's a good opportunity to visit our restaurant as well. Sure, it's up to you to choose the restaurant. We're not short of money now. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, patted the banknotes in his arms, and said generously, Ahem, Hou Yu stuttered. I mean, the water level in Huiqingli has risen, and those stranded pleasure boats have floated up. We can go to Ingshun Tower for a drink tonight. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned. He really didn't expect Hou Yu to have this idea. Before he could say anything, Su Mufeng beside him scolded him. Hou Yu, is this all you think about all day? There are so many refugees in the county now. All of them were forced to leave their homes because they couldn't get enough food. County Magistrate Ho is already in a state of panic, and yet you still have the mind to visit brothels and drink wine. Hou Yu hated Su Mufeng's preaching the most, but he had no way to refute what Su Mufeng said every time. I just want to appreciate the scenery on the Huiqing River. It's not as dirty as you think. Hou Yu said weakly. Enjoy the scenery on the river? Su Mufeng sneered. Are you planning to go see the river at night? Well, tomorrow I'll borrow a boat from a fisherman on the Huiqing River, and you can row to the center of the river to see the view. He raised his hands above his head and begged. Is it okay if I don't go? Even more nagging than my grandma. Hou Yu muttered softly. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh. Su Mufeng was indeed very upright. Hou Yu looked like a little bully, but unexpectedly he could be subdued by Su Mufeng. By the way, Master Su just mentioned refugees, Gu Zhouyuan said. What's the situation in the city right now? The atmosphere in the room became noticeably heavier. My dad said there are more and more petty thefts every day. Hou Yu put away his cynical look and frowned. There seem to be more beggars in the city than before, and refugees are constantly pouring into the city. Some of the first refugees went to the docks to carry heavy bags. Later, as more refugees arrived, there weren't enough jobs left at the docks. Nowadays, workers at the docks need to be paid, but as long as they can provide a meal, people will rush to work. But there are too many refugees. There are at least 500 or 600 refugees in the city now, and most of them survive by begging on the streets. My father said that the city can only accommodate 1,000 refugees at most. If there are more, there will be trouble. I estimate that the county gates will be closed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest, and refugees from outside will not be allowed to enter the city. The more Hou Yu spoke, the more worried he became. He drank the tea in the cup in one gulp and sighed deeply. If we don't let these refugees into the city, they will starve to death. Su Mufeng said worriedly. What does Lord Ho say now? Is the court taking any action? Gu Zhouyuan asked in a deep voice. He had discussed a series of ideas for disaster relief with Mr. Jingda, but he didn't know how far they had progressed. My father went to Tali County the day before yesterday. There is a Chongping granary there. He wanted the county magistrate to allocate some grain so that he could set up a porridge factory outside the city to provide disaster relief. Hou Yu said. But this time the locust plague has affected the entire Tali County. Even the neighboring Huaijian County and Zhongwu County have been affected by the locust plague. The little grain in the Chongping warehouse is probably just a drop in the bucket, Su Mufeng said leisurely. That's right. The county magistrate is simply unwilling to allocate grain, saying that this is only the initial stage of the disaster, and the grain in the Chongping warehouse must be used at the most critical moment. Hoyu nodded. Gu Zhouyuan also knew that the county's decision was in line with the context of the times. The imperial court's granaries had to cope with various disasters and other matters. It is not as simple as just giving food to whoever is hungry, because there simply wasn't that much food to distribute. Disasters are often accompanied by many uncertainties, and there is a possibility of civil unrest and riots. So the army needs food when it goes out to suppress the rebellion. Transporting and distributing food also requires costs, including manpower, material resources, and many other aspects. Sometimes, disaster relief grain allocated from far away is often consumed by people and horses along the way, and most of it is often consumed on the way. Very little food can be effectively distributed to the victims. Moreover, in the early stages of a locust plague, the imperial court may underestimate the severity of the disaster and hope that local governments can solve some of the problems on their own. Large-scale food allocation will only take place when the disaster becomes serious and its scope expands. Chapter 207 The Rise of the Cult. Mr. Jingda and the county magistrate are here, said the servant who just walked in hurriedly. Why is the county magistrate here? Su Mufeng was surprised. Mr. Jingda knew today that the two of them were going to deliver a message to Gu Zhouyuan. Before leaving, he specifically asked Su Mufeng to let someone know if Brother Gu came. But I never expected that the county magistrate would also follow. At this time, Mr. Jingda and County Magistrate Ho were almost at the door. The three of them quickly stood up to greet them. Brother Gu, Mr. Jingda said with a hearty laugh, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still as charming as ever. Gu Zhouyuan bowed hurriedly and asked, Mr. Jingda, how are you these days? Mr. Jingda put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulders affectionately and said, Come on, sit down. County Magistrate Ho, who was standing by, was secretly shocked to see that Mr. Jingda was so familiar and friendly with Gu Zhouyuan. Today he was discussing the issue of how to deal with refugees with Mr. Jingda in the county government office when someone from the academy came to see Mr. Jingda. The servant said that Mr. Gu had arrived and was talking to Su Mufeng in the academy. Mr. Jingda immediately stood up and hurriedly took him to the academy. He already knew on the way that the so-called Mr. Gu was Gu Zhouyuan. He knew that Gu Zhouyuan was capable. Cassava, the curved plow, the three-character classic, and the ingenious work for relief program were all created by Gu Zhouyuan. However, given Mr. Jingda's academic status, he was still surprised that he could interact with a young man as an equal. Gu Zhouyuan bowed to County Magistrate Ho again and said, Greetings, Lord Ho. County Magistrate Ho nodded in response. Several people sat down in their seats. Hoyu poured tea for Mr. Jingda and his father. Then he sat aside, restraining his usual liveliness and acting like a good kid. Mr. Jingda is also a straightforward person. He stayed at the Gu family for 2 days and knew that Brother Gu was unusual in every way. He didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. I was just talking to Jing Xuan about the refugees. We have already started to implement your work for relief policy. I just happened to hear you were here, so I wanted to come and hear your opinion. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, I am just talking on paper, but if we really want to do it, it won't work. We still have to rely on the county magistrate. County Magistrate Ho said softly, I've followed your advice and have already mobilized the gentry and wealthy to contribute funds to repair temples, pave roads, and build bridges. Unfortunately, they've all been empty talkers, and very few are willing to actually contribute. Gu Zhouyuan frowned slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, Sir, these wealthy gentry are obsessed with profit. If we just say it's a good deed, they will definitely shirk responsibility. Does Brother Gu have any good ideas? Asked Mr. Jingda. Gu Zhouyuan took a sip from his teacup and said slowly, Businessmen seek nothing but fame and fortune. Anyone who contributes to the restoration of the temple will have their name engraved in a prominent place on the temple's stele. Furthermore, after the road and bridge are completed, a toll booth can be set up to collect vehicle and boat tolls for a certain number of years. Merchants will be given a certain share of the tax collection rights or management and operation rights based on the amount of capital they contribute. Gu Zhouyuan silently repented in his heart for a moment. Ba, the world's first evil road and bridge fee was actually paid by my own hands. County Magistrate Ho's eyes lit up. This is a brilliant plan. Why haven't I thought of it before? Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Furthermore, Your Excellency can also select a few stubborn individuals who refuse to contribute and punish them slightly. This will intimidate the others and naturally prevent them from being perfunctory. Mr. Jingda nodded repeatedly. Brother Gu is truly a man of great talent. At this time, Su Mufeng, who had been sitting quietly, said, "However, there are many refugees here. Although the project requires a lot of manpower, I'm afraid there will still be some people left with nothing to do." When this matter was mentioned, County Magistrate Ho and Mr. Jingda looked at each other. County Magistrate Ho sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "There are a lot of refugees in the city right now. It is said that a sect called the Bright Cult has emerged in the city. The teachings of the Church of Light are that the God of Light will descend upon the world and save all suffering beings. When disaster strikes, only faith in the Church of Light can help us escape it." County Magistrate Ho said with a serious expression, "I have organized several strikes against the Church of Light and captured a number of its leaders. But it still doesn't help. Now, not only are desperate refugees joining the cult for warmth, but even city residents are joining the Church of Light out of fear of unknown disasters." Mr. Jingda took over the conversation. The disaster year and the evil cult. These two hidden dangers collide with each other, and big trouble will happen. Since ancient times, cults have often caused chaos because people encounter disasters and join churches to seek warmth and psychological comfort. At the beginning, these cults basically all advised people to be patient and do good. Unfortunately, as the number of followers grows, they tend to go further and further astray. When their power grows, the greed in their hearts becomes apparent. Furthermore, the speed at which this cult spreads is terrifying. There are already fanatical believers in the city who devoutly worship the so-called Holy Lady of Light every day. Who is this Saint of Light? Gu Zhouyuan was confused. Don't you believe in the God of Light? Why did you create a saint? They say the Holy Maiden of Light is the daughter of the God of Light and is the messenger who will save the world on his behalf. County Magistrate Ho snorted coldly. That's nothing but lies to confuse the public. There is no such thing as a daughter of God in this world, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. If they keep playing it mysterious, saying it was the God of Light who sent a message to the messenger in a dream, it would be hard to find any flaws. But now they're determined to bring up some daughter of the God of Light. If they can prove she's not some god's daughter, the foundation of the cult of light will be shaken. County Magistrate Ho shook his head and said, "Now the situation is exactly the opposite. The Holy Lady of Light has been performing miracles one after another, and many wealthy people in the city have joined the church and donated money and materials." Having said this, County Magistrate Ho's eyes became fierce. When we asked these people to contribute to disaster relief, they kept shirking their responsibilities, yet they were willing to donate the money to the Church of Light. The Church of Light is showing signs of slipping out of control. It looks like I need to kill some chickens to calm these monkeys down. Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously, "What miracles does the county magistrate refer to?" There was a refugee who was about to die of illness. After drinking the holy water blessed by the Holy Lady of Light, he immediately became lively and energetic. County Magistrate Ho recalled, "That doesn't mean anything." Ho, you couldn't help but interject. They could have one of their own pretend to be dying, then drink the so-called holy water and pretend to be cured. Wouldn't that be enough? It's a simple trick. County Magistrate Ho nodded. Indeed, this spell is not very advanced. But, he changed the subject, the magic they are using now is flawless. Mr. Jingda and I both went to the scene and couldn't find any flaws. Chapter 208 Playing Tricks. Oh, Gu Zhouyuan was surprised. What kind of trick is it that is so flawless? These days, refugees often cause chaos, especially after the rise of the Church of Light in the city, so I have to strictly control the refugees. County Magistrate Ho said in a somewhat cold tone. Some refugees settled in a dilapidated temple outside the city. As more and more refugees gathered there, the temple couldn't accommodate them all, so some refugees built simple huts around the temple. About 10 days ago, refugees who were digging the ground to build their huts discovered a stone statue in the ground. That stone statue is of a woman. It is said to be the statue of the so-called Holy Lady of Light. The stone statue is twice the size of an ordinary person, lifelike, and the carving is very delicate. There's a stone lotus underneath the stone statue, and the stone lotus is still buried in the soil. Hearing this, Gu Zhouyuan sneered in his heart. Since ancient times, people who want to raise the banner and do big things have always liked to use mysterious and spooky methods. Chen Sheng instructed Wu Guang to act like a ghost, hide a red letter in the belly of a fish, and imitate the howl of a fox outside the campfire. Liu Bang stepped on the seven-star sword and slashed the white snake with the sword. Wu Zetian's emperor passed down for 3 generations, and Wu replaced Li Xing. At the end of the Yuan dynasty, the stone man with one eye instigated the rebellion of the Yellow River and the world. He said, Burying the stone statue in the ground first, and then tricking someone into digging it out isn't necessarily a very clever method. If it were so simple, Mr. Jingda and I wouldn't have had to go and see it 3 times in a row, and it wouldn't have attracted so many devout believers in just 10 days. County Magistrate Ho shook his head and sighed. Oh, is there any unexpected trick in it? Gu Zhouyuan was very confused. Those followers of the Light Curtain cult say that the Holy Lady of Light has boundless power. In order to save all living beings, I will use my magical powers to grow an inch from the ground every day. Gu Zhouyuan interrupted. Could it be that someone is tampering with the statue, using a rope pulley to raise it a little higher every day to deceive the people? Mr. Jingda shook his head. The news spread like wildfire. Nearby residents all rushed over to witness the miracle. There were guards guarding the statue day and night. It wouldn't be easy to tamper with it. County Magistrate Ho also said. Later, more and more people came to worship the statue. I also sent people to monitor it every day, and no one dared to touch the statue. We have been discussing this matter in our academy these days, but no one can figure out the trick. Su Mufeng frowned. It's strange that a stone statue can actually grow out of the soil. Gu Zhouyuan held his chin and fell into deep thought. Once people's hearts are bewitched, it will be difficult to win them back. There will be more and more fanatical believers of the Church of Light, which will erode the foundation of our Dakian. Mr. Jingda's voice was a little low. Gu Zhouyuan looked up at him and found that Mr. Jingda, who was usually gentle and friendly, now had a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Gu Zhouyuan's mind moved, and he asked tentatively, Then Mr. Jingda, how do you think the imperial court will respond to these fooled people? Appeal to his emotions and reason with him. If he refuses to turn back, then the only option left is to kill him as a warning to the rest. A cold light flashed in Mr. Jingda's eyes. Once these people join the religion, they will certainly be deeply bewitched. Killing a few of them will probably not have much effect, and may even provoke a civil uprising. County Magistrate Ho said on the side. Killing a few people doesn't work? Then kill more people until it works. Mr. Jingda's voice was emotionless. Ho Yu's face turned pale. He only knew that Mr. Jingda was very strict when teaching his students, but he didn't expect that he had such a cruel side. Su Mufeng's expression remained calm, as if he had known that Mr. Jingda would say this. County Magistrate Ho came back to his senses from his brief panic. He remembered the man's identity and felt relieved. As long as the stability of Dakian can be maintained, what does it matter if a few people are sacrificed for the overall situation? Gu Zhouyuan's heart was calm. The small self and the big self had different interpretations from different standpoints, but it was hard to say who was right or wrong. Brother Gu, do you think I am too cruel? Mr. Jingda looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Sir, this is also for the stability of Dakian. The evil cults bewitched people. If they were exploited by those with ulterior motives to rebel against the imperial court or even lead to rebellion, more families would be torn apart and destroyed. When Mr. Jingda heard what Gu Zhouyuan said, the gloom on his face faded away. This young man Gu really has a lot of knowledge and can see through the surface to the essence of things. He smiled again. Brother Gu is absolutely right. If this evil cult is left unchecked, it will surely bring great disaster to the entire Dakian. Compared to man-made disasters, natural disasters like locust plagues are nothing. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Sir, you are right, but... He changed the subject. Killing people alone can only temporarily deter the ignorant people, but it is only a temporary solution and does not address the root cause. Then according to Mr. Gu, what is the fundamental solution? Mr. Jingda asked curiously. The most urgent task is to uncover the mystery of the statue's growth and let the people know it's just a hoax. Then they will naturally stop believing in the cult of light. I understand the principle, but I have been wandering around the stone statue for a long time, thinking hard, but I can't find any flaws. Mr. Jingda frowned. Brother Gu, do you have any good ideas? Asked Su Mufeng, who had not spoken for a long time. He had a peculiar sense of trust in Gu Zhouyuan, and always felt that there was nothing that Brother Gu could not handle. When County Magistrate Ho heard Su Mufeng calling Gu Zhouyuan Brother Gu and Mr. Jingda calling Gu Zhouyuan Little Brother Gu, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Jingda seemed to realize that this name was a bit inappropriate. He immediately changed his tone and said, Could it be that little friend Gu has already made up his mind? I do have some clues, but whether it is what I thought or not, I have to go and see the stone statue to confirm it. Gu Zhouyuan pondered. Good. Mr. Jingda clapped his hands and shouted. He has already written letters to the Taoyuan County Magistrate and the County Lieutenant, and it is estimated that the troops will be mobilized soon. He also didn't want to cause more killing, so it would be best to resolve the crisis fundamentally without bloodshed. Mr. Jingda took the lead and stood up. There is no time to waste. otherwise something might happen. Let's go to the ruined temple outside the city now. Magistrate Ho returned to the county government office with a team of yamen runners. This dilapidated temple is not far from the city gate. Riding in a carriage was too conspicuous, so everyone walked to the dilapidated temple. Some distance away from the ruined temple, County Magistrate Ho asked the yamen runners to hide in the woods by the roadside and wait for his signal to come out. Many refugees gathered in the dilapidated temple. They looked haggard, their clothes were tattered, and their eyes revealed despair and helplessness. This dilapidated temple became their temporary shelter. Although it was simple, it at least allowed them to avoid the wind and rain. Chapter 209, Seeing Through Fire. A stone statue stands in the mud not far from the ruined temple. The stone statue is carved into a woman with a graceful figure, and it can be seen that the stonemason's craftsmanship is very good. The woman had a gentle smile on her face, and her eyebrows, eyes, lips, and nose were all lifelike, making her look very friendly. Many fanatical believers surrounded the stone statue, praying devoutly, hoping to receive the protection of the Holy Lady of Light. A middle-aged man stood on a high stool and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, our statue of the saint has grown another half an inch taller." As soon as he finished speaking, countless people below shouted in unison, "The Holy Lady of Light has appeared." Gu Zhouyuan observed carefully from the side and saw that there were many believers in the crowd who were leading the shouting. "Damn it, these leaders are all hired help," he murmured. "Over the past few days, you have all witnessed the merits and magical powers of the Holy Lady of Light with your own eyes." The middle-aged man said loudly, "Our God of Light couldn't bear to see you suffer, so he sent his beloved daughter to the mortal world to help you escape from the sea of suffering. As long as we join the Church of Light, we are all brothers and sisters. In the future, everyone will have clothes to wear, food to eat, and money to spend." The crowd suddenly cheered. This time, there was no need for anyone to lead the way. A large group of people knelt down and kowtowed to the stone statue of the saint, ready to join the Church of Light on the spot. Gu Zhouyuan's face turned cold. No wonder Mr. Jingda proposed to kill people. This Church of Light has already shown signs of gathering people to rebel. Hong Xiuquan's Taiping Heavenly Kingdom had a slogan: "We all have land to cultivate, food to eat, clothes to wear, and money to use. No one picks up lost items on the road. Men and women follow separate paths. There is equality everywhere, and everyone is well fed and warmed." But Dakian was different from the corrupt and incompetent late Qing government. Now that Dakian is at its peak, the final outcome of these people's rebellion can only be suppression by the imperial court. By then, all those who will die will be these ignorant but simple people. Ho Yu pulled Gu Zhouyuan's arm and said, "Brother Yuan, Mr. Jingda is calling you." He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't hear anyone calling him. "I wonder if Mr. Gu can find any clues?" Mr. Jingda asked. "Let me take a closer look." Gu Zhouyuan walked towards the stone statue. As he got closer, two men in khaki clothes came over and stopped him. "The Holy Lady statue is a holy place. No one is allowed to approach." Gu Zhouyuan took a glance and saw that the soil around the stone statue was a little damp. It has been 20 days since the last rain, so the soil should not be this wet. Besides, the watermark only surrounds the stone statue. Even if it rains, it will not only rain around the stone statue. Gu Zhouyuan got the answer he wanted and turned back to Mr. Jingda and the others. Mr. Jingda whispered, "Have you found any clues, young man?" County Magistrate Ho also looked expectant. He and Mr. Jingda came here 3 times and observed carefully for a long time. Once, I even stayed there from morning to night and still couldn't find any flaws. Gu Zhouyuan smiled faintly and said, "Sir County Magistrate, did the people you sent report to you whether anyone is watering the stone statue every day?" County Magistrate Ho and Mr. Jingda were suddenly shocked. "How did you know this, Mr. Gu? You don't need anyone to report it. Jingchuan and I saw it with our own eyes. There were believers coming to water the plants, once in the morning and once in the evening." "But what does this have to do with the statue growing an inch every day?" "Mr. County Magistrate, now that the drought is over, you not only have to control the locust plague, but you also have to find a way to allow the people to grow crops and farm," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. "Of course," Magistrate Ho replied naturally. County Magistrate Ho realized it later. "Does this have anything to do with the growth of the stone statue?" Others had similar ideas. Gu Zhouyuan laughed loudly. "If my guess is correct, there must be a lot of seeds buried under the stone statue." The people present were all smart people, and their eyes lit up immediately when they heard this. Ho Yu said happily, "Seeds? Brother Yuan, you said there are seeds buried there? This place is not too far from the stone statue." His voice was a little loud. Some people in the crowd over there looked over here, and I don't know if they heard the conversation here. While County Magistrate Ho was delighted, he also glared at Ho Yu fiercely. Several people walked away for a while. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded. Now is the season for planting soybeans. There must be soybean seeds buried under the stone statue. Mr. Jingda clapped his hands and laughed. Soybeans swell and sprout when they come into contact with water. Their force is immense. It won't be a problem for them to arch the statue upwards. He was knowledgeable and well-versed in astronomy, geography, sericulture, and farming, so he naturally knew how much force it took for seeds to germinate. I'm naturally arrogant, and I've never really had anyone I admire from the bottom of my heart. Until I met you, my friend. Sharing a few words with you often gives me a sense of enlightenment. As he spoke, he clasped his fists and bowed to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan was shocked and hurriedly helped him up. Mr. Jingda, what are you doing? Mr. Jingda straightened his clothes and said with a smile, this gift I just gave you is an expression of my personal gratitude. Where the Tao exists, there is no elder or younger. The one who has attained it is the teacher. I hope you will accept this gift. Sir, you really embarrassed me. Gu Zhouyuan quickly returned the greeting. Mr. Jingda bowed again, and Gu Zhouyuan quickly dodged. Mr. Jingda straightened up and said, this gift is my thanks to you on behalf of these refugees. Your keen insight has saved many innocent people from death. You deserve this gift. Gu Zhouyuan looked embarrassed. He never expected that he had inadvertently become a savior. He was still in a daze when he saw Mr. Jingda bowing to Gu Zhouyuan again. I bow on behalf of the entire Dakian, thanking you for your many contributions. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly helped Mr. Jingda up and said, Sir, please don't be like this. This is what I should do. The people nearby were all stunned. Ho Yu knew that Mr. Jingda was extremely knowledgeable and had a high reputation among the students in the academy. Unexpectedly, he actually bowed to Gu Zhouyuan 3 times in a row. County Magistrate Ho was extremely shocked, as he knew this person's background. If the news that Gu Zhouyuan could receive 3 bows from Mr. Jingda were to spread, all the scholars in Dakian would definitely bow down to him in worship. Su Mufeng was no longer calm at this moment. In his impression, no one had ever been praised so highly by the gentleman, let alone bowed to him sincerely. Gu Zhouyuan didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt that it was awkward for a teacher who was almost 40 years old to bow to him, an 18-year-old boy. Chapter 210. Using one's own spear to attack another's shield. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand toward the distant woods, and a group of Yamen runners came running over. Magistrate Ho whispered a few words into the ear of the leading Yamen runner. Suddenly, so many Yamen runners in black robes ran over, and the crowd over there was immediately startled. The middle-aged man who had been inciting the crowd winked at his left and right, and 2 people came forward. I wonder what brings you here, the short man asked with a shy smile. We received a report from the public that someone here is pretending to be a ghost and inciting the people to join a cult. The county magistrate asked us to come and take a look at the situation. The leading Yamen runner spoke slowly. The short man cried out in injustice. We are a legitimate sect, just here to preach our doctrine. How can we pretend to be superstitious and incite the people? The leading Yamen runner sneered. Whether it's a legitimate sect or not is not up to you to decide. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the Yamen runners behind him walked towards the stone statue. Seeing this, the 2 men's eyes became unfriendly, and one of them quietly put his hand into his arms. The leader, standing not far from the stone statue, shook his head at the man calmly. He was still complaining in his heart. This guy is tall, but not smart. He fought with the Yamen runner with a knife in public. Isn't that like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? Although the church has attracted many believers now, it is still just a makeshift team. It's still a long way from fighting the government openly. The situation within the church is very good now, and the best way is to stay calm and develop slowly. The little leader nodded in a direction of the crowd. Then someone in the crowd shouted, we don't steal or rob, yet the government doesn't care whether we live or die, and they won't allow us to support and comfort each other and get through this difficult time. Immediately, other believers followed suit and shouted. They don't want us to see any hope and want to push us into a dead end. Only the Holy Lady of Light would care about us poor little people. Holy Maiden of Light, divine light shines everywhere. Another person also shouted. The crowd was already shocked by the so-called miracle, and now someone was inciting and leading the way. How could they remain calm? The crowd that had been kneeling in worship all stood up, raised their hands and shouted. Holy Maiden of Light, divine light shines upon us. Holy Maiden of Light, divine light shines upon us. The group of Yamen runners were immediately panicked. More than 100 people shouted slogans together, and the momentum was so huge. The leading bailiff took 2 steps back and looked towards Magistrate Ho. Mr. Jingda sighed and said, "The poor are the most honest, but also the most ignorant. Sometimes they lose their heads without even knowing why. Poor people can sometimes be hateful." Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. County Magistrate Ho frowned, and seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he had no choice but to step forward. "I am the magistrate of Qingtian County," County Magistrate Ho said loudly, raising his arms. "Everyone, please be quiet. Please be quiet." Some of the people in the crowd were residents of the city, and some had met Magistrate Ho before. Seeing the arrival of the county magistrate, the noise gradually died down. "I came here today, just like everyone else, to see the wonder of this legendary stone statue of the saint growing out of the ground," County Magistrate Ho said loudly. "It turns out that the county magistrate is here, just like us, to bathe in the divine light of the Holy Lady of Light." The hostility in the eyes of those believers who were successfully brainwashed immediately disappeared. Gu Zhouyuan kept nodding his head. This county magistrate, Ho, was a smart man. He first eliminated the other party's hostility and then infiltrated the enemy. This move was a brilliant one. But County Magistrate Ho changed the subject and continued. "Someone went to the county government office to report that there's a cult here that's spreading rumors and misleading the people, and even wants to gather people for rebellion." When they heard the word rebellion, many people in the crowd broke out in cold sweats. "You must know that rebellion is a serious crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family. No one can bear the weight of this huge burden. Your Excellency the County Magistrate, we are here, just like you, to witness the miracle that has grown from the statue." "I know," Magistrate Ho nodded, "but the sudden appearance of this stone statue is truly miraculous. As the chief official of this county, if someone files a complaint with me at the county office, I naturally have to investigate thoroughly. To prevent any bad guys from taking advantage of this incident to smear the Holy Maiden of Light, and to prevent anyone from using this to harm you fellow villagers and falsely accuse you of rebellion." When everyone heard this, they whispered to each other and felt that the county magistrate was right. The county magistrate is right. It would be better to check it out and let those villains know how powerful the Holy Lady of Light is. Gu Zhouyuan shouted in the crowd. County Magistrate Ho gave him a look of approval. The small chief's eyes rolled as he stepped forward and said, "Sir, this is the manifestation of the Holy Maiden of Light. How can we doubt it? What if we displease the God of Light, and he brings disaster upon us?" County Magistrate Ho smiled faintly. "We all believe that the Saint Lady truly possesses divine powers. Why would she be afraid of my inspection? Don't worry, this inspection is only to silence the gossips. Once this matter is over, this county will not let anyone who slanders the saint off lightly." After saying this, County Magistrate Ho signaled the bailiffs to go over and check the stone statue. "The little leader still needs to be stopped." County Magistrate Ho said coldly, "Why do you keep obstructing me? Could it be that the person who filed the complaint at the county government office is in cahoots with you?" "Damn it, it can't be you, old man. Who is behind this? You say one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. It's true that thieves in the house are the hardest to guard against." Gu Zhouyuan shouted angrily in the crowd. "Damn it, I'll beat you to death, you traitorous bastard." Ho Yu shouted, shrinking his head and hiding behind the crowd. "Beat him to death. Beat him to death." The crowd immediately raised their arms and shouted. The fact that these new believers were so easily brainwashed by the Church of Light shows that they are unstable and have no opinions of their own. As soon as someone takes the lead, the herd mentality makes them only know that they should do whatever others do, without having to think for themselves at all. The little leader's face turned pale when he saw that his usual tricks were being used to perfection by others. Then I saw several yamen runners putting their hands on the machetes at their waists. It seems like they are going to draw their knives if they disagree with something. The county magistrate is a powerful figure in Qingtian County, and he doesn't dare to compete with the county magistrate now. He had no choice but to step aside, still holding on to a hope that the clever mechanism was all at the bottom of the statue, and it was impossible to find any flaws. The yamen runners didn't hesitate at all and went straight up to push the stone statue. The little leader's face changed drastically, and he was about to say something. He saw 2 yamen runners unsheathing their machetes, and the cold light reflected on his face made him dizzy. He lowered his head and stood there obediently. Seeing them attacking the statue directly, the believers in the crowd became agitated. Chapter 2:11 excited Ho Yu. The rioting crowd is just rioting. The sharp knives in the hands of the yamen runners and the hawk-like eyes of the county magistrate made them feel afraid. No one dared to be the first to speak out. The stone statue, which is twice the size of a human, is neither light nor heavy. It weighs less than 1,000 pounds, so it may be difficult to lift it up, but it is not difficult to push it down on the spot. Just as the believers were still hesitating, the stone statue collapsed. Finally, several believers became angry. Their fanatical faith made them temporarily put life and death aside. They stood up and shouted at Magistrate Ho. "Sir Magistrate, this is an act of blasphemy against the gods. You will surely be punished by heaven in the future." Magistrate Ho was close by, so he leaned over to take a look into the mud pit under the stone statue. He nodded imperceptibly towards Gu Zhouyuan. Then he sneered. "Humph, the so-called gods are nothing more than clay sculptures or stone carvings. How can you call them blasphemous? If they were real gods, why would they have to play tricks on me?" The crowd was suddenly in an uproar, and no one knew what the county magistrate meant. The believers were even more furious. One of them shouted, "Your Excellency's actions will surely incur the wrath of the gods. All the people will suffer, and it will all be your fault." The Yamen runners who pushed down the stone statue looked at the scene in the pit with contempt on their faces. "Bah!" The leading bailiff spat at the stone statue. "How dare these wild ghosts pretend to be gods? What a bunch of charlatans." The county magistrate Ho said calmly, "In governing this area, we only believe in the law and not in falsehood. Come and see how your Holy Lady of Light is making fun of you." After county magistrate Ho finished speaking, he pointed at the pit and took 2 steps to the side. At this time, those people also realized that something was wrong and all rushed towards the pit. Everyone gathered around and looked at each other in surprise. They saw that the pit was full of bean sprouts. One believer wondered, why are there so many bean sprouts growing under this stone statue? Could it be that the saint knew we were short of food, so she cast a spell to plant soybeans to tell us that there would always be food? Gu Zhouyuan staggered and almost fell. How could someone be so stupid? County Magistrate Ho sneered. "Most of you were farmers before you left your hometown. How could you not know that sprouting soybeans can generate tremendous power, capable of pushing away anything that's pressing on them?" Only then did someone react. It turns out that the so-called apparition of the statue was just an illusion caused by the soybeans germinating in the soil due to moisture, thus pushing the stone statue upward little by little. Recalling that several people used to water the area around the stone statue every morning and evening, it was obvious that someone had buried these seeds under the statue on purpose. No wonder the county magistrate just said that he was being made a fool of. The believers immediately glared at the leaders. The middle-aged man who gave speeches every day to recruit people just saw that his plan was exposed and wanted to get away with it. He was kicked in the knee by a Yamen runner who was staring at him closely and then tied up. Several other key figures were also taken down one by one. The angry believers showed disbelief on their faces, and then they felt ashamed and returned to the crowd in shame. Gu Zhouyuan has been delayed here for a long time. Seeing that the matter here has been basically resolved, he offered to leave. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng had watched enough of the excitement and followed Gu Zhouyuan back to the city. "Brother Yuan, you're amazing. How did you know there were seeds buried under the stone statue?" Gu Zhouyuan would never tell him that all this was learned from reading online literature in his previous life. He coughed and said, "Have you forgotten what I do? I dig in the dirt all day long. How could I not see through this little trick?" Ho Yu's eyes were full of stars. He was careless, but not stupid. Most of those refugees who were bewitched were just digging for food in the soil. How come no one saw through the mystery? At this moment, his admiration for Gu Zhouyuan was like the endless torrent of a river. After all, even a teacher like Mr. Jingda was impressed by Brother Yuan. "Brother Gu, do you have anything to do?" Su Mufeng asked. He suddenly asked this, and Gu Zhouyuan was a little stunned. It's not urgent. Why do you ask this, Master Su?" Su Mufeng frowned. "Given our friendship, why are you still calling me young Master Su? Just call me by my name." Ho Yu also shouted from the side. "That's right. Don't call me young Master Ho from now on. My friends all call me Ho Yu." Gu Zhouyuan agreed with a smile. Su Mufeng nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Since you don't have any urgent matters, didn't you say you would treat us? Let's go to Huiking. Mu Feng, you finally figured it out." Ho Yu shouted excitedly. "When I get back, take my folding fan with me and my Luan bird jade pendant. I left in a hurry today and forgot them in my bedroom." It's rare that Su Mufeng, a moral gentleman, figured it out and actually took the initiative to ask to go to Huiqing River for fun. He had to go back quickly to clean up and charm the girls in the Red Sleeves show. He didn't notice that Su Mufeng's forehead was full of black lines, and he was still thinking about good things, with a stupid look on his face. Let's go to Huiqing River for dinner. Huiqing River doesn't only have pleasure boats, there's also Zuixinlu. Su Mufeng said, gritting his teeth. It turns out that I was the only one having fun. Ho Yu screamed to hide his embarrassment. "You're truly ruthless. You just kept asking about going to Zuixinlu. Don't you know how much a meal at Zuixinlu costs? Are you treating my brother Yuan like a fat sheep?" Su Mufing's face turned slightly red. What Hou Yu said was right. Others are going to treat you. So why did you choose the most expensive restaurant? But considering his status, it would be inappropriate to eat in an ordinary restaurant. He glanced at Gu Zhouyuan guiltily. Brother Gu, didn't you ask me to invite my sister's friend out for dinner? I'll do it right away. It's not that I'm taking advantage of the situation to eat at a wealthy restaurant. It's just that my sister's friend has lived a life of luxury since she was a child. I'm afraid she wouldn't like it if we went to another restaurant. Look at what you're saying. He patted his chest where the banknotes were placed and said nonchalantly, I'm a wealthy man now, so what's the big deal about treating my brothers to a good meal? Hou Yu's eyes lit up. If it's still early after dinner, can we go to Hangzhou? Seeing that Su Mufing had a bad look on his face, he hugged Gu Zhouyuan and turned around, trying to cover up his mistake and not see it. She continued, let's do nothing but listen to Yushu He Tinghua and watch the Nikhang Yui dance. At the end, he added, don't take Mufeng with you. Let him memorize his lessons at home. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh. It was the same routine as in his previous life. After eating and drinking, go for a foot bath and massage, or go karaoke for half the night. He turned his head and looked at Su Mufing, whose face was as gloomy as water. Then he glanced at Hou Yu, who was standing beside him with an expectant look on his face. I was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to agree or not. Chapter 2, 12 Ice Beauty. Su Mufing said he was going back to call someone, but he went straight to the academy. Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously, Brother Su, is our sister also studying at Qingtian Academy? No, Hou Yu rushed to say, there are 2 courtyards behind our academy, and Sister Xia lives in one of them. Mr. Jingda lives in another courtyard. What about you? Didn't they say that Lantian Academy has a regular holiday on the 10th, and the rest of the time, students live in the academy? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Hou Yu gave a bitter laugh. How can we live in the courtyard? The students in the academy all sleep in Liaosha. They are both unmarried women, so you should restrain yourself when the time comes. Su Mufing was obviously worried and issued a warning. Gu Zhouyuan was confused. Why do you think I am a gangster? He took another look at Hou Yu, who was rubbing his hands ready to fight, and he was immediately relieved. It is estimated that Su Mufing was warning Hou Yu that he was just implicated. The 3 of them chatted and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the academy. Su Mufing went in and called for help. Gu Zhouyuan and Hou Yu waited outside the academy for a long time. The 2 were getting a little impatient when they saw Su Mufing walking outside. 2 women followed behind. The woman on the right looks a little younger. She was wearing a light pink silk dress, the hem of which was embroidered with a lively pattern of butterflies playing among flowers, swaying gently with her steps. Her eyebrows and eyes are just like the first blooming peach blossoms in spring. Her eyes are bright and clear, and she looks around with radiance in her autumn water. Wherever her eyes move, she is full of the playfulness and liveliness of a girl. Her nose is straight and her cheeks are slightly rosy, just like an intoxicating sunset in the sky. Her cherry lips were bright red, as if she was telling the woman next to her something happy. When she smiles, 2 shallow dimples appear at the corners of her mouth, and sweetness spreads instantly, making people's hearts sway. Hou Yu didn't move his mouth, but hummed in his throat in a very low voice. The one wearing pink is Sister Xia. Gu Zhouyuan nodded lightly without leaving any trace. Look at another woman. The woman was slightly taller. She was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe embroidered with elegant orchid patterns, which swayed gently in the wind, as ethereal as the clouds in the mountains. Her skin was as white as snow, with a cool luster, as if it were a piece of jade covered with frost and snow. Her eyebrows are like distant ink, slender and slightly upturned, just like a crescent moon hanging in the cold night sky. The pair of big almond-shaped eyes are very beautiful, but the tails of the eyes are slightly upturned. The eyes are dark and deep, like a cold pond, with no bottom but revealing a bone-chilling coldness that makes people dare not look directly at them. Her nose is straight and beautifully lined, and her lips are red without any makeup, but they are always tightly pursed, adding a touch of coolness to her face. Her waterfall-like black hair was simply tied up with a white jade hairpin, and a few strands of hair fell on her fair neck, which made her figure more slender and her temperament more extraordinary. This woman doesn't look easy to get along with. She's an iceberg beauty. Gu Zhouyuan quickly labeled people in his mind. However, he almost became a gigolo in his previous life. No matter whether you are an icy beauty or a fiery beauty, he has no stage fright at all. This is in stark contrast to Hou Yu standing next to him. Hou Yu usually dances and chatters a lot, but when he saw 2 beauties, he became shy. Gu Zhouyuan secretly despised him in his heart. This guy kept talking nonsense, drinking wine, listening to music, and watching dance. At first glance, he thought he was an old hand in the world of flowers. He looked timid at once, probably still a novice. He gave Hou Yu a thumbs up, then walked up to Su Mufeng and said with a smile, "Mufeng, these two?" Su Mufeng leaned slightly to the side, guiding the icy beauty with his hand. He said softly, "This is Miss Zhao Yunlan, from the capital. Miss Zhao found a buyer for your night-shining pearl." Gu Zhouyuan bowed like a scholar and said, "Thank you so much for your help, Miss Zhao. I am very grateful." Zhao Yunlan simply nodded without saying anything more. Su Mufeng pointed at the girl in the pink dress and said, "This is my sister, Su Siya." Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "Although I have never met Miss Su, I have heard of her name." Su Siya seemed to be very lively. She said crisply, "Huh? Have you heard of my name?" "Oh, I see," she suddenly realized. "It must be my brother who is talking nonsense outside." As he said this, he rolled his eyes at Su Mufeng with a vicious look. But she has a pretty and sweet appearance, and this time she was angry but looked fierce and cute. Su Mufeng was very anxious and was about to explain. Then Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "That's not the case. I used to sell sweet soup in Dongji. Brother Su came to buy some, saying that his sister liked it." Su Siye's eyes lit up. "So you're the one selling that sweet soup? That sweet soup tastes so good. Why don't you sell it anymore?" The sweet soup was really delicious, and her brother would bring her a bowl of it every day. But later on, her brother said that the sugar water was temporarily out of stock, and she was still very upset. Later, I heard that Lai Fu restaurant also sold sweet soup, and it tasted exactly the same as the one sold at the sweet soup stall in Dongji. However, a bowl costs 31, and it is not sold individually. You can only buy it by ordering it in the restaurant. She ordered takeout meals for several days in a row and bought 2 servings of sweet soup as well. The food was ordered casually and finally given to Mr. Jingda. This went on for 7 or 8 days, and she felt it was too much trouble, so she stopped going to the restaurant to buy sweet soup. "I've been busy with some things at home recently and can't get away to set up a stall to sell sweet soup. However, the sweet soup in Lai Fu restaurant is made by my family. Manager Qian asks people to go to my house to pick up the goods every day," Gu Zhouyuan said. "No wonder the sweet soup at Lai Fu restaurant tastes exactly like yours." Su Siye clapped her hands. "My brother bought some sweet soup from another stall in Dongji, and it wasn't tasty at all." Su Mufeng said from the side, "Well, aren't we going to have dinner? Why don't we find a private room in Zuixinlu to sit down and talk?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "Brother Su is right. Let's set off now." "Wait a moment." Gu Zhouyuan drove his mule cart over from a distance. When the mule cart came to a stop, he shouted to the people standing there, "Get on." Several people were stunned. Where had Su Siye and Zhao Yunlan ever ridden in a mule cart? Especially Zhao Yunlan. She usually travels in a sedan chair, and for long distances, she rides in a spacious and comfortable carriage. This mule cart was actually open-top, with a mule on top and a wooden frame on the back, just like the mule carts carrying gold juice in the capital. Su Mufeng didn't expect that Gu Zhouyuan would use a mule cart to pick people up. He secretly glanced at Zhao Yunlan and found that although she looked a little surprised, she did not show any anger. Chapter 213, Give You a Little Shock. He was just about to speak up to explain a few words on Gu Zhouyuan's behalf, and then find 2 more carriages. Su Siye excitedly shouted, "I've never ridden in a mule cart before, Sister Yunlan. Let's take one. Is it okay?" Sister Yunlan's sister, she stretched out her voice and pulled Zhao Yunlan's arm and shook it continuously. Hou Yu had gradually come out of his embarrassed state by this time, and he said with a smile, "The carriage and sedan chair are too hot. It's more comfortable to ride in a mule cart. Brother Yuan's mule cart is very stable." After saying that, he quickly jumped onto the frame behind the mule cart. Su Mufeng was a little surprised. There was still room for one more person to sit on the shaft of the carriage. According to Hou Yu's personality, he should have rushed to sit next to Gu Zhouyuan. After all, the view there is wide, and it feels good to sit in the front. How could he know that Hou Yu's brain was working at a rapid speed just now, and his IQ at that moment was almost comparable to Einstein's? There are 2 beautiful girls here, but there is only room for one more person on the shaft. It was their first time meeting Gu Zhouyuan, and there was no way they could spare one person from squeezing in front with Gu Zhouyuan. Then it is most likely that Su Mufeng will sit in the front, while he and the 2 beauties will sit on the back frame. Thinking of the beautiful woman and the fragrant breeze accompanying him along the way, he wanted to laugh out loud. In his previous life, Gu Zhouyuan was also a man who could take advantage of every opportunity. He instantly saw through what this boy was thinking. I couldn't help but secretly give Hou Yu a thumbs up. Hou Yu raised his eyebrows and showed an expression of you know what I mean. Zhao Yunlan was so moved by Su Siye's coquettish and cute behavior that he had no choice but to nod and agree to ride in the convertible. Su Xie supported herself on the frame with her small hands and jumped onto the mule cart. She reached out her hand and pulled Zhao Yunlan up with her. Come, Sister Xie, sit here. Hou patted the empty seat next to him. He sat right in the middle of the mule cart, his face wrinkled with smiles. Only then did Su Mufeng realize the boy's evil ambitions. He got into the car with a gloomy face, pushed Hou to the side, and then pulled Su Xie to sit next to him. Zhao Yunlan looked at the straw covering the mule cart, frowned slightly, and finally sat down next to Su Xie. Hou's plan failed, and he felt a huge gap in his heart. He shouted, "Why don't you sit in the front? I like to sit in the back." Su Mufeng said calmly. "No," Hou said anxiously. "It's much more comfortable to sit in the front. When the mule cart is moving, there's a cool breeze, and it's not too bumpy. I just enjoy riding the ditches. If you like, you can sit in the front." Su Mufeng said indifferently. "Why is this guy guarding against me like he's a thief? How boring." Hou secretly complained. Seeing that the plan was about to fail and Su Mufeng was guarding him tightly, there was no point in squeezing in behind. Hou turned over and sat down next to Gu Zhouyuan. "Brother Yuan, I'll accompany you." Gu Zhouyuan smiled softly and whispered to Hou, "Your little thoughts are all written on your face." Hou scratched his head but did not refute. Seeing that several people were seated, Gu Zhouyuan shook the reins and shouted in a low voice, "Go." The mule cart started slowly. "This mule cart is quite comfortable to sit in," Su Xie said happily as she felt the cool breeze blowing towards her face. Zhao Yunlan sat quietly. This mule cart was still too bumpy. How could it compare to the comfort of a horse carriage? Su Mufeng smiled and said, "This mule cart is used by Brother Gu to deliver sugar water. It is not designed for comfort like the horse-drawn carriage at home. How come you're so familiar with a small businessman?" Zhao Yunlan's cold voice rang out. She and Su Mufeng have known each other since childhood. She thought she knew Su Mufeng quite well. Su Mufeng is a gentle and friendly person. He never divides people into different levels based on their occupation. He treats everyone equally with courtesy, no matter if they are high-ranking officials or common people. However, although Su Mufeng looks approachable on the surface, he is actually not someone who is easy to make friends with. He is gentle and friendly to everyone, but few people can truly enter his inner world. But just now, after a brief contact, she keenly noticed that Su Mufeng's attitude towards the young man driving in front was different. The relaxed and natural conversation, as well as the casual and relaxed expression, all told her. Su Mufeng really treated this young man as his friend. Her eyes couldn't help but drift towards Gu Zhouyuan, who was concentrating on driving. What is so special about this man that he can gain Su Mufeng's approval? The cassava detoxification method that the court has been promoting these days was discovered by Brother Gu. Su Mufeng said softly. Zhao Yunlan's eyes, as cold as stars, widened instantly. Su Cixi said in disbelief, "Really? My father said that cassava is a good thing that benefits the country and the people." She didn't remember what her father said at the time, such as alleviating the food crisis, promoting population growth, and promoting trade development. In short, she only knew that cassava was a good thing that benefited the country and the people. Hou was telling Gu Zhouyuan how outrageous the consumption in Zuixinla was and how interesting the stories told in the brothels in Weisher were. The two were in the middle of a conversation and didn't pay attention to the conversation behind them. Coupled with the wind blowing towards them, although Su Xie's voice was loud, they couldn't hear it clearly. And the blueprint of the curved plow submitted to the court was also drawn by Brother Gu. Su Mufeng said slowly. The usual coldness in Zhao Yunlan's eyes was instantly broken, replaced by a look of disbelief. It's like a calm lake surface being stirred up by a sudden stone, causing ripples. She knew that Mr. Jingda had made great achievements in Qingtian County recently. Unexpectedly, these two major discoveries were made by the young man mentioned above. She looked forward and saw Gu Zhouyuan having a pleasant conversation with Hou. The young man has a tall and straight figure, and he exudes an indescribable confidence and calmness. Su Xie opened her mouth slightly and asked Su Mufeng curiously, "Brother, if he is so capable, why does he still run this small business selling sugar water?" Su Mufeng smiled slightly and said, "Brother Gu follows his heart and does what he wants. Whether it's studying, farming, or doing small business, he considers it all as cultivation." After hearing this, Zhao Yunlan became even more curious about Gu Zhouyuan. She would not be surprised if any great scholar or retired official of the time had such an insight. But this young man looks about the same age as me, yet he has such a character. It is really rare. She was lost in thought when she heard Su Mufeng continue. The three-character classic I showed you that day was also written by Brother Gu. I told you a lot of little stories that day, all of which I heard from Brother Gu. Chapter 214, The Powerful Gu Zhouyuan. After such a short journey, both pretty girls felt a little numb. Zhao Yunlan opened his red lips and asked, "Anything else?" Su Mufeng was confused. What else? Zhao Yunlan's fair cheeks, as white as snow, were now slightly flushed. She didn't know why she asked such a question. Actually, this is also Su Mufeng's fault. He didn't finish speaking at once, but had to pour it out bit by bit. She coughed lightly and was about to say something to cover up her embarrassment. Then I heard Su Mufeng's voice again. There is also the Work for Relief program that County Magistrate Ho has recently promoted. The sparkling fruit wine I brought back last time was also made by Brother Gu. Even Zhao Yunlan, who had a cold personality, gritted his teeth in hatred. As expected, it turns out I was right. Su Mufeng felt that Zhao Yunlan looked at him with a strange look. He turned to Su Xie and asked, "Is there anything dirty on my face?" Su Xie opened her eyes wide like black grapes and searched Su Mufeng's face carefully. Then he shook his head. "No, it's quite clean." Zhao Yunlan turned his head away, too lazy to talk to him. Her eyes moved as she looked ahead, not knowing what she was thinking. Not long after, the mule cart stopped at the entrance of Zuixinlu. Zuixinlu is very grand. There are waiters at the door to greet guests and help them lead their horses, put away their luggage, and provide other services. When the waiter saw them getting off the mule cart, he curled his lips and stood there without moving, showing no intention of welcoming the guests. Zuixinlu's consumption is already among the highest in the county town. On weekdays, which customer doesn't come here in a sedan chair or a horse carriage? Riding a donkey cart? Yes, there are, but usually people are invited by others and want to see the world. They helped people lead the animals and feed them fodder, and the wealthy masters would usually reward them with a few coins. He came here by mule cart, and he's not willing to give a damn about it. Seeing this, Gu Zhouyuan knew that the waiter must look down on their shabby way of traveling. The mule cart that was envied by everyone in the village was actually despised in Zuixinlu. He was not annoyed. He always respected Luoshang first, and then others. If your car is not as good as others, it's no wonder that people look down on you. He just smiled faintly, took out a piece of silver from his pocket, and threw it to the waiter. The waiter hurriedly caught it, and his eyes lit up instantly. His attitude immediately changed, and he said with a smile on his face, "Dear guests, please come in. I will help you take this mule cart to the side yard and feed it some fodder and water." Gu Zhouyuan nodded and got out of the car. Hou got off the mule cart and said gloomily, "You won't help us tie up the mule cart if I don't give you silver, right?" He had never been looked down upon like this in Qingtian County, especially with two beautiful girls present. How could he bear such humiliation? At this time, Su Mufeng had already helped Su Xie get off the mule cart, and Su Xie then helped Zhao Yunlan get off the cart. The waiter was scolded by Hou, and when he looked at the demeanor of these people, he immediately felt regretful. The young man who just spoke was obviously not a good person and was definitely a playboy. He greeted and saw off guests every day, so he could naturally see that although the other man dressed in white as a scholar had an indifferent expression, he could not hide his noble air. The two exceptionally beautiful ladies were dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked so noble that he dared not even glance at them. However, the young man who had just given him the silver was dressed very ordinary. However, after a closer look, I found that the aura of this young man was also very unusual. He couldn't describe what kind of momentum it was: calm, confident, detached. In short, it's the feeling that nothing matters, but everything is under control. The waiter realized that he had made a mistake this time. He was so busy looking at the mule that he forgot to look at the people. His face turned pale, and he handed the silver coins back to Gu Zhouyuan with trembling hands. "I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'll return the silver to you." Gu Zhouyuan took the silver and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's okay. Help me tie up the mule." He knew that if he didn't take the money, the waiter would probably be scared to tears. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan did not blame him, the waiter nodded and bowed, picked up the reins, and led the mule away. "Didn't you say you were a regular at Zuixinlu? How come this waiter doesn't recognize you?" Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Along the way, Hou told him a lot about the luxurious and expensive food in Zuixinlu, acting as if he was a gourmet in Zuixinlu. Hou looked embarrassed. This waiter must be new. He was not bragging. Among his friends, Guan Hao and Li Kuan were both wealthy and would often treat him to drinks at Zuixinlu. He has been to Zuixinlu many times. This waiter was transferred from another Zuixinlu not long ago, so this kind of thing happened. Gu Zhouyuan said, "Oh." Several people walked towards Zuixin Tower. As soon as I walked in, the waiter was about to come over to greet me. The shopkeeper at the counter came over jogging. "Hey, Master Hou, you haven't been here for a while." Hou suddenly felt that all the gains he had just lost were now regained. He nodded slightly and said calmly, "Find us a private room upstairs. The Manhwa pavilion by the river will do." The shopkeeper's smile faltered, and he rubbed his hands in embarrassment. "Master Ho, what a coincidence. Manhwa pavilion is already booked today." Ho Yu's face changed, and he was about to explode when Gu Zhouyuan gently patted his shoulder. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "It's okay. Any other private room will do, as long as it's quiet." The shopkeeper nodded hurriedly and led everyone to a private room called Jinjiakshuan. After everyone was seated, the waiter quickly brought the menu. In general, the menu of a restaurant is passed down orally. The waiter will verbally tell the customers the name of the dish, the ingredients, and the special cooking method based on the dishes served that day in the restaurant. Like when Lu Jishan was in a restaurant in Water Margin, the waiter would announce dishes such as fat lamb, tender chicken, stuffed goose, and lean meat. Or there will be signs in the store. Wooden or copper signs will be hung in the restaurant lobby or private rooms, with the names of dishes engraved or written on them for customers to check. Some high-end restaurants provide exquisite written menus for special customer groups such as dignitaries, wealthy businessmen, etc. Made of high-quality paper or brocade, with exquisite illustrations, it details the ingredients, cooking methods, taste characteristics, etc. of the dishes. Hoyu was still upset about not being able to enter Wanhua Pavilion and kept silent. Gu Zhouyuan looked through the menu curiously. There were a wide variety of dishes on it, and the prices were staggering. A serving of fire-heeled fairy duck costs 1.5 taels of silver. A plate of stir-fried bean sprouts costs 80 coins. However, Su Mufing's expression did not change. He had eaten many dishes that were more expensive than this. Su Xia also leaned over to look at the menu. She had no idea about the prices of the dishes, so naturally, she didn't think they were expensive or not. Zhao Yunlan looked out the window. Chapter 215, Famous Double Standards. By this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. On the Huiqing River, some pleasure boats have hung up lanterns of various bright colors. "Ladies, please take a look and see if there's anything you like to eat." Gu Zhouyuan pushed the menu over. Zhao Yunlan shook his head and said calmly, "Anything is fine." This was the first time Gu Zhouyuan heard her speak. Her voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. Although it was cold and without warmth, it was very pleasant to the ear. Su Xia leaned over and pointed at a dish on the menu and asked, "What is this 100-flavor soup?" The waiter who was waiting on the side bowed and sang, "My dear lady, the 100-flavor soup in our restaurant is made with a variety of ingredients such as chicken, pork, lamb tripe, mushrooms, fungus, etc., cut into small pieces. It's simmered in chicken broth and thickened with lotus root starch, giving it a rich and delicious taste. It was only because of the heavy rain a while ago that we were able to get fresh mushrooms to make this dish. Before, we used to use dried mushrooms that were soaked, and the taste was not even close to the same." The waiter reads out the dishes countless times every day and speaks very fast. Su Xia couldn't help licking her lips after hearing his exaggerated words. "One serving of this dish." Su Mufing is not too particular about food and drink. He said anything is fine. Hoyu could barely be considered a regular here and ordered a few signature dishes. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the menu and ordered a few more, making a total of 8 dishes, 2 cold and 6 hot, plus the soup that Su Xia ordered. He ordered another 4 pounds of shengxianzui, and the whole table cost 10 taels of silver. Even if he worked as a porter for a whole year, it wouldn't be enough to pay for this table of food and wine. Gu Zhouyuan was secretly shocked, thinking that these bastards were so mean to open a restaurant. Then he thought to himself that he would soon enter the catering industry, and he thought to himself, "When the time comes, I'll set the price even higher than this and build infrastructure in the village. It will be like robbing the rich to help the poor." Comrade Gu Zhouyuan, who is well known for his double standards in Dakian, chuckled twice. Su Xia said crisply, "Brother Gu, are you thinking of something happy? You're laughing so happily." Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows at Su Mufing, meaning, "Look, I said this is our sister, and you call her brother Gu so naturally." Su Mufing curled the corners of his mouth, feeling sour in his heart. "Nothing. I just laughed at the thought of how much that bead had sold for. After being poor for a long time and suddenly becoming rich, I feel a little proud for a while." Gu Zhouyuan said, "Nonsense. I've also seen your night pearl. It's really beautiful. I want to buy it, but unfortunately, I don't have much savings." Su Xia said with her big eyes blinking. Sister Xia is right. Although the beads are beautiful, most people don't have the financial resources to spend more than 10,000 taels to buy them. As he spoke, Gu Zhouyuan looked at Zhao Yunlan and said, "It was thanks to Miss Zhao's help that I was able to find such a buyer who was willing to pay a huge sum of money for it." Zhao Yunlan shook his head slightly. "It's hardly a favor. This bead is worth the price." This woman always has a cold expression on her face. She brushed a stray strand of hair from her ear, which had been blown by the wind, and asked softly, Mr. Gu is so talented. Is he going to be a small vendor selling sweet soup in this market for the rest of his life? That won't happen. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Zhao Yunlan felt relieved. Yes, what man would allow himself to be degraded? With such great ability, yet he is willing to set up a stall in the wind and sun, earning those 2 hard-earned dollars every day? Gu Zhouyuan said in a lazy tone. I still have 100 acres of land in the village. I will probably become a big landlord. Zhao Yunlan raised his slender eyebrows slightly. Oh, we will open a restaurant later, which will be more luxurious and upscale than Zuixinlu. Gu Zhouyuan continued. He shook his head and grumbled. They set the price high, made a lot of money, and took advantage of the people without a conscience. Zhao Yunlan has a cold personality and always has an indifferent expression on his face. Whether facing praise or slander from others, she can remain calm, as if it has nothing to do with her. But in just half a day today, she was stunned by Gu Zhouyuan more times than in the past 10 years combined. She took 2 deep breaths and regained her usual calmness. You have such ability, you should serve the court. Why do you bury yourself in these money-making things all day long? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Excuse me, Miss Zhao, what does it mean to serve the court? Zhao Yunlan was stunned. She was a kind-hearted woman, so she naturally understood what Gu Zhouyuan meant. She just wanted to let Gu Zhouyuan serve as an official in the court, so that he could serve the court and contribute to Daqian. But, is serving as an official the only way to be considered as serving the court? Then cassava, curved plow, 3-character classic. Which one of them is not a good thing that benefits the country and the people? But which one of them was developed in the court? Zhao Yunlan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Mr. Gu's words make sense. I'm being narrow-minded. No matter what position one holds, as long as one cares about the country and its people, one is serving the country. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. Miss Zhao is very smart and understands everything immediately. At this time, dishes were served one after another. The aroma spread, and everyone's attention was quickly attracted by the delicious food. Su Xie scooped a spoonful of the 100-flavor soup, took a sip, and her eyes lit up instantly. It's just as the waiter said, it's delicious. Gu Zhouyuan also took a bite and found that it tasted really good. But this soup shouldn't be difficult to make. Just this bowl of soup can be sold for more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. Opening a restaurant would really be a huge profit. Since he was going to open a restaurant soon, he naturally wanted to explore the market. Zuixinlu is a top-notch restaurant, making it the most appropriate research subject. Gu Zhouyuan tasted each dish one by one. Meat with fermented black beans. Cut the lean meat into small cubes, add ginger, orange peel, purslane, and cornus officinalis, and stir-fry with fermented black beans. Su Mufeng said, this dish is often used in palace banquets. Zhao Yunlan nodded slightly, picked up a piece with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed it gently, and then said softly, it tastes okay. Gu Zhouyuan took a bite and frowned slightly. This taste. One word, weird. It contains ginger, orange peel, and dogwood, with sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors. The complex and strange taste is hard to describe. Thinking that this was palace cuisine, he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the emperor and his concubines in the palace, as they had never eaten good food. Hoyu picked up the wine jug and filled everyone's glasses with wine one by one. Shangxianzui is considered the best wine on the market. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan and added, of course, this is only temporary. Several people knew what he meant. Needless to say, Su Mufeng had drunk Gu Zhouyuan's wines more than once. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan's wine is released, Shangxianzui will be immediately dethroned. Chapter 216, Meeting an Old Friend in a Restaurant. This wine is too strong and doesn't taste good. Su Xie frowned slightly and pushed the wine glass aside. Hoyu laughed heartily. Is this wine still strong? Compared to the liquor brewed by Brother Yuan, this is a low-alcohol liquor. They all agreed with what Gu Zhouyuan said last time about distinguishing the strength of alcohol by its alcohol content. Didn't you drink the white wine that Mufeng brought back that time? Hou Yueqi asked. I took a small sip and it was too spicy. Su Xie stuck out her tongue, as if she remembered the taste of the wine that day. But that sparkling fruit wine is quite delicious. Su Xie added. This Shangxianzui is not as mellow as white wine, nor as refreshing as orange wine. You can imagine what a sensation it will cause when we sell these kinds of wine in our restaurant. Hoyu imagined the future with excitement on his face. Oh, are you going to open a restaurant too? Su Xie was surprised and asked with blinking eyes. Why, didn't Mufeng tell you? What? No. Su Xie looked at Su Mufeng, and everyone else's eyes also turned over. Su Mufeng touched his nose, coughed lightly, and said, Brother Gu wants to open a restaurant on the banks of the Huiqing River. Ho Yu and I have each invested 2 shares in the joint venture. Su Xie was stunned with her mouth slightly open. She obviously didn't expect that her brother would go and start a business with someone else. Zhao Yunlan became even more curious about Gu Zhouyuan. It turned out that what he had just said about wanting to open a restaurant was not just talk. This guy is really energetic. He wants to be a local landlord and a restaurant owner, and he still finds time to come up with so many weird things. Su Xie looked at Su Mufeng with a bad face. Why didn't you tell me that you opened a restaurant with someone? Brother Gu and Ho Yu are in charge of the restaurant's affairs. I just paid a sum of money. I didn't mean to hide it from you, Xie. Su Mufeng smiled and was very humble. Gu Zhouyuan and Ho Yu looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Su Mufeng usually does things in a very methodical manner, just like an old scholar, but I never thought he had this side to him. Ho Yu stood up and said, Since Sister Sep doesn't like drinking Shengxianzui, I'll go to the counter to see if there are any sweet drinks like sugar water. Su Mufeng carefully coaxed Su Xie, who was obviously not really angry. She said a few harsh words and then started chatting with Zhao Yunlan while eating. Su Mufeng and Gu Zhouyuan toasted each other for a long time, but Ho Yu still didn't come back. Could it be that Ho Yu had diarrhea and went to the toilet? Gu Zhouyuan was about to get up and go outside to take a look. Then I heard a noisy sound outside. Gu Zhouyuan had sharp ears, and he could clearly hear Ho Yu's voice mixed in with the noise. He stood up and walked out. Ho Yu is in trouble. The other 3 were slightly stunned and followed him out. I saw 7 or 8 people gathered next to the counter on the first floor. Ho Yu was among them. He was arguing with a tall young man in blue. How come there is someone in Qingtian County who dares to challenge Ho Yu? Gu Zhouyuan was very surprised, and several people hurried down the stairs. Ho Yu, if you are afraid, you can admit defeat now. The young man in blue crossed his arms with a provocative smile on his face. Ho Yu's face flushed. Who's afraid of you? Today's matter must be made clear. Gu Zhouyuan walked forward and asked Ho Yu softly, What's going on? Ho Yu snorted coldly and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, This man is called Guahao. He is the son of Guadaji, the richest man in neighboring Shima County. Before I entered Qingtian Academy, he and I studied at Maxiang Academy together. This guy is uneducated and has no skills. He forms cliques in the academy and loves to tease the peasant students. I can't stand it, so I often clash with him. The young man in blue named Guahao glared at him with dead eyes and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you flatter yourself? How did you get the nickname Maxiang Little Overlord? Is it because you've been doing good deeds and the master gave you this title? Let's not laugh at each other. We all know why you're picking on me. It's all about turf war and brother hunting. Ho Yu gritted his teeth. He was in college at the time, surrounded by a group of people. He acted in a high-profile manner, but never bullied poor students. But these things happened several years ago, and he has no witnesses now, so there is no point in him arguing about it. Gu Zhouyuan and Su Mufeng were both surprised. Although Guahao is the son of the richest man in Shima County, Ho Yu's father is the county magistrate. A businessman and a county magistrate are not on the same level, and this so-called son of the richest man came from the next county. Ho Yu is not the kind of person who would suffer a loss at all, but for some reason, he kept putting up with Guahao. Ho Yu seemed to understand their confusion. He chuckled twice and said, Guahao's maternal grandfather is from Qingtian County. He grew up in Qingtian County. Oh, and his uncle is a doctor in the Ministry of Personnel. Gu Zhouyuan and the others suddenly understood. The Longzhong of the Ministry of Personnel is the head of each department of the Ministry of Personnel. Under the leadership of the Minister and Vice Minister of Personnel, he is responsible for specific affairs in a certain area. For example, the Longzhong of the Wenchuan Kinglisi was in charge of the selection and promotion of civil officials. The Longzhong of the Ministry of Examination and Inspection was responsible for evaluating the political achievements of officials. How could ordinary local officials dare to offend his family? No wonder Ho Yu didn't get angry. What's going on? What bet did you make? Gu Zhouyuan just heard Guahao say that he would give up if he was scared, and he guessed that the two of them must have made some kind of bet. Ho Yu said, He has been talking to himself all the time. I have no idea what gambling he is talking about. It turned out that he had just gone downstairs and told the shopkeeper to ask the kitchen to make 2 sweet drinks. I happened to meet Guahao coming with a group of people. It turned out that the moon-watching pavilion was booked by Guahao and his friends. Although he disliked Guahao, he didn't want to get too involved with him. He glanced at Guahao and the others, then prepared to go back upstairs. But he didn't expect Guahao to grab him and talk to him about all sorts of things. The two argued for a while, and Guahao suddenly said he wanted to make a bet with him. It is said that whoever loses will be humble and submissive from then on and will call the other person brother when they meet. Later, Gu Zhouyuan and others came over. Several people listened to Hou Yu's account of what had happened. Su Xie asked crisply, "What do you want to bet on?" Gua Hao just saw two beautiful women coming down from upstairs. He is an old hand in the world of flowers and feels a little itchy when he sees a beautiful girl. However, he saw that Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan had outstanding temperaments and were obviously ladies from wealthy families, so he did not approach them to chat. When he heard the pretty and lovely girl taking the initiative to talk to him, his face suddenly smiled like a chrysanthemum. Hou Yu and I had a feud in the academy, so I made a bet with him in the academy way. Chapter 217, The Ever-Victorious General. He turned to Hou Yu and said, "Let's follow the same duel we had at Maxiang Academy. There will be 3 rounds of both civil and martial arts. Winning 2 rounds will qualify you as the winner. Both of them are second-generation rich, and no one can afford to offend them." The shopkeeper, who was caught in the middle and in a dilemma, turned even paler when he heard that there would be a fight. "Well," the shopkeeper said with a stiff upper lip, "Look, Master Gua, in Manhwa Pavilion, the cold dishes are already on the table, and the shengxianzui has been served. You're still hungry. Why don't you go upstairs and eat and drink first? I'll go to the kitchen and help you cook." Conflicts often arise from a lack of communication. The shopkeeper thought, "Let's put this matter aside for now. After both sides have had 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, all the conflicts will be forgotten." He had a nice idea, but Gua Hao didn't respond at all. Then Gua Hao shouted, "How about it? You had a lot of followers back then, and you did this a lot." This damn fight between literature and martial arts made him lose face a lot in the academy at that time. There is a master among his friends who are having dinner here today. As the saying goes, revenge is never too late for a gentleman. He wants to pick up the ground he lost before. A fight? Hou Yu asked slowly. "Are you, or am I going to do it myself? Or should we stick to the old rules and have anyone around us do it?" "Of course it's the old rules." Gua Hao folded his arms across his chest and sneered. This was how the two of them had always fought. Was there any need to ask? The more questions he asked, the more insecure Hou Yu felt. He looked at Hou Yu calmly, hoping to see an expression of embarrassment and panic on the other's face. But Hou Yu had a strange smile on his face, which was exactly the same as the playful smile he liked to show when teasing others. Hou Yu was already beaming with joy. "What do you think you're betting with me? I just thought it was some kind of show of wealth. I don't have that much money to compete with this rich second generation. The result is this? You want to compete with me in literary skills? Do you know my brother Yuan's rank? A talented person who can even defeat Mr. Jingda. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone here is garbage. Let's talk about the competition. Let's not talk about that day when Brother Yuan killed 4 evil servants alone. There was one time in Dongji where Brother Yuan knocked out all the teeth of a gang leader under Zhang Jinhu with ease, without even losing a hair of his own. It is conceivable how strong Brother Yuan's fighting ability is." Hou Yu looked at Gu Zhouyuan with burning eyes. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little uneasy when he was looked at by him, and quickly took 2 steps to the side. Hou Yu's head turned along with him, and he said pitifully, "Brother Yuan, you have to help me." In fact, given his current relationship with Gu Zhouyuan, he knew that Gu Zhouyuan would definitely help him. This was just him relaxing and acting funny. Zhao Yunlan looked at Gu Zhouyuan, his eyebrows slightly raised. Looking at Hou Yu's appearance, Gu Zhouyuan is actually both civil and martial? Yes. He compiled the 3-character classic, so it must have some literary grace. As for martial arts, I can't tell for the time being. Gu Zhouyuan had no objection, as he had long regarded Hou Yu as a friend, and Hou Yu had helped him out many times. Now that his brother is in trouble, he naturally has to help out. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Hou Yu chuckled, turned around, and said to Gua Hao, "You haven't eaten yet, right? How about giving you some time to eat before you gamble? Don't make excuses when you lose." Gua Hao and his gang were a little confused when they saw Hou Yu's sudden change in momentum. He asked for help from the young man in coarse clothes, and then became full of confidence. There's nothing special about this young man except that he's tall and straight and looks sunny. A scholar with a mustache leaned over to Gua Hao's ear and whispered, "I think this guy is bluffing and trying to stall for time." "That makes sense." Gua Hao nodded and said, "No need. It's not too late to eat after the competition. It won't take long to defeat you." "Wait a minute," Hou Yu shouted. "I want to raise the bet. Whoever loses will pay for both sides' meals today and will not be allowed to eat in Wanhua Pavilion anymore." Seeing Hou Yu still stalling, Gua Hao sneered. "All right, if you have any other bets, tell me all of them and I'll take them all." He thought he had seen through Hou Yu's tricks, and now watching Hou Yu's performance was like watching a monkey acrobatics. Hou Yu waved his hand and said, "No more." I'm still hungry. Let's make a quick decision. I need to eat at Manhwa Pavilion later. It has the best view of the Huiqing River. Hearing this, Guahao began to doubt his previous judgment. Then Hou continued. Since you're the one who proposed the duel, then according to the rules, I'll be the one to ask the first question. Brother Yuan, what do you think about our first question? Which one should be liberal arts or martial arts? Hou asked Guizhou Yuan. Su Mufeng said from the side. Let's pick the martial arts competition. We are sure to win in the literary competition, no matter what questions they come up with. Guizhou Yuan also nodded and said, then let's fight. Su Mufeng's analysis was correct. He hoped the other party wouldn't organize a competition like horse riding or archery, otherwise he might not be able to win. The system strengthens his physical fitness, but he still needs to practice the technical skills himself. Now that I have the right to set the questions, I'll just keep it simple and rough. The two of us will fight each other, and whoever falls down loses. Do you want to sign a life and death agreement? You don't have to pay with your life for killing someone, right? Guizhou Yuan joked. He twisted his neck and stretched his arms and legs. He also grinned at Guahao, revealing a row of big white teeth. Wait. Guahao felt a little uneasy and shouted quickly. We are all scholars. It would be disrespectful to start a fight right away. Are you done yet? If you are afraid, just admit defeat as soon as possible. Hou sneered. This was what Guahao said to him before, and now he returned it intact. Guahao was a little embarrassed, but he could only bite the bullet and say, there are two beautiful ladies here. It's not a good look for two scholars to fight each other. Guizhou Yuan was surprised. If there is no fighting in the martial arts competition, what is the competition? The deployment of troops. Guahao looked to the sides. The man with a mustache beside him stroked his mustache and said, we are all gentlemen. Naturally, we don't bother to fight. If people can't play, dogs can be used instead. Guahao nodded continuously. Exactly. Dog fighting is very common in this world. In addition to dog fighting, young men also engage in cockfighting, cricket fighting, and quail fighting. People in border areas also engage in bullfighting and even camel fighting. This year, Guahao got a greyhound in Shaanxi, and it was invincible in the dog fighting world of Shima County. He renamed his beloved dog the ever-victorious General and took him with him wherever he went. He came to Qingtian County for business these 2 days, and General Changxing naturally followed him. Chapter 2:18 Are you looking for trouble? Dog fighting? Hou frowned. He has never liked these things, so even though he has a dog at home, it is just an ordinary small-sized local dog. He knew that Guahao was always teasing cats and dogs, so he must have a few fierce dogs. He was about to refuse. Guizhou Yuan then asked with great interest, oh, how do you fight with dogs? When Hou was anxious, he saw Guizhou Yuan gave him a reassuring look. Put 2 dogs in a cage and let them fight. There's no need for any rules. The winner will be obvious at a glance. Guahao crossed his arms and looked at him disdainfully. In fact, there are several rules for dog fighting, including speed competition, rabbit chasing competition, and biting competition. Most of the other types require professional venues, but it is most convenient to fight in pairs. A large cage will do. If there is no cage, you can also lock it in the house. Guizhou Yuan nodded. This is quite interesting, and it saves us from having to do anything. Hou said anxiously, Brother Yuan, this guy has several fierce dogs. We can't defeat him. A fierce dog? How fierce can it be? Guizhou Yuan chuckled. He has all kinds of dog breeds. Caucasian, shepherd dog, pit bull, canary. There are also local breeds, such as Tibetan Mastiff, Chinese Wolf Green, and East Sichuan Hound. If all else fails, there are wild spotted hyenas. Are you trying to be a dog with him? Are you looking for trouble? He smiled at Hou and said, Don't worry, I have a dog too. It's very fierce. Xiaobai's figure immediately appeared in Hou's mind. Fierce. It's obviously cute. Seeing that Guizhou Yuan was about to agree, Guahao quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, Then it's settled. Our first fight will be a dog fight. No problem. Go and get the dog. Guizhou Yuan waved his hand. Guahao said to the person next to him, Go and bring General Changxing to me. The owner of Zuixinlu saw that the 2 groups had made the decision and were about to start a dog fight. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dog fighting is much less risky than fighting humans. He hurriedly said, I have 2 woodsheds in my side yard. One of them is empty and can be used as a competition venue. These guys must be moved somewhere else. If the 2 dogs start fighting in the dining room on this floor, he will have no business left. It would be nice to have a separate room. Guahao waved his hand and said, Let's go. After waiting for a while, Guahao's subordinate came back with a skinny dog in his hand. Guizhou Yuan knew this dog. It was good at chasing rabbits in the snow, but it seemed not very useful for dog fighting. In fact, Guizhou Yuan didn't quite understand. Although the Chinese greyhound looked tall and thin, as if it had no fighting power. Its fighting power was actually not weak. After all, it is a hunting dog breed and is very brave when fighting. The prototype of the roaring sky dog in Journey to the West is the local white-haired greyhound. This is also one of the reasons why Gua Hao is full of confidence. He was also certain that Hou Yu would not be able to find any powerful fierce dog in a short period of time. Gu Zhouyuan already had an idea in his mind. He said to Hou Yu and the others, "I have a dog at a friend's house, not far from here. Please wait for me for a while." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Gu Zhouyuan turned into an alley and started searching the mall. To deal with a small dog, a Tibetan Mastiff is enough to crush it. He bought a blue wolf Mastiff with its head covered. This thing was wild and difficult to tame. Without the head covered, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't take it away. Gu Zhouyuan half led and half dragged Qinglang to the fighting arena. Everyone was surprised when they saw the blue wolf Mastiff that Gu Zhouyuan brought. The dog was covered in long hair, had a huge body, bulging muscles, and exuded a ferocious aura. It forms a stark contrast with the greyhound waiting on the side. What kind of dog is this? How come I've never seen one before? Gua Hao was secretly surprised, but still pretended to be calm. It might just be a showpiece that looks good, but is useless. Hou Yu was overjoyed. "Brother Yuan, what's the name of this dog?" "It's too powerful. This is called a blue wolf, a dog breed from Tubo," Gu Zhouyuan replied. The competition began, and the two dogs were put into the woodshed. The greyhound was obviously a little scared and retreated to the corner with its tail between its legs. The moment the door closed, Gu Zhouyuan pulled off the hood of the blue wolf Mastiff. The blue wolf Mastiff shook its huge head and looked at the unfamiliar environment curiously. It got used to the light in the woodshed and suddenly smelled the scent of other dogs in the room. It turned its head and looked towards the corner of the room. A group of people were leaning against the window of the woodshed and looking inside. Some people who couldn't squeeze through would peek inside through the crack in the door. The blue wolf Mastiff has a very strong sense of territory. When it sees the greyhound, its hair stands up, making its already huge body even bigger. Without even a second's hesitation, it bared its teeth, growled, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards the puppy in the corner. If it were in an open area, the blue wolf Mastiff would really have no way to deal with the greyhound because of its agility. Unfortunately, the firewood shed was too small and the greyhound had nowhere to hide. They could only tuck their tails between their legs and be forced to fight. The blue wolf Mastiff pounced forward aggressively and bit the greyhound's neck. The greyhound dodged the fatal blow, and the blue wolf bit the greyhound on the lower back. In the fight for its life, the greyhound was also aroused and turned around to bite the blue wolf Mastiff's leg. The blue wolf Mastiff felt the pain and went crazy. It threw the greyhound against the wall with all its might. Everyone outside was watching nervously, and Gua Hao shouted, "Come on, General Changsheng." Hou Yu shouted excitedly, "Blue wolf, bite it to death." The greyhound hit the wall hard and struggled to stand up. But the blue wolf was already bloodthirsty and would not let go of this opportunity, so he pounced on it again. He bit the puppy's throat tightly, shook his head from side to side, and made a low growling sound. The greyhound kicked its legs, whimpered a few times, and then stopped moving. "Haha, we won." Hou Yu cheered. Gua Hao and his group were all dejected, especially Gua Hao, whose face was ashen. It sounds like a long story, but in fact it didn't take that long at all, and it didn't take more than a few rounds. He didn't expect that his ever-victorious general would be defeated so easily. Hou Yu looked into the woodshed. The thin dog was obviously dead, but the blue wolf was still biting and showing signs of going crazy. His face turned a little pale. But Su Xie had already run to the side, unable to bear to watch any longer. Zhao Yunlan watched this scene thoughtfully. This dog is indeed strong. Gu Zhouyuan just said that this blue wolf Mastiff is a breed of dog from Tubo, but no one knows how he got it. When she thought about her brother's desire for her to marry to Tibet, she suddenly felt annoyed. "Well," Su Mufeng looked at the blood splattering in the woodshed and said with a look of reluctance, "We have already won. You can lead Qinglang out." Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Mastiff didn't recognize him as its master. If he went in at this time, he would definitely be attacked indiscriminately by the stupid dog in the house. Chapter 219 Children Playing House. "You go first. My dog will go crazy when it sees outsiders," Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. Gua Hao lost the battle miserably and was extremely depressed. Naturally, he would not think of going in to help his ever-victorious general collect the body. He flicked his sleeves and walked towards the restaurant entrance. The whole group of people followed him. Hou Yu asked worriedly, "Brother Yuan, is everything okay?" Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. "You guys go first, I'll take care of it soon. Wait until everyone has left." Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed. He bought a tranquilizer gun in the mall and fired a shot at the mad blue wolf mastiff in the woodshed. After waiting for a while, the mastiff fell to the ground limply, and he went into the house to return the dog to the mall. By the way, the bloody dead dog was also sold. Gu Zhouyuan stayed here for a while. When he walked into the hall of Zuixinlu, he saw Gua Hao and his group, each holding a plate of snacks and eating them voraciously. Gua Hao and his friends came to the restaurant just to eat, and it had been a long time since they made the bet with Hou Yu. Everyone is starving at this moment. Thinking that there would be 2 more competitions soon, someone suggested that the waiter prepare some snacks to fill the stomach first. Hou Yu and his friends had already eaten something in the private room, so they were not very hungry. Besides, it's impossible for Zhao Yunlan and Su Xie to eat and drink in such an uncivilized manner in public. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan walking over, Gua Hao threw the remaining snacks on the table. He wiped his mouth and said, "This competition is naturally a literary competition. It's our turn to ask the questions first." Hou Yu was shocked by the guy's shamelessness. He immediately retorted, "You were the one who came up with the question about the dogfight just now. Why did you come up with this question first? Mr. Guo just made a small suggestion just now, and it just happened that you adopted that suggestion. It doesn't count as a question from our side," said the scholar with a mustache next to Gua Hao. Gu Zhouyuan watched them trying to be clever, including Hou Yu gambling with them, as if he was watching children playing house. He smiled and said, "You can come up with the questions." The man with the mustache bowed and said, "Let's compete in couplet writing." Gu Zhouyuan was very disappointed. He thought they were going to compete in poetry. He has countless tang and song poems at his fingertips, and he can easily win by picking any one of them. He never imagined that those who are good at poetry in this world will be highly valued by the court and will never follow a playboy like a lackey. Gua Hao snorted proudly, thinking that the scholar with a mustache on his side was a master of couplets. Because he had failed the imperial examinations for a long time and felt disheartened, he found a wealthy boss and became Gua Hao's advisor. The scholar with a mustache twirled his beard and saw the teapot on the table, and a couplet came to his mind. Shaking his head, he said, "I'll give the first line. The tea is still hot even after the guests leave." After saying that, he looked at Gu Zhouyuan provocatively. Hou Yu frowned and was thinking hard. This couplet wasn't too difficult, and Su Mufeng and Zhao Yunlan already had some idea of it. They felt that as long as they thought about it for a while longer, coming up with the second line should not be a problem. Then Gu Zhouyuan said casually, "The wine is even more fragrant when guests come." He fixed his eyes on the wine jug on the table, and his voice was steady and calm. It was obvious that, like his mustache, his inspiration came from the objects on the scene. Gua Hao's face changed, and the scholar with a mustache also widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the other party would be so easy to defeat. "Oomph, you guys are lucky this round. Try again," Gua Hao said unwillingly. "Give me a harder one," he said to the man with a mustache. I didn't realize that the guy opposite is so capable. The man with the mustache decided not to show off his quick wit and took out his best couplet. 10 of my thoughts are on my country, my king, and my country." He had composed this couplet many years ago, hoping to use it to flatter his superiors after he succeeded in the imperial examination. Unfortunately, he failed the exam repeatedly, and this couplet became useless. This is a couplet composed of broken characters, which is much more difficult than the previous one. As soon as he uttered this couplet, Gua Hao took the lead in cheering, and his younger brothers also waved their flags and shouted. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned. This couplet was familiar to him. Gu Zhouyuan said slowly, "I'm going to write the second line. I express my gratitude with every inch of my body, thanking heaven, thanking the earth, and thanking the king." The scholar with the mustache turned pale in an instant. He could never have imagined that the couplet he had painstakingly come up with would be matched so quickly. Moreover, the parallelism is neat and the artistic conception is consistent. Even the way he flatters is exactly the same as in his first couplet. His face was full of disbelief. Hou Yu jumped up excitedly. "Brother Yuan is awesome." Zhao Yunlan looked at Gu Zhouyuan thoughtfully. He was so quick-witted. The more I get along with this person, the more mysterious he seems. He peels off layer by layer, as if he can never be seen through. Su Xie clapped her hands and said, "Brother, your friend is really amazing." Su Mufeng nodded. Of course, even the teacher admires Brother Gu's talent. Gua Hao and his gang opened their mouths slightly, feeling as uncomfortable as if they had eaten fly poop. Did you know this couplet in advance?" The man with a mustache asked angrily. Gu Zhouyuan simply smiled faintly. "I can come up with 3 couplets of this standard in the time it takes me to pee, so why would I need to inquire about it in advance?" As he spoke, he began to chant, 8 eyes are still appreciating flowers, the moon and the autumn fragrance." Everyone present was secretly shocked when they heard that all the couplets he recited were perfect. Guahao gritted his teeth and signaled the man with the mustache to ask another question. Wait a minute, Gu Zhouyuan said. You've already come up with 2 couplets. I'll come up with the third one. My patience is limited, and I don't have time to play rounds with you. I'll only give you this couplet. If you match it, you win. If you don't, you lose today's competition. Guahao's eyes rolled around. They were clearly at a disadvantage. Now that the rules Gu Zhouyuan mentioned were in their favor, there was no reason for him to refuse. Seeing that Guahao had no objection, Gu Zhouyuan slowly said, My first line of the couplet is, Enter the ancient spring and drink 10 mouthfuls of water. As long as you can come up with the second line, we will lose this literary duel. The man with the mustache was stunned for a moment, and Guahao's face turned pale, knowing that he had lost again. One of Guahao's men asked curiously, Master, is this first couplet difficult? What about ancient springs and white water? It sounds commonplace and not profound or obscure. Why does even the young master's #1 advisor look so grief-stricken? Guahao glanced at him and didn't bother to answer him. This couplet is also a couplet that is made up of decomposed characters, but compared with the couplet made by the master, the difficulty has increased by many times. Gu is split into Shirko, and Quan is split into Bai Shui. The meaning of the couplet is that one comes to an ancient spring and drinks 10 mouthfuls of sweet spring water. It is difficult to come up with a poetic first couplet, let alone a second couplet with the same poetic meaning. It is extremely difficult to just make far-fetched connections and come up with a neatly balanced couplet. Chapter 2, 20 Losing My Sister. Hoyu was already laughing. He was just not good at studying, not as ignorant as Guahao's follower. He naturally knew how profound Gu Zhouyuan's couplet was. Su Xie and Su Mufeng, brother and sister, have been taught by famous teachers since childhood and have made remarkable achievements in literature, but they were also stumped by Gu Zhouyuan's couplet. Zhao Yunlan's beautiful eyes gleamed with wonder. This young man was truly amazing. Guahao lost 2 games in a row, and both were games he felt he was fully confident of winning. How can you save face? The invincible general, who lost the first game, is now dead. He now wished that the useless guy with the mustache who came on the second field would disappear from his sight. He angrily said, You always brag about being a DY-piercing intestine, but it turns out you're just a silver-plated spearhead. The man with the mustache turned pale and muttered, Impossible, impossible. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted at Gu Zhouyuan, There's no second line to this couplet. You must have heard it somewhere. Absolutely, this one doesn't count. That's right. Guahao clapped his hands and said, How could a country bumpkin like you come up with such a difficult couplet? It must be an isolated couplet you heard from somewhere else. You're cheating. This round doesn't count. Guahao's followers also shouted, Cheating. It doesn't count. Hoyu said coldly, What? Guahao, you can't afford to lose. Their competition caused quite a stir. The diners in the first-floor hall had already put down their chopsticks and were watching the show while drinking tea and eating melon seeds. With so many people watching him, how could Guahao admit defeat like this? He considered himself a well-known figure in Shima and Qingtian counties. Being treated like a joke by everyone was a huge shock to him. He chuckled, Who can't stand losing? You're relying on cheating to win the competition, Hoyu. You're going backwards as you get older. Hoyu's face darkened and he raised his hand to curse. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head at him. You keep saying this is an isolated link, Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. Since it's an isolated link, then there must be no lower link, right? Guahao felt something was wrong, but with so many people watching him, and his words had already been spoken, it was impossible to swallow them back. He said stubbornly, It's natural. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said aloud, I have the second line. Climb Zhongyue Mountain to see thousands of miles of mountains. As soon as this couplet came out, the whole place fell silent. Most of the people present were educated, so they naturally knew that the second half of the couplet was brilliant. Occasionally, there would be semi-illiterate people like Guahao's younger brother who were influenced by the momentum of the scene and silently swallowed their doubts. In the second couplet of Gu Zhouyuan's work, Zhong, heavy, is split into Chanli, thousands of miles, and Yit, mountain, is split into Chusan, hills and mountains, which corresponds to the splitting method of Shriko, 10 mouths for ancient times, white water for springs, in the first couplet. It also depicts the scene of climbing up the heavy mountain to view the thousands of miles of hills and mountains, with a broad artistic conception. Dui Chuan Chong swallowed his saliva and no longer had the heart to argue. Guahao's expression was distorted. If he had known this earlier, he would have simply admitted defeat. Now that he was struggling, he ended up getting slapped in the face again and again. Seeing the heavy dew and rain, a journey of 1,000 miles is heard. Then Gu Zhouyuan chanted again. Pia. This was like a heavy slap in Guahao's face. You say that this is an absolute couplet without a second line, but people can come up with 2 couplets in an instant. Master Guahao, Hou said proudly. What do you say? Guahao snorted coldly and said to the shopkeeper of Zuixinlu. How much silver is his table? Put it on my account. The shopkeeper glanced at the bill and said with a flattering smile. Including the 2 sweet soups young master Hou ordered earlier, the total is 11 taels and 2 qian of silver. I'll round off the amount for you. Thank you for the 11 taels. Guahaozi waved his hand. It's on hold. Hey, the shopkeeper bowed in response. He was about to leave when Hou held out his hand to stop him. Have you forgotten we have other bets? Guahao frowned. I will never enter the moon-watching pavilion again. I won't eat the food I've ordered from the moon-watching pavilion today either. He was so angry today that he had no appetite to eat. Hou grabbed Guahao as he was about to leave and said with a forced smile, You look young, so why is your memory so bad? Whoever loses will be the lower one. You were the one who proposed this bet. What? Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Gu Zhouyuan crossed his arms over his chest and watched calmly as Hou settled the score with others. Su Xie leaned over and said in a crisp voice, Brother Gu, you're amazing. I couldn't think of the second line of that couplet even when I racked my brains, and you were able to come up with 2 at once. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else, Gu Zhouyuan said mysteriously, lowering his voice. Actually, I copied that couplet. Su Xie was slightly startled, then she laughed sweetly. Brother Gu, you are lying to me. I don't believe it. That couplet is so exquisite. If it was written by an ancient person, it would be impossible for it to remain unknown. How could it be left for you to copy? Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan both thought the same. Su Mufeng knew Gu Zhouyuan's talent and thought he was talking nonsense. He watched his sister talking to Gu Zhouyuan with a sweet smile on her face and immediately became alert. Did Brother Gu say this on purpose to attract my attention? This guy is handsome, sunny, talented, and extremely attractive to women. Seeing his sister chatting happily with Gu Zhouyuan, even Zhao Yunlan's eyes often fell on Gu Zhouyuan. He secretly groaned in his heart. His sister was sacrificed during a meal. How could this be possible? Gu Zhouyuan naturally didn't know that this guy had already imagined a big drama in his mind in such a short time. He was just telling the truth, but he didn't expect that when he lied, others would believe it was true. When he told the truth, everyone thought he was lying. It's really hard to be an honest person. Over there, Hou finally got what he wanted. Guahao gritted his teeth, bowed to Hou, and said fiercely, Brother Hou, I, Guahao, am honored to meet you. Hou's face was full of smiles. He and Guahao had been fighting for such a long time, and both sides had wins and losses. It is a unique occasion that someone wins without any effort like this. The stakes are high. From now on, Guahao will be inferior to me and will never be able to turn things around. Thinking of this, he laughed heartily and said, No need to be so polite, Xiaogua. Please stand up quickly. Guahao no longer had the face to stay here, so he flicked his sleeves and walked outside with his men. When passing by Gu Zhouyuan, he gave him a hateful look. Gu Zhouyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you holding a grudge against me? He stared at the backs of Guahao and his group, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. There are refugees everywhere, and the situation outside is chaotic. I think a few deaths are not a big deal. Chapter 221 Pack, and take it back. Hou was still feeling the afterglow of victory. Gu Zhouyuan walked up to him and said, That Uncle Guahao is a doctor in the Ministry of Personnel. If you humiliate him like this, aren't you afraid that he will try to trip you up behind your back? Hou smiled and shook his head. We have been fighting each other for many years. No matter how badly one of us loses, we will never go home to complain. Although Guahao is arrogant and domineering, he is an upright person who can afford to play and lose. I never do anything behind the scenes. If I lose, I'll just try to make it back the next time. Besides, if I go after his uncle for these petty fights, I'll be looked down upon by people in the circle. Gu Zhouyuan touched his chin. This guy is actually a villain with a bottom line. Fortunately, the bottom line he maintained won him a chance to survive. The few of them went upstairs again, and the tactful shopkeeper had already asked the kitchen to heat up the cold food. Hou was in high spirits, holding the wine jug and pouring wine for Gu Zhouyuan over and over again. After eating and drinking for a while, everyone was almost full. Seeing that it was getting dark, Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said, It's getting late. I have to go home quickly. It's already pitch black outside. How can you walk the mountain road alone? Why don't you stay at my house for a night? It won't be too late to go back tomorrow morning. Hou looked out the window. All the lanterns on the pleasure boats in the Huaiqing River were lit. It was already the middle of the hour. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. I didn't tell my family when I came. If I didn't come back overnight, they would be worried. Yu said, how about I call a few more people to take you home? No need. I'm very familiar with that road. They are all familiar villages, so it's no big deal. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and shook his head. Su Mufeng frowned slightly and said worriedly, it's different now than before. There are more hungry people, and the road is not safe. Gu Zhouyuan also knew that what they were worried about was true, but he couldn't tell anyone about the fact that he was a cheater. He could only laugh. It's okay, don't worry. Seeing that they were about to persuade him again, Gu Zhouyuan quickly changed the subject and said, there's still a table of food at Manhwa Pavilion. I'll ask the shopkeeper to pack it up for me and take it back for Enyang and the others. That table of food was reserved by Guahao. They met Yu downstairs and started fighting. He didn't even go upstairs and didn't touch the food on the table. The shopkeeper also tacitly agreed that the food was won by Yu and his friends, and it would be nice to take it back home for his family to eat. Yu rushed downstairs first to find someone to pack food for Gu Zhouyuan. The 3-layer food box packed 8 boxes. There were 8 of us in total, and we ordered more than 20 dishes. Gu Zhouyuan finally had a clear understanding of the son of the richest man in Shima County. He was a typical rich second generation. The shopkeeper thoughtfully asked his servant to wrap the food box with a large piece of cloth and then fix it on Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart. A thick layer of hay was also laid under and around the food box to keep it warm and prevent it from shaking. Brother Gu, can I go to Datong village to play in the future? Su Xie looked expectant. She had just heard a lot of interesting stories about Datong village at the dinner table. Fishing, picking mushrooms, growing vegetables, raising chickens and ducks, hunting birds, and digging wild vegetables. All these things are fatal temptations to a woman like her who grew up in seclusion. Zhao Yunlan's eyes also sparkled. Compared to Su Xie, she had grown up in an environment with even more rules, which made her feel extremely depressed. Such a leisurely pastoral life is exactly what she longs for but cannot reach. She is cold by nature, so naturally she can't say whatever she wants like Su Xie. However, if Xie went to Datong village, she would definitely call her to go with her, so it didn't matter whether she asked for it or not. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, why not? You're most welcome. He knew these city ladies were tired of the life of luxury and wanted to experience a different life, which was human nature. If you have money and free time, there is nothing wrong with going to the countryside to experience the pastoral scenery. As the saying goes, a wealthy countryside is a pure land, while a poor countryside is just dirt. The place that the villagers who have to eat coarse food dream of escaping from is a paradise in the eyes of the young masters and young ladies who are indifferent to the world. Gu Zhouyuan saw that Yu and Su Mufeng still looked worried. He was afraid that the 2 men would try to persuade him to spend the night in the city, so he quickly shook the reins. The mule cart started moving, and he turned around and shouted to the people standing there, I'm leaving, see you soon. After that, he shouted, go. The mule raised its hooves and ran forward. Brother Yuan, be careful on the road. Yu shouted. Su Xie and the others stared at Gu Zhouyuan's gradually disappearing shadow, lost in thought. Gu Zhouyuan's unclear response came from a distance. I know. After leaving the city, Gu Zhouyuan wore a headlamp he bought from the mall. I didn't encounter any stupid bandits on the way. Maybe they know there is nothing to gain on these small mountain roads. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to put the mule in the sale area and then get an off-road motorcycle to travel. But I was also afraid that if someone saw me, I would have to struggle for a long time over whether to kill the person to silence him. He drove the mule cart obediently and didn't get home until around 8 o'clock in the evening. The whole family was waiting at the door, which made Gu Zhouyuan feel warm in his heart. Hearing the sound of the mule cart from afar, Gu Zhaodi and the others all looked happy. They knew Gu Zhouyuan's abilities, but they still couldn't help but worry. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming back now, I finally felt relieved. Xiaohua, Siju, Aria, Dazhu, Erju and Sanyu were also standing at the door waiting. They came to class after dinner, and when they heard that Gu Zhouyuan had gone to the city and had not returned yet, they couldn't help but feel worried. He learned to recognize words from Sidon and was taught arithmetic by Gu Dedi. After 2 classes, Gu Zhouyuan still hadn't returned. Everyone became uneasy and stood at the door waiting. If Gu Zhaodi and the others hadn't kept comforting him, Gu Zhouyuan would be fine. Dazhu and the others had already lit torches and asked people to go look for the person. Third brother, you're back. Third brother, you scared us to death. Compared with the reserved emotions of adults, the little ones are obviously more willing to express their inner feelings. When the mule cart stopped, Gu Zhouyuan jumped off and touched the heads of the little ones. He said to everyone with a guilty look on his face, a friend helped me a lot. I was late coming back from treating him to dinner. Lu took Gu Zhouyuan's hand and said with a smile, it's okay. We didn't wait long. They helped us, so we should thank them. That's how Anyang is. She is always tolerant of him and never blames him. But it has always been said that loving mothers often spoil their children. It was this kind of pampering and indulgence that caused the original body to become so unbearable. But on Gu Zhiyuan's side, all he could feel was his mother's deep love for her child. He looked at his elder sister, second brother, Sidon, and other family members and smiled foolishly. Chapter 222, A Long-Awaited Reunion. Gu Zhiyuan opened the cloth bag that held the food box and said to Deju, Brother Deju, I brought some food from outside Zuixinlu. Call Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle, third uncle, and everyone else over here, and we'll have a midnight snack. Daju didn't know what midnight snack was, but he knew Zuixinlu. Who in Qingtian County doesn't know Zuixinlu? I heard from others that a meal in Zuixinlu would cost at least several taels of silver. He waved his hands repeatedly. We have already eaten. We are relieved that you are back. It is getting late, and we also need to go home and sleep. He picked up Sanyu, who was drooling, and shouted at Xiaohua and the others, Go home and get some sleep. You won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Gu Zhiyuan quickly grabbed him and said, There's so much food here. If we can't finish it, it will go bad tomorrow in such a hot day. We're all family. Why are we being so polite? Erju felt that what Gu Zhiyuan said made sense, so he ran home, shouting, I'll go back and call for help. Hey! Daju stretched out his hand to stop him, but there was no sign of Erju. A few little ones came over to help carry the food boxes. Gu Zhiyuan and Gu Zhaodi moved the round table out and placed it in the yard. There were more than 20 dishes on the round table, filling up. People from the old house arrived quickly. Erju was very smart. He knew that he had to say that he was going to have a meal to avoid being refused. As soon as he said that Gu Zhiyuan wanted to discuss something with everyone came over hurriedly. When they entered the yard and saw such a large table of food, everyone was a little stunned. Wang cried out in surprise. Why is there such a table full of chicken, fish, meat, and eggs? Is there something happy happening to Xiao Yuan? As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the food on the table, and her throat was moving. Old Madame Gu pushed her aside and said to Gu Zhiyuan, Xiao Yuan, what's the matter with you looking for Grandma? Erju hurried home to call for help late at night, which meant something important must have happened. I packed some food from Zuixinlu in the city, thinking of getting our family together. Gu Zhiyuan said as he placed his chopsticks. You called us here just to eat? Old Mrs. Gu looked puzzled. I want to drink some more wine. Gu Zhiyuan grinned. Hearing that he was indeed fine, Mrs. Gu felt relieved. She knew it was too late to be polite now, so he scooped a bucket of water and washed his hands. He wiped his body casually and went into the kitchen to help. Actually, there's not much help needed in the kitchen. Gu Zhiyuan bought a lot of white flour steamed buns in the mall, and at this moment his mother Lu was boiling the steamed buns. Sun and Gu Zhaodi placed the stools together. There are 19 people in the family. There are not enough stools at home, and the round table cannot accommodate so many stools. Mrs. Gu, who came out with steamed buns, said, If there's room, women shouldn't sit at the table. They can eat at the side with their bowls. Gu Zhiyuan smiled and said, I'll move the table out from the house and let the kids eat on the small table. Auntie and Grandma can also drink some sweet wine together. Okay. In my entire life, I only drank a small bowl of rice wine when I married your third uncle, and I haven't drunk alcohol since then. Mrs. Wang was overjoyed. Gu Manton glanced at her and said unhappily, When it comes to eating and drinking, you get all excited. Wang raised her eyebrows and said, How dare you say that? I've been married to your family for more than 10 years. Have I ever eaten anything good? Mrs. Gu said slowly beside her, It is my old Gu family who has treated you harshly. You have suffered so much over the years. Wang's expression changed, and she quickly said flatteringly, Mother, that's not what I meant. I was just bickering with Gumont Song, and that's all I have to say. My life is much better now that I'm married into our family than when I was a girl living in my parents' home. What she said was true. All the stuttering people in her mother's family gave their food to her two younger brothers first, and she picked up the leftovers to eat. Even when the harvest was bad, she barely escaped starvation. After marrying into the Gu family, although the old lady was a bit domineering, she treated her quite kindly. Even if you can't eat a full meal every day, you can still survive by eating 2 meals of wild vegetable porridge a day. Especially in the past 2 months, after Gu Zhiyuan became more capable, life at home also got better. She has eaten meat several times in the past 2 months. Seeing that she was sensible, Mrs. Gu snorted coldly and said nothing more. Gu Zhiyuan and Gu Zhaodi took out some of the dishes, put them in small bowls, and placed them on the small table. There were more than 20 dishes. Although they were served in small bowls, they still filled the table, and some dishes were even piled up. There wasn't even a place on the table to put down the dishes. Sidon and his group of kids didn't care, and each of them held their bowls. There were all kinds of dishes that I had never seen before, filling up the bowl. Then they would squat or stand and eat voraciously. Unlike Ho Yu, who loves wine, Mr. Gu and his family can hardly drink alcohol all year round. White wine is too strong for them. Gu Zhouyuan took out 12-degree rice wine and poured it for his grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, second brother, Dazhu, and Erzhu. Old Master Gu picked up the wine bowl and took a sip, and immediately his eyes narrowed with happiness. After taking a sip, all the fatigue of the day seemed to disappear. Gu Zhouyuan poured more fruit wine for Old Lady Gu and the others. When old Mrs. Gu looked at the whole family gathered together, her nose couldn't help but feel a little sore. Ever since the old family split up and lived on their own, the family has never sat together so neatly in all these years. Looking at the table full of delicious food that she couldn't even eat during the Chinese New Year, her face was full of satisfaction. Although it was a famine year, their family's life was getting better and better. Grandma, this dish is called shui inger, please try it. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and gave it to Grandma Gu. What's the snow? Why give it such a strange name? Old Mrs. Gu laughed. She picked up the dish from the bowl, took a closer look, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Isn't this a frog?" Gu Zhouyuan gave a thumbs up. Grandma is really amazing. This dish is made with frogs. Shuinger is made by peeling and deboning frogs, then coating them in soybean flour and frying them. The skin is snow white, just like a baby. It would be too scary to name the dish baby, so they chose the homonym and named it Shuing. Gu Monsung also took a bite of Shuinger's food and nodded, saying, as expected of a meal from a big restaurant in the city, it's really delicious. This plate of frog meat must cost at least 20 cents, right? Old Mrs. Gu looked distressed. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. 1 tael and 2 chien of silver. Puff, Gu Monsung spat out all the frog meat in his mouth. Fortunately, he turned his head quickly and did not ruin the table full of delicious food. What? Several people at the table exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 223. The situation is chaotic. What? Several people at the table exclaimed at the same time. Old Mrs. Gu's voice was the loudest. This kind of frog is not uncommon in rural areas. In previous years, during the summers with abundant rainfall, villagers would go to the ditches in the rice fields on moonlit nights and catch a bag of frogs. Add coarse salt and cook a pot of broth, or put it on skewers and cook it in the stove. It is one of the few meats that can be eaten. Such cheap meat in the eyes of the villagers actually costs 1 tael and 2 chien of silver for a lunchbox. Are all the people in this city so rich? Gu Monsung wiped his mouth and said hesitantly. Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu were originally opposed to Gu Zhouyuan's plan to open a restaurant in the city, but now they feel relieved. It seems that people in the city are all stupid and rich. Xiao Yuan is right to open this restaurant. Gu Zhouyuan continued his introduction. What is Yunming meat wrapped with flowers? Various ingredients are wrapped with meat skin, pressed into shape, and then cut into thin slices. It's similar to the bundled pig's trotters sold in modern delicatessens. Meatballs and soup are made by beating eggs into minced meat, making meatballs, and then using the meatballs to make soup. Donkey meat steamed with rice wine until cooked is called warm and cold flour stuffed donkey. The names of the dishes are varied. Anyway, you would never guess what this dish is just by listening to the name. It was also thanks to Gu Zhouyuan that he had the idea of exploring the market and asked the waiter to introduce it in detail. Gu Zhouyuan was secretly scratching his head at the time, wondering whether he should also come up with some ambiguous names for his restaurant to show off his elegance. After thinking about it, I shook my head and rejected the idea. Braised pork, pickled fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with peppers. The so-called vulgarity is elegance. He wants to return to the essence and use these easy-to-understand names to empty the pockets of the rich. Brother Dazhu, don't just eat the dish in front of you. If you can't reach it, stand up and grab some. Seeing that Dazhu was very reserved, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. And sister-in-law, you two, are really a couple with Dazhu. You two are each in charge of the dish in front of you. You two can take turns eating. Chao Huanyang blushed and quickly lowered her head to take a bite of the steamed bun. Everyone laughed because Gu Zhouyuan's words were so interesting. Sanyu and Arya, who were sitting at the small table nearby, had no idea what the adults were laughing at. A few people were slightly stunned, and then they started laughing together. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became cheerful and relaxed. The meal lasted for more than an hour, and it was already late at night when it ended. Everyone at the round table was slightly tipsy, as if they couldn't hold their liquor, or perhaps it was because the alcohol wasn't intoxicating but they were drunk on their own. Xiaobai ate fish heads and goose bones under the table until his belly was round. Pingtu eats everything. Compared to bones, he prefers leftover vegetable soup mixed with white flour buns. Gu Zhouyuan filled a small basin with it. Pingta's food is actually better than that of most people in the village. Sun and Wang helped Lu and Gu Zhaodi to clear the table and wash the dishes, while Gu Mansong and the others put the stools back in place. After all, more people means more work, and in a short while, everything was cleaned up. After everyone in the old house left, Gu Zhouyuan pulled 2 benches in the yard and placed a bamboo bed on the benches. The bamboo bed cover was brought back from my grandfather's house a few days ago. It's really nice to sleep in the yard this summer. The cool breeze blows gently, and when you open your eyes, you will see a sky full of stars. The only drawback was that there were a lot of mosquitoes, so he lit mosquito coils around the bamboo bed. There are no such annoying flower mosquitoes in this world, and mosquito coils are still very effective in repelling native black mosquitoes. I slept soundly all night, and was woken up in the morning by the crowing of a rooster in the chicken coop not far away. These chickens have been raised for about 2 months. When he bought them, they were half-grown chicks. Now that we have been raising chickens for 3 months, some of the precocious roosters have started crowing and even stepping on the pullets. Gu Zhouyuan was thinking about going to the mountains to pick some mushrooms tomorrow, then killing 2 little roosters and stewing them together. Most of the fields in the village are already planted with rice. In fact, if you grow seedlings first and then transplant them into paddy fields, the rice yield will be higher. However, there are few agricultural tools and a lot of land in the village. It would be more cost-effective to plant 2 more acres of land instead of wasting time and energy. At the construction site, the workers are already working. As usual, Gu Zhouyuan went there for a walk every day. The people who helped were all good workers in the village, and most of them had helped others build houses before. Although they were building a mud house, everyone was proficient in it after a few days. The house looked different day by day, and Gu Zhouyuan guessed that it would be completed in a month at most. The toilet is also being constructed according to the drawings he provided. Many villagers come over every day to see this magnificent house, their eyes full of envy. Gu Dedi's new variety planting base is also progressing smoothly. The cotton seedlings have grown 2 or 3 true leaves, and the plant height has reached more than an inch. There is also a vegetable base. Water spinach, lettuce, carrots, cowpeas, large tracts of fertile land were divided into grids. Gu Dedi took the information given to him by Gu Zhouyuan and started planting while exploring. Datong village is thriving, but the world outside is not so beautiful. During these days, refugees continued to pour into the county town. Finally, on the 7th day of the 7th month, the Qiqiao festival, the county magistrate Ho ordered the city gates to be closed and the refugees were prohibited from entering. Locals need proof of household registration to enter the city. Outsiders need a pass or proof of acquaintance. With no livelihood in the city, the refugees moved to the surrounding villages. They ran to the village to beg for food and did some stealing. Each village has set up patrol teams to deal with the security risks posed by refugees. Some refugees joined bandit organizations in order to fill their stomachs. Some simply took a group of fellow villagers, occupied a mountain, and started a business of robbing and extorting people with no profit. The business of the escort agencies in the city became extremely popular. Rich people would ask escorts to escort them when they went out of the city to do business. Perhaps because Datong village is far away from the city and backed by the mountains, it is a bit remote, so no refugees have entered. However, temporary peace does not mean lasting peace. When the chaos gradually spreads, it will definitely affect Datong village. It is only a matter of time. The village head summoned the clan leaders of all ethnic groups in the village and some respected people to his home to discuss countermeasures. Among the group of elderly people sitting there, Gu Zhouyuan was also among them. With Gu Zhouyuan's influence in the village, no one could object to him sitting here. Gu Lijing's face was grim. He said, "I'm sure everyone here knows the current situation outside. We need to set up a patrol team in Datong village as soon as possible." The Zhao family leader took a sip of tea and nodded. "I agree with Gu Lijing's suggestion." Chapter 224, Organizing a Patrol. I heard that some elderly people in Qinghe village have already starved to death. As time goes by, there will be more and more refugees. The head of the Li family said worriedly. The head of the Zhang family also nodded. Our Datong village should be the most well-stocked village in Qingtian County. So far, no one has starved to death, and no one has even run out of food. Everyone looked at Gu Zhouyuan with gratitude in their eyes. This is all thanks to Gu Jiaxiaoyuan. But the rafters that stick out first rot first. I think our village has been targeted by someone with ulterior motives. We can't wait any longer to organize patrols. I propose that every family send 1 man to join the patrols. Gu Lijing reached out and pressed down lightly, waiting for the discussion to die down. He began, The total population of the village is 117 households. Excluding those with no able-bodied laborers or only one able-bodied laborer, there are probably less than 100 households left. Each of the remaining 90 or so households will send one person to form a patrol team and patrol the perimeter of the village every day. All the people present began to talk. Gu Lijing looked at Gu Zhouyuan, who seemed to be lost in thought, and asked, Xiao Yuan, what do you think? Everyone fell silent and looked at Gu Zhouyuan. I think second grandpa is right. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, then changed the subject and said, however, it's too wasteful to have so many people patrolling every day. I think we should divide these people into 18 groups, with 3 groups in each group, and patrol in 3 shifts a day. With 9 teams on duty each day and the other 9 teams resting. It actually means each person only needs to patrol for 4 hours every 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Wang family nodded rapidly. That's good. It won't interfere with the housework during my rest time. Other clan leaders nodded in agreement. Gu Lijing was a little worried. Although this will allow the patrol team to take care of the chores at home, there are only 5 people in a team. If they encounter those evil people outside the village, will they be unable to defeat them? Someone else nodded in agreement. There are indeed too few people. We should form a group of at least 20 people. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, the patrol team mainly serves as an early warning. This is our own village. If we discover something, we just need to notify others. He took out 5 or 6 whistles from his pocket, picked up one and blew it. Beep, a sharp sound was heard, and everyone's eardrums hurt. By then, each member of the patrol team will have one of these whistles. When they encounter an emergency, they will blow the whistle, and we can respond when we hear it. Gu Zhouyuan stopped blowing the whistle and spoke. In fact, whistles are not rare. In this world, there are whistles made of various materials, from small ceramic whistles to large stone whistles that can spread the alarm to half of the city. What Gu Zhouyuan took out was a wilderness survival whistle. It is an iron high-frequency whistle with a sound frequency of about 3,000 hertz. The decibel of the sound it emits can reach over 120 dB and can be clearly heard within a range of 1 to 2 kilometers. It's a good thing I didn't go deaf, said the head of the Wang family, picking his ears. With this whistle, there won't be any problem forming a group of 5, said the head of the Li family. Yes. As soon as the patrol blows the whistle, all the men in our village, young and old, will take up their weapons and start fighting, said the head of the Zhao family, slapping his thigh. Gu Lijing also picked up a whistle and exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Yuan, this whistle must be worth a lot of money, right? The whistle is made of iron using modern technology and looks very delicate. The ironware that rural people come into contact with, such as iron pots, sickles, etc., are all made in blacksmith shops. Such delicate and small ironware is truly unprecedented. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. This thing is quite expensive. I asked a friend to buy it from the capital. The head of the Zhao family was about to reach out to grab the whistle, but after hearing this, he quickly retracted his hand. This thing is so valuable, and we don't have the money to buy it in our village. It is normal for him to have such concerns. If the village organizes a patrol team, doesn't the village have to pay for the equipment? This thing was bought all the way from the capital. You can tell at a glance that it is expensive. There are hundreds of whistles. Where can I get so much money to buy this thing? I can lend it to the village patrol team first, free of charge. Gu Zhouyuan said casually. Many clan leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, everyone discussed the patrol routes, the 3 shifts per day, and other details. How to call on the villagers later was the responsibility of the village head and others, so Gu Zhouyuan said goodbye early and went home. Because Gu Zhouyuan was responsible for providing the whistles, his family did not need to send anyone to join the patrol team. The people who come out of the old house are most likely the first and second pillars. After thinking for a while, he picked up 2 knives and walked towards the old house. It was lunchtime and Daju was fetching water home. He came out carrying an empty bucket, and when he saw Gu Zhouyuan, he quickly put down his load. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, Xiao Yuan, have you eaten yet? To avoid being polite, Gu Zhouyuan lied. I just had lunch. Daju put the wooden barrel and carrying pole by the door and led Gu Zhouyuan into the yard. Zhu was in the yard, sorting the firewood according to thickness. He asked villagers to help him chop firewood in the mountains at the price of 8 cents per load. He felt that taking 20 cents for a load from Gu Zhouyuan was a bit too much, so he took advantage of noon to chop the firewood into long, short, and thick pieces that were easy to burn, and then tied them into small bundles and piled them in Gu Zhouyuan's yard. Seeing his elder brother bringing Gu Zhouyuan into the courtyard, he stood up and asked, Xiao Yuan, why are you here? I have something to talk to you about. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Where are my second uncle and the others? Everyone went to the fields to pull weeds. Urju replied. After that heavy rain, 2 light rains followed. The weeds in the field were growing like crazy. If no one takes care of it, the grass will grow taller than the seedlings. There is no technology to remove weeds in this world, and we have to pull them out by hand. It's terribly hot at noon. Why are we pulling weeds at this time? Gu Zhouyuan looked up at the bright sun in the sky. Who can sit idle when there is work to do in the fields? If we don't pull out the weeds, they will steal the fertilizer from the crops. Daju laughed. It's not just their family. Every family in the village is the same. When it's hot at noon, they wear straw hats and put a sweat towel over their bare arms. Taking good care of the crops is the top priority. Urju stared at the dog-leg knife in Gu Zhouyuan's hand, and the light in his eyes was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The last time he went to ask the midwife for help, Gu Zhouyuan lent them 2 dog-leg knives. He only had time to touch it before it was snatched away by his father and third uncle. After just touching it, he fell in love with the knife. Gu Zhouyuan recounted the results of his discussion with the village head and others. Urju scratched his head and said, "We are all helping your family build a house. Why don't we ask Grandpa to go on patrol?" Chapter 225. All the good things should be shared with you? Gu Zhouyuan staggered and almost fell. How could you think of letting Grandpa go? This is to organize a patrol team, not to recruit the security guard at the factory gate. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, "It would be best if you and Brother Daju take turns patrolling. That way, each of you would only be delayed by an hour each day. Don't worry, I'll pay you for building the house, but don't tell anyone else." Daju felt a little embarrassed, but he was not good at speaking and didn't know what to say. Besides, he couldn't win over Xiaoyuan every time, so it was useless to say anything. Urju was very happy. He was not good at arithmetic. Xiaoyuan said that he only needed to patrol for 1 hour a day, so that he would not be delayed in his work, and he would not be bothered by the firewood and house building. Gu Zhouyuan handed the dog-leg knife to Daju and Urju. "You two should carry this knife when you go on patrol." Urju was ecstatic. He threw the hatchet in his hand to the ground with a clang and took the dog-leg knife with both hands. Feeling the pressure of the knife, Urju looked at the scimitar as if it were a rare treasure. Daju had been guarding the door of the delivery room last time and had not come into contact with the scimitar. Holding it in my hand now, I was amazed. This knife has a really weird shape. The blade is bent forward, shaped like a dog's leg, with a thick back and a sharp blade. The overall shape is top-heavy, wide in front and narrow in the back. He swung the knife and felt that the power was concentrated in the front of the knife when swinging, and the lethality was no less than that of an axe. "Good knife," he couldn't help but exclaimed. The knife is for self-protection. If you encounter a situation while on patrol, don't rush into it. Protecting yourself is your top priority. Gu Zhouyuan took out 2 whistles and handed them to the 2 men, saying seriously, "Use these to notify others. Second Grandpa will also tell the rest of the village later. As long as they hear the whistle, the villagers will come to help." Hearing his serious tone, Daju and Urju stopped smiling and nodded to show that they understood. Perhaps considering that it was the busy farming season, the village head waited until dark before ringing the gong. Several torches were lit under the big locust tree, and villagers gathered around it. When the village head mentioned the idea of setting up a patrol team, most people raised their hands in agreement. After all, they had heard a lot of things happening in the surrounding villages. Now, their Datong village has the best life in the entire Qingtian County. Now we not only have to guard against refugees and bandits, but also have to be careful of people from other villages who are jealous and trying to trip us up. There were a few villagers who were confused and unwilling to help, so Gu Lijing asked them to sign and pledge that they would bear the consequences if anything happened in the future and that the villagers would never help. How could they dare to put their fingerprints on the task? They all obediently expressed their willingness to contribute. From now on, whenever you hear a whistle, all patrol members will assemble immediately and go to the scene to provide support. The other men in the village have also made preparations, and the women and children outside have all returned home to wait for news. Gu Lijing went over the details that had been discussed in detail. Those villagers who were laughing and thinking it was fun also felt the seriousness of the situation and became serious. Gu Zhouyuan nodded with satisfaction. With this arrangement, he felt that there would be no problem with the safety of Datong village. As long as someone gives warning, with his ability, any attack from outside the village, no matter how big, will be treated as a death sentence. The purpose of his doing so much was to reduce the casualties among the villagers of Datong village. The sooner someone raises the alarm, the fewer casualties there will be. Datong village looks like a big piece of fat meat, but no one knows that there are fangs growing in the middle of the fat meat. With him here, nothing will go wrong, but I don't know what the situation is at my grandfather's house. He looked to the side and saw that his mother Lu had a slightly frown on her face, as if she was also worried about the situation of her mother's family. Gu Zhouyuan whispered, "Don't worry, mother. I'll go to my uncle's house tomorrow." Lu looked up in surprise. Xiao Yuan seemed to know what she was thinking and was about to take action. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and gave her a reassuring look. Everyone who signed up for the patrol received a whistle provided by Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan also gave them red armbands, the kind that the aunties in the neighborhood committee wear, with the 4 big words, Public Security Patrol, printed on them. Wearing red armbands, whistles hanging on the chest, and a hatchet on each waist, there is already a feeling of, I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. Siju's eyes were full of envy, but it was a pity that he was not old enough and was rejected by his second grandfather when he registered. Erju and Daju stood among the patrol team members, and the scimitars at their waists made the other patrol team members' eyes turn red. The scimitar was already in its scabbard. The scabbard was made of scraps of cloth from the house. Chao Huanyang applied paste on them and dried them in the sun. Just like making cloth, she put multiple layers together and then cut and sewed them. Erju unsheathed his sword and fiddled with it in his hand, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. "Isn't it just a broken knife? Why are you showing off?" Lizzie in the crowd said, unconvinced. "A broken knife? This knife looks very sharp. The blacksmith shop in our county can't make such a knife." A villager in his 50s said nearby. Needless to say, it must have been given by Gu Xiaosan. Aunt Zhang said with certainty. These things today are all rare and strange things that the villagers have never seen before. Apart from Gu Zhouyuan, who else could get them? They give good knives to their own family members, but are reluctant to equip others with one. It seems that they don't care about the life and death of other people. Mrs. Hu curled her lips and said in a low voice. Gu Zhouyuan's second aunt, son, happened to be there, only 2 people away from Mrs. Hu. When she heard the nonsense that Mrs. Hu said, she was so angry that she laughed. She pointed at Mrs. Hu and started to rant. "What kind of words are you talking about, you shrew? Each family brought their own knives. Our Xiao Yuan is quite capable." He felt sorry for his 2 brothers and got them 2 good knives. "Why? We have to share some of the good things in our house with you." Sun became more and more excited as she spoke. "You're right about one thing. We really don't care about your family's life or death. Xiao Yuan has been working so hard for the village, and you're just gossiping here. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Mrs. Hu's face turned red after being rebuked. She muttered but couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Some villagers who did not understand the situation also accused Mrs. Hu of being ungrateful after listening to Sun's explanation of the whole process. Gu Lijing's chest was heaving with rage. He shouted coldly at the head of the Hu family, who was standing at the front of the crowd. "Hu Delu, if you can't control this old woman's bad mouth, I will kick all of your Hu family members out of Datong village." Hu Delu's face turned very ugly. After all, he was the head of the clan. He felt very embarrassed to be scolded like this in front of so many people. But Gu is a common surname in Datong village, and most of the people in the village are surnamed Gu, so he couldn't confront the head of the village, Gu. He could only look at Mrs. Hu with a murderous look. Chapter 226. Something happened in Liujia village. "Can you please shut your stupid mouth? Why should other people's good things be shared with you? Do you have such a shameless attitude?" Hu Delu shouted. If it weren't for Hu Laokuai's unlucky wife who kept courting death, why would the Hu family have been ostracized by the villagers? How could he, the head of the Hu family, lose face in front of so many people? Mrs. Hu shrank her neck and dived into the crowd. Erlazy also hid in the crowd, reducing his presence to a minimum. The next morning, Gu Zhouyuan drove a mule cart to Liujia village. Anyang Lu also wanted to come along, but was persuaded to go back by Gu Zhouyuan. He would be more flexible and travel faster when traveling alone. As soon as he left Datong village, Gu Zhouyuan bought a soft bulletproof vest and wore it under his clothes. Wearing a tactical helmet on his head, he walked along the mountain road in the forest, and his sense of security immediately reached the extreme. He is not afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation, but he has to be on guard against those who hide and attack him from behind. The journey to Liujia village was uneventful. When they were still a short distance away from the village entrance, Gu Zhouyuan put the helmet into the system mall. "Since the bulletproof vest is underneath my clothes, it doesn't matter whether I take it off or not." Inadvertently, Gu Zhouyuan glanced at the village entrance. There were 2 people looking over here, and not far away there was another person running towards the village. He suddenly felt alert. He has been to Liujia village 4 times in the past 2 months. Apart from the first time he came to attend the wedding banquet, he came on the next 3 occasions by mule cart. Liujia village has only more than 20 households and a population of less than 200. Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart is a rare item, and almost everyone in the village is familiar with it. But the people at the village entrance seemed very surprised to see the mule cart, and the person running into the village was obviously going to report the news. It is normal to have people on guard in this special period, but those three people gave Gu Zhouyuan a sneaky feeling. Gu Zhouyuan took the helmet out of the system and put it back on his head. He had a loaded pistol on his waist and a high-voltage electric baton in his hand. When the two men saw Gu Zhouyuan stop there and didn't move, they thought something had gone wrong. While I was still debating whether to chase after him, I saw Gu Zhouyuan driving a mule cart towards me. The hat this guy is wearing is so ugly. The two men exchanged glances, and the thin man was about to say something. Gu Zhouyuan spoke first. "Two Century brothers, I want to ask, is this Liujia village?" The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this man was not from Liujia village, so his true identity would not be exposed for a while. The thin man asked curiously, "How do you know we are sentries?" "On my way here, I found that almost every village had a checkpoint. They said it was to prevent bandits from entering the village. These damn bandits don't dare to rob the rich people in the city, but they want to trouble the poor people. Damn, even if they are bandits, they are still cowards." As Gu Zhouyuan spoke, he lifted his mask and spat fiercely onto the ground, his face showing disdain. The thin man's lips twitched slightly, but his expression remained calm. "Which village are you from, little brother? What are you doing in our Liujia village?" Gu Zhouyuan had been observing the two men while he was talking. Seeing the thin man's unspeakable expression as if he had eaten shit, he already knew what was going on. He smiled and said, "I came here to ask for directions. Now that I know this is Liujia village, I'll leave first." The two of them only exchanged 2 sentences, and Gu Zhouyuan got the information he wanted. These should be bandits from the mountains who chose a small village like Liujia village to rob money and food. There are not many people with different surnames in Liujia village, and because there are so few people, there are few conflicts in daily life. Because of this, the clan leader and village chief is like a salted fish, with no courage at all. The bandits chose this village, obviously after careful reconnaissance, and regarded it as an easy target. He pulled the reins and pretended to turn around. The skinny guy was completely stunned. Is this guy mentally ill? Why doesn't he play by the rules? So you came all this way just to locate Liujia village? What? Are you a bandit too? Are you here to scout the place? This mule cart is worth at least 20 taels of silver. What would happen if it ran away? The middle-aged man who had been silent next to him lifted up his clothes and pulled out the axe from his waist. He grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's arm and said fiercely, "Get out of the car, or I'll chop you up." Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. This man is really ruthless and doesn't talk much. He raised his foot and kicked the middle-aged bandit in the chin with the sole of his size 43 shoe. The two bandits obviously did not expect that Gu Zhouyuan would dare to resist. Ordinary villagers would have been obedient the moment they saw the axe raised. With just this one kick, the middle-aged man fell on his back without making a sound. He lay straight on the ground and fainted. The thin man was obviously still a little dazed. He swallowed and opened his mouth to call for help. Gu Zhouyuan put the electric baton on his shoulder. After a series of crackling sounds, the thin man fell to the ground, twitching from time to time. Gu Zhouyuan tied the mule cart in a small woods not far from the village entrance and chose to walk into the village. He was a little confused about the number of these bandits. There are about 100 people in this village. Generally, the proportion of young and strong men in a village is about 30%, which means that there are about 50 men with combat effectiveness. Without enough bandits, nothing can be accomplished. However, this is not a battle between two armies, and the number of people cannot be counted alone. The bandits are a group, ruthless and highly motivated. The villagers are loosely organized and have family ties, so they have too many concerns. Although he moved quickly, it still took him some time to gather all the intelligence and take care of the 2 checkpoints. The person who went to deliver the message earlier should have brought people here by now. So why is there still no movement? It seems that I have been underestimated, or maybe this group of bandits is just a pure mob. Gu Zhouyuan bought a bottle of water, squatted next to the thin man, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured the water on the thin man's head and face. The thin man slowly woke up, and when he saw Gu Zhouyuan's calm face, he was terrified and opened his mouth to scream. After a series of crackling sounds, the thin man was knocked unconscious by Gu Zhouyuan again. When he was woken up again by Gu Zhouyuan with water, he wanted to scream as a conditioned reflex when he saw this living devil. When he saw the black stick in Gu Zhouyuan's hand, the terrifying experience just now flooded into his mind like a tide, and he wisely shut his mouth. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in satisfaction. He said softly, "Which mountain are you from? How many people are here? Don't be afraid. Come on, tell me slowly." The skinny guy was in tears, as if their roles were reversed. Seeing the big black stick swinging in Gu Zhiyuan's hand, the thin man hurriedly explained, fearing that if he spoke too late, the stick would stab him. We are from the Black Wind stronghold in Nyoto Mountain, and our leader is called Wang Eru. Gu Zhiyuan said, hey. He was familiar with this place and this name. Previously, Captain Wang framed him for colluding with bandits, and he was referring to Wang Eru from the Black Wind stronghold of Nyoto Mountain. Chapter 2, 27 bandits attack the village. The thin man was frightened when he saw the change in Gu Zhiyuan's expression. Did you kill anyone? Gu Zhiyuan stared at the thin man and asked. The thin man hurriedly shook his head. No, we only came here to steal food. The villagers didn't put up much resistance, so the second-in-command didn't even use a knife. Gu Zhiyuan narrowed his eyes and motioned him to continue. We have a total of 21 brothers this time, and the team is led by the second-in-command, Jin Shi. The thin man spoke very quickly and poured out everything he knew. This year, there was a locust plague and refugees everywhere, and a lot of new people were added to each mountain. There was a food shortage everywhere, and the mountain strongholds were naturally not immune. As the saying goes, more work is easier when there are more people, and less food is easier when there are fewer people. As the scale expanded, people had to rely on robbery for food, drink, defecation, and urination, and the frequency of going down the mountain to work also increased. But now there are refugees everywhere, and the starving refugees will compete with these professionals who make a living by robbing, so there are fewer fat sheep on the road. They usually don't attack the villagers, but if the farmers get angry, they can give these bandits a hard time. But if we don't rob the village, the brothers in the mountain village will starve to death. 2 days ago, the people sent from the mountain village to investigate said that Liujia village has few people, the village chief is timid, and the villagers are a group of scattered sand, so they can definitely make a fortune. The big boss Wang Eru led his men to rob the escort, and the second-in-command Jinshi then dispatched some men and horses to go down the mountain and seize Liujia village. Hearing this, Gu Zhiyuan asked doubtfully, there are only about 20 of you, and there are nearly 200 people in Liujia village. Aren't you coming here to die? We made plans in advance. At 5 o'clock in the morning, we went straight to the village chief's house and tied up his family. Then the other villagers would not dare to disobey. The thin man shook his head. Oh, Gu Zhiyuan sneered. You're just helping the village chief, but you didn't resort to any tricks? The village chief had 2 teeth knocked out by the second-in-command with an axe, and the village chief's son had a finger chopped off by Si Wang. The thin man glanced at the black stick raised by Gu Zhiyuan and added hurriedly. Gu Zhiyuan's face was icy. Where are they now? Did that person just go to report the news? Why hasn't he come back yet? The thin man seemed to sense the anger hidden beneath Gu Zhiyuan's calm appearance. He said hurriedly, Tongshuan wasn't going to tell you anything. You were driving a mule cart like a fat sheep. We thought we could handle you, so we sent him away and tried to pocket some money. Now all the villagers are gathered in the drying yard for the grain. The second-in-command is giving them a lecture to find out who has a lot of money. Gu Zhiyuan nodded, took out the duct tape and wrapped it around the thin man's hand. The thin man was terrified and kept begging for mercy. I joined the gang because I couldn't make a living. I haven't stained my hands with blood until now. Please spare my life. You're so noisy. Gu Zhiyuan frowned slightly, picked up the electric baton, and hit the thin man on the back. After a burst of crackling sounds, Gu Zhiyuan picked up the cloth tape, tied the thin man's hands and feet tightly, and then sealed his mouth. He dragged the man into the grove where the mule cart was tied, then turned back and did the same thing to the middle-aged man with the axe, dragging him back into the woods and stacking him together with the thin man. I recycled the old stun baton and bought a new one in the mall. Gu Zhiyuan walked towards the drying yard. He did not hide his figure. He just wore a helmet and walked quickly on the village road. Hey, you're not working, so you come here for a walk. A masked bandit with triangular eyes shouted from a villager's house along the road. Gu Zhiyuan turned his head and pointed at his nose, meaning, are you talking to me? Damn it, why are you playing dumb? Can you avoid the job by playing dumb? Others tore a piece of cloth to cover their faces, but you, kid, got that hat from somewhere and ended up covering your entire head and face. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the heat in the summer? I guess this guy is from a nearby village or even from this village, and he is afraid of being recognized by acquaintances. He had seen many people join bandits and then rob acquaintances, so it was not surprising at all. The man with the triangular eyes complained furiously in his mind, but said, come and help us with the work. There are still so many houses left to search. I guess we won't be able to finish this job today. Gu Zhiyuan nodded and walked over. Seeing that he was quite sensible, Triangle Eyes said to the others who were lifting the bed nearby, let's take a break and let this guy do it. He should be more familiar with this place than us. The man with triangular eyes should be a veteran or a small leader. The other two nodded in agreement, stopped what they were doing, sat aside, and wiped their sweat. Gu Zhouyuan entered the house and came out soon. At this time, there were 3 people lying on the floor beside the bed in the room. All 3 had their mouths, hands, and feet sealed with tape, and lay on the ground motionless like dead dogs. Gu Zhouyuan encountered 2 more waves of such mopping up teams later. Without exception, Gu Zhouyuan mixed in with them, stunned them with electric batons, and tied them up. Each mopping up team consists of 3 people, plus the 2 people who were on guard before. Gu Zhouyuan has dealt with 11 people. There were 10 bandits left in this wave, all gathered in the drying yard. Even if there are 10 people, you can use electric batons to deal with them, but you might get hurt. Head-on confrontation was a bad idea, not because his hot weapons were ineffective, but because the bandits had hostages in their hands, and he was afraid to use his weapons and could not move freely. He was quite familiar with the village. He crouched down, walked around, and finally went into a house about 15 meters away from the drying yard. He bought a sniper rifle with a silencer from the system mall and placed it by the window. Before, when Gu Zhouyuan dealt with the bandits who searched the house. In the drying yard, the golden snake was loudly asking the villagers who had hidden more food and money at home. You all should know your place and stop hiding things. I've sent people to your house to check. If the 2 don't match, haha. He brandished the knife in his hand, his eyes fierce and greedy. The villagers huddled together, their faces filled with fear. The bandits had only 10 people and 10 swords and axes, but they managed to suppress more than 100 villagers with their momentum. Why did this happen? Gu Zhouyuan frowned. There were quite a few young and strong people in the crowd, but they did not gather together. Instead, they were scattered according to their families, making it difficult to form a strong fighting force. Secondly, the cruel image of the bandits has been deeply rooted in people's minds, and the village chief and his family are kneeling in front of them in misery. All this has filled the villagers with fear. They are worried that resistance will bring more serious consequences and endanger the lives of themselves and their families. No one wanted to be the first to take the lead, and everyone was waiting for others to sacrifice themselves in order to protect themselves. This was also an important reason why 10 bandits controlled nearly 200 villagers. After a long interrogation, Jinshi discovered that the village was extremely poor. There were more than 20 households, but there were only less than 3,000 kilograms of grain. There was even less gold, silver, and other valuables. Chapter 228. No Belief in Retribution. The golden snake was obviously not very satisfied with the results of the battle. After all, it's a village, and we have only produced such a small thing. If this gets out, we will be laughed at by our peers. No, it must be more than that. As the saying goes, even a poor family still has a few pieces of copper. These villagers must not have told the truth. It's not easy for these peasants to make money, and it's even harder to make them pay it back. The golden snake narrowed its long eyes, and it seemed that it would take some tricks. He put the knife on the village chief's neck and said coldly, "Tell me, who is the richest family in your village?" The village chief had 2 teeth knocked out, and his face and the front of his clothes were covered with dried black and red blood. He was old and had suffered a sudden misfortune. In addition, his son had a finger chopped off. After several blows, he became weak. The village is full of struggling farmers who work hard in the fields to make a living. How can there be any rich families? The village chief said slowly and with some difficulty. Jinshi winked at the younger brother beside him. The young bandit named Siwang grinned and pulled someone over from beside the village chief. This person is the village chief's youngest son, Lu Shizi, whose little finger was chopped off by Siwang before. Lu Shizi looked terrified and kept backing away. The golden snake smiled at the village chief and said, "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll have someone chop off your fingers one by one." The village chief closed his eyes in pain. He didn't have much courage, but he couldn't betray the villagers to save his own family. Jinshi raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't realize that you, an old fellow, are still such a tough guy." He nodded at Siwang, and Siwang raised his machete. Lu Shizi was so scared that he screamed for mercy, but Siwang held his left hand tightly. "Wait," someone in the crowd shouted just as the knife was about to chop down. Old Lady Lu, Mrs. Ding, and the others were extremely anxious. Why was this old man still trying to be the first to speak out at this time? These bandits really dared to use knives. The person who shouted was Old Man Lu. There was no expression on his face, but Old Lady Lu and the others beside him could clearly see that his hands were shaking. The golden snake stretched out his hand and motioned Siwang to wait. He glanced over and said with a smile, "What's up? Do you have something to report? Or do you want to come up and take his place?" The squatting brothers Lu Dajiang and Lu Dai looked at each other and saw a hint of determination in each other's eyes. Old Master Lu stretched out his hand, which contained 3 taels of silver. This was the money Gu Zhouyuan gave him when he first bought bamboo weaving. Because this was the first time he realized the value of his life, he did not give the silver money to old lady Lu, but kept it in his arms. Later, Gu Zhouyuan came twice more, and he handed over all the payment for the goods each time. Just now, the bandits came to search him one by one, but he put the silver in his mouth, so it was not found. This is all my family's savings. I'll give you all 3 taels of silver. Please let Shizi go, Old Master Gu said in a trembling voice. Golden Snake Inwu looked around, wondering how these good-for-nothings were searching him. All the younger brothers were in a state of annoyance. They had searched very carefully, and this old guy was quite good at hiding. One of the younger brothers ran over and grabbed the silver and glared at Mr. Lu fiercely before leaving. Jinshi smiled and waved to Old Man Lu, saying, "Come up to the front and talk." "Father, old man, Grandpa." Everyone in the Lu family's face changed, and they shouted worriedly. Old Master Lu was also very nervous, and even felt a little regretful. He was too impulsive in his actions. He thought the bandits would show mercy if they took the money. But now that things have come to this, it is obviously impossible to retreat, so he can only bite the bullet and move forward. It's okay. Before leaving, Mr. Lu forced a smile to comfort his family. The Golden Snake came over and laughed. "I'm very happy that you can take the initiative to hand over the silver." The Lu family was delighted. The Golden Snake grabbed Mr. Lu by the collar and said viciously, "You can actually carry 3 taels of silver with you. I guess you must have quite a bit of money at home." Old Master Lu shook his head tremblingly. "No, I heard someone broke into the village to steal food, so I took all my belongings with me and prepared to run to another village. I bit the 3 taels of silver in my mouth, and the other small pieces have been taken away by them." The Golden Snake released his hand and praised, "You are not only courageous, but also resourceful. Go, check everyone again, including what they say," he shouted at his younger brother. The younger brothers took the order and left. The expressions of some villagers in the crowd changed, and they all secretly cursed Old Man Lu for cheating them. "Do you think you are Guanyin Bodhisattva? You can't even save yourself, and you still want to save others. Which family is yours? How much food is left at home?" The Golden Snake asked with a smile and a gentle voice. "My home is over there," said Old Man Lu, relieved to see the chief smiling. He pointed in a direction and said, "There are only a dozen pounds of dried cassava left at home. Food is hard to come by right now." The Golden Snake nodded, still smiling. "You pay 200 kilograms of rice, or 20 taels of silver. Choose one, or I will chop you up." The villagers were in an uproar. Who could possibly have 20 taels of silver? Even 200 kilograms of rice was unthinkable. It wasn't even clear if the entire Liujia village could even scrape together 2 kilograms of rice. This bandit leader obviously wants to kill Lao Lu. Jinshi was very satisfied with the villagers' reactions. He hated being interrupted when he was doing things. He was already very dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle, and now someone dared to offend him, so he naturally had to express his opinion. It's just the right time to scare these misers, and it will be much easier to question them later. Lu Dajiang, Lu Dai, and Ernie Shujin all wanted to stand up, but old lady Lu shook her head. Now there are several bandits with knives standing next to Mr. Lu. As long as they stand up to fight, there will be no turning back. Mr. Lu will definitely die faster. The head of Liujia village struggled to raise his head, breathing heavily. "You are all poor people who were forced to live in the mountains. Why do you want to make things difficult for us poor people? You've plundered all our food and money. All 200 people in my Liujia village, young and old, will starve to death. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" After hearing what the village chief said, Jinshi laughed out loud. "Retribution? I've been in this business for so long that I can't even count the number of lives I've taken, and yet there's no retribution. If you can't come up with money and food today, I will be your retribution." After saying this, his eyes became even more ferocious. The village chief seemed to have made up his mind. He changed his usual weak attitude, stood up, and straightened his back. He said in a deep voice, "I am the village chief of Liujia village. If you want to kill someone, come to me." Chapter 229 Divine Punishment. The second in command, Jinshi, opened his mouth slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. He really didn't expect that people would confront him one after another. "What's the matter? Aren't you all afraid of death?" He put on a fake smile again. "You want to die, but I won't let you have your way. I'll kill your son and this old guy first." He looked at Old Man Lu and Lu Shizi, and waved at Siwang, who was ready to make a move. Siwang had a cruel smile on his face. He took the thin blade in his hand and exchanged it for a machete with a bandit next to him. He weighed the machete in his hand and grinned at the other bandits, saying, Chopping off a head is different from chopping off fingers. A sharp knife won't be suitable, it will curl. We still have to use a machete. Hold the knife with both hands. Keep your waist and horse together, and strike with both hands. Everyone around echoed. Fourth brother is still professional. Seeing that his father was about to die at the hands of the bandits, Lu Dajiang could no longer wait and stood up suddenly. Lu Dai and Ernie Shuijian followed suit and stood up. Several people rushed toward Siwang. Seeing that someone was resisting again, Jinshi's murderous intent grew stronger. He kept smiling as he drew out the axe from his waist and swung it at Mr. Lu, who was closest to him. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan set up his sniper rifle, he saw the field becoming chaotic. He put his eyes close to the scope and just saw Siwang changing his knife. Then my uncles ran to the front of the crowd. Then the leading golden snake raised its axe. The incident happened in a split second. Lu Dajiang and his companions had no time to stop it. They could only shout, "No!" Several bandits with knives nearby chased after Lu Dajiang and his companions. With a puff sound, the muffled sound only rang out in the room where Gu Zhouyuan was, and no one in the drying yard heard it. Everyone only heard a clang sound, and the axe in Jinshi's hand fell to the ground. Looking again, the golden snake's arm was broken at the elbow, and blood was spurting out like a fountain. Jinshi only felt a numbness in his elbow. Before the pain could be transmitted to his brain, he saw his broken arm and the axe falling to the ground. He screamed miserably. Everyone was stunned on the spot. With their knowledge, they couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard they tried. The sniper rifle that Gu Zhouyuan bought this time was equipped with an infrared sight. At a distance of just over 10 meters, there is no need to calculate the wind direction, wind speed, or initial velocity of the bullet. Basically, the red dot will hit wherever it points, and every shot will be accurate. Gu Zhouyuan turned the gun slightly and aimed at the bandit holding a machete next to Jinshi. Puff! The shot was aimed at the head of the knife expert. There was a puff sound on the field, and Siwang's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. Yellow, red, and white splashed onto the heads and faces of the people around. Old Master Lu wiped the blood off his face, and a fishy smell went straight into his nostrils. He suppressed the churning in his throat and turned to look at Lu Dajiang and the others. Lu Dajiang and the other three stopped in their tracks, having no idea what was going on. The bandits who had chased after them also stood still. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and no one dared to move. Except for the golden snake. He held his broken arm tightly, but the bleeding wouldn't stop at all. He yelled at a younger brother beside him, "Help me tie up my arm." The younger brother threw away the knife in his hand, tore off a piece of cloth from the hem of his clothes, and hurriedly stabbed Jinshi's elbow, and the blood stopped spurting. Puff, puff. There were two more muffled sounds, and two more bandits' arms were broken, all of which were the hands holding the sword and axe. Screams of pain rang out one after another at the scene. "Don't you believe in retribution?" The village chief laughed, his laughter filled with pleasure and a little neurosis. Clang! A bandit threw the knife to the ground. He fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground, and pleaded in a tearful voice, "I'm new to the gang, my hands are bloodless, and this is my first time going down the mountain to rob. Robbery slang is rob. Please spare my life." Several other bandits also immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. The villagers did not dare to act rashly. The scene was too scary, and they didn't know whether the next person to explode would be the bandits or themselves. Gu Zhouyuan put away his sniper rifle, replaced it with a machete, and had a loaded pistol on his waist. Gu Zhouyuan walked out of the house. Everyone in the drying yard saw a man walking swaggeringly on the village road, and they all turned their eyes over. Lu Shuijian was sharp-eyed. Seeing that the person coming was Gu Zhouyuan, his face changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Let's go, Siyuan, let's go." Lu Dajiang, Lu Dai, and others also winked at each other, signaling Gu Zhouyuan to leave here quickly. The situation here is uncertain now. Although those who were attacked were bandits, no one can guarantee whether this is a coincidence. Gu Zhouyuan smiled at his uncle and the others, as if he didn't understand what they meant, and walked straight towards the golden snake sitting on the ground. "Grandpa." Gu Zhouyuan first greeted Mr. Lu and threw a towel to him. Old Master Lu asked worriedly, "Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Come over to Grandpa and stand still." He was still a little surprised by Gu Zhouyuan's behavior. The place was filled with the stench of blood, and there was a headless corpse lying on the ground. Even an old man like him was terrified. But Xiao Yuan had no expression on his face, not even a hint of surprise, as if he had not seen this bloody and horrifying scene. "I'm here to save Grandpa," Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Old Master Lu was stunned for a moment, and then his cloudy eyes suddenly widened. An incredible idea kept spreading in his mind. Could it be that Xiao Yuan had done all this? How did he accomplish this incredible act, which seemed like divine punishment? Reason told him that this idea was too absurd. But he couldn't help thinking this way, and everything would make sense. Why did Gu Zhouyuan happen to appear at this time and place? Why he was not surprised at all when he saw the corpse and the bandit with a broken arm? Why does he look so calm? Except for not knowing what means he used, everything else seems so natural. Are you there, boss? Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and looked at the golden snake sitting on the ground and asked. The golden snake's face turned pale due to excessive blood loss, and its breath was extremely weak. Blood was still oozing out of the broken arm. He raised his head with some difficulty and looked at Gu Zhouyuan with his cold, snake-like eyes. He forced a smile on his face. I'm their boss. Who are you? This trip was a complete mess, and he still doesn't know where he went wrong. In the past, when I went down the mountain, there were times when I made mistakes. I would go back and analyze with my eldest brother and other brothers where I went wrong so as to avoid making the same mistake again next time. But this time, he couldn't find any flaws. He didn't even know who his opponent was, a human, a ghost, or a god. He reviewed the situation in his mind countless times, and each time the result was a bloody failure. From the moment he entered this village, his fate was already determined, and it would be the same no matter who came over. Chapter 230 The Immortals are our family. Then you are the golden snake. Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. As a bandit, you can rob the rich in the city or rob caravans. Those things are lucrative. They just lack some money, but they won't be unable to survive. But you want to rob these poor people who are struggling to make ends meet, even with 2 meals of vegetable porridge a day. You're going to let everyone in this village starve to death. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, without any emotion in his words. These words sounded extremely familiar to Jinshi. The village chief had asked him the same question when he was in despair just now. Aren't you afraid of retribution? He was very disdainful. What was there to be afraid of as a bandit regarding retribution? If there really is retribution, then those who died under his axe must have done extremely bad things in their previous lives, which is why they received this retribution. But now the young man in front of him was looking down at him and asking the same question again. Could he still be as arrogant and complacent as before, laughing wildly as if he had heard a funny joke? Retribution, isn't it coming? Gu Zhouyuan turned to Lu Dajiang and the others and shouted, Go get some ropes and tie up those bandits. The 5 bandits were still kneeling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Lu Dajiang and others were still a little hesitant, but when they saw Gu Zhouyuan walking around casually, it seemed that the divine punishment had not been triggered. Lu Dajiang plucked up his courage and took 2 tentative steps. Old Master Lu knew what was going on. He walked towards the bandits' donkey cart, which had a lot of ropes on it. He took a few small bundles of rope and threw 2 to Lu Dajiang. Listen to Xiao Yuan. Hurry up and help tie them up. After saying that, he walked forward, grabbed a bandit, and put a rope around his neck. Lu Dajiang took 2 steps and found that nothing had happened. When he heard his father urging him, he quickly responded and came over to kidnap the man. Lu Dai and others also rushed forward to help. The bandit who helped Golden Snake stop the bleeding had a flicker in his eyes, and the divine punishment seemed to have passed. He didn't want to end up in jail in the county government. He had a murder on his hands and would be beheaded. He touched the hatchet at his waist, looked left and right, and determined his escape route. Drop the axe and kneel on the ground. Gu Zhouyuan looked at him with a smile, his hand holding the Glock hidden in his sleeves. Kneeling on the ground means waiting to die. How could the bandit listen to him? The bandit's eyes flashed with ferocity. He took a step back and said viciously, Kneel down, your mother. Before he could finish his words, there were continuous loud noises like bang, 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 like the sound of firecrackers celebrating the new year. Everyone at the scene was shocked. 17 shots. Gu Zhouyuan emptied the magazine in his pistol and then put it back into the sale area of the mall. The bandit looked down at the bloody holes in his chest and abdomen in disbelief. There was fear, pain, regret, all sorts of other emotions in his eyes. He fell to his knees with a thud, then his head hit the ground hard, and he died. Gu Zhouyuan turned around. Some villagers had already stood up, but at this moment, everyone knelt on the ground. They finally realized that the divine punishment just now came from the hands of the young man in front of them. The means are like divine punishment. So, he is God. Even old Lady Lu and Mrs. Ding and others in the crowd knelt on the ground along with the villagers. Gu Zhouyuan grinned, and the solemn expression on his face instantly disappeared. The bandits have been dealt with. Why are you all still kneeling? The village chief murmured, Gods have come down to earth. Gods have come down to earth. Put aside Gu Zhouyuan's magical methods. Even if it is a mortal who comes to rescue them when they are most desperate, He deserves their kneeling, and he is a living bodhisattva. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head helplessly and said to Old Man Lu, "Grandpa, are you all okay?" Old Master Lu was one of the few people still standing at the scene. When he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar Gu Zhouyuan, he couldn't help but look a little dazed. "Xiao Yuan," he called out, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Zhouyuan went forward to support him and said with a smile, "What's wrong, Grandpa? Don't you recognize me?" Old Master Lu patted Gu Zhouyuan's hand, his face full of satisfaction and pride. "Uncle, Uncle, Cousin Shuizhen, Cousin Erniu." Gu Zhouyuan turned around and called out to Lu Dajiang and the others one by one. The expressions of Lu Dajiang and the others were exactly the same as those of Mr. Gu before. Just like Mary Jane knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Anyone who discovers that the godlike person is actually a familiar relative or friend will react in the same way. "Where are my aunt and the others?" The huge crowd was all kneeling on the ground, and Gu Zhouyuan couldn't find the other members of the Lu family for a while. Lu Dai hurried to the kneeling crowd and helped Old Lady Lu and the others up. He shouted happily, "Stop knocking. This is Xiao Yuan." Old Mrs. Lu looked over dazedly and saw Gu Zhouyuan chatting and laughing with the old man and others. Lu Xuanyo's brain capacity is not big enough, so he can't think too much. He only knew that his cousin was awesome now. He rushed over, hugged Gu Zhouyuan, and said, "Yuan, thank goodness you came, otherwise I might have died here today." Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "Even if I didn't come today, nothing serious would happen. There are so many people in the village, it's not a big deal to deal with a few bandits. If they were all like my grandfather, my uncle, and my second uncle, even if so many bandits came again, they would be seeking death." Many villagers heard the sarcasm in Gu Zhouyuan's words, and they couldn't help but blush. 200 people against 20 bandits, 10 against 1, they were held hostage, like lambs to be slaughtered, kneeling and being bullied. Old Master Lu paid money to protect Lu Shizi, and they cursed him secretly. Lu Dajiang's brothers, uncles and nephews fought desperately, but none of them stepped forward to help. They all lowered their heads and waited for the result. The head of Liujia village stood up tremblingly, shook Gu Zhouyuan's hand, and said slowly, "Thank you, Gu family boy." His cloudy eyes were full of gratitude. It was almost, just a little bit, that his family was destroyed. Just a little more, and his Liujia village would be doomed. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't stand being thanked profusely. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a few bandits. It's no different than killing a chicken." He turned to look at Jin Shi, who was doubting his life, and asked, "A bandit leader like you should have a good reputation in the county government, right?" At this point, the Golden Snake already knew that he was in this situation because of the boy in front of him. Chapter 231, Is the Head Valuable? The bone-chilling hatred overwhelmed the fear in his heart. He forced a smile and said sinisterly, "I've been a robber and killed so many people I've lost count. Naturally, there's a bounty on my head in the county government. My head is worth 100 taels of silver, but you may not live long enough to spend this money. I don't have much else to offer except for many friends on the underworld." He stared at Gu Zhouyuan intently. If looks could kill, Gu Zhouyuan would have been riddled with holes long ago. "You are quite amazing. Are your family members as amazing as you? You can protect one person. Can you protect 10 or 20 people? Even if you can protect them for a while, can you protect them for a lifetime? I will make you pay the price. I will make your family miserable and your whole family destroyed." Hearing the vicious curse in the Golden Snake's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Bandits are always vindictive and ruthless. If you are targeted by this group of people, you will never have peace. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "What you said makes a lot of sense." A smug smile appeared on the corner of the Golden Snake's mouth. Everyone has weaknesses, especially these living bodhisattvas who like to save others. The more you care about, the greater your weaknesses. As long as we grasp their weaknesses, everything will become easy. But his arm was already broken. He had to go back to the stronghold first, and then slowly figure out how to deal with this guy. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. Then a cold light shone into his eyes. Gu Zhouyuan raised the machete high, his voice still calm. "Heads are valuable, right?" The Golden Snake's hair stood on end, and the pain in his broken arm was now ignored. He turned over and was about to get up from the ground, wanting to escape from this evil ghost. But he had been sitting on the ground for a long time. His legs and feet were numb, and he had lost too much blood, so his whole body was weak. Instead of getting up, he fell to the ground. He didn't dare turn his back to Gu Zhouyuan. He tried his best to turn around, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and kicked the ground with his legs desperately, moving his body backwards. The venom in his eyes was replaced by fear. He shook his head and howled, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." At this moment, He forgot that there were people who begged him for their lives before dying, but what they received was always his axe. Now this scene is happening again, but the roles have been reversed. Gu Zhouyuan smiled warmly and repeated softly, "Heads are valuable, right? Then leave your head." After saying that, he raised the machete high and chopped it down suddenly. The golden snake watched the knife falling towards its neck and was so scared that it defecated and pissed. With a barely perceptible puff sound, the machete cut through the bones, muscles, and other tissues in the neck. This anti-Japanese war sword is really powerful. With just one blow, the golden snake's head, worth 100 taels, rolled to the ground. On his lonely head, the triangular eyes blinked twice. Only then did he believe. It turns out that there really is retribution. The headless body lost its support and fell to the ground with a dull bang. Although the sound was not loud, it was like a heavy drum, striking the hearts of everyone present. The sound of people swallowing saliva could be heard one after another at the scene. This man was just chatting with the Liu family with a smile, and then he turned around and swung a knife to chop off someone's head. Gu Zhouyuan bought a piece of cloth in the mall and wrapped the golden snake's head. "This is all silver, enough to build another big brick and tile house," he muttered to himself, with a complicated expression on his face, a mixture of disgust and happiness. These two heads should be worth some money. He looked at the other two corpses and decided to kill them all at once. He picked up the machete and chopped them to death with just one blow, just like chopping a dog to death. He chopped off the head of the bandit who was beaten to a pulp next to the golden snake. He even said thankfully, "Fortunately, it didn't hit my head." He suddenly slapped his thigh, startling everyone. Is this man who chops off heads as easily as chopping melons really the living Buddha they just worshipped? To say that he is the living king of hell is quite descriptive. Gu Zhouyuan took 2 steps and looked at Si Wang's exploding head with a look of regret. "I shouldn't have hit the head," he muttered. "Let's just cut it off and explain it to the county government. I should be able to collect the reward." As he said that, he cut off half of Si Wang's head with a knife. Holding a knife, he looked at the remaining bandits who were tied up tightly. The few survivors were instantly frightened. Could it be that this living devil is addicted to chopping off heads and wants to collect their heads as well? A bandit yelled, "Well, I haven't killed anyone, so my head is worthless." Gu Zhouyuan frowned and looked at him. His uncle and the others were unprofessional in kidnapping people. Why didn't they seal their mouths at the same time? When the bandits saw Gu Zhouyuan's unhappy expression, 2 of them were frightened and started crying. One of the bandits cried, "I just joined the gang. This is my first time working. Please don't kill me." This bandit was the first one to kneel down and kowtow. At this moment, he was in tears and his heart was full of regret. "If I had known earlier, I would have died along with my wife and daughter on the way to escape the famine." He came here to become this unscrupulous bandit, who spent his days eating meat and drinking wine. The first time he did work, he ran into a living devil. Isn't it said that if you do bad things, you will go to hell after you die? Why did it have to be his turn to suffer such torture while he was still alive? Gu Zhouyuan was not moved at all. He became a bandit and robbed the village. That was an unforgivable crime. "My head is worthless, but I should be worth 2 cents alive. I can help you identify the other bandits. I've heard everything they've done." In order to fight for the chance to survive, the novice bandit spoke without thinking. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Okay, I'll keep your head for now. Go to the county government office and testify for me. Tell the county magistrate who this bandit with a rotten head is." Gu Zhouyuan pretended to do it reluctantly. In fact, he had no intention of chopping off these people's heads. Those 3 were already dead, so chopping off their heads was easier and quicker than removing their whole bodies. These grown-up people knew how to climb onto the mule cart and walk into the county government gate. He was not a bloodthirsty serial killer and was not keen on chopping off people's heads. Instead, the sight of blood made him feel physically uncomfortable. The novice bandit was immediately amnestied. He shouted, "That man is called Si Wang. He is the 4th boss of our stronghold. Oh no, the bandit den." He boasted before that he had killed more people than the golden snake. Sometimes when the big boss Wang Eru was not happy to do the dirty work, it was Si Wang who did it. The reward for him in the county government is also 100 taels. It seems that he killed the young master of a trading company. The shopkeeper of that trading company secretly issued a reward, saying that if anyone could capture Si Wang alive, the reward would be 1,000 taels of silver, and he would skin Si Wang and pull out his tendons. But Si Wang is notoriously ruthless and cunning. His whereabouts are elusive, and Nyoto Mountain is very dangerous. Over the years, nothing has gone wrong. Chapter 232, Living is more valuable. Wait, Gu Zhouyuan interrupted. Does the bounty say how much the dead are worth? Dead is worth 100 taels. The novice bandit replied. Damn, this is a big deal. Half of the head is missing, and at most there are only 5 kilograms of meat, but 900 tails are missing. Gu Zhouyuan looked regretful. That's right. The novice bandit nodded hurriedly. The living are more valuable than the dead. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh. This guy was afraid that I would chop off his head, so he was always putting on a death-proof talisman for himself. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's regretful face, the new bandit suggested, Boss, you can take Siwang's head to the store owner and collect the 100 taels of reward first. Take Siwang's headless body to the county government office and collect another 100 taels of reward. With so many of us as witnesses, the county magistrate will definitely recognize this. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He clapped his hands and smiled at the bandit. You're really a talented person. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was satisfied, the novice bandit secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his head was temporarily saved today. Gu Zhouyuan calculated in his mind that these 2 dead bandits could be sold for 300 taels. And that Civ bandit doesn't look like a good guy either. I guess he's worth about 30 or 50 taels. There are still 18 left. If we pull them together, we can still get 200 taels. This is money that has been earned through clear channels. Holy crap. He clapped his hands excitedly. Over 500 taels of silver. This truly is a new way to get rich through hard work. Everyone who heard what he said rolled their eyes. Getting rich by killing bandits? Only you can do that. Gu Zhouyuan commanded the villagers to dig out the 11 bandits he had previously kidnapped. He asked the villagers to tear off the duct tape on the bandits and tie them up again with ropes. The villagers were ignorant and didn't react much when they saw the duct tape. They just thought it was a new thing from the city. But the county magistrate is different, and there is also Mr. Jingda, who always hangs out with the county magistrate. They have a broad vision, and it will be a lot of trouble to explain it later. Grandpa, Gu Zhouyuan said to old man Lu, looking at the bandits who had gathered together. I'm afraid this Liujia village will never be peaceful again. You should pack up your things and move to our Datong village. Old Master Lu was very hesitant. Leaving the home where he had lived for decades and going to live in another place would be difficult for anyone to accept. The bandits have already come this time. I guess they won't come again in the future, he said. Although he knew that what he said was self-deception, he still hoped that someone would respond to it. Gu Zhouyuan knew very well that the old man was reluctant to leave his hometown. He sighed softly and said, These people are bandits from the Black Tiger village on Yodo Mountain. They suffered such a great loss this time. How could they not come to retaliate? The village chief was also worried. Liujia village had a small population and no mountains to resist outsiders. If it were attacked by bandits, it would be very dangerous. But if the entire village is relocated, that is not very realistic. There will definitely be many people in the village who are unwilling to leave. If there is a glimmer of hope, who would be willing to leave their hometown and run away to become a refugee? That's right. In the minds of farmers, if they leave their houses and fields, they are refugees who live worse than pigs and dogs. Of course, if they don't leave, the bandits will suffer such a great loss this time. How can they let it go? All the villagers were worried. Gu Zhouyuan touched his chin and thought, it is true that a thief can steal for 1,000 days without being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. This bandit's head is quite valuable. Why don't we take some time to wipe out the Black Tiger village in Yodo Mountain? Not only can money be deposited into the account, but harm can also be eliminated for the people, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, 1 punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. With such a record in hand, other bandits will behave themselves. No, shouted the novice bandit squatting in the group of bandits. This bandit is called Shunzi. Wang Eru, the leader of Black Wind Village, has never agreed to rob civilians. He only robs merchant caravans and wealthy families. Golden Snake took advantage of the fact that the boss was out working this time to bring his men down the mountain. Shunzi spoke very quickly. He has now revealed a lot of information about the bandits' den and has basically broken off completely with the bandits. It's unlikely that he would lie about this. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. This Wang Eru actually had some moral principles. However, the bandits' den still had to be wiped out, and life and death could not be left to the conscience of a bandit leader. In order to ensure the safety of his family, he had no choice but to let the bandits from Black Wind Village suffer. Please die. But according to Shunzi, this matter can be delayed for a few days. He dusted himself off, looked towards the crowd of villagers, and said loudly, You all should know me, right? My name is Gu Zhouyuan. If the bandits from Black Wind Village come here, tell them to come find me in Datong Village. Or send someone to Datong Village to deliver the message, or I can come over. The villagers all started whispering to each other. Is this one person challenging all the bandits on the mountain? The Liu family's faces changed drastically. What was Xiao Yuan doing? If the bandits bore a grudge against him, there would be no peace. But everyone was only stunned for a moment, and then a quick-witted villager exclaimed, "The Gu family kid is trying to wipe out all the bandits in one fell swoop." Isn't that right? Everyone suddenly understood. Thinking of Gu Zhiyuan's mysterious methods, and then thinking of how he excitedly said that catching bandits was a new way to get rich through hard work. The villagers immediately knew the truth. The bandits make a living by robbing and looting, and he makes a fortune by killing bandits. This path has broad prospects and lucrative returns, but no one is jealous. The village chief ordered people to find a wasteland to bury the headless bodies of the golden snake and the sieve. Siwang's head and body are both valuable, so they cannot be buried and wasted. Although the corpse is valuable, Gu Zhouyuan still thinks it is unlucky. He was afraid of dirtying the mule cart, so he took 3 baskets from Mr. Liu's house. The 3 heads, valued at more than 200 taels of silver, were placed in a basket and carried by several bandits with healthy limbs. We also asked my grandfather to make a simple stretcher out of bamboo, tied Siwang's headless body to the stretcher, and had 2 strong bandits carry it. Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart slowly, followed by a group of bandits tied together with ropes. In fact, even without the ropes, none of the 19 bandits dared to think of escaping. The heat from the 3 horrific heads had just faded, and there were 2 wounded soldiers with broken arms in the team. These scenes constantly reminded them to cooperate with Boss Gu and not to seek death. Chapter 233, ULI Trading Company. The business that issued the bounty order is located on West Street in the city and is called ULI Business. Gu Zhouyuan did not go directly to the county government office, but took a detour via West Street. When people saw Gu Zhouyuan and his group on the road, they all pointed and talked about them. This team was really strange. Each one was pulling a mule cart, and behind it were a bunch of people with their hands tied. If you look more closely, the funny expressions on the faces of those who stopped to watch will be replaced by horror. 3 heads in a basket and an empty body tied to a bamboo rack sent chills down their spines. Looking at this slightly funny team again, I can no longer laugh, and all I feel is weird. Gu Zhouyuan's detached mentality made him not care about other people's pointing and criticizing. He shook the reins lightly, and the mule cart sped up a little. The bandits behind also started to run quickly. The onlookers followed Gu Zhouyuan's team all the way to ULI Trading Company. This business is located in the middle and back part of West Street, with an excellent location. The flying eaves and brackets are magnificent, and the vermilion-painted gate is heavy and solemn. A large black signboard with gold-plated characters was hung right above the store entrance, ULI Trading Company. There were so many people gathered at the door that the shop assistants cried out that something was wrong. They quickly closed the shop door and ran inside to call the shopkeeper. Gu Zhouyuan got off the mule cart, looked at the couplets hanging on both sides of the gate, and recited aloud. Integrity is the foundation of success, and genuine goods are sold at reasonable prices. He put his hands behind his back and paced slowly at the door. After a while, the door of the business was opened, and a thin old man opened it. He was also startled when he saw the scene outside, and then looked at the young man standing at the door. This young man is the leader of this group. He has been in business for many years and has some vision. He bowed to Gu Zhouyuan and said, "I am Su Fu, the shopkeeper of ULI Trading Company. I wonder why this young man has brought so many people here." He was a little confused about Gu Zhouyuan's situation. Just now, the shop assistant said that hundreds of people came outside and surrounded the shop. He was shocked. Who would dare to rob his shopping mall in this city in broad daylight? Could it be a refugee riot? He ran over nervously, leaned over to look through the crack in the door, and found that they were not refugees at all, and most of the people were there to watch the fun. A young man was looking at the shop leisurely. Next to the mule cart, there were groups of people standing. The strange thing was that these people were tied together with ropes. Since it is not a riot by refugees, the city is still safe. He opened the shop door and came out to find out what was going on. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and returned the greeting. "Don't blame me, shopkeeper Su. I have something I want to check with you." Su Fu raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have never had any contact with this young man before, and he didn't know why he came to him to ask questions. However, he sensed that the young man had no ill intentions, so he nodded and said, "If you have any questions, please feel free to ask." Gu Zhouyuan didn't beat around the bush anymore and went straight to the point. "I heard that you issued a bounty notice 3 years ago, offering a reward of 1,000 taels of silver to anyone who could capture Si Wang, the 4th in command of Blackwind Village. Is that true?" The unbearable past was brought back to mind again, and a painful expression appeared on Su Fu's face. 3 years ago, his second son Su Fengyu led a team to transport a batch of silk back from Jiangnan. The second brother has always been cautious. He knew that there was a bandit's nest in Yodo Mountain, so he took a longer route through the mountains. Unexpectedly, they encountered bandits, and the leader of the bandits was Si Wong, the fourth in command of the Black Wind village. Si Wong robbed the caravan of all its property, and before leaving, he killed Su Fingyu with an axe. The reason was simply that among the kneeling people, Su Fingyu looked up at Si Wong first. When Su Fu received the report from the people who returned from the caravan, he was furious. The second child is quick-witted and not afraid of hardship or fatigue, which is most similar to when he was young. Among his three sons, he loved his second son the most. Leading a caravan outside does involve risks, but generally, when bandits learn that Su Fingyu is the son of the caravan owner, they will at most take the opportunity to extort some money from him. After all, the bandits' goal is to make money, not to offend the caravan to death and fight to the death. Who would have thought that Si Wong was so cruel that he actually chopped down the son of the store owner with an axe? There are always some idiots in this world who do things crazily and without thinking. Just like Lu Meng captured Guan Yu. No one expected Guan Yu to die, because any normal person would know that a living Guan Yu is more valuable than a dead Guan Yu. Even a brainless person like Lu Bu knew to capture Xiahou Dun and exchange him for food and supplies with Cao Cao. Sun Quan was making a wish list and preparing to send it to Liu Bei. Liu Bei was thinking about what he could use to exchange for his second brother. Cao Cao was leisurely eating melon seeds, preparing to watch a bargaining scene. But Lu Meng's magical operation left everyone dumbfounded. First, Lu Meng betrayed his ally and crossed the river in white clothes, turning the heroes of Jiangdong into rats. Furthermore, his killing of Guan Yu without considering the overall situation further exposed his short-sightedness. I'd like to take this opportunity to complain a little and get back to the topic. Su Fu immediately went to the county government office and beat the drum, and offered to pay any amount of silver as long as Si Wong could be captured. Lord Ho ordered the county lieutenant to lead people to attack Black Wind Village twice. But Nyodo Mountain is dangerous and easy to defend, but difficult to attack, so it is not easy to suppress the bandits. They went there twice, but returned empty-handed, and instead several Yamen runners were injured by traps set by the bandits in the mountains. The matter was put on hold. Su Fu was unwilling to give up, so he posted a reward notice privately. He was willing to give a reward of 1,000 taels of silver to anyone who could capture Si Wong and avenge the loss of his son. It caused a lot of uproar at the time, and the bounty of 1,000 taels was indeed a huge sum of money. But everyone just watched it for fun. After all, the government always failed when they sent people to suppress the bandits, not to mention private individuals becoming bounty hunters. In fact, Su Fu also knew that this reward was basically in vain, but he felt very uncomfortable if nothing was done. What if? Sometimes, people in despair rely on that what if to get through. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan's question, Su Fu replied hoarsely, "That's right. As long as you can capture that damn Si Wong, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver immediately." Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I heard that even the dead can get 100 taels." Su Fu was startled, and then his heart began to beat wildly. He hesitated and said, "What do you mean, little brother? Could it be that Si Wong is already dead?" "That's right," Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "I beat him to death." Su Fu got the answer he wanted and was immediately ecstatic, but his eyes were filled with tears. He grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's arm and said excitedly, "Where's that guy's body? I will chop off his head and place it in front of my son's grave to comfort his soul in heaven." Chapter 234. Intention to Make Friends. Gu Zhouyuan laughed awkwardly. "Well, I've already chopped off your head." Su Fu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and shouted, "Great, great. That saves me from having to do it myself." He smiled tearfully, bowed to Gu Zhouyuan, and said, "Brother, can you please give me that fellow's head? I want to use it as a sacrifice to my son. I don't know if that head is suitable. Please take a look first." Gu Zhouyuan said embarrassedly. Su Fu didn't understand what Gu Zhouyuan meant for a moment. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand, and a man came trotting over carrying a basket. As soon as he moved, a group of people followed him. Shunzi held the basket in front of Manager Su. Su Fu was a little confused for a moment, but when he looked carefully, he saw that the unknown object in the basket was actually a head. He was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Then I realized that this should be the Si Wong's head that the little brother mentioned. He suppressed his nausea and walked forward to take a closer look. This really is a bloody human head. It should be said that it is half a head, because the head from the nose upwards is completely missing. The cut on the neck was extremely smooth, probably caused by a sharp weapon such as a knife or an axe. But the wound on the upper part looked very strange, as if it had been smashed by a huge force. "Is this person Si Wong?" Su Fu suppressed the churning in his stomach and asked Gu Zhouyuan. It's genuine. Gu Zhouyuan patted his chest and guaranteed. He pointed to another basket and said, the head over there is the head of Golden Snake, the second in command of Black Wind Village. I will take it to the county government office to claim the reward. Shunzi also joined in. We are all bandits from the Black Wind Village. This is the fourth in command, Si Wang. That is the second in command, Jinshi, and this one is Danian. They are all well-known figures in the village. He pointed to 3 baskets and introduced them one by one. We were all inspired by Boss Gu and decided to mend our ways. These bandit leaders were stubborn and refused to change, so Boss Gu saved them. Shunzi took every opportunity to flatter the master, and the bandits behind him nodded vigorously to show that what he said was right. I was afraid that if I behaved badly and offended this gentleman, I would also be put into the basket. The crowd was also in an uproar. This group of people were actually bandits. How dare he escort nearly 20 bandits alone? The eyes of these bandits were filled with fear and terror. They had no idea what the young man had done to make them so obedient. After hearing what Gu Zhouyuan and Shunzi said, Su Fu was already 90% convinced. Unexpectedly, this young man actually killed the Golden Snake and captured so many bandits alive. These fierce and cruel bandits were as obedient as quails in front of this young man. I don't know where this young man came from, but he has such ability. But he must get to the bottom of this matter. It would be fine if he paid some money by mistake, but it was related to whether his son's revenge could be avenged, so he could not be negligent in the slightest. He took the bamboo basket, and a bloody smell came towards him. He put the bamboo basket on the ground, covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and turned half of his head over with the other hand. When he saw the hairy mole on the chin of the human head, he felt a mixture of sadness and joy. He had inquired about it, and found out that Si Wang's most notable feature was a large mole on his right chin with a tuft of black hair growing on it. Now that this feature matched, combined with what the bandit just said, he was now 100% sure that this big head was Si Wang, whom he wished to skin and crush his bones. Little brother, how did you do it? Su Fu's voice trembled a little, 3 parts shock mixed with 7 parts admiration. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing, just good luck. Well, can this half-head be worth 100 taels of silver? Gu Zhouyuan asked. He didn't want to delay here any longer. After all, it would have a bad influence if so many people surrounded him. He had already seen several people running to the side and vomiting violently. Besides, there were children in the crowd. All of them had pale faces, and they would probably have nightmares at night. Su Fu was stunned and nodded quickly. Worth it. Worth it. After saying that, he leaned over to the pale-faced guy standing next to him and whispered a few words in his ear. The clerk nodded and ran into the store. After a while, the waiter brought a lacquer box. Su Fu opened the lid of the box and found a small stack of banknotes inside. He picked up the banknotes, counted them, and handed them to Gu Zhouyuan with both hands, saying, Here is a 1,000 tael banknote. Take it, little brother. Gu Zhouyuan was surprised and asked, Didn't they say that dead things are worthless? Why did you give me 1,000 taels? Su Fu laughed heartily and said, Little brother, not only did you avenge my son, but you also helped me cut off the thief's head, saving me a lot of trouble. This head is only worth 100 taels, but if you can do it, that's another 900 taels of labor. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but take a second look at the thin shopkeeper. This man was capable of getting things done. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little embarrassed. He pointed at the headless body on the ground and said, That's Si Wang's body. If you want it, it's all yours. Originally, I wanted to take it to the county government office and collect the 100 taels of silver reward, but now that I've received 1,000 taels of silver from you, I'll give it all to you. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said generously. The bandits and onlookers were all stunned. You're selling pork here, and you're bringing some to give away? I only want this head as a sacrifice to my family Funyu. The other piece is useless to me. Since it can be exchanged for some silver in your hands, you should take it away. Su Fu was very relieved today as his revenge was achieved. He wanted to make friends with Gu Zhouyuan, but it was not simply out of gratitude. He also imagined that someone would actually kill Si Wang for the 1,000 taels reward. He was also 100% sure that collecting the bounty was definitely a private transaction, and he would help keep it secret. He never dreamed that this young man would come with his head in such a high-profile manner to exchange for a bounty. This person either has a terrible disease or a terrible ability. Considering the extremely obedient bandits in front of him, the answer is obvious. This man is extremely resourceful and is not afraid of the bandits' revenge at all. With Su Fu's vision and knowledge, how could he waste the opportunity to make friends with such a person? Gu Zhouyuan was touched by the goodwill shown by shopkeeper Su. He smiled and said, I was so busy redeeming my reward that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Zhouyuan. I hope shopkeeper Su won't blame me for not knowing the etiquette. Gu Zhouyuan had not announced his name before, and manager Su did not take it seriously. After all, killing bandits and getting the bounty is a huge risk, and making the name public will undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. Su Fu was even happier when Gu Zhouyuan took the initiative to tell him his name. This man really didn't take the bandits' revenge to heart at all. Moreover, this move has shown that Gu Zhouyuan responded to the goodwill he expressed. Chapter 235 Using the Bank's Channels. Su Fu placed the banknote in Gu Zhouyuan's hand and laughed loudly, saying, "Brother Gu, what are you talking about? Only after meeting you today did I understand what a young talent is." Gu Zhouyuan looked at the silver notes in his hand, each worth 100 taels, a total of 10 notes. He stuffed it into his arms and prepared to leave. But suddenly an idea came to my mind, and I remembered the soap at home. What the trading company does is to transfer local specialty products back and forth, share what they have and what they don't have, and make a profit from the price difference. Such as silk from Jiangnan, porcelain from Jingdezhen, spices and jewelry from the western regions, etc. These goods are then sent to other regions for sale, allowing materials to circulate throughout the country. The soap business can be quickly expanded to the entire Dakian with the help of ULI Trading Company's channels. After a brief contact, Gu Zhouyuan felt that shopkeeper Su was a reliable person. Judging from the fact that he took the initiative to give a reward of 1,000 taels, he at least had a long-term vision. "Manager Su, I have a business deal. Are you interested?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a mysterious smile. Su Fu raised his eyebrows. He thought that he couldn't exchange bandits' heads for silver in the long run. His own company didn't have such business. He still pretended to be very interested and said, "Oh, I wonder what business Brother Gu wants to discuss. There are so many people here. Why don't we go inside and talk? Let's first listen to what Gu Zhouyuan's business is. If you really can't take it, just tell him the truth." It's obvious at first glance that Brother Gu is an open-minded and straightforward person, so we shouldn't blame him for this. Gu Zhouyuan said to the bandits, "I'm going into the house with manager Su to discuss something. You all stay where you are." Shunzi nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, Boss Gu. I'll help you keep an eye on them." The bandits glared in anger. "You're actually colluding with us, and you're just adding insult to injury to your own injury?" Gu Zhouyuan followed Su Fu into the store. The servant wanted to close the door, but was stopped by Su Fu. "Leave the door open so we can keep an eye on the situation outside," Su Fu said to the servant in a calm voice. The servant nodded, made tea for the two of them, and stood at the door looking outside. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Gu Zhouyuan sat at the reception table, looking at the interior layout and decoration of the store. The shop is quite large, with tall wooden shelves against the wall. The shelves are divided into multiple layers and are filled with a variety of goods. There are porcelain, cloth, tea, and even swords on display. It's like a large grocery store. "You have quite a wide variety of goods," Gu Zhouyuan said. Su Fu stroked his beard and smiled. "We are in the business of selling things. We sell whatever can make money. There is nothing we can do if the things we sell are a bit messy. Why don't I see any bath beans in the store?" Gu Zhouyuan scanned around, but didn't find any bath beans on the shelves. "Brother Gu, do you want to buy some bath beans?" Su Fu asked. "They're sold in spice shops and pharmacies, but my company doesn't stock them." "Oh," Gu Zhouyuan asked doubtfully. "Is this bath bean not profitable?" "Yes and no," Su Fu explained patiently. "The price of bath beans varies greatly due to the different herbs and spices used in the recipe. They range from a few hundred coins to over 10 taels. But bath beans aren't a local specialty. There are bath bean workshops everywhere, which means the profit from selling them isn't very high. After all, our company is not a grocery store. What we like to do is to transport things that are scarce or even unavailable locally from other places to maximize profits. For example, transporting livestock such as horses and sheep, as well as fur products, from the north to the south. Then sell tea, silk, porcelain and other goods from the south to the north. This kind of transaction can bring in substantial profits, rather than buying goods locally and making a small profit from the price difference. Su Fu was quite frank with Gu Zhouyuan, and his explanation was extremely detailed. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, took out a bar of soap from his pocket, and handed it to shopkeeper Su. "Shopkeeper, this is my new invention. It's called soap. It's very effective for cleansing the body. Would you be interested in seeing it?" Su Fu took the so-called soap and asked in confusion, "What is this soap? It looks like a pastry, but it's hard and doesn't look like something you can eat." Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "Soap is not for eating. It is used for bathing and cleaning, just like bath beans. Why don't you try the effect? I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Shopkeeper Su picked up a bar of soap with a skeptical look, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This fragrance is really fresh and pleasant. I wonder how to use it. Just dip the soap in water, rub it into foam, apply it on your body, and then rinse with clean water, Gu Zhouyuan explained. My soap not only has strong cleaning power, but also makes the skin smooth and delicate and leaves a long-lasting fragrance. Gu Zhouyuan turned into a gold medal salesman, diligently explaining the advantages of the soap. Awang, Su Fu called to the servant standing at the door. Go to the back and get a basin of water. The servant named Awang let out an ah, lifted the curtain at the back door of the shop, and disappeared. After waiting for a while, Awang came back with a basin of clean water. Gu Zhouyuan stood up, wet his hands in the basin, picked up the soap and rubbed them twice. Then rub your hands back and forth until rich foam appears, and then place them in the basin of water twice. Su Fu followed suit and washed his hands with soap, just like Gu Zhouyuan. When he stretched out his hands again, he felt that his hands became much fresher and cleaner. There is also a fresh and elegant fragrance coming from your hands. Su Fu immediately became interested. Brother Gu, your soap is quite novel. It's more convenient and durable than bath beans. I wonder how you plan to cooperate. Don't worry, shopkeeper Su. I have another type of soap here. It's an unscented soap that can be used to wash hands and clothes. Gu Zhouyuan took out another piece of soap from his arms. Su Fu took the soap. The pale yellow soap was as cold and smooth as a piece of jade. He leaned over to smell it, and sure enough, there was no fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have the smell of alkaline noodles. With the experience of trying the previous soap, Su Fu no longer needed Gu Zhouyuan to demonstrate. He picked up a rag on the table, dipped it in water, rubbed it on the soap a few times, and then rubbed the rag. Soon, the stains on the rag were cleaned away, and even the originally dark color became brighter. Su Fu was amazed and said, Brother Gu, this soap is really great for washing clothes. He picked up the soap beside him, his face full of excitement. Did Brother Gu really just develop this soap? Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nod, he hurriedly asked, Brother Gu, have you ever proposed a joint venture with other businesses or shops on this soap business? Chapter 236, Signing a Contract. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. No, besides my family, you, shopkeeper Su, are the first person to use this soap. All right, Su Fu shouted. How would you like to cooperate with ULI Trading Company? This was the second time he asked this question in such a short period of time, which was enough to show that shopkeeper Su was eager to cooperate. He wanted to buy out the recipe all at once. But he also knew that Brother Gu was not a fool. How could he sell a hen that laid golden eggs? Gu Zhouyuan pondered and said, I want to set up a soap workshop in the village. You can just come to me to buy the goods. I can give you a discount on the price. Su Fu became anxious. Wasn't this still treating his business as a grocery store? How about this, Brother Gu? You will be responsible for providing the method of making soap, and I will be responsible for production and sales, and we will split the profits 50-50. How about that? He hurriedly stated his plan. This plan is very tempting, but Gu Zhouyuan's purpose is not simply to make money. He wanted to help his entire family and even the entire Datong village become rich together. If he wanted to make money himself, there were 1,000 ways to do it, and there was no need for him to work so hard on these things. Besides, once the recipe is handed over, the manufacturing and sales will be controlled by the other party. You may seem very relaxed and comfortable at first, but it is only natural that others kick you away later. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. The way of cooperation is just as I said. You buy goods from me, and if shopkeeper Su doesn't think it's okay, that's fine. I'll look for another one. Seeing his firm attitude, Su Fu no longer insisted. This thing is the only one of its kind on the market. It is a subversive monopoly product. Even street beggars know the huge profits contained in it, not to mention him, the owner of such a large business. He poured some hot tea into Gu Zhouyuan's cup and said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Gu. Let's cooperate as you said. Su Fu continued thoughtfully. Can we sign an agreement? What agreement? I want to pay you a sum of money to get the exclusive rights to your soap. After hearing this, Gu Zhouyuan felt even more admiration for Manager Su. Once the exclusive operating rights are signed, it is equivalent to a joint venture between the two companies, with my side responsible for production and his side responsible for sales. However, if you rely entirely on others for sales channels, you will be constrained in every way in the future. I can sign a letter of commitment. The soap from my workshop will be supplied to shopkeeper Su first. Su Fu's eyes flickered slightly, and he heard Gu Zhouyuan continue. If your ULI company distributes its products quickly and promotes them well in the market, the output of my soap workshop might not be enough to meet the sales of your company. Isn't this a disguised form of exclusive operation? Su Fu was a smart man, and he understood the meaning of Gu Zhouyuan's words as soon as he heard them. The output of the soap workshop is there. If you sell well, all the soap produced every day will naturally be taken up by ULI Trading Company. But if ULI Commercial Bank or you, Boss Sue, are a loser and can't even sell 3 bars of soap a day, then I'm sorry, I will naturally look for other capable people to cooperate with. Su Fu had a sharp business acumen. Once these 2 new products came out, they would surely become popular throughout Dakian with just a little promotion. If he can't even finish the goods from a small workshop, it only shows that he is a real idiot. What he should worry about is what to do if the product is often out of stock in the market in the future. All right, he clapped his hands and said, then I'd like to ask Brother Gu to sign this priority supply agreement with me. Sure, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. In your opinion, shopkeeper Su, what's a reasonable price for our soap? Then I need to know what Brother Gu's cost price is. Su Fu was really interested in the cost of this thing. To be honest, there is a reason why bath beans are so expensive, because the spices and herbs in them are extremely expensive. Coupled with the limited supply of raw material pig pancreas, the combination of these 2 factors will inevitably lead to the price of bath beans remaining high for a long time. This soap is like a piece of warm jade and looks more advanced than bath beans. Compared with the heavy and ancient medicinal fragrance of bath beans, the smell of soap is more lively and warm, and should be very popular among the ladies of wealthy families. This stuff is definitely not cheap. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, the cost is very low. This answer surprised Su Fu. The cost was not high, even very low. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan's vague answer, Su Fu thought it was because he was too cautious. So what about production? Are the raw materials easy to come by? Is it like bath beans, where you can only make so many each year? Su Fu was more concerned about this issue. If the output was seriously affected by raw materials, he would have to change to another sales method. The raw materials are easy to get, Gu Zhouyuan replied. Low cost and high output. Su Fu muttered, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Then there will be no more bath beans on the market. This is by no means bragging, but the conclusion he came to after considering the various advantages of soap. The most popular bath beans on the market are the ones that cost 1 or 2 taels of silver each. Let's not wipe them out all at once. Let's leave some breathing room for the bath beans. After all, we need bath beans for comparison to highlight the quality of our soap. I think a price of 1 ounce and 5 cents per piece of soap is more appropriate. After Su Fu finished speaking, he looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan naturally had no objection. His previous plan was to match the price of soap to that of bath beans, 1 tael and 5 cents of silver for a piece of soap. Only he knew how much profit he could make. Where's the soap? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Soap costs 500 won a piece. Su Fu's face flushed, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. With such a double team, the living space of bath beans will be infinitely squeezed. The 2 of them had a pleasant conversation in the house and agreed on the purchase price. The purchase price of soap is 1 tael of silver per piece, and the price of soap is 300 won per piece. Gu Zhouyuan also took into consideration the costs of transportation and distribution for ULI Trading Company, which was equivalent to the general distributor, and the small distributors under him also had to make a profit, so he gave such a low purchase price. Finally, Gu Zhouyuan wrote 2 contracts, and also stated in the contracts that if ULI Trading Company adjusted the price later, the part exceeding today's price would be divided equally between the 2 companies. This detail made Su Fu refresh his opinion of Gu Zhouyuan. At the beginning, he could clearly see that Gu Zhouyuan was a novice in business. But he can always put forward key opinions at critical moments. This is a person's business talent. The 2 signed and sealed the deed, each keeping their own copy. Chapter 237. There is an acquaintance in the prison. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Then I'll take my leave now. I wish our cooperation goes smoothly. The weather was hot and big green bean flies were buzzing around the bamboo basket stretcher outside. Gu Zhouyuan was afraid that if he delayed any longer, everything would go bad. Today, Su Fu not only got his revenge, but also got a very promising business. He was in a very good mood. After sending Gu Zhouyuan a long way, he turned back and started to prepare to take the head as a sacrifice to his son. Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart slowly moved towards the county government office. More and more people who had nothing to do after eating came to watch the excitement. They pointed at the bamboo basket stretcher on the mule cart and whispered to each other, their eyes filled with curiosity and fear. The bamboo basket contains the head of Golden Snake, the second in command of Black Wind Village. A middle-aged man whispered to the person next to him. Is this true? Jinshi is a ruthless character. Who has the ability to kill him? Another person asked half-doubtfully. How could it be false? I followed you all the way from ULI Trading Company. I was the young man driving the mule cart. I even exchanged Si Wang's head for a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. The middle-aged man spoke with a bit of awe in his tone. Who is Siwang? Some onlookers were confused. Siwang is the fourth leader of the Black Wind village. 3 years ago, he hacked to death the second son of Su, the shopkeeper of ULI Trading Company. Su has offered a reward of 1,000 taels to avenge his son. You're not from the city, are you? That incident caused quite a stir at the time. How come you haven't heard about it yet? The middle-aged man had an expression that said no way. The man smiled awkwardly and said, I'm from Xiaohe village. I came to the city today to see if I could buy some rice seeds to take back. Fuck. Shua slapped his thigh. He was so busy eating melons that he completely forgot about buying rice seeds. He turned around and ran towards the grain store. Everyone was there to watch the fun, and maybe there would be fewer people there, so he could buy some rice seeds to plant in the fields today. People around were still sighing. 1,000 taels. I never thought this bandit's head was worth so much. I work so hard as a waiter all day and only get 13 fun, which is not even worth a bandit's nose hair. Do you think this is fair? Then you can go kill bandits too, or become a bandit yourself. At least your head will be valuable. Being a bandit doesn't necessarily mean you can get a good price. Look at those bandits that are linked together. They are not worth much. The two bailiffs on duty at the county government gate recognized Gu Zhouyuan. They asked about the situation, and then one of them ran in to report to the county magistrate. After a while, the bailiff came back, followed by a group of bailiffs. The man said to Gu Zhouyuan, the county magistrate, please ask Brother Gu to come in and talk. Leave these people to us first. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and followed the yamen runner all the way to the second hall of the county government office. County magistrate Ho was pacing in the room. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan approaching, he hurried over and said, Mr. Gu, you're here. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned, feeling that the title was a bit strange, as if he had come to a government agency in his previous life to do business. I didn't expect that the head of the county would call me like this. He didn't think about it too much. The term Mr. in this era is very different from the common title in the 21st century. Sir is generally a respectful title for teachers or a name for knowledgeable and respected people. County Magistrate Ho called out very naturally. Gu Zhouyuan has profound attainments in academics, culture, and other fields. He also has noble character, and his successive actions are all beneficial to the country and the people. Even Mr. Jingda admires him very much. It is appropriate to call him sir. Gu Zhouyuan bowed and said, Greetings, Your Excellency the County Magistrate. No need to be so polite. County Magistrate Ho led Gu Zhouyuan to sit at the table, and his attendant poured tea for him. I heard someone report that Mr. Gu captured a group of bandits. What's going on? County Magistrate Ho went straight to the point. Gu Zhouyuan recounted what happened in Liujia village. He focused on the bandits' brutality, but glossed over how he subdued them. County Magistrate Ho gritted his teeth secretly. He didn't expect that these bandits would be so arrogant as to dare to rob a village. 3 years ago, the county lieutenant led people to Nyoto Mountain to suppress bandits, but unfortunately, they returned empty-handed. It seems that we have to ask the officials and soldiers from the county to come and completely wipe out these evildoers. An entire village had fallen. If it weren't for Gu Zhouyuan, there would definitely be a huge black mark on his resume, and it would even be normal for him to be dismissed from office and held accountable. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhouyuan could subdue more than 20 bandits by himself. He saved a village and also saved his career. I heard that these bandits are all registered in the county and each has a reward amount. I wonder if it is true. Gu Zhouyuan asked expectantly. County Magistrate Ho swallowed the words that he wanted to say to praise him for his selfless dedication to the country and his chivalrous deeds. He nodded slowly and said, Some of the most notorious bandits do have bounties on their heads. Gu Zhouyuan said happily, That's good, then my trip was not in vain. He was afraid that the golden snake was just bragging, but now that County Magistrate Ho had confirmed it himself, he felt relieved. Seeing that he had no interest in tea, County Magistrate Ho stood up and said, Let's go see how much these bandits are worth. Gu Zhouyuan quickly drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, stood up and said, That's right. He sent someone to call the registrar and the chief clerk as well. The bandits were locked up in the county jail. This prison is located on the west side of the county government office and has a total of 12 ordinary cells that are symmetrical on both sides. In addition to the ordinary cells that occupy the largest area, there are also death row cells, prison temples, and guard rooms. This was the first time in Gu Zhouyuan's 2 lives that he was sent to the county jail. That time when he got into a fight with Li Qingsong after drinking. He was also locked up in the cell, but not sent to jail. He looked around curiously along the way. Perhaps due to the recent surge in refugees and frequent security incidents, these cells are now overcrowded. Gu Zhouyuan actually saw many old acquaintances here. He approached a cell and found that more than 10 prisoners were crammed into the tiny cell. Mr. Zhao was squeezed in the crowd. Looking at the cell next to him, he saw another familiar face inside, Mr. Zhao. When Mr. Zhao and Zhao Daqiang saw Gu Zhouyuan, they hurriedly lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. Gu Zhouyuan's ferocity that day has been engraved in their bones, and they still tremble every time they think of it. Gu Zhouyuan was happy and searched the other cells one by one, but he didn't see Zhao Fuguwei. Could he be imprisoned in the Bian prison? The Bian prison is the death row, also known as the Tiger Head prison, which is an enclosed and independent courtyard. Considering what Zhao Fuguwei did, including forcibly abducting a woman and causing trouble, it is not impossible to sentence him to death. But after all, he didn't cause any death, so the sentence probably won't be that severe. County Magistrate Ho couldn't help but tremble when he saw Gu Zhouyuan clinging to the iron bars of the prison and searching each cell one by one. Chapter 238, Give a Chance to Reform. How could he not know who Gu Zhouyuan was looking for? He asked a few questions to the registrar beside him. The registrar flipped through the book in his hand and pointed to one of the cells. County Magistrate Ho coughed and said, "Mr. Gu, Zhao Fuguwei is imprisoned in that cell." Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and looked in the direction that County Magistrate Ho pointed. It turned out to be the first cell. I just checked and didn't see Zhao Fuguwei. Gu Zhouyuan ran back to the first cell and leaned on the iron bars to look inside. When the prisoners heard County Magistrate Ho shout, they already knew who Gu Zhouyuan was looking for. Everyone moved to the side of the wall, letting Zhao Fuguwei, who was hiding at the back, come out. No wonder Gu Zhouyuan didn't find anyone just now. After such a long time in prison, Zhao Fuguwei had been tortured beyond recognition. His face was dirty, his beard was messy, and his hair was messy, covering half of his face. In addition, he was hiding at the back of the crowd, so it was normal that Gu Zhouyuan didn't notice him for a while. "Young Master Zhao? Young Master Zhao," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. Zhao Fuguwei acted as if he didn't hear anything and even turned around. A burly prisoner dragged Zhao Fuguwei to the front. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, "How are you these days, Mr. Zhao?" He didn't know how County Magistrate Ho would sentence Zhao Fuguwei, but he had already formed a mortal enemy with Zhao Fuguwei, so naturally, he didn't intend to leave this hidden danger. Obviously, such a long period of imprisonment has made Zhao Fuguwei grow a lot. He raised his head, his expression surprisingly calm, but a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes from time to time. He was very afraid of Gu Zhouyuan before, from the bottom of his heart. This madman cut off his ears and beat Wang Debao to death. He also used some unknown method to brutally kill his 3 servants. But besides fear, there was also deep hatred in his heart. He was a rich young man who lived a life of luxury, but he had fallen to the point of eating rotten porridge in prison. At night, he could only curl up in a corner of the brick couch to sleep, unable to even stretch his legs. All this is because of Gu Zhouyuan. He didn't want to suffer this torture every day and even had thoughts of committing suicide. If a person is not afraid of death, how can he be afraid of an enemy? He secretly swore in his heart that he would do everything he could to get out. As long as I can get out, I will make Gu Zhouyuan pay the price even if it costs my life. The resentment in his eyes was deeply hidden, but Gu Zhouyuan still caught it keenly. Gu Zhouyuan licked his lips, stood up and grinned at Zhao Fuguwei. Zhao Fuguwei's dusty memories were instantly opened. That day, the evil ghost smiled at him in the same way, and then his ears were cut off by him. And when he beat and killed Wang Debao, he also had this neurotic smile on his face. Zhao Fuguwei thought he had given up everything and was no longer afraid. But only then did he realize that the fear came like a tide and was completely beyond his control. Gu Zhouyuan said to Magistrate Ho, "Are there such a shortage of cells here? How can so many people be crammed into one cell?" County Magistrate Ho nodded. "It's quite chaotic out there right now. I've already arrested over 20 members of the Cult of Light, plus the refugees who committed crimes. With these dozen or so bandits, the jail is naturally in short supply. The county government is certainly short of money for disaster relief. The county magistrate might as well ask those prisoners whose crimes aren't too serious to pay a fine and give them a chance to reform. This will not only increase the county government's financial revenue, but also reduce the number of inmates in prisons, lower prison management costs, and free up space for those criminals who have committed serious crimes." Gu Zhouyuan talked freely. In ancient China, prisoners could pay a fine in exchange for their freedom under certain conditions. Different dynasties had different regulations and practices in this regard. During the Western Zhou dynasty, there were records about redemption of punishment in Shangshu LV Xing, which stipulated the amount of fines corresponding to different crimes. For suspected crimes, prisoners were allowed to pay a certain amount of copper to atone their sins in exchange for being exempted from the corresponding punishment and thus gaining their freedom. There was also a system of redemption of punishment in Qin law. Depending on the severity of the crime, the prisoner can pay property such as money, armor, etc., or they can redeem themselves from punishment by performing forced labor. If the crime is not particularly serious, they may be able to regain their freedom through redemption. Naturally, this world also has regulations for redeeming sentences, so County Magistrate Ho was not surprised. However, Xintian County under his rule has always been cautious in using redemption of sentences because he feels that the shortcomings of redemption of sentences are too obvious. Rich people can easily use money to escape punishment after committing crimes, while poor people may suffer severe punishment even if their crimes are minor because they are unable to pay the fines. The phenomenon of different punishments for the same crime undermines the fairness and authority of the law. Moreover, during the implementation of the redemption policy, officials may abuse their power to collude with prisoners or their families and violate regulations, allowing prisoners who should not be redeemed to be redeemed. Or they deliberately raise the fine standards for personal gain, leading to judicial corruption and damaging the interests of the people. It would also weaken the deterrent effect of the law. If criminals generally believe that they can redeem their sins with money, their respect for the law will be reduced. This may lead some people to take chances and think that even if they commit crimes, they can be solved with money, thus increasing the crime rate. He was very surprised that Gu Zhouyuan would agree to redeem the sentence. However, when he saw the cells packed with prisoners, he felt relieved. Special times require special treatment. Being an official is like being a human being. You have to be flexible. County Magistrate Ho nodded and said, Mr. Gu's words make sense. I will implement this matter as soon as possible. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, in fact, Mr. Zhao and I only have a small conflict. When Gu Zhouyuan spoke, not only County Magistrate Ho, but also Zhao Fugui, Mr. Zhao and Zhao Daqiang were all confused. A small conflict? A small conflict. You cut off an ear and killed for people? If Ho Yu and the others hadn't caught up with him in time, Zhao Fugui and his men would probably have been killed. Gu Zhouyuan also knew that what he said was a bit outrageous. He quickly coughed twice and said, well, what I mean is that Zhao Fugui and the others have already been punished. Why not let them pay a fine of tens of thousands of taels of silver and then let them go? Gu Zhouyuan tried hard to put on a harmless smile. Tens of thousands of taels of silver? A uniform cry of surprise rang out in the prison. Even the prisoners who were unaware of the situation gasped. County Magistrate Ho stroked his beard and said that if the county had an extra tens of thousands of taels, his disaster relief work would be much easier. Mr. Zhao's family owns several hundred acres of land and a few small shops in the county town. Together with the real estate, his total assets can still be raised into tens of thousands of taels of silver. But after spending these tens of thousands of taels of silver, Mr. Zhao's family had very little left and was almost a pauper. Chapter 239, A Large Reward. This Gu Zhouyuan is really a murderer. Mr. Zhao and Zhao Fugui looked at each other from a distance, and they both understood each other's thoughts. If they don't pay the fine, they will most likely die in this prison. They just heard that the county magistrate actually called Gu Zhouyuan Mr. Gu. This means that County Magistrate Ho is extremely close to Gu Zhouyuan, and they may be sentenced to heavy penalties. Even if they are not sentenced to death, they may spend the rest of their lives in prison. The more than 1 month in prison has made them miserable, especially Zhao Fugui, who is almost mentally collapsed. Once he even banged his head against the iron railings in an attempt to harm himself. Let alone 8 or 10 years. If he had stayed in this prison for another 3 to 5 months, he would have gone crazy if not dead. There is no point in clinging to money. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. Now that Gu Zhouyuan and the county magistrate have given them this opportunity, they must seize it. Zhao Yuanwei immediately shouted, Sir, I am willing to give away all my wealth and raise 30,000 taels to the county government. I only ask that you give us a chance to reform. Many prisoners were in an uproar. The young man with white teeth just asked for tens of thousands of taels of silver for a ransom. They were just surprised that someone would ask for such a high fine. Now they were all shocked. Someone dared to ask for it. And there was actually someone willing to pay. County Magistrate Ho was also delighted. It actually worked. The victims in this case have already forgiven, for servants in Mr. Zhao's family died. Zhao Fugui had 1 ear cut off and became disabled for life, and with the huge fine, the purpose of punishment has been achieved. The fine came at the right time. With it, he could set up a soup kitchen outside the city. The refugees would feel at ease if they had some porridge to drink. Although they might not be able to survive until the imperial court allocated funds and grain, at least their urgent needs could be alleviated. This really made everyone happy, but what he didn't expect was that it was Gu Zhouyuan who took the initiative to bring up this matter. Mr. Gu is quite talented, but he doesn't seem like the type to repay evil with kindness. County Magistrate Ho really couldn't understand why he would do such a thankless task. Zhao Baiwan lowered his head. 30,000 taels. This time the Zhao family was truly devastated, but if all their property was sold, it should be worth around 50,000 taels. He would take the remaining 20,000 taels of silver to seek refuge with his relatives in the county, seeking an opportunity to make a comeback. As for Gu Zhouyuan, he actually didn't want to provoke him again. This man was too evil. But he could see that his son Zhao Fugui hated Gu Zhouyuan. If he didn't avenge him, he would probably never get out of the shadow for the rest of his life. We can only take it step by step and can't do it so openly like this time. You can spend money to find some desperate criminals and secretly make the Gu family pay the price. Zhao Baiwan's mind raced, and he had already figured out what to do next. After Gu Zhouyuan made that suggestion, he ignored Zhao Baiwan and the others. He said to County Magistrate Ho, "These 3 damn bandits are all from the Black Wind stronghold on Yodo Mountain. One is the second in command, Jin Shi. One is the fourth in command, Si Wang. And what's the other one's name?" He tapped his head and recalled. Shunzi's voice came from the last cage. "His name is Dinyan. He's also an old bandit, a capable subordinate of the second in command, and he's also killed people." "Yes, call him Dinyan." Gu Zhouyuan slapped his forehead and laughed. "Could you please verify, sir, how much these bandits are worth in total? It's like selling pigs and sheep at the market, letting the buyer name a price." Although he had just seen it, County Magistrate Ho was still not used to his style. Magistrate Ho waved his hand and asked the registrar and the chief clerk to go over and check. 18 bandits were locked in one cell. Because Shunzi was an active bandit among them, the other bandits knew that hiding things was pointless, and they all confessed their crimes like beans spilled out of a bamboo tube. From time to time, you could hear Shunzi checking and filling in the gaps. 2 of the 18 people are on the bounty list, and the reward for both is 50 taels of silver. The deceased Yin was also on the list, and the reward was also 50 taels. The identities of Si Wang and Jin Shi have been verified. Gu Zhouyuan calculated that, not counting those bandits who were not wanted, he had already received 250 taels of silver. Adding the 1,000 taels from Manager Su, the total for the day was 1,250 taels. With so much money available, many things can be done in advance. County Magistrate Ho was now wealthy, so he waved his hand and gave Gu Zhouyuan a reward of 500 taels of silver. After all, Gu Zhouyuan saved an entire village and wiped out more than 20 bandits at once, which naturally cannot be compared with the ordinary exchange of commercial silver. He will report this achievement to Tally County, and it is estimated that the county will reward him later. Thanks to Gu Zhouyuan, his political achievements were further enhanced. When Gu Zhouyuan came out of the prison, he grinned at Zhao Fugui, revealing a row of white teeth. Here we go again. Zhao Fugui was like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger. His hair stood on end, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The 500 taels of reward money were all made up of 10 taels of silver ingots, which were very eye-catching when piled up in the lacquer tray. Originally, County Magistrate Ho gave Gu Zhouyuan a banknote, but he thought it was not impressive enough, so he asked for cash. What's the point of not showing off your wealth? No need. It is best to let others know about the money that has been spent in the open. It would be even better if we could attract a group of bandits along the way. Gu Zhouyuan also asked for the commendation document, which was stamped with the county government seal. He wrapped the lacquer tray filled with silver and red silk cloth and threw it onto the mule cart. He waved goodbye to Magistrate Ho, got on the mule cart, and set off back to the village. County Magistrate Ho looked at Gu Zhouyuan wearing a strange-looking hat that covered his head and face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Was he covering his face because he was afraid of being recognized? But you were clearly so ostentatious before. Kill the bandits and get the reward. There are 500 taels of silver in the car. He had just heard that Gu Zhouyuan had also received 1,000 taels of silver from Uli Trading Company. Gu Zhouyuan did not try to hide it at all, and all the onlookers in the city saw it with their own eyes. Each person had a cart and carried 1,500 taels of silver on the mountain road. County Magistrate Ho knew that Gu Zhouyuan was very powerful, but he was still a little worried. He ordered 6 yamen runners to escort Gu Zhouyuan home. Gu Zhouyuan originally refused. There were too many people around, and he would have to hide things when encountering problems, which would make him unable to move forward. What's more, he also wanted to lure some ignorant bandits to rob him. This was a new way to make money. But then he thought, if he was escorted by the yamen runners, the villagers would immediately know that he had made a lot of money, saving him the trouble of explaining where the money came from. There were 5 yamen runners sitting on Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart. There was also a yamen runner following behind in an empty carriage. On the shaft of the carriage, a Yamen runner sat next to Gu Zhouyuan. This man was a newly promoted constable by County Magistrate Ho, named Zhou Yiji. Chapter 240, Awakening Datong Village. Zhou Yiji is an old man in the county government office. Because he cannot integrate into Zhao Daqiang's circle, he has always been ostracized and suppressed by Zhao Daqiang. The last time Zhao Daqiang was imprisoned, everyone in the county government knew that he was caught by a young man named Gu Zhouyuan from Datong Village. Today, Zhou Yiji finally saw the real person. It is true that hearing about someone is not as good as meeting him in person. This time, Gu Zhouyuan was even more ferocious. He killed 3 bandits by himself and captured 18 alive. He already had admiration for the legendary Gu Zhouyuan, and now it had risen to worship. Brother Gu, you are really amazing. You can catch so many bandits by yourself. There were little stars in Zhou Yiji's eyes. 3 years ago, we followed the county magistrate to suppress bandits, but we didn't catch a single one. I even fell into a trap and broke my leg. It took me half a year to recover. Brother Gu, you must have learned Kung Fu, right? Can you teach me that invulnerable horizontal training Kung Fu? I can endure hardships. No, I heard from those bandits that you chop heads with a knife as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. So you are a swordsman. It just so happens that our chief constable also uses a broadsword. Could you teach me a few sword techniques? This guy is a chatterbox, and Gu Zhouyuan was annoyed by him all the way. The journey that usually took less than an hour seemed extremely long to him today. I went to Liujia village early in the morning, defeated a group of bandits, and then went to the county to collect the reward. Even though it gets dark late in the summer, it was already dark when I came back. It was already past the hour of Su when we returned to the village. The patrol team of Datong village has already started to operate. The bright moonlight illuminated the ground. By the moonlight, the patrol team saw 2 cars approaching from afar and immediately became alert. 4 people came over with axes in their hands, and 1 person stayed behind to observe the situation. The man had a whistle in his mouth, and he would blow it whenever he found something was wrong. The leader was Erju. He focused his eyes and looked forward. Seeing that it was Gu Zhouyuan sitting on the mule cart in front, he felt relieved. Just as he was about to remove the roadblock with others, Chao Yozi stopped him. Something's wrong. When Xiao Yuan left, he was alone in a car, but why is he coming back with a group of people? Erju thought it made sense, so he stood behind the roadblock and called out, Xiao Yuan, is that you? Chao Yozi and his companions staggered and almost fell. Could you please say something useful? We all saw it clearly. Who else could it be but Xiao Yuan? At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart had already run over. Seeing that the road was blocked by a wooden frame, he stopped the mule cart. Uncle Chao, Brother Dolly, are you on duty today? Gu Zhouyuan greeted him. Xuanzi Erju, help me remove the roadblock. Erju shook his head and said, why did they come back with you? Were you kidnapped? I do. Everyone was shocked again. Don't you see that these people are all Yamen runners from the county government? And Gu Zhouyuan has already gotten off the carriage. How does it look like he was kidnapped? The hostages can move freely. If these 6 criminals could enter our Datong village, wouldn't that mean they think their death is not fast enough? Xuanzi and Dolly hurriedly moved the wooden frames away from the road. Brother Yuan, what are these police officers here for? Xuanzi asked in a low voice. Oh, I caught a few bandits in Liujia village. The county magistrate gave me a reward and asked Captain Zhou and others to send it to my home. Gu Zhouyuan answered loudly. Another reward. Erju immediately became excited. How much silver is it this time? Last time, Xiao Yuan received a reward of 100 taels. 100 taels, enough to build a big house and marry a beautiful wife, and there would still be a lot left. 1,500 taels. Gu Zhouyuan answered casually. Oh, 1,500. Erju's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted in disbelief. 2. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nod, Erju felt dizzy. 1,500 taels of silver. More than a dozen houses with 2 courtyards, and more than a dozen wives. The patrol team members were all shocked. Are these bandits so valuable? Why don't we try to get one? We'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Dolly said. Although he knew he was joking, Captain Zhou still reminded him. Brother Gu killed 3 bandits, 2 of whom were the 2nd and 4th in command of the Black Wind village. Both were vicious bandits with murder on their hands. We also captured 18 bandits alive and received a total reward of 500 taels from the county government. The other 1,000 taels is a bonus offered by the shop owner by coincidence. After hearing this, no one could even make a joke anymore. More than 20 bandits? Even if you give them courage and a few lives, they still can't get the reward. Xiao Yuan/Brother Yuan is awesome. Having gained a new batch of little fans, Gu Zhouyuan felt a headache. I still have things to do. You guys continue patrolling. After saying that, He jumped onto the mule cart and drove towards the village. Although it was already night, the weather was hot and it was difficult to sleep in a stuffy house. So many people spread mats outside the house. There were even people sleeping on the main road. After all, people in the village go to bed early, and even if someone passes by occasionally, they will walk. A mule cart and a horse carriage came clanging by, waking up many villagers. Someone asked Gu Zhouyuan what he was doing so late. Often, before Gu Zhouyuan even opened his mouth, the talkative Zhou Yizhi would quickly recount the story of Gu Zhouyuan catching bandits and collecting bounties. The villagers who heard it were all shocked. Soon the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It was already the hour of high, around 9 o'clock in the evening, and the Datong village, which had been in a deep sleep, was awakened. All the villagers rushed to Gu Zhouyuan's house. Old Mrs. Gu was the most efficient. She led all the people in the Gu family and stood in the yard of Gu Zhouyuan's house first. There was a fire burning in the yard, and the extremely enthusiastic Captain Zhou was talking excitedly about Gu Zhouyuan's heroic deeds. In fact, he never saw how Gu Zhouyuan suppressed the bandits, and most of the stories were made up by him based on his own imagination. Brother Gu took the large golden ring knife and attacked the bandits. The bandits in Black Wind Village are doing a life-or-death business. They are all ferocious and hideous, wielding swords and spears in their hands. Especially the second-in-command, Golden Snake. He is extremely sinister and cunning, and is particularly skilled in poisoning. He can kill people without being noticed even when chatting and laughing. And there's the 4th boss, Siwang. He's 8 feet tall, with arms as thick as trees and a head as big as a millstone. He looks like a demon, a Rakshasa. He's holding a dung fork and yelling angrily. Brother Gu showed no fear in the face of this gang of bandits. He rushed forward and struck down the bandits with his sword. Ahem, Captain Zhou, it's past, it's past. Gu Zhouyuan's face was full of black lines. He really couldn't bear to listen any longer. Chapter 241, Building a Soap Workshop. Captain Zhou was speaking excitedly when he was suddenly interrupted by Gu Zhouyuan. He could only bow out in frustration. That's all for today. If you want to know what happens next, please listen to the next episode. Tisk, the villagers who were listening with great interest booed. Old Mrs. Gu held the red lacquer tray in her arms and looked at the silver ingots on the tray with such joy that her teeth were glistening. It was a full 50 kilograms of silver. She held it in her arms for a while, put it on the ground to rest for a while, and then picked it up again, feeling the weight of the money. He went back and forth for half a minute and still enjoyed it. Gu Zhouyuan's mouth twitched wildly. It turned out that you were working out here and using this money as dumbbells. Gu Dedi leaned over and whispered, "Truth?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Gu Dedi gave him a thumbs up. Only his 2 brothers could understand this code. Although Gu Zhaodi and the others had heard Gu Zhouyuan mention the stick of truth once, they might not understand it just by hearing the word truth. However, the Gu family knew about Gu Zhouyuan's magical abilities and were not surprised that he could deal with so many bandits. Gu Zhaodi's face turned red with excitement. This was 1,500 taels of silver. She racked her brains, but had no idea how to spend so much money. Sidon was dizzy. His family had really become landlords, owning land, money, and a big house. I'm afraid even the master can't compare to his family. After all, he has a godlike 3rd brother. Lu was holding the silver note given to her by Gu Zhouyuan in her hand, looking at it over and over again. These few thin pieces of paper were actually worth 1,000 taels of silver. It all seemed like a dream and extremely unreal. Xiaoyuan, old Master Gu came closer and asked mysteriously, "Did you really kill that 8-foot-tall bandit holding a dung fork with just a flick of your sword?" Gu Zhouyuan lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Next to Old Man Gu, there were Gu Mansong, Gu Mantin, Dezhu, and even Gu Lijing. Many heads popped over, obviously also concerned about this issue. This kid Zhou Yizhi was talking nonsense, but so many people actually believed it. What a sin. Gu Zhouyuan cursed in his heart. Now that everyone is here and second grandpa is here too, I have something I want to say. Gu Zhouyuan said. When the laughing crowd saw his serious expression, they immediately calmed down and listened to him quietly. I want to set up a soap workshop in the village. Gu Zhouyuan said with his arms folded across his chest, leaning on a small table against the wall. What soap workshop? Gu Lijing was confused. He understood the word workshop, but what was soap? Gu Zhouyuan's family knew about this soap, which had been made for more than a month. Now it is very hard, and the washing effect is better than before, and the smell has become much softer. Gu Zhouyuan said, "This is called complete saponification and ripening. I use this soap for washing clothes and hands at home, and it works amazingly well. And the soap is so refreshing when used for bathing, and it leaves a pleasant fragrance after washing. Since using this soap, Even the most sloppy Sidon has fallen in love with taking a bath. Xiao Yuan is finally going to start this business. Gu Zhouyuan briefly explained what soap was, and then brought the topic back to the establishment of the soap workshop. Gu Lijing still wanted to figure out the soap issue. After all, running a workshop was no small matter. What if this soap turns out to be useless? Wouldn't that be a waste of Xiao Yuan's money? Xiao Yuan just got a huge sum of money, so it's normal for him to feel a little dizzy. As his elder, he must help him keep a close eye on it. Xiao Yuan, let's not rush to build this soap workshop. Have you made the soap? Gu Lijing coaxed him. It's done, Gu Zhouyuan replied. You have to try it first to see if it works well. Gu Lijing continued to guide. We have been using it for a month, and it works great. Sidon interjected. That? Gu Lijing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this soap had been made for such a long time. It was not something Gu Zhouyuan did on a whim after getting the money. Even if soap is a good thing, it's not necessarily a good product. Selling things is not an easy task. Before Gu Lijing could finish his words, he heard Gu Zhouyuan say, no matter how much soap the workshop produces, Wellai Trading Company will buy it all. I have signed a contract with Manager Su. Gu Lijing swallowed the rest of his words. He opened his mouth slightly, looking a little silly. Mrs. Gu finally shifted her attention from the plate of silver. She called out to Gu Zhouyuan. Xiao Yuan, did the owner of Wellai Commercial Bank take a fancy to that soap you were talking about? Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nod, she immediately smiled happily. She had heard of Wellai Trading Company, which was a place where big business was done. My own grandson can actually do business with Wellai Trading Company. How big a building do you want to build for your workshop? Grandma has saved up hundreds of adobe bricks at home, and they will all be used to build your workshop, said Mrs. Gu happily. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Grandma, but this soap workshop is a long-term business. I want to use blue bricks to build the workshop. What? Building a workshop with bricks? You have too much money, right? Everyone was complaining in their hearts. But on second thought, isn't it true that they just have too much money and don't know where to spend it? The family owns more than 100 acres of land and a big house. They also have a profitable sweet soup business and earned another 1,500 taels of silver today. What's wrong with using blue bricks to build a workshop? Besides, this workshop has already signed a contract with Wellai Trading Company, so it should be a profitable business. Everyone was thinking about it in their minds and was already confused. I'll help you mine the blue bricks tomorrow. How many blue bricks do you want? Gu Monsong said with a red face. Gu Zhouyuan called Wang Digui out of the crowd and gave him a brief overview of the plan for the soap workshop. A big straight house, divided into workshops. Wang Digui touched his chin and pondered. According to what you said, it would take at least 150,000 bricks. If we use blue bricks for the frame wall, we'll need another 50,000 bricks. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. 200,000 bricks were equivalent to 100 taels of silver, which was not a lot considering his current net worth. He paced in the yard with his hands behind his back, and everyone's eyes followed him. He turned around a few times, finally stopped, and said, life in our village will definitely get better and better in the future. Everyone didn't know why he suddenly mentioned this, but they all agreed with what he said. Their village was the least affected during this famine. Many families can still go to work every day and earn 30 cents a day from Gu Zhouyuan. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Our village will definitely be targeted by many people with bad intentions in the future. Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 242. If you don't cooperate, move out of Datong village. Xiao Yuan, do you want to expand the patrol team? Gu Lijing asked. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Even if the patrol team expands, it won't be able to cover the entire Datong village. What I mean is, we should build brick walls at several key entrances and exits of the village, leaving only one intersection for everyone to enter and exit the village. As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers started talking about it. Datong village has a population of more than 1,000, so ordinary bandits may not dare to come. But in times of famine, people are so hungry that they can do anything. Gu Lijing also thought it made sense. Then tomorrow when you buy bricks, I'll have someone buy bricks with you, and then all the villagers will share the cost equally. Some people in the crowd nodded in agreement, which made everyone feel more secure. But some people are unwilling to do so. Mrs. Zhao shouted in the crowd, those bricks are so expensive. My house is made of mud bricks. How can I afford to buy bricks to build a wall for the village? Gu Lijing said coldly, what do you mean by building a wall for the villagers? Don't you live in the village? If someone breaks into the village to steal things, can your house hide? Mrs. Zhao refused to admit defeat. Instead, she shouted even louder, those bandits are not stupid. They would rob the rich. Why would they rob us poor people? It's not worth it. There were some voices of agreement from the crowd. Gu Lijing was immediately furious. Anyone who is unwilling to pay this money should get out of Datong village. Mrs. Hu huddled in the crowd and said, "We all know who this bandit is after. He's implicated the villagers, and he wants us to pay to build a wall to protect him. If you ask me, it would be better for this family to move out of Datong village. That way, our entire village will be safe." Mrs. Hu deliberately spoke in a pinched voice, and Gu Lijing couldn't hear who was speaking for a moment. He looked in the direction of the sound, but did not see Mrs. Hu with her head tucked in. Old Mrs. Gu had a sharp gaze and spotted the mischievous Mrs. Hu at the first sight. She put her hands on her hips and cursed in the direction of Mrs. Hu. "Mrs. Hu, why are you hiding your head like a turtle? Be brave and take responsibility for what you say. You want my Gu family to move out of Datong village? You're not worthy. Aren't you just trying to say that Datong village is being targeted because of my Xiaoyuan? You're absolutely right. If it weren't for my Xiaoyuan, you'd all be starving to death like everyone else in the village. How could anyone still be watching you? Pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl, and curse your mother, bah? A bunch of ungrateful wolves." Mrs. Hu's face turned pale and blue. All the villagers who had just agreed avoided looking at him. These people are basically members of the Hu family. They have indeed received favors from Gu Zhouyuan by exchanging cassava and grasshoppers for food. But recently, Gu Zhouyuan has been leaving the Hu family aside in his work, so they are naturally dissatisfied. Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, "Since you are unwilling to pay, then the wall will keep you out. The Hu family basically lives in the southwest corner of the village, so it is feasible to keep them outside the wall." The Hu family suddenly became anxious. If they locked them outside the wall, wouldn't that be equivalent to driving them out of Datong village? If bandits come here, they will definitely be the first to suffer. Gu Lijing had also tolerated this group of troublemakers for a long time. He said coldly, "Let's do it this way. If anyone else wants to join Mrs. Hu and the others, tell me now." He looked at Mrs. Zhao and said, "Mrs. Zhao, you don't have to pay anymore. Use the money to build a big blue brick and tile house for your own family." Zhao Erge desperately squeezed forward from the back of the crowd, shouting, "My mother is getting old and confused. Village head, please don't bother with her." To be honest, he really didn't know what was going on in his mother's mind all day. The Hu family has offended Gu Zhouyuan badly, and now they are going all out. His family relied on Gu Zhouyuan to earn a lot of grain and money. Why do I always feel so depressed that I want to offend Gu Zhouyuan? Mrs. Zhao obviously realized the seriousness of the situation. Without the protection of the village, they would not survive for more than a few days in this year of famine. She smiled awkwardly and said, "My home is in the middle of the village. How can they put me outside the wall? Not easy to keep in mind. Then pack up and move out of the village." Gu Lijing was looking at the nagging old woman, feeling annoyed. "I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously, Uncle Head?" Mrs. Zhao said with a smile. Gu Lijing snorted coldly and ignored her. Datong village is backed by mountains and has a large river on its east side. The geographical conditions are quite good. At least defensive fortifications only need to be built on the southwest sides. Now that the Hu family is outside the wall on the west side as a buffer, the patrol team can focus on the south in the future. The south side is also the main road leading into the village. The soap workshop is also located in the north of the village, not far from Gu Zhouyuan's big house. A large number of blue bricks have been transported to the village. After discussing with the village head, Gu Zhouyuan decided to build the wall of Datong village first to ensure the safety of the village before considering other things. The construction team for building the wall was formed by the villagers themselves. They were paid 20 cents a day, which could be used to buy bricks later. There were more than 100 people in the construction team, including some half-grown children helping with odd jobs. Gu Lijing also turned a blind eye. These children were from poor families in the village. In order to save some money, they let the children come to work. It is true that more people means easier work. With more than 100 people working together, the wall was completed in just 5 days. Gu Zhouyuan selected some more people from among them to help build the soap workshop. Most of them were the people who stood up for their family on the day Zhao Fuguei was looking for trouble. "I didn't get selected when I built the house, but I got it this time." A total of 30 people were selected. Gu Zhouyuan pulled out 10 people from the house building team and filled them with newly recruited people. The people who build houses have now become experienced. It is no problem for 10 experienced people to lead 20 novices to build a workshop. Wang Degui is in charge of both sides, and he is now running back and forth between the two construction sites. Perhaps because the workshop was not as complicated as the mansion, it was built very quickly, and its appearance changed every day. It could truly be described as rising from the ground. The workshop will be completed in a few days, but the palm oil issue has not been resolved yet. Gu Zhouyuan took the time to go to the city to find Niu Butu. Niu Butu said that it would take about a month for the palm oil to be shipped back. After all, This was the first time and it took some time. As long as this line is not broken, it's okay to wait for a month. After all, there is plenty of palm oil in Gu Zhouyuan Mall, which can be used as raw material for the soap workshop. It was still early, so Gu Zhouyuan went to the academy, but was told that Hou Yu, Su Mufeng, and the others were not in the city. The county magistrate set up a porridge stall at the dilapidated temple outside the city to distribute porridge to the victims, and Hou Yu and his men all went to help. Chapter 243, Porridge Distribution at the Porridge Stall Outside the City. Gu Zhouyuan knew the way to the dilapidated temple. He came to the city this time just to ask about palm oil and had no intention of buying anything. He removed the frame from the mule cart, making it much more convenient to ride the mule on the mountain road. From a distance, you can see that the dilapidated temple is crowded with refugees. The ragged refugees, holding broken bowls, squeezed forward with all their strength. Gu Zhouyuan saw Hou Yu and Su Mufeng in the makeshift shed. Each of them was responsible for a porridge bucket and was scooping porridge for the refugees. To his surprise, Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan were also there to help. I just saw you come to get a bowl of porridge. Why are you here again? Su Xie's voice sounded. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and even though she was scolding someone, it sounded gentle and soft. The man that Su Xie pointed out laughed and said, "Miss, please don't talk nonsense. This is my first time. You should be kind to me." This man spoke in a vulgar tone, obviously different from other refugees. The real refugees' faces show nothing but numbness and fatigue, and the desire for a mouthful of hot porridge. How could they have the mind to take advantage of others with their flattery? I guess he came here to fill the numbers and pretend to be a refugee to get free porridge. Su Xie frowned slightly, feeling extremely disgusted with this man, but she had no experience dealing with these street scoundrels, and for a moment, she didn't know how to fight back. Su Mufeng was busy serving porridge and didn't pay attention to the commotion here. Hou Yu heard everything clearly. He put on a stern face and shouted coldly, "What are you talking about? Get out of here and don't come here to get porridge again. If I see you again, I'll have you arrested and thrown into jail." If the county jail hadn't been overcrowded, Hou Yu would have definitely put this guy in jail for a few days today. Hou Yu has been distributing porridge here for several days, and the refugees all know that he is the son of the county magistrate. The man didn't dare to retort, so he shrank his neck and retreated from the crowd. Gu Zhouyuan watched coldly for a while and found that there were many people in ragged clothes coming from the direction of the county town and joining the queue for porridge. He judged that these people were definitely not disaster victims. Because County Magistrate Ho had closed the city gates long ago, anyone entering the city needed a certificate. After all, the chances of survival in the city are still greater than outside the city. The refugees in the city would never leave the city easily, because once they left the city they could never get back in. It can be seen that many of those who came in to receive porridge had proof of entry into the city. Everyone line up. Don't push forward. Everyone can get a bowl. Line up. Captain Zhou and several Yamen runners were trying to maintain order. Gu Zhouyuan took a few steps closer, and Captain Zhou also saw him at this time. He smiled and nodded at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan waved for him to come over. Captain Zhou said a few words to the Yamen runner next to him and came over at a trot. In the porridge stall over there, Hou Yu and others also saw Gu Zhouyuan, but they were busy at the moment and couldn't get away. "Brother Gu, why are you here?" Captain Zhou asked with a smile on his face. "Why aren't these people lining up?" Gu Zhouyuan said. Originally, there were 2 lines. Captain Zhou's face fell, but slowly 2 lines became 3, and 3 lines became 5. Anyway, everyone was fighting over it, and it ended up like this. Gu Zhouyuan whispered a few words into Captain Zhou's ear. Captain Zhou's expression turned grim. "This? Brother Gu, this? If I do this, won't someone break my spine? What you are doing is actually doing good deeds. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky will see it. And don't worry about County Magistrate Ho. I will talk to him. The county government will reward you then," Gu Zhouyuan said patiently. Captain Zhou knew that Gu Zhouyuan had a very close relationship with young Master Ho, and that the county magistrate always addressed him as Sir. This is a very capable person, and you can't go wrong by listening to him. Captain Zhou's eyes became firm. He gritted his teeth, called a young Yamen runner over, lowered his head, and whispered in the runner's ear. The Yamen runner said with a bitter face, I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back." "What are you afraid of?" Captain Zhou looked righteous and his eyes were so determined that it seemed as if he wanted to join the party. "You are actually doing a good deed this way. All the gods and Buddhas will see it. And don't worry about County Magistrate Ho. I will talk to him. The county government will reward you when the time comes." Gu Zhouyuan listened to these familiar words and gave Captain Zhou a thumbs up. If nothing else, he would give Captain Zhou a thumbs up for his good memory. The young Yamen runner hesitated, but finally made up his mind, and his eyes became firm. He gathered his emotions for a while, then drew the machete from his waist and walked towards the chaotic crowd with a ferocious look on his face. "Get in line, damn it." He slapped the suspicious refugees with the back of his knife. "Sir, I was wrong. I'll go line up now. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Ah, my hand is bleeding." The scene was in chaos and noisy. Su Mufeng frowned, and Hoyu was about to scold him. Zhao Yunlan's cold voice echoed from the side. "Let's wait and see. This must be Gu Zhoyuan's idea." Gu Zhoyuan was just whispering with Captain Zhou, and then this happened. Zhao Yunlan saw all of this. Besides, Gu Zhoyuan was sitting with his arms folded, watching this farce leisurely. She was even more certain that all this must have been instructed by Gu Zhoyuan. The young Yamen runner was already into the role. He said fiercely, "You bunch of unruly people, line up." As he said this, he walked to the soup kitchen, grabbed a handful of sand, and pretended to put it into the porridge. "I'll count to 3. If you don't line up, I'll make you eat dirt." Ho Yu's eyelids twitched. This guy was really outrageous. He actually dared to do such a heartless thing in front of him. Su Mufeng's expression was calm. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This little Yamen runner should not be so stupid as to do such a thankless task. He grabbed Ho Yu, who was about to lose his temper, and signaled him to be patient. The Yamen runner counted each word. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, he threw the sand in his hand into the porridge bucket. Su Xie was also very angry. This was life-saving food. How could it be wasted like this? Zhao Yunlan shook his head at her. She suppressed her anger and stared at the abominable Yamen runner with gritted teeth. The Yamen runner grabbed another handful of sand and put it on the mouth of another porridge bucket. "I'll count to 3 again." When the refugees saw that this man was actually throwing sand into the porridge, they hurriedly started to line up. After a period of commotion, the chaotic crowd indeed formed into 2 crooked lines. 3. The Yamen runner watched as order was restored at the scene. He opened his hand and threw a handful of sand into the clean wooden barrel. The refugees glared at them angrily, but they did not have the courage to resist. In sorrow, they could only slowly move and adjust their formation. Some people in the team saw that the porridge had become dirty, cursed inwardly, and quietly left. Chapter 244. Following the market is the right path. Gu Zhoyuan closed his eyes more as he looked at the rest of the people. These people all looked pale and listless. Although he was cursing this bastard in his heart for being so heartless that he actually threw sand into the porridge bucket. But they were so hungry that they relied on this bowl of porridge to get them through the day. Even if there were a few more handfuls of sand in the porridge, they would not mind. Ho Yu cast a murderous look at the arrogant young Yamen runner and said through gritted teeth, "Zheng Xiaoguang, you're really something." When he returns to the county government office, he will definitely ask his father to severely punish this heartless guy. Su Xie snorted softly. This person is really despicable. What kind of ability is it to embarrass these poor people? Su Mufeng looked at the crowd, which had been reduced by 1/3, thoughtfully. He seemed to understand the reason why the Yamen runner did this. He looked at Zhao Yunlan, who was standing silently beside him, and saw that she was staring at Gu Zhoyuan in a daze. After calling a Yamen runner to take over serving porridge for him, Su Mufeng walked out of the porridge shed and walked towards Gu Zhoyuan. Now the order at the scene has returned to normal, and only 2 people are needed to distribute the porridge. Zhao Yunlan and Su Xie also followed Su Mufeng. Ho Yu got anxious when he saw this and shouted to Zheng Xiaoguang, "Come over and serve the porridge. I'll be right back." The refugees in line were all a little frightened when they saw the living devil who threw sand actually came to serve porridge. Originally, the 2 teams were the same length, but when Zheng Xiaoguang arrived, his team instantly became shorter. All the refugees at the end of the team were transferred to another team. Zheng Xiaoguang pretended not to see anything and scooped porridge for the refugees with a cold face. "Long time no see. How are you doing, Brother Gu?" Su Mufeng said with a fist salute. "Ha ha ha, it's okay." Gu Zhoyuan laughed. "Brother Yuan." Ho Yu's voice arrived before he even arrived. "I heard you captured a lot of bandits a few days ago and received a large reward. You said you were coming to the county government office, so why didn't you come to us?" After these days of fermentation, the news of Gu Zhoyuan catching bandits has spread throughout the entire county. Gu Zhoyuan pretended to be embarrassed and said, "I caught a few bandits while visiting relatives. There's nothing much to say. I heard that those bandits are villains who kill without blinking an eye. Brother Gu, you can actually defeat all of them." Su Xie blinked her big eyes with admiration on her face. "It was just luck, just luck." Gu Zhoyuan laughed. Zhao Yunlan's eyes flickered as he whispered, "Mr. Gu is a man of both civil and military talents. I admire him greatly. Even more commendable is your kindness and generosity." This is truly a blessing to Dakian. This woman is cold and never speaks easily, but when she does, her tone is extremely high. Every time he opens his mouth, he is serving the court, which is a blessing for Dakian. Gu Zhouyuan has no big ambitions and is not interested in these big and empty words. As a result, he began to keep his distance from this woman. Miss Zhao, you are too kind. I am ashamed. Gu Zhouyuan said a few polite words. How long has this porridge stall been running? Gu Zhouyuan asked. 3 days. Hou Yu raised 3 fingers. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes moved slightly. It has been 3 days. Does that mean Zhao Fugui and the others have been released for 3 days? He had instructed Captain Zhou to let him know if there was any news that Zhao Fugui had paid his fine or was about to be released from prison. Captain Zhou just saw that he didn't mention this matter. Could it be that he forgot about it? He asked directly, have Zhao Baiwan and Zhao Fugui paid their fines? Hou Yu shook his head. It will take time to sell his property. Now is a year of disaster. Not many people are willing to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver all at once. He sold his shop in the city for about 6,000 taels of silver. My father used the money to buy corn and set up this porridge stall. So, Zhao Baiwan and the others are still locked up in jail? Gu Zhouyuan asked. That's right. We won't let you go until the money is paid in full. Hou Yu nodded. Gu Zhouyuan felt relieved. It was indeed difficult to sell the land during the famine. It seemed that Zhao Fugui and his son would have to stay in jail for a while. He plans to go back and raise some carrier pigeons so that messages can be delivered more promptly. 6,000 taels of silver won't last long, right? How much has the price of grain increased per kilogram now? Now that the county government has regulated the grain market, the price has stabilized. A pound of corn is around 15 won, with little fluctuation. It's often out of stock. You can't buy it even if you have money. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. The consequence of the imperial court taking measures to stabilize grain prices is often that major grain merchants will hoard grain without any prior agreement. As grain traders' profit margins are squeezed, they will reduce activities such as grain purchasing, transportation, and sales. Reducing market activity and food circulation efficiency will be detrimental to food supply and distribution. Gu Zhouyuan pondered and said, grain prices should be regulated by the market itself. The government should not interfere excessively. Zhao Yunlan looked puzzled. If the government doesn't intervene, grain merchants will inevitably collude, monopolize the market, and drive up prices, forcing the people to pay exorbitant prices. High-priced food is always better than no food, Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. Seeing that everyone seemed to be thinking about something, he continued. High grain prices can encourage grain traders from other places to ship grain here. In pursuit of higher profits, they will speed up the transportation and sales of grain. Local grain stores and wealthy households that have been hoarding grain will also release their stocks, increasing market supply. By then, there will no longer be a shortage of food on the market, and all the chaotic problems will ultimately be reduced to one issue. Food is too expensive. Zhao Yunlan was a woman of refined character and kindness. She had understood what Gu Zhouyuan said and knew that what he said made sense. But she still expressed her doubts. But that way, the rich can buy food at high prices, while the poor may fall into deeper hardship. As the saying goes, the problem isn't the lack of wealth, but the inequality of it. This could lead to dissatisfaction and protests among the poor, and even large-scale riots. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Zhao Yunlan in surprise. He didn't expect that this girl was not only concerned about the country and the people, but also quite knowledgeable. He put his hands behind his back and said slowly, those grain merchants who want to make a fortune will definitely bring in large quantities of grain. They can't resist this temptation. Once all the grain is attracted here, the government can then inject low-priced grain into the market. At that time, grain prices will inevitably fall. Grain merchants who have shipped grain all the way to Qingtian County will have no choice but to follow the market and lower prices. Chapter 245 Helping my sister make a bowl of porridge. After all, local storage or shipping back home is a huge expense, and shipping back home is equivalent to a loss. They can still make a profit by selling the grain in Qingtian County, but the profit is not as big as they thought when they came here. Zhao Yunlan was completely stunned as he listened to Gu Zhouyuan's talk. Can a young man who grew up in a mountain village and is under 20 years old express such insights? If Gu Zhouyuan had not been standing in front of her, she would have thought that this strategy for benefiting the country was thought up by some retired old official in his 70s. Hou Yu bumped Su Mufeng with his shoulder. Did you remember this? What? Su Mufeng was confused by his question. Did you take note of the method Brother Yuan mentioned to stabilize grain prices? I'm going to go back and tell my dad about it later, Hou Yu said as a matter of course. Su Mufeng was speechless for a while and could only nod to indicate that it was okay. When Mr. Jingda comes back, he will repeat what he said. After all, the locust plague has not only affected Qingtian County. Gu Zhouyuan told all the disaster relief methods he had seen in TV dramas in his previous life. As for whether they were useful or not, he left it to the county magistrate to judge for himself. The grain in the Chongping warehouse will definitely not be enough to lower the grain price. When the time comes, I can think of a way to help the county government. I feel you are more than qualified to be a teacher at Qingtian Academy. Su Xie looked at Gu Zhouyuan admiringly with sparkling eyes. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily and said, I haven't even read the entire Analects of Confucius. If I were to become a teacher, I would be misleading the students. There are countless people in Dakian who are well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, but how many of them have the profound knowledge like Master Gu? Zhao Yunlan pursed his lips and spoke slowly, his voice cold and ethereal. This woman is too ambitious. Gu Zhouyuan always stays away from women who are too smart. Miss Zhao, you are too kind. These are just theoretical ideas. He smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Gu is a man of quick wit and excellent at essays and poetry. It would be wonderful if he could be Yunlan's teacher. Zhao Yunlan has been learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from famous teachers since he was a child, and he believes that his talents and knowledge are already top-notch. I didn't expect to meet such a talented person like Gu Zhouyuan in this remote county. This person's style is unconventional and imaginative, which is completely different from the traditional style of the masters in the capital. She has many masters, so it doesn't matter if she has one more. Be Miss Zhao's husband? Although Gu Zhouyuan knew that sir meant teacher, he was still stunned when he thought about the ambiguity. I also want Brother Gu to be my husband, Su Xie said unwillingly. Gu Zhouyuan was almost shocked. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and said, I'm just a country bumpkin. What can I teach you? Zhao Yunlan sighed softly and said, Master Gu's knowledge and vision are unmatched. So, it seems Yunlan is unlucky. When Su Xie heard Gu Zhouyuan's refusal, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Hey, Ho Yu said from the side. Brother Yuan is about the same age as us. Why does he need to worship a master? It makes him old. It would be great if we could be brothers. There wouldn't be so many rules when we're together, and it wouldn't hinder us from taking out all the goodies in his stomach. Su Xie found what he said very interesting and burst out laughing. What Ho Yu said is true. The way people get along with each other now is quite comfortable. If we were to create some kind of teacher-student relationship, we would feel uncomfortable speaking and doing things. A few people were chatting and laughing happily when they heard a commotion coming from the porridge stall. Gu Zhouyuan and others hurriedly looked towards the porridge stall. Zheng Xiaoguang, who was serving the porridge, was holding a large spoon and arguing with someone. Several people hurried over. Then Zheng Xiaoguang said loudly, Each person can only get 1 bowl of porridge. This is the order of the county magistrate. At the front of the line was a little boy of 6 or 7 years old. The child's hair was messy and his clothes were almost tattered, so dirty that his original color could not be seen. He looked even more miserable than the refugees around him, like a little beggar. He was scolded by Zheng Xiaoguang, but he still had a smile on his face. Uncle Cha, I really made porridge for my sister. She is only 4 years old and is in the temple now. If you don't believe me, I will take you to see it. Gu Xiaoguang frowned. He had been maintaining order in this porridge shed for 3 days. Every day, there are refugees who want to claim the porridge and water. They come repeatedly to claim it, and when they are discovered, they say they are bringing it for their family members. Although the little beggar in front of me looks pitiful, who among those queuing for porridge here is not a pitiful person? The rule established by the county magistrate is to give porridge to everyone he meets. If he broke this rule, it would be unfair to other law-abiding victims. He had no choice but to harden his heart and say, 4 years old is not too young. Bring her along. We need to see the person first before we scoop out the porridge. My sister is sick. She is burning all over and can't walk anymore. The little beggar's tears were about to fall, but he still tried hard to keep a smile on his face. He has been begging for a long time, and in previous years he was able to get more leftovers by playing the victim. But this year it's not the same. He has seen people who are even worse off than him. He died right in front of him, but no one offered a hand to help him because of his misery. In years of disaster, human lives are worthless. We have seen these things so many times that everyone has become numb. That day, a wandering Taoist priest was helping a refugee who had died of illness to pray for his soul in a dilapidated temple. After he was done, he preached to them. If you always have a sad face, your life will become more miserable. You should smile more, and a smile will bring you good luck. At that time, another refugee retorted, People laugh because they are lucky, not because they are lucky because they laugh. But he believed it. It must be because he cried too much when he was begging in the past, that his life became more and more difficult. He had to try to smile so that his sister would get better. Zheng Xiaowang felt that the little beggar was really pitiful and was hesitating whether to give him another bowl of porridge. But he was also afraid that if this door was opened, the refugees behind him would follow suit and bring porridge to their families, and the situation might get out of control. The person behind the little beggar said impatiently, "Why don't you hurry up? What are you wasting time for?" The little beggar looked anxious and wanted to say something. Then a pleasant voice sounded. "Is your sister in that dilapidated temple? Can you take me to see her?" Zhao Yunlan took 2 steps forward, supported his knees with his hands, bent down, and spoke softly to the little beggar. The little beggar was stunned when he saw this fairy-like, beautiful sister talking to him. He nodded immediately and said, "My sister is in the dilapidated temple. She has been sleeping in a daze all day." He said she was his sister, but in fact he picked her up. His parents died early, and he had to rely on begging to survive. Half a month ago, this sister fled from other places to Qingtian County with her parents. Chapter 246, Sweet Burden. There were 4 people in the family, and the baby brother was the first to die on the road. My mother fell ill due to excessive grief, and how much food she could eat every day depended entirely on luck. He had no money to see a doctor, so he just stayed in the dilapidated temple for 3 days before finally passing away. One day her father went out to look for food and never came back. He must have died outside. He saw her waiting alone in the dilapidated temple, a tiny creature, curled up on the hay mat where the 3 of them slept. He didn't cry or make a fuss, as if he was waiting for his father who was out. It was like she was waiting for her dead mother to come and pick her up. He begged for half a piece of bread outside that day. Looking at the little girl curled up on the ground, he suddenly felt that he was not too hungry. He handed the pancake to the little girl. From that day on, he had a younger sister. With this little follower around, he had no choice but to work twice as hard to beg for food. He also took her to the puddles to catch frogs and to the woods to look for mushrooms. It is much harder than before, but he feels more energetic. In the past, the meaning of his life seemed to be just to avoid starving to death, but now it has become to support his sister. His life suddenly had a goal, and every day became fulfilling. The family affection that he had lost long ago returned to him in another way. 2 orphans abandoned by the world gathered together and snuggled together for warmth. But the good times didn't last long. My sister also fell ill 3 days ago. He went to the woods to find some seemingly useful herbs and cooked some herbal soup in a broken clay pot. He hoped that his sister would drink the medicine, have a good sleep, and then go begging with him the next day. Now there is a porridge stall set up by the government nearby, so the brother and sister don't need to run so far to the nearby village to ask for food. Maybe God couldn't bear to see him work so hard, or maybe he couldn't bear to see him be so happy. My sister's condition didn't improve at all, and she had a fever so high that she couldn't recognize people at night. She lay on the hay bed where her mother had died, with her eyes tightly closed, unable even to open them to look at him. He wanted to get another bowl of porridge because patients need to eat more. I think my sister will wake up if she drinks 2 bowls of porridge a day. Susia looked at the skinny little boy and asked, "Where are your parents? Why did they let you alone make porridge?" Gu Zhouyuan pursed his lips tightly. Susia was ignorant of the world and had never truly experienced the cruelty of famine. "Dead," the little beggar answered casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, without even a trace of sadness on his face. At the end, he added, "Her parents are dead too. Let's go? Let's go and see how your sister is doing," Su Mufeng said. The little beggar's eyes lit up. These people were obviously young ladies and gentlemen from wealthy families. If they felt sorry for them and were willing to help his sister find a doctor, then his sister would be saved. He hurriedly stuffed the broken bowl into his arms, picked up his own bowl of porridge, and walked quickly towards the dilapidated temple. Gu Zhouyuan and his group followed him into the dilapidated temple. This is a dilapidated city god temple with mottled walls and light shining through the roof. Refugees were lying everywhere on the ground. They were all in tattered clothes, with haggard faces and eyes that revealed despair and helplessness. The little beggar led Gu Zhouyuan and a few others through the crowd of refugees and came to the innermost corner. I saw a little girl of 3 or 4 years old lying on the hay ball. Her face was as pale as paper, completely bloodless, but her cheeks were abnormally flushed due to the high fever. Her body was extremely weak, and every breath seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She let out faint and heavy gasps, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. His cracked lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something but was too weak to make a sound. Her eyes were closed and her brows were tightly furrowed, showing that she was suffering from illness. Gu Zhouyuan walked up and touched the little girl's forehead, which was frighteningly hot. Zhao Yunlan also reached out to check her temperature. She turned around and said seriously, "High fever with no sweat." Probably a severe case of wind heat attacking the surface. Call a doctor immediately. Finger sanbiao is actually what we now call a wind heat cold. It was an extremely common disease in ancient times, so Zhao Yunlan was able to quickly diagnose the symptoms. Don't think that just because it's a common disease it's no big deal. The World Health Organization estimates that seasonal influenza causes between 290,000 and 650,000 deaths worldwide each year. This is in the 21st century when medical conditions are advanced. A few days ago, a Taiwanese actress died of sepsis due to a severe infection caused by influenza A. Hou turned around and ran out. Gu Zhouyuan stopped him. It's too late. He bent down and picked up the little girl, saying coldly, "Hurry to the city clinic." The little girl's breathing was weak but heavy, and Gu Zhouyuan suspected that the cold had triggered pneumonia. It will take some time to go to the city to ask for a doctor, so we can't waste any time. As he strode out, he asked Hou, "Is there a carriage?" Although his mule ran very fast, the frame had been dismantled by him, and it could not carry anyone. "Yes, it's parked at the edge of the woods not far behind the porridge shed." Hou replied quickly. The little beggar was also panicked at this time. He could tell from the expressions of these people that his sister's condition was probably not good. He raised his hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, gritted his teeth, and followed Gu Zhouyuan closely. Everyone hurried to the carriage. Gu Zhouyuan carried the little girl and got in swiftly. Zhao Yunlan and Su Xia also climbed in. At Hou's signal, the coachman whipped his whip hard, and the carriage sped towards the county town. The little beggar had no time to get on the carriage and was so anxious that he ran after it desperately. Hou rode Gu Zhouyuan's mule, with Su Mufeng sitting behind him. He bent down, stretched out his hand, and pulled the little beggar to sit between them. The fewer people on the carriage, the faster it will go. It will be the same if we ride mules or horses. Hou looked at the anxious face of the little beggar and comforted him. "Don't worry, there are many doctors with excellent medical skills in the city. Your sister will be fine." The yamen runner guarding the city gate knew the county magistrate's carriage, and the driver of the carriage was also the coachman of the county government. Gu Zhouyuan briefly explained the situation, and the guard opened the city gate and let the carriage in. The carriage sped towards the city's Chinese medicine clinic. Along the way, Gu Zhouyuan held the little girl's hand, pursed his lips, and made the worst plan in his heart. Su Xia kept muttering, "It's almost there, little sister, you must hold on." When they arrived at the nearest medical clinic, Gu Zhouyuan jumped out of the carriage before it even stopped. The thin doctor touched the little girl's forehead, then lifted her eyelids, and took a look. He took the little girl's thin arm and felt her pulse, then shook his head and sighed. "It's too late." As soon as Hou and his companions entered the room, they heard the doctor's words and their hearts sank. The little beggar stumbled towards his sister in Gu Zhouyuan's arms. Chapter 247, No Way Back. "Xiao." The little beggar pulled the little girl's hand and called out anxiously. He still remembers that he was the fourth child in the family and his parents called him Xiaoxi. Xiao's real name is Hanny. He thought the name Han and I didn't sound nice. Since he was Xiaoxi, his sister should naturally be called Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, wake up." Xiao Wu. He no longer cared about saving his luck at this moment, and he pouted and sobbed. "Let's go. This clinic doesn't work. Let's go to another clinic." Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. He doesn't know any medical skills, and professional matters should be done by professionals. The doctor was not angry after hearing what Gu Zhouyuan said. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so it was normal for the family to react in this way. "Let's go to Huachuntang. The doctors there are the best in the entire Qingtian County," Hou said as he walked outside. Gu Zhouyuan rushed out of the clinic holding Xiaowu. Arriving at Huichun Hall, Gu Zhouyuan rushed straight into the inner hall. "Hurry up and call your doctor out." The pharmacist who was helping to weigh the medicine in the clinic was so frightened that his hands trembled, and he hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. "Quick, put her on the examination bed." The medicine boy understood the urgency of the situation, and he took Gu Zhouyuan to a wooden couch in the hall. An old doctor with white hair and beard stood up and apologized to the man who was seeing the patient in front of him. He strode to the wooden couch, looked at Xiaowu's condition, then took Xiaowu's hand and took his pulse. His brows were furrowed tighter and tighter, and no one dared to breathe. The hall was filled with a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. "Oh," the old doctor sighed, slowly let go of the little girl's wrist, and stood up. He said in a hoarse voice, "The wind heat evil has penetrated too deeply into the lungs. The high fever has damaged the body fluids, and both the qi and yin have been exhausted. I am really powerless to help." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi trembled all over, fell to his knees on the ground with a thud, and tears silently rolled down his face. He kowtowed on the ground. "Please, save my sister, save Xiaowu. He had kowtowed to others many times before because of his stuttering, but he had never been as desperate and pious as he was today. Everyone in the hall was moved by this scene. Zhao Yunlan said, "Think of another way. As long as it can save this little girl's life, any precious herb will do. I'll pay for it." As she spoke, she took out a silver note worth 100 taels from her purse and placed it on the table. The old doctor shook his head and sighed, his tone very heavy. "It's not that I'm reluctant to use the medicine. It's just that it was delivered too late. Even if Bien K were to be reborn, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to save the patient. Miss, please accept my condolences." He handed the banknote back to Zhao Yunlan and sighed again. Xiao Si raised his head and held his sister's cold little hand tightly, as if this could hold her last breath. Su Xia covered her mouth and cried loudly. Zhao Yunlan turned away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Su Mufeng embraced Su Xia and patted her shoulder gently. "You must have a way, right?" Hou suddenly said this. Everyone was stunned because Hou was not talking to the old doctor. Gu Zhouyuan was stared at by his burning gaze, but his face remained expressionless. He is currently searching for medicines in the mall. He had never studied medicine, and the system did not help him light up his medical attributes. He doesn't think he is better than the doctors in this world. Every time he rescued someone, he did it because he had no other choice but to do it. So when he saw the dying little girl, his first reaction was to find a professional doctor. The doctor is now helpless. It will work this time. He secretly encouraged himself in his heart. Although he had no experience in medicine, he still learned a lot of medical knowledge during the 3-year mass period. "I'll think of a solution. Please arrange a quiet room for me." Gu Zhouyuan picked up Xiaowu and said in a deep voice. Everyone opened their mouths slightly, looking incredulous. There are patients for whom Mr. Li, who has been practicing medicine for decades and is respected as the god of medicine in the surrounding area, is helpless. Mr. Li even said, "I accept my condolences," which clearly means that the family should go back and prepare for the funeral. Hou just asked for help from Gu Zhouyuan, so he might have lost his mind in a hurry. After all, it is understandable that people would seek help from anyone when they are desperate. But you actually agreed to it? Who gave you the courage? Mr. Li hesitated for a moment, walked over, opened the curtain of the back door, and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Follow me." There are 2 side rooms next to the clinic lobby, with beds inside, which are used to accommodate patients with limited mobility. It is similar to a modern inpatient department. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be outside. You can also ask the medicine boy to help you with decocting medicine or something. Dr. Li gave this instruction as he went out. Gu Zhouyuan said to the people who followed him in, "Everyone go out and wait. Help me guard the door. No one is allowed to come in." Zhao Yunlan frowned. This person actually spoke to him in such a tone. Hou actually trusts Gu Zhouyuan so much? Is he also a master of medicine? She was very curious about what means Gu Zhouyuan had to bring the dead back to life. People with ability naturally have tempers. She glanced at Gu Zhouyuan and was the first to leave the room. Hou nodded and said, "I'll be waiting outside. Brother Yuan, call me if you need anything." He picked up Xiao Si and said, "Let's go. Wait outside and don't disturb Brother Yuan from rescuing people." Xiao Si didn't struggle or speak. He let Hou hold him like a walking corpse and just turned his head to look at his sister on the couch. "Just do your best." Su Mufeng saw Gu Zhouyuan's nervousness. He patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder, then pulled Su Xia out. Seeing that everyone had left, Gu Zhouyuan quickly bought the Family Doctor Quick Reference Manual and the Barefoot Doctor Manual in the mall. He actually knew that for pneumonia caused by a cold, the first priority was to reduce fever and inflammation. Penicillins or cephalosporins are effective antibiotics. Especially since ancient people did not have the problem of antibiotic abuse, the effect of using antibiotics for the first time must have been significant. But he was not sure what medicine to buy in the mall. The names of many medicines only differed by 1 or 2 characters. As the saying goes, a slight error can lead to a huge loss. This was a matter of life and death, so he dared not be careless in the slightest. I had to find the exact name of the medicine on the tree and then buy it from the mall. Gu Zhouyuan originally wanted to give Xiaowu 4 drip so that he would recover faster. But in his previous life, it seemed easy for the young nurse to give injections. He made several bloody holes in the little girl's hand, but failed to succeed. I had to settle for the next best thing and gave the little girl an injection of antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs. Gu Zhouyuan was sweating profusely after all the stress and anxiety. The room is really stuffy, which is not good for the patient's recovery. He bought some ice packs and put them in the house to cool it down. Do all that you can and leave the rest to God. Gu Zhouyuan was nervous and kept observing the sleeping Xiaowu. Chapter 248 Resurrection. Gu Zhouyuan sat on the edge of the bed, playing with a few copper coins in his hand to relieve the tension in his heart. He stared at Xiaowu intently. As time passed, the ice packs in the house gradually melted and coolness spread. Xiaowu's breathing was still weak, but the blush on his face seemed to have faded a little. He reached out and touched her forehead, and the temperature seemed to have dropped a little. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little relieved, but still didn't dare to relax. He bought a towel to help Xiaowu wipe the sweat from his forehead. Sweating is good. It proves that the antipyretic is working. Suddenly, Xiaowu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint moan came from his throat. Gu Zhouyuan was delighted and quickly moved closer and called softly, "Xiaowu? Xiaowu, wake up!" Xiaowu's eyelids trembled, and after trying for a long time, he finally slowly opened his eyes. There was some confusion in her eyes, but her breathing was obviously much calmer. She looked at Gu Zhouyuan and said weakly, "Thirsty?" Gu Zhouyuan felt relieved and almost laughed out loud. "I won the bet again this time. It turns out that I am the lucky one." He quickly put everything that didn't belong here into the for sale area. He shouted outside, "Ho you, pour some warm water." Of course there is water in the mall, but now that the crisis has been resolved, he wants to tell people outside about this good news to avoid worrying. Ho Yu stumbled in and said, "What's wrong, Brother Yuan? What happened?" He saw the little girl on the bed turning her head slightly to look at the door, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat. The people who followed behind were all staring at this scene in disbelief. This little girl who was declared hopeless by the old doctor actually survived. The little beggar Xiao Si was blocked outside the door, and he had no idea what was happening inside the house. Seeing that everyone was silent after entering the room, my heart skipped a beat. "Xiaowu, is she gone?" He wailed and lay on the ground, squeezing under everyone's legs. "Xiaowu, Xiaowu, don't die." Zhao Yunlan stepped inside and bent down to help the little beggar up. "Xiaowu." He opened his mouth wide. His eyes looked like he had seen a ghost, and a snot bubble burst in his mouth. He was immediately overjoyed and rushed to the bedside, shouting, "Xiaowu, you're not dead. That's great, that's great." Gu Zhouyuan took out a new towel and handed it to him, saying with a smile, "Wipe your nose." Xiao Si took the towel and wiped his face twice. Then he lay down beside the bed. "Xiaowu, how are you? Do you still recognize me?" Xiaowu tried hard to put on a smile and said weakly, "Brother." "Hey," Xiao Si responded loudly. Then he suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Zhouyuan, banged his forehead heavily on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, master, for saving my sister." Gu Zhouyuan quickly pulled him up and said angrily, "If you hit your head, who will take care of your sister?" Su Xie brought over half a bowl of hot water. She kept blowing on the edge of the bowl, trying to cool it down quickly. After the water temperature dropped a little, Gu Zhouyuan brought the warm water and carefully fed it to Xiaowu. Xiaowu drank the water in small sips and felt much better. She asked in a low voice, "Brother, did you go to get porridge today?" Xiao Si nodded hurriedly. "I got it. I finished it all. I also got you another bowl and left it in the temple for you to drink when you get back." After he said that, his expression changed. Oh no. He left in a hurry and left the porridge in the temple. All the people living in the temple are evil and crazy. It would be strange if the porridge was still there. If the bowl could be left for him, he would be very happy. "What's wrong?" Seeing that his face looked strange, Xiaowu asked in a baby voice. "Nothing. I just remembered that I broke a bowl today, and I feel a little sad." Xiao Si scratched his head. Dr. Li had heard the noise here a long time ago. After sending the patient away, he hurried over. He saw that the patient whom he had just declared incurable was now able to speak to people, and his breathing was quite stable. This scene had a much stronger impact on him than on others, because he knew clearly that the little girl was clearly at the end of her rope. How could he wake up at this moment? Could it be a last gasp of light? He walked into the room and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Can I take your pulse?" Gu Zhouyuan had no objection. He only knew that the little girl had survived, but he didn't know how well she was now. He would feel more at ease if he let the old doctor take a look. Dr. Li placed his fingers on Xiaowu's wrist, squinted his eyes, and carefully felt the beating of his pulse. Suddenly his eyes widened. How? How is this possible? He released his hand, looked at Xiaowu's face again, and murmured to himself, "The pulse is stable and the high fever has subsided. This is simply a miracle." Elderly turned to look at Gu Zhouyuan, his eyes filled with confusion and awe. "Sir, how on earth did you do it?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled faintly. "I used some folk remedies from the village, not worth mentioning." Elderly hesitated to speak, and finally bowed deeply. "Young master, your medical skills are excellent, and I admire you." Zhao Yunlan's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. A person may have excellent talent for poetry, or be proficient in strange and tricky skills, or have superb martial arts skills, or even superb medical skills. but it is really terrifying for one person to possess so many abilities at the same time. Besides, this person is still so young. A person with such extraordinary talent and brilliance doesn't look like a normal person at all, but more like a goblin. Su Cs said to Su Mufeng, Brother Gu is so amazing. He even knows the art of medicine. He saved a life. The little girl's eyes were full of twinkling stars, and Su Mufeng felt a little jealous. But he also knew that what his sister said was true. Turning the impossible into the possible seemed to be what Brother Gu was best at. Hoyu laughed heartily and said, I told you, there's nothing in the world that Brother Yuan can't handle. When everyone was in despair, he had a hunch that Brother Yuan must have a way. As it turned out, his feeling was correct. Please ask Mr. Li to have someone cook a bowl of rice porridge for me. I will pay you with the room fee when the time comes. Gu Zhouyuan whispered to Dr. Li. Mr. Li quickly waved his hands. What are you talking about, young master? It's just a bowl of porridge. How can it be worth the money? He called the medicine boy and ordered, hurry up and cook a pot of white rice porridge. Add a few red dates and make it thicker. The little medicine boy took the order and ran to the backyard. After meeting the young master today, I finally understood what true healing is. I also realized that miracle doctors don't just exist in legends. Old Li said with emotion. Gu Zhouyuan felt so ashamed. He was nothing but a miracle doctor. It's just a matter of urgency, and he was forced to do it. Have you ever seen a miracle doctor who can't even give acupuncture properly? Chapter 249, She has a large family. Gu Zhouyuan was feeling embarrassed when he heard Dr. Li say huh softly. He pulled up Xiao Wu's right hand, which was resting on the bed, and looking at the needle holes all over it, he exclaimed, could this acupuncture technique be the long-lost 8 trigrams wandering dragon needle? Even though Gu Zhouyuan had been through a lot, his face couldn't help but blush. He coughed dryly twice and changed the subject. Mr. Li, I think I heard someone calling you outside. Maybe there's a patient. Oh no, he slapped his thigh and said, there's no one looking after the front hall, so everyone's running to the back. Then he walked out quickly. The little medicine boy was originally taking care of things in the front, but later he was asked to cook porridge. Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The fever subsided, and the little girl later ate another bowl of porridge, and her condition was obviously much better. By now, I have become familiar with Gu Zhouyuan and others. Calling each other brother and sister is very intimate. Gu Zhouyuan and the others were all very sad when they found out that Xiaowu and Xiaoxi were not biological siblings. Su Xie had shallow eye sockets and had already begun wiping away tears. There are actually tragic incidents in this world where families are broken up and people die because of hunger. Moreover, the living example was right in front of her. She lost control of her emotions and sobbed. Brother Gu, thank you for saving her. Fortunately, Gu Zhouyuan turned the tide. If the little girl had died in front of her today, she would probably have been left with a lifelong psychological trauma. Xiaoxi, what are your plans for the future? Will you still rely on begging to support your sister like before? Su Mufeng asked. When Xiaoxi heard Su Mufeng's question, he lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, I only know how to beg. When I grow up and have more strength, I will learn some skills. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a firm gaze. I will learn some skills to repay you for saving my life. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and patted his shoulder. It's good to have ambition. However, learning skills is not something that can be done overnight. Xiaoxi nodded heavily. I can endure any hardship. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, how about this? You follow me back to the village first. We are building a soap workshop in our village. You can go there to help and learn some skills while working. Is it really possible? Can I do it? Xiaoxi's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. He was not strong enough to do the work at the dock, and no one wanted to work as a dishwasher in the restaurant. Now I can actually learn a skill while working, and it's in my benefactor's village. He never dreamed that such a good thing would happen to him. When I went to queue up for porridge in the morning, the road ahead was still pitch black. Now he has a future to look forward to. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, of course. As long as you are willing to learn and work hard, you will not only be able to support your sister in the future, but also live a good life. Brother Yuan, what is that soap workshop you mentioned? Why haven't I heard of it? Hoyu was very interested. Soap is similar to soap nuts, used for washing clothes and hands. There is also a kind of soap that is used for bathing. Gu Zhouyuan explained briefly. It's not that simple. Hoyu knew that anything produced by Brother Yuan must be a top-quality product. What is it like? Please explain it in detail. Hoyu was very eager to learn. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head helplessly, took out a bar of soap from his sleeve, and handed it to Hoyu. I explained how to use it again. Hoyu ran out and brought in a basin of water. Following the instructions of caregiver Zhouyuan, I started to try out the soap. The effect was beyond the expectations of everyone in the room. Looking at the clean cloth, Su Xia was surprised. This thing is amazing. It looks like a stone, but it can produce so many bubbles by rubbing it. Hou stretched out his hand and looked back and forth. Are my hands whiter than before? Zhao Yunlan took the soap from Hou and sniffed it gently. A light and elegant fragrance lingered around his nose. This soap is amazing. Not only does it have strong cleaning capabilities, it also has such a refreshing fragrance. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Did you develop it? She looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Before Gu Zhouyuan could reply, Hou shouted, who else but Brother Yuan could make these bizarre things? Can you please give me all these soaps and perfume soaps? Hou and Gu Zhouyuan were not polite at all. This thing is not a rare thing for Gu Zhouyuan. He nodded and said, take it if you like it. Hou happily put the soap away and held out his hand to Zhao Yunlan, motioning her to return the soap. Zhao Yunlan put the soap behind him and said to Gu Zhouyuan, can you give me this soap? She has always been cold as ice, but at this moment she smiled, just like a night blooming serious in the cold night. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, and even the air around her became gentle. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned and nodded as if possessed. Zhao Yunlan glanced at Hou like a victorious general. Wrap the soap in a silk handkerchief and put it in your purse. Hou clenched his fists and screamed wildly in his heart. I didn't expect that, Brother Yuan, you are this kind of person. When you see a beautiful lady winking at you, you even abandon your brothers. Su Mufeng was also very surprised. The soap could make this icy beauty smile. The charm of this soap was really amazing. I really like this soap. How much is one piece of soap? Can I order 500 pieces of soap? Zhao Yunlan's expression became more lively. Gu Zhouyuan said before that the village had set up a soap workshop, which proved that the soap could be mass-produced. She bought some and gave them to her relatives and friends in the capital. They must have liked them very much. What do you want so much soap for? I've already signed a contract with ULI Trading Company. Once the workshop is up and running, you can buy it at ULI Trading Company's store. This girl is hoarding so many soaps because she sees the market prospects of soaps and plans to get involved in this business. He has a good eye. Only if my workshop has finished supplying ULI Trading Company's goods and there is any leftover will I consider supplying to others. Gu Zhouyuan had just signed an agreement with manager Su, stipulating that ULI Trading Company would be given priority in supplying goods, so it would be difficult for him to go back on his word and profit from the loss. I use it for my family, Zhao Yunlan explained. I don't believe you. Who would buy soap for 500 yuan? Your family doesn't run a bathhouse, does it? Gu Zhouyuan was thinking about how to reject her. Zhao Yunlan clearly saw the suspicion in Gu Zhouyuan's eyes and said quickly, I have a lot of family and friends, so 500 bars of soap is barely enough to go around. Su Mufeng nodded in agreement. She is right. She has a large family. It's a big family. Chapter 250, Are you a royal merchant? Since it is really for personal use at home, it does not constitute a breach of contract. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. That will have to wait until my workshop is built before we can get the goods. My family's daily output is limited, so I have to give it to ULI Trading Company first to promote it in the market. It was unknown how long it would take for the workshop to be built. How could Zhao Yunlan be willing to wait? When she heard Gu Zhouyuan say that they could make some soap at home every day, she immediately had an idea. She said, my family is in the capital, and we have some business. I can quickly spread your soap in the capital. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. There were many dignitaries in the capital, and the consumption capacity there was the highest in the entire Dakian. But the market there is also the most difficult to develop. Moreover, it is very important to establish good relations with wealthy businessmen in Beijing. After all, he will come up with more new things in the future. These channels will be useful in the future. When Gu Zhouyuan thought of the night pearl worth more than 10,000 taels, his eyes became hot. He leaned closer to Zhao Yunlan and asked mysteriously, Miss Zhao, are you a royal merchant? It's no wonder he made this guess. Zhao Yunlan was cold, elegant, and noble, completely different from the temperament of an ordinary merchant's daughter. Considering that she could easily cash in the night pearl, her family must have a certain status in the capital. Zhao Yunlan was stunned for a moment, then covered his mouth with his hands and chuckled softly. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from Master Gu. Her sweet smile made everyone in the room stunned. The first person to come to his senses was Hou. This woman treated me so coldly, as if I owed her money. I used to think she was born without the ability to smile. Now when I am in front of Brother Yuan, I keep laughing. It's obvious that Brother Yuan and I have the closest relationship. Do you, a latecomer, want to challenge our brotherhood? Hou was complaining madly in his heart. Gu Zhouyuan secretly thought that this woman was too dangerous and it would be better for him to have less contact with her in the future. But this business must be done. Miss Zhao is really a royal merchant. That means Miss Zhao has a way to sell my soap to the palace. Gu Zhouyuan said with anticipation. As a soul from the modern era, he is quite curious about the ancient imperial palace. Thinking that those queens and princesses would only use their own soap to take a bath in the future, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Zhao Yunlan said with a troubled look on his face, "This seems a bit difficult, but I'll think of a way. With some money and some arrangements, it should be possible." Su Xie covered her mouth behind Gu Zhouyuan to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Su Mufeng also looked helpless. He didn't expect Zhao Yunlan to have such a bad taste. Gu Zhouyuan was overjoyed. If you were to ask where the sheep were the fattest, it would definitely be the ones raised in the palace. He cleared his throat and said, "The soap I just took out is the most common civilian type." Seeing Zhao Yunlan's genuine interest, he continued, "I also have a high-end soap at home. It's produced in extremely limited quantities and is luxurious, perfect for the nobles of the palace. There is no such thing as high-end luxury soap. It's just that the mold is more fancy, the colors are more vivid, and the fragrance is stronger." The price was raised to a staggering level, and thus a luxury soap was born. Zhao Yunlan was delighted. It turned out there was a soap of even better quality than the one he had in his hand. So how much does that high-end soap cost? She wouldn't have asked about the price at first. She would just pay whatever Gu Zhouyuan asked for 500 bars of soap. But now it's different. She has become a royal merchant, so she has no choice but to ask about the price. That kind of ordinary soap is priced at 1 ounce and 5 cents of silver per piece on the market. Gu Zhouyuan paused and looked around at everyone. He saw that among the few people, only Hou Yu looked surprised, while the others had no expression on their faces. The identities of Su Mufeng and Su Xie are unknown, but their backgrounds are definitely not bad. Naturally, they don't care about the soap that costs a little over 1 tael of silver. Not to mention Zhao Yunlan, who actually felt the price was too low. Mr. Gu is also a kind person. As for the 4th and 5th graders, they had no idea what silver and soap were. Gu Zhouyuan took in everyone's reactions, coughed, and continued, "I'll give you 10 taels of silver for that high-quality soap supplied exclusively to the palace. Then you can multiply the price several times and sell it to the palace for $1.50 taels. You'll make a fortune." Zhao Yunlan silently retracted his assessment that Mr. Gu is a kind man. She could accept a piece of high-end soap that cost 10 taels of silver. After all, the high-end bath beans used in the palace were more expensive than soap. But Gu Zhouyuan asked her to sell the palace for 5 times the price, which made her speechless. At this moment, she could no longer tell whether she was a butcher holding a knife to slaughter a sheep or a green leek. Seeing her stunned, Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand in front of her eyes. Miss Zhao, do you want to place an order? Did my price get too high and scare this girl?" However, a piece of so-called high-end soap, plus the labor cost, would cost at most a dozen cents. It is indeed a bit unfair to sell it to people for 10 taels of silver. This thing is even more profitable than the industry in the Golden Triangle. Gu Zhouyuan did some self-examination in his heart. Then Zhao Yunlan's ethereal voice rang out. "Yes, soap, 500 each." Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to quote the price of the specially supplied soap. Zhao Yunlan spoke first. "I don't need fancy soap. We're just using it for washing clothes, so ordinary soap will do." Her voice was still cold, but everyone could hear some gnashing of teeth. Gu Zhouyuan exclaimed that it was a pity. If he had known this earlier, he would not have kept it a secret and would have just made the soap and perfumed soap available together. Zhao Yunlan took out a silver note worth 100 taels. "This is my deposit. How long will it take for me to get the goods?" 3 days, Gu Zhouyuan replied. "For this first batch of special soaps, we will use the goods in the mall first, and then supply them after the workshop is finished." Of course, he could continue to resell the ready-made goods in the mall, but that would be meaningless. Everything he wants can be found in the mall, so any amount of money is really just a number to him. He wanted to bring all his family members and even all the villagers in Datong village onto the road and let them have a way to make money. Instead, he resold things in the mall and used the money to support everyone. Zhao Yunlan's defense was broken again. Delivery in 3 days? Is this what you call extremely limited production? She now felt as if she had grown 2 donkey years on the back of her head. "I have always been a cold person and rarely show any emotional fluctuations when interacting with others." The number of times the defense was broken today was longer than the previous 17 years combined. She took a few deep breaths to adjust her mood, then said with a forced smile, "Then I'll send someone to pick up the goods in 3 days." "Then see you in 3 days." Gu Zhouyuan nodded with a smile. Su Mufeng looked at Gu Zhouyuan with admiration. Being able to push this famous ice beauty in the capital to this extent is unique in the whole Dakian. Chapter 250, One Young Master of Datong Village. Xiao Wu has passed the critical period. Gu Zhouyuan left the mule to Hou Yu, and he drove the carriage and took Xiao Si and Xiao Wu back to Datong village. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan pick up the two little beggars, his family was briefly stunned. After listening to the experiences of Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, they all accepted the two new members. The Gu family is no longer the same as before. It's just two more people to eat, so there's no pressure at all. My name is Sidon, and you are also Xiao Si. What a coincidence, Sidon said with a smile. Xiao Si felt the kindness radiated by this family, but he was still a little reserved. He makes a living by begging and has seen many evil people. When he meets someone with a kind heart, he usually kowtows to them out of gratitude. But it was definitely inappropriate to kowtow in this situation, so he hesitantly said, Master Si, Master Sidon, thank you. Brother Sidon gave up his bed to the sick Xiao Wu, which made him even more uneasy. In fact, it's okay for Xiao Wu to sleep on the floor with him. The conditions here are much better than those in the dilapidated temple. But the young master is a doctor. He has to listen to the young master. He originally called Gu Zhouyuan Master, but Gu Zhouyuan was not used to this title, so he just asked him to call him Third Brother. He also felt that the master was too young, and it was inappropriate to call him Master, so he changed it to calling him Young Master. Gu Zhouyuan corrected him several times, but he didn't change, so he could only let him do what he wanted. As you become more familiar with it, you will naturally change your way of speaking. The little girl's fever had completely subsided, and Gu Zhouyuan gave Xiao Wu another dose of anti-inflammatory medicine in the evening. If you have been hungry for a long time, you can't eat too well all of a sudden. After being fed a bowl of porridge with sugar, Xiao Wu fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied look on his face. After dinner, the house became lively. Siju, Xiaohua, and the others came to class, and Gu Zhouyuan asked Xiaoxi to learn to read with them as well. The students' progress in the classroom is now so different that it is difficult for Gu Zhouyuan to teach. Now that he had a lot of money on hand, he thought it was time to hire a teacher from outside to teach. We still slept on the floor in the yard, 4 of us sitting in a row. Sleeping on the floor is more comfortable than sleeping on a bed. No wonder Third Brother always likes to sleep in the yard. Sidon felt the cool breeze and breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes and said, You grind your teeth and spin in circles when you sleep, so of course I have to escape and sleep somewhere else. Xiao Yuan, the cotton is growing very well now, Gu Dedi said, resting his head on his arms. That's great, Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. My second brother really likes to tinker with these things and hangs around in the fields every day. He also always likes to make some practical little inventions. Sometimes when he encounters a difficult problem, he will ask me to study it together. The book you gave me said we should pinch off some branches and leaves. It's called pruning. I always think it's a pity. If we break off healthy branches and leaves, won't the cotton plant be damaged? Gu Dedi turned sideways and said, Gu Zhouyuan had never grown cotton himself, so how could he understand these things? He coughed lightly and said, What's written in the book can't be wrong. We just need to follow the instructions in the book. Guda nodded and said, Then I'll find some people tomorrow and go to the cotton field to prune the cotton trees together. Xiaoxi lay aside, staring at the sky with wide eyes. He doesn't like open-air environments, as it makes him feel insecure. So he would rather squeeze into the smelly and stuffy dilapidated temple, because at least the dilapidated temple has a tiled roof, which makes him feel a little at home. But now he was looking at the starry sky. The young masters and others beside him were talking quietly, and the sound of chickens crowing in the corner of the yard, but his heart was extremely peaceful. The next morning, Gu Zhouyuan got up and found that he was the only one left in the shop. He looked at the sky. It was just dawn, and he hadn't heard the rooster crow yet. He rolled up the bedding and put it into the house. Gu Zhaodi was talking to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu saw Gu Zhouyuan come in and raised his head and smiled at him. Gu Zhouyuan walked over and touched her forehead. Well, the fever is gone. You should be fine after a few days of rest. Where is your brother? Gu Zhouyuan thought Xiao Si would be in the house looking after Xiao Wu. Go out, Xiao Wu said in a baby voice. Gu Zhaodi said helplessly. The kid got up early to sweep the floor and wipe the table, and even tidied up Xiao Bai and pinked his nests. She pointed outside and said, Look, they just went out with Sidon. They seem to be heading to the chicken coop. Gu Zhouyuan could understand Xiao Si's mentality. He makes a living by begging and is used to reading other people's faces. Living here is like living under someone else's roof. He has to work hard and not be accused of being a freeloader. This is not something that can be reversed in a short period of time. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan. Mrs. Gu's voice came from outside. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming out, Mrs. Gu asked anxiously, Why did you pick up 2 little beggars from outside? Grandma knows you have a kind heart, but in this famine year, there are beggars everywhere. Let alone other places. Do you know how many beggars there are in Qingtian County alone? Can you pick up all of them? This old lady had already caused her a lot of worry before. Zhaodi and Dedi were adopted. Fortunately, the two children have lived in this family since they were young, and they also know how to be grateful. She finally accepted these grandchildren in her heart. Xiaoyuan picked up two more from outside. The kids at home are really tight-lipped. They didn't say a word when they got home last night. If she had known about this last night, she would have definitely come here to kill me. Gu Zhouyuan was about to explain when Xiao Si came in from outside with a frightened look on his face. He explained to Mrs. Gu, "My sister was dying of illness, and it was the young master who saved her. I told my sister that she would serve the young master like a slave for the rest of her life to repay him." Old Mrs. Gu was stunned. Young master? Why is this different from what she expected? She always thought that Xiaoyuan picked up beggars outside to be his brothers and sisters. Wouldn't she have two more grandchildren passively? But now it seems that the situation has changed. But then again, the title of young master is quite rare in Datong village. For some reason, the old lady felt that her status had become more noble. Before Gu Zhouyuan could speak, Mrs. Gu's emotions stabilized. He was a little confused. Xiaoyuan, Mrs. Gu actually smiled at this moment. Next time, you can pick some people in their teens or 20s to bring home. Xiaoyuan is now rich and has land, and his reputation and prestige in Datong village are top-notch. It makes sense for him to have two servants at home. But these two little kids are still young, so it's hard to say who will serve whom. However, it is also beneficial to bring the child home and train him slowly from a young age, so that he will be loyal in the future. Gu Zhouyuan was even more confused, but he didn't intend to ask any further questions. He pulled Xiao Si over and introduced her to old lady Gu. This is Xiao Si. There's also a little girl in the room named Xiao Wu. She's been sick and hasn't recovered yet. She's lying in bed resting. He then said to Xiao Si, "Call me grandma quickly." Chapter 252, Soap Workshop. Xiao Si timidly called out, "Grandma." The truth is, with his limited knowledge, he didn't know what the young master's grandmother should be called. Maybe he wanted to call her old lady? But all his knowledge came from listening to stories told by other beggars, so he didn't dare to call her that. It would be a joke if I called the wrong name. The young master's grandmother looks quite fierce. Old Mrs. Gu felt that the name was a bit wrong, but she nodded anyway. Let Xiaoyuan call her whatever she wants. She won't argue with a 6 or 7-year-old child. "Grandma, have you eaten? Have some porridge here." Gu Zhouyuan greeted her warmly. Mrs. Gu waved her hands repeatedly. "I'm going back. There's porridge cooking in the pot." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the yard. Life is better now. Several family members work on Gu Zhouyuan's construction site, and they now have 3 meals a day. Gu Zhouyuan asked Sidon to go to the field and call his second brother back. The family sat around the table eating breakfast. Xiao Si seemed to have never remembered having breakfast. He held the bowl of porridge that Gu Zhaodi gave him and was stunned for several breaths. He subconsciously turned around and tried to find a corner to squat and drink his porridge. Sidon grabbed him and said, "Why are you running? Here's some dried radish. It's best eaten with porridge." "What? You want some vegetables with your porridge?" He drank 5 bowls of this porridge in one breath without taking a break. He finished a bowl of porridge, wiped his mouth, and stood up to go out and find more work. Lu said, "Don't be embarrassed, Xiao Si, there's still plenty of porridge in the pot." As he said that, he was about to take the bowl in front of Xiao Si. Xiao Si quickly protected the bowl with both hands. I'm full." Lu feigned anger and said, "How come you're full? You look so thin, you need to eat more." As he said that, he snatched the bowl away and walked towards the kitchen. "You can feel like you're at home here," Sidon advised. After saying that, I felt something was wrong. It seemed like Xiao Si had no home. He quickly changed his words and said, "This will be your home from now on. You don't have to pretend." Xiao Si was about to cry. It was the first time in his life that he felt what it was like to have a home. He said to Lu, who had returned with the porridge, "Thank you, madam." Lu was at a loss for words. How did she become a lady? If the villagers heard this, they would laugh their heads off. "Just call me Auntie." "Okay, madam." The young master's mother was called Madam, and he knew this title. This child, Lu, was quite helpless. Breakfast was corn porridge with dried radish, and each person had a boiled egg. Xiao Si looked at the egg in front of him and swallowed his saliva again and again. In his eyes, these eggs are extremely precious food. I still remember that it was last autumn, a wealthy family in the city had a son and held a 3rd-day bath celebration. When he was begging for food, he said a few auspicious words, and the old lady was so happy that she gave him a red egg. He kept the egg in his arms for a few days, until it was about to go bad. Then he hid away and ate the egg in small bites. His memory returned, and he was just trying to find an excuse to push the egg back. Gu Zhaodi stuffed the eggs into his hands. "One for each of you, Xiao Wu too." He carefully held the egg in the palm of his hand, feeling the warmth from the egg, and his tears could no longer be controlled and fell down. After breakfast, Gu Zhouyuan went outside for a walk. The villagers he met on the way greeted Gu Zhouyuan enthusiastically. The village wall was built 3 meters high according to Gu Zhouyuan's requirements. Iron nails were also poured on the top of the wall, which were naturally provided by Gu Zhouyuan. This level of protection is sufficient for general situations. Mrs. Hu and her family were isolated outside the wall. At the beginning, they came to make trouble several times, but were sent away by the village head. In the end, the Hu family even went to the county government office and asked the county magistrate to make a decision for them. Unfortunately, County Magistrate Ho became furious after hearing the whole story. He dislikes people who are disunited and bully others the most. The county magistrate warned the Hu family not to cause trouble again. If there was a next time, the ringleaders would be beaten with dozens of boards and then moved to another village. Only then did the Hu family behave themselves. If they go to other villages, they are outsiders and will still be excluded. Besides, their fields are all in Datong village, and if they move to other villages, they will have to reclaim new land from scratch. To start over in this famine year would be tantamount to seeking death. There was also unrest within the Hu family. Some families that were not so close to Mrs. Hu's family all complained that they were implicated by Mrs. Hu. The Hu family outside the wall was in chaos, but the Datong village inside the wall was harmonious and full of vitality. The main body of Gu Zhiyuan's soap workshop has been completed. Originally, he wanted to wait until the house was completed before putting up the beams, but thinking that the soap business could not be delayed any longer, Gu Zhouyuan asked a blind man in the village for an auspicious time. The next day is an auspicious day, and the beam raising will be done on this day. There are quite a lot of wood on the mountain that can be used to make central beams, but newly cut trees cannot be used as beams. They need to be dried in the shade for a period of time. Gu Zhouyuan was going to Nubutu to buy some suitable wood. Zhao Ergu came to the door and said that he had 10 fir trees at home. His mother is always fussy, and he and his wife have always wanted to build their own house and move out of the family home. The family has been preparing the beams and purlins. The houses in Datong village are generally of gable roof structure, with each room usually having 2 beams, and 3 rooms having a total of 6 beams. Sometimes, considering the support requirements of the purlins for the beams, auxiliary beams may be added between the gables and the house, which will require 8 large beams. Zhao Ergu prepared 10 sticks in total, but 10 sticks were definitely not enough for Gu Zhiyuan's workshop. Other villagers in the village heard the news and came to say that they had fir beams at home that they could give to Gu Zhouyuan to use first. Gu Zhouyuan knew the price of fir wood because he had been to the dock several times. He paid 30 coins for each piece of fir wood, which was a little higher than the market price, and bought dozens of fir woods in total. After some pushing and shoving, the villagers happily accepted it. Gu Zhouyuan still went to the city and bought some things needed for the beam-raising ceremony. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, the Gu family got up early. Many villagers have gathered at the construction site, and everyone is looking forward to the workshop's beam-raising ceremony. They had seen the raising of beams in mud houses in the village many times, but this was the first time they had seen the raising of beams in a brick house. What's more, this brick house was also a workshop, which was even more surprising. Before putting up the beam, according to the instructions of Mr. Gu, an incense table was set up in the main hall of the new house. Place 3 kinds of meat: pig's head, fish, and chicken. There were also offerings such as fruits and cakes. The head of the Gu family, Gu Lijing, was invited to come forward and pray. Gu Lijing held 3 incense sticks in his hands and bowed deeply to the altar, chanting, "Today, we are raising the beams. I pray for the blessings of heaven and earth, for the prosperity of the workshop, and for the well-being of the villagers." Chapter 253. Zhao Yunlan comes to pick up the goods. Gu Zhouyuan and the villagers also bowed 3 times. The scene was solemn and lively. Chenshi is an auspicious time. When the time came, Gu Lijing shouted loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived." The craftsmen worked together to lift the beams and slowly raise them to the designated position on the roof. The overall situation was controlled by Gu Lijing and Old Man Gu, so Gu Zhouyuan was just a spectator, happy and relaxed. The workers who put up the beams were all skilled workers carefully selected by Mr. Gu. Thick beams were slowly hoisted and placed steadily on the roof of the workshop. The workshop was packed with people watching the excitement. The area near the house was separated by a wooden fence, and the village patrol was trying to maintain order and prevent people from crossing the fence. The villagers were not just there to watch the fun. Someone had suggested that once the workshop was completed, people would definitely be hired to work. Everyone thought about it and realized that this was a long-term job right at home. Gu Zhouyuan was a generous and reliable man, and the salary was definitely good. How could anyone not be tempted? As soon as it was dawn, some people came to the workshop to reserve a seat, but when they arrived, they found that someone had arrived earlier than them. Some people were even packing up their bedding. It turned out they had arrived last night and slept on the floor next to the workshop. As the workers were putting up the beams, they, led by Gu Lijing, shouted in unison, "Good luck in raising the beams, and may the workshop prosper." Brother Yuan, Brother Yuan. Gu Zhouyuan vaguely heard someone calling him outside the crowd. He looked around and found Gao Gao standing at the back of the crowd waving at him. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan had seen him, he made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted loudly, "There are too many people, we can't get in." At this moment, the mule under his feet shook and almost threw him to the ground. He turned to Su Mufeng and complained, "Hold it steady, don't let it move." Su Mufeng glanced at him and said, "I don't have that ability. How about you lead the way? Mr. Ho, you'd better come down quickly, or you might fall." Su Xie said worriedly. Ho Yu slowly squatted down and carefully climbed down from the mule's back. The villagers knew Ho Yu and knew that he was the son of the county magistrate. Seeing that they wanted to go in, the crowd began to move slowly, gradually making way for a gap big enough for one person to pass through. Ho Yu walked in, repeatedly bowing to the villagers and saying thank you. "Thank you, fellow villagers. Thank you." Su Xie held Zhao Yunlan's hand and followed behind. Su Mufeng tied up the mule and followed in. "Brother Yuan, you built this workshop very quickly. I just heard you talking about it yesterday, and you've already put up the beams today?" Ho Yu said with emotion as he looked at the row of spacious houses in front of him. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "We need to supply Miss Zhao with the goods as soon as possible. We have to speed up the process." Zhao Yunlan raised an eyebrow. She had seen this guy's ability to talk nonsense before. He said that everyone should just listen to his words and not take them seriously. "I'm here to pick up some goods today. Are all the soaps and toiletries ready?" Zhao Yunlan got straight to the point. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "The whole family has been working hard these past 2 days. Even the 4th and 5th kids have been working together, working day and night without stopping for a moment. Finally, we got your goods out this morning. When I finish my work here, I'll take you to pick them up." Sidon, Gu Zhaodi, and the others all looked at each other in confusion. When did we start working overnight? How come I didn't know? But third brother / Xiao Yuan must have his reasons for saying that. He is always right. The villagers standing in front all started talking in low voices. This workshop has just been built, and people are already placing orders. It seems that there is indeed no problem with sales. That's right. Didn't you hear that day? ULI Trading Company wants all the soap made in this workshop. There's no need to worry about not being able to sell it. So this pretty girl is from ULI Trading Company. TSK. She's not only beautiful, but also good at business. Whoever marries her will be blessed. I don't know where my dog Sheng is. I have to let him meet this girl. Who knows? Maybe they'll end up doing something good. Are you kidding, Sister Zhao? Your son Gosheng can't even find a wife in our village, and yet he's dreaming of marrying a lady from the city. If you ask me, my Zhuang is the right guy to go. All the young men in the city are effeminate. I'm afraid the young ladies in the city have never seen a man with a sturdy physique like Zhuang. Who knows? They might fall in love with him at first sight. That's true. Who doesn't like a strong young man? This young lady is so fair, with a slim waist and a big butt. She's obviously capable of bearing a son. It's a pity she was brought up in the city as a spoiled child. I doubt she'll be able to work in the fields if I marry her. You're stupid. People with money would do business instead of doing menial work in the fields. Wouldn't it be better to take your son into business and make a lot of money? Gu Zhiyuan's face fell as he listened to the villagers' topic going further and further off the track. These old ladies are used to being aggressive and started to act without restraint when they were chatting happily. How could Zhao Yunlan, a young lady from the capital, stand this? He secretly glanced at Zhao Yunlan and found that she was talking to Su Xie and seemed not to hear the villagers' conversation. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Yunlan's face flushed red, and he was secretly annoyed. What nonsense are these people talking about? It's really driving me crazy. If this happened somewhere else, and someone dared to make such an accusation against her, she would have been furious and made them pay for it. But these village women didn't know her identity, and although their words were harsh, they didn't mean any harm, so she wouldn't take them seriously. As the saying goes, what kind of soil produces what kind of seedlings? Gu Zhouyuan grew up in this village, so it's no wonder that he can often break her defenses. By this time, all the beams had been put in place. Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Dedi took out a mahogany box from the workshop. Inside it were copper coins that had been prepared in advance, wrapped in red cloth into small bags. Gu Zhouyuan climbed onto the roof, and Gu Dedi threw the red cloth bags to him one by one. The villagers naturally knew that the most anticipated scene in the beam-raising ceremony had finally arrived. Generally, after the main beam is in place, the host family will throw some food such as rice dumplings and rice cakes in a high place, which means that the host family will prosper and rise step by step. The red cloth looked heavy, and I didn't know what was wrapped in it, but at least it was good to have something to hold. All the villagers looked up at Gu Zhouyuan with anticipation. Old Master Gu led the Gu family and shouted loudly, "Good luck in raising the beam, and may the workshop prosper." The villagers also shouted, "Good luck in raising the beam, and may the workshop prosper." The noise was deafening and the scene was very lively. The voice stopped, and then Gu Zhouyuan shouted loudly, "Those who have hats, put them on, and those who don't have hats, protect your heads." Everyone below was confused and had no idea what he meant. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand, and then screams suddenly broke out in the crowd. "Money! All copper coins! Don't push me! Take your feet away!" Because it was a workshop, throwing rice dumplings was obviously inappropriate. Gu Zhouyuan was too lazy to think about anything else, so he just scattered the money, which meant that wealth would come in, and the villagers liked it the most. Chapter 254. The workshop is recruiting. He scattered handfuls of copper coins, and the people who were hit didn't cry out in pain. Those wearing straw hats held the hats in their hands and used them as pockets. When Gu Zhouyuan scattered money, they caught it with their hats, and the effect was quite good. Gu Zhouyuan sent a total of 10,000 copper coins, and hundreds of villagers came to the scene. Almost everyone grabbed some copper coins. The lucky ones got dozens of coins, and the lucky ones got at least 4 or 5 copper coins. Everyone was in high spirits and kept sending out auspicious words. Old Mrs. Gu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Xiao Yuan was really a fool. He just spent 10 taels of silver like that. If you want to follow her lead, just make some small wedding cakes and have 2 for each family. It only costs 1 or 2 taels of silver. She asked everyone in the old house to run into the crowd to grab money, so at least they could get some money back. Hou gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up. Brother Yuan is really rich. Xiao-san, are you hiring people to work in your soap workshop? Aunt Zhang happily put the copper coins into her pocket and squeezed through the crowd to the front to ask. Yes, the soap workshop will probably recruit 80 people. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. In fact, a soap workshop doesn't need so many people. 20 people are enough. But Gu Zhouyuan wanted to increase employment opportunities so that villagers would no longer have to rely solely on the weather for their livelihood. 30 cents a day, 80 people means more than 2 taels of silver, which is enough for the profit of a few bars of soap. Try not to use machinery if manual labor can be used, and try not to use professional construction teams if local people can be organized to work. This is also an alternative form of work for relief. He also wanted to set up 2 workshops in the workshop and add some useless steps to cover up his tracks, so as to ensure that the soap-making process could not be figured out. Hire me. I work efficiently. Aunt Zhang rushed towards Gu Zhouyuan, but was stopped by the patrol team. The crowd was immediately in an uproar, and the scene was no less exciting than the previous money-grabbing incident. My eldest and second oldest are both good at work. Xiao Yuan, please help me remember their names. I'll sign up too. My whole family will go to the workshop to work. I'm fine with lower wages. My family doesn't want wages. Just give me food, and I'll work. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the villagers making a mess. It was only after the village head took out the gong and struck it several times that the crowd gradually quieted down. Gu Zhouyuan climbed onto a wooden frame and looked down at the villagers. He said loudly, "Don't grab any of them. I only need 1 person from each household." There were originally about 100 households in the village. The Hu family was excluded, so there were only about 80 households left. It was most appropriate for each household to recruit 1 person, and no one would be jealous. The villagers were silent for a moment, and then the scene became noisy again. "How much is the wage for that day?" The woman who had just said she didn't want any wages shouted. "I just wanted to take up a spot for someone else. These days, as long as you can stutter, you're lucky. But now there is no need to fight for it. Each family will accept 1 person, and of course they will ask about the salary." Gu Zhouyuan pressed his hands downwards in a light manner. Everyone was very concerned about the answer to this question, and the scene soon became quiet. The work that requires a lot of strength, such as carrying and mixing, pays 900 coins a month. The relatively easy work, such as burning, packaging, and demolding, pays 750 coins a month. Gu Zhouyuan said loudly. There was still 30 cents a day, and all the villagers were excited. This is different from building a house. Although building a house also costs 30 cents a day, it only takes 2 months at most, and then it will return to its original state. Didn't you hear Manager Gu say it was 900 won a month? This means the workshop is a long-term job, one that can be completed in a year. My God, This year, the family earned more than 10 taels of silver. Everyone's eyes were red. Everyone was scrambling to sign up to do the heavy work that paid 900 won a month. Some rural people only had a lot of strength. Gu Zhouyuan signaled everyone to be quiet again. He cleared his throat and said, "Let me be frank. The probation period is 1 month. If, during this month, I discover that someone is cheating or unsuitable for this position, I will fire them and find someone else to fill the vacancy." Now those who wanted to occupy the high-paying jobs first began to hesitate and were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. High-paying jobs are definitely not easy to do, so don't be upset if you get rejected. Go back home today and discuss it. Once you've decided on the candidate, come to my house tomorrow to sign up. After saying that, Gu Zhouyuan came down from the ladder. Old Mrs. Gu had just done the math in her mind. It would cost 2 taels of silver for the whole day, which made her very distressed. She pulled Gu Zhouyuan's arm and pulled him aside, whispering, "How can we need so many people? Our family, plus the little 4 and 5 you brought back, already has 20 people. If we work harder, we can save 60 taels of silver this month." "Oh my God, 60 taels of silver." When she said this, the old lady covered her left chest with her hands, feeling like she was almost suffocating. 60 taels of silver was a huge sum that she could never save in her entire life, but Xiao Yuan made it in just 1 month. The old lady in the countryside was used to a hard life, and the little savings she had were all saved penny by penny. Naturally, she couldn't stand Gu Zhouyuan's lavish spending. Gu Zhouyuan understood very well. He put his arm around the old lady's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "Grandma, I supply this soap to Yueli Commercial Bank. 1 piece is 1 tael of silver." Mrs. Gu was stunned. 1 tael of silver per piece? She had heard Gu Zhouyuan mention that he was planning to set a higher price. But 1 tael of silver for 1 piece is too outrageous, and the sales channel has already been solved. She swallowed and suddenly felt that 2 taels of silver a day was not too much. "Let's hire more people. Every time we make more soap, we'll earn an extra 1 or 2 taels of silver. Don't you think so?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Mrs. Gu nodded hurriedly. "Do you want to recruit more people? After all, our village already has people." Seeing the old lady's attitude change 180 degrees, Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. 80 people are enough for now. It won't be too late to find more people later if you find that the workshop is not full." Old Mrs. Gu agreed. They were all from the same village after all. If she just called out, there would be plenty of people rushing to work in the workshop. 80 people work hard to make soap, so the daily output is definitely not low. But he was not afraid of being disappointed after making the soap, as the soap would surely become popular throughout Dakian. It is definitely not enough to rely on a small workshop to supply the entire Dakian market. Chapter 255, asking Uncle San to be the model. Even if the soap and perfumed soap were not promoted smoothly in the early stages of the market, he would not panic. The mall also sells pure green handmade soap. 1 piece costs 30 mall coins, and this is a rough version. If it is made more refined later, the price will probably be higher. When the floral, fruity, and woody scented soaps are released later, the prices offered by the System Mall will definitely not be low. With the endorsement of Yueli Trading Company, he can also take out the money he sold to the system openly. Gu Zhouyuan called Gu Manton over and said, "Uncle San, don't go over there to build the house. Help me make something. Xiao Yuan, tell me what we should do." Gu Manton raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The workshop needs to make a batch of molds to shape the soap." As he spoke, Gu Zhouyuan took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was the mold drawing he had drawn earlier. The mold design is very simple. It is a rectangular wooden box with a lid and a slight bulge in the middle. The soap made in this way will have the effect of a small waist and will be more comfortable to hold in your hand. In fact, you can make a big wooden box or pour the soap liquid directly into a bamboo tube, wait for it to solidify, and then remove it from the mold, and then use thin wire to cut it into the appropriate size. This is convenient, fast, time-saving, and labor-saving. But the same thing goes. Gu Zhouyuan wants to create more jobs, and he doesn't care about increasing the time cost. Moreover, the soap made in this way is a bit rough, which is inconsistent with the high-end and luxurious market positioning of this soap. It is still exquisitely made with a single mold, and you can design several more shapes. Gu Manton took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. "It's not difficult to make this thing. How many do you want?" Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's make 1,000 first, and then we'll see if we need to increase the number once the workshop is up and running. It takes time for the soap to cool and set, and 1,000 molds back and forth should be enough. This is a big job." Gu Manton nodded, thinking about finding a few more helpers. Then Gu Zhouyuan said, "Uncle San, please find more people to help with the work. I will pay for the work. Or we can pay by piece, Gu Zhouyuan mused. Uncle, what do you think is a reasonable price for this wooden box? Gu Manton waved his hand and said, we are family, so why bother talking about money? I'll find a few people to help me later, and you can just pay for their wages. This box is quite laborious to make. I think it will cost at least 10 cents each. Wang said hastily. My man is a blockhead. Xiao Yuan is making a lot of money now. Does he still care about these trivial things? Even a little bit of the food that leaked out from between his fingers was enough for his family to eat. Now that Xiao Yuan has given you a chance, why are you still not using it? Gu Manton was quite annoyed by his wife's money-obsessed behavior. There was no need to be so fussy about some things in the family. Xiao Yuan was an open-minded person and he knew who was good to him. He smiled awkwardly and said to Gu Zhouyuan, don't listen to your third aunt. I'm free anyway, and I'm happy to be able to help you. What do you mean you're just sitting around doing nothing? Wang was furious. Aren't you helping Xiao Yuan build a house? You were making 50 coins a day, and now you're making these wooden boxes, and that 50 coins a day is gone. Gu Manton's eyelids were twitching, and he really wanted to shut this woman's mouth. Gu Zhouyuan just smiled and didn't care. My third aunt has always been like this, with such a broad mind and ambition. Third uncle is a kind-hearted man and takes good care of his family, so he naturally wouldn't lose face for third uncle. Besides, although third aunt's words were rough, they made sense. He took good care of other villagers, so there was no reason for him to let his third uncle suffer. Gu Manton was still feeling awkward when he heard Gu Zhouyuan say with a smile, third aunt is right. This mold is quite troublesome. This is a mold used to make money in the workshop, not to make a small stool for my family. Let's keep things separate. Uncle, you'll be responsible for the labor and materials, and I'll give you 15 cents for each one. Gu Manton was shocked, and even Wang Shi could hardly believe her ears. She just said that a box cost 10 cents, which was actually an exaggeration. She didn't expect Gu Zhouyuan to give 15 cents for one. These 1,000 pieces cost 15 taels of silver. Even if Gu Manton is not very agile, making 3 or 5 a day is definitely a piece of cake for him. If you calculate it this way, it is much more cost-effective than building a house. But she also knew that Gu Zhouyuan was anxious to use the molds, and it was impossible for him to let his family make several in one day and wait for a year or two. But even if we hire more people to help, we can only take away half of it as wages. By this calculation, it won't take long for their family to earn 7 or 8 taels of silver. She felt dizzy and pinched Gu Manton's arm. Ouch! Gu Manton cried out in pain. Why are you pinching me, bitch? I'm afraid I'm dreaming, so I'll pinch it to see if it hurts. Wang said dizzily. Gu Manton gave her a cold look and pushed her hand aside. Xiao Yuan, this won't work. I won't feel comfortable holding this money. Gu Manton declined. This is the price anyway. If you don't want the money, Uncle San, I'll find someone else. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Mrs. Wang was almost mad at Gu Manton. Why was this guy so stubborn and couldn't be taught? If this job gets taken away by someone else, she will never forgive this stupid man. She glared at Gu Manton, forced a smile, and said to Gu Zhouyuan, Xiao Yuan, don't listen to your uncle. He got his head hit by the door when he went out this morning, and he's still confused. Old Mrs. Gu had been watching the uncle and nephew talking. She now realized that with her knowledge, she was no longer in a position to interfere in many of her eldest grandson's affairs. But after hearing this, she couldn't help but interrupt and said, Third brother, just listen to Xiao Yuan. If you feel embarrassed, just be more careful and let Xiao Yuan do the work. She just found out the price of the soap and also understood how big Xiao Yuan's business was. She was deeply relieved that Xiao Yuan was willing to help his family. Seeing that his mother said so, Gu Manton no longer refused. I just secretly decided in my heart that I should use the best wood. Cherry wood is a good choice, but unfortunately there is not enough of it. Use camphor wood, which is strong, durable, and insect-proof. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly remembered something and said quickly, Uncle San, please help me carve a few words on the bottom of the mold. He took out a piece of white paper and a charcoal pencil and wrote 4 words on the paper one stroke at a time, Datong Gu family. The 4 characters are arranged in a square. Although Gu Manton had never been to school, he knew these 4 words. After all, he had seen these words in the Gu family ancestral hall for more than 30 years. Chapter 256, Zhao Yunlan's literary talent. Are these characters inscribed in relief or in negative? Gu Manton's forehead was covered with sweat. He had never written a single word in his life, so he had to make sure he didn't mess it up and delay Xiao Yuan's important matter. But carving shouldn't be a problem. Just carve according to the shape. This thing is much simpler than flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Let's do it in relief, so that the words on the soap will be recessed. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while and said, In the future, the soap business must be expanded and strengthened, and brand awareness must be established early. Gu Zhouyuan naturally knew that engraving would require a lot of effort, and that positive engraving was more time-consuming and labor-intensive than negative engraving. He took the initiative to say, "Now that there is an extra step, I will give you, Uncle San, an extra 5 cents for each one." Gu Manton's face turned serious. "What's the point of adding more? It won't take much effort. You've already given enough." Seeing that his third uncle was determined, Gu Zhouyuan did not force it. After all, there was a long time to come, and he would never let his third uncle down. Gu Manton was already thinking in his mind that he should carve a template first, like a seal, paint it, and stamp the 4 characters on the wood, and then carve it to save a lot of time. The beam-raising ceremony is completed, and the next step is to invite relatives and friends to a banquet and drink beam-raising wine. Datong village has a large population, and most of the people have a good relationship with Gu Zhouyuan's family, so it's not easy to invite some and not invite others. Gu Zhouyuan made a big deal out of a small matter. He just set up 4 tables for the old Gu family and invited the village head and the heads of each family to come for a drink. The Gu family visited the other villagers and gave each family 2 wedding cakes. Of course, Ho Yu and the others also stayed for the banquet. After dinner, Gu Zhouyuan and his family loaded soap into Zhao Yunlan's carriage. These soaps and perfumed soaps were bought by Gu Zhouyuan from the mall the night before and were placed in the grocery room next to the chicken and duck shed. Zhao Yunlan looked at these so-called high-end luxury goods being haphazardly piled on sacks, and a large flock of chickens, ducks, and geese were being raised in a shed nearby. Her face turned green. Doesn't this guy even want to act? Knowing that she was coming to pick up goods today, she didn't even bother to move the soap. Fortunately, the quality of the soaps was all very good. She randomly inspected more than a dozen of them and found no problems at all. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Zhao Yunlan with a dark face. With his intelligence, he could guess what Zhao Yunlan was thinking. Actually, it's not his fault. The space in the bedroom is limited, and people are always coming in and out. It would be difficult to handle thousands of bars of soap without any reason. The new house hasn't been built yet. After much thought, this utility room is the most suitable place to store soap. He chuckled and said, "Miss Zhao, don't look down on the soap just because this room is so shabby. No matter how shabby the room is, it won't affect the quality of the soap, right?" Zhao Yunlan twitched his lips. "Do I dislike this room? I'm mad at you for not taking this deal seriously." Then Gu Zhouyuan continued. "As the saying goes, a hero emerges from the mud without being stained, and a hero's origins are not judged. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Without the bone-chilling cold, how can the fragrance of plum blossoms be so fragrant?" Everyone found his confusing explanations funny. But if you savor his words carefully, every sentence is so meaningful. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng had heard Gu Zhouyuan mention the phrase, "coming out of the mud without being stained" before, but this was the first time they had heard of the 7-character poem about plum blossoms. Several people felt that these sentences should each form a complete poem, which were cut out and pieced together by Gu Zhouyuan. "Brother Gu, this is the second time I've heard you recite this motto. Could you help me today to understand what it means to be untainted by the mud?" Su Mufeng bowed. Gu Zhouyuan slapped his forehead, wondering how to explain this. The first few lines of the complete poem on the love of the lotus are, "Among the flowers of plants and trees on land and in water, many are lovely." Tao Yuanming of the Jin dynasty loved the chrysanthemum. Since the Tang dynasty, people have loved the peony. People like Tao Yuanming and Li Tang never appeared in this world, so it's really hard to explain them. His mind raced as he spoke. "These are 2 lines I saw in a book. Emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being coquettish." The author used them to praise the lotus. Emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being coquettish. Several people were savoring these 2 lines in their mouths. Zhao Yunlan could be considered a well-read person. She frowned and said, "I wonder where Mr. Gu read these 2 lines. Logically, a writer who could write poems of this caliber wouldn't be unknown." "That's right." Su Mufeng also looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a burning gaze. "I wonder if Brother Gu could lend us that book so we can read it?" Gu Zhouyuan stammered and was speechless. How come these people don't understand the ways of the world? Some things are just fine if they're just about right. Why are they so aggressive? Ho Yu was enjoying the fun, so he said with a smile, "Brother Yuan, stop pretending. You clearly wrote these 2 lines yourself, and you even lied to us that you read them in a book." After hearing this, Su Xie's eyes suddenly became sparkling. She begged in a tender voice, "Brother Gu, can you read the whole poem to me?" Gu Zhouyuan's mouth twitched. On the Love of Lotus is an argumentative essay written by Zhou Dunyi, a Neo-Confucian philosopher of the Northern Song dynasty. The most classic lines in the whole article are emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being coquettish. I don't know the whole poem. I only have these 2 sentences, nothing else. Gu Zhouyuan told the truth. Several people looked disappointed. It was a pity that there were only 2 fragments of words, and they were not able to enjoy it to the fullest. Gu Zhouyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Zhao Yunlan said, I was moved by Master Gu's 2 lines about lotus, and I have a poem to write. Su Mufing's eyes lit up. Miss Yunlan, please read it quickly. Su Xia was also very interested. Sister Yunlan hasn't written poetry for a long time. I didn't expect that she would be interested today. Even the lively Hou Yu looked expectant. Gu Zhouyuan, however, had little interest. This was how people in this world were. The thing they admired most was writing poetry and lyrics. In this famine year, the few sad poems he wrote were not as real to him as a bowl of vegetable porridge. Then Zhao Yunlan's cold voice rang out. The mud nurtures beauty and blooms into a fairy-like figure, while the rippling water washes away dust and reflects the emerald pool. The stems are straight and not bent, holding strong joints. The flowers are delicate and unpretentious, keeping pure thoughts. The fragrance wafts all over the fields, and the sweet wind surrounds it. The figure stands in the middle of the stream, and the noble spirit soars. Looking at her from afar, I feel enlightened and wish to live with you, a gentleman. Good. Everyone cheered. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. Putting aside other things, this little girl's literary talent is remarkable. This poem uses lotus to symbolize people and expresses the yearning for the character of a gentleman by praising the lotus. Although this poem may not be very amazing, it is a rhyming poem that was created in such a short time. It also fits Gu Zhouyuan's 2 sentences, emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being coquettish, which is really amazing. Chapter 257. The whole song is so good that it makes her look good. Gu Zhouyuan also started clapping. Miss Zhao is so talented. It's a pity that women in this world cannot take part in the imperial examinations. Otherwise, with her ability, she could consider taking the exam and becoming the top scorer. Zhao Yunlan saw Gu Zhouyuan looking at her, sometimes nodding in admiration and sometimes shaking his head and sighing. She didn't know what he was thinking, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She glared at Gu Zhouyuan and said, I've always heard that Mr. Gu is a man of great talent and profound learning. This poem of mine was written by my humble pen. I wonder if it will please you. Gu Zhouyuan immediately pulled in his stomach and puffed out his chest, saying seriously, Miss Zhao's poem is so natural and melodious that it makes people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze and drinking sweet wine. Miss Zhao's talent are truly admirable. Zhao Yunlan said softly, Since you are satisfied with my imitation, could you please compose a poem about the lotus for Yunlan? Gu Zhouyuan was stunned. Aren't we doing business? How did it turn into a poetry competition? A sly glint flashed in Zhao Yunlan's eyes. Why did you look at me like that just now? This is the unspoken rule among literati. If you are satisfied with my poems, then you should also write one for everyone to appreciate. Of course, it doesn't matter if you really can't do it, but you will always be looked down upon by others. Su Mufing looked at Gu Zhouyuan, with both expectation and worry in his eyes. He was sure of Gu Zhouyuan's poetry, but he was unsure about composing poetry on the spot. Writing poetry requires inspiration. Sometimes, if you lack that flash of inspiration, even if you are well-educated, you will not be able to write good poetry. Su Xia put her hands behind her back and found the scene very interesting. Sister Yunlan seems to be different from before. She has never seen her sister take the initiative to ask any young man to write a poem. Her attitude towards the poems that talented people tried every means to bring to her was always cold and indifferent. However, Hou Yu has absolute confidence in Gu Zhouyuan. How dare this cold-blooded woman challenge my brother Yuan? Just wait and see how my brother Yuan will slap you in the face. He opened his folding fan to fan Gu Zhouyuan and said earnestly, Don't worry, brother Yuan. Let's think about it slowly and write a great poem to read to her. Then he covered his face with a fan, made no sound, and mouthed to Gu Zhouyuan. This whole song is amazing. It makes her look good. Gu Zhouyuan was forced to do something unpleasant. Coming up with such a poignant poem was not difficult. He already had one in mind. The green leaves stretch across the sky, reflecting the sun. The red lotus leaves cast a lasting shadow on the water. The pure ice-like skin is unstained by mud, and the clear dew always nourishes the soft, jade-like stamens. The stems are straight and unbendable, showing strong bones. The faint fragrance can relieve idle worries. I pity the gentleman's extraordinary character, as he sits facing the lotus pond with his heart still full of emotion. This poem is of similar quality to the one Zhao Yunlan just wrote, so I think she can handle it. But he saw that Zhao Yunlan looked like he wanted to laugh at him. After listening to what Hou Yu said, he felt a little moved. This girl really deserved to be punished. Gu Zhouyuan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then I'll show you my ugliness." Everyone was shocked. Gu Zhouyuan put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. He raised his head and looked into the distance, looking very stylish. He cleared his throat, paused for a few seconds, and then recited aloud. Walking across the river to enjoy the autumn water, I love the fresh red lotus. Climbing the lotus and playing with its pearls, the ripples cannot form a circle. The beauty is in the colorful clouds. I want to give her to the distant sky. I miss you so much, but I can't see you. I am melancholy in the cool breeze. The whole audience was silent. After reciting a poem, Gu Zhouyuan opened his squinting eyes and looked at the few people. He saw that everyone's expressions were just as he imagined, stunned and shocked. This poem is a gift of lotus by the great poet Li Bai, which is most suitable for showing off and crushing others, etc. Why do Su Mufeng and the others look a little abnormal? The shock and admiration in their eyes are too exaggerated. He had memorized poems before, so Su Mufeng and the others shouldn't be so surprised. And Zhao Yunlan's appearance was even stranger. Her face was red all the way to her neck, and the expression on her face was even more wonderful, including astonishment, surprise, anger, shyness, all kinds of emotions. Gu Zhouyuan pondered over the poem he had just written, and finally came to his senses. Damn, you're being too pretentious. A Gift of Lotus is a poem in which Li Bai expresses his lovesickness through lotus flowers. Walking along the river to enjoy the autumn water, I love the fresh red lotus, which means that Lao Li was strolling along the river, enjoying the autumn water, and was attracted by the bright red lotus. Shijiang comes from the traditional imagery of Chu Xiai, implying the pursuit of beautiful things. Climbing up the lotus leaves and playing with the water droplets, the ripples could not form a circle. It means that he climbed up and broke the lotus leaves and played with the water droplets on the leaves, but the water droplets could not form a circle, creating a lively and slightly regretful atmosphere. It implicitly expresses the gap between ideals and reality, and it is truly regrettable that one cannot get what he wants. The beauty is in the colorful clouds, and I want to give it to the beauty in the distant sky. This means that Lao Li looked at the lotus in front of him and wanted to pick it and give it to the beauty in the colorful clouds, but he could not deliver it because of the long distance. Beauty symbolizes ideals, love, or beautiful things, expressing his helplessness about the unattainable beauty of these things. I miss you so much, but I can't see you. I feel melancholy in the cool wind is even more straightforward, directly and openly expressing the love for the beautiful woman. Feeling melancholy because of not being able to meet, I feel even more lonely in the cool breeze, and a sad and beautiful atmosphere arises spontaneously. The whole poem uses scenery to express emotions, relying on the view of lotus flowers in the autumn river, and gradually exaggerates the poet's longing for the beauty and the melancholy of not being able to get her. The scene and the emotion are blended together, and the charm is long-lasting. Gu Zhouyuan's mind flashed with Li Bai's resentful and gentle expression, and he couldn't help but shudder. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This poem was just his new work, and it was written at the invitation of Zhao Yunlan. He still remembered Zhao Yunlan's original words. Could you please write a poem about lotus flowers for Yunlan? He had so many choices, but he chose such a sad love poem. Oh God, how is this going to end? Su Xie came back to her senses from her shock. She gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up and winked at him playfully. This poem is really well written. She has also read the love poems written by the so-called young talents in Beijing, but none of them can compare to this one. I don't know what Sister Yunlan's attitude was, but although she looked angry, she just blushed and didn't scold out loud. It seemed that she was extremely satisfied with the poem. Su Mufeng remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was full of admiration for Gu Zhouyuan. Brother Gu, you're the first person in Dakian who dares to recite love poems in front of Zhao Yunlan like this. Hou Yu's eyes rolled around. Brother Yuan is really awesome. He launched an offensive after only meeting a few times. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. Gu Zhouyuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and break the silence. Ms. Zhao, this poem was just something I wrote in a moment of haste. I didn't mean to offend you at all. Zhao Yunlan bit his lower lip lightly, finally calming himself down. Master Gu, this is just a game. How can it be considered offensive? Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad Ms. Zhao didn't misunderstand. Seeing him like this, Zhao Yunlan felt a little relieved, but he also felt a little annoyed. Chapter 258. Teach Annie to make sweet soup. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Su Mufeng broke the awkwardness and said, Brother Gu is very talented. Although this poem is a bit inappropriate, it is an excellent poem. Su Xia also clapped her hands and said, Brother Gu is really amazing. I wonder who the beautiful woman in the poem is that has made him miss her so much. Zhao Yunlan's heart was so complicated that even she herself couldn't figure it out. She snorted and said, Since the poem just now is inappropriate, could you please write another lotus poem that is appropriate? Seeing Su Xia looking at Gu Zhouyuan with stars in her eyes, she added inexplicably, This song will be given to Sister Xia. Su Xia was stunned for a moment, then said happily, Okay. Brother Gu, please write a lotus poem for me too. Gu Zhouyuan nodded hurriedly, and after a moment's thought, he said, My poem is called Lotus Picking Song, which describes the scene of a peasant girl picking lotus flowers. This time he learned his lesson and stated the object of description in the poem in advance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Okay, I got it. Su Xia saw that he was so cautious, obviously frightened by the poem just now. Zhao Yunlan couldn't help but laugh secretly. This guy was sometimes very smart, and sometimes seemed a little silly. Then Gu Zhouyuan began to chant. The lotus leaf skirt is cut in one color, and the hibiscus blossoms on both sides of the face. I could not see him wandering into the pond, but I realized someone was coming when I heard his singing. Zhao Yunlan's expression softened slightly. This one's okay. Su Mufeng gritted his teeth. Although the poems written by Brother Gu were wonderful, they also had a provocative meaning. This hibiscus skirt and hibiscus-like face sounded very seductive and ambiguous. No wonder Zhao Yunlan looked so strange just now. But fortunately, he reminded her in advance. Otherwise, as soon as the poem came out, his sister would feel like she was being teased by this guy again. Su Xia is a simple-minded person and doesn't think as much as Su Mufeng. Her pretty face flushed, not because of shyness, but because of excitement. Is this poem by Brother Gu called Lotus Picking Song? It's really well written. I love it. Gu Zhouyuan saw that he had finally fooled the crowd. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something to humble himself. Hou Yu muttered to himself, Although Brother Yuan's second song is good, I always feel that it can't compare to the first one in terms of momentum. Gu Zhouyuan glared at him fiercely. This guy keeps bringing up all sorts of issues. I just managed to fool people with great difficulty, and now you're doing this to me again. Su Xia looked at Gu Zhouyuan's gritted teeth and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Hey, I'm here. Gu Zhouyuan waved towards his home. He said seriously, I heard Sidon calling me. It must be something urgent. I have to go and see it quickly. Zhao Yunlan raised his eyes and looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Several people were laughing in the back, but Gu Zhouyuan pretended not to hear and instead walked faster. Zhao Yunlan and his companions neatly arranged the soaps on the carriage and then looked at the chickens, ducks, and geese in the shed. These lively poultry are a novelty to city dwellers. Su Xia and Zhao Yunlan were so curious that they ignored the unpleasant smell in the shed. Su Xia even asked Su Mufeng to catch a white pigeon from the cage. She held it in her hand and stroked the pigeon's feathers, feeling very happy. These pigeons are kept in cages by Gu Zhouyuan. It's not for the meat or the eggs. He had long realized that this world was still quite dangerous. He cares about too many people, and if he wants to protect everyone, he has to be extremely careful. In this world without telephones, information exchange would be very slow in the event of emergencies. Raising homing pigeons can solve this problem to a certain extent. The principle of using carrier pigeons to deliver messages is actually not complicated at all. It is to take advantage of the pigeon's strong homing instinct. In their natural environment, pigeons need to find their way home in order to survive and reproduce. After long-term evolution and cultivation, the homing instinct of homing pigeons has been strengthened and optimized. People take advantage of this characteristic and take carrier pigeons to places far away from the pigeon nests. The carrier pigeons will then instinctively try to return to the pigeon nests, thus delivering the letters. Gu Zhouyuan plans to raise these pigeons here. Then bring a few to my grandfather and others in Liujia village so that they can inform him if anything happens. He also needs to give one to Captain Zhou Yiji so that he can know in advance when the county government will release Zhao Fuguei, Zhao Baiwan, and Zhao Daqiang. Needless to say, Hou Yu, Su Mufeng, and others, even Niu Butu, Manager Qian and Manager Su of Yueli Trading Company, who had business dealings with him, all had to have a carrier pigeon. Su Xia found everything strange and didn't want to go back to the city. Finally, Hou Yu had an idea and encouraged her to pet the big white goose, saying that big geese are the most docile and it feels great to pet them. As a result, The little girl was chased and pecked by a group of geese, and she was so scared that she started crying. I couldn't wait to go home and cried and said I would never come again. Hoyu covered his mouth and laughed and was glared at by Su Mufeng. Then they went to Gu Zheyuan's yard together. There were quite a few people standing in Gu Zheyuan's yard at this moment, and everyone in the old house had gathered here. Mrs. Liu is teaching Mrs. Sun how to make herbal jelly. Mrs. Wang and old Mrs. Gu followed Gu Zheyuan to learn how to make pearl dumplings. Of course, Chef Sidon will demonstrate how to make the dumplings. Yes, Gu Zheyuan plans to outsource the sugar water business to the people in the old house. His business is now well established, and he has no time to make sugar water at home. When everyone in the old house heard that Gu Zheyuan was going to hand over the business to them, they were all shocked. They knew that, strictly speaking, Gu Zheyuan's first business was making sweet soup. Although Xiao Yuan's business is getting bigger and bigger, and sugar water only accounts for a small part of it, the profits brought by sugar water are still huge for them. Old Master Gu said, "Grandpa knows you're too busy to make the sweet soup right now. How about this, Xiao Yuan? Your aunts will help you make the sweet soup, and you just pay them for their wages." Wang was displeased when she heard this. "Father, what are you talking about? Xiao Yuan must be very busy at the soap workshop right now, so he naturally has no time to take care of the sugar water business. He asked us to learn this craft, isn't it, because he wants us to take over the business? The sugar soup business can make a lot of money, but they have their own business but insist on earning those two wages. I really don't know what's going on in this family's minds." Mrs. Gu glared at her and said unhappily, "Is Xiao Yuan too overwhelmed? He's already employed 80 people in his soap workshop. Doesn't he need a few more to help him make sugar water? He's trying to help his family." Chapter 259, Don't Be Disloyal. "It is because Xiao Yuan wants to support our family that we have to start this business," Mrs. Wang thought to herself. Although she was still not convinced, she did not dare to argue with the old lady and just shut up in disappointment. "I really can't take care of it," Gu Zheyuan said with a smile. The wood has always been provided by Erju, and the fairy grass was picked from the mountain by Xiaohua, Arya, Siju, and the other little guys. It's perfect for you, Grandma, to be in charge of this business. Gumansong shook his head. That's different. You paid for both the wood and the magic grass, and at the price you offered, anyone in the village would be eager to do it. How can we eat and then take away the pot? Gu Zheyuan was also helpless. It was quite distressing when people were too honest. How about this? Gu Zheyuan said. You guys provide the labor and materials to make a serving of herbal jelly, and I'll pay you 8 cents. The market price of the sugar water is 12 cents per bowl, which also includes the chilling process. The cost of chilling is too high, and it is absolutely impossible to do it in the old house. In other words, he still provided the ice cubes, and he gave it at a price of 8 cents per bowl, which was equivalent to giving all the profits of the sugar water to Lao Zhai, but in a different way. Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. 8 cents per piece was too much. It was even more cost-effective than setting up a stall by herself. She suppressed the joy in her heart and looked towards old lady Gu. As she expected, Mrs. Gu was the first to object. 8 when a bowl is too much. You have established good relationships with the shopkeepers in the city. We just put in the effort to make the syrup for you. How can we ask for such high wages? The old lady was right. The sales channels and technology all belong to Gu Zheyuan. How could they have the nerve to take the lion's share? Wang drooped her head and sighed in her heart. Then I heard Mrs. Gu say, 1 bowl is 5 cents. We won't make more than that. Go find someone else. She naturally knew that Gu Zheyuan would never hand over this business to anyone else, and she said this just to show her determination. Seeing that old lady Gu insisted and the others in the old house nodded in support, Gu Zheyuan had no choice but to agree. Okay, then I'll do as Grandma says. The most expensive component in grass jelly is brown sugar. Previously, the price of brown sugar was about 41 per pound, and now I guess the price has definitely increased. About 20 grams of brown sugar are added to a bowl of grass jelly, so the cost of brown sugar for each bowl of grass jelly is more than 2 cents. The second is the cost of grass jelly and firewood, as well as labor costs. In fact, you can only earn about 1 cent from a bowl of sweet soup. But the people in the Gu family's old house already felt that 1 cent per bowl was too scary. After all, Lai Fu restaurant alone needs 250 servings of sweet soup every day. That means they can earn 250 coins every day by making sweet soup at home. Oh my god, that's more than 7 taels of silver a month. This is just the supply for a restaurant. After the disaster is over, the supply will definitely increase, and Gu Zheyuan himself wants to open a restaurant in the city. According to such a conservative estimate, the amount of sugar water needed per day will at least double. Everyone in the old house began to breathe faster. Even Mrs. Wang began to smile again. Old Madame Gu glanced at Wang and said slowly, "Our family's livelihood is entirely thanks to Xiao Yuan's guidance. But if anyone has other ulterior motives, such as wanting to teach my family how to get rich together, then don't blame me for being rude." Wang's heart skipped a beat. She had indeed had this idea just now. She thought that after learning this skill, she would go back and teach her brothers from her natal family so that they could make a fortune together. "When the time comes, I will ask my brothers from my mother's family to set up a small stall in the city and give her some of the money they make." Now that Mrs. Gu had made it clear, she had no choice but to give up the idea. She responded righteously, "That's right. If anyone dares to betray us, they'll be destroying our Gu family's livelihood. I'll be the first to disagree." Only then did Mrs. Gu nod in satisfaction. Brown sugar may not be easy to buy in the city now, and the price fluctuates greatly due to market influences. "A pound of brown sugar in the mall is only 4 yuan. Gu Zhuoyuan said, "I have a way to get brown sugar. You don't have to go to the city. I will provide brown sugar on time and in the right amount." Everyone was delighted, as prices in the city skyrocketed and people had to snatch food. They were just worrying about the brown sugar issue, and Gu Zhuoyuan helped them solve the problem. "Xiao Yuan, how much is your brown sugar per pound?" Wang asked calmly. 40 cents per pound, and I will supply brown sugar according to the amount of syrup. No more," Gu Zhuoyuan said lightly. He said this on purpose to prevent Third Ant from thinking of reselling the brown sugar. His goal is to ensure that everyone has a means to make a living, rather than relying on his mall to engage in speculation. When Lao Zhai comes to buy candy in the future, he will definitely give it to them at a cheaper price. After all, the amount of magical herbs on the mountain is limited. We need to keep this sweet soup business going for a long time. Simply picking them from the mountain is definitely not enough. Gu Zhuoyuan pondered. "I have a few kilograms of fairy grass seeds. I'll spread them on a few acres of land when the time comes. That way, our business will be more stable." After saying that, Gu Zhuoyuan turned around and went into the room to get the grass elixir seeds. The profit of grass jelly is considerable and the market prospect is huge. It is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on pure wild grass jelly from the mountains. If you want to keep your business going long-term, you must have all the raw materials under control. Moreover, planting the herb in the ground saves the time of going up and down the mountain, which also saves costs. The old man and the old lady all looked changed. Farmers have a deep-rooted idea that they should grow good crops in fertile fields. If you plant weeds in the field, your spine will be broken. But they were only stunned for a short time and soon came to their senses. They are not stubborn old men who stick to the old ways. How much money can they earn from the crops in the fields in a year? This thing called herbal jelly is the magic weapon for the whole family to live a good life. Gu Zhuoyuan came back soon with a small cloth bag in his hand. 1 pound of grass jelly can be planted in 1 to 2 acres of land, and 1 acre of land can produce more than 1,000 pounds of fresh grass jelly. There are more than 10 pounds of fairy grass seeds in the cloth bag in Gu Zhuoyuan's hand. If he plants all of them, there will be enough fairy grass for the whole year. Later, when Gu Zhaodi and Lu were making grass jelly, Sun and Wang were helping them and learning the production method. Zhao Yunlan and his companions arrived in the courtyard and saw the entire Gu family gathered there. She was deeply touched by this lively and joyful scene. She has a large family, a pretty big one. However, there are always disputes and intrigues. Such a heartwarming scene seemed to have never appeared in her memory. Although the Gu family is of ordinary means, they have simple and sincere family affection and the drive to work together to make a living. Chapter 260, A Huge Sum of Money. Zhao Yunlan stared at this scene in a trance. Hou Yu walked over and said to Lu, "Aunt, when will this sweet soup be ready? I haven't had sweet soup for a long time. It's almost done, but we have to wait for the grass jelly to cool down and solidify. It will take at least until midnight." Lu replied with a smile. She was now familiar with the county magistrate's son, and she no longer had the awe she had before when talking to him. Of course, the main reason was that Hou Yu was not arrogant in front of her. He called her auntie in a very affectionate way, making it difficult for people to feel distant from him. He was also very friendly to other family members, and followed Gu Zhuoyuan in calling them big sister, second brother, etc., very naturally. Hou Yu's face fell. Do we have to wait that long? The temperature is high in summer, and the cooked grass jelly soup is put directly into the wooden barrel, so it does take a long time for a large barrel of grass jelly to slowly solidify. Seeing Hou Yu like this, Lu couldn't help but laugh. She quickly comforted him. I'll scoop some into a bowl later. That way, you can eat it in about half an hour. Hou Yu suddenly became happy. Thank you, Auntie, you are so kind. In fact, he was not really craving for grass jelly. Most of his behavior was just for fun. Although he did not have as many feelings as Zhao Yunlan, he also came from a family of officials. His father is busy with official duties, and the house is often deserted. He really likes the warm and harmonious family atmosphere of Gu Zhiyuan's family, which is full of homely flavor. His way of doing things is completely different from Zhao Yunlan's. Zhao Yunlan just stood aside with envy and yearning, but he chose to blend in and feel the warmth firsthand. Su Xie also trotted over and said in a sweet voice, "Auntie, can you make me a bowl too? I haven't had grass jelly for a long time." Su Xie has a sweet and lovely appearance, and with her soft and sweet voice, she is truly popular among men, women, young and old. How could Lu say no? She nodded and smiled. "Of course, I'll serve 2 bowls for each of you." Zhao Yunlan saw Gu Zhaodi putting meatballs into another pot. She walked forward curiously and asked, "Are these the pearl dumplings in the grass jelly? So they have to be boiled in water first." She knew nothing about cooking, but now that she saw the process of making grass jelly with her own eyes, she found it very interesting. "Yes, these meatballs need to be rinsed with cold water after being cooked. When you want to eat them, just add them directly to the grass jelly." Gu Zhaodi looked up and said with a smile. Wang's face changed as she stood by. Grass jelly was a good thing that could make a lot of money, so how could she just tell others about it? These are all outsiders. What if they learn their secret techniques and run out to steal their jobs? Cough, cough, cough. She coughed a few times and said to Gu Zhaodi, "Zhaodi, go see if we need some more firewood. Let third aunt handle this." Gu Zhaodi was stunned and probably understood what third aunt meant. She nodded, sat down next to the stove, and used a fire fork to stir the charcoal fire in the stove. Zhao Yunlan was a very capable person. He had been around many smart people since he was a child. She immediately realized that she was asking too many questions. She smiled slightly, turned, and walked towards Gu Zhoyuan. "Mr. Gu, the 500 bars of toilet soap and 500 bars of soap have all been loaded into the car. Now I will pay you the remaining money." Gu Zhoyuan was with Gu Dedi, his second uncle, and a group of men, discussing some things about the workshop in the future. Hearing Zhao Yunlan talking to him, he quickly stood up and said, "Miss Zhao ordered the regular soap, 300 won apiece. 500 won is a total of 150 taels of silver." Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of gasps in the yard. This workshop hasn't even started operating yet, and it's already earned 150 taels of silver? It turns out that capable people can make money so easily. Mrs. Wang opened her mouth slightly, a little dazed. She was just worried that this beautiful young lady would secretly learn how to make sweet soup and steal their family's jobs. Now it seems that she was just overthinking. It costs 150 taels of silver to transport the goods. Who would be interested in such a small business? And those 500 bars of soap, a total of, Zhao Yunlan added. "Ms. Zhao," Gu Zhoyuan interrupted her mid-sentence. "Excuse me, can you please have a moment with me?" Zhao Yunlan was slightly stunned, not knowing what Gu Zhoyuan wanted to do. But I still followed him into the house. Gu Zhoyuan just saw the surprised expressions of everyone in the yard, and suddenly realized that his money-making speed was too terrifying, so he had to be a little cautious. More than 100 taels of silver had already shocked them so much. If they heard that he sold 500 bars of soap for 5,000 taels of silver, he was really afraid that it would scare Grandma and the others. In fact, no matter who it is, as long as they can monopolize an industry, the speed at which they make money can be described as making a fortune every day. But what most people need to consider is whether they have the ability to protect the plate. Because it is not necessarily a blessing for ordinary people to possess treasures, but it will bring disaster to themselves. But Gu Zhoyuan had no such concerns. Miss Zhao was a royal merchant, so her background must be very strong. Doing business with her and having a good relationship with her will save you a lot of trouble. Of course, he is not afraid of any trouble, but less trouble is always better, and less trouble is always better. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. Let's discuss this quietly, without making a big fuss. Gu Zhoyuan saw Zhao Yunlan's confusion and quickly explained. Zhao Yunlan suddenly realized that in this small mountain village, several thousand taels of silver was indeed a huge fortune. There are so many people in the hospital, and there are many eyes. It is very likely that the news will get out and attract people with bad intentions. She nodded to show her understanding, but after hearing Gu Zhiyuan's strange tone of voice just now, she felt uncomfortable for no reason. "Can you speak normally?" She gathered her hair from her ears and said softly, how did I accidentally start imitating the tone of the devils in the anti-Japanese drama? This is definitely not right." He reflected silently in his heart, and then said, "The special edition soap will be sold at the price we agreed on earlier, 10 taels of silver per piece. 500 yuan is 5,000 taels of silver, plus the 150 taels for the soap, so the total payment is 5,150 taels. After deducting the previous 100 taels of silver, The remaining balance is 5,050 taels. This is our first cooperation. I will give Miss Zhao a 0, and you can just give me another 5,000 taels. Gu Zhouyuan was now wealthy and powerful, and he waved his hand and took away the 50 taels of silver without blinking an eye. Chapter 261. Should I buy some wasteland? As soon as Gu Zhouyuan and Zhao Yunlan went into the house, the people in the yard began to whisper. Do these two have any secrets? They even have to whisper behind our backs. Wang curled her lips. Maybe they are going to discuss business matters. Sun said. It's really not easy for this girl to run such a big business at such a young age. Gu Mansong exclaimed. That's nothing. Her family is in business, so she naturally learned to do business since she was young. Even if you ask her to come to our village to farm, she won't be able to do it. Gu Manton said. However, Mrs. Gu acted contrary to her usual behavior and did not make any comments. None of you know as much as I do. Xiao Yuan's soap costs 1 tael of silver per piece. He called people in to discuss it because he wasn't afraid to scare you. She was secretly happy in her heart, but she didn't feel good about being the only one sober while everyone else was drunk. I can't show off to others. It's really uncomfortable. 500 bars of soap means 500 taels of silver. She had been mentally prepared for this, but her heart was still pounding. A few months ago, her family could only maintain basic food and clothing. When the locust plague hits, families will have to tighten their belts and live a frugal life. It's unclear whether they can survive. Now everything has suddenly become different. This sweet little life makes her feel unreal. After a while, Gu Zhouyuan and Zhao Yunlan came out one after another. Gu Zhouyuan was holding 4 1,000 tael silver notes in his arms at the moment, but his face did not show any unusual expression. He was considering whether to use the money to buy some more land. He had many new varieties of crops and needed a large amount of land to test grow them. In fact, many large landowners like to annex the land of the poor during years of famine. But Gu Zhouyuan is different. His goal is not to annex land to make money, but to let more people survive. He will give survival to those who are desperate and need to sell their land. Gu Zhouyuan searched in his original body's memory, but could not find the land price in this world. However, based on his historical knowledge from his previous life, he estimated that good farmland would be worth about 1 tael of silver, and at most no more than 2 taels per mu. In the first year of the Tianqing reign of Emperor Renzong of the Song dynasty, 1023, Gong County of Hunan Prefecture occupied 18 hectares of the former Du Yinggui's land to build the Yongding Mausoleum. The original estimated cost was 700 strings of cash, an average of 388 coins per mu. Later, Emperor Renzong of the Song dynasty specially approved 1,000 strings of cash, about 555 coins per mu. In the 8th year of Jiao, 1063, after the land in Jiyuan, west of Beijing, was transformed from dry land into paddy fields, the original value of each mu of dry land was only more than 101, and then it rose to nearly 2 guan. Of course, there will be years when inflation and prices soar. In the 28th year of Shaoxing, 1158, the Jiankong Prefecture School used the 10,000 strings of cash donated by Qin Hui to buy 1,890 mu of land, at a price of 5 strings of cash and 300 coins per mu. In the 11th year of Chunyu, 1251, Jiankong Prefecture established Yizhuang and spent 500,000 strings of cash to buy 7,278 mu, 3 corners, and 28 steps of lake fields, at an amount of more than 68 strings of cash per mu. However, these are abnormal land prices. Now is a famine year, and Gu Zhouyuan estimated that 1 tael of silver per acre of land would be the maximum. He looked at old lady Gu and said, Grandma, are there any fields left in our village that you want to sell? Old Mrs. Gu was stunned. Did Xiao Yuan want to buy land with the money he got? What a great feeling. In the minds of rural people, no matter how big the business is in the city, it is not as stable as having land in the village. She and Mr. Gu looked at each other. Old man Gu took 2 steps forward and said, There are quite a lot of abandoned farmland in the village. I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely several hundred acres. If you want to buy it, just go to your second grandfather and sign a deed. Then you can take it to the county government office to get the official seal on it. In ancient times, buying and selling land required going to the government to go through transfer procedures. The buyer must go to the government to handle relevant procedures and pay the deed tax within the specified time. The government reviews and stamps the contract, making it a red deed with legal effect. At the same time, the tax and other obligations borne by the land are transferred from the seller to the buyer after the tax is transferred. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. How much silver is 1 mu of wasteland? These abandoned fields are not wastelands. They are idle, fertile fields. Old man Gu laughed. The area outside our Datong village is all wasteland, and no one wants wasteland at all. This eldest grandson is a first-rate businessman, but he grew up in the countryside, so how come he doesn't even know these basic common sense? Wasteland is land that has never been used to grow crops. It is full of stones, tree roots, etc., and it is difficult to get any harvest from growing crops. It is different with abandoned land. As long as you remove the weeds and cultivate it for a season, it can become fertile land. The world's productivity is low, and capable people have been annexing large amounts of land and hiring tenant farmers to help farm. Some people were unable to pay the land tax and sold their land. Dakian implemented the initial tax per mu system, which required anyone who owned land to pay land tax per mu, regardless of whether it was public or private land. Compared with the head tax, taxing based on land ownership is fairer. More land means potentially greater output and revenue, and making those who possess more land resources bear more tax burdens is in line with the principle of taxation according to ability. It can promote the rational use of land resources, encourage landowners to use land more efficiently, and avoid idle land and waste. But this also has disadvantages. In order to reduce land taxes, people are only willing to plant high-yield fertile land and have little desire to reclaim wasteland. After all, as long as the reclaimed land is registered by the government, you have to pay taxes based on the area. And when they encounter famine, they often choose to sell their land. Some people even prefer to rent land from large landlords rather than bear heavy taxes. If you want to buy it, it's probably around 900 won per mu. No one is asked about the wasteland outside the village, so I guess it's around 200 or 300 won per mu. But you have to open up the wasteland yourself. After you're done, the village will measure the acres of land and report it to the government. Then you have to pay the land tax next year. Mr. Gu explained in detail. 900 won per mu, this is not expensive. 100 mu of land is only 90 taels of silver. Gu Zhouyuan pondered. With him as a cheater, Datong village will definitely become the most awesome village in the whole Dakian. He never doubted this. The experience of his previous life told him that it is better to stockpile land as early as possible. The land must be enclosed first, and then Datong village can be built according to his plan. Hearing his words, everyone in the Gu family twitched their lips slightly. Do you know how much money 90 taels of silver means to the villagers? Old Madame Gu was in charge of the finances of the Gu family's old house. Before Gu Zhouyuan awakened, she had only saved more than 10 taels of silver over the years. This amount was saved when there were many strong laborers in the family and no major expenses. This is considered a good family condition in the village. There are many families in the village who are extremely poor or even unable to make ends meet. But on second thought, these huge sums of money that they thought were huge were it really was only 90 taels of silver. Chapter 262 Workshop Recruitment. Gu Zhaodi, Gu Dedi and others did not have such rich psychological activities. They only knew that everything Gu Zhouyuan did must have a reason, and no matter how many incredible things happened to Xiaoyuan, they all seemed normal. Ho Yu and Su Xie really waited here for half an hour. Finally, I got to eat the grass jelly I had been craving for, and then I got on the carriage back to the city with great satisfaction. Things are not peaceful outside now, and Gu Zhouyuan is a little worried about their safety. Su Mufeng comforted him. I brought some guards with me when I came here, and they are in the woods outside the village, so there is no need to worry about their safety. Gu Zhouyuan was relieved then. He guessed that it was Ho Yu who brought the runners from the county government office. At this time, in the woods outside the village, Commander Xiao, the young lady, and the young master and young lady of the Su family have been in there for a long time. Nothing will happen, right? A strong man in black clothes whispered. Why don't we take some people and rush in to take a look? There are only a few people patrolling the intersection, and they definitely can't stop us, said another person. The middle-aged man called Commander Xiao shook his head, looked at the only entrance and exit of Datong village, and said in a deep voice, Don't act rashly. The young lady should be safe because the whistle I gave her didn't sound. The other men in black all nodded in agreement, and then hid behind the trees. The next day, just after dawn, Gu Zhouyuan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by Xiao Xi's panicked voice. Master, something's wrong. There are so many people outside. Gu Zhouyuan opened his eyes and looked up, still a little confused. What? So many people? Xiao Xi pointed outside the yard and said anxiously, Our yard has been surrounded. He got up early in the morning and wanted to go to the fish pond to wash the grass jelly he would use today. He was startled when he opened the door and saw a large group of people standing outside the yard. When these people saw the gate of the courtyard was opened, they all rushed over. Xiao Xi was so scared that he slammed the gate shut again. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and his mind gradually became clear. He roughly understood what Xiaoxi was talking about. It was probably because the villagers wanted to sign up to work in the workshop, so they waited outside the yard early. Perhaps because they were afraid of disturbing their sleep and making him unhappy, they didn't dare to make any noise and just waited quietly outside. Sidon and Gu Dedi also sat up. What happened to third brother, who surrounded our house? Sidon was a little nervous. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the last incident with Mr. Zhao. However, when he saw his third brother beside him, his nervousness immediately disappeared. Gu Dedi guessed it should be someone who signed up to work in the workshop. Sidon kicked Pingtu, who was sleeping between him and his third brother, away. Pingtu eats and sleeps well at home. He has grown to more than 30 kilograms and is a lot bigger than Xiaobai. The fur on its body is coarse and hard, and it likes to sleep next to people. Sometimes when Sidon was sleeping in the middle of the night, he would be woken up by the long hair of his flat head. Then let's get up quickly, and don't let everyone wait outside for too long. Sidon, go wash your face quickly, and then take out the notebook and charcoal pencils. Gu Zhouyuan had already put on his shoes and squatted down to start rolling up the bedding. Sidon was no longer sleepy. He loved helping his third brother record these things the most. There are not many literate people in the village. Whenever this happens, he will be elected to take charge of the overall situation. He enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan opened the gate, the quiet crowd suddenly began to boil like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. Xiao Yuan, I'm very strong. Please remember my name and assign me the heaviest tasks. My son is as strong as an ox. He can plow 2 mu of land without eating, and he can plow for 2 days after eating a full meal. Although Gu Zhouyuan had previously said that he would only hire 1 person from each family, there was a difference in wages. Everyone wants to grab the 30 when a day's work, so what's the big deal about an extra 5 when a day and a little extra effort? Farmers have nothing but the strength of their arms. Everyone was shouting excitedly and helping the strongest laborer in their family, who could endure the most hardship, to sign up. Aunt Lu snatched the stick from Sanlu's hand and said, "Lend it to me for a while. I'll return it to you later." She turned to Lu Dongzi, who was not far away, and shouted, "Son, come quickly and show Xiaoyuan how to chop wood with your bare hands." Sanlu was about to cry. The wooden stick was a precious stick that he had carefully selected in the back mountain. It was strong and straight. Even when Bajin offered him 2 roasted frogs to exchange it, he was reluctant to give it up. "Give it back to me after you chop it up? It's just a firewood stick after you chop it up." Old man Wang was not to be outdone. He patted his chest and claimed that his son was as strong as an ox. He also asked his son to pull the stone mill on the drying yard around the yard 3 times to open everyone's eyes. The scene was even more lively than the Chinese New Year. Gu Zhouyuan asked Sidon to write down the names of the selected people in a notebook. Those who were admitted were in high spirits and walked with a much lighter pace. This is a golden rice bowl that pays 30 cents a day. Looking at the envious and jealous eyes of others, they secretly made up their minds to work hard and not lose this good job. Those who were staring at him covetously in this crowd were all people who wanted to steal his job. The 31-a-day quota was quickly divided up, leaving only 25-1-a-day work. They are all easy jobs like packaging and demolding. Many families have registered their daughters. The girls in the village used to only be able to do housework, but now they can earn 25 cents a day with their own hands. This also made the girls who had always been labeled as losing money stand up straight. The registration was almost over, but the crowd surrounding Gu Zhouyuan's house did not seem to decrease. Instead, more and more people gathered, and the villagers just wanted to enjoy the fun. At this time, someone from the patrol team ran over and shouted, "Uncle Village Head, go and have a look. The Hu family is making a fuss at the village entrance." Gu Lijing frowned and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The man supported himself on his knees and waited until he had caught his breath before looking up and saying, "The Hu Laoquai family wants to divorce Hu Erfa's wife, and she wants to seek justice from you, Uncle Village Head." When we reached the village entrance, Hu Erfa and Mrs. Hu caught up with us and beat us up. We were then pulled away by our patrol team. Right now, the Hu family is all gathered at the village entrance, and the patrol team has gone to stop them. Brother Yofu asked me to call you to go and take a look. Gu Lijing snorted coldly. "I want to see what tricks the Hu family is up to." No matter how much he hated the Hu family, he still had to step forward to deal with such matters. Because no matter what, he is the head of Datong village. If the villagers have irreconcilable conflicts, he has to make the final decision. Gu Lijing was striding towards the village entrance. Many people in the crowd immediately followed. "I've seen enough of the excitement over here, so of course I have to take a bite of the quarrel over there." Chapter 263, I Want a Divorce. Hu Erfa's wife, Yang Lanhua, was sitting on a rock beside the road, sobbing. Next to her, her daughter Hu Xiaozhao used her sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of her mother's mouth. Not far away, Mrs. Hu was jumping up and down, yelling, "You cunt with a crooked elbow! I'm going to make you suffer again today. And Hu Xiaozhao, you money loser." She pointed at Hu Xiaozhao and spitted, "You don't learn from the good things, but run away with your damn mother. Do you expect the wild men outside to protect you forever? If you have the guts, just hide in there and never come out." She wanted to rush over and hit people several times, but was stopped by the patrol team. "Aunt Hu, you can say whatever you want, but don't throw dirty water on others. We are the Datong village patrol team, not the wild men outside you mentioned." Chao Liuzi looked displeased. "I curse at my Hu family. It's none of your business. Are you rushing to protect her now? It's too early. No matter how anxious you are, you have to wait. It's not too late to show your affection to my Urfa after he writes the divorce letter. If you dare to get involved with her now, I will report you to the police and have you both thrown into a pond and put in a pig cage." Mrs. Hu is an expert at throwing tantrums and being naughty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed Widow Luo to the point of committing suicide. The veins on Chao Liuzi's forehead were throbbing, and he really wanted to rush up and tear Hu Posi's stinky mouth apart. But reason prevailed in the end. There were not many families with the surname Chao in Datong village, but the Hu family had nearly 200 people. He is not Gu Zhouyuan. If he makes a fuss, he probably won't get any advantage from the Hu family. Seeing that Chao Liuzi didn't dare to talk to her, Mrs. Hu immediately became even more complacent. "Humph, look at you, such a coward. With this little ability, you still want to imitate others and save the damsel in distress." Chao Liuzi's face turned pale and blue. He didn't say anything. He just stood at the entrance of the village, not letting Mrs. Hu step into the village. Mrs. Hu looked at young Manhwa, who was only 10 feet away from her, but she could see her but not touch her. She was so angry that she yelled, "Get out of here, you slut. You already have a man. Why are you hiding behind another man?" "Second aunt, how can you say that about Urfa's wife? She has always been honest and well-behaved. Everyone in our village knows that." Hu Dequan's wife, Mrs. Hua, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "She's a woman. How can she live in the future if you throw dirty water on her like this?" Mrs. Hu's face fell, and she said sarcastically, "Daughter-in-law Dequan, is your husband's surname Hu, Chao, or Gu?" Mrs. Hua was so angry that she gritted her teeth. It was really bad luck to be related to such an unreasonable old woman. Hu Dequan frowned and said, "Second aunt, don't be so sarcastic. My wife is the Hu family's wife, but she is not your daughter-in-law." He had long been fed up with his second uncle's family. The whole family was a scumbag, and his second uncle's wife, the only normal one, was bullied by this family. The key point is that it would have been fine if they just made trouble behind closed doors, but now they have implicated the entire Hu family. In the end, the Hu family was ostracized by the entire Datong village and is now directly surrounded by a wall. Mrs. Hu chuckled strangely. "You also know that she is not my daughter-in-law. Why would she interfere in my family's affairs if she is not my daughter-in-law? I am teaching my own daughter-in-law a lesson, and she interrupts. Dequan, you have to control your wife and teach her some rules. If this happened in my house, I would have slapped her in the face a long time ago." Hu Dequan was furious when he heard her beating around the bush. He pulled Mrs. Hua behind him and said in a deep voice, "Second aunt, you have strict family education. Sanfa's wife was almost driven to death by you. She later established her own household and has no connection with the Hu family anymore. Now you're beating and scolding Urfa's wife. Are you going to be happy if you can force her away too?" Mrs. Hu choked and then stiffened her neck and said, "It's not that we want to force her away. It's my family that wants to divorce her." At this time, Yang Lanhua, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and said in a firm tone, "There is no need to wait for Hu Urfa to write a divorce letter. I will leave on my own. I want to ask the village head to make the decision for me. I want a divorce." Everyone was shocked. In ancient times, divorce was not as simple as described in some novels with female protagonists. Once a woman in ancient times entered into marriage, it was difficult for her to have the opportunity to change her fate. Of course, there are also anti-traditional examples, such as the Tang dynasty female poet Yu Xuanji. She was dissatisfied with her husband's neglect and abuse and resolutely filed for divorce. But even in the Tang dynasty, which was extremely tolerant of women, this decision still caused quite a stir. In ancient times, the concept of being faithful to one person was deeply rooted in people's minds, and society generally believed that women should stick to their marriages. If a woman proposes a divorce, it will be considered immoral and against public morals, and she will be despised by society and condemned by public opinion. Moreover, marriage is not just a matter between two people, It is also related to the family's reputation and interests. The family will try its best to protect it and will not easily agree to divorce so as not to affect the family's reputation. Another reason is that most women in ancient times had no independent source of income and mainly relied on their husbands and their families. Their lives are not guaranteed after divorce, and their financial difficulties make them afraid to file for divorce easily. Although ancient laws had provisions for divorce, they generally favored men. Generally speaking, as long as the man does not agree, the divorce will basically not be approved. But it is much simpler for a man to divorce his wife. Mrs. Hu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Divorce? What the hell do you want? In my Hu family, we only divorce, never divorce. Divorce is usually seen as a unilateral rejection of the woman by the man. Women are considered to be gravely at fault or incompetent. For example, the 7 reasons for divorce, such as being childless and committing adultery, will seriously damage the woman's reputation, lead to discrimination and exclusion from society, and even bring shame to her family. Yang Lanhua smiled bitterly. She finally understood the suffering Luo Huiyu had suffered over the years. Seeing Hu Erfa standing silently beside Mrs. Hu, he seemed to be watching the fun in someone else's family. The last bit of reluctance left in Yang Lanhua's heart disappeared without a trace. She held Hu Xiaozao's hand and walked through the crowd until they came to the big locust tree not far away. Mottled shadows fell on her swollen cheeks. She looked at a branch sticking out from the locust tree and whispered, "If the divorce doesn't work out, I'll hang myself here. Living is really harder than dying." Her voice was so low that even Hu Xiaozao beside her couldn't hear what she was saying. It's just a pity for Xiaozao. Without her mother to protect her, I wonder how much suffering she will have to endure following her father. She thought silently in her heart. In fact, she also knew that the road to divorce was extremely difficult. Regardless of whether the Hu family agrees or not, even if the divorce is successful, she will have no house, no land, and no food, and her fate will be to starve to death. But it would be 100 times better for her to die of starvation quickly than to be tortured to death in the Hu family. Chapter 264, A Family of Excellence. Guli was full of anger and strode over. Mrs. Hu, who had been so arrogant just now, also calmed down when she saw the head of the village coming. There's been so much trouble day after day, the village head said gravely. Tell me, what's going on this time? Mrs. Hu pushed Hu Erfa forward and said, You speak. Hu Erfa was still a little afraid of the village head, but things had come to this point, and he had no choice but to go ahead. My wife and I had some conflicts, so she ran here to hide. The patrols wouldn't let us in, and the village head is here. Please tell them to move aside so I can take my wife home. Chao Liuzi hurriedly said, Uncle Village Chief, you didn't even see what happened just now. Hu Erfa hit Yang Lanhua so hard. If we hadn't pulled them apart, someone would have died by now. She is my wife. I can beat her however I want. You don't have to worry about it. Hu Erfa stiffened his neck and shouted. Bullshit. What law did your wife break that you have to beat her to death? The head of the village glared at her and shouted coldly. She ran outside without saying a word. Shouldn't my husband catch her and beat her up? Mrs. Hu interrupted. That's right. Haven't you heard the storytellers say this? If a woman runs away without permission, she will be beaten with a stick 100 times and then sold to her husband. Hu Laoquai hid behind Hu Pe and showed half of his head to chime in. The village head choked. Of course he knew this legal provision. But I didn't expect that this old Hu Kuai, who was so stupid, could still remember the provisions of the Daqian law. In ancient China, there were similar provisions in the Ming Dynasty law, household law marriage. If a wife leaves her husband and runs away, she shall be beaten with a stick 100 times and then be married off and sold. Those who remarry after escaping shall be strangled. If a woman is abandoned by her husband and then remarries, she shall be beaten with 80 sticks. This means that if a wife runs away without permission, she will be beaten with a stick 100 times and must obey her husband's disposal and may be sold by her husband. If a woman escapes and remarries, she will be hanged. However, if a woman is abandoned and expelled by her husband and then remarries, she will only be punished with 80 strokes of the cane. This provision reflects the ancient social concept of male superiority and female inferiority and the marriage system in which the husband is supreme and the wife is regarded as an appendage of the husband. A wife's secret escape is considered a serious violation of the marriage and family order and will be severely punished by law. Don't slander me. I wasn't running away at all. Yang Lanhua retorted harshly. Mrs. Hu raised her eyebrows and pointed at Yang Lanhua and cursed. You little whore. You still have the nerve. Gu Lijing interrupted her coldly. Don't say anything. Xiao Zhaonyang, tell me what's going on. Yang Lanhua bowed to the head of the village and said, I heard today that the Gu family's Xiaoyuan workshop is hiring, paying 30 won a day, and they've left the Hu family out. My mother-in-law and her family said some unpleasant things at home, and I just said, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have offended Gu Xiaoyuan, and there wouldn't be so many troubles. My mother-in-law rushed over and slapped me twice, calling me a traitor. I was so angry that I said a few words to her, and she picked up a broom and hit me. She also asked Hu Urfa to write a letter of divorce. It's ridiculous that my husband, Hu Urfa, is only 5 feet tall and still breastfeeding in his 20s. He just listens to whatever his mother says and doesn't know how to protect his wife. He actually wants to divorce me. Those with the surname Hu are all family. I am just an outsider in the Hu family. I really can't stand the beatings and scoldings, so I want to ask you, the village head, to make a decision for me. I took advantage of the moment when my mother-in-law got tired and went to drink some water, so I ran away from home. But just as I reached the village entrance, Hu Urfa caught up with me. He came up and started beating me up, saying I'd run away without permission. If the patrol hadn't rescued me, I'd have been beaten to death by that heartless man. The more Yang Lanhua spoke, the sadder she felt, and tears were already streaming down her face. Upon hearing this, everyone on patrol was stunned. This Hu family was truly a bunch of scum. The village headman's face darkened as he spoke coldly to Hu Urfa. How dare you divorce my wife? Tell me, which of the 7 offenses did Yang commit? Hu Er was stunned and speechless. He has no opinion of his own and usually listens to Mrs. Hu. At this moment, he looked at Mrs. Hu for help. Mrs. Hu rolled her eyes and said, of the 7 grounds for divorce, she already has 2 of them, not serving one's aunt and uncle, and being a quarrelsome person. Can't my Hu family divorce her? Do not serve your uncle and aunt. Uncle and aunt refers to your parents-in-law. If a wife is unfilial and disrespectful to her parents-in-law and does not fulfill her obligation to serve them, it will be considered a violation of family ethics, and the husband can divorce her based on this. Gossip. This refers to a wife who is talkative and spreads gossip, destroys family harmony, causes conflicts among family members, and affects family stability. It also falls under the category of 7 reasons for divorce. Unlike the other reasons for divorce, no children, immorality, theft, and serious illness all require substantiation. These 2 items plus jealousy are actually the most difficult to prove. Usually, when a man wants to divorce his wife without reason, he will come up with these 3 panacea excuses. Yang Lanhua lowered her eyebrows and had given up struggling. She had worked like a slave in the Hu family for so many years, but in the end, she ended up like this. Gu Lijing snorted coldly. Xiao Zhao's mother has always been honest and dutiful and filial to her parents-in-law. This is well known in Datong village. This excuse you made up is untenable. Hu Delu, Gu Lijing said to the silent Hu family head. I don't think Hu Urfa's reason for divorcing his wife is sufficient. As the head of the Hu family, you should also express your opinion. Hu Delu is a patriarch who is used to smoothing things over. Otherwise, he would not have led the Hu family into what they are today. He chuckled and said, it has always been difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. They should discuss and handle their affairs behind closed doors. We old guys shouldn't interfere. There was a hint of resentment in his words. Gu Lijing was favoring Gu Zhouyuan and had driven the entire Hu family out of the village. He didn't take the head of the Hu family seriously at all, so naturally he wouldn't show any good face to him. Over there, Gu Zhouyuan had already arranged the number of people in the workshop. It's agreed that work will officially start tomorrow. At this time, information about the Hu family at the village entrance had already been passed on by the onlookers on the front line. The information in this village is all transmitted by word of mouth, but the speed of transmission is no slower than that of Gu Zhiyuan's Weibo and WeChat in his previous life. After hearing the farce of the Hu family, Gu Zhouyuan also walked towards the village entrance. He had thought of something before and took this opportunity to solve it. Chapter 265 asking him to write a divorce letter. Seeing that the old man Hu Delu couldn't explain anything, Gu Lijing ignored him. He only said to Yang Lanhua, don't worry, Xiao Zhao's mother. It's absolutely impossible for Hu Urfa to divorce his wife without reason today. Just go back and live with him peacefully. If he dares to beat or scold you again, come find me. The head of the Hu family is unreliable, so I'm here to stand up for you. Hu Delu's face froze, and he couldn't even maintain his fake smile. Mrs. Hu wanted to shout something, but was stopped by Hu Urfa, who whispered, let her out first. When we get home, we'll slowly deal with her. Mrs. Hu agreed with what she thought. Now that the slave was hiding in the village, she couldn't use any tricks even if she had 100. When we get home, I'll see how I deal with her. Yang Lanhua knelt on the ground and said to the village head, I want to divorce Hu Urfa. Please make the decision for me. Now even Gu Lijing was at a loss. He had only heard stories about women getting divorced from storytellers. In reality, he had lived to be 60 or 70 years old and had never seen anyone file for divorce. When Hu Erfa heard her bring up this again, he was so angry that he wanted to rush over and beat her up, but was held down by Chao Yozi and others. He was still roaring, "You damn bitch, just wait and see. I'll beat you to death." Yang Lanhua smiled sadly. "Grandpa Lijing, you have seen it too. I think I will be tortured to death if I return to the Hu family." Gu Lijing was still hesitant. "You have to know that for a woman to divorce, both the man and the woman must agree, and both clan leaders must agree, and finally they must go to the county government office and sign the divorce agreement. Since the Hu family wants to divorce your wife, they will definitely not agree to your divorce." The head of the village said earnestly. Yang Lanhua looked at Hu Erfa, her eyes full of pleading. "Erfa, are you really going to force me to death?" Chao Yozi and the others had already let go of his hands, and Hu Erfa got up from the ground. He said sinisterly, "That's right, you must die in my Hu family." Yang Lanhua's face was pale. She squatted down, looked at Yinin and Hu Xiaozhao crying, and said softly, "Xiaozhao, go back with your father." "Mom, what are you going to do?" Hu Xiaozhao had a bad feeling, and she grabbed Yang Lanhua's sleeve tightly. "Mom has no way out." Yang Lanhua's voice was sad, but also mixed with a hint of relief. Even if she divorced, she could still get some land to live on. Even if she was kicked out of the house, she still had hope of survival when she returned to her parents' home. But if she was divorced by the Hu family, based on her understanding of her family, the Yang family would regard her as a disgrace to the family. In the end, she was either kicked out of the house and left to fend for herself, or she was married off far away. It's called getting married, but in fact it's almost the same as buying a house. A divorced woman will never be able to marry into a good family. Her husband will probably be either an old widower or a bachelor with a physical disability. Jumping from one fire pit to another, she might as well just die quickly. She was heartbroken and pulled Hu Xiaozhao, walking towards Hu Erfa step by step. Hu Xiaozhao lay on the ground desperately. Her intuition told her that if she left, she would probably never see her mother again. Everyone onlookers were moved, but family affairs were the most difficult to intervene in, so everyone could only watch and do nothing. Mrs. Hu pulled Hu Xiaozhao over and slapped him on the head. "Your mother is acting like a demon, and you're trying to imitate her, right? I think you're itching for trouble." Yang Lanhua looked at Hu Xiaozhao reluctantly, turned her head, and walked towards the village. She wanted to wait for the people to disperse, so she tore off the cloth strips and hanged herself on the big locust tree. But just as she took a step, Hu Erfa seized the opportunity when Chao Yozi and others were wailing, rushed forward and grabbed Yang Lanhua's arm. He punched Yang Lanhua in the face with his right fist. The patrolmen were stunned for a moment, then immediately stepped forward to play the second drum. Hu Erfa was also furious and held Yang Lanhua tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Lanhua murmured, "Hit me, beat me to death, and put an end to it all." "Stop," Gu Zhouyuan shouted coldly. The man was still 2 meters away, but Hu Erfa didn't dare to attack again after hearing his voice, but he still grabbed Yang Lanhua's hair. Gu Zhouyuan strode towards him. "Let him go." This was said to the patrolman. Upon hearing this, Chao Yozi and the others immediately let go, stood up, and stood aside. Gu Zhouyuan squatted down, looked down at Hu Erfa, and said in a calm tone, "Let her go." Although there was no emotion in Gu Zhouyuan's voice, Hu Erfa immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He knew the madman's battle record, and he was just as careless when killing people. "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of beating your wife?" Gu Zhouyuan said slowly, but there was a hint of impatience in his tone. Hu Erfa caught this hint of impatience and retracted his hand instantly. Lu, who followed behind, quickly helped Yang Lanhua up. She looked at Yang Lanhua's bloody face, her eyes full of pity. "Come here with your aunt quickly. Dedi, go to the village and invite Dr. Wei." Lu turned and said to Gu Dedi, who was standing aside, "I'm here." Dr. Wei responded from the crowd. He has been watching the fun here for a while. After squeezing out of the crowd, Dr. Wei began to check Yang Lanhua's injuries. "Since you hate her so much, why don't you just divorce her? You won't be bothered by her if you don't see her anymore." Gu Zhouyuan looked at Hu Erfa and said. Hu Erfa was sweating profusely and didn't dare to look at Gu Zhouyuan at all. Hu Dafa and his wife shrank back into the crowd on the Hu family side, feeling fortunate that they were only there to cheer and not to help. Mrs. Hu gritted her teeth and said, "This is my family affair. What right do you have to interfere?" Gu Zhouyuan looked at her coldly, not hiding his disgust for the old woman. "She has been eating and drinking at my house for years. It's not that easy for her to leave now." Mrs. Hu thought she was right and straightened her back a little. She knew that Gu Zhouyuan was still reasonable. There were so many people present in broad daylight. As long as she didn't act unreasonably, she would be safe. I heard that you want to divorce your wife. Gu Zhouyuan ignored Mrs. Hu and asked Hu Erfa. No, that's right. Hu Erfa answered while trying to remain calm. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. He walked back to Yang Lanhua, squatted down, and said softly, Do you really not want to go back to the Hu family? I'd rather die than go back. Yang Lanhua had obviously given up hope completely. Okay then, Gu Zhouyuan nodded, then asked him to write a letter of divorce. Yang Lanhua was a little surprised. After being divorced, she had no way out. But she didn't know if it was her illusion. But at this moment, she seemed to have found her backbone, and the feeling of boredom and helplessness in her heart was rapidly dissipating. In the past, she was always a little afraid of Gu Zhouyuan. At this moment, I suddenly realized that as long as I don't stand on the opposite side of him, he is not scary at all, but rather a bit warm. Chapter 266, As You Wish. What could be worse than the current situation? Yang Lanhua thought to herself. It's nothing more than death, and leaving the Hu family before dying seems to be a better option. Okay, she nodded. Then let him divorce me. As for what would happen after being divorced, she was too lazy to think about it, and just took things one step at a time. After receiving the reply, Gu Zhouyuan stood up and walked towards the village entrance. Dr. Wei said to Yang Lanhua from behind, There's nothing wrong with the bones. It's just some redness, swelling, and bruises from the beating. Some meridians in the left arm are damaged. It will heal after some rest. Naturally, he hadn't brought his medicine box with him since he came to watch the fun. He stood up and said, I'll go back and get the medicine box. I'll prescribe you some pills to dissipate blood stasis and relieve pain, and some plasters to apply internally and externally. That way you'll get better faster. Yang Lanhua was anxious when she heard this. She reached out to stop Dr. Wei and said, I'm not in the way. Don't prescribe medicine for me. She was penniless and faced a dark future. I might have to say goodbye to this damn world soon, so I can't owe others money for medicine anymore. Gu Zhaodi was considerate. She whispered to Yang Lanhua, Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Just focus on healing your wounds. Everything will be fine. Widow Luo led Chunxing over from the crowd. Zhao Di is right. No matter how difficult the hurdle is, we can overcome it. Second sister-in-law, you should relax. She squatted beside Yang Lanhua and spoke softly. Although she had become an independent woman and had no connection with the Hu family anymore, she still habitually called Yang Lanhua second sister-in-law. After her husband Hu Sanfa died, this second sister-in-law was the only person in the Hu family who did not speak ill of her. Sometimes he would even speak up for her, even though he would immediately be scolded by Mrs. Hu. She remembered the good things about her second sister-in-law. Now I feel a sense of sympathy for Yang Lanhua. They are all poor people who suffered in the Hu family. When she saw Widow Luo, Yang Lanhua's dead heart suddenly seemed to have a glimmer of hope. Yes, Huiyu was forced into a desperate situation by the Hu family, but hasn't she survived now? Gu Zhouyuan looked at Hu Erfa and said, You should write the divorce letter now. It just so happens that the head of your Hu family and the village head, second grandpa, are here. Let's get it done today. Hu Erfa was a little at a loss for a moment. The reason why he shouted that he wanted to divorce his wife was that he was sure that his wife would definitely not agree. This way he could take advantage of her. Now things are going completely differently from what he expected. Yang Lanhua actually agreed. What should I do? He asked for help from Mrs. Hu again. After all, the old ones are the wisest. As soon as Mrs. Hu rolled her eyes, she had already come up with a plan. Not only do we want to divorce that slave girl, but we also want her to take Hu Xiaozhao, the money loser, with her. She had seen Yang Lanhua's previous behavior and could probably guess that this woman had been forced into a corner by her. Now Yang Lanhua wanted to go all out, so she pushed Hu Xiaozhao over to her. Once a person has ties, he or she will inevitably be hesitant to do things, and then he or she will have to cry and beg the Hu family to give her a way out. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, Okay, let's write the divorce letter now. Seeing that her plan didn't work, Mrs. Hu immediately broke down. She jumped up and said, It's useless for you to say it. She has to agree to it. Yang Lanhua raised her head and said slowly, I'll listen to Xiao Yuan. My own family is now standing opposite me, trying to cut off my life. His former enemies are trying to give themselves a chance to survive. How ironic this scene is. Mrs. Hu pointed at Yang Lanhua and cursed. You shameless little whore. It turns out you've been hooking up with someone outside for a long time. She suddenly caught Gu Zhouyuan's cold gaze, and her heart trembled. She swallowed down those vicious words that were not spoken out. Is there no one in your family who can write? Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. After saying that, he took out a pen and paper from his pocket, spread the paper on a stone by the roadside, and began to write quickly. Yang Lanhua, a native of Yangjiagu, married into our family, and became the wife of Hu Erfa. However, since you got married, you have been erratic, not serving your uncle and aunt, and neglecting to visit them morning and evening, which has caused discord in the family and resentment from your parents. The most important thing for husband and wife is to respect each other like guests, treat each other as equals, and work together to maintain peace in the family. What you are doing now goes against moral principles, and it is difficult to continue our relationship as husband and wife. I will now follow the teachings of our ancestors and rest you according to the etiquette. From now on, we owe each other nothing. I hope you will be careful with your words and actions in the future and accept your fate. There is a daughter named Hu Xiaozhao, who you can take away. All the property in the house will belong to the Hu family. Hu Erfa, the third year of Xuanhe. Gu Zhouyuan wrote and read at the same time. The reason for the divorce letter was not serving my uncle and aunt. Mrs. Hu's family blushed and turned pale. They really didn't expect that they would be forced to make the fake play real today. Gu Zhouyuan finished writing the divorce letter and handed it to Hu Erfa. Press your fingerprints. I didn't. Hu Erfa stuttered, trying to find an excuse to refuse. Gu Zhouyuan handed over a box of ink. The Hu family members' faces became even darker. You have made such thorough preparations. Hu Erfa raised his hand tremblingly, and Gu Zhouyuan was getting a little impatient. He grabbed Hu Erfa's hand and put the ink on Hu Erfa's thumb. Then she turned over her red finger and neatly stamped her fingerprint on the divorce letter. Hu Erfa stood there with his mouth open, like a stupid goose. From now on, he is a brand new bachelor? He felt like crying, and for the first time in his life he felt a little resentment towards his mother. Mrs. Hu was also confused at this time. When she saw Hu Delu standing beside her, she suddenly had a new idea. This divorce letter needs to be signed by the clan leader, and my Hu clan leader has already nodded. Unexpectedly, Hu Delu continued to smooth things over as usual. As I said, even an honest judge cannot judge family affairs. I will not express my opinion on the matters you have decided. Just sign and seal it. Gu Zhouyuan immediately handed the pen to Hu Delu. Come, Chief Hu, sign your name. Hu Delu looked at the strange-looking pen in his hand and felt a little at a loss as to where to start. Gu Zhouyuan took out another ink brush and handed it over. Hu Delu signed his name on the paper. Hu Erfa opened his mouth, but it was too late to stop him. Gu Zhouyuan had already gone back with the divorce letter. He handed the divorce letter to Yang Lanhua and said softly, From now on, you have nothing to do with the Hu family. Yang Lanhua took the divorce letter in a daze, feeling both sad and happy. The good news is that I have finally escaped from the sea of suffering, but the sad thing is that after so many years of hard work, I only got a divorce letter in the end. It was fine for her to be alone, but now with Xiaozhao, how is she supposed to live? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the poor woman with bruises all over her face and said, My workshop is short of workers. Would you like to help? The wage is 25 won a day. Chapter 267 Collapse from Within. Yang Lanhua was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes burst into ecstasy. 25 cents a day is enough for her and Xiaozhao to survive, and they can live well. She was of course willing to do it, but she was so excited that she lost her voice. The gratitude in her heart was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She turned over and fell to the ground, kowtowed to Gu Zhouyuan repeatedly. Gu Zhaodi and Lu quickly pulled her up. There was also a commotion at the Hu family. Hu Dequan's wife, Mrs. Hu's eyes lit up. She shouted at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Xiaoyuan, do you need anyone else in your workshop? I want to work there too. I'm fine with lower wages. Gu Zhouyuan had heard about what had happened here before. Hu Dequan and his wife were quite clear-headed. There are more than 200 people in the Hu family, but there are only a few who are as bad as Mrs. Hu's family. It's just that some people are reluctant to draw a clear line with Hu Posi's family due to clan ties. Gu Zhouyuan has been thinking about this matter these days. He can't let a single bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Hu Dequan helped the Hu family because he knew that the Hu family had offended Gu Zhouyuan. Although they were also implicated by Mrs. Hu's family, who told them to have the surname Hu. The two families have almost become mortal enemies. Otherwise, Gu Zhouyuan would not have proposed isolating all members of the Hu family from the village. His wife was simply asking for trouble by saying this. Hu knew how Gu Zhouyuan would use this to ridicule them. Before Gu Zhouyuan could speak, Mrs. Hu on the side spoke in a sarcastic tone. Hey, Dequan's wife. If you want to work in the Gu family's workshop, you need your Dequan to write a letter of divorce. Hu Dequan was so angry that his liver hurt, but he also knew that when it came to talking, he was no match for this shrewd old woman. He took Hu's hand and was about to go home, wanting to get away from this place of trouble. Then Gu Zhouyuan's gentle voice rang out. Sure, I still need people in my workshop. Hu Dequan was stunned. He turned his head in disbelief, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Mrs. Hua was overjoyed. She shook off Hu Dequan's hand and asked in surprise, "Really? Can I really work in your workshop?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded, but Hua and Hu Dequan were startled, thinking that something had changed, or that Gu Zhouyuan was going to make some demands in exchange. "My family only accepts one person. If you come to work in the workshop, Hu Dequan cannot come in. You should think about it carefully. If Hu Dequan comes to work in the workshop, he will be paid 30 cents a day," Gu Zhouyuan said. Hu Dequan couldn't believe his ears at this moment. He even stretched out his little finger to pick his ear. Mrs. Hua was the quickest to react. She nodded hurriedly. "I'll call Dequan. Call Dequan." Oh my God, 30 cents a day's wages. This big pie that fell from the sky finally fell on her family's head. Many people in the Hu family became active. It turns out that Gu Zhouyuan did not kill all people with the surname Hu with one blow. "Gu Sanner, can my son come to work in your workshop? Actually, our family is not very close to the Hu Laoquai family, and we basically don't visit each other. My family had a fight with his family a few days ago. The Hu family is useless, and we've long disliked them." Many people in the Hu family quickly distanced themselves from the Hu family. They were previously implicated by Mrs. Hu's family, and Gu Zhouyuan did not give them a chance to express their opinions. They were all forced to stand against Gu Zhouyuan. Now that they have the opportunity to repair their relationship, they naturally have to seize it. God knows how frustrated they felt when they were isolated by the whole village. How envious they were when they saw the whole village living a better and better life with Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan, Gu Lijing, and old man Gu gathered together and discussed for a while. Gu Zhouyuan said, "Although my workshop is looking for people, I will only hire people I like. Those who are on the same wavelength as Mrs. Hu and are involved in any kind of trouble, please don't sign up, or you'll be rejected by me and embarrassed." Gu Zhouyuan had just discussed with the village head and old man Gu, and identified those members of the Hu family who were hostile to the Gu family. These people were full of bad intentions, so naturally they could not be allowed to work in the workshop. Some people in the Hu family group looked unhappy. They were indeed jealous of Gu Zhouyuan's family, which was originally at the bottom of the village, but suddenly became rich. When there was a quarrel between Mrs. Hu's family and Gu Zhouyuan's family, they were the ones cheering behind the scenes. I didn't expect that Gu Zhouyuan and others were here to settle accounts with them. "Sidon, you come and record the list," Gu Zhouyuan said to Sidon, who was looking around. Sidon sighed and ran home with his short legs. He put the workshop roster in a drawer. "Come back," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. He took out a pen and a notebook. "Write it down here." Sidon took the notebook, lay down on a stone by the roadside, and got ready. "Hu Dequan." Gu Zhouyuan read out a name. Sidon quickly wrote his name on the notebook. Hu Dequan and Mrs. Hua looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. I'm Hu too. Xiao Sidon, please help me write down my name," someone shouted at Sidon. Sidon looked at Gu Zhouyuan, and when he saw Gu Zhouyuan nod, he wrote down the name in the notebook. "Hu Tu," Sidon muttered as he wrote. "What's Tu?" A muddled scribble or a picture that shows a grand vision. The man named Hu Tu scratched his head and said, "Hu Tu's picture." Sidon said, "What a fool. If the word is closed, write Tu next to the character Hu. My name is Hu Wangshi, and I signed up for 25 cents a day." A woman said, stretching her neck. "What's your real name?" As usual, Sidon waited for Gu Zhouyuan to nod before looking up and asking, "What's your real name?" The woman was a little confused. Everyone she knew called her Tsai Guanyang. In formal occasions, such as when the Hu family compiled their genealogy, it was written as Hu Wangshi. "That's the name you had when you were a girl in your parents' home," Luo Huanyang reminded. She now uses her real name, Luo Huanyang, wherever she goes, and she feels that she is finally being herself again. Of course, some people in the village still called her Widow Luo, but she didn't really care. "I have become stronger, and I seem to be not as sensitive to those boring people and things outside as before." The woman was a little shy and hesitated for a while before she said, "My name is Wang Yaden." "Wang Yaden?" Sidon looked up at Wang Yaden in surprise. This aunt's name was a bit too careless. He raised his eyebrows and wrote down the name in the notebook. Next, Hu Dalai, Hu Han-san. A total of 15 names were noted down. Just now, a family came here to take advantage of the situation, but they were discovered by old lady Gu and chased back. This family usually has a very close relationship with Mrs. Hu's family. That time, they followed Hu Dafa and shouted that they would not give any cassava to Gu Zhouyuan's family. They were jealous of the high salary of 30 cents a day, so they asked the second child in the family to sign up as well. At this moment, he was angered by old lady Gu and his face turned red with embarrassment. He fled back home in shame. Chapter 268. I like Datong village like this. Mrs. Hu and her family were so angry that their faces turned green. Although they were isolated in the village, they still had 200 tribesmen behind them, so they were not particularly panicked. It's all over now. Gu Zhouyuan just said a few simple words, and the entire Hu family fell apart. Even those who were not hired by Gu Zhouyuan would probably still feel resentful towards his family. My family is now completely isolated. After this incident, Hu Erfa lost both the wife and the army. There was some resentment in his eyes when he looked at Hu Pozi. He stared blankly at young Manhwa, who was smiling in the crowd and seemed to have been reborn. This woman whom he had always looked down upon and who was at his mercy no longer belonged to him from today on. He said he wanted to divorce her countless times, but it was only after her desperate begging that he reluctantly continued to live with her. Now that his wish has finally come true, he should be happy. But why is there such a sharp pain in his heart? He clenched his fists, turned around, and went home without saying a word, as if he would be overwhelmed by regret and pain if he stayed here any longer. Second sister-in-law. Oh no, Sister Lanhua. Luo Huyu took young Lanhua's hand, looking happy. You and Xiao Zhao have nowhere to stay for the time being. If you don't mind, you can squeeze into my house first. She was already familiar with Yang Lanhua, and both of them were abandoned by the Hu family with their daughters. The feeling of sympathy made her feel closer to Yang Lanhua. Yang Lanhua was penniless and worried about having no place to live. When she heard Luo Huiyu say this, she was immediately grateful. Is this a bit too much trouble for you? She has an honest and kind personality and is most afraid of causing trouble to others. What's the trouble? As long as you don't mind that my house is broken and messy, we can still take care of each other together. Luo Huiyu said happily. The two of them, one is a widow whose husband has died, and the other is an abandoned woman who has been divorced by her husband. It would be perfect for them to live together. Her house consists of 3 thatched huts, and she cleaned up one room when she returned today. It doesn't matter if you don't have a bed for the time being. It's summer now, so it's okay to sleep on a mat. Gu Zhouyuan was also very satisfied with this arrangement. It would be inconvenient for a young woman who had just become single to live in his house. Moreover, the new house has not been built yet, and now the number of people in the family is increasing. It's easy for the men, they can just sleep on the floor in the yard, but it's a bit inconvenient with more women. Now that Yang Lanhua lives with Mrs. Luo and her daughter, this problem has been perfectly solved. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said to Wang Lanhua, I can pay you 1 month's salary first. If you have any difficulties in life, just come to my mother or elder sister. Believe me, things will get better and better. The concern of strangers is often the most deadly. Yang Lanhua covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. She stared at Gu Zhouyuan, tears falling from her eyes. Luo Huiyu, who was standing by, felt the same way. She had once fallen into a dark abyss. It was Xiao Yuan and the kind-hearted Gu family who rescued her bit by bit and gave her hope to live. She now works in the Ministry of Agriculture of Gu Dedi, and her daily wage is 25 cents. Her work involves weeding, fertilizing, and raising seedlings. She is a farm girl and is good at doing these things. The past was too painful to recall, and only now did she feel like she was living like a human being. As the head of the village, Gu Lijing naturally had to express his opinion. He said, food is hard to buy now. Hu Erfa didn't even give you a grain of corn. You and Xiao Zhao must eat. Chunxing and his mother have just recovered from their hardship, and they probably don't have much food left at home. He suddenly raised his voice and shouted to the crowd. Everyone has difficulties, and we should help them at this time. Everyone with the surname Gu, please lend a hand to help Xiao Zhao and her mother get through this difficult time. I'll make an example and bring out 10 kilograms of wheat. Judging from the current grain prices, 10 kilograms of wheat is worth nearly 200 coins, so this relief effort is by no means small. Mr. Gu said, my family will take out 2 kilograms of corn. After he finished speaking, he remembered whether his wife would be angry. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mrs. Gu was smiling and didn't seem unhappy about his wasteful behavior. Although Mrs. Gu is good at arguing, she has a good heart. The problem of being stingy is due to the previous limited conditions. There are so many mouths to feed at home, and every penny has to be spent carefully. Things are different now. Life at home is comfortable, and she is still willing to help those in need. The other onlookers also spoke up. My family will give you a pound of dried cassava. My family is running low on food. Look, your Xiao Zhao's feet are almost the same size as my Xiaomon's. Give Xiao Zhao the new pair of shoes I made. I'll make you a bamboo bed tomorrow. It wasn't just the Gu family who extended a helping hand. Everyone really contributed money and effort. Someone was willing to help them build another room in the thatched hut. Some people also suggested that Luo Huiyu and Yang Lanhua could help look after Xiao Zhao and Chunxing when they were at work. Datong village is like this. Although it is noisy and chaotic on weekdays, Everyone can work together when it comes to major issues. Of course, there are also some excellent ones like Mrs. Hu's family, but they are a minority after all. Gu Zhouyuan watched this scene quietly. He liked Datong village like this. It is a group of villagers like this that is worth his time and effort to help them get out of poverty and become rich. Xiaoyuan, you did a great job today. Gu Mansong praised him when they returned home. Not only did he save Wang Lanhua and her daughter from suffering, but he also turned Hu Po's family into a pile of stinking dog shit. Gu Zhouyuan didn't care about Mrs. Hu's family at all, and he wouldn't go to such lengths to come up with such a trick to destroy the Hu family. He just felt that it was too much of a generalization to deny the entire Hu family just because the Hu family was morally corrupt. Mrs. Gu was also beaming. Did you notice? Mrs. Hu, an old man who looked like they had swallowed a fly, their faces were green. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and changed the subject. The soap workshop will open tomorrow, and I want my grandma to help me keep an eye on it. Chapter 269 Soap Workshop starts operation. Old Mrs. Gu was flattered to have such an important task. However, she was still very happy that her eldest grandson needed her and paid attention to her. In addition, she is very confident in her management ability. Isn't this whole family managed in an orderly manner by her? Don't worry, Xiaoyuan. I'll be watching over you in the workshop. If anyone slacks off and doesn't work, I'll make them pack up and leave. Old Mrs. Gu stood at attention and assured Gu Zhouyuan with a firm look in her eyes. Xiaoyuan, old Master Gu looked at him with envy and said, "What do you think I can do?" Before Gu Zhouyuan could even open his mouth, Mrs. Gu said angrily, "What do you want to do? I have to help Xiaoyuan make sweet soup at home. You stay home and watch over it for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable." The old lady was supposed to stay at home. She was still at ease with the second son's family, but she was a little worried about the third son's wife. Now she has to help Xiaoyuan take care of the workshop, and the old man will be left at home to look after it, which should be fine. Old Mrs. Gu plans to divide the task of making sweet soup into different groups for everyone in the family tonight. Who is responsible for washing the grass jelly? Who is responsible for chopping wood? Who is responsible for rolling the dumplings? Who is responsible for cooking the grass jelly? On the one hand, it prevents the situation where some people are working while others are resting, and on the other hand, it also demonstrates her management ability. At that time, she will distribute everyone's wages according to their personal performance. This work is enough for the women and children at home to do. Monsong, Manton, Daju and Erju are all here to help Xiaoyuan with the work. The next day, the 88 hired people gathered at the workshop entrance early. Before starting work, Gu Zhouyuan, the workshop manager, naturally had to go up and say a few words. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the wages here. They vary depending on the workstation. The hardworking ones make 900 won a month, while others make 750 won a month. Salaries are paid monthly, and the previous month's salary is paid on the 10th day of each month. Having said that, Gu Zhouyuan paused, giving everyone time to digest. As expected, everyone started talking in low voices. Some of them had worked on construction sites carrying heavy bags before. At that time, the wages were paid on a daily basis, but those were just odd jobs, and they could only work for a few days. Some people also worked for wealthy local gentry, and basically they would wait until all the work was done before receiving their wages. They had never met anyone like Gu Zhouyuan who paid monthly. A monthly salary is good, so I can get 900 won every month. That's right, getting a large sum of money all at once is exciting just thinking about it. Xiaoyuan, I'm absolutely trustworthy. It wouldn't be a big deal if I only paid him once a month, or even once a year. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Gu Zhouyuan continued. The workshop starts work at noon every day. I won't provide meals here. You will finish work at noon, and I will give you half an hour to go home and eat. I work until the end of the afternoon, 9 days on, 1 day off. Someone below was confused again. What does 9 days off and 1 day off mean? Hu Dequan raised his hand. It means working for 9 days and taking 1 day off. Gu Zhouyuan explained. Hu's family doesn't have things to do all year round. Every 10 days, there will be 1 day off, so you can go home and take care of trivial matters. Hearing his words, all the workers in the workshop were stunned. Even the villagers who came to watch the fun looked incredulous. Working for 9 days and still getting 1 day off. Is there such a good thing in the world? Some people are still stunned by this bizarre new holiday model. Some smart people have already thought of a more critical point. The workshop wages are paid monthly. It was agreed before that it was 30 won a day, so it is exactly 900 won a month. Now there are 3 extra days of vacation every month, which means they get 3 days of wages for free. I didn't expect that the value of my job is still increasing. Gu Zhouyuan brought people to the workshop. In the first room are 6 large stoves used to heat and keep grease warm. Gu Zhouyuan assigned 6 women to do the fire-making job. There are also 6 people responsible for adding lye into the pot, stirring it while adding. There are 6 men assigned here. Originally, there was a process of filtering wood ash, but Gu Zhouyuan saved himself the trouble and bought soda ash directly from the mall. Anyway, all he needs to do is know how to use wood ash to extract alkali solution, which is not a technical problem. Using soda ash directly can also prevent the soap-making process from being learned by others. Gu Zhouyuan specially arranged someone to add alkali solution in a small compartment. This step is very important because it involves the most critical formula of soap. It's really not that important. Soda ash is not available in the same village or even in the entire Tally County, and probably not many people have seen it. But just in case, Sun Mutu was asked to do this. The child was grateful to Gu Zhouyuan and was willing to sacrifice his life for him to repay his kindness. Naturally, he would not reveal any secrets. There was another person in the cubicle. That's right, it was Xiaowu. He wanted to work for Gu Zhouyuan in the workshop so that he and his sister could eat with peace of mind. Gu Zhouyuan asked Sun Mu to take him with him and be responsible for preparing the brine. Mixing alkaline water and salt water is an extremely easy task. The two of them had plenty of free time, and Gu Zhouyuan planned to let them use this time to memorize and practice calligraphy. His business will grow bigger and bigger in the future, and trustworthy helpers like Xiao Wussen and Mu Tu must be literate to be of use. There is also a room used to extract spices, but now that the locusts have just swarmed through, there are no flower petals as raw materials, so this room is temporarily idle. The fragrance of the soap is still the ready-made fragrance that Gu Zhouyuan bought from the mall. There is also someone responsible for pouring the soap solution into the mold. Gu Manton led 10 people to work day and night, but only made about 100 molds. These are the simplest soap molds. The soap molds are designed with rounded corners, so they will definitely take longer to use. However, we just started working today, and everyone is a novice, still learning and exploring, so 100 molds are barely enough. There are also packaging groups, transport groups, and even firewood chopping and water-carrying groups in the workshop. In short, the organization is extremely bloated. There are also special collections of glycerin. Glycerin is a good thing. It can act as a moisturizer to help the skin lock in moisture and form a water film, thereby nourishing dry and rough skin. It can also be made into a suppository to relieve constipation. Of course, the byproduct of this soap cannot be wasted, so there will be one more golden hen laying eggs in the workshop. A large room is used as a warehouse to store raw materials and finished products. There is no suitable candidate for the warehouse manager at the moment, so Gu Zhaodi will take on the position part-time, and they will slowly discover more talents later. The workshop started like this. A workshop that only needs a dozen people to operate, but Gu Zhou employed more than 80 people. He gave up maximizing his profits, but gained more. It has provided more than 80 families with a stable source of income and has brought Datong village closely to its side. Chapter 270, Self-Rescue in Each County. The next morning, a few rooster crows woke up the Datong village. Gu Zhouyuan got up early, washed, and had breakfast. Xiaowu's illness has completely recovered, and now he follows Lu around all day long. This girl has lived a hard life. She can read people's faces at a young age. She is extremely well-behaved and sensible at the age of 3 or 4. She handed Lu the firewood when she was cooking and helped wipe the sweat and fan the clothes when she was washing. Lu loved this little girl. Sidon takes Xiaobai out for a walk every day, and today is no exception. Xiaobai has now grown to nearly 40 centimeters long. He is very smart and obedient. When he goes outside, the villagers will pet him a few times when they see him. Gu Zhouyuan sometimes walks his dog, but more often, he is followed by a wild boar. Pingtu has good food and drink at Gu Zhouyuan's house, and now he has grown to more than 50 kilograms. He no longer had the naive look of his childhood, and even looked a little ferocious. After all, it is a wild animal in the mountains, and its vigorous energy allows it to stay idle at home for a moment. He was either digging holes in the yard or looking for Xiaobai to fight. Whenever Gu Zhouyuan went out, it would follow him immediately. Sometimes Gu Zhouyuan could only sneak out of the yard by opening the door when it wasn't paying attention. Gu Zhouyuan took the flathead and went to the construction site first. The house will be put up for construction in a few days, but the furniture has not been decided yet. He will go to the carpenter's shop in the city in a few days to tell them about the style of furniture he wants to customize. The skills of carpenters in this world are impeccable. What they lack is experience. The furniture in the carpenter's shop and the system can be mixed together and no one will notice. After a brief chat with Wang Digui, Gu Zhouyuan went to the soap workshop again. The finished soap needs to mature for at least a month before it is usable. It can be used to wash clothes now, but it will burn your hands. But he is not worried, because he can buy the soaps and perfumed soaps from the mall first. As long as this line is complete, he can fill all the gaps now. Although Gu Zhouyuan deliberately omitted the soda ash step, the method of making soap is relatively difficult to replicate. But Gu Zhouyuan still gave the workshop employees a shot of prevention. I carefully selected all of you to work here. I have confidence in your character. But we still have to be frank up front. Every process in the workshop involves the secret method of making soap. You only need to know what you did in the workshop every day. Once you leave this workshop, you are not allowed to tell anyone else. If I find anyone violating this rule, I will immediately fire them and make them compensate me for all my losses. There was a brief silence among the crowd. Hu Dequan was the first to raise his hand. I promise not to say a word about this when I get out. Even if my wife asks me, I won't tell her. Me too. I never mention things in the workshop, even when I'm talking in my sleep. Lu Dongzi also stretched his neck and shouted. Someone took the lead, and others followed suit. They knew that if someone leaked this secret method, someone would come to steal Gu Zhouyuan's job. If Gu Zhouyuan's job was taken away, then their jobs would naturally be destroyed as well. They couldn't find such a good job paying 900 won a month even if they searched with a lantern. Not only do they have to keep their mouths shut, they also have to help Gu Zhouyuan keep an eye on others. If anyone dares to destroy their jobs, they will fight to the death. After leaving the workshop, Gu Zhouyuan went to the old house again. Now the yard of the old house is almost becoming a carpenter's shop. Gu Manton and a large group of people were busy making molds. These people are basically villagers in the village who have some carpentry skills. Xiao Yuan. When Gu Manton saw Gu Zhouyuan coming, he quickly put down the carving knife in his hand, stood up, and walked over. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan. Others also started to greet him. Gu Zhouyuan responded one by one with a smile. I estimate that I can make 150 molds today, Gu Manton said, wiping his sweat. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle San. There were finished molds next to him, and Gu Zhouyuan took one in his hand. The craftsmanship of ancient craftsmen is truly amazing. Gu Manton and his companions are not real carpenters, but the small molds they made are very exquisite. None of these people could read, but the 4 characters Datong Gu's on the bottom of the mold were engraved neatly. Gu Zhouyuan nodded with satisfaction. Maybe Pingtu was thirsty, so he ran to a wooden basin in the yard and was about to look inside. Then third Aunt Wong came running out of the house. Go, go. Pingtu, get out of the way. This is the clean water I just scooped up. The pearl meatballs will be rinsed with cold water later. Don't get them dirty. She carried the wooden basin into the house and smiled at Gu Zhouyuan, saying, Xiao Yuan is here. Talk to your uncle and ask if they can go outside to make the mold. There's no place to stand in the yard. She was mainly afraid that so many people would gather in the yard, and with so many eyes watching, they might steal her secret recipe for making grass jelly. They are now hiding in the house to make grass jelly, which is too inconvenient for them to do any work. Gu Zhouyuan did not comment and just smiled in response. Grass jelly is usually made the night before and solidified overnight. Just wait for Lier to come and take it away the next day. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the time and estimated that Lier would be arriving soon. He greeted everyone and headed home. I hadn't taken a few steps out of the old house when I heard the sound of horse hooves. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and saw that the person coming was indeed Lier. He took Lier back to the old house and moved the wooden barrel of sugar water onto the carriage. Then Gu Zhouyuan got on a carriage and went to Gu Zhouyuan's house to get ice. Shopkeeper Xiao Gu's. Lier loaded the things onto the carriage and, as usual, sat in it and chatted with Gu Zhouyuan for a while. It's getting increasingly chaotic out there, with refugees everywhere. I'm terrified even walking on mountain roads now. Lier sighed as he drank the iced sugar water that Gu Zhouyuan handed to him. But our Qingtian County is doing okay. County Magistrate Ho has set up porridge stalls inside and outside the city, so the refugees have something to eat, and there haven't been any major disturbances. Other counties were much more chaotic. Refugees gathered in Shima County and blocked the city gates. It was only after the county sent soldiers that the situation was quelled. But there have been more and more refugees in our county recently. Maybe they heard about the porridge here, so they've all flocked here. The county governor has issued an order requiring each county to find a way to resettle 4,000 refugees. Chapter 271 Good farmland cannot be left abandoned. Lier drank the sugar water in the bowl and then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. The final result of this handling of the refugees will serve as the most important assessment in each county's triennial examination. 4,000 refugees mean 4,000 mouths to feed. If the imperial court doesn't allocate food, the county will have to support itself. How much money can the county have to feed them? Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but frown as he listened to Lier telling him about the recent events in the city. If 4,000 refugees gather together and one of them is not handled properly, there will be a big chaos. He He is not afraid of chaos, but when the nest is overturned, all the eggs will be broken and Datong village will definitely be affected. Most of the refugees are poor people who have been stranded in a foreign land, and now everyone still retains basic conscience. But if they remain in a state of despair, these refugees will eventually degenerate into a swarm of poisonous locusts, just like grasshoppers gathered together, devouring everything in sight. His eyes flickered as he wondered what he should do. Manager Gu. Li Er was ready to return to the city. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan didn't say a word, he called out to him. Gu Zhouyuan grinned and said, "I'll go back to the city with you." Li Er was immediately overjoyed. He had such a great man with him, and he didn't have to worry on the way back to the city anymore. There is still a legend about Gu Zhouyuan in the city. He led more than 20 bandits into the village, 3 of whom were beheaded. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and put the empty bowl back on the small table in the yard. Then he ran over to help Gu Zhouyuan tie up the mule cart frame, as if he were familiar with the process. Gu Zhouyuan went back to get a backpack with a lid and put it on the mule cart. Then he followed Li Er's carriage and drove towards the city. Just like before, most of the fields on both sides of the road are still barren. This also shows from another perspective that the people are extremely short of food, otherwise the farmers would never let their fertile land go to waste. A good harvest next season is important, but survival now is more important. Even if the imperial court allocated rice seeds now, it would be too late. If we really want to save the people on a large scale, we have to plant crops on all these lands. Otherwise, the disaster relief will become an extremely long process. If there is no harvest in the next season, there will be another round of famine, and the vicious cycle will continue like this. This principle is obvious, and the Dakian court naturally understands it. But the imperial court had no choice. The locust plague situation had become unstable. If they transported grain seeds now, they would only end up in the stomachs of the hungry people and would never be planted in the fields. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the vast tracts of abandoned farmland, and his mind raced. It is already the 7th month of the lunar calendar, and it is too late to plant rice. There is still time to harvest autumn corn. But corn does not exist in this world, so it is difficult to explain the origin of Gu Zhouyuan's sudden production of a large number of corn seeds. Even if the problem of corn source is solved, he still cannot provide it. This is because it is the same reason why the imperial court did not distribute grain. When corn seeds reached the hands of the people, they were basically used as food and were not planted in the fields at all. After all, not every village is like Datong village, which has Gu Zhouyuan to take care of it. The best way is to grow cassava. Although cassava is best planted in spring so that it can be harvested in autumn. However, cassava can be planted as long as the temperature is above 16 degrees, but it will go dormant in winter and the growth cycle is insufficient, so the cassava cannot reach the optimal yield. But cassava is a perennial crop. As long as it is in the ground, it will continue to grow. A smaller yield is better than no harvest. Moreover, cassava has been found in local mountains, so Gu Zhouyuan's cassava planting will not arouse suspicion. The most important thing is that to plant cassava, you just need to plant the cassava stems in the soil. The stems of cassava are not edible. This will perfectly solve the problem of grain being used as food. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it all the way, and by the time he arrived in the city, he had basically finalized the plan. After showing his pass at the city gate, Gu Zhouyuan entered the city smoothly. The streets seemed to be no different from before, yet they are different everywhere. A few or 3 children, dressed in rags and skinny, with their empty eyes wide open, were rummaging through a corner filled with rotten garbage. Every movement was slow and weak. Even if he found a small piece of leftover food, he would stuff it into his mouth with trembling hands as if it were a treasure. At the entrance of the alley, there were some beggars or refugees lying on the ground. At this time, there was no difference between refugees and beggars. Some of these people were dying, looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street with numb faces. There was a broken bowl in front of them, but no one asked to beg. Perhaps he was too hungry to have any strength left, or perhaps he was already desperate and knew that no one would give him a bite to eat, even if he begged for mercy, and it would be a waste of energy. Some people lay motionless, and it was unclear whether they were asleep, fainted, or dead. There were still crowds of people in front of several grain stores. The amount of grain distributed each day was limited, and most people could not get any grain, but they still squeezed forward desperately, hoping that they could be the lucky one today. Gu Zhouyuan was driving a mule cart, and these scenes kept hitting him. He sighed deeply, then shook the reins violently, and the mule cart sped up and headed towards the county government office. When we arrived at the county government office, it happened that County Magistrate Ho was inspecting the porridge stalls in the city. The bailiffs in the county government office already knew Gu Zhouyuan, and someone immediately took him to the side room of the second hall, poured him some tea, and asked him to wait for a while. Another Yamen runner went to the porridge stall to inform Ho Xian. It turned out that County Magistrate Ho had previously instructed that if Gu Zhouyuan and Mr. Jingda came to the county government office to find him, they must inform him immediately. I think he has been in a lot of trouble recently and urgently needs a think tank to help him with some advice. Gu Zhouyuan had just drunk 2 cups of tea when County Magistrate Ho hurried in from outside. Mr. Gu, you're here. After not seeing him for many days, County Magistrate Ho had obviously become much thinner, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had not slept well at night. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly stood up and bowed. I greet the county magistrate. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand and said, Mr. Gu, there's no need to be so polite. He sat down, poured a cup of tea, blew on it twice hurriedly, and drank it in 3 or 2 gulps without caring that it was still a little hot. The county governor has asked each county to resettle 4,000 refugees. Since our county has handled the refugee situation better recently, the county governor has allowed Qingtian County to take on an additional 1,000 refugees. County Magistrate Ho also looked helpless when he mentioned this matter. This is at least 1,000 kilograms of food every day. I can't sustain it for a few days. There were probably less than 1,000 refugees in his county before. With the ransom money paid by Mr. Zhao, he could barely provide the refugees with 2 meals of thin porridge a day. The number of refugees has now increased several times. He could still think of a way to survive for a while with the rice money of dozens of taels of silver every day. Chapter 272, The Virgin Mary. What worries County Magistrate Ho the most is that it is difficult to buy food even if you have money. As Gu Zhouyuan said before, we should not suppress food prices and let the market regulate prices by itself. It did attract a large amount of grain from outside to be transported to Qingtian County. According to the original plan, a large amount of grain was to be stockpiled in Qingtian County, and then the county government would inject affordable grain into the market, forcing grain merchants to follow the market and drive down grain prices. But suddenly, there were 5,000 more refugees in the county, and the plan was disrupted. These 5,000 refugees were different from the people in Qingtian County. They had no stored food and only brought 5,000 mouths to feed. The grain merchants suddenly felt confident and kept a tight control on the prices. What is the price of rice now? Gu Zhouyuan asked. A few days ago, it was 52 when per jean. Then, the county's decree was made public, and grain merchants started raising their prices. Today, it's already exceeded 61. Corn is about 21 per pound now, but it's much harder to buy than rice. County Magistrate Ho said with a sad face. I have a way to get some food. After thinking it over again and again, Gu Zhouyuan decided to help. There are risks involved, but he is confident he can handle them. After going through so much, he still couldn't be as hard as iron. Let her be a saint, but he couldn't get over the pain of having to watch others starve to death in front of him. God brought him into this famine and gave him a system, probably wanting him to do something. County Magistrate Ho was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly, Can you get some food? He knew how powerful Gu Zhouyuan was, but his admiration was limited to his intelligence and martial arts. But I didn't expect that his network of contacts was so wide. However, when he thought about how Mr. Jingda and Zhao Yunlan had become close friends with Gu Zhouyuan in such a short period of time, he felt relieved. It doesn't seem particularly difficult to understand that an awesome person has awesome friends and forms an awesome circle. Please don't ask me about the specific source, Your Excellency the County Magistrate. That way the food supply will last longer. Gu Zhouyuan bowed. Magistrate Ho only thought for half a second before nodding hurriedly. I won't ask. People with ability all have their own tempers. It is normal for them to want to keep a low profile or not stand out from the crowd. As long as it can help him solve the refugee crisis, he doesn't care where the food comes from. He planned to discuss it with Mr. Jingda, and when the higher-ups asked about it, Mr. Jingda would find an excuse to evade them. Gu Zhouyuan was very satisfied to see that County Magistrate Ho did not engage in bureaucracy and abuse his power to oppress others. He took a sip of tea and lowered his voice. I supply the county with rice. The quantity is plentiful, and the price is 50 when per jean. Bang! The teacup in County Magistrate Ho's hand fell onto the table. 50 when per pound, which is more than 10 when cheaper than the market price. What shocked County Magistrate Ho even more was the 4 words, large quantity, and enough to satisfy your hunger. At this juncture, who dares to say that they can supply such a huge amount of food? People either buy food at high prices or hoard it at high prices. People like Gu Zhouyuan who sell grain in large quantities and at low prices are not just mentally ill, they are truly concerned about the people and are selfless. He hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Zhouyuan. Young master, your heart is as broad as the sea. I admire you. Gu Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly helped County Magistrate Ho up and said shyly, "Your Excellency, County Magistrate, you are too kind. I don't deserve it. In fact, I can still make a profit if I sell it at this price. Isn't that a good deal? White rice in the mall costs 2 mall coins per pound, and you can sell it for 50 coins per pound. It not only benefits the people, but also brings benefits to them. It's a win-win situation." County Magistrate Ho was even more impressed. Although he had lost so much profit, he did not take credit for it. The young gentleman was of high moral character and integrity, which was really impressive. Gu Zhouyuan noticed the admiration in County Magistrate Ho's eyes. He coughed and continued, "My grain, priced at 50 won per jean, is flooding the market. Those grain merchants will inevitably lower their prices. When they sell it for 50 won a jean, we'll sell it for 40 won a jean. When they were selling it for 40 won a jean, we were selling it for 30 won a jean. In any case, the food here is always cheaper than theirs. After a few rounds of this, food prices will stabilize to normal levels, and the locust plague problem will be solved." County Magistrate Ho was so moved that tears were about to fall. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gu Zhouyuan's move was not to sell grain at all, but to help him solve the problem of refugees caused by the locust plague. Gu Zhouyuan had a large amount of grain, but he did not take this opportunity to make a fortune. Such a situation is truly rare in the world. And corn, no matter how much it sells per pound at the grain store, I'll reduce the price by 2 cents until the price is back to normal. County Magistrate Ho's lips were trembling. Mr. Gu's ability and courage were both top-notch. With his help, he would rank first in Qingtian County in this wave of performance evaluation. People are like this. Not long ago, he was in a state of panic, praying to God and Buddha, as long as the refugees did not cause any major trouble. He did not ask for any merit, but only for no mistakes. Now that the problem was solved, he began to think about other things. However, Mr. Gu Xiao gave far more surprises than these. There is also the issue of grain seeds in our county. Gu Zhouyuan helped County Magistrate Ho to straighten the overturned teacup, then poured tea on it, and spoke slowly. "I think it's too late to wait for the imperial court to allocate grain seeds. We can let the people in the county grow cassava. Cassava planting is very simple. All you have to do is bury the cassava stems shallowly in the soil. And the wooden stems of cassava are inedible." Gu Zhouyuan deliberately emphasized the words inedible. County Magistrate Ho suddenly realized that planting cassava was the most perfect solution in the current situation. He stood up and poured tea for Gu Zhouyuan, then said carefully, "The cassava had already been harvested by the locals. After such a long time, the cassava stems were probably discarded." This, Gu Zhouyuan understood what County Magistrate Ho meant. Ordinary people did not have such a concept of sustainable development. Even if there are some people with a long-term vision, it won't make much difference. If you leave seedlings on the mountain, they will be dug up by other villagers the next day. I have cassava seedlings here too. Under the expectant gaze of County Magistrate Ho, Gu Zhouyuan indeed spoke. Yellow heart cassava stalks are sold in the system mall for 0.3 mall coins each. If you buy 10,000 pieces at a time, there is a discount, only 0.2 mall coins for each piece. Chapter 273 completely solved the problem. You can buy cassava stems in Datong village. 1 mu of land costs about 200 coins. Considering the fertility of the land in this world, it would be enough to plant about 400 roots per acre. Gu Zhouyuan planned to sell 2 cassava stems for 1 penny. He didn't expect to get rich from this, but he couldn't sell them at the original price either. Previously, the cost of growing rice per acre had soared to more than 600 won, but the cost of growing cassava has been reduced by 2/3. Moreover, the yellow heart cassava provided by Gu Zhouyuan is non-toxic. If the price is too low, it will not live up to the high quality of the yellow heart cassava. Great, great. Only 200 coins per acre. This way, the famine can end soon. County Magistrate Ho clapped his hands and shouted excitedly. Later, County Magistrate Ho listened to Gu Zhouyuan's detailed explanation of the cassava planting method and took out a pen and paper to record it carefully. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask Gu Zhouyuan, and Gu Zhouyuan would patiently help him answer. "By the way, Mr. County Magistrate." Gu Zhouyuan waited until the excitement of the county magistrate had subsided a little before speaking. "Has Zhao Fugui's ransom been paid in full?" "Not yet," County Magistrate Ho replied casually. "There are too many people selling land right now, so small plots are easier to sell. Zhao Baiwan's family has over 2,000 acres of good farmland. Few people can afford to buy so much land at once. However, his family has owned a number of houses and shops in Baiyun Town, and they've sold quite a few of them recently. Also, their family originally ran a grain store, and they had over 100,000 kilograms of grain stored in their warehouse. Most of the grain released from the county government warehouse recently came from the Zhao family. It's a good thing that Zhao Baiwan and his men didn't have the foresight to cause trouble in Datong village. Otherwise, without these 100,000 kilograms of grain, it would have been even harder for the people of Qingtian County to buy food. At this point, County Magistrate Ho snorted coldly. These grain merchants are all colluding with each other, and the amount of grain released every day is very small. They believe this locust plague will last a long time, and the longer food is stored, the more valuable it will be. However, their wishful thinking is doomed to fail now. After saying this, he stood up again and bowed to Gu Zhouyuan. All of this is thanks to your noble character, young master. On behalf of the people of the entire county, I would like to thank you, Mr. Gu. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and helped County Magistrate Ho up. Actually, to be honest, he, Gu Zhouyuan, could accept the County Magistrate's bow. He gave up the opportunity to make a fortune from the national crisis and save the people of an entire county. And the author may be criticized as a saint because of this. The sacrifice was so great. What did it matter if a mere obeisance from the Marquis County Magistrate was all that mattered? Thinking that Zhao Baiwan and his son would have to stay in prison for a long time, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. Of course, it wasn't because he felt sorry for them, but because he felt sorry for himself. He had to continue waiting. Zhao Baiwan and the others still need some ransom money. I'll make up for it. Then you release them. I'll kill them. Gu Zhouyuan thought so in his heart. But it was just a thought in his mind. The Zhao family members were already fish on the chopping board, and it was not worth it for him to spend more money on it. He calmed himself down and put the matter aside for the time being. We can't rely solely on the county to support these 5,000 refugees. We need to put them to work. Build roads where necessary, build river embankments where necessary. Didn't you also approve of work for relief? County Magistrate Ho blushed a little. This policy proposal was indeed good, but he encountered some problems in implementing it. The refugees did nothing and could barely survive on 2 meals of thin porridge a day. But once you start working hard, the food production must at least double. After confiscating more than 100,000 kilograms of grain from Zhao Baiwan's family, he gave priority to selling it to the people in the county. More than 100,000 kilograms of grain may seem like a lot, but it is simply a drop in the bucket when supplied to the people of the entire county. He only dared to release 2,000 kilograms of food every day, and the supply was limited. Each person could only buy 2 kilograms per day. This can only last for 2 months. You have to know that a locust plague and famine year will definitely be an extremely long battle. But now it's different. With a strong support like Gu Zhouyuan, he no longer needs to be constrained by food. He will immediately implement the work for relief policy in full. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, since those wealthy and capable people are not willing to step forward and contribute to the county, then the county magistrate can directly assign them tasks. For example, we can arrange for a few refugees to do odd jobs in the restaurant to solve the daily food problem. The family of the official also arranged for some refugees to stay. Whether they let them repair the house or plant crops is up to them. Arrange some errand boys in the business and some tea servers in the brothel. If they fail to complete the tasks you assign, you will fine them and then use the money to buy food from me to help the refugees. Since we've tried to coax you into cooperating with the work for relief policy and you won't listen, then we'll force you to do it. County Magistrate Ho slammed the table and shouted, brilliant. He went to the homes of these wealthy local gentry and told them about the work for relief program. These people are all very smooth, making all kinds of excuses and pretending to obey, but actually disobeying. He had been holding back his anger for a long time, but because stability was of the utmost importance during the famine, he could not take any drastic action. Now that Gu Zhouyuan has helped him stabilize the situation, there is no need to wait until autumn to settle the score. Now is a good time. If he doesn't skin these people alive this time, they will still think that he, the county magistrate, is a good-tempered person. My Datong village will cooperate with the county magistrate's next decree and will be responsible for accepting 100 refugees. Gu Zhouyuan continued. County Magistrate Ho opened his mouth slightly. Gu Zhouyuan had given him too many surprises today. The waves of orgasm made his face turn red. He contributed ideas, money, and effort, and when problems arose, he really rushed forward. Gu Zhouyuan was truly his destined benefactor. There are 39 villages in Qingtian County. If every village is like Datong village and helps him share 100 refugees, that would be 3,900 refugees. As Gu Zhouyuan suggested, he would arrange some of the remaining 1,000 refugees to be given to the local gentry and wealthy families. Then the refugee issue is not a problem at all. Of course, he also knew that this was just his wishful thinking. After all, not every village has a Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan sipped the fragrant tea carefully. He has to carefully select these 100 refugees. His body was getting bigger and bigger, and he could no longer hide in the grass for much longer. He may not have ambition, but he must have absolute strength to allow himself to continue to live in peace. It is not enough to rely solely on the villagers of Datong village. The villagers are sometimes his armor and sometimes his weakness. Chapter 274, Because I'm Kind. If necessary, Gu Zhouyuan can even buy the victims directly. He did not have the reserve of modern people and believed that buying people with money was a crime of indifference. During disaster years, food was in short supply and people found it difficult to make a living. It was common for people to be forced to sell their children or even themselves in order to keep their families or themselves alive. As long as it is legal and compliant, the indenture will be registered with the government. And it is different from the traditional human trafficking. Human trafficking separates countless families. His purpose was to give these people who couldn't survive a way out, so that they wouldn't have to lose their families and be separated from their loved ones. Moreover, he was confident that if these people followed him, they would definitely live much better than they do now, or even than before. He chatted with County Magistrate Ho for a while, then stood up and said goodbye. County Magistrate Ho knew what he was going to do next, so he asked him to bring 2 yamen runners with him so that it would be easier to do the job. Brother Gu, I just wanted to ask you. Zhou Yiji rode a horse beside Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart. Now that our county magistrate is away, I have to say a few words to you. Tell me, why are you rushing to take on this job of recruiting refugees? You have to take care of the food, drink, and toilet of 100 people. Not to mention how much money it would cost in a day. Just the mess of these 100 people together is hard to manage. If you're not careful, you'll get yourself into big trouble. This is a thankless job that others would rather avoid, yet you take it upon yourself. What do you want? Because I'm kind. Gu Zhouyuan laughed. Captain Zhou was speechless. This reason seemed perfunctory, yet it was so impeccable. Guo Xiaowang, who was sitting next to Gu Zhouyuan, twitched his mouth. This gentleman does look very kind, but he works in the county government, so he naturally knows about Gu Zhouyuan's brilliant military achievements. In less than 2 months, 7 people had died at Gu Zhouyuan's hands. There are also a few disabled people still imprisoned in prison. But then again, being as cruel and ruthless to evildoers as the autumn wind sweeps away fallen leaves, and being as warm to good people as spring, isn't this also a kind of kindness? And it is a great kindness. After staying in the county government office for quite some time, it was already noon. County Magistrate Ho invited Gu Zhouyuan to have dinner, but Gu Zhouyuan declined. Eating in the county government office always gave Gu Zhouyuan the feeling that he had committed a crime and was in jail. Passing by the fat ant's wonton stall on the road, Gu Zhouyuan and Captain Zhou stopped. Hey, isn't this Brother Gu? The fat ant wiped her hands on her apron and walked out of the stall. Long time no see. How are you doing, Annie? Gu Zhouyuan got off the mule cart. Guo Xiaowang took the reins and tied the mule cart to the side. It's still the same, but white flour is too hard to buy now. I only opened the stall half a day now. Sales are a bit slow today. I still have dozens of wontons, and I will close the stall after they are sold. The fat ant was still the same as usual, speaking in a loud voice with a cheerful energy. Prepare dozens of wontons for me. It just so happens that my brothers and I haven't eaten yet. Gu Zhouyuan pulled a stool and sat down with ease. Okay, the fat ant responded. When grabbing the wontons, she hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Gu, the price of flour has increased now. My wontons are now selling for 21 a bowl. She blushed a little, feeling like she was ripping off a regular customer. But she is not the only one selling wontons in the county town, and 20 cents a bowl is already the lowest price. She sells wontons all year round, which requires a lot of flour. The wheat harvested at home is stored in the warehouse. This is the only way to keep the stall from going bankrupt. 20 cents a bowl is quite cheap. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. Everything related to food is going up in price right now. Shopkeeper Qian also raised the price of the homemade sweet soup by 2 times. The fat ant laughed. Brother Gu is not short of money. His dessert business was so good before that he even started doing business with restaurants. Later I heard that a group of bandits were arrested and a reward of more than 1,000 taels of silver was received. A bowl of wontons at just 20 cents is really just a small amount of money for him. Auntie, where is the man selling sweet soup? Gu Zhouyuan looked across the street. There used to be a stall selling cassava soup there, but today it was replaced by a stall selling brooms and dustpans. That stall. The fat lady glanced across at the stall and turned her head to ask. It closed down a long time ago. Where did he get all that cassava in this famine year? Rice and flour are still available at the grain store, but cassava is not available. Besides, the taste of his restaurant is not good. Your dessert was well known before, and some people bought a bowl just to try it for the cheap price. If the price doesn't go up now, then they'll definitely lose money. If they do, the poor won't be able to afford it, and the rich won't like it. People would rather spend a few more copper coins and go to live food restaurant to eat authentic desserts. The fat ant is a businesswoman after all, so her analysis is well-reasoned. It's normal for this dessert stall to be unsuccessful. Each person had a big bowl of steaming wontons filled with leeks and a little bit of lard, which tasted quite good. Gu Zhouyuan and his companions were sweating profusely while eating. After finishing the job, he wiped his mouth, and naturally the bill was paid by Gu Zhouyuan. He could be said to be wealthy now, a local rich man. Brother Gu, I'll take the money then, the fat ant said politely. Of course I will. When I come here alone one day, I'll ask my aunt to treat me to a bowl of wontons for free. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, no problem. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the fat ant, Gu Zhouyuan stood up to say goodbye and went to the porridge stall outside the city with Captain Zhou and the others. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan left, the stall owner selling straw sandals and cloth shoes came over. Do you know this guy? Even our county magistrate, Captain Zhou, is following him like a lackey. He looks like someone very important. That's him. The fat lady straightened her back immediately. That's the bloody knife judge from Datong village. He's my little brother. The story of Gu Zhouyuan's bandit suppression became more and more legendary in the city, and some people even gave him the nickname Bloody Judge. The middle-aged stall owner was stunned for a moment, then gasped. The Bloody Judge of Datong village? The one who killed the bandits for a reward last time. Isn't it said that the bloody knife judge is so muscular that he's like a walking iron tower, and one punch from him can make a house shake? Why does this young man look so handsome and elegant, with a warm and sunny smile? He doesn't look like someone who would chop off people's heads. Seeing the surrounding stall owners gathered around, the fat ant was even more proud. It's him. Otherwise, how could the head constable in the county government follow him to work? He's my brother Gu, and our relationship is ironclad. Everyone immediately looked at the fat ant in amazement. This fat woman was very low-key, but her background was so powerful. That's not right. The wife of the broom and dustpan vendor across the street said curiously. He's your little brother, so why did I hear him call you Annie when he came? Oh, the fat ant laughed. According to seniority, he should call me Aunt, but I'm only a few years older than him. We just call each other by our own names. He calls me Aunt, and I call him brother. Chapter 275. Now, there is a choice. Gu Zhouyuan and his companions arrived at the porridge stall in the city. The weather is bad today. The gray clouds are hanging heavy, and there is no sign of clearing up. When Gu Zhouyuan and his companions reached the outside of the city, they saw a long queue that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see in front of a porridge stall not far from the ruined temple. There were men, women, young and old in the team. All of them were ragged and looked haggard. Their eyes were dull and a little anxious. There was an old man with gray hair, hunched back, his bony hands tightly grasping a broken bowl, his cloudy eyes staring straight at the porridge stall, revealing his most instinctive desire for food. The skinny child snuggled in his mother's arms, so hungry that he was almost powerless. The mother gently stroked the child's head, her eyes full of helplessness and heartache, and she murmured words of comfort from the corners of her cracked lips. In the porridge shed, the yamen runner in charge of scooping porridge scooped spoonfuls of steaming porridge into the bowls handed over by the refugees. Every time a bowl was scooped out, there would be a small commotion in the queue, and people would hurriedly move forward, fearing to miss this rare opportunity to fill their stomachs. Captain Zhou walked over and said a few words to the yamen runner who was scooping porridge, then nodded to Gu Zhouyuan. The refugees queuing at the back became a little agitated when they saw the team suddenly stop. After receiving Gu Zhouyuan's nod in response, Captain Zhou cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have some news to announce." Instead of quieting down, the crowd became even noisier. This porridge is not available in unlimited quantities throughout the day. It is distributed once at noon and once in the afternoon at a fixed time and quantity until it is all gone. They hadn't even received their porridge yet when the line suddenly stopped, so they naturally panicked. The people in front were afraid of Captain Zhou and didn't dare to speak. Some people at the back of the line, relying on the cover of the crowd, had already started shouting, "Can't we announce it later? We've been waiting in line for so long and are so hungry we can barely stand." What's the announcement? Could it be that they're switching from porridge to dry rice? What are you dreaming of? I heard there's another wave of famine refugees heading to Qingtian County. I'm afraid the county can't even afford porridge. How can you expect to eat dry rice? Is this yamen runner planning to announce that the porridge stall will be closed? The group of refugees nearby who heard this suddenly became agitated. If the soup kitchen is removed, they will just starve to death. Quiet, quiet. The Yamen runner who was maintaining order nearby shouted loudly. Captain Zhou was so anxious that his head was sweating. He shouted at the top of his voice, "There are still porridge stalls. I have good news to announce." He shouted many times before the crowd gradually quieted down. "What good news is this? It's not really just a free meal for us, is it?" someone asked. Captain Zhou was completely speechless. "Eating for nothing? You dare to think about it." He took a deep breath and said loudly to the crowd, "There are so many disaster victims here that many people often can't get porridge. Datong Village is now willing to accept 100 disaster victims. Is there anyone willing to go to Datong Village? Go to the kind-hearted Mr. Gu next door and sign up." Captain Zhou said this and pointed in the direction of Gu Zhouyuan. The refugees all looked towards Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing so many people looking at him, Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and gave an awkward but polite smile in return. "Is Datong Village far from here?" asked a refugee. "Not far," Captain Zhou replied quickly. "It'll only take 2 hours to walk there." "You're playing tricks on me," someone cursed inwardly. 2 hours of mountain walking is not far. They survived on 2 bowls of porridge every day. If they walked for 2 hours on the mountain, they would probably be exhausted to death. "If we go to Datong Village, will we have 3 bowls of porridge a day?" someone else asked. Captain Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead. "No, it's also 2 bowls a day." "Damn, I only have 2 bowls of porridge a day. Why would I run so far?" "That's right. This place is closer to the city. If the city gate opens one day, I'll go in. As long as I'm in the city, I can live well." The crowd said all sorts of things, but no one came forward to sign up with Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan walked into the porridge stall, stood next to Captain Zhou, and said loudly, "In my Datong Village, you have to work to eat porridge." As soon as he said this, the crowd exploded. After all, Captain Zhou is from the government, so these people don't dare to offend him openly. Although Gu Zhouyuan is good-looking, he is dressed in coarse cloth, the attire of an ordinary farmer, so these people will not give him face. There was a lot of cursing from the audience. "Are you stupid, or am I? You have to work to get porridge, so it would be nice for me to just lie here and wait for the porridge. This kid is making fun of us. Damn it, where did this brat come from? He deserves to be punished." Listening to the commotion below, Gu Zhouyuan's face remained calm. He continued, "You accepted the government's charity before because you wanted to survive. Without the porridge here, you will starve to death. You have no choice." The crowd gradually quieted down. "But now I give you another choice. Do you want to earn food through your labor and support yourself and your family with your own abilities, or continue to lie in this dilapidated temple, waiting for others' charity?" The crowd grew silent. Accepting charity for a long time has caused most of them to gradually lose the motivation and willingness to survive on their own, forming a dependent mentality and finding it difficult to actively seek other ways to survive. Getting something for nothing does not bring them a sense of satisfaction, but instead often puts them in a weak and helpless position. Inferiority, guilt, confusion, numbness, all kinds of negative emotions continue to gnaw at their souls. Gu Zhouyuan paused for a moment, then slowed down his speech and said, "Those who choose to follow me to Datong Village, come and sign up with me. I only want 100 people." After saying that, he pulled a bench over, walked outside the porridge stall, found a place with a cool breeze, and sat down. Huang Debao was also one of these refugees. He is 28 years old, with a dark complexion. Suffering has left deep marks on his face, making him look much older than ordinary people. He originally had good land, houses, a wife and children at home. A locust plague put all this to shame. His home is in Huangli town, the worst-hit area where the locust swarms first wreaked havoc. He left his hometown with his wife and children, heading eastward, fleeing the famine aimlessly. He had to beg for food and pick up things to eat on the road. His wife died of illness and hunger on the road first. Later, he heard that the magistrate of Qingtian County had set up a porridge stall outside the city, so he brought his children there, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for survival. As they were about to reach Qingtian County, my son didn't know what he had eaten. He was vomiting and having diarrhea, and in the end he didn't even get to drink a bowl of hot porridge. Huang Debao had cried all his tears dry, but he didn't feel any pain at all. They simply made a straw mat, wrapped the child's body, dug a hole, and buried it, and then continued on their way. Chapter 276, Stirring Up a Stagnant Pool. Huang Debao was in good health, and he could usually grab one of the 2 bowls of porridge provided at the soup kitchen every day. He did not find the porridge as sweet as it did to others. Later, someone would throw sand into the porridge every day, but he didn't find the porridge mixed with sand that bad to drink. "I live in a daze every day, neither living well nor dying fully." The young man just now was right in what he said. They had no choice before. Leaving his hometown and losing his family were not his choices. Now, he finally has the right to choose again. Although it's just a matter of choosing where to eat these 2 bowls of porridge in the future. He already had the answer in his mind. He didn't know what kind of labor was required to work for food. But there was one thing he knew, that he really didn't want to continue lying in this dilapidated temple, waiting for others' charity. A stagnant pool of water needs someone to stir it up. He took a deep breath and stuffed the broken bowl in his arms. He turned around and walked towards the young man to tell him his name. Son Afu, who was standing behind him, grabbed him. What do you want to do? You're not really going to that damn Datong village, are you? Huang Debao turned his head to look at Son Afu, nodded and said, Yes, I'm going to sign up. Son Afu looked at Huang Debao as if he were a fool, his tone full of disbelief. Are you crazy? You don't have to do anything here every day. Just wait in line for porridge when the time comes. You go to that Datong village, and you have to finish your work before you can eat porridge. What do you want? Our soup kitchen is run by the government. It's safe and reliable. If you go somewhere else, they might sell you out, and you wouldn't even know it. Son Afu and Huang Debao met in a dilapidated temple. The 2 men are of similar age, and Son Afu also became a lonely man while fleeing famine. The 2 men slept in adjacent shops, and their situations were similar, so they could be considered to be in the same boat. After a few interactions, they soon became good friends. Now that he saw his brother was about to jump into the fire pit, how could Son Afu not stop him? Huang Debao also knew what Son Afu was thinking. But Huang Debao didn't want to find a way to wealth and fame for himself. He just wanted to change the status quo. As long as I can stop being so half-dead, it doesn't matter whether it gets better or worse, dead or alive. Afu, let's go sign up together and earn our living with our own 2 hands, just like we did before the locust plague. Huang Debao also wanted his only friend to go with him. Every day, he just waits in line to get porridge, and the rest of the time he lies in the dilapidated temple, doing nothing, like a walking corpse. Once a person has no future, he will think about the past. The past was both bitter and sweet. Once you immerse yourself in it, it's hard to wake up again. Son Afu shook his head like a rattle. I'm not leaving. Who knows? That guy might trick me into mining rocks in the mountains, and then throw me into a ravine when I'm exhausted. Listen to me. We'll stay here and not go anywhere. This place is close to the city gate. Let's find an opportunity to sneak into the city. Then we can find some work in the city. Then we can live our lives again, right? Huang Debao's face darkened. Everyone has their own aspirations. He should have known that no one can accompany him forever. Whether it is a close friend or a loving family, they are all just temporary passers-by. Going forward alone is the norm in life. I want to change the way I live, Huang Debao said in a low voice. A refugee in the nearby group poked his head over and said to Huang Debao expectantly, Are you going somewhere else? Then the haystack where you sleep will be empty, right? The refugees all wanted to live in the dilapidated temple. Although the dilapidated temple was damp and stuffy, and there were many people living there was always a sour and smelly smell inside. But there is a tile above your head that covers the sky, which is like a house that can shelter you from wind and rain. After wandering for a long time and lying in the wild, one always feels like a wild beast. Several people in the refugee group were looking at Huang Debao. Are you really going to the village? Not coming back. Then we'll take the hay shop with us, too. They are now sleeping on the wasteland outside the dilapidated temple, waiting for the opportunity to move into the dilapidated temple. Huang Debao grinned. That position is for you. He pointed at the first refugee who asked him a question. The man was overjoyed. Tonight, he, his wife and children would have a place to stay. He called out to a little girl of 7 or 8 outside the line. Yinner, go and help this old man get his luggage. It's in the second shop west of the entrance. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, this good position would be snatched away by someone else. These refugees have become familiar with each other these days. Although they may not be able to call out each other's names, they generally know who sleeps where in the temple. Yinner let out a hey and ran towards the dilapidated temple. The other refugees looked envious and regretted why they didn't speak first. Huang Debao saw that some people had already gathered around Gu Zhouyuan. He waved towards Son Afu and said, I'm leaving now. Take care, Afu. Son Afu wanted to say something, but he opened and closed his mouth again, and finally just said loudly, Take care. What's your name? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the dark-skinned man in front of him and asked. He had already written down 7 or 8 names in his notebook, both male and female. Cultivating your own team is not the same as recruiting soldiers. He doesn't care about gender or age, he only looks at character and temperament. My name is Huang Debao. I'm from Huangli Town. I'm 28 years old, and now I'm the only one left at home. My wife and children are all dead. Huang Debao speaks very fast. When he mentioned his deceased family members, he didn't show any sadness at all, as if he was talking about someone else's family. He was just standing at the back of the line and saw that everyone in front of him was being asked their name, how old they were, where they were from, and how many people were in their family. Huang Debao didn't wait for Gu Zhouyuan to ask more questions. He just gave a general account of his situation. Gu Zhouyuan was a little surprised. If this man wasn't born with a heart of stone, then the pain must have penetrated deep into his heart. When people are most sad, they are often numb and calm. He nodded and asked again, "We in Datong Village don't support idlers. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to sign up to go to Datong Village?" Huang Debao grinned, as if he hadn't laughed for a long time. Ever since his wife and children were all gone, he no longer laughed or cried. The muscles on his face were probably stiff, making the smile look a little ugly. "Think it over and write my name. My name is Huang Debao. I don't know what I can do, but I just want to do something. Anything is fine." Chapter 277 The Sorrow of a Broken Dam. Gu Zhouyuan slowly drove a mule cart along the mountain road, followed by 100 refugees. Among these refugees were men, women, young and old. Gu Zhouyuan did not make any promises to them, only saying that their treatment would be the same as in the porridge stall, 2 bowls of porridge every day. The only difference is that in Datong Village, people have to work to get the porridge. Smart refugees would not choose to come to Datong Village. Some of the refugees behind Gu Zhouyuan now are like Huang Debao, who are alone and want to change the status quo. There are also those who want to take a chance and find a way out. The reasons that led them to sign up vary, but these people have one thing in common. That is, they still want to retain a bit of their dignity. Gu Zhouyuan knew very well that these seemingly stupid people were actually stubborn in their bones. The mountain road was rugged and difficult to travel on, and the mule cart bumped from time to time. Gu Zhouyuan looked back at the refugees, who were staggering and following the mule cart closely, fearing that they would be left behind. "Feng Tongsheng, get on the mule cart." Gu Zhouyuan stopped the mule cart. After only a quarter of an hour of walking, the team had already become very long, and at the end were the elderly, the weak, women and children. Feng Shui was the only educated person among these refugees. He took the imperial examinations for half his life, but only passed the examination as a student. After he turned 50, he accepted his fate and set up a private school in his village to teach the children in the village to read and write. Later, when the village was hit by a disaster, he followed the villagers to escape the famine. Don't ever think that if you pass the examination to become a Tongsheng, you are unlikely to escape famine with the common people. Tongsheng were just scholars who had just entered the imperial examination system. They had not yet obtained formal fame and were not highly recognized by society. Tongsheng had no fixed income and could not enjoy government subsidies for food and clothing, and had to bear taxes and labor service. Even many students from poor backgrounds find it difficult to continue their studies due to financial pressure. In the class division of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, Tongsheng did not have a clear privileged status and had no obvious difference from ordinary people. Of course, people would treat students with more respect than those who did not take the imperial examination. After all, being a Tongsheng is the starting point for taking the imperial examination, and there is a chance to change one's destiny through subsequent examinations. Feng Tongsheng has the pride of a scholar, so naturally he is unwilling to survive by accepting charity from others. But although he was full of pride, his bones were indeed old. It had not been long since they started out of the city. After climbing a slope, he was already panting, and the sound of his breathing was like a broken bellows. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan's words, Huang Debao took a few steps back and walked towards the mule cart with another man, supporting Feng Tongsheng. "Gu, Mr. Gu." Feng Tongsheng stood tremblingly on the mule carriage and greeted Gu Zhouyuan with a gasp. They didn't know how to address Gu Zhouyuan. Calling him Mr. Gu? That's a bit too cheesy. "Mr. Gu? Shopkeeper Gu?" That doesn't seem appropriate either. Later, when they heard the yamen runner who was scooping porridge in the porridge stall called Gu Zhouyuan Mr. Gu, they also started to call Gu Zhouyuan that. The road ahead is still long. "Feng Tongsheng, please get on the mule cart quickly." Gu Zhouyuan supported Feng Tongsheng and put him on the mule cart. "And Xiao Chao, Grandma Gua, Aunt Gao Zulan, you can also get on the mule cart." Gu Zhouyuan shouted to the few people who were at the back of the team. These people were all old, weak, women and children. They were physically weak and not well fed, so they definitely could not last 2 hours on the mountain road. At this point, everyone was no longer reserved. After all, their legs felt like they were filled with lead, and they couldn't afford to be polite. There were 6 people sitting on the mule cart, and 1 person sitting on the front shaft. The refugees exchanged glances with each other. "This Mr. Gu is so kind. They have also seen great philanthropists. Those so-called great philanthropists are very caring towards officials and the people. Once the crowd's gaze drifts away, the enthusiasm of these great philanthropists will cool. This is a desolate mountain area now, and no one will see how we act. So Mr. Gu really treats them as human beings from the bottom of his heart, rather than tools to earn a good reputation for himself. There was a gleam in Huang Debao's eyes, and his intuition told him that he had probably made the right bet this time. The weather is like a child's changeable face. In the morning there were dark clouds overhead, but now the sun is shining brightly in the sky. The afternoon sun was scorching overhead. Gu Zhouyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The mule cart left 2 faint ruts on the mountain road. The team of 100 or so people behind him stretched out like a long snake, and the yellow dust they raised was covered with the sound of coughs one after another. Everyone looked haggard. It had been an hour since they started walking, and the bowl of porridge they had at noon had long been finished. Everyone was trying hard to suppress their hunger and took difficult steps. Let's stop and rest. Gu Zhouyuan pulled the reins and jumped out of the car. He was carried off the mule cart in a basket. Everyone found a spot under the shade of a tree and sat down in groups of 3 or 4 to rest. Huang Debao pulled a few leaves, overlapped them, and fanned his face with them. Gu Zhouyuan took out a sesame cake from his backpack. If these people don't eat something to replenish their energy, I'm afraid few of them will be able to reach Datong village. He first handed a piece to Feng Tongsheng on the mule cart. No, no, no. Before the old man could finish his words, his stomach growled. Didn't they say you have to work before you can have porridge? Why are we already having flatbread before we even get there? Wheat cakes are delicious even if there is no famine. Gu Zhouyuan didn't try to refuse or explain. He stuffed the pancake into Feng Tongsheng's hand and continued to distribute pancakes to other people. Eat some bread, so you can have more strength to continue on your journey. We still have more than half a distance to go. Huang Debao also received a pancake. It was a white flour pancake. One side was baked until golden brown, and some sesame seeds were sprinkled on it, which smelled fragrant. After getting this good thing, he instinctively stuffed it into his arms, wanting to save it for his son and wife. Halfway through stuffing it in, his hand stopped. He no longer has a wife and son. The frozen heart melted, revealing the shocking wound on it. The numb person felt the pain again. Mist slowly rose in Huang Debao's eyes, and the mist gathered more and more in his eyes. Then it gathered into a stream and flowed down the corners of the eyes. The belated heartache is enough to crush me alive. Son, daughter-in-law. Huang Debao knelt on the ground, holding the sesame cake to his chest, and burst into tears. The cries were deafening, and the refugees were hit hard by the sudden outburst of sadness. Some people looked up at the sky and shed tears silently. Someone covered his mouth and cried quietly. Some people bit their sleeves tightly to prevent themselves from crying out loud. The road ahead has been so bumpy. Who among us doesn't have sad past? It's just that everyone keeps their thoughts to themselves. Now Huang Debao has opened a hole in this line of defense, and the 100 people who have suffered, regardless of gender, age, or status, are all crying bitterly. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his eyes and cursed softly. Fuck, why is the wind so strong today? The sand is blowing into my eyes. Chapter 278 Life is like eating cake. A group of unfortunate people with similar experiences gathered together to release the sadness that had been suppressed for a long time. Gu Zhouyuan did not urge or comfort her, but just sat quietly on the mule cart and looked into the distance. The sunlight was broken into pieces by the leaves and fell on his face in dots, as if giving him a layer of golden glow. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Huang Debao ate the pancake in his hand with big mouthfuls. He wanted to be well and ensure that his wife and children also survived. The white flour pancake didn't taste sweet at all. Maybe it was because it was stained with tears, but instead had a light, salty taste. Huang Debao swallowed the biscuit in 3 or 2 bites. He ate too fast, and the biscuit got stuck in his throat, causing him to burp. Gu Zhouyuan handed over a bamboo tube and said, Life is like eating a cake. It's inevitable to choke. Don't panic. Just drink some water and smooth it out. Life will always go on. Huang Debao wiped the remaining moisture from his eyes with his sleeve, took the bamboo tube with both hands, and said to Gu Zhouyuan word by word, Thank you, Mr. Gu. People are so strange. Sometimes loyalty cannot be purchased with 1,000 taels of gold, and sometimes a piece of white bread is all that is needed to make someone fall in love with you. After this simple rest, everyone cheered up and set off again. People who didn't know each other before became familiar with each other after crying together. Everyone supported each other, and their steps became much lighter. When we arrived at Datong village, it was already the hour of you. The sun sets late in the summer. At this time, the sun has not yet fallen into the horizon, but it is blocked by the distant mountains. Its shadow cannot be seen, only its light. Today it was Gu Daju's turn to be on duty in the patrol team. He saw a large group of people walking towards the village from afar. He panicked and blew the whistle early. In this year of famine, so many people from other villages have come to Datong village. I hope they are not bandits coming to steal food. All the patrols were lined up at the intersection. All 90 people were holding axes, staring at the crowd in the distance with murderous eyes. Behind the patrol were the alarmed villagers. Most of these people are young and strong men, holding a variety of tools in their hands. Some held hoes, some held pitchforks, and some held dung shovels. Zhao Goxing, why are you carrying a chamber pot? Wang Degue pinched his nose and looked terrified. I had already eaten dinner and was lying down to sleep when I heard the whistle. My mother said that all the men in the village had taken action and asked me to take my weapons and go to help. Zhao Goxing's old face turned red. No, I can understand that you come to help, but what kind of help are you doing with a chamber pot? Are you going to help me pee? Zhao Dajin expressed his confusion. After saying that, he took 2 steps back, fearing that he would get urine on his body. I was in a hurry to run out, so I picked up something in the house. When I ran out, I saw it was a chamber pot. Zhao Goxing laughed. The chamber pot is good. It hurts when you hit someone on the head. If you can't beat others, just pour urine on yourself. I guarantee those bandits will hold their noses and dare not come near. Zhao Dajin joked. Fuck, after hearing what you said, brother Dajin, this weapon is really useful. It can be used for attack or defense. Erju's expression was exaggerated. Everyone around burst into laughter and tacitly moved away from Zhao Goxing. Although facing a powerful enemy, they did not seem to be too worried. The battle record of Datong village can be checked. The captain of the police teamed up to cause trouble. In the end, some were killed and some were injured. A large group of people were put in jail. Gu Zhouyuan alone picked up more than 20 bandits in the village. Although these achievements were basically achieved by Gu Zhouyuan alone, Datong village is no longer the same Datong village as before. Now the whole village is unprecedentedly united and extremely confident. Hundreds of gentlemen were on high alert. It was just a wave of bandits. Once they came, they wouldn't be able to go back. Xiao Yuan. The crowd was getting closer, and Gu Dedi finally saw clearly that the person sitting on the leading mule cart was Gu Zhouyuan. Other people in the patrol team also saw Gu Zhouyuan. Why did Xiao Yuan bring so many people back? Could he have been kidnapped? Gu Manton asked worriedly. It shouldn't happen. Xiao Yuan's methods are beyond our imagination. Look, he was driving a mule cart. How could bandits kidnap people like this? Gu Mansong analyzed. Fuck, Erju exclaimed. Xiao Yuan, is he going to the county government to collect the reward after catching so many bandits this time? Gu Mansong and Gu Dedi looked at each other and were speechless. That huge crowd looked like there were at least 100 or 80 people. Even if Gu Zhouyuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for him to capture so many bandits alive by himself, right? But they felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a little different. Many people looked at the crowd not far from the village, their eyes gleaming with greed. Some people even started talking about it. Last time, Xiao Yuan captured about 20 bandits and exchanged them for 1,500 taels of silver. This time, he's caught so many, so I'm afraid he'll make an even bigger fortune, right? This is even more profitable than raising pigs. After all, raising pigs requires feeding them, but bandits can feed themselves, just like wild boars in the mountains. We don't have to worry about anything. The key point is that there aren't that many wild boars on the mountain. Where did he find so many bandits? The exclamations were mixed with the sound of sucking teeth. Everyone's words were full of envy and admiration. Gu Mansong was completely stunned. No, how could you actually believe such an outrageous thing? Gu Zhouyuan led the long team and walked slowly. Gu Dedi and the patrol team went forward to meet them. With the afterglow of the sunset, everyone finally saw the members of the team in front. Those people were all pale and thin, and their clothes were tattered. This should be a refugee. Why did Xiao Yuan bring so many refugees back? But everyone was just confused and had no intention of asking questions. Xiao Yuan must have his reasons for doing this. Since when? The people in the village have expressed understanding and support for all of Gu Zhouyuan's actions. It has even reached the point of blind worship. Even Gu Lijing, who was in the crowd, did not feel that his rights were challenged when he saw Gu Zhouyuan leading so many refugees back. He was just thinking about asking Gu Zhouyuan what his plans were later. The two teams met together, and Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded to everyone. The villagers supported these exhausted refugees and walked back to the village together. These are the villagers who were affected by the disaster. Compared with other villages, our Datong village is relatively prosperous. I then spoke to the county magistrate and asked him to resettle 100 disaster victims for the county. As Gu Zhouyuan walked, he spoke to Gu Lijing beside him. Chapter 279, Resettlement in Datong Village. The others who heard it were all startled for a moment, and then began to whisper to each other. The news quickly spread throughout the crowd. It turns out that the plan was to resettle all 100 refugees in Datong Village. My God, how much food do so many people need to eat every day? Where do they sleep at night? But it doesn't matter, Xiao Yuan will definitely find a way. If you can't figure out something, don't think about it. There will be smart people to solve it, and they just need to follow the arrangements. The alarm was lifted and the elderly, women and children in the village all came out of their homes. After hearing about Gu Zhiyuan's big move, everyone followed to watch the fun. Gu Zhiyuan took the victims to the workshop first. There are 3 large and used rooms in the workshop. Most of these people were single men, and Gu Zhiyuan arranged these bachelors into 2 of the rooms. The remaining women and children were placed in another room. Some of them brought luggage and bedding, but most of them only carried a small cloth bag containing all their limited belongings. If anyone has extra straw or reed mats at home, please go back and bring them over. The village head shouted to the crowd. I have 2 straw mats at home. Someone responded immediately. I have one at home too. Some people have already squeezed out of the crowd and ran home to get mats. You just stay here first, and your life will get better day by day, Gu Zhiyuan said. The victims all looked excited. They didn't expect that they could live in the house as soon as they arrived. They thought they would have to find a place to sleep by themselves. They would probably find a big tree or lean against someone's wall, spread some hay, and use their small bundles as pillows to spend the dark night. When the cock crowed at dawn, they would go out to work in exchange for 2 meals of thin porridge a day. Huang Debao looked up at the big house. It was spacious and clean. He actually lived in a house made of blue bricks and tiles. Although it was a bit crowded for 40 people to sleep together, it was much better than sleeping in a dilapidated temple before. There was a ready-made big pot in the workshop, and Lu had already opened the door lock at Gu Zhiyuan's instruction. At this moment, he was making vegetable porridge with Gu Zhaodi and several female workers in the workshop. Cooking porridge takes too much time, so it is more convenient to cook vegetable porridge. Gu Zhiyuan wanted to cultivate his own team, but he didn't want to use any special means to win people's hearts. Just be calm and do things according to his own heart. The aroma of wild vegetable paste soon wafted over. These refugees had been walking on the mountain road for such a long time that they were all tired and hungry. They could still bear it before. After all, they were already used to going hungry. But when they smelled the aroma of food, they felt even hungrier, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another in the room. Mom, I'm so hungry. Can we have something to eat tonight? Xiaoman, who was snuggling beside her mother, raised his head and asked. Xiaoman's mother hugged her daughter and smiled bitterly. Xiaoman, you are hungry, right? Then close your eyes and go to sleep. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. They ate porridge from the porridge stall at noon and got a piece of white flour cake on the way. How can I have dinner when I haven't done any work yet? She and Xiaoman shared a piece of white flour pancake on the way, and now she has another piece left in her bag. She was reluctant to eat it and didn't dare to eat it. When she couldn't hold on any longer, this piece of bread might save her life. As for the hunger she felt now, just as she had told Xiaoman, she would no longer be hungry as long as she fell asleep. After a while, Gu Zhaodi came over and said softly, "It's done." Gu Zhiyuan nodded and said loudly to everyone, "Everyone take your bowls and line up in the next room. Each person will receive a bowl of vegetable porridge." After he finished speaking, he left the room full of dazed victims and went to the other 2 rooms to repeat his words. Mom, there really is food. Xiaoman sat up straight and said with surprise. Xiaoman's mother was full of disbelief. There actually was dinner, and the fragrance just now turned out to be food prepared for them. She was still in a daze when someone next to her took out a bowl from his bag, stood up, and walked outside. She hurriedly took Xiaoman's hand and caught up with the crowd. These people line up at the porridge stall every day. When they see 3 big pots in front of them, they automatically and consciously line up into 3 teams without anyone directing them. Huang Debao and Feng Tongsheng happened to be standing next to each other in the queue. Feng Tongsheng, what kind of work did Mr. Gu ask us to do? What kind of work can be worth this white flour pancake and vegetable porridge in the evening? Huang Debao couldn't understand it, but Feng Tongsheng was a scholar, so he should know. Feng Tongsheng said calmly, "What kind of work does Mr. Guangu want us to do? We have received his kindness, so we will just work as hard as we can tomorrow." Huang Debao thought so and decided to do whatever Mr. Gu asked him to do. As they were talking, they had already lined up in front of the big pot for serving food. Gu Dedi scooped a large spoonful of vegetable paste and poured it into Huang Debao's bowl. The vegetable porridge is much thicker than the thin porridge in the porridge stall, and you can tell at a glance that a lot of corn is added. The steaming vegetable paste is served in a large coarse porcelain bowl. exuding an enticing aroma. Huang Debao took the bowl and couldn't wait to take a sip. The hot paste slid down his throat, warming his stomach and heart. He breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Xiaoman and her mother stood at the back of the line. Xiaoman held her mother's hand tightly and stared at the big pot without blinking. Finally, it was their turn. Xiaoman's mother took the bowl with trembling hands and whispered, "Thank you," to Gu Zhaodi. After receiving the porridge, everyone returned to their own bunks to sleep. Gu Zhouyuan also brought a bowl of vegetable porridge and sat cross-legged on Huang Debao's straw mat. He slurped the vegetable paste along the edge of the bowl. Then he turned to Feng Tongsheng in the shop next to him and asked, "Mr. Feng, how old are you this year?" Feng Tongsheng put the bowl down, bowed slightly, and replied, "I am 55 years old this year. Mr. Gu, just call me by my name. How can I deserve you to call me mister? I'm still strong. I just caught a cold today and haven't fully recovered yet," he added hurriedly. It was as if he was afraid that Gu Zhouyuan would look down on him for being a freeloader. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "Sir, don't think too much. I want you to teach the children in Datong village to read and write." When Feng Tongsheng heard this, his face showed both surprise and nervousness. He loved being a teacher, but he was only a student with little reputation and could only teach a few children in his small village. In the years of disaster and famine, the title of Tongsheng became even less valuable. He was no different from other hungry people fleeing famine, wandering around just for a bite to eat. This time I signed up to come to Datong village simply because I didn't want to accept charity anymore and wanted to rely on my own hands to earn 2 meals a day. But he didn't expect that Mr. Gu actually wanted him to continue teaching. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for thinking highly of me. I will do my best to teach every child well." Feng Tongsheng never thought of politely declining. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity given by Mr. Gu. Chapter 2, 80 Many people infected with cold. Gu Zhouyuan made it clear when he memorized their names that these people possessed a wide variety of skills. Except for Feng Tongsheng, the private school teacher. Some people used to be carpenters in the village, some were good at embroidery, some were bricklayers, and some were good at ironwork. Mr. Gu, Huang Debao finished his vegetable porridge and put the bowl into his bag. "Are we going to open the mountain to quarry?" He still couldn't help but want to ask, not because he was afraid of hardship, but because he was simply curious. Just like in Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, there were people who read novels and were willing to pay to read the ending. "Don't ask if the bowl has not been washed yet." He licked the bowl so clean that it is brighter than if it had been washed with water. "No stone mining," Gu Zhouyuan replied. "We'll start clearing the land and planting it tomorrow. This world is vast and sparsely populated. It takes at least half an hour to walk from one village to another. There are endless wastelands between villages. According to regulations, land reclamation requires the consent of the village and the payment of 200 to 300 when per mu as land purchase fee. However, the villagers generally do not charge money for reclaiming wasteland. The villagers turn a blind eye. After planting for a few years, they have to register with the government and then pay land tax the next year. Of course, due to low productivity, few people are willing to reclaim wasteland. They can't even finish planting all the crops in their families, so why bother reclaiming wasteland? Gu Zhouyuan talked to the head of the village and bought 200 acres of wasteland at a price of 300 yuan per acre. It was just 60 taels of silver, and he didn't even blink. The village head originally didn't want to accept the money, but Gu Zhouyuan insisted on giving it. In the future, there will be more outsiders in the village, and the land will become more and more valuable, so it is safer to follow the rules. Reclaim the land. All the disaster victims in the room were very surprised. In this year of great famine, everyone else was abandoning the land. So why did Mr. Gu still want to reclaim the land? If no crops grow in the fields, you will still have to pay land taxes next year. Although they didn't understand, they were very happy. It's not about opening mountains, moving stones, or doing any dangerous work. It's just about farming. Farming is the most familiar job for them. Have a good rest today and gather outside the workshop tomorrow morning. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said. When they returned home, the whole family was chatting in Gu Zhouyuan's yard. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming back, old Mrs. Gu hurriedly pulled him over to sit down. "Xiaoyuan, there are no outsiders here now. Tell Grandma what your plans are. Why did you bring so many refugees back from outside? I heard from your village head grandfather that you bought 200 mu of wasteland and wanted these refugees to help you reclaim it. If you want to open up the wasteland, that's fine. Why don't our family members help you? If it's not enough, there are plenty of people in the village. How much money will it cost to support these 100 people?" Old Mrs. Gu had wanted to ask for a long time, but there were so many people around that she hadn't found a chance. Naturally, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't tell his grandmother his true plan, so he had to find an excuse to get away with it. "Grandma, I have hired over 80 people to work in my workshop. How much silver do I get paid per day? Mrs. Gu was stunned. She didn't know why Gu Zhouyuan suddenly asked this, but she still answered, more than 2 taels of silver. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, these 100 disaster victims I brought here don't need any wages for their work. Just provide them with 2 meals a day. Mrs. Gu suddenly realized that she could save 2 taels of silver a day. Also do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Otherwise, my eldest grandson would be able to make a lot of money, and I, an old lady from the countryside, would not be able to see the twists and turns in between. Gu Dedi asked, are all the 200 acres of wasteland that have been reclaimed going to be used to grow cassava? We'll talk about it later. If your experimental fields are not enough, you can use these wastelands. Gu Zhouyuan replied, you can just buy good farmland. It won't cost much more, and you don't have to maintain the land. His main purpose now is to give these refugees jobs to do, and he doesn't care too much about how much harvest the land can produce. Guda nodded in agreement. Xiaoyuan, your Uncle Kai caught a cold a few days ago. Dr. Wei prescribed some medicine for him, but he didn't get better after taking it for a few days. Gu Mansong hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. It is normal for people to have headaches and fevers after eating whole grains. Besides, Xiaoyuan is not a doctor, so there is no point in telling him about this. But today he heard some people chatting at the construction site, saying that Gu Yotsai's whole family was infected with the disease. There were quite a lot of people asking for leave these days. When he asked, he found out that it was not because he had caught a cold. It means someone in the family is sick and needs care. Later, most of the people who took care of the patients also developed symptoms of fever and cough. He asked Dr. Wei, who said that colds can be life-threatening and there was nothing to be alarmed about. But he just felt uneasy. Gu Zhouyuan was now the backbone of the family, so he wanted to talk to Gu Zhouyuan and hear Xiaoyuan's opinion. He recounted the incident in detail. No one else in the room thought anything was wrong. After all, Dr. Wei was right. A cold was just a minor illness. Everyone knew it was contagious, so it was no big deal. But some people's expressions changed slightly. One is Xiaoxi. His sister almost lost her life because of a cold. There is also Mr. Gu. He is old and has seen and heard many things. He knows that a major disaster will be followed by a major epidemic. However, post-disaster epidemics are generally acute diseases such as cholera, and the symptoms begin with diarrhea and then vomiting. I have never heard of cold being an epidemic disease. Maybe he was overthinking it. Gu Zhouyuan, however, looked solemn. The cold in the disaster year might not be a cold, but typhoid fever. That's a plague. The reason why typhoid fever is not taken seriously is that this disease is sometimes confused with wind cold. Colds and flu are common diseases, which makes it difficult for people to associate them with epidemics at first glance. Typhoid fever is different from cholera and malaria. During the disaster year, social order was in chaos. Garbage and feces could not be cleaned up in time, which polluted the water source and provided a living environment for Vibrio cholerae. Moreover, in order to survive, people will migrate on a large scale, and the frequent population movement will cause cholera to spread quickly to new areas and expand the scope of infection. The affected people are often concentrated in temporary resettlement sites with small living spaces, poor ventilation, and close contact between people, which increases the chances of cholera spreading. Disasters are often accompanied by cholera, but there is no necessary causal relationship between colds and disasters. Therefore, in disaster years, people often only guard against cholera and malaria, and once they find that many people have diarrhea, they will report it to the authorities. People are much less vigilant about colds. Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice, Uncle, come with me to find the village head, Grandpa Air. Chapter 281 The Worst Result. Seeing his solemn expression, everyone was also startled. Old Master Gu swallowed his saliva. Could it be that things were really as he had just thought? Xiaoyuan, are you suspecting? He asked tentatively, the plague? Everyone in the yard gasped, as they were naturally aware of the plague's notoriety. Even the youngest, Xiaowu, was influenced by others and pursed his lips tightly, not even daring to breathe loudly. Gu Zhouyuan forced a smile and said, Don't panic. We're not sure what the situation is yet. I'm going to ask Uncle Yu Kai about the situation first. Call the village head and second grandpa to come along. He added, if this cold really develops into an epidemic, the whole village will have to take action together, and the village head will have to give the order at that time. I'm going to. Gu Dedi stood up and stood next to Gu Zhouyuan. Second brother, just wait for me at home, and second uncle will come with me. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. No matter how many people go, it will be useless. If it is really an epidemic, there will be a risk of infection if they go. If he accidentally gets pregnant, there still needs to be a man to support the family. When he reached the gate of the courtyard, he asked Gu Mansong to wait for him for a while. He turned back and went into the house to get a mask. I also gave one to everyone in the hospital. Everyone looked at the strange piece of cloth in their hands, all confused. What is this? It has 2 straps. Erju pulled the ear straps of the mask and asked curiously. This is called a mask. You all need to wear it. It can protect you from diseases and prevent infection to a certain extent. Gu Zhouyuan explained briefly. Gu Zhouyuan often does some weird things, and the Gu family has become accustomed to it. Gu Zhaodi is very good at needlework. She held the mask in front of her eyes, looked at it over and over again, gently stroking the thin non-woven fabric with her fingers, and frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, what is this? I've never seen such a material before. It's so thin and light, yet it can resist the plague? It's really bizarre. He brought the mask close to his nose and sniffed it, but there was no special smell. Gu Zhouyuan demonstrated to everyone, putting the mask on his face while explaining. Sidon followed Gu Zhouyuan's example and covered his nose and mouth with a mask. He has a small face, most of which is covered by the mask, leaving only a pair of rolling eyes exposed. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help laughing. He went into the house again, took out a few children's masks and handed them to Sidon. Xiaoxi and Sanyu also received one each. Gu Zhouyuan squatted down and put the mask on Xiaowu. Is my sister-in-law at home? Gu Zhouyuan looked around and did not see his sister-in-law Chao Huinyang. Dazhu said, Huinyang is at home taking care of the child. The child is young and it is easy for him to get bumped into outside at night. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Children, try to stay at home and don't go out. Regardless of whether it is an epidemic or not, the cold will always pass through people, and it will be troublesome if the child catches it. Children have relatively weak resistance, and if they have a fever, their brains can easily be damaged. Dazhu nodded quickly to show that he understood. Seeing that everyone was wearing masks, Gu Zhouyuan felt as if he was back in 2020. He gave a few more instructions and walked towards the village headman's house with Gu Mansong. Gu Lijing had just laid down when he was woken up by Gu Zhouyuan knocking on the door. After hearing Gu Zhouyuan express his concerns, Gu Lijing's heart sank. What Gu Zhouyuan said now was even more important in his heart than what the county magistrate said. He pulled up the heels of his slippers and hurried out with Gu Zhouyuan. When they arrived at Gu Yotsai's house, the village head knocked on the door. Gu Yukai has a total of 5 children. The eldest and the third are daughters and are both married. The one who opened the door was the 4th brother, Gu Xiaomai. When she saw several people outside the door, she was obviously stunned. 2 of the 3 men were wearing strange masks. If she hadn't recognized the other one as the village head, she would have screamed. Second grandpa, she called out. Gu Zhouyuan pointed at Gu Mansong and said, he is your uncle Mansong, and I am your 3rd brother Gu Zhouyuan. Although Gu Xiaomai was puzzled as to why 3rd brother and Uncle Mansong were dressed like this, she still called out, Uncle Mansong, 3rd brother. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, are you just going to leave us standing at the gate? Gu Xiaomai's face turned red. She was so curious that she forgot that she was blocking someone at the door. She quickly stepped aside and let Gu Zhouyuan and the others in. As they walked in, Gu Zhouyuan also took out a mask and helped Gu Lijing put it on. In fact, typhoid fever is mainly transmitted through the fecal-oral route. The survival ability of typhoid bacteria in the external environment is relatively limited. It survives in the air for a short time, and it is difficult to remain active and infectious for a long time in droplets. Compared with pathogens that spread through droplets, such as influenza virus, the risk of typhoid bacteria spreading through the air is much lower. However, Gu Zhouyuan was still not sure whether this small-scale infectious disease was typhoid fever. So it never hurts to take extra precautions. Where is your father? The village head asked straight to the point. Gu Xiaomai pointed to a room in the east and said, father and mother are both sick and sleeping in that room. My eldest brother and his wife also caught a cold and are sleeping in that room. She pointed to a room to the west. What about you? Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Zhouyuan asked, bending down. No, Gu Xiaomai shook her head. Duzi and I are not sick. Anin is also fine. They both sleep with me now. Duzi is Gu Yotsai's youngest son, and Anin is Gu Yotsai's eldest grandson. The village head breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the disease was not that contagious. It was probably just a common cold, otherwise only half of the family would fall ill. However, Gu Zhouyuan did not let his guard down. The typhoid virus would not necessarily be transmitted through contact. Sometimes it also depends on the individual's physical condition and immunity. No matter how severe the plague is, there will always be survivors. Otherwise, if an epidemic strikes, humans will be completely extinct. Gu Xiaomai went to knock on Gu Yotsai's door. Then they waited outside for a while, and Gu Xiaomai called them in. After entering the room, Gu Yukai was leaning against the head of the bed. His wife was lying on the bed with a cloth on her forehead, looking weak and powerless. Uncle Village Head is here, Xiao Yuan's warehouse is full, Gu Yukai said with all his strength. Gu Lijing was not in the mood for small talk, so he went straight to the point and told Gu Zhouyuan what he was worried about. Gu Yukai was terrified and surprised. No way. Dr. Wei said I just caught a cold. I just need to take some medicine and lie down for a few days, and I'll be fine. Typhoid fever can be fatal, and once it kills, a large number of people will die. Gu Zhouyuan walked forward and saw Gu Youcai's exposed arm, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Seeing this, the village head asked in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, have you figured out what's going on? There are several light red maculopapules on Gu Youcai's arms. This is a typical roseola, a symptom that only occurs in the middle stage of typhoid fever. Chapter 282 is typhoid. Gu Zhouyuan put on rubber gloves. There is no time to reveal the secret at this moment. Anyway, the villagers would just think that these things they had never seen before were fun stuff that Gu Zhouyuan brought from the capital. Gu Zhouyuan pressed the red dot on Gu Youcai's arm. Fades when pressed. Combined with all the current signs, Gu Zhouyuan came to the conclusion he least wanted to see. It was definitely typhoid fever. He sighed softly. 9 out of 10 it's typhoid fever. The glimmer of hope in the headman's heart was shattered, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. It really is typhoid fever. Many people in the village have been infected with the disease. The so-called colds these days are actually typhoid fever. Typhoid fever in the disaster year has another terrifying name, plague. The locust plague 17 years ago only caused people to starve to death and did not cause any major epidemic. But he had experienced the plague in his youth. But the plague that time was cholera. The village at that time was no different from hell on earth. At the beginning, people died every day, and funeral processions never stopped from morning to night. Later on, the village stopped holding funerals because so many people died. There were not enough coffins, so they could only wrap the body in straw mats and bury it in a hasty pit. Later on, they didn't even bury him. People lying everywhere on the roadside, some dead and some alive. The clothes of these people, and even the ground around them, were covered with spurting slop-like excrement. The air was filled with a sickening, sour odor. Thinking of the horrific scene at that time, Gu Lijing couldn't help but feel a chill in his spine. He held on to the cabinet beside him to keep his balance, beads of sweat rolling down the wrinkles on his face. Uncle Yukai, think carefully. Before you got sick, did you have contact with anyone? Sick people from other villages? Gu Zhouyuan asked. The village has been in a semi-closed state recently, and the refugees only entered the village today. Xiaowu was brought to Datong village when he was sick, and his symptoms were similar. But Xiaowu has never had any contact with Gu Yukai. Besides, none of his family members were infected by Xiaowu, which proved that Xiaowu probably just had a common heat-related cold. That's so strange. Where did the typhoid bacteria come from? The source of infection should be able to be found out from Gu Yukai. Gu Yukai was so scared that he was stunned. It was only after Gu Zhouyuan asked him twice that he came to his senses. He tried to recall, and after a while he said, I left the village 10 days ago. That day, Demai Nyang wanted to go back to her parents' home, so I took her with me in an ox cart. The villagers have been working for you lately and have some extra money. Some of them saw me driving an ox cart and asked me to take them to the city to buy some things. Demai's grandmother's home is not far from the county town. I thought it would be convenient for us to go there, so I took her along. Gu Yukai coughed 3 times every time he spoke a sentence, and he started his story from the time he left the village. I've been talking for a long time, but still haven't gotten to the point. Gu Lijing was already impatient. He frowned and said, skip this part and tell me what's useful. Gu Yukai choked, collected his thoughts, and continued. We agreed on a time in advance, and they still rode my ox cart when they came back. I met 2 refugees on the road. They said they wanted to go to Daegu and asked me to give them a ride. I saw that the 2 men were so sick that they couldn't even walk. They looked really pitiful, so I took them with me. Hearing this, Gu Zhouyuan asked, they just sat for a while? Didn't anything else happen in the meantime? Typhoid bacteria can be transmitted through various channels, including water, food, contact, and flies. Although these transmission routes are difficult to completely avoid in daily life, the fact that one can be infected simply by riding in a bullock cart means that the typhoid fever this time is unprecedentedly contagious. Nothing much, Gu Yukai recalled. They got off the bus when we got to Daegu. Gu Youcai's wife opened her eyes slightly and panted as she said, those 2 people said they were thirsty on the road. There was a kettle on the ox cart, so Gu Yukai poured water in a bowl for them to drink. Gu Youcai's face changed, and he also remembered, there is still a long mountain road behind, and the weather is hot. Several people also took bowls to pour water to drink. Now that I think about it, the first people to get sick were the ones riding the ox cart that day. The headman clenched his hands tightly around the corner of the cabinet, his face pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over. The plague has been lurking in the village for so many days, it's too late." Life in Datong village had just started to get better, so how could something like this happen? The coughs of Gu Yukai and his wife were particularly harsh in the silent room. Second Grandpa, the village must be sealed off immediately. Gu Zhouyuan took off his gloves. The oil lamp shone on his face, flickering and making it impossible to see his expression. All patients must be isolated in a centralized location, Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. The village head is now at a loss. Although he is nearly 60 years old, he can't think of any way to deal with this notorious plague. Now that Gu Zhouyuan had spoken, he nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I'll go and ring the gong." Gu Zhouyuan stopped him and said, "Don't ring the gong. People can't gather together at this time. Send someone to notify every household." Gu Lijing thought so too. "Second uncle, please go and call Dr. Wei for me." Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and said, "Dr. Wei is the only doctor in the village. Although his skills are limited, his help is indispensable in the prevention and control of this epidemic." Gu Monsong responded and hurried out with the village head. "Uncle Yukai, how do you feel now?" Gu Zhouyuan suddenly found that Gu Yotsai's face became a little dull and his eyes were lifeless. Gu Yotsai's reaction was very strange. After a long while, he slowly looked at Gu Zhouyuan and shook his head gently. Gu Zhouyuan quickly took out the barefoot doctor manual in the mall. He bought it when he treated Xiaowu last time and had kept it in the sales area. He quickly turned to the page about typhoid treatment. The description of the extreme stage symptoms of typhoid fever includes apathy and slow reaction, which exactly matches Gu Yotsai's symptoms. "Aunt Yukai? Aunt Yukai." Gu Zhouyuan saw that Gu Yotsai's wife had her eyes closed, not knowing whether she was asleep or unconscious, so he shouted loudly. No response received. "Xiaomi," Gu Zhouyuan shouted outside. Gu Xiaomai came in hurriedly. "Help me wake up your mother." Gu Zhouyuan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Although he has been studying the Barefoot Doctor Manual in his spare time, his current level is not even as good as that of a barefoot doctor. "Mother, mother." Gu Xiaomai shook her mother's body, but couldn't wake her up. "Dad, dad." She turned around and pushed Gu Yukai, her voice already filled with tears. "Why hasn't Dr. Wei come yet?" Gu Zhouyuan looked anxiously at the door. However, he also knew that even with Dr. Wei's medical skills, he probably wouldn't be able to cure such an emergency. He opened the Barefoot Doctor's Manual in his hand again. Chapter 283 2 Prescriptions. "Woo-woo. Dad, Mom. Wake up. Woo-woo." Gu Xiaomai cried while shaking her parents, trying to wake them up. "Xiaomi, please stand aside. I have read an ancient first aid recipe in a book. Let me try it," Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. Gu Xiaomai wiped away her tears, quickly stood up and stood aside, giving up her seat. "Well," Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, "Turn around. My secret life-saving method cannot be seen by others. If they see it, it will not work." Although Aunt Yukai is his elder, she is a woman after all, so he naturally has to be cautious. The presence of wheat can save a lot of trouble. Everyone in the village knows about third brother Gu's abilities. Now that third brother says he wants to save her parents, there is no reason for her not to obey. She immediately turned around and closed her eyes tightly, fearing that it would affect her third brother's secret technique. Gu Zhouyuan bought levofloxacin injections from the mall and gave Gu Yukai and his wife an injection each. Injectable quinolones are suitable for patients with severe conditions, poor absorption of oral drugs, or the need to quickly achieve effective blood drug concentrations. Especially when typhoid patients have severe infections, sepsis, etc., injection can enable the drug to quickly enter the blood circulation, quickly exert antibacterial effects, and effectively control the disease. Gu Zhouyuan remembered what was written in the book. Ancient people did not abuse antibiotics, so injected antibiotics were often very effective. After the injection, Gu Zhouyuan quickly put the thing in his arms. "Xiaomi, you can turn around now. He has done everything he can, and the rest depends on God." Gu Xiaomai slowly turned around and looked at her parents who were still sleeping on the bed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and sob again. "Don't worry, I've already treated him. It will take some time for the medicine to take effect," Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. While comforting Gu Xiaomai, he was also cheering himself up. After a while, I heard footsteps outside. It was Gu Monsong who invited Dr. Wei over. "Xiaoyuan." Dr. Wei put the medicine box on the table and said hurriedly, "I heard someone say that you think these people in the village are suffering from typhoid fever?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "That's right." "That's impossible," Dr. Wei frowned. "He has chills and a fever without sweating. Wind and cold bind the exterior, the Wei Yang is suppressed, and the skin loses its warmth, leading to aversion to cold. The wind and cold invade the skin, disrupting the body's defensive qi and blocking the pores. This prevents sweat from being discharged normally, leading to an inability to sweat. These are undoubtedly the symptoms of a cold. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and said, "Aren't these also symptoms of typhoid fever?" Dr. Wei was stunned. It is sometimes difficult to distinguish between typhoid fever and cold. Then how can you conclude that Gu Yukai has typhoid fever and not a cold? Dr. Wei asked doubtfully. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Gu Yotsai's arm and pointed at the small, pale red maculopapular rash on it, and said, "This is a typical Rosella typhi. In fact, there is no such thing as rose fever typhoid in traditional Chinese medicine in this world, but Dr. Wei still understood it. Because this red rash is indeed a clear characteristic of typhoid fever." He swallowed, put his fingers on Gu Yotsai's wrist, and felt his pulse carefully. His face looked worse and worse. He leaned over and touched Gu Yotsai's forehead, then lifted up Gu Yotsai's eyelids, and took a look, then sighed. "How's it going? How's my dad?" Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Xiaomai spoke at the same time. Dr. Wei shook his head. "He is very weak and on the verge of death. There is no way to save him." Gu Xiaomai could no longer stand, and her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Gu Zhouyuan was quick to support her. "Don't worry," he said soothingly. "I just gave them the medicine. It will take a while for it to take effect." Gu Xiaomai seemed to have grasped the last straw. She grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's sleeve tightly with her backhand, and hope flashed again in her desperate eyes. "Third brother." She only called out once, but Gu Zhouyuan knew what she meant. He nodded towards the little girl, and his comfort turned into a promise. "I've traveled through time, so I'm probably the protagonist of this world, right? This time, I should still have the protagonist's halo, right?" Gu Zhouyuan chuckled in his heart to relieve himself of the pressure. "By the way, Xiaomai's brother and sister-in-law are also sick. Please ask Dr. Wei to come with me to see them." Gu Zhouyuan suddenly remembered that there were more than just these two patients in this family. "Xiaomi, run and knock on the door and tell them that Dr. Wei is here to see them." Gu Zhouyuan said again. Gu Xiaomai, now comforted by her third brother, has regained her strength. She nodded and walked outside. "Uncle, please stay here and keep an eye on it for me. Call me if anything happens," Gu Zhouyuan instructed. "Okay, I understand." Gu Monsong nodded. Gu Zhouyuan and the other person waited in the yard for a while, and then saw the door was opened. When I entered the room, Gu Gaoliang and his wife were already leaning against the head of the bed. Perhaps because they had not been sick for long, or perhaps because they were young and strong, both of them looked in good spirits. "Xiao Yuan." Gu Gaoliang nodded to Dr. Wei, and then saw Gu Zhouyuan behind him. He was very surprised and didn't know why Gu Zhouyuan came so late. Just now, Xiaomai came in and only said that Dr. Wei came to see him. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said nothing. Dr. Wei stepped forward and took the pulse of both men. High fever, no sweat on the body surface, floating and tight pulse. The pulse manifestations of cold evil on the surface and healthy energy resisting the evil from the outside. Dr. Wei pondered. He has now corrected the diagnosis and prescribed the medicine according to typhoid fever. Dried ginger, astragalus, ginseng, jujube. He listed many names of medicines. When Gu Zhouyuan heard this, he found that they were all Chinese herbal medicines that induce sweating. Well, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but say, "I've read 2 ancient prescriptions in a book. Dr. Wei, would you like to hear them?" The prescription requires the use of ginseng, which is not very cost-effective. The key point is that there are still many patients in the village who cannot tolerate this prescription, and it will be difficult to use it on a large scale in the future. Dr. Wei nodded repeatedly. No doctor in the world could resist the temptation of the word ancient prescription. My prescription is called Manhwa Tang. It consists of ephedra, cinnamon twig, apricot kernel, and roasted licorice root. The other one is called Guggen decoction, which contains kudzu root, ephedra, cinnamon twig, peony root, licorice, ginger, and jujube. He explained the dosage and cooking methods of the medicine according to what was written in the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Ma Huang Tang and Gu Jin Tang both come from treatise on febrile diseases and are classic prescriptions in traditional Chinese medicine. Both prescriptions have the effect of inducing sweating and relieving exterior symptoms, and can be used to treat exterior symptoms of typhoid fever. Ma Huang decoction is mainly used to induce sweating and relieve asthma, and is mainly used to treat asthma and cough caused by typhoid fever. Gu Jin Tang is mainly used to relax muscles and tendons, and is mainly used to treat external symptoms of typhoid fever accompanied by stiffness and pain in the neck and back. Dr. Wei's eyes lit up. He was a professional doctor, and he knew the 2 prescriptions were excellent as soon as he heard them. Among them, the monarch, ministers, assistants, and envoys, and the combination and coordination are all excellent. much better than the existing prescriptions in Xinglin. Chapter 284 The Power of Antibiotics. It's a pity that I didn't get this prescription earlier, otherwise. Dr. Wei thought of Gu Yukai and his wife in the other room, and the joy that had just risen up in his heart was immediately suppressed. I'm with Uncle Yukai, Gu Zhuoyuan said. Dr. Wei raised his eyebrows, and thinking of Gu Zhuoyuan's various magical powers, he tried to relax. He memorized the prescription firmly in his mind, and happily went home to get the medicine according to the prescription. Gu Zhuoyuan was still a little worried. Typhoid fever would be fine under normal circumstances, but this was a year of great disaster, so he had to be vigilant. He flipped through the barefoot doctor manual in his hand to confirm that antibiotics could be taken with Chinese medicine. He took out a handful of levofloxacin tablets and handed them to Gu Gaoliang. This is a miracle medicine that I asked a friend to get from outside. It is very effective in treating typhoid fever, Gu Zhuoyuan said. We still need a wave of antibiotics to put an end to the arrogance of the cold bacillus in this world. Gu Gaoliang was still a little dazed when his wife pushed him and said, Xiao Yuan is talking to you. Hurry up and continue. Everyone in the village knew that Gu Zhiyuan's mysterious friend was an extremely powerful person, and the things he got were naturally good things. Didn't you hear how Xiao Yuan described it? A miracle drug. Gu Gaoliang quickly took it and said, Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Take one pill twice a day. Try it for 7 days first. Gu Zhuoyuan said. Oh no, Gu Zhuoyuan thought for a moment and said, Just take it for 3 days? Just 2 pills. When antibiotics first appeared in this world, their power must have been astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that the effect of the medicine is immediate. Not long after, I heard Gu Dedi shouting, Xiao Yuan, Uncle Yukai and Aunt Yukai are awake. Gu Zhuoyuan ran outside. Gu Xiaomai was overjoyed and was about to follow him out when he was stopped by the confused Gu Gaoliang. What's going on? What happened to my father and mother? Gu Gaoliang asked anxiously. Gu Xiaomai patiently recounted what had just happened. Gu Gaoliang and the other man were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't expect that their parents almost died from the yin and yang just now. Fortunately, there is Gu Zhuoyuan. Gu Gaoliang struggled to get up and went to see how his parents were doing. When he saw the white pills in his hand again, his heart trembled. He quickly turned over and found a small sandalwood box under the straw on the bed. The box contained his treasured sliced deer antlers, which he casually dumped beside the bed. Then he carefully put the white pill into the box. There are 28 pills in total. This is a life-saving miracle drug, and each one is a treasure. Gu Zhuoyuan arrived at Gu Youtsai's room and saw Gu Yukai talking to Gu Da. Although he was still a little depressed, he was already conscious. Aunt Kai, who was standing next to her, had also woken up. This antibiotic is really amazing, and it works incredibly quickly when injected into the muscle. Gu Zhuoyuan breathed a sigh of relief. When this epidemic hit, he finally had some confidence that at least it would not develop into an uncontrollable plague. Gu Gaoliang and his wife came in supporting each other, and Gu Xiaomai stood on the other side of his sister-in-law to support her. When Gu Xiaomai saw her parents waking up, she burst into tears. Gu Youtsai's wife panted slightly and said angrily, You silly girl, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying here? Mother, you know? You almost died, Gu Xiaomai said with a pout. Gu Youtsai's wife's face darkened, and she cursed. You silly girl. Even if I was a little mean to you on a normal day, you wouldn't curse me like this. Gu Yukai nudged his wife and asked, What's going on? Gu Youtsai's wife fell asleep directly. Gu Yukai was different. He seemed to remember that he felt dizzy and his head was heavy at the end, and he couldn't remember anything afterwards. Combined with Xiaomai's current reaction, he intuitively felt that something must have happened just now. Gu Xiaomai repeated what happened before. Gu Yukai was stunned. It turned out that they had just been sentenced to death by Dr. Wei. He and his wife were pulled back from the brink of death by Gu Zhuoyuan. Gu Youtsai's wife swallowed her saliva. Her face turned pale and then red. She was almost unable to wake up again. If the two of them were gone, how would Duzi and the others survive? She turned to look at Gu Zhuoyuan, her eyes full of gratitude. It can be said that Gu Yukai witnessed Gu Zhuoyuan's transformation. It was he and Gu Mansong who accompanied Gu Zhuoyuan when he went to the city to sell pork for the first time. Gu Zhuoyuan is quick-witted, courageous, and ruthless, but no one expected that Gu Zhuoyuan also has such superb medical skills. He has always admired his nephew, and now he is even more grateful to him. Gu Zhuoyuan couldn't stand this kind of scene. He coughed and changed the subject. Although Uncle Yukai and Aunt Yukai are out of danger now, their condition still needs to be consolidated. Then he took out some levofloxacin tablets and explained the usage and dosage in detail. He also told them to increase their nutrition and get enough rest. Then he said goodbye and left with Gu Mansong. He went back home first. I want to get some isatis root for my family to drink to prevent typhoid fever. But then he laughed at himself again. I've read too many articles on tomato.com. So how could I believe that isatis root can cure all diseases? The only thing that can truly and effectively prevent typhoid fever is the typhoid vaccine. For example, the typhoid 6 polysaccharide vaccine and the typhoid and paratyphoid A and B triple vaccine. One injection can last for several years. However, it takes time for the vaccine to produce antibodies, and it is already too late. There is no shortcut. Let your family eat and drink well, exercise more, and enhance their immunity. If all else fails, you still have antibiotics. Since the epidemic has already occurred, it is natural to control and isolate it. I can no longer run around like I used to. People in the village like to visit each other. During mealtime, some people can run across half the village with their bowls in hand. The construction side of the house must be stopped, and the soap workshop must also stop working tomorrow. Gu Zhouyuan said with a serious face. Have you shut down all the workshops? Although she guessed that the matter was a bit serious, Mrs. Gu still couldn't help asking. She knew the profit margin of soap and toilet soap. How much money would be lost if the production stopped? Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Stop everything. Also, put the sugar water at the entrance of the village. No one from outside the village is allowed to enter the village. Water must be boiled before drinking, and vegetables and fruits are not allowed to be eaten raw. Be sure to wash your hands before eating and after using the toilet. I'll get you some medicated soap later. Chapter 285. Sent to the Ancestral Hall for Settlement. Gu Zhouyuan bought medicated soap from the mall and distributed it to everyone. He was demonstrating this 7-step hand-washing method to everyone when Manhwa's anxious voice came from outside the yard. Xiao Yuan, something bad has happened. Chunsheng has a fever and has been talking nonsense. He went to see Dr. Wei, and he asked me to come and get you. Zhu, who was near the gate, quickly turned around and opened it. Hu Lanhua was sweating profusely, supporting her knees with her hands and breathing heavily. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the backpack and rushed out. As he ran out, he shouted, Second uncle, go gather the patrol team. If you find anyone with a fever in their home, gather them all at the Gu family ancestral hall. In fact, he had thought about isolating the infected people in the workshop, but there were already hundreds of disaster victims living in the workshop. The ancestral hall is quite spacious and suitable as an isolation area. Old Master Gu wanted to say something, but Gu Zhouyuan had already walked away. The Gu family ancestral hall is where our ancestors placed their spirit tablets. How can we bring a sick person there? Old Man Gu said anxiously. Old Madam Gu snorted coldly. Precisely because that place is full of the spirit tablets of our ancestors. We must send them to the ancestral hall so that our ancestors can appear and save us, their descendants. Outside, the sound of whistles tore through the darkness. The patrolmen were each responsible for an area, shouting. Anyone with a fever or rash must be reported immediately by their families and sent to the Gu family ancestral hall. Anyone who conceals the truth will be expelled from Datong village and will be responsible for their own life and death. I want to go and see the victims in the workshop. They have been fleeing from famine and are more likely to contract diseases. Gu Dedi said in a deep voice. Zhu slapped his thigh and said, I'll go with you. I saw several refugees today who looked very sick and kept coughing. I thought they were hungry, but now I think they must have contracted an illness. You two should put on your masks. Sun shouted from behind. No. Gu Zhouyuan rushed to Widow Luo's house. That time he entered the house to save someone, but was blocked by Mrs. Hu and caught in adultery. There are 4 people in the room this time, 2 adults and 2 children, so there shouldn't be any gossip. When he entered the house, he realized that he had worried too much. Dr. Wei was boiling medicine in the yard. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming, his face lit up with joy and he stood up quickly. Xiao Yuan, you're here. Come in and see the patient. Gu Zhouyuan gave him 2 ancient prescriptions and saved Gu Yukai and his wife from the brink of death, which made Dr. Wei full of admiration for Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan walked into the room and saw Luo Huyu holding Chuanqing's little hand, her face full of anxiety. Mrs. Luo, please move aside and let me see Chunqing, Gu Zhouyuan said. As soon as Luo Huyu saw Gu Zhouyuan coming, she felt like she had found her backbone, and her panicked heart calmed down a lot. Xiao Yuan, please save Chunqing, she pleaded softly. Gu Zhouyuan didn't answer. He touched Chuanqing's forehead and felt a severe fever. She was talking nonsense just now, and now she has fallen asleep again. Luo Huiyu's voice was soft, probably because she was afraid of affecting Gu Zhouyuan's diagnosis. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Sister-in-law, go get me a bowl of warm water. After the water was brought, Gu Zhouyuan fed Chunqing Motrin and levofloxacin. Then, Under Luo Huiyu's expectant gaze, he nodded and said, I gave her some medicine. It will take effect in a while. Luo Huiyu stared at Gu Zhouyuan in a daze. Xiao Yuan saved their family again, and she no longer knew how to repay this kindness in her life. This young man seemed to be sent by God to save her. Whenever she was in desperate situation, he would reach out and pull her out of the abyss. No, she suddenly came to her senses. Xiao Yuan hadn't come here specifically to save her. Manhwa and Xiao Zhao beside her. Which one of them hadn't received Xiao Yuan's kindness? She sniffed hard and said to Gu Zhouyuan in a trembling voice, Xiao Yuan, I really don't know how to thank you. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, Sister-in-law, don't say such things. We are all from the same village and should help each other. Besides, Chunxing is a well-behaved and sensible little girl. I like her very much. Xiao Yuan, you're sweating all over. Drink some water quickly. Yang Lanhua brought over a bowl of tea. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously, Dr. Wei should have told you that Chunxing's illness is not a cold, but typhoid fever. Typhoid fever is an epidemic disease. If it spreads, it becomes a plague. He noticed that several people's expressions had become serious and continued. You should have heard what the patrol team shouted outside just now. If there are patients with fever at home, they should be sent to the ancestral hall for collective care to avoid passing the disease on to other family members. Widow Luo's face showed a struggle. Her daughter was seriously ill and was only 5 years old. How could she let her daughter live in the ancestral hall alone? But soon her expression became firm. Xiao Yuan must be right. He will never harm us mother and daughter. Also, all the dishes, clothes, and bedding at home need to be boiled in hot water. Water must be boiled before drinking, and hands must be washed before meals and after use. Gu Zhouyuan mentioned a lot of things to pay attention to. Finally, he took out 4 bars of medicated soap from the backpack and placed them on the table. From now on, wash your hands with this medicated soap. It contains herbs that prevent disease. Hulanhua was shocked. It had been rumored in the workshop these days that soap was sold for 1 tael of silver per piece. This medicinal soap that can prevent plague is definitely more expensive than perfumed soap. In other words, these 4 pieces of medicated soap are worth at least 4 taels of silver. Xiao Yuan gave it away as he said, but this made her a little hesitant to accept it. This was more than 4 taels of silver. Luo Huiyu accepted Gu Zhouyuan's gift with grace. After all, she already owed Xiao Yuan enough, so a little more wouldn't be a big deal. At this moment, Chunxing let out a moan and slowly opened his eyes. Luo Huiyu was overjoyed and hurried forward. Chunxing, how do you feel? Chunxing said weakly, Mom, it's hot. Luo Huiyu went to pull her hand and found that Chunxing's palms were full of sweat. Gu Zhouyuan comforted him. The medicine is taking effect. Once you sweat, you'll be fine. Gu Zhouyuan asked Luo Huiyu and others to wait for a while, wrap Chunxing tightly with a quilt, and send him to the ancestral hall. He was concerned about how many villagers in the village were infected with the disease and hurried to the ancestral hall. A total of 22 patients with fever were sent to the ancestral hall. The villagers heard that this would be a precursor to plague, and this judgment was made by Gu Zhouyuan. The double reputation of the plague and Gu Zhouyuan's prestige made the villagers extremely cooperative. Those who had sick people at home sent them to the ancestral hall without any delay. After all, if he is sent to the ancestral hall, he will be treated by Gu Zhouyuan and Wei Longzhou. Plague is no joke. If you are foolish enough, you must leave a sick person at home. If you are not careful, the whole family may die, or even the entire village may be wiped out. Chapter 286, Guaranteeing the Completion of the Mission. Among the victims, there were 10 typhoid patients, and they also moved into the ancestral hall. For mild cases, Dr. Wei would prepare Ma Huang Tang or Guiji Tang. If the condition is serious, Gu Zhouyuan will give him an antibiotic. In fact, if those plagues in ancient times were to happen in modern times, they would not cause much trouble. Cholera, a disease that terrified people in ancient times, had a mortality rate of 60% to 80%. In modern developed regions, the mortality rate has been reduced to less than 1% through comprehensive prevention and control measures. The Black Death once ravaged Europe in the Middle Ages. In 1347, the Black Death was introduced into Sicily from the city of Caffa on the Crimean Peninsula through Genoese merchants, and then quickly spread throughout Italy and many European countries. Florence was the worst hit, with 55,000 of the city's 95,000 people dying. Boccaccio described it in the Decameron. Pedestrians suddenly fell to the ground and died on the street, and cows wandered in the empty streets. By 1353, in just 6 years, 25 million people in Europe had died from the Black Death, accounting for 1/3 of the total population at the time. Through precise diagnosis and treatment, vaccines, and public health interventions, modern medicine has reduced the mortality rate of the Black Death from over 90% historically to less than 5%, and has made the epidemic rapidly controllable. The typhoid fever that Gu Zhouyuan was experiencing this time had a mortality rate of about 20% to 30% in ancient society. In modern developed areas, the mortality rate of typhoid fever is less than 0.1%. A considerable portion of that 0.1% is due to the abuse of antibiotics in modern society, which has led to the development of drug resistance in typhoid salmonella. Data shows that modern medical systems have reduced the mortality rate from classic infectious diseases by more than 99%. Of course, epidemics are also mutating, and we still face the challenge of the initial prevention and control window period for new infectious diseases. Gu Zhouyuan is now relieved, as he has enough antibiotics in his system. When antibiotics act on ancient people who were as pure as white paper, it can be said that they are invincible. Xiao Yuan, Dr. Wei said, "We have too many patients. We need to send someone up the mountain to collect some herbs." A simple shack was built outside the ancestral hall, where he had been making medicine for the past 2 days. The 2 prescriptions that Gu Zhouyuan gave him were really good prescriptions. Patients who took this prescription all showed varying degrees of improvement. But he was just a small doctor in the village, and his family didn't have many herbs in stock, and he saw that many of them had been used up. Datong village is backed by mountains, and many medicinal herbs can be found on the mountains. This also made him like these 2 ancient recipes even more. The recipes did not contain any precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, but only some cheap and commonly used herbs. This kind of prescription is the only good prescription that can truly save the people in years of great disasters. Okay, Gu Zhouyuan nodded immediately. I'll have someone go to the mountain to collect herbs, and I'll draw some pictures of the herbs to prevent them from making mistakes. This so-called portrait was naturally not painted by Gu Zhouyuan, as he was familiar with Mao's Chinese herbal medicine. He planned to buy some herbal illustrations needed for the prescriptions from the mall, and then distribute them to the villagers, asking everyone to hurry up and go up the mountain to collect herbs. Wei Lang was even more impressed. He didn't expect that Xiao Yuan could also paint. But he frowned slightly and smacked his lips. Ephedra, cinnamon twig, licorice, peony, these things can all be found in the mountains. But the almonds in Mahuang Tang are not available this season. There are also ginger and jujubes used in guiji decoction. Ginger is easy to come by. Although there isn't any on the mountain, every household grows it. It's enough to make the medicine together. But there are no jujubes on the mountain. You should quickly send someone to buy some. Almonds and dates are sold in pharmacies, but I don't think there will be many. Both of these can be used as snacks. You can buy them from places in town that sell dried fruits and candied fruits. You should be able to buy quite a lot there. Gu Zhouyuan patted his chest and said, "Just boil the medicine and leave the logistics to me." After saying that, he turned around and went home. "Second brother, please help me find the village head and ask him to arrange for people to go up the mountain to look for herbs." Gu Zhouyuan went into the room and took out a stack of papers. Mainly Picaphedra, peony, cassia twig, and licorice. This is a map of the herbs. Let those who don't know how to find them refer to it, and don't get them mixed up. In fact, people in the mountains are basically familiar with these common herbs, and the herbal pictures are provided just in case. Gu Dedi responded, took the drawings, and hurried out to find the village head. "Sister, mother, please call some aunts and go to the village to collect ginger from every household. Ginger is needed in the prescription, so don't eat it all when cooking." Gu Zhouyuan spoke again. "Okay." Gu Zhaodi and Lu immediately ran outside. Although the plague is very scary, with Gu Zhouyuan in command, everyone has a backbone, and each of them is full of fighting spirit and has confidence in victory. "Third brother, what about me?" Sidon became anxious when he saw that everyone in the family had been entrusted with important tasks, and only he was left. "You just stay at home with Xiao Si and Xiao Wu and be responsible for information transfer." Gu Zhouyuan touched Sidon's head. "What is intelligence transfer?" Sidon looked confused. He had never heard of this term before, but it sounded pretty cool. "If someone comes to see me, just say that I went to the city to buy medicine. When I come back, tell me who came to see me today and what they wanted to do. This is called information transfer," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Sidon's face fell. "Just tell me you're just a messenger. What's with all the information transfer?" Gu Zhouyuan tied up the mule cart and said to Sidon, "Intelligence courier, I'm going to the city to buy medicine now. When my second brother and mother come back, please tell them." Gu Sidon replied gloomily. "Oh." Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while, took out a handful of levofloxacin tablets from his arms, and wrapped them in a piece of white paper. "Sidon, come here." Gu Zhouyuan waved. Why are you looking for an intelligence intermediary again? Sidon walked over listlessly. If Dr. Wei or anyone else comes to our house and says someone is seriously ill and in critical condition, you can give him a pill and let the patient take it, and he will survive. Gu Zhouyuan handed him the medicine bag. Sidon was stunned immediately, and his hands were shaking as he took the medicine bag. A life-saving medicine. This panacea was actually entrusted to him by his third brother, which clearly shows how important this intelligence intermediary is. It's a pity that I was complaining about my third brother in my heart just now. It was really wrong. He wanted to say something to express his feelings, but he couldn't find the right words no matter how hard he tried. Okay, I get it. It seems I'm not determined enough. Don't worry, third brother. It's not impressive enough. Third brother, what should I say? He said anxiously. You have to say, guarantee to complete the task. Gu Zhouyuan said with a serious face. I guarantee to complete the task. Sidon held his head high and chest out, his face solemn. Chapter 287. There are also patients outside the city. Gu Zhouyuan drove a mule cart to the city. He didn't know what the situation was like outside. Lier, who was selling sugar water, had only been receiving goods at the village in trance these 2 days and had not met Gu Zhouyuan. So Gu Zhouyuan had not received any news from the city. But I think it should be a mess, but not to the point where it cannot be cleaned up. Because he went out of the city to receive refugees that day, there was no major movement outside. It has only been 2 or 3 days now, and the cold has not developed as rapidly as cholera. There is still time. When he arrived at the city gate, he turned the car around and headed towards the dilapidated temple at the west end of the city gate. The porridge stall at the dilapidated temple is still there, and there are still many people queuing up to get porridge. But not far from the team, there were obviously more refugees lying paralyzed than before. Most of these people had pale or rosy faces. Some of them held bowls in their hands and drank the porridge in small sips. Some of them had finished their porridge and were swallowing their saliva while looking at other people's porridge. These people looked sickly, and Gu Zhouyuan was shocked. They were probably infected with typhoid fever. He ran to the temple and saw more than a dozen people lying there. These people are refugees who are seriously ill and cannot queue up for porridge. Some of them had dull and indifferent eyes, similar to Gu Yotsai's appearance that night. Gu Zhouyuan gave each of the patients who were still conscious a pill and said solemnly, "Take the medicine, and you will be cured." The refugees looked at the small white pieces in their hands and were very suspicious. What kind of medicine is this? Why does it look so strange? Just eat what I tell you to. I know this kind-hearted man. His last name is Gu. He was the one who took care of the 100 disaster victims that day. That's right. Can Mr. Gu really harm us? Besides, what is there about us that is worth him harming? As soon as he finished speaking, the refugee threw the pill into his mouth and began to chew it. Gu Zhouyuan's eyelids twitched. This was also a ruthless person. The pill was extremely bitter, but this guy just put it in his mouth and chewed it. Isn't it bitter? Gu Zhouyuan finally couldn't help but asked. Bitter. The man nodded. Good medicine tastes bitter. Gu Zhouyuan gave him a thumbs up. He then walked to a shop where a refugee was in a semi-comatose state. He leaned over to block the view of others and quickly gave the man an injection of antibiotics in the buttocks. Then he gave several other seriously ill refugees an injection of antibiotics one by one. After finishing his work, he did not stay here for long. He left the dilapidated temple, got on a mule cart, and headed towards the city. He could just buy the dates and almonds in the mall, so he wouldn't go to the pharmacy in the city to buy them. There was a shortage of supplies in the city at that time, and he would not snatch these things from the common people. There were no refugees on the streets of the city, and everything seemed so orderly. But in the current situation, this order seems very strange, mixed with the calm and oppressive feeling of impending storm. Gu Zhouyuan whipped his horse and ran straight to the county government office. Gu Zhouyuan was now familiar with the Yamen runners, so he didn't even need to report to the Yamen runners. He was taken to the side room of the second hall by a Yamen runner. Mr. Gu, please sit here for a while. I will go and report to the county magistrate. The bailiff poured tea for Gu Zhouyuan and went out with a smile. Now everyone in the county government office knows that Gu Zhouyuan is a big shot in front of the county magistrate. Oh no, the description of him as a big celebrity is not quite appropriate. He should be someone that the county magistrate admires very much. They saw the county magistrate address Gu Zhouyuan as Mr. Gu more than once, and his expression was very respectful. Now in the county government office, a group of Yamen runners who are familiar with Gu Zhouyuan but not too close to him, all follow the county magistrate and call him Mr. Gu. There are also some who have had serious dealings with Gu Zhouyuan, like Captain Zhou and Zheng Xiaoguang, and they all call him Brother Gu. As for executing first and reporting later, he took Gu Zhouyuan to the second hall before reporting to the county magistrate. This Yamen runner was not afraid at all. Just kidding. He dared to guarantee that when the county magistrate heard that Gu Zhouyuan was brought to the second hall by him, he would not only not scold him, but would also praise him. And the county magistrate will definitely come to see Mr. Gu. Sure enough, not long after, County Magistrate Ho strode towards the second hall, jogging after every few steps, which showed how eager he was to see Gu Zhouyuan. Mr. Gu, County Magistrate Ho greeted him first when he entered the room. Gu Zhouyuan quickly stood up and saluted. I greet the County Magistrate. You're welcome, Mr. Gu. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand hurriedly. Mr. Gu, I was just about to go to Datong Village to find you. I've already implemented your compulsory work for relief policy, and it's working very well. Magistrate Ho's face was flushed, and he seemed unaware that the typhoid fever was about to develop into an epidemic. I was planning to send someone to buy food from you this afternoon, and Zhao Baiwan's fleet could be of use. County Magistrate Ho became more and more excited as he spoke, so much so that Gu Zhouyuan didn't have the heart to interrupt him. But people always have to face reality. Gu Zhouyuan coughed twice and said, Your Excellency, County Magistrate, I came here today to report a very important matter to you. When County Magistrate Ho saw Gu Zhouyuan's serious expression, the excitement in his heart was slightly dissipated. He sat down on the chair and nodded. Mr. Gu, please speak. Gu Zhouyuan recounted the story of the typhoid fever cases found in the village. Also, I just went to the dilapidated temple outside the city and found quite a few typhoid patients there. Gu Zhouyuan drank the tea in the teacup in one gulp, then poured himself some tea, leaving County Magistrate Ho time to digest it. County Magistrate Ho's expression kept changing, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Plague. This year has been truly full of disasters. I thought the refugee resettlement problem had been solved, and even the subsequent grain problem had a perfect solution. It will only take a little time for this wave of famine to end. I didn't expect a plague to come. You must know that according to past experience, plagues and disaster years are often caused by too many people starving to death, and the bodies are not disposed of in time, which pollutes the water source environment, leading to large-scale epidemics, and thus the outbreak of plague. But this time, with the help of Gu Zhouyuan, the impact of the famine was quickly brought under control. There was no large-scale death toll in the county. He never dreamed that he could not escape the plague. In this world, no one can hear the word plague without feeling fear and panic. Don't panic, don't panic. We still have Mr. Gu. County Magistrate Ho silently encouraged himself in his heart. The problems that stood in front of him before, which he thought were huge problems, were all solved one by Mr. Gu Xiao, and this time should be the same. After a moment of silence, County Magistrate Ho slowly spoke. Mr. Gu, in your opinion, how should we respond? Gu Zhouyuan put down the teacup and said in a deep voice. First, we must isolate the patients, whether inside the city or in the ruined temple outside. Send more people to clean up everywhere. Germs can easily grow in filthy places. Chapter 288, The Fierce Drug Interception. Okay, I'll take note. County Magistrate Ho nodded. Anything else? I have 2 prescriptions here. Your Excellency, the County Magistrate can promote them. Gu Zhouyuan took out the prescription he had written in advance and placed it on the table. County Magistrate Ho snatched the prescription and read it carefully. Manhwa decoction, 3 liang of ephedra, without the nodes, 2 liang of cinnamon twig, without the skin, 70 almonds, without the skin and tips, 1 liang of licorice, roasted. Guaji decoction, 3 liang of cinnamon twig, peeled, 3 liang of peony root, 3 liang of fresh ginger, cut, jujube, and 2 liang of licorice, roasted. County Magistrate Ho read the prescription and frowned slightly. I wonder which doctor in the pharmacy wrote this prescription. Although he had not studied medicine, he knew all the medicinal ingredients in this prescription. Because the medicines in the prescription are all very common herbs, even almonds and dates. Can such an ordinary medicine compete with the notorious plague? He expressed doubts. This prescription is an ancient recipe I read in a book. I have tried it in the village, and it works quite well, Gu Zhouyuan said. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan say this, County Magistrate Ho immediately became happy. Since Mr. Gu has given his guarantee, he naturally believes it 100%. This recipe is good. The medicinal materials are all common ones, without any precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and rhino horn. Such a prescription can benefit all people only in years of disaster. In fact, the reason why so many people died from the plague was also related to the shortage of medicinal materials. Qingtian County has continuous mountains, and most of the medicinal materials in the prescription can be found in the mountains. But Datong Village's problem is also Qingtian County's problem. Apricots and dates are not produced in abundance in the area. The almonds and dates used in the prescription have to be purchased from outside. No, He would send people to collect the jujubes and almonds from the market right now. From now on, these things are no longer snacks, but life-saving medicines. He stood up and called the yamen runner outside, said a few simple words to him, and the yamen runner took his orders and left. These merchants out there are smarter than monkeys. They'll jump to attention at the slightest sign of trouble. If they think there's something profitable to be made, it will be difficult to buy dates and almonds on the market. County Magistrate Ho sat back in his chair and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Fortunately, dates and almonds are common foods, so they probably wouldn't guess they were related to the plague." County Magistrate Ho's heart, which had been beating fast, now settled back down. The prescription has been proven to be effective. Now, as long as there is no shortage of medicinal materials, he is confident that he can control this wave of epidemic. Mr. Gu, I really don't know how to thank you. Millions of people live because of you. Your merits and virtues are so great that it's no exaggeration to say that you are the reincarnation of a saint or the Buddha. He couldn't remember how many times Gu Zhouyuan had taken action. He desperately wanted to do something for Gu Zhouyuan, but he had already written a memorial to the county magistrate and submitted a memorial to the court. In the document, he reported everything Gu Zhouyuan had done. There is no exaggeration or eulogy. Just tell the truth, and the merits on the paper will almost overflow. But the speed at which he reported was far behind the speed at which Gu Zhouyuan made new achievements. Later, Mr. Jingda took over the task of commending Gu Zhouyuan. He estimated that the reward from the court would come soon. After all, unlike him, a 7th-rank official with little influence, Mr. Jingda was a person who could report directly to the emperor. Given Mr. Jingda's appreciation for Gu Zhouyuan and the contributions Gu Zhouyuan has made, the court will definitely give him a lot of rewards. Mr. Jingda has been gone for quite some time. After he left, Gu Zhouyuan accomplished several major things. Even if we don't count his recent achievements, Gu Zhouyuan's achievements are still terrifyingly great. It is a foregone conclusion that this young man will rise to prominence. My son is the same age as Mr. Gu, but he is neither good at literature nor martial arts, and only knows how to drink and play. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I have another powerful medicine here that is used to treat people who are seriously ill with typhoid fever. Gu Zhouyuan took out the levofloxacin tablets wrapped in white paper and placed them on the table. There are 1,000 pills in these packets. At this special moment, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't care about the risk of exposing the secret. This is a blocking medicine. Never use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Gu Zhouyuan warned. The so-called Jia Yao is a school of thought that does not pay attention to yin and yang and the 5 elements, but rather to holistic dialectics. Treat the headache by treating the head, treat the foot pain by treating the foot, relieve the pain at the time, and then find ways to remedy the side effects of the medicine. This goes against the mainstream concept of traditional Chinese medicine, and generally few doctors use interception medicine to save people. The composition of intercepting medicine is generally simple, without the mutual restriction of medicinal properties by the main, auxiliary, and guiding ingredients. It usually consists of 2 or 3 herbs, and some even have only 1 herb. For example, Qingnong pills only use Cyperus rotundus and Atractylodes lancea. Huanghedan contains fragrant herbs and coptis root. Pugidin is made of raw and cooked rhubarb and silkworm. Moreover, the drugs used to block the flow of medicine are mostly poisonous and strong drugs. There are centipede, scorpion, toad, and snake venom, as well as medicines such as croton, rhubarb, and aconite. Most people are also very resistant to taking medication. But then again, by the time a person comes into contact with interception medicine, it means that conventional prescriptions are no longer effective. At that time, as long as the disease could be cured, the patient could accept the minor side effects. Just as Gu Zhouyuan instructed, don't use the pills until it's absolutely necessary. The so-called last resort is the moment when life is at stake. At that time, let alone intercepting the medicine, even if it is poison, as long as it can save the life, the patient will not hesitate at all. This pill is extremely complicated to make. The person who knew how to make it has passed away, and I don't have much left. Your Excellency, the county magistrate, please use it as appropriate. Gu Zhouyuan lied. County Magistrate Ho had already held these packets of panacea. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these pills were priceless treasures. Brother Gu made his contribution just like that. He was so moved that tears were about to flow. Gu Zhouyuan explained to County Magistrate Ho the usage and dosage of antibiotics. After waiting for the county magistrate to bring paper and pen to record, he also explained in detail the method of boiling the medicine and the contraindications for taking the 2 typhoid fever prescriptions. Are you going to collect grain today, sir? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Let's postpone it to tomorrow, County Magistrate Ho said after a moment's thought. Today I will first make arrangements for the prevention and treatment of typhoid fever. The epidemic is obviously more urgent than hunger. Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll go back in a bit and prepare the food." He suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "I wonder how many horses and mules are in Zhao Baiwan's fleet. I want to buy 2 more mule carts, or horse carriages." Chapter 289. Good news from Nibutu. His business is getting bigger and bigger, so he will definitely need his car in many places in the future. The family now only has 1 mule cart, which is inconvenient to use. It is a good opportunity to buy 2 while Zhao Baiwan is selling his property. Zhao Baiwan's family has 5 horse carriages and 9 mule carts. Your family already has a mule cart, so I will give you 2 horse carriages, said Ho County Magistrate. Give it to me? How can that be done? How much is a carriage? I'll pay for it. Don't worry, County Magistrate, I can afford it. Gu Zhouyuan said hurriedly. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand and said, "Whether you have money is your business. You have made so many contributions to the County Magistrate. What's the point of rewarding 2 carriages?" He was still worrying about what he could do for Gu Zhouyuan. Isn't this the opportunity? Gu Zhouyuan no longer refused. 100 or so taels of silver for 2 carriages was nothing to him. But County Magistrate Ho obviously wanted to return the favor, and it would be bad for him to refuse. "When I go to your house to buy food tomorrow, I will ask someone to bring the carriage over," County Magistrate Ho said with a smile. "Then I would like to thank the County Magistrate for the reward." Gu Zhouyuan bowed. Gu Zhouyuan also left a carrier pigeon for County Magistrate Ho, asking him to send him messages via carrier pigeon if he had any urgent matters. County Magistrate Ho was overjoyed and kept admiring Mr. Gu for his far-sightedness and flawless actions. When he came out, he found Captain Zhou again and left a carrier pigeon for him. Ask him to keep an eye on Zhao Baiwan's family for him, and write to inform him if the Zhao family has paid the ransom money. After leaving the county government office, Gu Zhouyuan did not go home. Nobuta said that it would only take more than a month to open up a new trade route, but it has been 2 months and there is still no news. He happened to have some free time today, so he stopped by the dock to check out the situation. Looking at the piles of wood at the dock, Gu Zhouyuan's eyes were full of kindness. Most of the long balance in my system was earned from this dock. Few people have noticed the epidemic yet, and the dock is no different from usual. No, it should be said that there are more people than usual. Many refugees make a living by moving things at the dock. They are now in a position where they don't need any wages, just a day's food, and they do whatever they are asked to do at the dock. I can save some food every day and bring it back home to fill the stomachs of my wife and children. Gu Zhouyuan was familiar with the route and went straight to the wooden house where he usually stayed in Nibu. It's been a while since we last met. How's Nibuta doing these days? Gu Zhouyuan looked at Nibuta, who was dozing on a chair in the cabin, and spoke. Nibuta sat up straight with a start. Who the hell is this? He comes to disturb me when I'm taking a nap. Everyone knows that he, old Nio, needs to take a nap at this time. He opened his eyes and was about to explode, but the anger on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by an extremely warm smile. Shopkeeper Gu, what brings you here? This is Lao Nio's god of wealth, and he must not be offended. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, I haven't seen Nibuta for a long time. I miss him so much. Nibuta twitched his lips. I'm not your lover. Why do you miss me? And you miss me so much. He complained in his heart, but responded with a smile. Shopkeeper Gu, you're joking. I work at the dock every day, and I haven't seen you come over for a long time. You must be busy making a lot of money and forget about Lao Nio. This time it was Gu Zhouyuan's turn to feel physically unwell. This big, strong guy like Nibu. Why does he talk like a brothel madam? The two hypocritical people despise each other, but are also as close as old friends. I came here today to ask Nibuta how my wood and palm oil business is going. Gu Zhouyuan got back to the point. Nibuta smiled and said, That's why they say it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I received news last night that the first batch of goods will be delivered in 2 days. You know, there is a famine now and the roads are not peaceful. We have to be careful and walk slowly. It is better to arrive late than not to arrive at all, don't you think? Nibuta said. Gu Zhouyuan had only told him to go to Datong village to look for someone, and he was planning to go and inquire about it in the next 2 days. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. How many ghost-faced sandalwoods did you bring back this time? He didn't care much about the palm oil. As long as he could get it, it didn't matter how much or how late it came. But Huang Walamu is different. He has already felt that the system is opening its mouth wide and eagerly waiting for this wave of good things. Most of the cargo on the 2 ships is sandalwood, and there are more than 2,000 kilograms of palm oil. Nibuta said slowly. He admitted that he had gone a little too far this time. Logically, new routes and new businesses should be developed step by step, slowly accumulating experience and enhancing trust between both parties, and then gradually expanding. But what Gu Zhouyuan gave was too much, and the huge profit was right in front of him. So how could he resist not taking it? Businessmen actually have a gambler's mentality, and high risks are accompanied by high returns. After Niu Butu finished speaking, he carefully observed Gu Zhouyuan's expression. It seems that Gu Zhouyuan was not scared by the huge amount of goods, but was very happy instead. His heart suddenly fell back into his stomach. This bet was right. Thinking of the huge profits, Niu Butu's breathing became a little faster. He secretly thought to himself that this young shopkeeper Gu was stupid and had a lot of money, and he couldn't just cheat him to death just because he was honest. When the time comes, you can lower the price a little for him. Steady income and long-term benefits are the key. Okay, I'll come back in 2 days. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't hide his excitement. Mall coins were the foundation of his existence in this world. He took out 2 carrier pigeons from his backpack and handed them to Niu Bu. If there is any situation, use these pigeons to inform me. Niu Buta nodded and took the pigeon. Those who travel by caravan sometimes use carrier pigeons to deliver messages. There are also some carrier pigeons on this pier. Niu Buta waved and asked someone to catch a few and hand them over to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan is now his biggest partner, so it is necessary to exchange information with him. Carrier pigeon messaging mainly utilizes the pigeon's strong homing habit. It is usually only one way, so if 2 people want to exchange information, they need to each raise some pigeons from the other party. Gu Zhouyuan did not tell Niu Butu about the typhoid epidemic. Niu Butu is a businessman. If he knew about this matter in advance, it might disrupt County Magistrate Ho's overall plan. The county should issue a notice soon. With medicine and food, and timely prevention and control measures, this typhoid fever outbreak will not cause a big stir. I went to the city today and took care of several important things. When Gu Zhouyuan returned home, the mule cart was already full of supplies. Among them, dates and almonds are the most common, and there are also all kinds of medicinal materials such as ephedra used in prescriptions. Although these medicinal herbs can be collected in the mountains, many of them need to be processed before they can be used. This takes time, so just buy a ready-made top in the mall. Chapter 290, accompanying mother back to Liujia village. Xiaoyuan, have you emptied all the pharmacies in our city? Dr. Wei was shocked when he saw the pile of sacks on the mule cart. Gu Zhouyuan said casually, no, these medicines are common medicines that are available in the city. Is that true? Even if they are commonly used herbs, which pharmacy would stock so many of them? Dr. Wei expressed his doubts. But the real medicinal materials in the sack can't be faked. He was very happy to unload the medicinal herbs from the mule cart with the men in the village. He has an amazing prescription and now has plenty of medicinal materials. He is simply the happiest doctor in the world. This time I can show my skills. Unexpectedly, one day a country doctor like him would be able to save so many people. This gave him a great sense of satisfaction and pride. Wei Longxin actually had an evil wish in his heart that the plague would be more severe. He quickly shook his head to dispel the dark thoughts. All the medicinal materials were placed in the workshop's warehouse. The conditions of the patients in the ancestral hall have improved. In fact, the plague in ancient times was not scary in Gu Zhouyuan's view. As long as the prescription was appropriate and the medicinal materials were sufficient, the plague could be eliminated quickly. Of course, someone has to take charge of the overall situation. Sometimes disorder is more terrifying than no medicine. Xiaoyuan, can you go to Liujia village with your mother? Mrs. Liu said. Although her mother and second sister-in-law often treated her harshly, her 2 brothers and father took good care of her. When Xiaoyuan was injured, her eldest and second brothers pooled 2 cents of silver to give to her, and her eldest sister-in-law also secretly gave her a few pounds of corn. She was worried about her family, but Xiaoyuan was busy, so she didn't dare to bring it up. Now that the situation in Datong village has stabilized, she hesitated for a long time and finally came to discuss it with Gu Zhouyuan. I have spoken, why wouldn't Gu Zhouyuan listen? Last time, so many bandits were caught in Liujia village. So much time has passed, and he should go and see if the bandits on Nyoto Mountain have any follow-up actions. Gu Zhouyuan held a meeting with Gu Lijing and the leaders of various ethnic groups. They roughly analyzed the current situation of Datong village and felt that the epidemic was controllable. As long as there is not much contact with the outside world, internal production can basically proceed normally. The refugees were led by Gu Dedi and carried out land reclamation according to the plan. The construction of Gu Zhouyuan's mansion is also continuing. Although 6 or 7 people are on sick leave, the main structure has been completed, and it doesn't matter if a few more people are missing. It will be completed in 2 days. The soap workshop will start work tomorrow afternoon because County Magistrate Ho will come to buy food tomorrow morning. At night, Gu Zhouyuan would buy food from the mall and temporarily store it in the workshop's warehouse. Gu Zhouyuan loaded some medicinal herbs and corn onto the mule cart. Gu Zhouyuan went to the city early in the morning, and it was already Weisher, around 1 p.m. If we go to Liujia village again, it will probably be night when we come back. In fact, it would be better to wait until tomorrow, but the next day County Magistrate Ho will come to collect grain, and then the workshop will start work, so the schedule is full. If it is delayed until the day after tomorrow, my mother will probably have to suffer for 2 more days. Gu Zhouyuan didn't like to drag things out, so he decided to set off immediately. It's okay to come back late. With him around, safety is not a problem. Lu didn't say much along the way, obviously worried about the situation of her family. Liujia village is not a big village, and there are not many people on the road, which makes people feel a little depressed. However, the small size of the village has its advantages. The population is not large, and the families are scattered sparsely everywhere, so typhoid fever did not spread widely. From a distance, I saw my aunt-in-law Chung flipping and drying bamboo strips at the door. Lu Shuizhen was sawing bamboo, and his daughter-in-law Cui Lian was helping him. When Lu saw this scene, the worry that had been weighing on her all the way finally settled down. At this time, Cui Lian also saw the mule cart on the road. Shuizhen, look, is Xiao Yuan here? She said hurriedly. Lu Shuizhen immediately put down the saw and said with a smile, who else could it be but Xiaoyuan? We don't have any mule carts in our village. It's Xiao Yuan and my aunt. Cui Lian also saw the people on the mule cart. Chung stood up and went to the roadside to greet them. Before the mule cart had even stopped, she stepped forward and said with a smile, his aunt, Xiao Yuan, you're here. Da Jiang was still talking about you this morning, saying that you haven't been here for a while and the bamboo baskets at home are full. There have been too many things going on at home lately, and I haven't had any time. Gu Zhouyuan jumped off the mule cart. Several people greeted each other one by one. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Ding rushed out from the courtyard, laughing flatteringly and shouting, oh, it's his aunt and Xiao Yuan. I was wondering why the magpies behind the house were chirping nonstop this morning. It turns out they're guests. Why are you all standing outside talking? Come inside quickly, sister-in-law. Why don't you help Xiao Yuan move his things down? Mrs. Ding looked at the bags on the mule cart and couldn't stop smiling. My eldest sister-in-law's family is different now. She brings good things when she goes back to visit relatives. Last time I brought rice, flour, and eggs, and this time there are even more sacks. This gift is really generous. Chung smiled a little awkwardly. She moved aside to make room for Ding. Ding went up and grabbed a sack. As soon as she lifted it, she felt something was wrong. The portion size was wrong. Touch it again. The feel is also wrong. The smile on her face disappeared in an instant, and then quickly returned. She put down the bag in her hand and picked up the one next to it. Still not right. If it's not rice or flour, then what is it? She pinched the sack again and again, as if it were dried dates. In this year of disaster, why would you buy that? With that spare money, why not buy some rice, flour, and eggs? She was complaining madly in her heart. Gu Zhouyuan looked at her from the side and couldn't help but laugh. This second aunt-in-law is sarcastic and loves to take advantage of others. Her style of doing things is really unpleasant. After coughing twice, Gu Zhouyuan said, the sack in second aunt's hand is filled with dried dates and almonds. The bag I carried earlier contained ephedra, peony root, cinnamon twig, licorice root, and ginger. These are all for you. Brother Shuizhen, come and help take them down. Don't let second auntie carry them alone. It would be bad if she gets tired. After these words were spoken, not only was Mrs. Ding confused, but even Mrs. Chung and Lu Shuizhen were also bewildered. I have seen people giving dates to their parents when they return home, so I can understand giving almonds. After all, these are edible, and if you look closely, they can be considered as tonics. But what is the purpose of sending peony and ephedra? Mrs. Ding didn't think about it anymore. She smiled and walked over, carrying a sack down, and said to Gu Zhouyuan, Xiao Yuan, you said you were coming, so just come. Why are you bringing so many things? Chapter 291, Already Expected. Lu Shuizhen also came up and picked up a sack. Come on, Xiao Yuan, let's go inside and talk. He called out as he walked. He had a heavy bag with something in it, and no one knew what it contained. Judging from the weight, it was definitely not dates or ginger or anything like that, but more like corn. But he is not the kind of person who would bother with other people's business. Whatever Xiao Yuan gives him is fine. How can he be picky about other people's gifts? Cui Lian helped take a bamboo basket with a lid from the mule cart. The baskets made in our house now are just like this one. This basket should be from the batch that Xiao Yuan took away last time. Cui Lian, be careful. Lu warned. This basket contains eggs and brown sugar. Be careful not to break the eggs. Ah, this is egg and brown sugar? Cui Lian's hands trembled, and she almost threw the bamboo basket back. These eggs and brown sugar are both precious things, especially brown sugar. I heard from my grandma that 1 pound costs 40 cents. This was in the past. Now the prices of food and other things have skyrocketed, and brown sugar probably costs over 100 coins per pound. This basket of brown sugar eggs might be more valuable than her dowry. While she was stunned, she saw a hand reaching out from the side and taking the bamboo basket from her. Oh, his aunt, you are really something. This visit to her parents' home is like your own home. Why did you bring so many things? You are just too polite. Ding's voice was sharp and piercing, and she laughed loudly after she finished speaking, which made Gu Zhiyuan's eardrums hurt. Old Master Lu Dajiang, and several others all came out. They were just weaving bamboo baskets inside when they heard voices outside and knew that Xiao Yuan and Xiaoyan had arrived. They were about to get up to greet him, but Mrs. Ding asked them to continue working, saying that she would come out to greet him. We've been waiting for a while, but Gu Zhiyuan and the others haven't entered the yard. When they heard Ding's laughter again, they could no longer bear it and came out to see what was going on. Everyone surrounded Gu Zhiyuan and Lu and went to the yard together. Xiaoyan, don't carry so many bags when you come back next time. Your father, have hands and feet and can earn money. Besides, we have your elder and second brothers, and they don't need your help. Old Master Lu pretended to be angry. The same words were said by Mrs. Ding as if she was taking advantage of the situation, while Mr. Lu really loved his daughter. Lu didn't say anything, just laughed. Gu Zhiyuan smiled and said, "It's only natural for mother to be filial to grandfather. Old woman, go and boil some eggs for Xiaoyan and Xiaoyuan, and add more brown sugar." Old Master Lu shouted into the house. It's past dinner time now. In the countryside, poached eggs are only served to entertain guests. Adding brown sugar to the poached eggs would be the highest form of etiquette. Old Mrs. Lu took a long nap and hasn't gotten up yet. Where are the eggs at home? And brown sugar? And when has our family ever bought brown sugar? I gave birth to these 4 children, and I didn't even have a single bite of brown sugar during the confinement period. How can I add brown sugar to poached eggs? Old Mrs. Lu walked out in her slippers, muttering to herself as she walked. It wasn't that she said that on purpose to embarrass Gu Zhiyuan and his mother. Ever since Gu Zhiyuan became successful and found a profitable business for the family, her attitude towards her eldest daughter's family has changed drastically. Although what she said was unpleasant, it was the truth. There were indeed no eggs or brown sugar at home. Mother, Grandma, Lu and Gu Zhiyuan shouted. Old Mrs. Lu nodded. You are here. Why didn't you come earlier? You can have lunch here. The Lu family still has 2 meals a day, one at noon and one in the evening. She turned to Old Man Lu and complained, You're so good. We don't have eggs or brown sugar at home, yet you asked me to poach the eggs and even put sugar in them. Xiaoyun and the others thought I was hiding some good stuff. She stopped talking abruptly. It was because Mr. Lu opened the lid of a large bamboo basket on the ground, and there were dozens of eggs inside. There were 2 packets of brown sugar wrapped in paper pressing on top of the eggs. These 2 bags of candy were taken out from under the eggs by Ding just now. There are still a lot under the bamboo basket. Can you make poached eggs? Old Man Lu asked, glancing at Old Lady Lu. Yes. Old Mrs. Lu swallowed. Can I put brown sugar in it? Mr. Lu asked calmly. Yes. Old Mrs. Lu stared at the big bamboo basket, her voice trembling. What's wrong with that? The ingredients were all brought by my daughter's family, so what's the big deal if I just cook a few? Mom, can you cook one more? The buffalo is sick and needs to eat something good. Ding said carefully. Cook more. I think Do Meower seems to be feeling unwell today. His forehead seems to be a little hot when I touch it, said Grandpa Lu. Old Mrs. Lu responded, picked up the bamboo basket, and walked happily towards the kitchen. Our cousin Shuanyo and Do Miao sick. Gu Zhiyuan and Inyang looked at each other and sat up straight. The buffalo has been sick for a few days. We've already consulted a doctor from the next village. He said it has caught a cold and will be fine after taking some medicine. Old Master Lu couldn't sit still. While talking, he was busy weaving a bamboo lantern in his hand. Did you feel any better after taking the medicine? Gu Zhiyuan asked. This doesn't seem to be getting better. Old Master Lu was stunned for a moment before saying this. Not only has it not gotten better, it feels like the buffalo condition is getting worse day by day. But the doctor in the next village has a good reputation in the neighborhood and his skills are quite good. What the doctor says is always right. Besides, they all knew that it would take time to recover from a cold, so they didn't think much about it. But now seeing Xiao Yuan like this, they had a hunch that something was not right. Brother Shuanyo probably didn't catch a cold. Gu Zhiyuan said in a deep voice. What is that? Shui Jin asked naturally. Typhoid fever. Gu Zhiyuan said affirmatively, without a trace of hesitation in his voice. Bang! The bamboo weaving in Grandpa Lu's hand fell on the small table. Typhoid fever. Several voices sounded at the same time, with disbelief in their voices. Although they were unwilling to believe it, they had witnessed with their own eyes how superb Gu Zhiyuan's medical skills were. That time, Xiao Domiao almost died, but it was Gu Zhiyuan who pulled him back from the brink of death. Then has my bean sprout also contracted typhoid fever? Cui Lian asked anxiously. Xiao Domiao is weak and sickly. If there is any epidemic, she will probably not survive. Gu Zhiyuan nodded and shook his head, and spoke amid the doubtful and anxious gazes of several people. It's very likely that you've contracted typhoid fever, but don't worry, I have medicine to treat it. Lu Shuijin and Cui Lian then remembered that Gu Zhiyuan had brought 2 sacks of medicinal herbs. Each sack is filled with small cloth bags containing various medicinal herbs classified into different categories. They were very confused before, but now they finally understood that Xia Yuan had anticipated all this a long time ago. Chapter 292, Let him drink more. Mrs. Ding burst into tears and said, "Oh my buffalo, how did you get sick like this?" Lu Dei glared at him. "Why are you howling? Didn't you hear what Xia Yuan said? He can cure it. That's typhoid fever." Mrs. Ding slapped her thigh and cried even louder. "Do you understand typhoid fever? Typhoid fever is a plague. It can kill people, many, many people." Cheng had already caught Xiao Domiao. She squatted down and let the little girl sit on her lap. "Xiao Yuan, come and take a look at the bean sprouts." Cheng looked at Gu Zhiyuan nervously but full of anticipation. Xiaodumian looked a little depressed, but he still forced a smile when he saw Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Zhiyuan reached out and touched her forehead, which was a little warm. "Tell your uncle what you had for lunch." Gu Zhiyuan squatted down, looked at Xiao Domiao straight in the eye, and asked in a gentle voice. I ate boiled cassava." Xiao Domiao thought for a while and said in a baby voice. "She has a poor appetite," and said she was full after eating just a little. Cui Lian added with a frown. Gu Zhiyuan nodded, helped Domiao adjust her straight-collared, double-breasted cloth shirt, and asked, "Aren't you hot wearing so many clothes?" "It's not hot. I'm still a little cold." Xiao Domiao shook his head. Gu Zhiyuan asked a few more questions. He then concluded, fever, fatigue, loss of appetite, nausea and vomiting, and rosella on the abdomen. He has indeed contracted typhoid fever. "Then, what should we do?" Cheng's voice was trembling. If Gu Zhiyuan hadn't said there was medicine to cure her, she would have probably collapsed by now. "I'll start boiling the medicine now. Do you have a pot for boiling medicine at home?" Gu Zhiyuan stood up and said, Yes. Lu Shuijin hurried to find the medicine jar. "Xiao Yuan," Mrs. Ding pulled Gu Zhiyuan's sleeve. "Go check on your cousin Shuenyo. He's been sick for several days. Can he be saved?" Lu Dei was very upset. This sounded unlucky. He pushed Ding aside and asked Gu Zhiyuan. "Shuenyo is lying on the bed in the inner room. I talked to him today, but he didn't pay much attention to me. Xiao Yuan, can you go check on him?" Gu Zhiyuan followed his second uncle to Lu Shuenyo's room. The room was pitch black, without any light at all, and filled with a sour and rotten smell. Gu Zhiyuan held his breath and asked Ding to tear off the torn sack covering the window to allow air to circulate in the room. He gave it a quick check and found that although Lu Shuenyo's condition was more serious than Xiao Domiao's, he was still conscious. He took out a few levofloxacin tablets from his pocket and handed them to Lu Dei. "Take 1 tablet a day for 3 consecutive days." Lu Dei nodded and thanked him. But Mrs. Ding was anxious. She shrieked, "Xiao Yuan, why do you have to make the bean sprout medicine yourself? The buffalo is even sicker, and it only takes a small piece of medicine. I admit that I'm sometimes blunt and unpleasant, but your second uncle has nothing to say about you. You can't just give your cousin Buffalo a hard time." Gu Zhiyuan was speechless. "You are quite good at self-reflection. It seems that you know that your personality is annoying, but even though you know it, you are determined not to change it." Lu Dajiang wanted to stop Ding from talking nonsense, but after opening his mouth, he gave up. He also felt that it was unreliable that this strange little pill could cure typhoid fever. "When I make medicine for Domiao, I'll also bring a portion for cousin Shuenyo, so he can drink more," Gu Zhiyuan said without further explanation. He could also understand his second aunt's thoughts. It's like when you go to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor tells you to go home and drink more hot water, but you always feel uncomfortable and insist that the doctor prescribe 2 boxes of medicine for you, even if it's just 2 boxes of vitamin tablets. Sure enough, after hearing this, Mrs. Ding became happy. Gu Zhiyuan was boiling medicine in the yard, and a group of people from the Lu family were watching. Gu Zhiyuan asked them to study hard so that they could act as doctors in the village at critical moments. In this world, there is probably no need for a medical qualification certificate. Whoever can cure diseases and save lives is the boss. "Have the bandits on Yodo Mountain made any recent moves?" Gu Zhiyuan asked. It was his first time to decoct Ma Huang Tang, and his technique was very unfamiliar. The prescription reads, take the above 4 ingredients, add 9 liters of water, boil the ephedra first, reduce the volume by 2 liters, remove the foam, add the other ingredients, boil until 2.5 liters are left, remove the residue, and take 8 doses of the liquid while warm. He kept opening the lid of the medicine jar to see if the water inside had decreased to the appropriate amount. I didn't see any bandits coming. Maybe they were scared. Lu Dajiang replied. It's being said throughout the county that a young man from Datong village captured a group of bandits. I think the people from Nyoto Mountain should also know about it. I guess if they want revenge, they will go to Datong village to find you. There was worry in Grandpa Lu's words. It's okay. Every wrong has its perpetrator. It's best that they come to Datong village. I respect them as a group of men. Gu Zhouyuan said nonchalantly. If bandits come to Datong village, they will be asking for their lives. The thousands of people in Datong village are different from the villagers in other villages who are starving and half-dying. They were not affected by the famine at all, and everyone ate better than in years of good harvest. Moreover, influenced by Gu Zhouyuan, they did not take the bandits, who were feared by others, seriously. There are even villagers who dream of getting rich like Gu Zhouyuan by using the brains of bandits. The cohesion in the village is unprecedentedly strong. It is a confident and self-reliant group of 1,000 people. Not to mention a bandit on a hill. Even if the regular army of the imperial court comes and wants to capture Datong village, they have to carefully calculate whether they can accept extremely high casualties. Of course, this is the algorithm that excludes Gu Zhouyuan, the cheater. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's nonchalant look, Lu De suddenly became anxious. Xiao Yuan, don't underestimate the bandits in Nyoto Mountain. They've reportedly recruited a group of refugees, and there are already hundreds of them on the mountain. They're capable of all kinds of evil, just like vicious wolves. If they target you, you'll have a rough life. Lu Dajiang and others also nodded in agreement. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan still had no significant reaction, Lu De turned to Lu and said, Big sister, Xiao Yuan is young and full of energy. You have to worry about him. As the saying goes, a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard against him for 1,000 days. Being hated by a wolf is no joke. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, second brother. Lu replied with a smile, but there was no expression of worry on her face. Her Xiao Yuan had been guided by the gods, and the things he did were unimaginable to ordinary people. Seeing that the water in the medicine pot had decreased by nearly 20%, Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly picked up a wooden spoon to skim off the foam on the medicine soup. Then put the remaining herbs in the recipe into the pot, cover it, and continue to boil. My second uncle is right. You can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Gu Zhouyuan murmured. The flames under the medicine jar greedily licked the wall of the jar, and the flickering flames reflected on Gu Zhouyuan's face, flickering. Chapter 293 The whole family can make money. It seems that we should take the initiative to go to Nyoto Mountain and eliminate this hidden danger. Tomorrow, County Magistrate Ho will come to Datong village to buy grain, and he will just tell him about the bandit suppression. To help the county eradicate this cancer, the county government naturally has to do its part. Gu Zhouyuan took out 2 carrier pigeons from his backpack. Yes, he no longer carries a backpack with him wherever he goes, as it is too inconvenient. Wow, little bird. Xiao Do Miao, who was leaning in Cui Lian's arms, had his eyes lit up. He struggled to get up and ran to Gu Zhouyuan. Touch it, it's okay. Gu Zhouyuan handed the carrier pigeon to Do Miao and said with a smile. Do Miao plucked up the courage to touch the pigeon's back twice. The pigeon suddenly cooed a few times, and the little girl was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand. Everyone in the yard laughed. This is a carrier pigeon. Grandpa, if you have something urgent and don't have time to come to me, just use the carrier pigeon to send a message to me. Gu Zhouyuan said to Grandpa Lu. How do you use carrier pigeons? Lu Dajiang asked curiously. He had only heard of carrier pigeons in stories, but he never thought that one day he would be able to put it into practice at home. Gu Zhouyuan took out 2 letter boxes and a complete set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone from his bag. He picked up a bamboo letter tube and said, Put the written note in this letter tube, tie it to the pigeon's leg, and let it fly away. If you release the pigeon, can it find you? Lu De asked. Yes, pigeons are very good at finding their way. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. I thought it was very complicated, but it turns out to be so simple. Lu Dajiang grabbed a pigeon and stroked it in his hand. Simple. Old Master Lu said unhappily. Can you write? You can't even recognize your own name, and you call it simple? Lu De suddenly wilted. Yes, I can't read at all. How can I write a letter? If there is no letter, can we send a letter by carrier pigeon? In fact, he had thought about learning to read and write when he was a child, but his family was poor. How could they afford to support a scholar? Old Master Lu suddenly felt the resentful look in his second son's eyes and felt a little confused. Gu Zhouyuan slapped his forehead, wondering how could he have forgotten about this? In the entire Liujia village, the number of people who can read and write can probably be counted on one hand. There are 3 potential dangers in Liujia village now. One was the invasion of bandits, and the other was the spread of plague. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a charcoal pencil and drew a line on the paper. He said, "If bandits come to seek revenge, draw a horizontal line on the paper." He wrote another 2 on the paper. "If the spread of the cold can't be controlled, draw 2 bars on the paper." Everyone's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Lu Erniu said, "If it happens during the day, draw a sun, and if it happens at night, draw a moon." Well, that's possible. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Because sometimes he goes out to do things, the letter sent by carrier pigeon may not reach him immediately. It is quite necessary to distinguish whether the letter is delivered during the day or at night. He thought for a moment and added, "If something happens at home that you can't handle, just put a cross on the note. My grandfather's family is now living the best life in Liujia village, so you can bet someone will be jealous and cause trouble. They probably wouldn't dare to rob food openly. After all, the deterrent effect of Gu Zhouyuan's killing of bandits last time was there. But when people are extremely hungry, they may do anything. So he had to ask his grandfather and others to be on guard." Everyone checked the codes twice and soon memorized them completely. After taking the medicine, Xiao Domiao broke out in sweat all over his head and face. Old Mrs. Lu kept shouting, "Amit ba," hoping that he would be fine after sweating. In the room, Lu Xuanyo was wrapped in a quilt, his body soaked with sweat. Only then did Ding feel relieved. Seeing that it was already Yushur, around 5 p.m., Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said goodbye. "Your second aunt has gone to cook. Stay and have dinner before leaving." Lu Dei also stood up. "No, we still have a long way to go, and it will be dark after we eat," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Lu Dei was about to say something to persuade him to stay, but old man Lu said, "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. It's a mess outside now, and it's not safe to walk in the dark." Everyone loaded bamboo baskets and crates onto the mule cart. Now the Lu family's main job is to weave bamboo baskets. Although these things are not as valuable as those handicrafts, they are easy to make and the whole family can help, and they can be mass-produced. I haven't been home for half a month, and my grandfather's family has made a total of 155 bamboo baskets. The bamboo baskets were strung together with hemp ropes and piled high on the mule cart. In addition to the 2 small handicrafts that Mr. Lu made in his spare time, Gu Zhouyuan paid him 3 taels of silver. You can earn 3 taels of silver in half a month, which is 200 coins a day. This is considered a high-income family in the entire Qingtian County. Although a family of more than 10 people are working together, the average wages do not seem to be high. But generally speaking, families like theirs can only spare 2 or 3 strong laborers to go out and carry heavy bags, and they have to come back to do farm work during the busy farming season. It is considered good if they can work for most of the year. Not to mention the famine now, there is no shortage of people carrying heavy bags at the docks, and the villagers are all idle at home with nothing to do. The Lu family can earn money at home without leaving the house, without having to delay their work in the fields, and without having to put in much effort. I can see money more than 300 days a year, and my life has never been so prosperous. All of this is thanks to Gu Zhouyuan's support. Now, Mrs. Lu's attitude towards Gu Zhouyuan's family has changed drastically. She called them Xiao Yuan and Xiaoyun one by one in a very affectionate manner. It's just that Ding is used to being sarcastic, and it will take some time for her to completely change. Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart back to the village. The journey was uneventful, and it was not yet completely dark when he got home. Gu Zhouyuan dropped his mother Lu off at the doorstep. Then he drove the mule cart directly to the duck shed and sold all the bamboo baskets to the mall. He tied the mule cart to a stake and walked to the workshop. "Mr. Gu, Boss Gu." When the refugees living in the workshop saw Gu Zhouyuan, they all stood up and greeted him. I don't know who started it, but many people started calling Gu Zhouyuan Boss Gu. But their understanding was not wrong. They worked for Gu Zhouyuan, and Gu Zhouyuan provided them with food and shelter, so it was appropriate to call him boss. "Today is your first day at work. How do you feel? Are you tired?" Gu Zhouyuan asked with a smile. "Not tired. It's just clearing wasteland and farming, which we are used to doing." Huang Debao was the first to speak. Others also echoed. "The work isn't really hard." Second brother Gu was worried we'd get tired, so he let us rest after working for an hour. Miss Zhaodi even brought us water to drink. The Gu family are all good people and treat us very well. Everyone was talking at once, their words full of gratitude. Chapter 294 Planning to open a school. They were displaced and relied on charity from others to survive, feeling that they had no dignity at all. Later, wanting to earn 2 meals a day with his own hands, he followed Gu Zhouyuan to Datong village. Some people called them stupid, saying that they had ready-made porridge but refused to eat it and insisted on coming here to suffer. On the way here, some of them regretted it, but more of them were confused and afraid about the future. For the sake of the so-called dignity that is invisible and intangible, I followed people to this remote mountain village on impulse. No one knows what awaits them. On the way, Mr. Xiaogu gave them some white flour cakes, and they began to understand that they had followed the right person. But he was even more confused, not knowing what kind of work he had to do to deserve to eat white flour bread. After finishing a day's work, everyone was a little bit unbelievable. They just cleared the land and cultivated the land, and they only worked for more than 4 hours a day. The most important thing is that Mr. Gu's family is very kind. Only here do they feel that they are not beggars or parasites, but real people. How was the food? Gu Zhouyuan asked again. Today is the first day of work for these refugees. He asked Gu Zhaodi to put more rice in the porridge. The porridge is very thick. 1 bowl is equivalent to 3 bowls in the porridge stall outside the city. A refugee said excitedly. And 1 person can serve it twice. If porridge was not difficult to store in the summer, they would definitely save a bowl of porridge for every meal. They are all people who are afraid of hunger, and storing food for emergencies is basically engraved in their bones. That's good. If anyone is feeling unwell, please speak up and seek timely treatment. Don't try to bear it. Life will get better and better in the future. Health is our greatest asset, Gu Zhouyuan said earnestly. Naturally, his words won everyone's favor. Having food and shelter, and receiving medical treatment when sick were things they could not even dream of until recently. After saying goodbye to the refugees, Gu Zhouyuan turned and entered the workshop's warehouse. The warehouse and workshop are separate. Gu Zhouyuan bought corn and rice from the mall and piled them in the corner of the warehouse. He was thinking about building an independent warehouse. After the workshop started operation, it would be inconvenient to store the things in his system here. He also planned to build a school so that the children could receive orthodox education. Who knows, maybe there would be 2 more scholars in Jiren in the family. There is a teacher available, but Feng Tongsheng is sick and cannot teach for the time being. Feng Tongsheng was just a student, and it was enough for him to enlighten children, but it was indeed difficult for him to teach a scholar to become a Jiren. However, as the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door, but practice depends on yourself. When the PhD students from Peking University and Tsinghua University were in elementary school, they were taught Chinese pinyin by their elementary school teachers. At worst, when the students advance, we can ask Mr. Jingda for help and find 2 teachers from Qingtian Academy. In ancient China, there was a distinction between primary and secondary schools. There is even a kindergarten. The earliest kindergarten was the Rizishi in the Western Zhou dynasty, which was responsible for caring for and educating the royal descendants. Later, elementary schools took on the function of Enlightenment education, which was equivalent to modern kindergartens and lower grades of primary schools. It mainly teaches children literacy, writing, arithmetic, basic moral norms, and common sense of life. 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, 1,000-character classic, and others are commonly used teaching materials. In ancient times, after completing the stages of education such as enlightenment, reading, and writing, students could register at academies. The academy is equivalent to today's middle school. There is no age limit for admission to the academy, but in order to meet the academy's admission standards, one must generally be between 13 and 14 years old. There are also government-run county schools, but they only accept local students. Whether it was a private academy or a government-run county school, they all taught basic knowledge such as Confucian classics, history, and literature to prepare for further studies or participation in the imperial examinations. Therefore, Gu Zhouyuan School is also divided into kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. At least several teachers are needed. By then he will be the honorary principal of the school. Oh, in this world he is called the headmaster or the head teacher. He can also be said to be an honorary principal. He will teach students the basics of physics, and it would be best if he could cultivate a group of science students in Datong village who can become his helpers in the future. Anyone who graduated from this school in the future, whether they succeeded in the imperial examinations or made achievements in the study of things, could be said to be his disciples. The next morning, Gu Zhouyuan went to the construction site for an inspection. 3 more people are on sick leave today. Now everyone has become accustomed to it. If you are sick, just treat the disease. The medicine prepared by Dr. Wei according to Gu Zhouyuan's prescription is very effective. After taking a few doses of medicine and resting for a few days, the disease will basically be cured. In their Datong village, typhoid fever is not much different in severity from the common cold. Wang Degui said that the house would be completed today, and they were just waiting for a good day to put up the beams. Gu Zhouyuan himself is a demigod, so why would he go to see such a thing? He immediately made the decision and said that the beam-raising ceremony would be held tomorrow. Wang Dague calculated that a total of 56 beams would be needed for the two-courtyard house. Old Master Gu had been searching for the central beam of the main house on the mountain long before Gu Zhouyuan decided to build a house. There are some considerations when choosing the central beam of the main house. Ordinary people can use fir. However, Gu Zhouyuan's family built a two-courtyard house made of blue bricks and tiles. Mr. and Mrs. Gu agreed that they should choose good elm wood as the central beam. Elm wood is hard and wear-resistant, has good compression and bending resistance, and has beautiful texture. It is difficult to find an elm tree that is old enough and grows straight, and mulberry trees and locust trees cannot grow around elm trees. Old Man Gu wandered around in the mountains for 7 or 8 days before he found a suitable elm tree. We chose a good day to cut the wood down the mountain and dried it in a cool and ventilated place for nearly 2 months, just in time for the house to be completed. The most important central beam is now in place, and the rest of the eaves, purlins, golden beams, etc. can be purchased at the timber market. Gu Zhouyuan released a carrier pigeon and asked Niu Budu to deliver 66 beams, so as to prepare a few more in case of emergency. The purlins and other things were also transported here. Only half an hour after the pigeon was released, Gu Zhouyuan received a carrier pigeon from Niu Budu. The note on the pigeon's leg said that he had received the message and he would immediately send someone to handle it, so that Gu Zhouyuan could rest assured. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed convenient to exchange information with carrier pigeons. Didn't this save him from having to go all the way to the county town? At noon, someone from the patrol team came to report that many horse and mule carriages had arrived outside the village. They were stopped by the patrol team. Most of the people on the carriage were militiamen from the county government, and the leader was Captain Zhou. They remembered clearly what Gu Zhouyuan said, that outsiders could not enter Datong village at will. So even though Captain Zhou was leading the patrol, they didn't let anyone in. After all, everyone in the village still remembers what happened to Captain Zhao last time. Gu Youfu sent someone to inform Gu Zhouyuan, while they stayed with Captain Zhou to talk. Chapter 295, Heavenly Means. This is actually a manifestation of the villagers' confidence and strength. If it were in other villages, when they saw the Yamen runners, they would have welcomed them in and treated them to good food and drink. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to ask them to let the convoy in, but after thinking about it, he decided to go there in person. He walked quickly towards the village entrance. Captain Zhou was a relatively good-natured person. He didn't lose his temper when he was stopped outside the village. He was currently bragging to the patrol team. The main reason is that there is Gu Zhouyuan in Datong village. He admires Gu Zhouyuan very much, so naturally he is more tolerant and patient. If this happened in other villages, he would not be so good-tempered. Ha, Brother Gu, the patrol team of Datong village is really good. It's even stricter than the one at the city gate. Captain Zhou laughed from a distance when he saw Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan also laughed. I think Captain Zhou should know that there is a plague outside. There are more than 1,000 people in Datong village. They have to be careful. Captain Zhou heard what County Magistrate Ho said yesterday. What he just said was not to deceive Gu Zhouyuan. He really thought that the security in Datong village was good. Remove the checkpoints and let the convoy in. The county magistrate was just handling an official business. He should be here in a while, said Captain Zhou. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly said to the patrol team, the county magistrate will be here soon, so please don't keep us outside. He was afraid that if he didn't say anything, the patrol team might really do it. Of course, the possibility is not very high. After all, in the hearts of the people, the county magistrate is the most important official. Did the county magistrate say how much grain to buy? Or should we wait until he arrives? Gu Zhouyuan asked. The county magistrate said he wants 10,000 caddies of corn and 5,000 caddies of rice. When Captain Zhou arrived, County Magistrate Ho had already given him instructions. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Although more than 10,000 kilograms of food seemed like a lot, it would not last for more than a few days. You should know that the population of Qingtian County is more than 30,000, plus several thousand refugees from outside. Even if some farmers have stored grain at home, or simply cannot afford to buy grain, these people are left aside and are not counted. There are tens of thousands of people in the county town and refugees alone. These people have no land, and the amount of food they consume every day is terrifying. However, the entire county does not rely entirely on the food supply of County Magistrate Ho. The main purpose of this grain is to disrupt the current grain market and bring down grain prices. Where had the villagers ever seen so many horse-drawn and mule-drawn carts? There were more than a dozen of them, forming a long procession along the village road. At first, many people wanted to gather around to watch the fun, but were stopped by the patrol team. Febrile diseases are rampant now, and no one is allowed to gather together. The village head was also walking back and forth on the road to prevent anyone from refusing to listen. All the villagers were standing at their doorsteps looking out. Why are so many carriages coming to our village? Someone asked curiously. Look, they're heading to the soap factory. They're probably here to get some soap, right? The soap factory has only been open for a few days. How can there be so many soaps? I think a horse-drawn carriage could carry them all. That's right. There's been an outbreak of illness in the village these days, so the workshop has been closed for several days. We haven't been able to make much soap. Besides, we don't need anyone from the county government to get the soap. Look at that guy walking with Xiao Yuan. Isn't he the captain of the police who came back last time? Gu Zhouyuan led the people in the convoy into the workshop. When Gu Zhouyuan opened the warehouse door, Captain Zhou and others were all shocked by the grain piled up in the warehouse. It was also Gu Zhouyuan's fault for miscalculating. He thought County Magistrate Ho would buy a lot of food on this trip. He directly bought 20,000 kilograms of corn and 20,000 kilograms of rice in the mall. A mule or horse can carry about 300 kilograms of heavy objects directly. But with a cart, a tall and strong mule can easily pull 1,000 kilograms of grain. County Magistrate Ho had 14 carriages from Zhao Baiwan's family, plus 2 carriages from the county government office. There are also 3 horses used for daily patrols and delivering urgent documents. When they are harnessed to the carriage, they can also be used to pull goods. By this calculation, 19,000 kilograms of grain can be transported in one trip. Gu Zhouyuan estimated that County Magistrate Ho would send people to transport the food twice, so he prepared 40,000 kilograms of grain. Captain Zhou's admiration for Gu Zhouyuan increased even more. For a small village to be able to obtain so much food in this famine year is an unparalleled ability. They knew that the county magistrate was extremely worried about the food issue and often spent a whole day running around, but still couldn't get any food even if he spent a lot of money. That's white rice, and that's corn. Gu Zhouyuan kept the white rice and corn separately. One bag weighs 50 kilograms. There is a scale here. Captain Zhou can have someone weigh it. Gu Zhouyuan pointed to the large scale on the side. Oh no. How can I not trust you, Brother Gu? Captain Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. But he remained calm and winked at his subordinate beside him. The man waved his hand, and more than a dozen militiamen rushed to the corner where the grain was piled. 2 people used a scale hook to pick up a bag of grain and weigh it. Some people even opened their rice bags and carefully examined the rice. Captain Zhou pretended to scold. What are you doing? Why are you actually checking it out? Are you still not confident in my brother Gu? Those people smiled and said, there's nothing we can do. If we mess up the job assigned by the county magistrate, we'll be punished. In fact, this is also what Captain Zhou really thinks. Although his behavior just now was a bit hypocritical, it was also a helpless act. Of course, he trusted Gu Zhouyuan 100%, but the county magistrate attached great importance to the food issue, and he could not make any mistakes on his side. If this matter is not handled well, his career as a constable will probably be over. Gu Zhouyuan saw everything, but of course he was not angry. He was not doing a purely charitable act. Since people were spending money to buy food, it was reasonable for him to inspect the goods. Besides, he also appreciates people who do things meticulously. No matter how close the relationship is, you have to follow the rules when it's time to do so. When these people had almost finished checking, County Magistrate Ho came over with a few yamen runners. The person was brought here by Zhu, and he was also shocked by the food here by Gu Zhouyuan. Oh my god, where did Xiao Yuan get so much food? Wouldn't it cost more than 1,000 taels of silver? No, this is not about money at all, but what kind of supernatural power does it take to store so much food in this year of famine? The county magistrate just said on the way that he brought people here to buy grain. In other words, even the county magistrate couldn't get food, but Xiao Yuan could. After discovering this secret, Zhu was completely dumbfounded. He was originally hunched over beside the county magistrate, but now he straightened up involuntarily. Chapter 296, Eternal Life. Your Excellency, the county magistrate wants a total of 5,000 kilograms of rice and 10,000 kilograms of corn, right? Gu Zhouyuan bowed to County Magistrate Ho. Mr. Gu, County Magistrate Ho bowed in return. Ernie Yu on the side was even more surprised. The county magistrate actually called Xiao Yuan Mr. Gu and saluted Xiao Yuan. My god, Xiao Yuan has completely ascended to fame and become rich. That's right. County Magistrate Ho nodded. Let's get some food first to test the waters. Can the subsequent food supply be provided? After a pause, County Magistrate Ho asked again. Even though there is plenty of food here, if we want to lower the price of food outside, we will need a huge amount of food. Although Gu Zhouyuan had promised that there would be enough food, he still couldn't help but ask more. Yes, Gu Zhouyuan said concisely. Ha, good. County Magistrate Ho immediately smiled happily. Bags of grain were loaded onto the truck, and the villagers who had been standing at their doorsteps and watching the situation here were all excited. Aunt Wong, who had sharp eyes and was close by, shouted, "Oh my God! I saw it. It's all white rice. Where do you think Gu Shaoxin got so much white rice?" She said the last sentence to Wang Ernie. Wang Ernie now helps Gu Zhouyuan feed the chickens and ducks every day and is paid with 2 eggs. From the very beginning, she felt very happy to have 2 eggs a day. Not to mention now, in years of famine, the price of rice rises and the prices of other food also soar. A month ago, an egg sold for 7 cents, and now it is even more outrageous, having risen directly to 11 cents each. By this calculation, her daily wage is 22 cents. It's more than carrying a heavy bag for a whole day. She was frightened and even went to her third brother to ask him to give her just 1 egg, or even 1 egg every 2 days. The third brother refused with a smile. What he said, verbal promises are also protected by labor law, and the appreciation of assets is her luck, not the boss's. In short, he said some strange things, and she didn't remember them all. She only knew that her third brother was a good man. It's probably because the county magistrate has no place to store the grain he bought from outside, so he temporarily put it with my third brother. Wang Ernie blinked. It would be easy for the county magistrate to find a place to store the grain in the city. Why does he have to go through the trouble of storing it so far away? Aunt Wang curled her lips. Wang Ernie knew that this reason was far-fetched, but she just wanted to help her third brother cover it up. If everyone knew that third brother could get food, he would be in danger. News in rural areas is spread entirely by word of mouth, but the speed of transmission is not slow at all. Soon, the whole Datong village knew that more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages had arrived at the county government office, transporting grain to Gu Zhiyuan's house. It is probably Gu Zhiyuan's previous friend who is supporting him behind the scenes. When the locust plague first started, Gu Zhiyuan collected locusts in exchange for food, and he also asked his friends in the city for help. Gu Zhiyuan naturally didn't know all this, as he was settling accounts with County Magistrate Ho at the moment. White rice costs 50 won per pound, which is 12 won less than the market price. Corn costs 18 won per pound, which is 5 won less than the market price. 10,000 jin of corn is 180 taels of silver, and 5,000 jin of rice is 250 taels of silver. The total amount was 430 taels of silver, and County Magistrate Ho gave 5 silver notes of 100 taels each. Gu Zhouyuan didn't even give change, but instead asked someone to load 28 bags of rice onto the carriage. I wonder where Mr. Jingda is. Gu Zhouyuan hadn't seen Mr. Jingda for a long time and had wanted to ask County Magistrate Ho for a long time. Mr. Jingda went to the capital for something. County Magistrate Ho was stunned for a moment before answering. Capital City. Imperial Palace. In the dim morning light, the Mingrue Hall was solemn and bright. Master Su, a few years ago you said that you had been in the court for a long time, and the party disputes and turmoil had exhausted you mentally and physically. Finally, I resolutely abandoned the endless power struggles and devoted myself to the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. With towering green mountains and flowing green waters, I find inner peace in nature. Later, I heard that you had established a school in a small county in Tali Commandery. I summoned you several times, but you refused to return to the capital. The man who spoke was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with deep and calm eyes, and his gaze was full of wisdom that showed insight into the world. His lips were slightly pursed, his features firm and resolute. His back was straight without the slightest bend, and his every move exuded an air of superiority, a commanding presence without even anger. He called himself I. Needless to say, this person was the ruler of Dakian, Emperor Xuanhe Zhao Chengyue. I thought you came back to the capital because you were tired from traveling and wanted to come back to help me share my worries, but I didn't expect you to come back to ask for credit for someone else. Having said that, he smiled, not knowing whether he was happy to see his beloved teacher again, or was smiling bitterly because his teacher still did not want to return to the court to assist him. Master Su sat on a chair on the left side of the hall with a faint smile on his lips. On his gaunt face, his eyes seemed to hide a vast galaxy, and his brows revealed calmness and determination. He placed the teacup back on the table and said, "Your Majesty, I am aware that this old minister's energy is no longer as strong as before. It is difficult for me to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. The mountains, rivers, and forests are my final resting place. However, I, the old minister, am still keeping an eye out outside, hoping to discover useful talents for the court. I met Brother Gu in Tali County. He is a man of extraordinary talent. I believe that having his help is better than having countless counselors and thousands of troops." His words were neither humble nor arrogant. and his every move showed the calmness and extraordinariness of a scholar. Emperor Xuanhe's calm expression turned solemn. Master Su had only been back in Beijing for a few days, and this was already the 5th time he had mentioned Gu Zhouyuan to Master Su. Master Su is famous all over the world and has extremely high standards. It can be said that there is only one person in the entire Dakian who can be so highly praised by him. He had seen the memorial from Zheng, the prefect of Tali County, which also praised Gu Zhouyuan a lot. First, they discovered a method to detoxify cassava, which gave Dakian a staple food with extremely high yield and no picky soil. He was just about to issue an imperial decree to reward him when he received Zheng and second memorial. The memorial said that there was a remarkable man in Tali County who invented the curved plow. He asked people from the Ministry of Industry to make it according to the drawings. After testing it, I found that this curved plow was incredibly easy to use. He still remembered that Zhang Kun, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, was beaming at the court meeting, spitting excitedly as he praised the curved plow to the hilt. The curved plow changes the straight and long shaft into a curved and short shaft and installs a freely rotating plow disc, making the plow frame smaller and lighter, easier to turn and make turns, more flexible to operate, and saving manpower and animal power. And the depth of cultivated land can be adjusted through components such as plow levelers to adapt to different farming needs. It has improved farming efficiency, enhanced land cultivation quality, promoted agricultural technological progress, and promoted agricultural economic development. In short, Zhang Kun spoke eloquently for half an hour, as if with this curved plow, Dakian would be able to maintain its stability for thousands of years. Chapter 297, Transcendence and Indifference. Emperor Xuanhe Zhao Chengyue was also very happy. Tali County really produced talents. Looking more closely, Gu Zhouyuan, why does this strange man's name sound so familiar? Later I remembered that the person to be rewarded in the imperial edict I had just drafted was called Gu Zhouyuan. 2 major inventions came from the same person. This saves a lot of trouble. Just combine the 2 rewards together. But just as he had discussed the specific rewards with the cabinet ministers and was preparing to draft an edict, he received another letter. This letter was written by Master Su. The name was mentioned again in the letter, Gu Zhouyuan. He wrote the Enlightenment reading material, 3-character classic. A mutant non-toxic cassava was discovered. See through the tricks used by cults to deceive the people and nip the unrest that may occur in years of disaster in the bud. The method of using work instead of relief was proposed, which ensured the effective implementation of the imperial court's policy of letting localities save themselves. If these achievements were given to any one person alone, they would guarantee him a lifetime of wealth and glory, not to mention taking all the credit. Naturally, he would reward such a remarkable person greatly. Not only that, he would also invite Gu Zhouyuan to the court and give him a stage to display his talents. He was no longer in a hurry to draft an edict. He was waiting to see if there would be any more surprises later. This time, Master Su came. From Master Su, Emperor Xuanhe learned more about Gu Zhouyuan. This man is well-read and his realistic lyrics are so good that even Master Su cannot compare to him. You should know that the teacher is a great scholar of the time. It is said that there is no best in literature, but the teacher is recognized as the best by scholars all over the world. Now the number 1 in the world is willing to take second place. Emperor Xuanhe became increasingly curious about Gu Zhouyuan and was eager to recruit him to serve as an official in the court. However, the teacher firmly opposed it, saying that Gu Zhouyuan had a free and easy personality, and if he entered the court, it would be like a bird in a cage. The matter was put on hold. Today the teacher mentioned Gu Zhouyuan again, and Zhao Chengyue couldn't help but frown. Master Su, you also said that this extraordinary man is more powerful than 1,000 soldiers, but you are against recruiting him into the court, which makes me very embarrassed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am quite familiar with Brother Gu. His character. How should I describe it? Mr. Su paused here and tried to organize the appropriate sentences in his mind. Detached and indifferent. He finally found a relatively satisfactory word to describe Gu Zhouyuan. He was completely indifferent to money and official positions. With all that he possessed, he could easily have become a wealthy man, but he willingly handed it all over to the court. He can cook many unique dishes, so unique that I have never seen the ingredients in my travels. He also brews a very strong liquor. Oh, proof is a new word he coined. That liquor is so strong it's called baijiu. Even the best and strongest imperial wine in the palace seems much less potent than baijiu. Emperor Xuanhe was increasingly surprised and curious about Gu Zhouyuan. What kind of peculiar person could be so ingenious and create so many novel things? He leaned back in his chair and continued to listen to Master Su. His poetry and couplets are all excellent. With his talent and knowledge, it would not be difficult for him to become the top scholar. However, the old ministers once advised him to enter the court as an official and use his talents to benefit the people. Your Majesty, what do you think his answer was? Master Su recalled the scene of that day, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. Oh, how did he answer? Emperor Xuanhe leaned forward slightly, obviously curious. He said, Mr. Jingda is overly flattering. I have no ambition and am used to being lazy. The intrigues of officialdom are not for me. I'm afraid if I enter the arena, I'll be eaten to the bone. Mr. Su imitated Gu Zhiyuan's expression and tone from that day, and told the emperor exactly what he had said. Zhao Qingwei raised his eyebrows. This was saying that the court in his Dakian was dark and complicated, full of intrigues. Although this was true, he was still a little surprised when someone said it out loud. But there was no need for him to pretend in front of the teacher. The teacher has been in power for a long time, and he knows the twists and turns here better than anyone else. Anyone who says that the Dakian officialdom is clean and prosperous must be a scoundrel who is greedy and greedy. The emperor sighed and said, what he said is not without reason, but it's a pity that he has so much knowledge. Mr. Su suddenly laughed out loud. I, an old minister, sighed like your majesty at that time, but he said that what suits oneself is the best, and his destiny is to live in the fields. If you had gotten into officialdom, spent your days hustling for money and focusing solely on climbing the career ladder, you wouldn't have cassava, curved plows, strong liquor, or new varieties of vegetables. Master Su, also known as Mr. Jingda, how brilliant are his knowledge and skills. He himself did not persuade the emperor, but only repeated Gu Zhiyuan's words. These words moved me at that time, and naturally they could move the emperor now. Really? Emperor Xuanhe was silent and thoughtful. Yes, are these officials in the court who are so eager to flatter and curry favor with the emperor born like this? No, they once had ideals and ambitions, and thought about dedicating their lives to the country and the people, but in the end, they were smoothed over by money and fame. This wonderful flower grown in the mountains and countryside will only wither if you transplant it into an indoor flower pot. Even if it does not die, it will only linger on and will not be able to produce any exotic flowers, and will eventually become a vulgar peony or peony. Emperor Xuanhe pondered for a moment and said, I will not restrain him. As long as he can contribute to me and Dakian, it doesn't matter whether he is in the countryside or in the court. Mr. Jingda breathed a sigh of relief. He traveled thousands of miles on this journey because he was afraid that the emperor was eager for talented people and would order Brother Gu to serve as an official in the court. Brother Gu is extremely resistant to becoming an official, and the situation will get out of control. Somehow, he felt that Brother Gu's detachment and indifference were ingrained in his bones and would not change even if he encountered the supreme imperial power. Master Su has now reached a consensus with the emperor. What remains is to discuss the extent of the reward. Originally, the emperor wanted Gu Zhouyuan to serve as an official directly in the court. With his remarkable inventions, he could serve in the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Revenue. Besides, Master Lien Su highly praised his talent, so he could enter the Hanlin Academy directly. But now everything is disrupted. If you don't want to be an official, you can still be granted a title. Master Su suggested that the title should not be too high, but there could be more land, gold, and silver. After all, what little Brother Gu loves is the mountains and fields. If we directly confer the title of Marquis on him, firstly, I am afraid that he will be disgusted, and secondly, I am afraid that he will make great contributions in the future, and there will be no more titles to be given to him. The two discussed until very late. Gu Zhouyuan was completely unaware of all this. At this time, Niu Butu brought people to deliver beams. He led the villagers who were building houses and was unloading the wood. Chapter 298, Hold Thighs Tightly. I greet the county magistrate. Niu Butu had been running a dock business in the city, so naturally he knew County Magistrate Ho. He was very surprised to see County Magistrate Ho appear in this remote mountain village. He was even more surprised when he saw that County Magistrate Ho was speaking very politely to shopkeeper Gu. It seems that Manager Gu has an extraordinary background. I have to be more humble when doing business with him in the future. You are. County Magistrate Ho frowned and thought for a moment. Nabutu, are you here to deliver wood to Mr. Gu's family? He remembered that the man in front of him was Niu Butu from the Huiqing River Timber Wharf, whom he had met several times before. Niu Butu was stunned. Mr. Gu, this is not just a simple polite statement. I didn't expect that Manager Gu holds such a high position in the heart of the county magistrate. It seems that Manager Gu is not only his god of wealth, but can also become his big backer in the future. He has to hold on to this thigh tightly. At this moment, he thought of a lot of things, but he didn't hesitate to speak. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Your Excellency the County Magistrate, Mr. Gu's family will be putting up the beams for their new house tomorrow, so I picked out some good wood and sent it to them." "Young Manager Gu? Why do you call him that, young master?" County Magistrate Ho asked curiously. "I'm afraid the County Magistrate may not be aware." Nyobuta bowed and said, "Young Manager Gu bought a shop on the Huiching River, which was formerly the Junzai Lai restaurant. Of course, young Manager Gu doesn't just run a restaurant. He also has other businesses, so I've always referred to him as young manager." "You're coming again?" He glanced at Gu Zhouyuan suspiciously. "Is Mr. Gu working together with Ho Yu and Master Su?" "That's right," Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. "It was young Master Ho who suggested opening a restaurant, but now there's a famine, so the opening has been delayed." County Magistrate Ho secretly gave a thumbs up to his eldest son in his heart. A while ago, Ho Yu said that he wanted to open a restaurant with Su Mufeng and asked him for 200 taels of silver. He was also wondering why this kid of his, who knew nothing about cooking or business, would think of opening a restaurant. He originally disagreed, but when he heard that Su Mufeng was one of the partners, he reluctantly took the money. "I didn't expect that Mr. Gu was supporting me from behind. His son is not good at anything and eats everything without leaving any residue, but his vision in making friends is far beyond the reach of his father." According to Mr. Jingda, Su Mufeng has always been aloof and self-righteous and has few friends. But you can play with Ho Yu. Now Ho Yu has become friends with Gu Zhouyuan, and they even start a business together. Ho Yu is not good at either literature or martial arts, but knowing how to make friends is probably a talent that God has given him as compensation. Ho Yu has a capricious personality and is not persistent in doing things. I would like to ask Mr. Gu to give him more advice and guidance. County Magistrate Ho laughed. Gu Zhouyuan quickly waved his hands and said he dared not. "Are you very familiar with Mr. Gu?" County Magistrate Ho asked when he saw that Nyobuta seemed to know a lot about Gu Zhouyuan. "I have known Manager Gu for a long time and am currently helping him to set up a new overseas trade route." Nyobuta replied with an apologetic smile. In fact, he and Gu Zhouyuan had only done business twice, and they were still far from knowing each other for a long time. But he had already made up his mind to cling to Gu Zhouyuan's thighs. Now he had to be thick-skinned and make his presence felt in front of the county magistrate first. He had heard the term overseas trade route from Gu Zhouyuan. It was a bit awkward to pronounce, but it was a very apt description. It was the first time that County Magistrate Ho heard this strange term. After Gu Zhouyuan gave it a brief explanation, he understood it. "Oh, it's about trading with foreign countries. That's pretty good. It is not uncommon for Dakian to have trade with other countries." The Imperial Court also set up a special Shirbuisi in Guangzhou City to manage overseas trade-related matters, including inspecting ships, collecting customs duties, and purchasing monopoly products. Dakian silk fabrics, ceramics, tea drinks, bronze and ironware are extremely popular in other countries. Dakian would also import locally produced items from abroad. For example, spices, ivory, rhino horns, and other items from Kampo were also very expensive in Dakian. There are also special products such as agarwood, sumac, and yellow wax from Jinla. Srivijaya's pearls, rubies, sapphires, agates, corals, and other jewelry were deeply loved by the nobles and wealthy businessmen of Dakian. There was also the previous timber business in Nubutu, which mostly transported timber from countries like Java and Jiaoji. In addition to the countries in the southeast, there are also nomadic peoples in the north of Dakian in the western regions, who also trade frequently with Qian. Minerals, horses, meat products, furs, jade, spices, most of these things were imported from outside. County Magistrate Ho's mind was in turmoil, and suddenly he understood. These grains of Mr. Gu Shao may have been traded overseas. Relying on food from other countries to solve local famine is a really great deal. It is said that businessmen are profit-oriented, but Mr. Gu is a man with a global vision. County Magistrate Ho looked at Gu Zhouyuan with even more admiration. Feeling the change in County Magistrate Ho's mood, Gu Zhouyuan was a little confused. However, he didn't want to go into details. Since the topic of overseas trade was brought up, Gu Zhouyuan just asked Nyobutu to take away the soaps that had been in stock for the past 2 days. In fact, the soap workshop only worked for 2 days. On the first day, everyone was not familiar with the work and the process was not clear, so only 100 bars of soap were made. The speed increased on the second day, and I made 500 yuan a day. Once everyone becomes more proficient, it will be very easy to make 1,000 yuan a day. The soaps are 300 yuan each. The price Gu Zhouyuan gave to Nabutu was the same as that given by ULI Trading Company. A piece of soap costs 300 coins, and a piece of perfumed soap costs 1 tael of silver. The total is 390 taels of silver. Oh, by the way, I haven't paid you for the beams and purlins yet. How much silver are those 3 carts of wood worth in total? Gu Zhouyuan said. The total is 20 taels of silver. Niu Buta touched his forehead and said. I don't know if it was Gu Zhouyuan's illusion, but he felt that Niu Buta spoke with a crying tone. Niu Buta was indeed very depressed. He mobilized a large number of people and had them carry the wood onto mule carts and drive such a long mountain road to deliver it to his door. 3 mule carts were dispatched, but only 20 taels of silver were sold. In the past, 20 taels of silver would have been considered a big deal, and he should have been very happy. But when he looked at the small pile of soap on the mule cart, he felt like crying. I was busy and chattering for a long time, but in the end it was only worth the money of 20 bars of soap. However, he thought that he was not just a buyer, and that he used this magical soap to make money from the Javanese people. His face immediately blossomed again. Gu Zhouyuan was a little confused when he saw his expression changing continuously. Chapter 299 Order a batch of soap. Gu Zhouyuan coughed twice, interrupting Niu Buta's YY. Niu Butu, this soap is newly made, and the effect is not yet at its best. It's best to wait a month before using it. By then, the soap will have fully saponified and matured, and it won't burn your hands. Oh, do you know what saponification and maturation means? It's... Gu Zhouyuan was about to explain when Niu Butu interrupted. I know, just like the principle of winemaking, new wine is not as delicious as aged wine. After he said that, he raised his eyebrows at Gu Zhouyuan, meaning, look how knowledgeable I am. Gu Zhouyuan gave the king of understanding a thumbs up. County Magistrate Ho was stunned watching from the side. He was considered knowledgeable, but it was surprising that this small workshop in the village could produce such expensive goods. Mr. Gu, Magistrate Ho said, I wonder what soap and soap are. Could you show me? Gu Zhouyuan entered the warehouse and soon took out a bar of handmade soap and soap bought from the mall. He asked Zhu to fetch a basin of water. Niu Buta rushed to demonstrate to County Magistrate Ho. He washed his face and hands with soap, and also used soap to clean the cloth he used to wipe his sweat. County Magistrate Ho was amazed. This thing is more useful than bath beans, so the price is not expensive at all. Now he also understood where Gu Zhouyuan's open-minded attitude came from. Both liquor and soap are monopoly industries. With these secret methods, it is not an exaggeration to say that you own several gold mountains. Mr. Gu probably wouldn't bother to resell grain in a year of famine, profit from the national disaster, or profit from the misfortune of others. Brother Gu. Niu Buta changed his words naturally. Calling him that way immediately made people feel that their relationship was much closer. I don't have enough silver on me. He scratched his head with a silly smile. He only had a few taels of silver on him, but it was no wonder. He originally came to deliver wood and planned to bring back 20 taels of silver. Who could have thought that he would end up starving? Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, we can get married together next time. By the way, how much soap should your caravan bring back to Java? Have you figured out the market there? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Niu Buta would not go to Southeast Asia with only 600 bars of soap to develop the market. But Gu Zhouyuan didn't know how much soap the market there could absorb at once. Niu Buta put away his smile and said after a long pause, I'm going to bring 10,000 bars of soap this time, and 20,000 more. He was very confident in the soap, and Gu Zhouyuan said he would give him exclusive overseas operating rights. To put it bluntly, he has an exclusive monopoly on the market outside of the Qin dynasty. He also has the power to set prices. If he handles it well and is a little more ruthless, he can easily double the profit of this batch of soaps. He didn't have that much cash, but he could borrow from relatives and friends. If that didn't work, he would sell his property. As a qualified businessman, he still has this courage. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Niu Buta in surprise. He didn't expect that this old cow, who looked simple and honest, was actually so courageous. How many days will it take to make so many soaps? Asked Niu Buta. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, it will probably take a month. If you can't wait, I can ask the workshop to work at night. No, I'm not in a hurry. Niu Buta waved his hand. A month was almost up, and he took advantage of this time to raise money. The batch of palm oil and wood ordered by Gu Zhouyuan was worth several thousand taels, but even after paying for the soap, he was still short of more than 10,000 taels. But he felt comfortable with this debt, as he made money at both ends of the route. Moreover, all the goods are traded with Brother Gu alone, which is extremely stable. Zhu was dumbfounded. 10,000 bars of soap, 20,000 bars of soap. How much silver was that in total? He was not good at arithmetic, and coupled with his agitated mood, he couldn't calm down at all. He calculated in his mind several times, but couldn't figure it out. Gu Zhaodi, the warehouse manager called by Gu Zhouyuan, calculated the total amount in one go, which was 16,000 taels of silver. In just 1 month, the workshop can produce goods worth 16,000 taels of silver. Others may not know, but she clearly knows how low the cost of these soaps is. Her breathing became heavier. 16,000 taels of silver was too much for a peasant girl like her. Even the county magistrate's family probably didn't have that much money, right? And this was just a simple gift from her Xiaoyuan. She was right. At this moment, the magistrate of Qingtian County was swallowing his saliva violently. To be honest, his family couldn't even afford 1,000 taels of silver. The last time Hou Yu asked him for 200 taels of silver, he felt the pain for a long time. But since this thing is so useful, the raw materials must be very expensive. Just like bath beans, after deducting the cost of materials and labor, the profit is probably limited. But then again, even if the profit is 1 in 100, that's still 160 taels of silver. He shook his head and quickly said goodbye to Gu Zhouyuan. There are still a lot of matters waiting for me to deal with at the county government office, so I won't bother Mr. Gu here. He smiled at Gu Zhouyuan. He was even more afraid that if he stayed any longer, the understanding of money he had built up over the years would completely collapse. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly bowed and said, "Then I will see the county magistrate off." County magistrate Ho did not refuse. He ordered the yamen runner driving the carriage to turn around and slowly walk out of the village. He pointed to the 2 carriages parked in front of Gu Zhouyuan's house and said, "These 2 carriages are gifts from the county to you, young master." Gu Zhouyuan bowed his hands in gratitude and said, "I thank the county magistrate for the reward. The carriage in front of me is simple and solid, with a dark brown body and tight gaps between the wooden boards, which have been polished by time to give it a warm texture. The wheels are made of thick solid wood with iron bars on the edges, making them more durable. The reddish-brown horse standing in front of the carriage has shiny fur, long limbs, and well-developed muscles. These 2 horses were the youngest horses selected by County Magistrate Ho, and they had gentle personalities. They shook their heads from time to time, and their tails were swinging leisurely. Erju suddenly rushed over with a roar. He just heard that these 2 carriages were given to Xiaoyuan by the county magistrate. Oh my god, that means that his Gu family now has a mule cart and 2 horse carriages. Given Xiaoyuan's personality, as long as he asked, Xiaoyuan would definitely agree to let him drive the carriage for a few laps. Who knows, maybe when I get married in the future, I can borrow Xiaoyuan's carriage to pick up my bride. When he thought of that scene, his heart was filled with joy. Chapter 300. You have to nod your head. County Magistrate Ho left with Niu Butu. When Niu Butu returned to the city, there were 2 empty mule carts, so County Magistrate Ho bought another 2,000 kilograms of rice and asked him to help bring it back to the county government office. Gu Zhouyuan's workshop then continued to work. The workers in the workshop have already heard that Xiaoyuan has received a big order. 20,000 bars of soap and 10,000 bars of toilet soap. The products they made were recognized by customers and the market, which gave every villager working in the workshop a sense of pride. They were originally people carefully selected by Gu Zhouyuan, and none of them liked to be cunning and deceitful. At this moment, he felt like he was full of energy and was working with great vigor. Old Mrs. Gu was in high spirits and kept patrolling the workshop. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu, has a soft personality and lacks a firm stance when managing people and affairs. She is in charge of all matters big and small in the workshop. Now that her eldest grandson has taken on such a big job, she naturally has to let him take care of the workshop. Old Master Gu and Gu Manton and the others are busy with the beam-raising ceremony for the new house tomorrow. Unlike the last time when the beams were raised in the workshop, this time the beams were raised for a residence. There were too many rules and many things needed. What about the grains and cereals that symbolize a good harvest, the red cloth wrapped around the central beam, the incense, candles, 3 kinds of meat, candies and cakes? The list was drawn up by the village head after discussion with Mr. Gu. It was a large piece of paper filled with words. Some things can be found in the village, but things like pig head candies can only be bought in the city. Gu Dedi took his mother Lu and second aunt to the county town to buy things. Erju volunteered to help Gu Dedi drive. When he really sat on the shaft of the carriage, his hands holding the reins were shaking a little. This was a carriage. He had never dreamed that he would be able to drive a carriage one day. He controlled the carriage and drove slowly through the village. When you walk into a crowded place, especially when you see young girls or wives, you should shout "Go!" It attracted everyone's attention, but he still held the reins tightly to prevent the horse from running, so that he could enjoy the envy of others. The big brown horse was confused by him. It had been pulling the cart for 2 years, and this was the first time it had encountered someone shouting "Gee" while pulling the reins. Third brother, Gu Zhouyuan had just returned from the construction site of a new house. Before he reached the door of his house, he heard someone calling him. Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Gu Zhouyuan saw that Xiaohua's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Anyang and second brother went to the city. Eldest sister Gu Zhaodi helped in the workshop, and Sidon took Xiaowu out to walk the dog and pig. There was no one at home. The little girl had probably been waiting for him outside the gate for some time. Who bullied you? Tell your third brother, and he will vent your anger for you, Gu Zhouyuan said, touching Xiaohua's head. When Xiaohua heard her third brother's comfort, the tears that had just stopped burst out again. Third brother, I don't want to get married. Xiaohua pouted and said with sobs. Get married? Gu Zhouyuan's voice rose a few notches. Third brother didn't seem to hear clearly. Say it again, what don't you want to do? Gu Zhouyuan really scratched his ears. My mother asked me to marry Lu Jin, but I don't want to marry Lu Jin. No, I don't want to get married at all. Xiaohua cried, even more sadly. Gu Zhouyuan felt unwell. Xiaohua has always been a child in his eyes. He never expected that the word marry would be associated with this little girl. He thought about it carefully and realized that Xiaohua was 13 years old this year, and in his previous life, he was just a student in the 6th grade or the 1st grade of junior high school. But in this world, 13 years old is already old enough to talk about marriage. In ancient China, men and women got married relatively early. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, once issued an edict. If a man aged 20 or older and a woman aged 15 or older were unmarried, the prefectures and counties would marry them according to proper ceremony. This sentence means that when a man reaches the age of 20 or a woman reaches the age of 15 or above, if they have not yet started a family, the local county government must arrange marriages for them in accordance with etiquette and regulations. During the Han Dynasty, Emperor Hui of Han issued an order that women who were between 15 and 30 years old and did not marry would be charged 5 times the head tax. From the records in these historical books, we can see that a woman at the age of 15 is considered an old leftover woman, and the government has to intervene forcibly. Although there is no strict regulation in this regard in Dakian, getting married at the age of 13 is a very normal thing. Who is Lu Jin? When did it happen? Why have I never heard anyone mention it? Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. No matter what others think, 13-year-old Xiaohua is just a little girl in his eyes. He could hardly imagine that such a young child would have to take on family roles such as wife, daughter-in-law, and even mother. Moreover, the bodies of teenagers have not fully developed yet, so the risk of difficult labor will be greatly increased if they become pregnant and give birth at this time. The extremely high mortality rate of pregnant women during childbirth in ancient times was largely related to the fact that the mothers were too young and their bodies had not yet matured. Lu Jin is my cousin, the second son of my eldest uncle. Yesterday, my eldest aunt came to my house and told my parents that she wanted to marry me to my cousin Lu Jin. Xiao Huabian said while wiping away tears. Gu Zhouyuan's face turned even darker. Not only was he a minor, but he was also a close relative. This low buff is fully stacked. Don't be anxious. Gu Zhouyuan took out a handkerchief and handed it to Xiaohua to wipe her tears. Who agreed to this marriage? Second aunt. Did second uncle, grandpa, and grandma all agree? He first went to the city yesterday, and then went to Liujia village. I was busy outside all day, and it was already evening when I came back. So he didn't hear about Xiaohua's affairs. However, this matter was probably just something the two families discussed together, and it had not been officially decided. So my second uncle and the others did not make it public. Son Lu Jin attended a private school for 2 years and can read and write. He's now managing the warehouse at the Huaiqing River Wharf. Dad and the others think this is a good match. Xiaohua was so angry that she stopped calling Lu Jin cousin and just called him son Lu Jin with his full name. You're playing the piano. Gu Zhouyuan shouted angrily. Is it so great to be able to write 2 words? Don't you also learn to read and write? Is managing the warehouse so great? Does your family make as much as making sweet soup? Why are you in such a hurry to promise her off? If you want to get married, you have to give your approval. They can only give you advice, but they can't make the decision for you. Xiaohua felt warm in her heart when she saw her third brother's reaction. Everyone in the family agreed with the marriage. I happily agreed to it on her behalf and arranged her future life. They discussed each other's height, appearance, income, and family, compared various conditions, and both felt that she would live a good life if she married him. I just didn't ask her. Xiaohua, what do you think? Are you willing to marry me? Only the third brother would comfort her when he saw her crying. Only the third brother thought that the other party was nothing special and that Xiaohua was not bad either. Chapter 3: One Cousins Cannot Marry. Gu Zhouyuan reached out and wanted to rub Xiaohua's head, which was his usual action. This time his hand was suspended in the air, but did not fall on Xiaohua's head. He had never noticed before that Xiaohua was already old enough to get married, and he could no longer treat her as a child. Xiaohua saw the hesitation of the third brother, and her eyes couldn't help but dim. Before sadness could overwhelm me, I felt my third brother's big hand falling on my head and rubbing it randomly. Don't worry, Xiaohua. Third brother doesn't agree to this marriage. Even if grandma and second uncle agree, third brother can ruin it. She looked up and saw her third brother smiling at her, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. She laughed too. Then he wrinkled his nose and made a face at the third brother. Third brother is so annoying, he messed up my hair. She reached out and ruffled her head a few times to push down the sticky hair. After comforting Xiaohua, Gu Zhouyuan went straight to the construction site. He doesn't like to procrastinate. Rural people are not as particular about marriage as rich families. Don't wait until the marriage certificate is issued and the other party picks out the betrothal gifts, otherwise a lot of trouble will arise. Second aunt has gone to the city and won't be back for a while. He decided to go find his second uncle first. Gu Mansong was leading people to saw wood. These woods were beams that had been delivered from Nubuta earlier. Now it's time to saw the wood to the appropriate length. Gu Manton and Old Man Gu were also helping out on the construction site. Gu Mansong felt that someone was blocking the light. He looked up and found that the person was Gu Zhouyuan. Xiaoyuan, why are you back again? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Gu Zhouyuan had just returned home from the construction site and turned back again, so Gu Mansong asked this question. Well, I came to ask my second uncle something. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Gu Mansong quickly stood up and called a villager next to him to take over. What's wrong? Gu Mansong felt that Gu Zhouyuan didn't seem very happy. Gu Zhouyuan got straight to the point. I heard that second uncle wants to marry Xiaohua to her cousin's son Lu Jin. Gu Mansong was slightly taken aback. There is such a thing, but it's just Xiaohua's aunt who mentioned it. The matter hasn't been finalized yet. He didn't know where Gu Zhouyuan heard the news. Did second uncle agree? Gu Zhouyuan sat down on the wood nearby. Lu Jin is an educated kid, and now he has a decent job at the dock. I discussed it with Xiaohua's mother, and we think it's a good idea. Gu Mansong wiped his sweat and asked, Xiaoyuan, are you against this marriage? He could sense Gu Zhouyuan's displeasure, so he asked tentatively. That's right, Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I think Xiaohua is still young, and there's no need to rush into marriage. She's working hard to learn to read and write. If she waits a few years, she'll definitely find a better family. In fact, what Gu Zhouyuan wanted to say was to wait for a few years until she was mature both physically and mentally, and then let her pick one she liked, and her family would help her to screen it. A villager sawing wood nearby chimed in. It's right to listen to Xiaoyuan. As the old saying goes, a man with a low head marries a wife, and a man with a high head marries a man. You should teach Xiaohua to read well. Who knows, she might marry a scholar in the future. Another villager also said, that's right, just because her third brother is Xiaoyuan, then she can easily choose a young man from a good family in the future. Gu Mansong thought about it, and it made sense. His family was doing well, so there was no need to marry his daughter off in such a hurry. It would be better for Xiaohua to enjoy the good life in the Gu family for a few more years. The most important thing is that what Xiaoyuan said is definitely not wrong. This has almost become a consensus among him and even the entire Gu family. When Mr. Gu and Gu Manton, who were not far away, saw the commotion here, they stopped what they were doing and walked over. Gu Zhouyuan waited until all the leaders in the family were present before continuing. Grandpa and third uncle are here too. I have one more thing to say. In the future, in our Gu family, intermarriage between cousins is strictly prohibited. Why? Several voices asked at the same time. Not only the Gu family, but even the villagers who were helping out nearby were all curious. There are many cousin marriages in the village. It is said that cousins marry each other, and everyone believes that cousin marriage can make the relationship between the two families closer. Moreover, transportation in this world is inconvenient, and people's social circle is limited. Cousins have more opportunities to get along with each other and become familiar with each other under the bond of kinship, making it easier for them to develop feelings and become marriage partners. The two families know each other well, so the new daughter-in-law does not have to spend time figuring out her mother-in-law's temperament, and the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is easier to get along with. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously, marriage between cousins is likely to produce a fool. There was an uproar among the crowd. No way, aren't Sanqiangzi's parents cousins? I don't think Sanqiangzi is stupid. Sanchong is not stupid, but Erqiangzi is dumb. Xiaoyuan said that if cousins get married, they will give birth to a fool, but he never said that they will give birth to a mute. Did Nerfing marry her cousin? I heard that she gave birth to a son in Xiao village. He's so stupid that he drools even though he's only 6 or 7 years old. That's not necessarily the fault of cousins getting married. The parents of our village's second idiot aren't even relatives, yet they still gave birth to a fool. The villagers said all kinds of things. Gu Zhouyuan didn't have the heart to explain to them. He just looked at old man Gu, Gu Monsong, and Gu Manton. Gu Monsong opened his mouth. He had indeed never heard of this reason, but he believed everything Xiao Yuan said. Gu Manton scratched his head and said to Gu Monsong, "Did you hear that, second brother? Xiao Yuan said that cousins can't get married. You need to explain the matter of Xiaohua to your second sister-in-law right away." Old Master Gu also said, "Yes, you must explain this to your eldest brother-in-law as soon as possible. Don't delay it, or else there will be misunderstandings." "No, you really believed it?" Two villagers who had doubts about what Gu Zhouyuan said twitched their lips. Although Gu Zhouyuan is very capable, the idea of cousins getting married is a long-standing and deeply rooted idea that cannot be changed just because of a casual remark he made. But the two of them glanced at the village road not far away and saw several villagers passing by with baskets on their backs, and they stretched out their hands to greet Gu Zhouyuan. They were suddenly stunned. Xiao Yuan is not only smart and good at making money, he also has unfathomable medical skills. Gu Yukai and his wife, who were declared incurable by Dr. Wei, were saved by Gu Zhouyuan. There was also typhoid fever, which everyone was afraid of, but it did not cause any trouble in Datong village, all because of Gu Zhouyuan's 2 prescriptions. Then what Xiao Yuan said, that cousins marrying each other will give birth to a fool, is probably true. When they got home from work in the evening, these people told others what Gu Zhouyuan had said today. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout Datong village. From then on, Datong village had an established village rule. Cousins could not marry each other. Chapter 3:02 New House Beam Raising. The next day, everyone in the Gu family got up early. It was just dawn, the sunlight was slightly drunk, and many people had already gathered in front of the new house. Normally, since there was a typhoid epidemic in the village, people were not allowed to gather in groups. Thanks to Gu Zhouyuan, the villagers are no longer afraid of typhoid fever. I feel that it is not as difficult to cure as the usual cold. Gu Lijing repeatedly warned people not to join in the fun, but some shameless people still sneaked over. They have a nice idea. If no one else comes, and only I come, then it won't be considered a gathering. But there was no guarantee that others would think the same way, and later more and more people gathered. After waiting, the well-behaved villagers ran over from their homes when they saw everyone gathered together. When Gu Zhouyuan saw this, he simply stopped trying to stop them. People have already gathered, there is no point in sending them back. Just relax epidemic control and let anyone who gets sick get treated. It's not a big deal to be cautiously isolated all the time. Release it earlier, and the patient will be able to produce antibodies within a certain period of time after being cured. Some villagers who came to watch the fun even arrived earlier than Gu Zhouyuan and his friends. After all, those who arrive first can occupy a favorable position, because the host family will throw rice dumplings and pastries when raising the beam. The strange thing is that these people all have weapons in their hands. Some held cloth bags, some held dustpans, and some held oil paper umbrellas. Everyone knew it tacitly. The last time the workshop was putting up beams, Gu Zhouyuan threw money into the crowd. This time when the new house is being built, he is likely to spend money again. If you prepare early, you can grab a dozen more cents. However, these people were at least 2 meters away from the gate of the new house. Because about 10 feet away from the gate, there was a central beam wrapped in red silk cloth. Although Gu Zhouyuan didn't care much, Old Man Gu still insisted on going to the blind man in the village to ask for an auspicious time. The blind man muttered something mysterious, put the central beam 10 feet away from the southwest of the main gate. When the sun shines through and the silver shadow of the central beam is cast on the center of the main gate, that will be the right time. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless for a while. This blind man was very good at being mysterious. So a group of people stood or squatted, observing the shadows under the scorching sun. Old Master Gu had already instructed everyone in the Gu family to place a table in front of the door, which was also covered with a red cloth. There were 3 sacrificial animals on the table. In this world, beams are divided into 3 major types and 3 minor types. The 3 major animals are pigs, cattle, and sheep, and the 3 minor animals are chickens, ducks, and fish. Mr. Gu brought a mix of big and small. In the middle of the plate was a huge black pig's head, with a whole chicken and fat fish on both sides. The pig head symbolizes a rich life, the chicken represents good luck, and the fish means abundance every year. On both sides of the altar stood a pair of tall red candlesticks. The candles were carefully lit, and the flames were jumping, symbolizing light and hope. Right in front of the table stands an antique incense burner. In short, there are a lot of things to pay attention to. Gu Zhouyuan held a stick of incense in his hand and waited blankly for the old man to give a signal. Basting under the sun, Gu Zhouyuan felt like a century had passed before he heard someone shout, The auspicious time has arrived. Wang Degui drawled out, saying that according to the rules, the beam-raising ceremony should be presided over by the head carpenter. But there was no proper carpenter in Gu Zheyuan's house. The men in farming families all know some carpentry work, and the best carpenter in the village is Gu Manton. But he sometimes helped Gu Zheyuan's family make molds and other things, and did not participate in the whole process of building the house. Later, chief engineer Wang Degui was given this important task. Following Wang Degui's loud shout, Gu Zheyuan lit 3 tall incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. Everyone slowly leveled the middle beam and tied it with ropes. Wang Degui took a rooster's tail feather, dipped it in wine, and tapped it lightly on the beam, while reciting the beam-raising song loudly. I climb up high and look in all directions. I am here to support the beams of the master. The dragon coming from the east offers its claws. The phoenix coming from the west faces the sun. Treasures come from the east, and wealth comes from the west. Along with Wang Degui's loud cheers, the 3-meter-long hemp rope on the wooden frame that had been set up long ago suddenly stretched straight. When the beam was firmly fitted into the mortise and tenon amid cheers, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Gu Zheyuan, Gu Dedi and Sidon climbed onto the roof and threw the prepared rice dumplings and rice cakes down. Those people below who were expecting to get copper coins were all stunned. Why aren't you spending money anymore? I've already raised the dustpan, but this is the result? There was also someone holding an oil paper umbrella, preparing to welcome a wave of wealth, but a big rice dumpling fell on him and broke the umbrella. When he saw someone coming to grab the rice dumplings, he didn't care about the umbrella anymore. He threw the umbrella aside and stepped on the rice dumplings. Zongzi is also pretty good. After all, rice is so expensive now, and 1 pound of glutinous rice can only make about 10 zongzi. By this calculation, 1 zongzi is worth 6 cents, so grab it. It was only because Gu Zheyuan's family was wealthy that they could afford to throw rice dumplings and rice cakes from the beams. Most people would just throw a few handfuls of lucky dumplings. The so-called Jufu Yuanzi is made by mixing black-faced wild vegetables together, rolling them into balls, and steaming them. After a lot of effort, they scattered all the things in several large baskets, and the 3 brothers were exhausted. The beam-raising ceremony was successfully concluded. Next, Liang wine will be served. As early as the beginning of the rice dumpling throwing process, Mrs. Gu took everyone in the Gu family to work. At this moment, the village women who had finished grabbing things now had their hands free, so they helped pick, wash, cut, and cook vegetables. Datong village was once again cheerful because of Gu Zheyuan's family. In the eyes of the villagers, Gu Zheyuan's family is now a wealthy landlord, so the wine ceremony for the beam-raising ceremony in his house is naturally incredibly sumptuous. Radiating outward from Gu Zheyuan's house, tables were set up on all the open spaces that could be seen. There are 8 dishes on each table, 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. Stewed fish, steamed pork with rice flour, stewed chicken with mushrooms, stewed pork with cabbage, scrambled eggs with leeks, cold mixed purslane, stir-fried gourds, and a braised eggplant. I also cooked corn rice with wild vegetables. Although the corn was mixed with wild vegetables, it was still dry rice. There are over 1,000 people in the village. How much money would it cost to build something like this? The fragrant aroma filled every corner of the village, and all the villagers were stunned by the extremely sumptuous meal. There were chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to eat such delicious food. The newly arrived refugees were also seated at the table, which made them feel very uneasy. Someone took out the last few copper coins he had hidden on him. Boss Gu, these 20 or so coins are my gift money for today. Someone else took out a small longevity lock and said, I don't have any money. This longevity lock is made of silver, and I bought it for my son. It's for Mr. Gu as a gift for the beam. Thinking of his son who starved to death, the man's expression darkened. If only the child and his mother could have survived until now, everything would be fine with Mr. Gu's family. Chapter 303, Amazing Appetite. Gu Zheyuan hurriedly pushed the things back. He also said that everyone just needs to bring their blessings and no money will be accepted from anyone today. There are only 8 dishes on the table, but they are enough to fill you up. Everyone was excited. Farmers have a big appetite. Not to mention those extremely sumptuous dishes, they can even eat several bowls of plain rice. A dark-skinned man in his 20s among the refugees raised his hand. Does rice really fill you up? The refugees were all a little ashamed. Bosku had already said so, and you still asked another question, which seemed like you didn't trust Bosku at all. Besides, your eating manners are too ugly. We can just have 2 bowls of rice each. How can you be so shameless as to keep eating endlessly? People laugh at us outsiders for being so greedy. Xiao Man, who was standing next to him, hurriedly pulled the big black man and said, Uncle Xiong, put your hands down. Xiong Er asked in confusion, why put it down? If you put it down, Mr. Gu won't know who's talking. Everyone around rolled their eyes. You are half a head taller than others, dark and stupid. It's hard for others not to notice you. Gu Zhouyuan had an impression of this big black guy. This man's name is Xiong Er. When he came to sign up, Gu Zhouyuan asked him what his special skills were. He replied that he was very strong and ate a lot. He said he wanted to support himself on his own. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, don't worry, just eat as much as you can today. Xiong Er was immediately overjoyed. He scratched his head and said, I'll just eat until I'm half full. I'll only eat 10 bowls of rice. Only eat 10 bowls of rice. And still half full? Not only was Gu Zhouyuan stunned, but everyone who heard it was also shocked. Xiong Er saw that everyone was looking at him as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was a little confused, he still realized that something he said was wrong. Well, then I'll just eat 5 bowls. He gestured with 2 fingers. Eat. I told everyone to eat as much as they want. Don't be embarrassed. Gu Zhouyuan quickly came to his senses. Isn't it just 20 bowls of rice? He can afford it. Xiong Er happily put down his hand. Gudong's family is really generous. He will definitely work hard for Gudong's family in the future. He had a big appetite since he was young. When his parents were alive, he was taken care of by them. Although he never really had a full meal, he was still able to have 2 meals a day with 3 bowls of vegetable porridge each. Later, his parents fell ill and died one after another. His eldest brother and sister-in-law thought he ate too much and couldn't tolerate him, so they kicked him out of the house. The villagers said that the eldest brother and his wife wanted to monopolize the family property, so they found an excuse to drive him out. He couldn't understand what his family had, a dozen acres of land and a few mud houses. He had been wandering outside for 10 years. He had worked as a farmhand in a wealthy family before, but his employers thought he ate too much and were unwilling to hire him. Later, he went to the dock to carry heavy bags. Because he was strong and willing to work hard, his boss liked him very much. But his fellow workers began to exclude him, and finally a few of them set up a trap and falsely accused him of stealing, and he lost his job again. Later, he slept in a dilapidated temple outside the city until that day when he met Gu Zhouyuan coming to the porridge stall. Unexpectedly, one day, he would be able to eat a full meal to his heart's content. After everyone found a seat, Gu Dedi moved closer to Gu Zhouyuan and whispered, that guy called Xiong Er is really strong. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. Oh. In his opinion, Xiong Er is strong just because he is taller than others. With a height of 190 centimeters and broad shoulders and waist, it is normal for him to be strong. But when he heard his second brother specifically say this, he immediately became interested. He doesn't use oxen to plow the fields, said Gu Dedi. Just as Gu Zhouyuan uttered a tisk sound, he heard Gu Dedi say leisurely, and it's no slower than an ox plowing. Gu Zhouyuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. His meal is just 2 bowls of corn porridge. According to what he just said, he needs to eat 20 bowls of dry rice to be full. As Gu Dedi continued speaking, Xiong Er's value in Gu Zhouyuan's heart continued to rise. Now it seems that if he has a full meal, he should be able to knock the cow down. Gu Dedi finally made a guess. Gu Zhouyuan also agreed with the inference made by the pure science and engineering man. He couldn't help but follow this silly Xiong Er. Let's eat, Gu Zhouyuan shouted. Like ripples in water, the command quickly spread to the tables in the distance. The crowd, unable to contain themselves any longer, picked up their bowls and immediately started to flutter with chopsticks, all eager to eat. This is so delicious. Having a meal like this makes my life worthwhile. You've got chicken stuffed in your fucking mouth, and you're still trying to pick up fish. Aren't you afraid that the fishbone will kill you? The bowls and plates containing meat dishes were the first to be empty. These people rarely get to eat meat all year round, so when this good opportunity comes, they all try their best to grab it for themselves. Everyone was eating with their mouths full of oil. Some people put the dishes into their bowls, but were reluctant to eat them and put the chicken and meat slices into their sleeves. With such competition, the banquet was over in less than 2 minutes. But there was one table that was still going on. Fuck, this guy is too good to eat. You've already eaten more than 10 bowls of this, and you don't even chew it. You just swallow it down. This appetite is even greater than that of a wild boar. The guy with the flat head, who was picking up something to eat under the table, hummed twice to show his agreement. Xiong Er also heard what others were saying. He put down his bowl and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. It's better not to eat. It's rare to meet a boss as kind as Mr. Gu. Don't do the same as before and scare others with your appetite. Are you full? Gu Zhouyuan walked over with his hands behind his back. I'm full. Xiong Er said in a muffled voice. How could Gu Zhouyuan not see what Xiong Er was worried about? He patted Xiong Er on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to eat as much as you want?" Now, he counted the bowls piled up on the table and said, "There are only 12 bowls here, so I'm only about 60% full. Why don't you eat anymore?" Gu Zhouyuan still remembered that this guy said that 10 pieces of rice were only half full. Xiong'er was obviously not good at lying. He mumbled for a long time before saying, "I'm afraid that if I eat too much, people will dislike me." "So what? You eat a lot, and you have to work a lot. I heard from my second brother that you don't even need an ox to plow the fields." Gu Zhouyuan pulled over a stool and sat down. He turned to Siju, who was watching the fun, and said, "Help him serve some more rice. Master Sidon, you take a rest. I'll go." Xiaoxi hurriedly ran towards the wooden barrel containing rice. "Everyone says you are very strong. Can you tell me how strong you are?" Gu Zhouyuan said in a gentle voice. Xiong'er stood up suddenly and looked around, as if looking for something to demonstrate his strength. When he saw the carriage parked not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he strode towards the carriage. Gu Zhouyuan also stood up and followed by a group of onlookers. Chapter 304, Born with Divine Power. I saw Xiong'er standing next to the carriage. When the carriage is not pulling anything, the rear frame is removed. The big brown horse felt uncomfortable when Xiong'er looked at him. It shook its head from side to side and kicked the ground with its front hooves. He obviously realized what would happen between him and the big black man next. Gu Zhouyuan and the others were also confused. They didn't know why Xiong'er was staring at Dama. Could it be that he wants to compete with a horse in pulling a cart? That's one idea. Just when everyone was still guessing wildly, Xiong'er suddenly squatted down and crawled under the horse's belly. Then, regardless of the horse's struggle, he held the horse's legs with each hand, stood up, and lifted the horse up. The onlookers all opened their mouths open, stunned by this scene. This tall horse weighed at least 1,200 pounds, and it was carried up like this. And I heard that Xiong'er hasn't had a full meal yet, but he is carrying the big horse without getting red in the face or out of breath, looking very relaxed. He even trotted around the carriage. The horse was also confused and forgot to struggle. It had always been ridden by people before, but this was the first time it rode a person. All right. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly stopped. "Put the horse down. It's been vomited up by you." Xiong'er let out an ah, squatted down, and put the horse back to its original place. The horse's legs were obviously weak, and it staggered twice before it could stand firm. He can easily carry 1,200 pounds and run. This guy must be born with supernatural strength. You don't have to go farming in the future. Just stay by my side and help me with things, okay? Gu Zhouyuan nodded with satisfaction. My worth has doubled now, so I should bring some followers and guards with me wherever I go. Xiong'er looks strong and muscular, but his mind is simple, making him the perfect person to be a personal bodyguard. Xiong'er was still a little dazed. Huang Debao, who was standing nearby, quickly pulled him aside and said, "Boss Gu is talking to you. Why don't you just agree to it?" Oh. Xiong'er's skill points were probably all focused on his body, and his brain reaction was obviously a bit slow. "Isn't it that I am helping Mr. Gu by tilling the fields? Why don't you let him till the fields? Call me master quickly, and you will have enough to eat every day from now on." Xiaomon's mother also reminded him softly. "Master." Xiong'er didn't understand anything else. The fact that he had eaten a full meal hit him right in the heart, and he immediately started shouting. Gu Zhouyuan was startled by his loud shout and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Don't call me master." Before he could finish his words, Sidon squeezed over and said, "My third brother doesn't have a wife yet, so why call him master? Just call him young master. Isn't that right, third brother?" Little 4 and Little 5 called Gu Zhouyuan like this all day long, and he also benefited from it and became the fourth young master. "Young master," Xiong'er shouted with his head held high and chest puffed out. Okay, whatever." Gu Zhouyuan nodded slightly. All the refugees looked at Xiong'er with envy. It is said that fools have good luck. This guy looks foolish, but unexpectedly he suddenly becomes Mr. Gu's follower. "You can stay in the workshop at night for the time being, and come to my house to see me every morning," Gu Zhouyuan said. "I understand, young master." With a full meal as a reward, Xiong'er seemed to become a little smarter. The beam-raising wine ceremony ended perfectly, and the workshop continued to work in the afternoon. The land reclamation team also pulled up farm tools and went to the wasteland outside the village to continue working. Xiong'er has been taught by Huang Debao and others, and now follows Gu Zhouyuan closely. The new house has been cleaned and looks very spacious, probably because the furniture has not been purchased yet. Gu Zhouyuan took Xiong'er to a furniture store in the city. He went there in a horse-drawn carriage. Xiong'er had never driven a horse-drawn carriage before, so Gu Zhouyuan taught him step by step on the way. After all, how could a boss drive himself while his bodyguard sits in the back? Xiong didn't look very smart, but he learned to drive a carriage very quickly. After only a short distance, he was able to do it quite well. The big horse he had held seemed to be in tune with him, and without him giving any instructions, it ran happily on the road and ran very hard. When he arrived at the furniture shop, Gu Zhouyuan looked at the furniture in the shop and found that the workmanship was very good. It's just that the styles are too monotonous. Gu Zhouyuan described the style of furniture he wanted to the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper patted his chest and said that there was no problem. Gu Zhouyuan asked again how long it would take to complete. The shopkeeper replied, "If it is made of ordinary pine wood, it will take about 3 months. If it is made of elm or manchurica, it may take half a year. If all the furniture is made of sandalwood, I cannot guarantee the time." Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. His new house had only been built for 2 months, yet he had to wait so long for the furniture. "I also want to make some contribution to the world's GDP, at least to feed a few people in this famine." But the shop owner's words, "It's uncertain when the sandalwood furniture will be ready," left him at a loss. He couldn't wait that long, so he simply gave up and bought it directly in the mall. Gu Zhouyuan walked out of the city gate for a quarter of an hour and asked Xiong to wait for him on the roadside. He drove the carriage himself and said he wanted to go back to the city to buy things. Xiong waited on the roadside for a while, and then Gu Zhouyuan came back. There was a large solid wooden bed and 2 bedside tables in the carriage. The carriage was too small. It would probably take 20 or 30 trips to transport the furniture back one by one to fully furnish the house. He decided to buy it quietly in the mall and put it directly in the room. Anyway, the Gu family members all have their own things to do and are very busy every day, so no one goes back to pay attention to how many trips he has made. "Master, did you buy a bed? This bed is so big and beautiful." Xiong touched the big carved bed and admired it. His brain capacity was limited, and he could only sigh how luxurious the bed was and how rich the young master was. But he never thought about how the young master could go back to the city to buy a bed and make a round trip in just a cup of tea. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a bodyguard chosen by God. When we arrived at the village, we met some old men and women with nothing to do on the road. They would all say a few words of praise. "This bed and cabinet are beautiful in style and made of exquisite materials." Gu Zhouyuan and Xiong moved the bed to the west wing of the inner courtyard, which was in Yang Lu's bedroom. Gu Zhouyuan originally wanted to give the main house to Yang to live in, but Yang refused to live there no matter what. She said that the house belonged to Gu Zhouyuan, and he was the head of the family, so the main house should be occupied by the head of the family. The main house is located in the north of the inner courtyard, facing south. It is the house with the highest specifications and the best orientation in the courtyard. There are usually 3 rooms, with an ear room on each side. It is usually where the head of the household lives, and can also be used as a central hall for formal receptions. Chapter 305, Room Arrangement. Anyang is a gentle person, but she is extremely stubborn on this matter. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't persuade her, so he just gave in to her. However, he did not live in the main room of the house, but in the room on the east side. The main house has 3 rooms plus left and right side rooms, and the room in the middle is used as his living room. There are also 3 rooms in the east and west wing. The second brother Gu Dedi and Sidon live in the east wing, while Gu Zhaodi lives with her mother in the west wing. Each person has a separate room. When choosing the rooms a few days ago, the whole family was very excited. Gu Zhaodi was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She talked with her mother all night about her aspirations for the future. Asked Xiong to stand guard outside the yard and not allow anyone to come in and disturb him. Gu Zhouyuan started to make a fuss in the house. "I didn't buy a traditional bunk bed or step-out bed because they are very expensive and not cost-effective. Now that he's here, he has to do something different. The beds in each bedroom are modern solid wood beds with mattresses. Because he likes to sleep on a soft bed, the mattress in his room is super soft. He considered that his mother was old and not used to sleeping on a soft bed, so he chose a firmer mattress. The mattresses of the eldest sister, second brother, and Sidon are of moderate firmness and softness. It is already August, and it is still very hot during the day, but it is already cool at night. Gu Zhouyuan directly threw out the quilt. It was soft and fluffy, and it felt comfortable to touch, making people want to take a nap under it. In the eyes of his family, Gu Zhouyuan was a being guided by gods. There were so many miraculous things about him that they no longer found him surprising. You can do whatever you want in the bedroom, but you can't do anything you want in the living room. After all, it is a place to receive guests. He reserved the main room in the middle of the main house as a living room, which is what is called the main room in this world. He honestly followed the rules of this world and placed a table at the back of the main hall with 2 vases on it. In the middle of the main room is an octagonal table with armchairs on both sides. There were 2 chairs on each side of the wall in the main room, with a coffee table between them. A central hall painting is usually hung behind the table, with the contents mostly depicting landscapes, flowers, birds, etc., which symbolize auspiciousness. Couplets are placed on both sides of the central hall painting to reflect the owner's cultural accomplishment. Although Gu Zhouyuan practiced calligraphy for a while according to Wang Shiji's copybook, his brush writing was still average. I know nothing about ink painting. The famous paintings in the mall are too expensive, and there are also fakes, but it is difficult to explain them. If Su Mufeng or Mr. Jingda insisted on asking who the master was who created this painting, he really couldn't answer. Because calligraphy and painting are different from reciting poetry. As long as he can recite the poetry, it belongs to him, Gu Zhouyuan. But calligraphy and painting require real hands-on practice. You can't fool around with it. By the way, when Mr. Jingda comes back from the capital, I will ask him to paint 10 or 8 paintings for me and write a dozen couplets. I can hang them up at home when I have nothing to do. If County Magistrate Ho were here, he would be scared to death by Gu Zhouyuan's idea. Mr. Jingda is an expert in both calligraphy and painting. He never writes inscriptions or paints for others easily. Even if someone spends a lot of money to ask him for a calligraphy, he will refuse them all. His calligraphy and paintings circulating in the outside world are extremely rare, and it is not an exaggeration to say that each word is worth 1,000 gold coins. Gu Zhouyuan was very straightforward and asked someone to write more than a dozen pictures right away. Gu Zhouyuan also built 2 study rooms, one in the main hall and one in the east wing. The tables, chairs, and antique shelves were all put in place, and all the necessary pens, ink, paper, and inkstones were also available. The wardrobe in the bedroom is not one with carvings, but a large solid wood wardrobe, simple and elegant. Gu Zhouyuan also placed a dressing table in Gu Zhaodi and Lu's bedroom. He had already arranged all the big items he could think of in the new house. As for those that he missed, it would not be too late for him to make up for them later. After a busy period, it was already dark outside. Gu Zhouyuan was a little confused. He had been busy here for such a long time. Why didn't anyone come over? Logically speaking, the new house was just completed today, so there will definitely be villagers coming to see the fun. At least the Gu family will come to take a look after work. Having just moved into a new house, who can resist walking around and touching their room? Another thing is that it was already dark and no one came to call me at home for dinner. Did you still think I was in the city and hadn't come back? That shouldn't be the case. My carriage is parked at the door. He walked to the gate of the yard and saw Xiong standing in the middle of the gate like an iron tower. Gu Zhouyuan coughed lightly twice. Xiong didn't even turn his head and said in a muffled voice, "The young master said that he is doing something in there and no one is allowed to go in." Gu Zhouyuan held his forehead with one hand. "I am your young master." Xiong then turned around, grinned, and said, "Master, you're out." Gu Zhouyuan seemed to know why no one came to call him for dinner. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. "Is there anyone coming to see me today?" "Yes," Xiong answered loudly. "But you told me not to let anyone in to disturb you, and I chased them all away." Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. This guy was indeed dedicated to his job and had strong execution ability without any compromise. But you have to consider the situation. If my mother comes to see me, it's right for you not to let her in, but at least you should ask me. You have such a loud voice, if you yell inside, I will definitely hear you. What's wrong with you, young master? Xiong felt that the young master seemed a little unhappy. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. "It's okay. You did a great job. What else can I say? Can you understand what I am saying?" Gu Zhouyuan took Xiong back home. As soon as Sidon saw Gu Zhouyuan, he started complaining. "Third brother, I went to the new house to look for you twice, but this big black guy just wouldn't let me in. Anyang and my eldest sister went there, but he wouldn't let them in." Gu Zhouyuan shook his head helplessly. "I told him to do that. I'm setting up the room inside and don't want to be disturbed." Sidon's attention was immediately diverted. "Third brother, is my room decorated?" For the first time in my life, I lived in a big brick and tile house and had my own room. Who wouldn't be excited? "Well, everything has been arranged. After dinner, I will take you to see it." Gu Zhouyuan smiled. The meal was already ready and everyone was waiting for Gu Zhouyuan to come back and eat together. Today I had white porridge with some pickles and chive dumplings. With the addition of a strong man, the small table at home is a bit crowded. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to move the round table out, but Xiao Si said it was not necessary. He took the bowls and took Xiao Wu to sit at the low table in the yard. He had wanted to do this for a long time. How could he sit at the same table with the young master and the others for dinner? That would be too rude. But the young master insisted and he had no choice. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of this opportunity. Not to mention, it's quite cool to sit in the yard and eat, The key is that I feel comfortable. Brother Xiong-er, please sit with us. He called to Xiong-er who was standing. Hey, Xiong-er ran over happily. Chapter 306 Visiting the New House. Knowing that Gu Zheyuan's new follower had a big appetite, Lu cooked a big pot of rice porridge. 2 baskets of chive dumplings were even made. She and Xiaowu were busy for half the afternoon. Xiong-er started eating at a similar pace to everyone else, with rice porridge and side dishes and a vegetable box in his hand. If others ate a bowl, he would also eat a bowl. If others took a chive box, he would also take one. Everyone was full, and he put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. You don't have to be polite. There's still porridge and pancakes in the pot, Gu Dedi said. Xiong-er smiled back, and then looked at Gu Zheyuan. Gu Zheyuan was speechless. This guy was like an abacus bead, moving when he moved it. Eat up all the rest. After getting the young master's approval, Xiong-er immediately took the bowl and happily served the porridge. Silly, Sidon curled his lips. The little guy was still angry about being turned away today. All the leftover food, a dozen bowls of porridge and a dozen chive dumplings, were eaten up by Xiong-er alone. When asked if he was full, he said he should be. Gu Zheyuan's eyes twitched. Is the belly made of rubber? How could it hold so much? Xiaoxi knew that the young master and his family were going to visit the new house, so he took the initiative to take on the job of washing dishes. Xiong-er was also left behind to work together. The whole family went to the second hospital. Everyone saw at a glance that tables, chairs and tables had been placed in the room facing south in the middle. Wow, Sidon exclaimed. This table is really beautiful and looks sturdy. It's made of sandalwood. How can it not be strong? This set of 8 immortals table and chairs can probably cover several rooms. Gu Dedi said leisurely. Everyone knew that the family was not short of money, but when they heard that this set of tables and chairs was so expensive, they were secretly shocked. I heard that rich masters all use sandalwood furniture in their homes, but now that I have a workshop and land, it is reasonable for me to have sandalwood furniture. The whole family looked around and lingered there for a long time. Come on, I'll show you each other's bedrooms. Gu Zheyuan said to the people sitting around the 8 immortal table. Sidon was the first to jump off the chair. Okay, let's go to my room first. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, Sidon almost fell to the ground because he didn't stand firmly. The ground was paved with blue bricks and was so clean that there was not a speck of dust. The room was not very big, with light yellow cupboards, light yellow cabinets, and a light yellow wooden bed inside. The overall light color combination makes the room look neat and warm. The villagers usually make their own wooden beds. If they don't know how to do it, they will ask familiar neighbors and friends for help. It can't be said to be rough, but it is definitely not exquisite. Such a novel and beautiful wooden bed is something that few people have ever seen. Sidon rushed to the bed, looked down at his clothes, and suppressed the urge to throw himself on the bed. He rubbed his hands on his body again and again until he was sure there was no dust or stain on his hands. Then he slowly reached out. He touched the edge of the bed and then the mattress. Third brother, this mattress is so soft. Sidon turned around and shouted to Gu Zheyuan with a look of surprise. Gu Zheyuan laughed. As long as you like it. He looked around the room at the things and couldn't help but marvel at them. Simple, yet not simplistic. This kind of arrangement is really not a question of whether you have money or not. He dared to guarantee that even if the richest family in the city were to decorate their room, no matter how much money they spent, it would never be better than Sidon's house. He didn't know how to describe it, but Gu Zheyuan understood. Most of the high-end furniture in this world is made of mahogany and sandalwood. Is it upscale? Yes. Is it luxurious? Yes. But it always feels cold and lacks some warmth. The furniture in Sidon's house is all light-colored and simple in design, selected by Gu Zheyuan. It lacks the ancient charm of this world, but it is much more cheerful and warm. What is this quilt made of? Why is it so soft? Sidon was still chattering. This quilt is called a cotton quilt. It's made of cotton. Gu Zheyuan said this, looking at Gu Dedi. Gu Dedi was indeed very interested. He reached out and grabbed the quilt, feeling it was unusually fluffy and soft. Xiao Yuan, he turned his head, his eyes sparkling. Is this made of cotton? The kind of cotton we grow in our fields. Gu Zheyuan nodded. Yes, it is made of cotton. Cotton can not only be used to make quilts, but also spun into cotton yarn, woven into cotton cloth, and made into clothes. He tugged at the quilt. Look, the quilt cover here is made of cotton. Gu Zhaodi and Lu also leaned over and stroked the quilt. It felt so good. Cotton had not yet appeared in Dakian, so naturally there were no cotton quilts. The rich people here usually use silk quilts, which have complicated production processes. The cloth is woven with silk yarn, and the filling is also made of silk. After going through multiple processes such as boiling, peeling, and opening the cocoons, The silk fibers of the cocoons are loosened and combed into a soft and fluffy, fibrous material with good warmth retention and breathability. The quilts used by farmers usually have linen as the base and cover. The fillings inside are things like reed catkins and willow fluff, and some even stuff dry straw into the quilt. This quilt has very poor thermal insulation properties. The cotton padded clothes that poor families wear in winter are the same as quilts, with reed fluff stuffed inside the linen. Freezing to death is no longer a lament, but a fact that happens every winter. Gu-Dedi was so excited that his hands were shaking. He learned how to grow cotton step by step according to the book Gu Zhouyuan gave him. With fertilizing, weeding, and insect control, the cotton fields are well taken care of and are now in bloom. After the flowers withered and fell, they produced peach-like fruits. The book says this is called the flower bell period. Xiao Yuan said that it was a cotton boll, and cotton wool would grow inside, which could be used to make clothes. He had no idea how to connect the little peach with the clothes. He only knew to do as Xiao Yuan said and take care of the cotton in the field. Now he finally realized what a great thing he had been doing. This will probably go down in history. Gu Zhaodi touched the soft quilt with her other hand and pressed her other hand on the mattress. Why is this mattress so soft? She wants to lie down on the bed and take a nap for a while. She looked at Gu Zhouyuan, her eyes full of anticipation. She really likes this warm decoration. I really hope Xiao Yuan arranges her bedroom like this. Full of excitement and anticipation, Gu Zhaodi covered her mouth tightly as soon as she stepped into her room. The furnishings in her room were similar to those in Saiden's room, except that all the furniture in her room was apricot, which was her favorite color. I know big sister likes apricot color. How about the furniture I picked out? Are you satisfied with it? Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Chapter 307. Establishing a School. Gu Zhaodi was so happy that she couldn't say a word. How can you not like it? It was a brick house, a separate room with a separate bed, and the room was full of furniture she had never seen before. The color of the furniture was her favorite apricot, and the bedding on the bed was something new and novel that she had never seen or heard of before. Third brother, I told you before that I like green. Why do you only remember the color that eldest sister likes? Saiden felt a little unbalanced. He had just been extremely satisfied with his bedroom. But when he saw his eldest sister's room, he became dissatisfied again. It would be even more perfect if his whole house was painted in his favorite green. Men like everything, but they prefer green. Gu Zhouyuan said casually. What's wrong with me liking green? Saiden said unconvinced. Why does my elder sister have one more small table than me? His attention was quickly attracted by a table in the corner. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Gu Zhaodi and pressed her onto the small stool in front of the dressing table. This is the dressing table I bought for you. Come and feel it. As Gu Zhouyuan spoke, he turned his head and grinned at Lu. There are some in your bedroom, too, mother. Mrs. Lu smiled and nodded, looking pleased. She never doubted that the things her son prepared for her were always the best in the world. Gu-Dedi pinched Saiden's bulging cheeks and said, Why are you still jealous? This dressing table is for women only. Saiden exclaimed, I'm not feeling any bad vibes. I'm just looking in the mirror. He made a face at himself in the mirror. Everyone was surprised to find that the figure reflected in the bronze mirror on the dressing table was too clear. My family was poor and had never used a bronze mirror. Farmers didn't need to dress up. When you need to look in the mirror, you can also look in the basin of water. Although they had never used a bronze mirror, they could imagine that the mirror in front of them was by no means comparable to a bronze mirror. Gu Zhaodi was stunned. I saw the girl in the mirror, with curved eyebrows and eyes, black hair as smooth as ink, with a hairpin inserted diagonally, looking quiet and gentle. She had never seen her own face so clearly in her life. The woman in the mirror's eyes gradually began to mist up, which condensed into a pool of spring water and then slid down her cheeks. When Lu and the others saw her crying, they also felt mixed emotions. As close family members understand each other, they all felt the same way as she did at the moment. Life was hard before, and they were so focused on dealing with the difficulties that they had no time to take care of their own emotions. Sadness, grievance, despair, and other emotions are buried deep in my heart, so I don't have time to cry. Now that life is better and I am cared for so much, the floodgates of emotion suddenly opened and tears naturally burst out. Guda touched the mirror and it was cold. He didn't know what material it was made of. But what Xiao Yuan makes must be a fine product. If this mirror is sold outside, it will definitely fetch a very high price. After Gu Zhaodi had almost vented her emotions, Gu Zhouyuan took his family to see other rooms. The layout of everyone's house is similar, except that the furniture has different colors. Anyang Lu's room is lavender, and Gu Dedi's room is light gray. The two side rooms were converted into a study. A study means there is a scholar in the family, a family of farming and reading, which is unique in the whole Datong village. There was not enough time yesterday, so Gu Zhouyuan only decorated these rooms. This house has many rooms, including 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms facing south, totaling 5 rooms. There are 3 rooms in the east and west wing rooms, each with an annex. There are 4 rooms in the south wing, not counting the main gate, and together with the ancillary rooms such as the main gate and the hanging flower gate, there are a total of 22 rooms. The family got together and planned which room would be used as an embroidery room and which would be used as a research room. Although we can't wait to move into the new house, it's just a thought. According to local customs, one must go through ceremonies such as house cleaning, house warming, and sacrifices before officially moving in. Excited, they returned to the old house together. Xiao Si took Xiao Wu and Xiong Er to clean up the dishes, pots, and stoves. Xiong Er also carried water to fill the water tank and was now chopping wood in the yard. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu piled the chopped firewood in the corner of the yard. Young master. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan and the others coming back, several people shouted in unison. Gu Zhouyuan has now gotten used to this title. He nodded and said to Xiong Er, "Go back to sleep and come back tomorrow morning." "Okay, young master." Xiong Er put the hatchet aside, stood up, and walked outside. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan took Xiong Er to the workshop. The people who were building the house were already free today, and Gu Zhouyuan originally wanted them to wait in the workshop. It doesn't matter how many people are selling soaps in the workshop. Even if the market cannot absorb so many goods at once, he can sell them directly to the system to earn mall coins. The workshop has started and the employees are busy. 30 builders stood outside the workshop listening to Gu Zhouyuan's speech. There were a few people standing next to Gu Zhouyuan. They were the clan leaders of various tribes who had just been called over. "I plan to build a school in our village." As soon as Gu Zhouyuan opened his mouth, several clan leaders were shocked. The crowd also became excited. What did Xiao Yuan say? He wants to build a school? Is Datong village going to have its own school? Then we can all send our children to school. My son Sanlu hangs out in trees and goes to the river all day long. If we send him to school to learn how to read, who knows, maybe we'll have a successful candidate in the imperial examination in the future. Ha! The sun is already so high. Why are you still dreaming? The school is a private school, right? I don't know how much the tuition is, and I probably can't afford it. Although they have been working for Gu Zhouyuan these days and have saved some money. However, private schools generally require tuition of several taels of silver per year, which is an extremely heavy burden for them. What's more, some families have 3 or 4 children, so the tuition fees are unimaginable. "Xiao Yuan, how much silver is this annual tuition?" Wang Degui asked, raising his hand. Who doesn't want to have a scholar in the family? Even if he doesn't pass the imperial examination, being able to read and write is better than most people, and it will be much easier for him to find a job or a wife in the future. His son Jinbao is 5 years old this year. He can't afford to send him to school in the city, and it would be inconvenient. Private schools do not provide accommodation, so it is simply unrealistic to pick up and drop off students every day. Now that there is a school right at his doorstep, his mind has become more active. Now I help Xiao Yuan build a house, earning 50 cents a day, which means I can earn 1.5 taels of silver a month. Even after the house was built, Xiao Yuan agreed to recruit him into the soap workshop, paying him 900 won a month. Even if it costs a few taels of silver a year, he can afford it if he grits his teeth. 500 coins a year. Gu Zhouyuan pondered. 500 won a year is not a lot, but it is definitely not a little either. He also thought about letting the children in the village go to school for free, and he didn't care about the tuition fees. But the people in the village don't have any major problems, but they have a lot of minor ones. Once free, the school may eventually evolve into a nursery, and no one values free things. It is still necessary to set some appropriate thresholds so that we can teach those who really want to improve themselves. Chapter 308, I Want It All. When they heard that the annual tuition fee was only 500 coins, everyone was in an uproar. They can go to school for 500 coins. In the past, they might not have been willing to do so. Or some families simply cannot afford so much money, and they try their best every year and are lucky enough to survive. The money saved by living frugally should be saved for children to build houses and get married in the future, or to pay for medicine from doctors when they are sick. But now it's different. They all have proper jobs. These 500 coins are more than half a month's wages in the workshop, and they can afford it. Gu Lijing's face was beaming. If Datong village had a school, it would be a big deal. There are hundreds of households in the village, and you can't guarantee that there will be 2 good seedlings among them. In the future, all the educated people who leave the village will be the glory of Datong village. He didn't even bother to discuss it with the other clan leaders. He just stood up and said loudly, "Establishing a school is a big deal. It concerns the future of our entire Datong village. It's definitely not just Xiaoyuan's business. I declare that every household in Datong village must contribute one person to help build the school. Don't mention the wages. Xiaoyuan will contribute the lion's share, and we can also contribute some labor. What do you all agree? For the last sentence, Gu Lijing's voice suddenly rose. Yes. All the men responded loudly. Gu Lijing then said to the heads of the families nearby, you all go back and organize your manpower. Every family must send one person to work. It doesn't matter if their children want to go to school or if they have children at home. One person from each family. This is my strict order. Gu Lijing had never issued such a strong order like conscription. However, all the clan leaders also understood. They also knew the significance of establishing a school to Datong village. This would be a great thing that would affect future generations. They all patted their chests and promised to complete the task. Gu Zhouyuan did what he said and directly marked out a piece of land from his own family to build a school. To buy bricks, Dazhu took 2 villagers and drove a horse-drawn carriage to Yawang town. Erju wanted to go and tried to persuade him for a long time, but Gu Zhouyuan still didn't agree. This guy is always thinking about the young lady who runs a brick and tile shop, so Gu Zhouyuan doesn't dare to let him go out and mess around. If you get into trouble, you'll be caught and put in a pig cage and you're done for. The work in the workshop does not require any technical skills. Over the past few days, the workers have become skilled and the daily output is now maintained at 800 to 900 yuan. After finishing the tasks at hand, Gu Zhouyuan came to the pigeon house. He would come to the pigeon loft every day to see if anyone had sent any messages. Today I finally saw a pigeon squatting in a cage outside the pigeon house. An idea struck him, and he reached out and caught the pigeon. Could it be that Mr. Zhao is about to be released from prison? I need to prepare quickly. As old acquaintances, it is only natural that I should see them off. When he opened the mailbox on the pigeon's ankle, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but feel disappointed. It turned out that it was not a message from Mr. Zhao. The pigeon was released by Nyobitu. He said that the caravan carrying goods from Java had returned. Gu Zhouyuan's slight sense of loss immediately disappeared. This is a new route specially opened for rosewood and palm oil. Needless to say, there is much more wood this time than last time at the dock. Now the mall coins are supported by the soap workshop and can be recharged continuously. But the workshop is equivalent to a stable source of income, which is nowhere near as satisfying as working with rosewood. As the saying goes, a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot become fat without night grass. Gu Zhouyuan immediately drove his carriage to the city dock. Because he was going to collect wood this time, it would be inconvenient to bring bodyguards with him. He asked Xiong Er to stay in the village to look after the house and protect his family. We headed straight to the dock, where Niu Butu was waiting outside the wooden house. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Brother Gu, you came quite quickly. I was worried that something might have happened to the carrier pigeon on the way, so I was thinking of going to your house in person to find you later in the day. I was busy with some things in the workshop this morning, and I rushed over as soon as I saw the message you sent." As Gu Zhouyuan spoke, he picked up a bamboo cage and placed it on the ground. There were several carrier pigeons in it. Niu Butu asked his men to take the pigeon away. He put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulders and said, "Brother Gu, come on, let Lao Niu take you to see the goods." Niu Buta's attitude towards Gu Zhouyuan is now completely different from before. Before, it was the kind of politeness between business dealings, but now it is as intimate as old friends. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and followed Lao Niu to an open space closest to the Huiqing River. Wow! Even though Gu Zhouyuan was prepared, he was still frightened by the pile of wood in front of him. They are all made of Wangwali wood. Last time, 6 pieces of wood were sold for 9.6 million mall coins, and here we have at least 600 pieces. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. With this wave of recharge, he would no longer need to deliberately put things into the system in the future. The key is that this trade route has just been opened, and more wood will be shipped here in the future. Niu Butu saw that Gu Zhouyuan seemed a little absent-minded, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Could it be that I brought back too much ghost-faced sandalwood this time, and Brother Gu can't finish it? I blame myself for being too impulsive. Logically speaking, for this first cooperation, I should have brought back a smaller quantity of goods to test the waters. But he can still bear this small loss. The devil-faced sandalwood is not worth much in Java, only 200 or 300 won per piece, and it is used to load trucks and ships. These 660 pieces of wood only cost more than 200 taels of silver. The money is a small amount. He is afraid that Brother Gu will feel pressured and think that he, Lao Niu, is a greedy person who will take advantage of others whenever he gets the chance. It didn't cost much to buy the wood, but it cost over 1,000 taels of silver to open up a new route, as I had to make connections. There is also the transportation cost on the road, which is several hundred taels. It doesn't matter. Once a batch of soap arrives in Java, his investment will be immediately recovered. Well, Neo Buta laughed dryly. It's okay, Brother Gu. Just buy as much as you want. I'll pile up the rest of the wood at the dock and sell it slowly. Gu Zhouyuan has already called up the virtual panel to scan it and confirm that all the wood is Wangwali wood. Listening to Neo Buta talking to him, he suppressed his excitement and said, I want all this wood. Have someone deliver it to the barren mountain southwest of Datong village. Neo Butu replied casually. Okay, I'll give them all away. What? He suddenly realized. Brother Gu, you want them all? Chapter 309 Guarding a Golden Mountain. Yeah. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Take as many as you can. Neo Butu was ecstatic and didn't care why Gu Zhouyuan wanted to send the wood to Xiao Wangshan. Why bother with all this? Brother Gu has given the order, so he will send it wherever he points. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to send it over right away. He rubbed his hands with excitement. This time the wood is even thicker than the last time, and it costs 10 taels of silver per piece, which means 6,600 taels. With just this one trip, all the investment in opening up the new route was earned back. He hasn't even calculated the money from palm oil. The purchase price of palm oil is even more insignificant, 10 cents per caddy. This time, 2,900 caddies of palm oil only cost 29 taels of silver, the price of 29 bars of soap. However, I have earned too much money from Brother Gu from the ghost-faced sandalwood, so I will just sell the palm oil to him half price and half given it away, at 12 cents per pound as a token of my appreciation. You have to know that no matter what it is, the price will at least double if it is transported all the way from Java to Dakian, because the cost of traveling is too high. The reason why Dakian does not have a dedicated route to transport palm oil is, on the one hand, because there is not much demand for palm oil in the Dakian market, and on the other hand, the profit is too low. With the same cargo ship, it would be great if I could bring back a cargo of jade and spices, but if I bring back palm oil, I'll just have to wait for huge losses. Come on, Brother Gu. I'll take you to see palm oil again. He still remembered Gu Zhouyuan saying that palm oil was used to make soap. So even though palm oil doesn't have a high profit margin, he still takes it very seriously. His previous profession was to deal in wood, and this was his first time transporting palm oil. When the ship docked, he immediately checked the palm oil. After he found that there was no problem, he sent a pigeon message to Gu Zhouyuan. All the palm oil was stored in wooden barrels, some of which were open. Gu Zhouyuan scanned them with the system and found no problems. I spent a lot of effort to get this palm oil in Java. I bought it for 12 cents per pound. I'll give it to you for the same 12 cents. I'll just take your capital, Neo Buta said, patting his chest. Thank you, Neo Butu. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. The price of 12 won per caddy was indeed not high. After all, it was an imported product. Why are you still calling me Neo Butu? Neo Butu said in feigned anger. Just call me old Neo. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. How can you be so disrespectful? Brother Neo is joking. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan change his address to call him Brother Neo, Neo Butu was immediately overjoyed. You have to be thick-skinned when you are in a relationship. Look, you have really got hold of this big thigh, right? Will this palm oil also be delivered to the foot of Shaowang Mountain? Asked Neo Butu. No. Please ask Brother Neo to help me send it to the workshop. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. How much silver is it in total? Let's check the accounts. Gu Zhouyuan had actually already calculated the bill in his mind, but Neo Butu still owed him a sum of money for soap, so the two sides just happened to settle the bill. Go and call Accountant Son for me, Neo Butu said to his men behind him. After a while, a young man in a long gown ran over panting. The man was about 22 or 23 years old, with regular features, but a little fat. Neo, Boss Neo, the man shouted while panting. This is my brother Gu. Neo Buta nodded and introduced. This palm oil and ghost face sandalwood are both my brother Gu's goods. Please calculate how much silver they are in total. Brother Gu will be paid 12 won per jean for the palm oil, and 10 liang of silver for each stick of the ghost-faced sandalwood. At this point, he smiled at Gu Zhouyuan and said, this time the sandalwood is much thicker than last time. I'll give it to you at 10 taels each. Gu Zhouyuan also responded with a smile. Thank you very much, Brother Neo. Accountant Son looked at Gu Zhouyuan in surprise. This man looked younger than himself, yet he was on close terms with Boss Neo and could even do such a big business. He had studied in a private school for 2 years, and although he did not pass the imperial examination, he was able to manage the warehouse at the dock and became an accountant. He thought he was already a leader in the area. But compared to this young man, I seem to be nothing. Hey, Accountant Son, why are you in a daze? Neo Buta frowned when he saw accountant's son staring at Gu Zhouyuan motionlessly. "Oh, I'm going to do the accounting now." Accountant's son fiddled with the abacus in a hurry. He said, 660 pieces of sandalwood, each piece weighing 10 taels, a total of 6,600 taels of silver. 2,900 jin of palm oil, 12 won per jin, a total of 34 liang, 8 qian of silver. Then the total payment for the goods from shopkeeper Gu is 6,634 taels and 8 qian of silver. He took a small brush and wrote 6,634 taels and 8 cents on the paper. When Gu Zhouyuan came, he brought some banknotes with him. He took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, wet his mouth with saliva, and began to count them. Neo Butu and Sun the accountant on the side were both dumbfounded. That stack of banknotes must have been worth tens of thousands of taels. How could he just casually stuff it into his arms and ride a horse alone on the mountain road? Neo Butu could still accept it. After all, Brother Gu's reputation as the bloody judge was still there, and he was naturally bold because of his great skills. But it's different for accountant's son. He doesn't know Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing that this man was carrying so many banknotes, I even had the urge to grab some. Neo Butu was the first to come to his senses. He chuckled and said, "Stop counting, brother. We still have 390 taels of soap left." Gu Zhouyuan said nonchalantly, "Just give me 390 later. I have to go to your workshop to buy soap later. It will be so troublesome to calculate it all. Can we keep a record of it?" Neo Butu laughed. What he actually wanted to say was that it was very unsafe to carry so many banknotes back and forth. He had to return all the 6,000 taels of silver notes to Gu Zhouyuan within a month, and it was still not enough. It would be better to keep a record of it and settle it all at once. When Gu Zhouyuan heard him say this, he thought it made sense. He folded the banknote roughly and stuffed it back into his arms. The corners of Neo Butu's mouth twitched suddenly. Brother Gu is really generous. This gave him an illusion, as if it was not a banknote at all, but just a stack of torn paper. Accountant's son was complaining in his heart, "You are really not afraid of death. Do you know how chaotic it is outside now?" Also, it turns out that the soap that was brought back 2 days ago was made by this young man. Boss Neo treated it as a treasure and told him to take good care of it. When he heard the price of soap, he was shocked and felt too much pressure. Now he keeps soap next to his bed, and mice passing by will alert him. Looking at Gu Zhouyuan again, he showed an expression of realization. No wonder this man has so much money at such a young age. It turns out that his family has a workshop specializing in making soap. This is no different from guarding a mountain of gold. Chapter 3:10 Inside Information. By the way, Brother Gu, you'd better avoid going into the city right now. There's a plague in our county right now. After the two of them checked the accounts, Neo Butu spoke. "Oh," Gu Zhouyuan pretended to be surprised. "I didn't find any plague anywhere along the way. Many people at my dock were sick, but after getting some medicine at the pharmacy and resting for a few days, they all recovered." Speaking of this, Neo Butu seemed a little confused. He raised his hand and said, "Well, everyone's been talking about a plague. I heard it's typhoid this time. I don't know why there haven't been many deaths." Accountant's son also nodded and said, "There really is a plague in the neighboring counties, and many people, young and old, have died. There are also many people sick in our county, but it seems that none of the illnesses are serious. Perhaps it's because the doctors in our county are very skilled." What a bullshit medical skill. An old man who came to buy wood not far away spat. "My grandson was nearly killed by the quack doctor at Tongji Pharmacy. Later, the doctor suddenly changed the prescription, and he saved his life." The old man was indignant and spat out another mouthful of phlegm on the ground next to him. Gu Zhouyuan felt nauseous and took a step back silently. "The doctor changed the prescription and cured your grandson. Doesn't that mean he has great medical skills?" Accountant's son asked puzzledly. "What a bullshit medical skill." The old man got angry again. "At first I thought the doctor had finally come to his senses, and I was incredibly grateful to him. Later I learned that the county magistrate had received a prescription from a remarkable man, and he had distributed a copy to every clinic and drugstore in the county. That prescription is truly miraculous. It truly works. My eldest grandson was halfway cured after taking the 3rd dose. I heard that several surrounding county magistrates have come to ask for a prescription. It won't be long before the plague in other counties can be brought under control." The old man told several people the news he had obtained. "Really? There are such extraordinary people in our county. This prescription saved so many old people. It's a great deed. He can even become a city god after his death." Neo Butu stood in awe. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes behind him. "Why is there someone cursing me to death, even though I have done good deeds? Shouldn't I be wished to ascend to heaven and attain Buddhahood while I am still alive? That's right. My eldest grandson is alive thanks to this extraordinary man. I will set up a longevity tablet for him at home in 2 days and burn 3 incense sticks every morning and evening. The old man looked grateful. Seeing that the topic was getting off track, Gu Zhouyuan quickly said, "Father-in-law, how do you know so much gossip?" Logically speaking, Niu Buddha stayed at the dock all day long, came into contact with a wide variety of people, and his sources of information should be wider than those of ordinary people. How come Niu Buddha has never heard of it, but this old man seems to know a lot about it? The old man looked mysterious and boastful. "My nephew works in the county government, and this is all inside information." Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized. For the time being, County Magistrate Ho has not asked him for help, so there must be enough medicinal materials in the county. However, the epidemic situation in the neighboring county is more serious, and it is estimated that it will not be long before local medicinal materials will be in short supply. However, the prescription for this epidemic is effective, and the herbs used are very common, so they can be obtained from other counties. As the saying goes, a doctor never knocks on doors. If the government can solve the problem, he will not rush to deliver medicine. Gu Zhouyuan chatted with a few people for a while, then said goodbye and prepared to go home. All the mule carts at the dock were mobilized by Nibutu, and he also asked people to borrow mule carts and donkey carts from outside. A total of 25 cars were assembled. Because they had to travel on a mountain road, only 6 logs could be loaded on a mule cart, and it took 4 or 5 trips back and forth to pull all the logs. Niu Butu agreed to pay more money and asked the driver to work all night until the goods were delivered. It takes 2 hours to make a round trip. Even without considering the time for the mules to rest and eat grass, it will take until tomorrow afternoon to complete these trips. The first batch of wood has been loaded onto a truck and transported to the small, barren mountain designated by Gu Zhouyuan. The mule carts transporting palm oil set off first and went to Datong village. I haven't seen Ho Yu and Su Mufeng for a while. I don't know what these two guys are busy with recently. Since he was already in the city, Gu Zhouyuan also went to Qingtian Academy to see the two of them. After waiting for a while at the gate of the academy, Ho Yu ran out like a gust of wind. "Brother Yuan, why are you here?" Ho Yu was very excited. When Ho Yu heard the report, he hurriedly dropped his textbook and came over. He is a poor student and a veteran in the academy. Now that Mr. Jingda is not around, no other teacher can control him. I came to the city to do some business. I passed by the academy and came to see you. Why are you out alone? Where is Brother Su? He has to wait until the class is over before he dares to come out. Ho Yu curled his lips, his face full of disdain of a poor student for the good student's obedience to the rules. I heard from my father that you helped him a lot again. You even came up with the prescription for curing typhoid fever. How come you were so awesome? If I had even a little bit of your ability, my father wouldn't have locked me up in this academy. Ho Yu sighed. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh. Why do you seem to be tired of studying? How could I not be bored? It was fine when Mr. Jingda was here. He had horseback riding and archery lessons every now and then, and sometimes he even taught us to play the qin and sing. Even if we asked them to write couplets and poems, that would be interesting. Now that Mr. Jingda has gone to the capital, the teachers in the academy spend their days explaining the 4 books and 5 classics, and then making us memorize, endlessly. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Oh, by the way, Su Mufeng isn't annoyed. Not only is he not annoyed, he seems to like it quite a bit. Ho Yu kept complaining. Ahem. A cough came from behind him. A gentleman doesn't talk behind people's backs. Ho Yu, what are you making up about me in front of Brother Gu? Su Mufeng, dressed in white, bowed to Gu Zhouyuan and said, "Long time no see, Brother Gu." Then he looked at Ho Yu with an amused expression. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in return. It's been a long time since we last met. Brother Su is still as elegant as ever. Ho Yu wasn't embarrassed at all. He raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm not making up stories about you. I'm just telling you the truth. I don't understand how you can be so interested in listening to those extremely boring lectures. Mr. Jingda taught us. Sit quietly and reflect on your own mistakes, and don't talk about other people's faults when chatting. You have to work hard to improve your realm." Su Mufeng patted Ho Yu's shoulder and said, "Get out of my way." Ho Yu angrily pushed Su Mufeng's hand away. He hated Su Mufeng's preaching the most. Gu Zhouyuan watched the two of them quarrel for a while, then said, "Do you know when Mr. Jingda will be back? My main hall is still missing some calligraphy and couplets, and I'd like to ask you to paint and make some for me." Su Mufeng was a little dazed. He got along very well with Gu Zhouyuan, but he was still a little uncomfortable with Gu Zhouyuan's speaking style. Splashing ink and writing with a brush is a good idea, but creating some calligraphy and couplets sounds a bit awkward, doesn't it? Chapter 311, Inescapable Fate. Su Mufeng opened his folding fan and fanned himself a few times to clear his mind. Mr. Jingda hasn't exchanged letters with us, but he's been gone for quite some time. I think he'll be back soon. It made no difference whether he said this or not, and Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help feeling disappointed. It always feels a bit unsightly to have an empty space on the wall of the main hall. How about I go back and draw a picture of a chicken pecking at rice and hang it up first? He did learn sketching for a while when he was pursuing the class beauty in high school. But hanging a pencil sketch in the classical central hall always feels a bit out of place. Forget it, let's wait a few more days. If Mr. Jingda doesn't come back, I'll ask County Magistrate Ho to write a calligraphy for him to hang up. After all, County Magistrate Ho was the boss of a county, and he had fought his way out from among thousands of scholars. His calligraphy hung in the hall, so it would not be considered a disgrace to the Gu family. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was a little wilted, Ho Yu went up to him, put his arm around his shoulders, and turned him around with his back facing Su Mufeng. He leaned over to Gu Zhouyuan's ear and whispered, "Brother Yuan, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? I'll take you to the Huiqing River to play. You can choose Yingchun Tower or Hongzhiuzhou. Come here for a night, and I guarantee you'll forget all your worries." He had saved up his monthly allowance for several months, enough to spend some time at Yingchun Tower. Besides, I have a rich man named Brother Yuan by my side. If I need money, I can just borrow it from him first and pay him back when the restaurant makes a profit. Gu Zhouyuan smiled secretly in his heart. This guy is obsessed with visiting brothels. If he remembers correctly, this is the third time Ho Yu has proposed taking him to a brothel for drinks. Let's do it another day. I really don't have time today. I'll treat you another day, Gu Zhouyuan said. Ho Yu also wanted to skip class and go out for some fun. However, he also knew that Gu Zhouyuan was a very busy man. Although he felt a little regretful, he did not force him too much. Okay, then it's a deal. We'll go again when we're free another day. Ho Yu let go of his hand, stood up, and said, "What are you going to do?" Su Mufeng frowned. "Let's go eat. Brother Yuan said he would treat us to dinner at Zuixinlu some other day." Ho Yu hurriedly said. Su Mufeng looked skeptical. "Just eat. Why be so mysterious?" After returning to Datong village, Gu Zhouyuan went directly to the workshop. The palm oil has all been delivered. There are 29 barrels of oil, each weighing 100 kilograms, all piled up in the raw material warehouse. 1 pound of oil can make about 6 bars of soap, so these 2,900 pounds of oil can't even last a month. But now he has a legitimate source of oil, and when it becomes less, he can just use palm oil from the mall to make up for it. But he still had to tell Niu Budu that he would have to double the amount of palm oil next time. "Xiao Yuan, are you going into the city to buy oil today?" asked Mrs. Gu. In fact, the workshop had already closed at this time. The old lady heard Xiao Yuan counting the palm oil brought in during the day, so she ran over to take a look. After dinner, the people in the Gu family's old house left Hui Nyang, Dezhu, Wang Shi, and Gu Manton at home to make sweet soup, and the others also came over. Now everyone in the family can help make the sugar water, so leaving 4 people to do the work is more than enough. A fixed 250 servings of grass jelly are made every day, bringing in a steady 250 coins. Because the brown sugar is bought from Gu Zhouyuan, the price is not affected by rising prices. The herb jelly is harvested from the mountains, and of course now we have opened up several acres of land to grow herb jelly. In other words, their business, from purchasing raw materials to selling them for money, does not require them to leave the village. They all felt that there was no better business in the world than this. I guess so. I also went to the academy to find Ho Yu and Su Mufeng. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Everyone knew that Gu Zhouyuan got along very well with young Master Marquis Su. Perhaps they hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other a little. "Third brother, did you know that Xiaohua is going to get married in a few days?" Arya said in a low voice. She thought that no one could hear her whispering, but the village was very quiet at night, and everyone present heard her words clearly. Before Gu Zhouyuan could say anything, Xiaohua jumped up. "Arya, stop talking nonsense. Who said I'm getting married? Who said that? Your aunt came to our house 2 days ago, and all the adults in our family gathered in the main room to discuss something in the evening. I slept late that day and heard everything. Second, aunt wants to marry you to your cousin Lu Jin," Arya said with her hands on her hips and her chin raised. Xiaohua's face turned red and white. This matter had become a thorn in her heart. But her third brother has already talked to her father and the others on her behalf, so she doesn't have to get married now. What I said that night doesn't count. If you don't believe me, ask my dad, Xiaohua said loudly. Xiaohua is still young. She won't marry anyone. This concerns her reputation. You can't believe everything you hear in the future, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Oh, I get it, third brother. Arya stuck out her tongue and said obediently. Everyone was amazed. This girl is fearless at home. Even if someone as strong as old Lady Gu scolds her, she will talk back. Even if she doesn't talk back, she will look unconvinced. But she was convinced by every word Gu Zhouyuan said. You are the same age as my sister. If my sister gets married, you won't be able to wait for a few days, Siju said indignantly. Arya was stunned for a moment, and she suddenly felt scared. Yes, she is the same age as Xiaohua, and Xiaohua has someone coming to talk about marriage, so how long can she hide? Get married. These two words were so close to me one day. She didn't know what kind of man she would marry, an ordinary man like Zhao Dajin, or a ruthless man like Hu Erfa who would beat his wife. Is there a wicked mother-in-law like Mrs. Hu in the family? I hope to have a bunch of naughty babies like myself in the future. In the future, I will change from being the daughter of the Gu family to being the daughter-in-law of another family. Will she be Zhao Gu, Hu Gu, or Chao Gu from now on? In short, she will no longer be Gu Arya. When I return to my current home, I become a guest visiting relatives. Anyang's third brother would be polite to her, and Anai would no longer scold her. She was very nervous. Her face was like the little flower just now, turning red and white. In fact, let alone Arya, most women in Dakian have probably experienced such panic and confusion. Which woman in this world can truly control her own destiny? Gu Zhouyuan rubbed her head and said gently, "Don't think about those messy things. No one in your family will force you to get married. When you get married in the future, it must be because you want to, not because you are old enough to get married, nor because the other party offers a large betrothal gift." Arya's helpless eyes lit up again. Really? Third brother? Dad and Mom really won't find someone to marry me off? Gu Zhouyuan nodded seriously. Of course it's true. You and Xiaohua should study hard, and you will be able to live the life you want in the future. Chapter 312, Entering the Real Estate Industry. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan's words had already crossed the line. Arya and Xiaohua have their own parents and grandparents, so it's none of his business who they marry. He is just Xiaohua and Arya's cousin. Even if he is their biological brother, it is not his turn to speak when their parents are around. But his current status in the family cannot be viewed in a conventional way. It is rare for him to be strong at home, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. All right, Mrs. Gu glared at Arya. You're the only one who talks too much and only makes yourself uncomfortable. Now that your third brother is standing up for you, you're so proud. Arya stuck out her tongue, put her arm around Gu Zhouyuan, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, third brother. Grandpa, have you bought all the bricks for building the school? Gu Zhouyuan asked Grandpa Gu. We brought back tens of thousands of bricks today, and we'll bring back the rest tomorrow. Old Man Gu smacked his lips. There were no blue brick houses in the village before, but now, in just a few months, the Gu family has bought blue bricks 3 times. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. He told Dezhu to buy the green bricks directly for 100 taels of silver. He hadn't decided how big the school should be, but it would be fine to just buy the bricks and put them aside. Third brother, do I have to study and learn to read in school every day from now on? Siju looked constipated. When he didn't have the opportunity to go to school, he also fantasized about becoming a scholar and becoming the top scorer in the imperial examination to bring honor to the Gu family. Now that he had the chance, he was actually somewhat resistant. He was used to chasing chickens and cats in the mountains and rivers, so he naturally couldn't adapt when he was put in a cage. There are holidays, and classes are only half a day each day, so you have time to play. How could Gu Zhouyuan not know what Siju was thinking? After all, when he was in kindergarten, many children in his class would cry and look for their mothers. Private schools in rural Dakian usually conduct their main teaching activities in the morning, such as explaining scriptures and teaching literacy. In the afternoon, students will be arranged to practice calligraphy, recite or do some simple etiquette learning, etc. The time is relatively short, and the overall structure will not be as compact and coherent as modern full-day schools. Some private schools simply assign homework and do not have classes in the afternoon. There is also a regular day off every 10 days. During the busy farming season, there will be a field holiday. Compared with the modern education model, academic studies are quite easy. The master leads you to the door, but it is up to you to practice and fully demonstrate it in this world. Most of the students here still rely on talent and self-study. There are no parents who push their children too hard, and there are no children who jump off buildings. Some people study for 2 years and then find that they are not cut out for it, so they settle for learning a skill to make a living. There are also people who are conceited and never pass the scientific examinations in their entire lives. After hearing this, Siju felt relieved. Grandma, Gu Zhouyuan locked the warehouse door and spoke as he walked out with everyone. Xiaoyuan, there are a lot of things in your workshop. Do you want to find someone to look after the warehouse? 1 piece of those soaps is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. Old Mrs. Hu said in a low voice. There are so many people living in the workshop now, it's very safe. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. I was just about to tell you this. You can't have people living in the workshop all the time. There's valuable merchandise here, and there are so many people involved. If something goes missing, You won't be able to find out who did it even if you report it to the authorities. Mrs. Gu reminded. Gu Zhouyuan pondered in silence. The old lady was right. It is indeed unsafe to have so many people living in the workshop. Even if every refugee is a good person, as more goods come in and out of the warehouse, it is inevitable that there will be times when they cannot be matched. At that time, it was difficult for them to deal with the problems. I've thought of a way. After thinking for a while, Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. He turned around and went to the workshop where the refugees lived. Hello, Mr. Gu. Hello, Mr. Gu. After working for a day, the refugees who were lying on the shop to rest all sat up and greeted Gu Zhouyuan. Young master. Xiong stood up and walked over, grinning at Gu Zhouyuan. His hay stall was near the back of the room, and as he walked over, he accidentally stepped on someone's foot, causing that person to curse under his breath. Gather outside. I have something to tell you. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands. Xiong, go wake up the people in the other 2 rooms. Okay. Xiong received the order and turned around and left. Hearing that Gu Dajia had something to say, no one dared to delay. Soon everyone gathered outside the workshop. Everyone was talking to each other. What did Mr. Gu want to say by waking us up so late at night? I don't know. Maybe the wasteland is almost reclaimed and they want to drive us out. It's really possible. I said it a few days ago. Who would reclaim land during a famine? There are abandoned fertile fields everywhere. Can't you see? Mr. Gu didn't cultivate the wasteland to grow crops himself. He felt sorry for us and wanted to give us a reason to eat. Then why are you chasing us away again? I really don't want to leave. Here I have food, shelter, and work, and I feel like I'm living a normal life. If I go back to the dilapidated temple and wait for the porridge in the porridge stall, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Do you know how much food 100 of us need to eat in a day? Food is expensive and hard to buy these days, and we can't spend all our savings on charity. Then let's eat less in the future. Even if it's the same as what we eat in the soup kitchen, I'm willing to stay here. Me too. I'm willing to keep working for Mr. Gu's family. Gu Zhouyuan listened to the noisy discussions and reached out and pressed down a few times. Everyone, please be quiet. The crowd soon quieted down. As you may have noticed these days, my workshop is very busy and I make a lot of soap every day. In the future, all the workshops in the workshop will be used. Then you won't be able to live in the workshop anymore. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "So they're not kicking us out of the village, they're just not letting us live in the workshop. That's okay. We can sleep on the floor outside. I was a little uneasy sleeping when you let us live in this big brick and tile house." Another person breathed a sigh of relief. "We can just build a shack on the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. Mr. Gu, I heard that the mountain and the wasteland are also yours. Can you lend us a piece of wasteland?" Huang Debao asked, raising his hand. After patiently listening to what these people had to say, Gu Zhouyuan said in a clear voice, "You can stay in the workshop for a while." Without waiting for everyone to wonder again, Gu Zhouyuan continued, "I plan to frame a piece of land to build a group of houses. I call this plan New Rural Construction. Chapter 313 can be mortgaged. What is new rural construction? This time, not only the refugees underground, but also the Gu family were confused. But they all understood when Gu Zhouyuan said he wanted to build a house. "Mr. Gu, are you going to hire someone to help you build your house? I helped someone build a house when I was at home. Although I can't build a house, I can help mix mud and carry buckets. I'm strong enough to dig the foundation." They all shouted and wanted to help. Gu Zhouyuan extended his hand again, signaling everyone to be quiet. "I plan to build 100 houses, 3 large tiled rooms each, on the wasteland you have cleared. You can buy or rent these houses." Gu Zhouyuan paused here, giving everyone time to digest the news. Sure enough, all the refugees were in an uproar. They are all from rural areas. How could they have seen such a road? Farmers build their houses by saving money themselves. I have never heard of anyone renting someone else's house. Moreover, this house is made of bricks and tiles. How can they afford to live in it? Huang Debao was the first to raise his hand. "Boss Gu, how much does this house sell for?" Although he couldn't afford it, he was still very curious. It's like some people in modern times cannot afford luxury cars, but still like to collect various data about luxury cars. "The total cost for 3 rooms is 20 taels," Gu Zhouyuan said loudly. 20 taels. Wow, boom. Someone stuck out his tongue. "Even if you sell me, I'm not worth 20 taels of silver." "Mom, should we buy a few houses?" Gu Monsong's eyes lit up. Who in the village doesn't want to live in a blue brick house? He used to think that he would never be able to live in a brick house in his lifetime. But now the family income is very considerable. Just by helping Xiao Yuan make sweet soup, I can earn 7 taels and 5 qian of silver every month, which is 90 taels of silver a year. This does not include other income, so there is really not much pressure to buy a few houses. Buy a few houses? Why? Do you want to divide the family? Old Mrs. Gu glanced at Gu Monsong and said slowly, "How could that be possible?" Gu Monsong laughed awkwardly and didn't dare to mention it again. "When the time comes, we'll ask Xia Yuan for his opinion on whether we should build a brick house and a big yard for ourselves," Mrs. Gu added. She still likes living together as a family. Not only is it lively, but she can also discipline her sons and grandchildren when she has nothing to do. Life is wonderful. What about renting a house? Huang Debao asked again. He secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that he probably wouldn't be able to save up 20 taels in his entire life. The rent is 70 cents a month, Gu Zhouyuan said. This price was set by Gu Zhouyuan after careful consideration. In Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, the international community generally believed that a reasonable rental-to-sale ratio was between 1 to 200 and 1 to 300. This means that if the house is rented out, the mortgage payment can be recovered in about 16 to 25 years. Gu Zhouyuan calculated the highest rent-to-sale ratio in this range, which is the cheapest monthly rent, which is about 66 cents per month, rounded up to 70. 70 cents a month is not too much, but not too little either. If it were in the past, if the family worked hard, it would not be a big expense. But now they have no source of income. It is already a kindness of Boss Gu that they can earn 2 meals a day by working. How can they have money to rent a house? Gu Zhouyuan cleared his throat and continued, "I will pay you for your work in the future." The rest of Gu Zhouyuan's words were drowned out by the noise from below. "And I get paid? I didn't expect to die of starvation during this famine, and I still get paid. You know, the people who carry goods at the city's docks don't ask for wages anymore. They're just paid to stutter, and people are eager to do it. When I was about to sign up, I was laughed at by others. They said I was hypocritical and wanted to work when I could just lie down and eat porridge. Ha ha ha. I really want to go back and talk to them about it. I'm tentatively setting the basic wage at 10 cents a day." After waiting for a while, the crowd gradually quieted down, and Gu Zhouyuan spoke. "The basic wage is that an adult man gets 10 won for a day's work, a woman gets 8 won, those with special skills get 12 won a day, and those who work laxly get 5 won a day, or even less. This system is based on the work point system of the People's Commune. Since we have wages, the porridge we eat every day is no longer free. We will charge 1 penny for 2 bowls of porridge per meal." Gu Zhouyuan continued to improve the system. "If you don't have money but want to buy a house, I also provide credit loans. You can live in the house first, sign a 20-year lease, and pay me 130 coins a month, of which 22 coins is the interest on the loan. Of course, if you think 130 won a month is too much pressure, you can sign a 30-year contract. In this way, you only need to pay 100 won a month. Of course, the total interest will be higher. Over 30 years, the total is 16 taels of silver." This new concept of buying a house with a loan mortgage is appearing in the world for the first time. The refugees also responded enthusiastically. The daily wage is 10 won. After deducting the cost of 2 meals, there is still 8 won left, which is 240 won a month. After paying the rent of 71, there is still 170 won left. In this year of famine, they were all refugees and it was very difficult for them to have food to eat. Now they can live in a new house and have some money left every month. Suddenly, I have hope for this day. Some people have even considered the credit loan service that Gu Zhouyuan mentioned. I can afford the 70-cent rent, and I can probably afford the 100-cent monthly mortgage if I grit my teeth. Although you have to pay an extra 16 taels of silver in interest, after 30 years, this big brick and tile house will be your own property. Gu Zhouyuan listened to the discussions among his subordinates and was quite satisfied with the response. These people all have good character, and he wants to train them well and make them his own team. But people are reluctant to leave their hometown. Once the famine ends, many people will probably want to return to their hometown. Then all his early training will be wasted. Now that they are asked to bear a 30-year mortgage, they will not have too much time to think about other things. They can only work hard to earn money to repay the mortgage. People must be completely transformed into cattle and horses before they can be controlled. Of course, these houses were not built specifically for refugees. Anyone in the village can buy it, and the standards are the same. According to Gu Zhouyuan's estimation, there will probably be many people in the village who would consider buying a house. After all, every family now has a stable source of income. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan took Xiong and rode their horses to Zio Wangshan, where they found a large pile of rosewood. It seemed that they had not stopped working all night, and 2 people were left at Nubidu to guard the place. In fact, ghost-face sandalwood is not worth much in this world, and probably no one will come to steal the wood. When he returned home, he finally received a letter from Captain Zhou. The letter contained only 2 sentences. The ransom has been paid in full. Zhao Baiwan and his son will be released from prison at the end of the morning hour tomorrow. Chapter 314. Zhao family father and son released from prison. Outside the county government office. Daqiang, are you really not going with us? Zhao Baiwan asked again. In the prison, Zhao Baiwan persuaded Zhao Daqiang to go with them to Tali County to join his second sister, but Zhao Daqiang was very resistant. He said he didn't want to live under someone else's roof, and besides, when his second cousin was at home, they had never been very close. Now that she's married and down on her luck, if he comes to her at this time, I know she'll have to depend on him for a living. This time, Zhao Daqiang was purely implicated by Zhao Fugui and his son. He was originally a well-known county police chief and a well-known figure in the county. Now he is a prisoner. Although Zhao Baiwan paid the ransom for him, he lost his job as a constable. This back and forth was a huge blow to him. Zhao Daqiang shook his head. My wife and children are in the county, and I don't want to settle down somewhere else. He really hated his cousin and the ear next to him. Damn. They bully people without even checking their background. If he had known that the kid named Gu was so fierce, he would not have brought people to capture him even if Zhao Baiwan gave him more money. He has been working in the county government for so many years, and bullying the weak and fearing the strong is his professional code. This time, what he kicked was not an iron plate, but the tip of a knife. After hunting geese all day, he was eventually blinded by the geese. Zhao Fugui said nothing, just kept walking forward with his head down. The wound on his ear had healed long ago, but he still wrapped it with a piece of cloth. He lowered his head and no longer acted recklessly in the city like before. In the past, he would usually bring 2 followers with him when he went out and walk around the streets in a swaggering manner, eager to attract everyone's attention. Now he was hunched over, trying to reduce his presence, fearing that someone would notice him. Despite this, he still felt that passers-by looked at him with contempt and disgust. Even when he saw people talking, he suspected that they were making fun of his ears and his poverty. All this is because of Gu Zhouyuan. There was a glint of resentment in his eyes. He wanted revenge and wanted to tear this damn Gu Zhouyuan into pieces, along with his damn family members. However, this big setback made him much more mature. He will no longer bring people to fight and kill. He would lie in wait, like a snake with its fangs hidden, spitting out its tongue to find out information about Gu Zhouyuan's family, and wait for an opportunity to give the other party a fatal blow. Fugui, where are you going? Zhao Baiwan followed behind Zhao Fugui and shouted. Go home. Zhao Fugui answered without even turning his head. As soon as he said this, he was stunned. By the way, all his houses and shops in the city have been sold, all sold out. His hatred for Gu Zhouyuan increased even more. All of their family's real estate and land, except for the ancestral home in Baiyun Town, were sold for a total of 39,000 taels of silver. In fact, the value of those industries is much more than this. But now it is a disaster year, and they cannot be sold at a good price. Also, they were anxious to pay the ransom and get out of jail, so the price would naturally be lower. Seeing his son's distraught look, Zhao Baiwan couldn't help but sigh. Let's rent a carriage first, go to the old house, pick up your mother and a few concubines, and then we'll go to Tali County together tomorrow. As they were talking, a carriage stopped beside them, driven by a middle-aged man with a big beard. Would you 2 gentlemen like to use a carriage? My carriage is stable and comfortable, and the price is very reasonable. The man's voice was very strange, as if there was a walnut stuck in his mouth when he spoke. Zhao Baiwan did not suspect anything. He and his eldest son had just been released from prison. Although they were not wearing prison uniforms, they were not wearing the same silk and satin as before. The clothes they wore when they entered the prison were stained with blood, feces, and urine, and no one knew where they had been thrown away by the Yamen runners. The clothes they were wearing were provided by the county government. They were just a set of tattered linen clothes, and the jailer extorted 2 taels of silver from them. Judging from my attire and the fact that I look like I just got out of jail, there probably wouldn't be any blind thieves who would target me. Besides, who would come to the city to rob in a horse-drawn carriage? Besides, Fugui and I are 2 different people, so the one who should be afraid is the driver. How much silver will it cost to deliver it to Baiyun Town? Zhao Baiwan asked. The driver's eyes lit up, probably realizing he had landed a good deal. He said in a deep voice, going to Baiyun Town? 40 coins will be charged. 40 cents is a bit too expensive. Zhao Baiwan frowned. Master, 40 cents is not expensive, the driver said hurriedly. The price is different for running out of the city and running outside. It's okay to run a short distance in the city, and it's cheaper. Because I'm idle anyway, I can find work anywhere I go. But it's different when I leave the city. I'll probably have an empty truck when I come back. It takes 3 hours to get to Baiyun Town and back. In other words, this is the only trip I'll make that day. 40 cents isn't expensive at all. At that price, you wouldn't even be able to find a donkey cart, let alone a horse-drawn carriage. The driver danced and became more and more excited as he spoke. Hearing him being so meticulous and professional, Zhao Baiwan's last bit of doubt disappeared. Okay, stop talking. I'll deliver you to Baiyun Town for 40 cents. There are a lot of mountain roads along the way, so please drive steadily. Zhao Baiwan said. Okay, don't worry. I will make sure to send you two back home safely. The driver grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. What hometown? Zhao Fugui frowned slightly. Oh, I heard you say earlier that you wanted to go back to the old house, so I stopped the carriage and asked if you wanted to take a ride. The coachman said naturally. Zhao Fugui suddenly realized that he had indeed said such words just now. He pulled Zhao Fugui into the carriage. When leaving the city, the carriage passed by Yuanqing Restaurant. Zhao Fugui, sitting on the back frame of the car, looked at the sign of Yuanqing Restaurant and felt annoyed. The feud between him and Gu Zhouyuan was all because of Wu Zhiro. It's because of this woman that my life has become different. But even after he was thrown into prison, this woman never once came to see him. His hatred for Wu Zhiro was no less than that for Gu Zhouyuan. When I become powerful, I will definitely bring this little bitch to my room. When he gets tired of playing with her, he will sell her to a brothel and let her be ridden by thousands of men. Zhao Baiwan saw the viciousness in Zhao Fugui's eyes, and he said calmly, Don't be impatient, take your time. The carriage was driving on the mountain road, and the trees on both sides of the road were rapidly receding. Dad, will we come back in the future? Zhao Fugui suddenly asked. This was the first time he spoke today. Of course I will come back. Your second uncle has a big business in Tally County and knows people even in the county government. Zhao Baiwan said this with a hint of pride on his face. My second uncle is so awesome. Why haven't we seen him find anyone to get us out while we're both in jail in Qingtian County? Zhao Fugui asked in confusion. Chapter 315, Conspiring Loudly. Ahem. Zhao Baiwan coughed violently, as if he was choked by saliva. It took him a while to calm down. I don't know why. According to your second uncle's ability, the Qingtian County magistrate should give him face if he finds someone to mediate. Zhao Baiwan was also very confused. When they heard that he and Zhao Fugui were arrested, someone from their family came to visit them in prison. He instructed the visitor to ask his family to ask his second brother-in-law in the county town to smooth the relationship. He waited confidently in the prison for good news, but waited until the opportunity was almost gone. In the end, he had no choice but to sell his property and pull himself out. When he goes home this time, he must ask his family how they do things. Are you reluctant to spend money to let your second brother-in-law build relationships? These short-sighted people saved a little money but ended up spending a lot of it, and even caused his father and son to suffer in jail. In fact, he was wrongly accusing his family. His mother and wife took 2,000 taels of silver and went to find his second uncle in the county town. The second uncle also promised that he would get the person out in a few days. But he returned the banknote that same day, saying that there was an important figure in Qingtian County. Tell them to go back and abide by the law and obey the punishment of the county government. Zhao Baiwan and his son knew all this. Dad, the remaining silver we have. He had just said this when Zhao Baiwan covered his mouth with his hands. He looked ahead. The driver was concentrating on driving the carriage and seemed not to hear their conversation. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and grumbled in a low voice. I dare not say anything about the banknotes I have on me. If someone hears it, they might harbor evil intentions. Zhao Fugui rolled his eyes. It was such a remote place, and there were only 3 of them on the road. Are you saying that the uncle driving the car in front will have bad intentions? Are you kidding me? Dad, you and I just got out of jail. Is there anyone worse than us? But he still nodded. It felt uncomfortable to have someone cover his mouth. Zhao Baiwan let go of his hand only after seeing him nod. Zhao Fugui also lowered his voice and said, With the remaining silver we have, can you ask my uncle to use his connections to have the entire Gu family arrested? Then we can frame them and, ideally, have them executed in prison. Zhao Fugui sucked his teeth and said thoughtfully, Isn't this the same trick your Uncle Chang used to use? That guy's a bit difficult to deal with. I'm afraid arresting him directly won't work. It's best to first prove his guilt. Then the government can arrest him with justification. Zhao Baiwan is obviously an old scoundrel. He is much more cautious and smooth in doing things than Zhao Fugui. If Zhao Fugui hadn't been too impulsive and betrayed his teammates last time, he wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. Then what crime should we charge him with? Although Zhao Fugui himself was not good at plotting and scheming, he sat up straight with joy when he heard his father plotting to harm others. Actually, the best charge is still collaborating with bandits. There's a famine right now, and bandits are everywhere. We buy some food and give it to the bandits in the name of Gu. After a while, the bandits remembered his kindness and naturally ran to Datong village to meet him. At that time, Hundreds or even thousands of villagers saw it with their own eyes. They called it yellow mud falling into his crotch, which was definitely shit. When that time comes, we will report it to the authorities and say that his family is supporting and colluding with bandits. Not only can we get rid of the Gu family, but we can also get the reward from the authorities. Zhao Baiwan's voice rose unconsciously. He was so excited that he was not afraid at all that the driver in front of him might hear him. Zhao Fugue's eyes lit up. It has to be you, Dad. But Dad, can you kill Gu just by charging him with collaborating with bandits? Zhao Baiwan stroked his beard and chuckled. The laws of this dynasty stipulate that anyone harboring a robber will have their property confiscated and the money used to capture the robber will be used as a reward. There is also the crime of providing food and drink to thieves. Providing food and drink to thieves, passing on information, acting as a guide, etc., is punishable by death. The imperial court cracked down extremely harshly on bandits, especially those who committed crimes during disaster years, and the punishment for collaborating with bandits was extremely severe. As long as the Gu family kid's charges are proven, even if he doesn't spend his entire life in prison, he'll at least receive dozens of lashes and spend several years in jail. Zhao Fugue, however, looked disappointed. That's it. The sentence is too light. Shouldn't he be beheaded for colluding with bandits? Don't worry, Zhao Baiwan patted his beloved son's shoulder lovingly. As long as they are put in the county jail, I can spend some money to make their whole family die in prison. He was speaking very loudly now, obviously letting himself go. He looked at the driver driving the carriage in front of him and felt a little happy. What do you think, kid? Do you know what I have? Drive your car carefully. If you make me unhappy, I will punish you. This is just like a gangster on the bus who deliberately answers the phone and loudly says that he hacked up a few people yesterday and is going to someone's house to start a fight today. He does it just to show off in front of strangers. Sure enough, the driver in front heard what he said and his body began to tremble. Coward. He felt both proud and contemptuous. Zhao Fugue also became excited, as if Gu Zhouyuan's family were now fish on his chopping board, and he could cook them however he wanted. Dad, can I do it myself when the time comes? I want to cut off Gu's 2 ears first, and then chop off his 2 hands. Zhao Fugue said viciously. As he spoke, he touched the side of his face, where his left ear used to be, but it was now wrapped in cloth. His current appearance really does resemble the one-eyed bandit in opera, except that his ears are tied diagonally around his head. Probably not, Zhao Baiwan shook his head. It's easy to kill him without anyone noticing, but it would be difficult for you to torture him to death yourself. He understood his son's hatred, and he also wanted to eat Gu Zhouyuan alive. He was once a wealthy and powerful man, but he fell into prison and was eventually forced to sell all his property. His family is in such a mess now, all thanks to Gu Zhouyuan. However, it is not difficult to kill a prisoner in prison by pretending to be someone else, but it is difficult to put the eldest son in prison to take revenge personally. The overwhelming hatred has distorted Zhao Fugue's psychology. Simply killing Gu Zhouyuan obviously cannot relieve the hatred in his heart. He suddenly laughed neurotically. Zhao Bai frowned, reached out and pushed Zhao Fugue, and said anxiously, Fugue, what's wrong with you? Zhao Fugue finally stopped laughing and said, Dad, just kill everyone else in the Gu family. I want to keep the eldest sister of that kid surnamed Gu alive. That woman is quite attractive. I'm going to torture her in my room every day and train her like a mother to pay off her brother's debts. Zhao Baiwan was just about to nod and agree. If Gu Zhouyuan's crime of colluding with bandits could be proven and a woman could be left behind, he could do it. Ouch. At this moment, the carriage suddenly slowed down, and one of them lost his seat and fell onto the frame. Chapter 316, It was all my dad's idea. How the hell are you driving? There's no ditches or bumps here. Why did you stop? Zhao Baiwan touched his shoulder, which was hurt from the fall, and said angrily, You really deserve to die. When the carriage stopped, the driver's cold voice came. Zhao Fugue was thrown to the ground. He was so angry that he didn't notice that the driver's voice had changed. He stood up, went to the shaft, grabbed the bearded driver by the collar, and cursed angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Hasn't anyone told you that sometimes it's wise to play dumb? It's the middle of nowhere here. If you die here, I won't even have to dig a grave. The wolves in the mountains will just chew you up. Zhao Fugue thought that the coachman had heard his and his father's plan, and was so filled with a sense of justice that he was standing up for the injustice. This guy must be a fool to stand up for a stranger. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since this man wanted to stand up for others, he might as well kill him. He suffered a huge blow last time, and his psychology has become violent and twisted. He winked at Zhao Baiwan, who immediately understood. I didn't expect that the driver was such a silly guy with a strong sense of justice. Such a person would not weigh the pros and cons, and would only do things in a single-minded way. It is really not good to leave this trouble behind. Zhao Baiwan started from being penniless and worked hard to accumulate a fortune, and his hands were stained with blood. But after he became rich, he paid others to do the dirty work for him. He hadn't done anything by himself for many years, so he was a little uncomfortable at first. But after all, I have experience, so when the time comes to take action, I am not afraid at all. Now that I'm down and out again, I can take this opportunity to find the ruthlessness I had in my youth. He looked around and found that he was walking on a very remote road. There was no one else on the road except them. This driver deserves to die. He just happened to stop in this damn place. There is no village or shop nearby. It's a perfect place to kill and rob. He spotted a handy stone on the side of the road and was just about to jump off the carriage. Then Zhao Fugui screamed on. He turned his head and saw Zhao Fugui supporting the bicycle frame with both hands and backing away continuously. His expression was terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. He had a bad feeling. He had seen this scene before. That time in Datong village, when Fugui saw Gu Zhouyuan beating Wang Debao to death with a stick, he had this expression and this action. Zhao Baiwan swallowed, slowly turned his head, and fixed his gaze on the shaft of the carriage. The driver, who had been hunching over before, now straightened his back. The ingratiating smile on his face disappeared without a trace. The man glanced at them coldly with his eyes, like a tiger looking at a dying lamb. "You, who are you?" He felt that this person's aura was somewhat familiar, but after searching through his memory, he could not find the corresponding person. "Dad, he is Gu Zhouyuan. He is Gu Zhouyuan." Zhao Fugui cried and moved backwards, as if every inch he got away from the shaft gave him a little more sense of security. He had imagined countless times that Gu Zhouyuan would kneel at his feet, wagging his tail and begging for mercy, allowing him to humiliate and beat him. Just now, he was still regretting that he could not kill Gu Zhouyuan himself. But now that Gu Zhouyuan was standing in front of him, he realized that his so-called revenge was a joke. A large part of the hatred that he couldn't shake off or get rid of actually came from his fear of Gu Zhouyuan. The driver reached out and ripped off his beard, grinning at Zhao Fugui. "Bingo! You got it right. It's over, it's over." Zhao Fugui regretted it so much. "I have already suffered such a great loss at the hands of Gu Zhouyuan. Why haven't I learned my lesson yet? Now all the plots between me and my father have been heard by Gu Zhouyuan. I guess my life is over." Zhao Baiwan only felt his legs go weak. His mind was much more meticulous than Zhao Fugui's. Gu Zhouyuan was in disguise and was waiting on the road that he had to pass. This guy named Gu went to such great lengths to plan this. It was obviously all planned. Regardless of whether he had planned to frame the Gu family today, he would probably not be able to escape Gu Zhouyuan's pursuit. With a loud thud, Zhao Fugui fell backwards from the wooden frame of the carriage. He didn't care about the pain in his butt and arms at all, and crawled towards the woods. Gu Zhouyuan jumped off the carriage, took 2 steps forward, and swung his whip fiercely. With a snap, the tip of the whip hit Zhao Fugui precisely. On the dirt ground next to it. Gu Zhouyuan touched his nose and didn't blame himself for not having good skills. It was just that he was not using the whip well. Forget it. Compared with cold weapons such as swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks and forks, he is still better at using firearms. As Gu Zhouyuan raised his hand, with a bang sound, Zhao Fugui felt his left arm go numb, followed by a sharp pain. Zhao Fugui howled miserably. Zhao Baiwan was still sitting on the bicycle frame. He was originally looking for an opportunity to hit Gu Zhouyuan on the head with a stone. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's horrific methods, he was so frightened that he lost all his thoughts. He slid off the carriage, slumped to the ground, and kept kowtowing to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan frowned at Zhao Baiwan, who was blocking the road, raised his leg, and kicked Zhao Baiwan in the chest. Zhao Baiwan flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Fugui was so scared that he wet his pants. The fear of death was more important than anything else. He temporarily forgot the pain in his arm. He kept begging for mercy. "Please forgive me. I don't want to die. Please forgive me." "Let you go? Ha ha ha." Gu Zhouyuan seemed to have heard something funny. "None of those evil schemes you just made were about wanting to let others go. Those were all my father's ideas. They have nothing to do with me. If you want to settle a score, go find my father." Zhao Fugui burst into tears and pointed at Zhao Baiwan, who was lying on the ground. Zhao Baiwan raised his head with great effort, looking at his most beloved eldest son with an expression of disbelief. Zhao Fugui is his only son, and he dotes on him very much. He gave Zhao Fugui whatever he wanted. Even though he had lost all his family wealth because of Zhao Fugui, he had never blamed his son, even a little. Now, in order to save his own life, his grown-up son actually let Gu Zhouyuan come to settle the score with him. He was so angry that his chest felt stuffy. He pointed at Zhao Fugui with a trembling finger and gasped, "You." Chapter 317 Human Nature is Evil. "Everything I said is true," Zhao Fugui said anxiously. "Dad, it was your idea to frame the Gu family for colluding with bandits and have them beaten and jailed by the government. It had nothing to do with me." He reached out and covered his injured arm tightly, blood flowing down between his fingers. He turned his head to look at Gu Zhouyuan, who was watching the show on the side, his eyes full of pleading and fear. A sticky, fishy smell seeped out from between Zhao Fugui's blood-stained fingers. The smell reminded him of the horrific experience he had in Datong village a few months ago. The same rusty smell, as he remembered, made his stomach twitch and his throat surge with acid. "Gu, Master Gu, you are wise." Zhao Fugui took 2 steps on his knees, and his sleeves left blood marks on the mud. "All of this was my father's idea. He even said he would find some bandits to frame you, and then put your family in jail." Gu Zhouyuan had a blank expression on his face. He smelled the odor of urine, and a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes. He reached into his arms and pulled out a mask to cover his mouth and nose. Zhao Fugui was so frightened when he saw Gu Zhouyuan raise his hand that he quickly shouted, "And my father also said that he would find someone to kill your whole family in prison." At this moment, Zhao Baiwan was stunned by the attack of this filial son. Gu Zhouyuan was not surprised at all. This is human nature. Some people say that human nature is inherently complex. Some people are selfless, some are selfish, some are kind and compassionate, and some are cruel and brutal. However, this was the first time that Gu Zhouyuan had seen such a shameless son like Zhao Fugui. This reminded him of the tomb raiding novels he had read in his previous life. It is said that there is a rule in the tomb robbing business that has been passed down from generation to generation, which is the one who pulls the rope is the father, and the one who steals the treasure is the son. In the face of interests, some unfilial sons will become so crazy that they seal their fathers alive in the tomb. What's more, this is a matter of life and death. As long as I can protect myself, it doesn't matter who dies. Gu Zhouyuan sneered, his eyes cold as he said, "I heard everything about your conspiracy, father and son, not a single word." The small mountain road they are on now was carefully selected by him, and basically no one will come here. He was glad that he was not too soft-hearted and hoped that the bad guy would reform and let him go. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. He heard that Zhao Baiwan and his son had designed such a vicious plan to take revenge on him, even want to kill his whole family. Zhao Fugui even dared to humiliate my elder sister. The murderous intent in his heart had reached its peak. However, he does not like cat and mouse games, nor does he have a penchant for torturing and killing others. When a person dies, his debts are discharged. Zhao Baiwan saw that Gu Zhouyuan was only focused on listening to what Zhao Fugui said and had his back to him. He stared at Gu Zhouyuan and saw that Gu Zhouyuan was indeed not paying attention to this side. He held his breath, slowly squatted down, and picked up a stone at his feet. His heart was pounding wildly, and the only chance of survival in this desperate situation was now in his own hands. Amidst his extreme nervousness, he actually felt a hint of excitement. "It feels like I'm back to the days when I was young and working hard." He slowly stood up and looked at Gu Zhouyuan, who was only a few steps away from him. He only needed to rush forward and hit Gu Zhouyuan's back of the head with the stone, and today's crisis would be completely resolved. It also saves you the trouble of revenge later. So people always say that misfortune and fortune are interdependent, which is indeed true. He saw that his stupid son was still talking nonstop. This idiot. Gu Zhouyuan had obviously planned this for a long time and had chosen such a remote place to launch the attack. It is obvious that they want to kill people and rob here and destroy the bodies at the same time. This is indeed a good place to destroy the body. Gu Zhouyuan has good vision. This place is full of birdsong and flowers, and it is quite suitable for eternal rest. He stared at the back of Gu Zhouyuan's head, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly turned his head and grinned at him. Zhao Baiwan's hair stood on end, and the sinister smile froze on his lips. There was a voice in my heart saying, "Throw away the stone in your hand quickly, kneel on the ground, and beg the other party to forgive you, so that you may have a glimmer of hope." However, the survival experience he had accumulated over the years told him that begging for mercy would only lead to death, and only by fighting to the death could there be a chance of survival. The guy in front of me doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so if this stone hits him, his head will still explode. These thoughts flashed through his mind for only a moment. He gritted his teeth and raised the stone in his hand. With a loud bang, the stone in Zhao Baiwan's hand fell to the ground. The screams rang out almost at the same time, startling a flock of black birds in the woods. Zhao Baiwan covered his chest with his hands, blood seeping into the mud from between his fingers. He curled up like a shrimp, his body twitching constantly. Master Gu! Master Gu! Zhao Fuguwei suddenly screamed, and his bloody fingers dug deep into the mud. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Please be magnanimous and let me go like a piece of shit. Seeing Gu Zhoyuan's unpredictable methods again, Zhao Fuguwei was immediately frightened. How could Dad be so stupid? He had clearly witnessed Gu Zhoyuan's murderous methods last time. So how dare you come up and confront Gu Zhoyuan head-on with just a broken stone? It doesn't matter if you die, but now you want to implicate me. Gu Zhoyuan was amused by Zhao Fuguwei's expression. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. No, 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 Master Gu, please don't do anything yet. Listen to me, I have money. My father has more than 10,000 taels of silver notes on him. He turned to Zhao Baiwan, who was lying in a pool of blood, and yelled, Dad, bring the banknotes over here. Zhao Baiwan was speechless at this time, and his blood gradually formed a puddle under his body. His mouth opened and closed, his eyes fixed on Zhao Fuguwei, and it seemed as if he had still some unfinished curse in his throat. But life was rapidly slipping away from his body. I'll get it for you. Zhao Fuguwei staggered to his feet and crawled to Zhao Baiwan's side. He reached into Zhao Baiwan's arms and fumbled around, then pulled out a stack of banknotes. Without even glancing at the dying Zhao Baiwan, he raised the banknotes in his hand, turned his head, and said flatteringly, Master Gu, here are 19,000 taels of banknotes. I'll give them all to you. Could you spare my life? Zhao Baiwan spat out blood again and looked at Zhao Fuguwei's profile. He murmured, evil obstacle. Then his body suddenly went limp and he lost all breath. Gu Zhoyuan leaned against the bicycle frame and watched the farce. The sunlight stretched his shadow into a twisted ghost. He felt his nose itchy, so he reached out and took off his mask. The air, which was filled with the smell of rotten soil and urine, was filled with the fresh smell of blood. He couldn't help feeling nauseous. Chapter 318, Death and Dead Elimination. I still like your rebellious look back then, Gu Zhoyuan said indifferently. The flattering smile on Zhao Fuguwei's face froze. How rebellious was he back then? Yes, at that time, my family was rich and I had connections in the government, so I could be said to be very arrogant in the city. Eating wontons without paying and teasing the widow Zhou who sells tofu are all daily occurrences. When I have nothing to do in the evening, I go to Manhwa Tower to have some fun. In addition to the pimps and brothels, he also had affairs with decent ladies. The one who concerned him the most was Wu Jiro from Yuanhing Restaurant. Wu Jiro, all of my misfortunes are because of this woman. It was this little bitch who caused him to lose everything. If Gu Zhoyuan knew what Zhao Fuguwei was thinking, he would definitely give him a big slap. Although Wu Jiro said the tea tasted a bit strong, she did not instruct Zhao Fuguwei to do anything. Zhao Fuguwei asked Wang Debao to take people to teach Gu Zhoyuan a lesson, which caused the death of Gu Zhoyuan's previous incarnation. Later, when Gu Zhoyuan was selling wild boar, he came over to provoke him again. After being beaten up by Gu Zhoyuan, he still refused to repent, and later even brought people to beat him up. All of this was caused by Zhao Fuguwei's arrogance and domineering behavior, and his failure to treat the poor as human beings. In Gu Zhoyuan's opinion, Wu Jiro has moral problems, but has not crossed the legal red line. Zhao Fuguwei's fate was entirely his own fault. Gu Zhoyuan has no interest in providing any psychological counseling to the troubled youth Zhao Fuguwei. The easiest way is to go back to the drawing board and start over. Under Zhao Fuguwei's horrified gaze, Gu Zhoyuan slowly raised his arm. No, don't. Zhao Fuguwei sat down on the ground, and the banknotes in his hand fell to the ground. He kicked his legs on the ground and slid backwards. His palm felt a sticky liquid, and when he raised his hand, it was his father's blood. There was a nest of red ants on the side of the road. They were startled by the smell of blood and came to the edge of the pool of blood in a long line, sniffing and sucking the blood. A few bold worker ants even climbed onto Zhao Fuguwei's arms. Zhao Fuguwei didn't retreat far before he was blocked by Zhao Baiwan's corpse. Seeing Zhao Fuguwei so embarrassed and scared, Gu Zhoyuan didn't feel any pleasure in bullying him at all. He just felt bored and even yawned. He reached out and tapped his mouth a few times, then pointed the barrel of the Glock pistol at Zhao Fuguwei. He said calmly, "Remember to be a good person in your next life. No, don't kill me. Don't." Zhao Fuguwei shook his head desperately and cried for mercy. He kicked and struggled frantically to retreat, causing Zhao Baiwan's stiff arms to make a crisp sound. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession. Zhao Fuguwei stared at Gu Zhoyuan with a look of disbelief. Blood continued to gush out of the wounds on his chest and abdomen, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. With every heavy breath, blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Gu Zhoyuan's words echoed in his ears. Remember to be a good person in your next life. On his deathbed, his heart was filled with regret. If he could live his life over again, he really wanted to say to his former self, "Don't mess with Gu Zhouyuan." In the bamboo forest not far away, a yellow muntjac was startled by the gunshots and ran out of the forest in panic. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up, and he raised his gun and chased after him. It was obviously difficult to aim at a moving target. Gu Zhouyuan emptied all the remaining bullets in his pistol before one of them hit the muntjac's hind leg. The yellow muntjac lost its balance and fell to the ground, then got up again and limped into the woods. However, it had a lame leg and couldn't run fast, so Gu Zhouyuan caught up with it and stabbed it in the neck. Gu Zhouyuan killed 2 enemies in succession, and he felt that he was happier than if he had not hunted this yellow muntjac. This yellow muntjac weighs 45 kilograms and is priced at 2,700 yuan in the mall. However, Gu Zhouyuan did not sell it to the mall because he was not short of mall coins. "I can take this wild game home and have a good meal." He returned to the road carrying the yellow muntjac. Zhao Fugui had already died. He tried his best to push his father to the front to block the bullet for him, but in the end he fell on his father. Some bonds are destined from birth and cannot be broken or severed. Gu Zhouyuan opened the virtual panel and scanned Zhao Fugui and Zhao Baiwan on the ground. "Damn it, this system doesn't accept people. This is 300 pounds of meat." Gu Zhouyuan cursed. In fact, he had expected this, and this time he just wanted to satisfy his bad taste and verify his guess. If this system could even collect dead people, it would save him the trouble of destroying the bodies. However, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his system still had a bottom line and was not some evil, dark, and crazy system. "I don't know if Xiong Air can adapt to this job. I can't do all the dirty work myself in the future." Gu Zhouyuan grabbed Zhao Fugui's ankle and dragged him into the woods. Ran back and forth twice. Gu Zhouyuan was sitting in the carriage and preparing to go home. Looking at the dark red bloodstains on the ground that had turned black, he put down the reins in his hand. "Although this place is rarely visited, we should still cover up our tracks a little. This crime scene was not concealed at all, making me look stupid and unprofessional." He bought a big shovel and shoveled the blood-soaked soil on the ground into the woods. There were many red ants on the soil. "Drive." A horse-drawn carriage sped past on a main road in the mountains. The green-headed flies in this forest seemed to be summoned and were gathering in the depths of the forest. The entrance of Datong village. The patrol team saw Gu Zhouyuan driving back in a carriage and removed the roadblocks from a distance. "Brother Dajin, are you the one guarding the intersection today?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. "The patrol team will arrange 2 people to guard the village entrance every day, and the others will patrol along the edge of the village." Several major entrances to the village were surrounded by walls, preventing large groups of people from entering. However, there are still many places in the village that need to be patrolled. For example, some people can go around from the back mountain, and some can swim from the big river in the east. Zhao Dajin nodded and grinned. "Yes, it's my turn to guard the gate today." Another person nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Yuan has hunted a yellow muntjac." Only then did Zhao Dajin see that on the frame behind the carriage was a bleeding yellow muntjac. This yellow muntjac is a good thing. It gives men more strength after eating it. The man next to him sighed and raised his eyebrows at Zhao Dajin, showing an expression that all men understand. Zhao Dajin also laughed out loud. "Yes, there used to be quite a lot of yellow muntjac. They usually live in the bushes at the edge of the forest, where it's easier to aim with arrows. Hunters love to catch yellow muntjac and badgers the most. Later, this stuff became less and less. It's a pity that the blood was drained. The blood of the yellow muntjac is very nourishing. Drinking a bowl of it would take me a whole night." The person next to him said, "It's a pity that Xiao Yuan doesn't have a wife yet. It's a waste of this tonic." Chapter 319, Everyone Understands. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Yuan is really capable, but he is a little lacking in matters between men and women. Men in the village usually find a wife, get married, and have children at the age of 16, but Xiao Yuan is already 18 and still a virgin. Zhao Dajin looked Gu Zhouyuan up and down, his eyes especially lingering on Gu Zhouyuan's crotch for the longest time. Is Xiao Yuan not good at that? This thought suddenly came to his mind. As soon as this idea came up, it grew like bamboo shoots after a rain. Otherwise, why wouldn't this handsome, rich, and capable guy be in such a hurry to find a wife? Look, Zhu is about the same age as Gu Zhouyuan, and all he thinks about every day is women. As soon as spring comes, that guy will stare at every female mouse he sees. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little uncomfortable under Zhao Dajin's gaze. His anus couldn't help but tighten, and he clamped his legs together before he regained a sense of security. Zhao Dajin looked at Gu Zhouyuan and said earnestly, "Xiao Yuan, It's not a good idea to just eat yellow muntjac. It can only help with pleasure, but it can't cure any illness. You are such a skilled doctor. You should know more than me. Gu Zhouyuan was confused by his inexplicable words. Brother Dajin, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand you? Zhao Dajin patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder, his face full of understanding. Young people are thin-skinned. I understand. I understand everything. Fuck. You understand now, but I am even more confused. Gu Zhouyuan was complaining madly in his heart. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Gu Zhouyuan went straight home. Isn't this a yellow muntjac? Xiaoyuan, did you go into the wild boar gorge? Lu looked at the yellow muntjac that Gu Zhouyuan was carrying, quickly put down the dirty clothes she was washing, and stood up. Gu Zhouyuan knew what the wild boar stream that Anyang was talking about was. Wild Boar Stream is located in an area where the two highest mountains in the deep mountains and old forests are adjacent to each other. The terrain in the stream is also extremely complex, with steep cliffs and deep ravines everywhere. If you are not careful, you will fall and be smashed to pieces. Some places appear flat, but underneath are soft soil and trap-like caves. Once people step on them, they will sink into them. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink, and eventually they will be buried by the soil. Moreover, natural disasters such as mudslides and landslides often occur in Yeju Gorge, making it difficult to guard against them. It has always been a mysterious forbidden place passed down by word of mouth among the people in the mountains. It is said that there are groups of wild boars in the Wild Boar Stream, and the calls of wild boars can often be heard from the periphery. Sometimes you can hear the roar of wild beasts. The sound is low and wild, which makes people feel creepy. Because no one dares to set foot in Wild Boar Stream, there are many kinds of wild animals there. Unlike wild boars, hunting yellow muntjac is not dangerous. They are of moderate size and do not require professional hunters. Because they are easy to hunt, yellow muntjac have not been seen in the forest for many years. That's why Lu thought Gu Zhouyuan had entered the Wild Boar Gorge. I heard that during a disaster, some people were so hungry that they organized a team of hundreds of people and went into the Wild Boar Gorge to look for food. In the end, less than 10 people came out. According to the survivors, there were indeed many wild boars in the stream. Wild boars are ferocious and have sharp tusks. Once enraged, they will ignore everything and rush forward, knocking people over or piercing their bodies with their tusks. While walking in the woods, they often heard the sound of branches breaking, as if some huge beast was lurking around them. In addition, there are poisonous snakes, spiders, and other poisonous creatures hidden in invisible places. If you step on or touch them without paying attention, you will be attacked fatally. The most deadly thing is the fog that appears from time to time in the Wild Boar Gorge, which makes people lose their direction and get lost. The fog in some places is poisonous. People will fall to the ground after walking in for a while. Although Lu knew how powerful Gu Zhouyuan was, the horror of Wild Boar Gorge was deeply rooted in the souls of the villagers. Even though Gu Zhouyuan was now standing in front of her safe and sound, she still couldn't help but feel a little scared. Gu Zhouyuan threw the yellow muntjac on the ground and said with a smile, I didn't go into the Wild Boar Gorge. I don't know where this yellow muntjac came from. It just happened to run onto the mountain road, and I ran into it. Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was saying it. Our family is doing better now. There's no need to risk going to Wild Boar Gorge just to eat wild game. Her mind gradually calmed down, and she finally had the mood to look at the yellow muntjac on the ground. The meat of the yellow muntjac is the most delicious, even more fragrant than wild boar or rabbit. I ate it once when I was a kid. That time, your grandpa and his uncles went up the mountain to chop firewood. They encountered a little yellow muntjac. The three of them surrounded it for a long time before they finally caught it. That yellow muntjac was much smaller than the one you caught. It was a good harvest at the time, so your grandfather didn't take it to town to sell. That was the first time I had a good meal of meat. Lu thought of her childhood, and a trace of reminiscence appeared on her face. Although she lived a very difficult life when she was a child, she did not feel that life was that hard. Memories are always sweet and sour, and the difficult days no longer seem like suffering. As time goes by, people tend to unconsciously beautify their memories of the past, remembering the good parts and downplaying the painful details. People always miss their childhood because their parents protected them from the wind and rain, and they did not have to bear the pressure and responsibilities of life. I'll go to the workshop and call my eldest sister back. I'll ask her to cook and make deer meat for my mother, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Your workshop is so busy. How can you call Xiaodi back? You can't let her delay your business. Lu shook her head. I can clean it myself. It's not as delicious as your eldest sister's, but this yellow muntjac meat is good. It won't be bad no matter how you cook it. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Everyone is basically familiar with the work in the workshop. I can ask someone else to take care of the incoming and outgoing materials. There's no need for Big Sister to keep an eye on it all the time. You can rest today. We will cook and give you a good meal of meat. Lu hit Gu Zhouyuan in anger. Mother just said it casually. How come you still remember it? We always eat meat these days, and I've gained a lot of weight. Compared to her childhood, she likes the present life better. The children are all well-behaved and filial. The family has no worries about food and drink, and the mother's family can live a good life together. All of this was something she had never dared to imagine even in her dreams before. Gu Zhouyuan really went to the workshop and called Gu Zhaodi. When he went there, he saw Gu Zhaodi helping pack in the packing room. Gu Zhouyuan asked her to manage the warehouse. She was a restless person and would go to the workshop to work whenever she had free time. Xiao Yuan. Mistress. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan entered the packaging workshop, a group of women greeted him enthusiastically. Chapter 320, Seizing the Opportunity. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in response. Gu Zhaodi had already stood up. Xiao Yuan, are you here to see me? Before Gu Zhouyuan could answer, a young woman beside him said with a smile, Of course I came to see you. Otherwise, how could I have come to see me? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. The people who do the packaging work are all the young girls and wives in the village. Although they are not as aggressive as the older ants, when they get together in a group, they can be very brave. If Xiao Yuan really comes looking for you, your Dashin will definitely skin you alive when you get home. Then why is she going home? Can't she just go home with Xiao Yuan? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again. Gu Zhouyuan looked a little embarrassed. It stands to reason that he was also a shameless guy in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not have made it his goal to live off a gigolo. Now, it's okay not to tease women, but it seems that I'm being teased by women. It was rare for Gu Zhaodi to see Xiao Yuan being humiliated, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Gu Zhouyuan grabbed his elder sister's arm and ran out, as if escaping. Oh, you're still shy, a sister-in-law shouted from behind. You say Xiao Yuan is good at everything, handsome and capable. Why doesn't he find a wife? How can I have time to find a wife when I'm busy with important things? Why bother finding a wife? If you're attracted to each other, you can just get married. Hey, girls, don't just work so heartlessly every day. You should also take care of yourselves. If you're lucky enough to be noticed by Xiao Yuan one day, then you can enjoy the rest of your life. Oh, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm so embarrassed. Several unmarried girls all spat inwardly, their faces flushed red. But I secretly plan to wash my face clean with soap tomorrow. Let my mother help me comb my hair into a nice bun. Change your clothes that are patched up with patches on top of each other. Brother Xiao Yuan saw that he always took the initiative to say hello and always smiled at him, so maybe he was interested in him. Otherwise, with so many women in the village, why was she the only one chosen to work in the workshop? The girls all became active and felt that they had a better chance of success than others. Even the sisters who were usually very close to each other began to show a bit of wariness and hostility. Gu Zhouyuan naturally didn't know about these things. At this time, he and Gu Zhaodi were walking on their way home. I hunted a yellow muntjac today. My mother said its meat is delicious. I'll have to trouble you, elder sister, to cook for us today and make us a delicious meal. Gu Zhouyuan walked and talked. Yellow muntjac? Gu Zhaodi said with delight. I've heard that yellow muntjac meat is delicious, but I've never eaten it. Xiao Yuan, how do you think we should cook it? Under Gu Zhouyuan's training, her cooking skills are now as good as Gu Zhouyuan's. But she lacks innovation, or rather, she is not as knowledgeable as Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan's so-called innovations were all things he had seen and experienced in his previous life. Gu Zhouyuan had never eaten yellow muntjac, but he thought it should be eaten in a similar way to venison. He stroked his chin and said, The fat on the belly is braised, and the tenderloin is cut off and stir-fried with peppers and onions. Bake a steak and stew it with the bones and meat in a pot of soup. Add some potatoes and carrots to the soup. As for the remaining elder sister, you can do whatever you want. Okay. Gu Zhaodi nodded repeatedly. Her cooking skills were very good. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan told her, she already knew the recipe. Mother is already boiling water. Big sister, you go back first. Gu Zhouyuan stopped and said, I'll call my second brother back. As Gu Zhouyuan spoke, he walked towards the experimental field in the back mountain. Gu Dedi was directing the villagers who were helping him to apply fertilizer in the cotton field. Ever since he saw the cotton cloth and quilts in the new house, he has been very concerned about the cotton fields. He knew what the cotton in the fields meant to the poor. With this good thing, countless poor people would be spared from freezing to death in winter. He also learned the method of composting from the book given to him by Gu Zhouyuan. First, lay a layer of wheat straw on the ground, then a layer of chicken, duck, and goose feces, then a layer of coarse materials such as dead grass, fallen leaves, and wheat straw, and then another layer of feces and kitchen waste. Stack them up layer by layer, sprinkle water on them, and cover the top with soil. Ever since he learned how to make compost, he thinks everything he sees is a treasure. He would ask Sidon, who was walking the dog, to pick up fish scales, chicken feathers, fish bones, rotten vegetable stalks used to wash the pot, and even the poop that Xiaobai and Pingtu pooped outside to make compost. He didn't know that Gu Zhouyuan had dealt with Mr. Zhao and his son today. If he knew that Gu Zhouyuan had abandoned the two of them in the old forest to feed the wild beasts, he would definitely be extremely upset. What a waste. It would be great if we could bring these two pieces back and use them as fertilizer. Second brother Gu, Xiaoyuan, is here. A villager reminded him. Gu Dedi straightened up from under a cotton plant and asked, Xiaoyuan, why are you here? I hunted a yellow muntjac today and came to ask you to go back and skin it. Gu Zhouyuan handed a towel to Gu Dedi. You are sweating all over. Wipe it with this. Gu Dedi took the towel and felt that it was very soft. He asked tentatively, is this made of cotton too? Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Yes, there are many things that can be made from cotton. If you are interested, I will tell you one by one. There was a gleam in Gu Dedi's eyes as he looked at the cotton fields, his heart filled with satisfaction. Mrs. Luo, please take care of this for me. I have something to do when I go back. Gu Dedi shouted to Widow Luo, who was filling a manure pit not far away. Oh, I understand. Widow Luo stood up and responded. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded at Widow Luo. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Luo. Widow Luo quickly waved her hands. Look at what you are saying, Xiaoyuan. It's just some farm work. Why are you so tired? By doing farm work in the fields, you can earn 30 cents a day, which is a good job that is hard to find even with a lantern. She started out like everyone else, earning 25 cents a day, which she thought was a lot. With great gratitude towards Gu Zhouyuan, she worked very hard and was often the first to arrive at the field and the last to leave. And she always felt that if she learned more, she would be able to help Xiaoyuan more in the future. She is willing to learn and dare to try new things. Gu Dedi reported these things to Gu Zhouyuan, asking whether he should give Mrs. Luo a raise in wages. Gu Zhouyuan immediately made the decision, add. He also said that from now on, all wages, personnel transfers and appointments in the experimental field would be decided by Gu Dedi himself without having to ask him. Gu Dedi originally wanted to increase Widow Luo's wages to 35 cents a day, but Widow Luo refused to take it. After much persuasion, she finally accepted the 30-cent daily wage, but from then on, she worked even harder. Chapter 321, Too Sensible. In the Gu family yard, everyone was busy. Sidon also came back from outside at this time. His main tasks now are reading, practicing calligraphy, memorizing articles, and walking the dog and pig twice a day. This kid is now walking on the village road, holding a yellow horse on his left and a pig on his right, looking very cool. He is often followed by a group of friends, and everyone is extremely envious of him. There were also children who went home and begged their parents to go into the wild forest and help them catch a wild boar to raise. Of course, what he got in return was usually a scolding from an adult. Do you think your father is Gu Zhouyuan? Can you catch wild boars just because he says so? Sidon has become the king of children in the village. The only thing that made him feel embarrassed was that he had to pick up dog shit and pig manure along the way. Sidon, why are you picking up dog poop? A child couldn't help but ask. Haven't you heard that we should clean up dog feces promptly and walk our dogs in a civilized and hygienic manner? Sidon glanced at the other person and said righteously. No, the children shouted in unison. Then you should all know that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility, right? Sidon raised his voice. Have no idea. You really don't know anything, Sidon said with a look of disappointment. Once the school is built, you should ask your parents to enroll you. As the saying goes, studying makes you wise. You can't act like idiots anymore. In the future, I must go to school to learn to read and write, so that I can be like Sidon and say some words that others can't understand, but seem pretty cool. A group of half-grown children all remembered it. Sidon threw a bamboo tube with a rope on it next to Gu Dedi and said, Hey, second brother, the dog shit you asked for, Pingtu didn't do it today, but he will probably do it in the yard soon. You can go and shovel it yourself then. Lu, who was helping Gu Dedi stretch the yellow muntjac, scolded him angrily. Why did you throw this thing here, kid? It's so dirty, Sidon said with a grin. Second brother isn't afraid of getting dirty. He treasures this shit. Go away. Take it aside quickly and don't get in the way of your second brother peeling the skin. Lu glared at Sidon and said unhappily. Sidon carried the bamboo tube out of the yard and walked back again. What is this? A fawn? Sidon squatted and watched with relish as his second brother skillfully cleaned the game in the basin. Now that our family conditions are better, Eating meat is no longer something we can only dream of. But this kid is still as greedy as before, and he can't move his feet when he sees something delicious. This is a yellow muntjac. You haven't seen it before, Gu Daddy said without raising his head. He then added, it's the first time I've seen it, too. This thing looks delicious, Sidon said with a slightly exaggerated slurp of saliva. Gu Zhouyuan walked out from the inner room. He had just put a large stack of blood-stained banknotes into the lacquer box in the room. This silver note system simply does not accept it. Perhaps in its eyes, it is just a piece of torn paper with no value. Oh, by the way, where is Xiong-er? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Xiong-er is his personal bodyguard. When he doesn't need him, he usually lets him stay at home to protect his family. But today he went to the workshop and the experimental field. Now that all the family members are here, there is no sign of Xiong-er. The village head, second grandpa, borrowed him to carry wood. They needed a lot of wood to build the school over there. Second grandpa organized some men in the village to go up the mountain to chop wood, and brought Xiong-er along too. Second grandfather told me not to worry about Xiong-er's meals for the next 2 days. He's brought some for him. He looked up and answered. Sidon snorted. That big idiot has so much strength, it's a shame if he doesn't use it to carry wood. If he were here today, this yellow muntjac would only be enough for him to eat. You're such a hot-headed kid, Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes at him. Didn't he just guard the door and not let you in that day? Do you still remember it? Third brother, you don't know how annoying that guy is. Sidon was still unhappy when he thought of the scene that day. I said this is my home, and I wanted to go in to find my third brother. But he said the young master said no one is allowed to go in and disturb him. I said I'd wait outside and let him go in to report it. He said the young master said no one was allowed to go in and disturb him. I said my mother asked my third brother to come home for dinner, but he said the young master said no one was allowed to come in and disturb him. No matter what you say to him, he always only answers with the same sentence. I'm almost pissed off at him. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but smile. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, and it was difficult to explain his reason. No wonder Sidon always disliked Xiong-er. Anyone who faced this situation would collapse. Xiaowu was called to the workshop by Xiaoxi. Gu Zhaodi said as she was burning a fire behind the stove in the yard. Xiaoxi asked me if he could take Xiaowu with him. There were only Xiaoxi and Mu Tu in that small workshop, and I thought it wouldn't be dangerous, so I agreed. Xiaoxi is a very sensible child, even a little sensitive. You paid him 25 coins a day, but he refuses to come home for meals. He and his sister eat like the refugees, using copper coins to buy food. He said that you saved them, brother and sister, and he can't cause trouble for the young master anymore. Oh, this child is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Gu Zhouyuan didn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone has their own personality, and Xiaoxi is a good child who knows how to be grateful. Why didn't I think of calling Grandma along just now? Gu Zhouyuan slapped his thigh. It's okay. You can still call her after it's cooked. Your grandma really likes to manage people in the workshop now. Lu chuckled. Ha ha ha. That's right. Gu Zhaodi also laughed. When you went there just now, Grandma should have been in the mixing workshop. She usually inspects every workshop one by one. When you came to see me, Grandma had just walked out of the packaging workshop. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. As long as Grandma is happy, I'm glad. With her around, we don't need to worry too much about the workshop. By the way, big sister, Gu Zhouyuan said to Gu Zhaodi, you can't always work in the workshop. You have to do what you like, just like Grandma. I'll find someone else to take care of the warehouse from now on. As long as they're reliable and down to earth, it doesn't matter if they can't read. Once the school is completed, I will organize an evening class to teach those villagers who are willing to learn how to read and count. He then said to the others, you all should keep an eye out and see if there is anyone suitable to come to the workshop to manage the warehouse. I want to replace my eldest sister. If you like cooking, we have a ready-made restaurant. If you like embroidering and making clothes, I can help you open a ready-made clothing store. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Gu Zhaodi and said. That night, Gu Zhouyuan asked them about their respective wishes. My second brother said he liked to plant new plants, and now it can be said that this wish has been fully realized. There are mountains, fields, and people with new varieties of crops, so let them do whatever they want. Chapter 322, Still a Child. Gu Zhaodi looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a smile. In fact, she didn't care what she did. She was very happy working in the workshop. Every day now is very fulfilling. Days like this were her dreams. Third brother, I want to open a restaurant. Sidon saw that his third brother was busy helping his eldest sister and second brother realize their dreams and had left him out, and he suddenly became anxious. Gu Zhouyuan pushed him aside and said unhappily, you should study hard now and get the top score in the imperial examination. That's the important thing. It's not that easy to become the top scholar. Besides, you are so capable, Why don't you take the imperial examination yourself? Sidon muttered. I'm now fishing, growing flowers, drinking wine, and walking the dog. My life is so comfortable. How could I be so desperate as to take the imperial examination? Gu Zhouyuan said righteously. Sidon was speechless for a while. Okay, stop teasing Sidon. Look how anxious he is. Lu scolded. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, study hard and make progress every day. The important task of bringing glory to the Gu family will be entrusted to you. Xiaoyuan, help me get a wooden basin. Gu Dedi shouted. Gu Zhouyuan hurried to get the basin, leaving Gu Sidon there to think about life. The yellow muntjac had been gutted, and its heart, liver, spleen, lungs, etc. filled half a basin. Xiaoyuan, I'll clean out these offal, and you can braise another pot. I haven't eaten braised meat in a long time, and I'm craving it. Lu smiled at Gu Zhouyuan. She really missed the braised pork, fried bird eggs, and sweetened corn porridge from that time. Mom, do you want to eat? I'll take care of it, Gu Zhouyuan said, patting his chest. Sidon, go to the chicken coop and get some eggs, then go to the fields and get some coriander and chili. Gu Zhouyuan paused and said, forget it, I'll go by myself. You study hard at home. He also wanted to call his grandparents. When we found Mr. Gu, he was patrolling his own rice fields. Late rice usually matures in October, and the rice is now in the tillering stage. Old man Gu was very happy when he saw the thick rice stalks in the field. Xiaoyuan, your rice seeds are really beautiful. Look at these rice stalks. One stalk is twice as thick as the rice we planted before. Now they won't fall over easily in strong winds. Besides, the rice stalks are thick and strong, which means they are rich in nutrients. Needless to say, the rice yield this year will definitely be very high. The more Mr. Gu spoke, the happier he became, and his gray beard twitched. The rice seeds selected by Gu Zhouyuan are the Jiahexiang No. 1 single-season conventional late Japonica rice variety, which is bred through modern and selective cultivation. Its per-acre yield is naturally incomparable to any other rice in the world. I heard from Gu Zhouyuan that he had hunted a yellow muntjac, so I came to call him to eat meat. He immediately laughed and said, I haven't eaten this yellow muntjac in many years. The meat is really delicious. Grandpa won't be polite with you anymore. I'm going to your house today to try some fresh food. Hurrah! By the way, Grandpa, where are the little ones at home? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Look, aren't they all in the fairy grass field? Old Master Gu pointed in one direction. That piece of land was contracted to them. Xiaohua, Area, and Siju, the three of them are responsible for one piece of land each. Gu Zhouyuan looked in the direction of the old man's finger and saw a few little guys gathered together in the distance, discussing something. Xiaohua, you are so lazy. The fairy grass should be dug up whole, but you just cut some branches. Do you think these are leeks? Area pointed at the fairy grass in Xiaohua's responsibility field and laughed. Each of them has to provide 3 kilograms of fresh grass jelly for their family every day, whether they find it wild in the mountains or harvested in the grass jelly fields they are responsible for. When Area saw that Xiaohua was only cutting the grass heads, she immediately laughed. Yes, sister, why do you only pinch the head? Wouldn't the magic grass die if you pinch the head? Siju was also puzzled. You don't understand anything. I asked my second brother. Xiaohua snorted. My second brother said that when the grass jelly grows to a certain height, it needs to be pruned properly, cutting off overcrowded and overgrown branches to maintain ventilation and light transmission to the plant, promote the growth of side branches, and improve yield and quality. Second brother? Area laughed out loud. When did second brother understand all this? Used to listen to him. It's hilarious. Xiaohua blushed and said, It's not my second brother Urju, it's my second brother Dedi. Area's laughter stopped abruptly. Are you talking about what second brother Dedi told you? That after cutting the branches and leaves of the magic grass, it will grow better? Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and said proudly, Yes, my second brother told me so himself. Why didn't you say so earlier? Area was annoyed. When she cut the grass in the field, she would cut the whole plant close to the ground. Seeing that the land had become like a bald head, with bald patches one after another, her heart was bleeding. Siju was delighted. If pinching the top of the magic grass could make it grow better, he could just pinch the top every day. Then he wouldn't have to climb the mountain to look for the magic grass anymore. 4 pillars. Gu Zhouyuan put his hand to his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted at several people. It seems like someone is calling me. Siju looked up and said, It's third brother is calling us. Area exclaimed, third brother, I'm here. Area jumped and shouted, waving at Gu Zhouyuan. Third brother is calling me, not you. Siju sneered. Xiaohua Area, come here quickly. Gu Zhouyuan shouted again. Listen, third brother is calling me too. Arya ran towards Gu Zhouyuan with her head held high, like a victorious rooster. Siju curled his lips, looked at Arya's back, and imitated Arya's tone, saying sarcastically, "Third brother is calling me too. Virtue." Xiaohua rolled her eyes at Siju and said unhappily, "Stop it. Third brother is calling us." Having said that, he also ran out of the fairy grass field. "Hey, sister, wait for me." Siju hurriedly chased after her. "Go and call your second uncle and second aunt, third uncle and third aunt, brother Daju and eldest sister-in-law, and all the others to come to my house for dinner today." Gu Zhouyuan arranged. "Okay, I guarantee to complete the task," Siju said excitedly. "I learned the phrase guarantee to complete the task from Sidon, and it has now become a catchphrase among the children in Datong village." When the three heard that they could have dinner at the third brother's house today, they were all very happy. The food at third brother's house is so delicious, even better than the restaurants in the city. Although they had never been to a restaurant in the city, it was said that the county magistrate's son praised the food at the third brother's house. He also invited his third brother to open a restaurant together. The county magistrate's son had tasted all kinds of food in restaurants. He was conquered by the third brother. It is conceivable that the food in the city's restaurants cannot compare to that of the third brother's family. The three of them immediately ran to call for help. Old Master Gu looked at the three jumping figures and said with emotion, "No wonder you said that Xiaohua should wait a few years before finding a husband. These guys are clearly still children who haven't grown up yet." Chapter 323. Choose a name. Xiaoyuan, is there any happy event today? Before Gu Manton entered the yard, a voice came from outside. Second uncle and second aunt, third uncle and third aunt, brother Daju, and sister-in-law. Gu Zhouyuan called out with a smile. "What's wrong, Xiaoyuan? Arya just asked us to come to your house for dinner, but didn't say why. I thought you found a wife." Gu Mantsang teased, finding a stool to sit down. "You," second aunt's son scolded. "If Xiaoyuan really wanted to marry and treat him to a meal, why would you come here empty-handed?" A group of people in the yard burst into laughter. The family gathered again in Gu Zhouyuan's small courtyard. "Next time we meet, it will be in Gu Zhouyuan's new house. I hunted a yellow muntjac. Everyone has been worried about my family's affairs recently and has been very busy, so I'll take this opportunity to treat everyone to a meal." Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. "Xiaoyuan, you're being too formal." Gu Manton also laughed. "Why should I take this opportunity to treat you to a meal? If you want to treat third uncle to a meal, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Third uncle doesn't care about so many things." Hearing what he said was so funny, everyone burst into laughter again. The atmosphere in their home is unique in the entire Datong village. Old Man Gu looked at the yellow muntjac skin stretched out on bamboo strips in the yard and dried, smacking his lips and saying, "This yellow muntjac is not small. It must be at least 40 kilograms. 45 kilograms, Gu Zhouyuan said. "Yellow muntjac are rare nowadays. If you take them to the county, you can sell them for at least 5 taels of silver." Gu Manton said. He was just sighing that Xiaoyuan's family didn't need these few taels of silver right now. Now, even Mrs. Gu, who is the most capable of living, does not feel reluctant to eat the yellow muntjac. She helped out in the workshop, and every day she saw batches of fresh soap coming out of the oven. She didn't dare to imagine how much Xiaoyuan was worth now. "I'm going to the kitchen to help Zhaodi and learn how to cook from her," Sun said as she walked towards the kitchen. Old Madame Gu glanced at the seated Wang and said calmly, "You should go too. Help your sister-in-law light the fire." Wang reluctantly stood up, muttering, "Why should I help with the fire? Just put the firewood on the fire." Seeing Mrs. Gu glaring at her, she shrank her neck and quickened her pace into the house. "Daju, hold Nyo Nyo and I'll go help." Huinyang bent down and wanted to put the baby in her arms on Daju's legs. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to go. The kitchen is so small that there are too many people and there is no room to turn around," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. "Come here, Nyo Nyo, let your uncle hold you." Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands towards Nyo Nyo. The little baby opened his toothless mouth and opened his little hands towards Gu Zhouyuan. This little guy is shy and cries when anyone holds him. I didn't expect that he just liked Xiaoyuan. Old Master Gu exclaimed in amazement. This child is very smart. Xiaoyuan saved her and her mother, and she knows it very well. Old Mrs. Gu said with emotion. Gu Zhouyuan took Nyonyo and rubbed his nose against her chubby face. The little girl immediately giggled and grabbed a strand of Gu Zhouyuan's hair with her chubby little hands. "By the way, Xiaoyuan," Daju smiled as he watched the scene, thought for a moment, and said, "I've discussed this with your sister-in-law and would like you to come up with a name for little Nyonyo. Do you think it's okay?" Gu Zhouyuan was stunned. Usually children's names are given by their parents and grandparents. It is rare to let your uncle name your child. Rural people don't have any particular preferences when it comes to naming, and usually they use names like Urgu and Chunhwa. It is true that it is easy to feed people with bad names, but if you want to give them some elegant names, they cannot come up with any since they cannot read a single word. Of course, some people would bring 2 eggs and ask the blind man in the village to give them a name. The blind man had studied when he was young, but later he became blind for some unknown reason. He made a living by telling fortunes and reading bones in the village. Specifically, he lost his sight because he revealed the secrets of heaven while fortune-telling for others. I became blind first and can't do anything else. I can only go back to the village to tell fortunes. The villagers say all kinds of things. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "Then what should I name my little girl?" He was one of the few educated people in the village, so it made sense for him to name the child. She was born in a drought year, so why not call her Meow Meow? There are 6 waters in her name, and water is the source of life, representing vitality and energy. The future will surely be like an endless stream of water, implying that it has vigorous vitality and broad prospects for development. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and then spoke. Meow Meow. Well, this name is really nice, much better than my name Area. Area was the first to clap her hands. Gu Meow Meow, you sound so nice. Xiaohua's face was also full of envy. This doesn't sound like the name of a village girl at all. It's probably the same name as a lady from a wealthy city. Meow Meow is 6 waters? Daju looked delighted. He only knows some simple characters now, and he has not yet learned complex characters like meow. Gu Zhouyuan took out a charcoal pencil and paper and wrote the 3 words, Gu Meow Meow, on the white paper. Daju held the paper and laughed loudly. Ha! Hello Meow Meow. Let's call her Gu Meow Meow. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Meow Meow also implies that she has a gentle personality like water, a kind heart, and can treat others with a gentle attitude, bringing warmth to those around her. Sidon added seriously. Meow Meow, look at how nice the name your uncle Xiao Yuan gave you is. You should thank your uncle Xiao Yuan. Queen Yang smiled at the little girl. Gu Meow Meow seemed to understand, giggled, and danced with joy. Third brother, please help me pick a name too. Aria's eyes turned red with envy. What name do you want? Aren't you famous? Siju rolled his eyes. My name is so ugly. I want to change it to a nice name similar to Meow Meow's. Aria said anxiously. Gu Manton said angrily. What's so bad about it? People in the countryside all have names like this. You should just be happy that I didn't give you a name like Gaonamiya. Why isn't third brother's name rustic at all? Aria asked unconvinced. Your third brother's name was given by a blind fortune teller in the village, said Mr. Gu. Sidon, Siju, Daya, Aria, Daju, Urju, and Sanyu. You can tell whether there were any scholars in the family just by listening to the names of the children. Sidon complained on the side. Old Madam Gu moved the small stool closer to Gu Zhouyuan. Xiao Yuan, Sidon, and Sanyu will study and take the imperial examinations in the future. Calling them Sidon and Sanyu really doesn't sound very nice. Do you want to help change their names to something nicer? Forget about girls. They'll get married in the future anyway, so no matter how good or bad their names are, they won't be needed in the future. Aria pouted and was about to refute, but then she heard Gu Zhouyuan say, Uncle 2 and Uncle 3, if you don't mind, I'll help my brothers and sisters come up with a name, and we'll announce it in formal occasions in the future. Aria and Xiaohua looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 324 Laughter and Joy. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuan, what are you talking about? I, your second uncle, have never been educated. The names of Siju and the others are indeed not very nice. If you are willing to help them come up with new names, that would be great. Gu Mansong laughed. Gu Manton also said, the blind man in the village needs 2 eggs to name the cow. Xiao Yuan, you helped change Sanyu's name, but I don't have any eggs to give you. Everyone laughed. Soup was stewing in the pot. Hearing laughter outside, the women who were busy in the kitchen also ran out. Knowing that Gu Zhouyuan was going to help name several younger brothers and sisters in the family, everyone was full of anticipation. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and paced back and forth in the yard. Everyone held their breath, afraid of disturbing his thoughts. Gu Zhouyuan pondered for a long time and finally stopped. Aria thinks Meow Meow sounds nice. Do you also like names with repeated characters? Gu Zhouyuan said to Aria. Yes, I think the reduplicated name is very cute. I even wanted to ask my dad to change my name to Yaya. Aria nodded repeatedly. Pucci, Sidon, and Siju laughed out loud at the same time. What are you two laughing at? Aria said angrily with her hands on her hips. Yaya. Ha ha, then my name is Juju, my sister's name is Huahua, and Sidon's name is Dandan. They are really cute. Siju laughed while patting his thigh. He even glanced at Sidon and said, Don't you agree, Dandan? Sidon is now educated and is no longer as unruly as before. He just grinned and didn't say a word. Sun glared at Siju fiercely. Siju, talk to me properly. Siju stuck out his tongue. Although he stopped talking, he still covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Gu Zhouyuan spoke in time and calmed down Arya, who was about to go berserk. Arya likes double character names, so let's call her Yu. I hope she has a peaceful and beautiful life and a peaceful and comfortable mind. The third ox is named Gu Zijin. Zijin refers to a scholar, implying that the boy is knowledgeable, elegant, and generous. These two names are taken from the verse, "Your green collar. My heart is filled with longing. Even if I don't go, why don't you send me a message?" Zijin and Yu from the Book of Songs. As soon as these two names came out, Gu Manton's whole family was delighted. Oh, it's nice to call her Zijin. Wang smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. My Sanyu. No, Zijin will definitely be a learned scholar in the future. Who knows, he might even become the top scholar in the imperial examination. She didn't understand what Gu Zhouyuan was talking about, the Book of Songs or not. She only knew that this name was used by elegant and generous scholars. Just right for her 3 cows. Gu Yu. Arya savored the name carefully, and the few freckles on her nose became lively with excitement. Third brother, I like this name. She put her arms around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulders and jumped up happily. Huh. My eldest brother's daughter is called Gu Miao Miao, and yours is Gu Yu he. Siju started complaining again. That's what reduplicated names are like. Didn't you hear third brother say this was a good name from the Book of Songs? You don't understand anything. Arya acted as if she suddenly understood. Oh, I see. You are jealous. You are jealous that third brother gave me a nice name, but you didn't. I'm jealous of you. Tisk third brother will help me pick an awesome name right away. Third brother, don't you think so? Siju said unwillingly. Shut up, both of you, old Madame Gu shouted. You always argue whenever we meet. It's giving me a headache. Old third, your family's name has already been chosen. Hurry up and take Arya in to watch over the pot. Let me be quiet for a while. Mrs. Wang sighed and pulled Arya towards the kitchen. Grandma, my name is Gu Yu, not Arya. Arya called out while walking and looking back. You should leave quickly, Gu Arya, Siju said, shaking his head from behind. After Sun grabbed his ears and twisted them twice, Siju finally quieted down with a grin on his face. Although Xiaohua was sitting quietly on the small stool, her eyes were always following Gu Zhouyuan. She was looking forward to what name her third brother would give her. Gu Zhouyuan stroked his chin and thought. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I got it. Xiaohua is called Gu Lingxi, and Siju is called Gu Lingchuan. Gu Lingxi, Xiaohua murmured to herself. Is there any meaning, third brother? Siju asked eagerly. This name sounds very impressive, but I don't know what it means. It can't be outdone by Arya's name. Gu Zhouyuan explained. Ling means to surpass or rise above, symbolizing the pursuit of excellence and lofty ambitions. Chuan refers to the river, representing vitality, energy, and the ever-flowing spirit of progress. Lingchuan implies that the boy has a broad mind and is able to keep moving forward on the road of life, overcome difficulties, and realize his dreams. Siju suddenly became even happier. My name is really good. It's much more powerful than Gu Yuyu's. Lingxi and Lingchuan both represent water. She refers to the tide, which is lively and mysterious, implying that the girl is gentle and powerful. Gu Zhouyuan said, looking at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled sweetly at Gu Zhouyuan. Thank you, third brother. I like this name very much. I'm sorry to trouble you, Xiaoyuan. Look, we are just farmers. We are not worthy of such an elegant name. Sun said embarrassedly. What's the big deal? I think Xiaohua is pretty good, no worse than those girls in the city. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Of course, for pillars is also good. He added. Xiaohua and Siju looked at each other and secretly made up their minds to study hard and live up to the good name given to them by their third brother. Big sister. Gu Zhouyuan called out. Gu Zhaodi leaned against the door, watching Gu Zhouyuan name Xiaohua and the others with interest. Hearing Gu Zhouyuan calling her, she quickly straightened up and responded. Hey, what's wrong, Xiaoyuan? Can you change your name, mother? Your eldest sister's name is not nice at all. Gu Zhouyuan asked Lu again. I'll do whatever you say. I'll do it the same way. Lu's eyes were full of pampering. Second brother is here too. What's the point of recruiting brothers? From today on, you just be yourselves. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. I think my name is pretty good. Gu Dedi said. Okay, then let your third brother choose a better one for you. Sidon smiled. He was not in a hurry at all, as his third brother had given such good names to Sanyu and the others. This is his third brother, so how could the name he gave him be bad? How about second brother being called Huaijin? Fourth brother can be called Huayu. Gu Zhouyuan quickly thought of two names. Chapter 325. Let me toast you with a glass of wine. and may you be happier in the rest of your life. Huai Jin and Huai Yu both come from Chu Yuan's 9 chapters. Huai Sha during the Warring States period, which reads, "Holding the jade in my arms, I know not what to show." Jin and Yu refer to beautiful jade, symbolizing noble qualities and good virtues. They imply a person with a pure heart, noble character, and precious qualities and talents. Sidon clapped his hands and cheered, "Gu Huaiyu, it is indeed much better than Sidon's voice." Everyone laughed again. "Thank you, Xiao Yuan." Gu Dedi's face was full of smiles, and he was obviously very satisfied with the name. "Big sister, how about calling her Huaijuan?" Gu Zhouyuan walked over to Gu Zhaodi. Jun, which means gentleman, is added to the character for king. Jun is often used to describe beautiful jade. As a name, it represents a woman's preciousness, elegance, and outstanding temperament. It just fits in perfectly with second brothers Huaijin and fourth brothers Huaiyu, both of which refer to beautiful jade. Good. Before Gu Zhaodi could say anything, old man Gu burst into applause. It seems that his Gu family is really going to change its fortune. The names of the children in the family sound very cool. After today, he will go to find Guangzong and ask him to change the name in the family tree. It is generally not easy to modify a family tree, let alone modify so many people at once. But his family is different. The patriarch is Mr. Gu's younger brother. And there is one more important thing. Gu Zhouyuan is no longer the same person he used to be. Considering the contributions that Gu Zhouyuan has made to the village, there is no problem at all for his Gu family to open a separate branch of the family tree. Gu Zhaodi looked at Gu Zhouyuan, a thin layer of mist covering her big eyes, like dewdrops condensed on the tips of grass in the early morning. How could she deserve such a noble name? Xiao Yuan really spoiled her. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had 1,000 words in her heart, but didn't know where to start. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "What do you think, big sister? If you don't like this name, I can help you think of another one." Gu Zhaodi shook her head and nodded vigorously. She raised her hand and gently covered her mouth, trying to suppress the sob that was about to overflow. The tears finally burst out, slowly sliding down the cheeks, sparkling with crystal light in the sunlight. "This is the name Xiao Yuan gave me. I like it very much." Gu Zhaodi smiled beautifully with tears in her eyes. Okay, this is a happy thing. Why are you crying?" Mrs. Liu walked over to help Gu Zhaodi wipe away her tears. "Look, child, when life was so hard in the past, I never saw you shed a tear. But now that life is getting better, you cry at the slightest provocation." "The soup is ready." Mrs. Wang rushed out from the kitchen. "Hey, why is Zhaodi crying?" Wang asked in confusion. Gu Zhaodi reached out to wipe away the tears on her face and said with a smile, "No, I didn't cry. Third aunt must have seen it wrong." Wang nodded indifferently. She smiled and said to everyone, "The yellow muntjac meat is stewed until it's soft and tender. The soup is incredibly delicious." Mrs. Gu said angrily, "I told you to watch the pot and make sure the soup doesn't dry up, but I didn't tell you to drink the soup and eat the meat." There is really nothing I can say about the woman from the third brother's family. She is talkative and greedy. I shouldn't have let her watch the pot in the kitchen just now. She has brought shame to Xiao Yuan's family. "Oh, mother, look at what you were saying. I didn't eat it secretly. I just checked whether the meat was rotten." Wang cried out in injustice. "By the way, Zhaodi, the soup is too bland. Maybe you haven't added salt yet." She turned to Gu Zhaodi and said. Gu Zhaodi nodded and said, "You should add salt at the end when stewing meat, so that the meat won't be tough." As he said that, he walked towards the kitchen. The broth is the last dish. Once the broth is ready, it means the meal is about to begin. The men quickly set up the tables, chairs, and benches. With so many people, there was definitely not enough room in the house, so the big round table was placed in the yard. There were not enough stools, so Dazhu and Erzhu brought some back home. Dazhu and Erzhu did not ask to change their names. They are not young anymore and have no obsession with changing their names. 13 adults squeezed into a large round table, while the children sat at another table. The table was filled with large bowls and basins of food: braised pork, stir-fried pork tenderloin, braised liver tips, salt and pepper spare ribs, a platter of braised dishes, and meat and bone soup. There are more than 10 meat dishes in total, all made with yellow muntjac meat. Vegetarian dishes are served with pickles. Green onions, cucumbers, etc. are placed in a large bowl with lettuce. Anyone who wants to eat can take it and can wrap it with meat or dip it in sauce as they like. "Grandpa, do you want to say a few words?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled at Grandpa Gu. In ancient times, when large families gathered for dinner, the elders would often say a few words before the meal began, often expressing gratitude to ancestors, maintaining family ties, and looking forward to the future. There are no such rules in rural areas. Basically, People wait for the elders to pick up the first chopsticks, and then everyone else just follows suit. It had suddenly become so formal that Mr. Gu was still a little uncomfortable with it. He kept it to himself for a long time, his face flushed red, and finally he said, "This table of delicious food, it would be even better if there was some wine." Everyone burst into laughter. Old Madame Gu scolded, "How can you be so rude? Isn't this huge table of meat enough for you? And you still want to drink wine?" Gu Zhouyuan quickly stood up and said, "Yes, there's wine. Wait a moment, I'll get it now." Gu Zhouyuan brought low-alcohol wine and fruit wine with an alcohol content of less than 20 degrees. He found that no one in his family was used to drinking strong liquor. Maybe it's because I've never had the chance to drink alcohol, so I find it difficult to accept white wine at first. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't like drinking white wine either. He thinks it is too spicy and burns his throat. Maybe he is not at the age yet to like white wine. Fill the bowl in front of each person with wine. Old Master Gu picked up his wine bowl and said loudly, "Our family's life is getting better and better. All this is thanks to Xiao Yuan." Before he could finish his words, Gu Zhouyuan raised his wine bowl with both hands, bowed to Old Man Gu, and said, "What are you talking about, Grandpa? When I was a jerk before, I caused a lot of trouble for the family. A family should support and help each other. Come, let's toast to the past with a glass of wine, and wish you a happier life." Gu Zhouyuan said loudly. Everyone stood up, holding their wine bowls in both hands, and said loudly, "Let's drink a glass of wine to the past, and may the rest of our lives be happier." Third brother, wait a minute, let's drink together." Sidon had finished the juice in his bowl, and he hurriedly filled it up again. All the children at the table stood up and faced the round table sideways. "Let me toast to the past with a glass of wine, and may the rest of my life be happier." Everyone in the yard raised their bowls, tilted their heads back, and drank the wine in their bowls in one gulp. Chapter 326, Small Goal Achieved. The meal lasted until noon. When the banquet was over, Lu brought out a large bowl of braised offal for Mrs. Gu to take back. Gu Zhouyuan was thinking about the Wangwali wood from Xiao Wangshan. After dinner, he drove out of the village in a carriage. More than 600 pieces of wood piled on the dock looked like a lot. Now it is piled up at the foot of Shaowang Mountain, and it feels like a small pile. Gu Zhouyuan had asked Niu Butu to deliver the wood to him, and there was no need to contact him. When he went over, he still saw Niu Butu's 2 men guarding the wood. They saw Gu Zhouyuan from afar and hurried to meet him. "Boss Gu!" The two of them shouted in unison. This young man is Boss Niu's brother, so they naturally call him Boss Gu. Gu Zhouyuan didn't bother to care about their names. He just bowed and said, "I'm sorry to both of you two brothers for waiting for me here. I'm really sorry." The two younger brothers waved their hands repeatedly. "Of course I should. You're very kind." After the two left, Gu Zhouyuan called up the virtual panel. He touched a piece of Wangwali wood. Ding! Found high-quality Dalbergia odorifera, Hainan Wangwali wood. Worth 2 million mall coins. Sell it. The familiar system mechanical voice sounded. Even with Gu Zhouyuan's current state of mind, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. There are a total of 660 pieces of Wangwali wood here, all of which are similar in size and thickness. He felt his way through it, and the prompt tone kept ringing. Finally, I looked at the balance of mall coins and easily achieved more than 10 small goals. When driving home, Gu Zhouyuan felt dizzy the whole time, feeling a sense of unreality as if he had suddenly become rich after being poor for a long time. From a distance, he saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village. "When will Manager Gu come back? I really know Manager Gu, so please let me in," a young girl said to the patrol team at the village entrance. The woman was wearing a peach-colored shoe brocade, cloud-patterned long skirt. The skirt had layers of folds and was embroidered with lifelike lotus flowers. The silk threads shimmered in the sunlight, like rippling waves on a lake. Her jet-black hair was tied into a snake-like bun, with a jadeite and ruby-studded hairpin inserted diagonally into it. The ruby on the hairpin was so gorgeous that it contrasted with the emerald-green jadeite. You can tell at first glance that she is a lady from a wealthy family. Not far behind the rich young lady was a carriage, and there were 7 or 8 men leading the horses. At this time, the carriage curtain was lifted. A young man's face appeared through the curtain of the car. This person has a face as beautiful as jade and skin as white as snow, but his narrow and long phoenix eyes are slightly raised, and the arrogance in his eyes is undisguised. Today Zhao Ergu is on duty at the village entrance. Gu Zhouyuan had just walked out of the village for about half an hour when a horse-drawn carriage arrived outside. A group of men on horseback followed the carriage. This huge group of people was stopped by a roadblock at the entrance of the village. 7 or 8 men dressed as servants got off the carriage and began to remove the wooden fence blocking the road. Zhao Erga suddenly became anxious and blew the whistle. The nearby patrol team quickly rushed to the village entrance, joined by the villagers who lived nearby. Soon, dozens of villagers gathered at the entrance of the village. And more villagers are rushing here. These 7 or 8 servants were dumbfounded. This village is so fucking weird. If these people weren't dressed like farmers, they would have thought they had entered a den of bandits. They were traveling with a carriage and horses. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that they were definitely rich or noble. Why do the people in this village react so strangely? Put the wooden fence back to its original position, take your hands off the fence, and then step back 10 steps. Zhao Ergu was now full of confidence and scolded the group of servants. A rich man? A carriage? A servant? A tall horse? Hee. How familiar is this configuration? The group that came back last time were very powerful and looked much more arrogant than you. What's the result? 4 of them were carried out of the village, and some were crippled, frightened, and dragged away in shackles. This is Datong Village. If you want to act wild here, you'd better think twice. We in Datong Village have always believed that when guests come, we have wine, and when enemies come, we have knives. Zhao Erga's voice was sonorous and powerful. Everyone in the patrol team knew this sentence. Gu Zhouyuan said it when he held a mobilization meeting for the patrol team. All the surrounding villagers raised their weapons. With hundreds of people together, the momentum was really scary. Later, a beautiful woman got off the carriage. The woman was really pretty and had a pleasant voice. I think everyone has misunderstood. We came here to discuss something with shopkeeper Gu. We really don't mean any harm. Zhao Dajin snorted coldly and said, no malicious intent? Breaking into our Datong village is what you call no malicious intent. Chao Liuzi also asked, you want to find the young storekeeper Gu? Which young storekeeper Gu are you talking about? My servants didn't know the rules and acted on their own. We didn't let them force their way into the village, the young lady explained. I don't know the name of the shopkeeper Gu, but I bought some sweet soup from his stall. Bought the sweet soup? How do you even count as knowing each other? A villager in the crowd sneered. I also bought linen from the Xiao family's cloth shop, so I can tell others that I know Madame Xiao. Ha 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 ha. There seems to be nothing wrong with that. The beautiful woman's face flushed red. She had never encountered such a thing in her life. The man in the carriage's eyes grew even more sinister. He snorted coldly. You're just a bunch of country bumpkins. They say that impoverished lands breed unruly people. Sure enough, they're not kidding me. A man standing by the carriage bowed and said, young master, you're right. This is a remote and poor place, so naturally the villagers have little knowledge and education. They're no different from uncivilized barbarians. This man's clothes were different from those of the servants, and he looked like a legal advisor. Just let me in. As long as I go in and see Manager Gu, you will know that what I said is true. The beautiful lady was still fighting. The young Manager Gu you mentioned just left the village. It's useless for you to go in. Since you're in such a hurry, just wait here. This is where you can see the young Manager Gu the fastest. Zhao Erga naturally knew that the woman was talking about Gu Zhouyuan. Since there is only one person in the village with the surname Gu who does business and sells sweet soup, the only one is Gu Zhouyuan. But he didn't lie. Xiao Yuan is not at home, so there is no point in you going in. Last time Xiao Yuan was not at home, Mr. Zhao and his men almost robbed the house. There's no way I could take that risk this time. Even if the people in front of him were Xiao Yuan's distinguished guests, the worst that could happen was that Xiao Yuan would say a few words to him when he got back. Besides, based on his understanding of Gu Zhouyuan, Xiao Yuan would never blame them. The woman obviously didn't believe what Zhao Erga said. When they came to look for someone, Manager Gu had just left the village. How could it be such a coincidence? It was probably because those servants did something stupid and angered the villagers, so these people deliberately made things difficult for them to vent their anger. Isn't that Xiao-san? Xiao Yuan, you're back. Raise your whip and run faster. There's a lady looking for you. Someone shouted to Gu Zhouyuan, who was driving a carriage. Chapter 327. Come to the door. The woman turned her head and looked at the carriage galloping towards her. Manager Gu. She waved to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan felt that the woman in the peach-colored dress looked familiar. He frowned and searched through his memory before finally remembering it. Miss Qinglian, Gu Zhouyuan asked doubtfully. This lady was the one who came to eat sweet soup with Ho Yu and others on the first day he set up the stall. Well, Manager Gu, you're back. These people in your village blocked the road and wouldn't let us in to find you. Miss Qinglian looked aggrieved. I'm outside the village. You won't be able to find me even if you go in to look for me. Gu Zhouyuan gently pulled the reins, and the carriage slowly stopped. Miss Qinglian choked. It seemed that what he said was indeed correct. Xiao Yuan, do you really know this lady? Chao Liuzi asked in surprise. Xiao Yuan, you have been doing great things quietly. We only found out about it after people came to our door. Mrs. Zhao smiled strangely. I heard Gu Zhouyuan even called out the girl's name. It doesn't look like the relationship between a customer and the shopkeeper. But this beautiful lady only knew that Xiao Yuan's surname was Gu, and she kept calling him young manager Gu. This relationship seems a bit complicated. The villagers were filled with gossip at this moment. They looked at Gu Zhouyuan, then at Miss Qinglian, and had already imagined countless bloody plots in their minds. These unruly people, the man in the carriage said, gritting his teeth. Looking at the strange atmosphere outside, the air seemed to have turned pink. But he felt his brain turn green. The steward outside the carriage whispered, "Farmers are like this, so uncouth. Young master, there's no need to get angry with these peasants." The white-faced young master snorted coldly. "Go and call Luo Qinglian back to me. If there is anything, just let the servants do it." The butler naturally knew his young master very well. He knew that the young master was jealous because he saw Miss Qinglian talking to another man. "Yes, young master." He bowed and responded, then walked towards Miss Qinglian. "Miss Qinglian," the young master said, that these small matters can be handled by the servants. There is no need for you to do everything yourself. The butler said in a low voice. "A small matter?" Luo Qinglian raised her eyebrows slightly and said in disbelief, "The old man is almost dying, and he calls this a small matter?" The butler coughed twice and lowered his voice awkwardly. "You know the young master's temper. He saw that you were very familiar with this young man, so he must be jealous." Luo Qinglian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Her fiancé was good-looking and from a good family, and he was very considerate to her. But he is a little narrow-minded. Ever since I got engaged to him, I need to report to him everything I do when I go out. She now turns down invitations from her former friends whenever possible, to avoid being misunderstood and upset by him. That time I went out with Ho Yu and the others. It was a regular holiday in the academy, and we were going home in the same direction, so we walked together for a while. This caused him to question her when she returned, and she explained for a long time before she let the matter go. Since that time, she rarely met Ho Yu, Su Siya, and other good friends. Later, she went to Gu Zhouyuan's stall to eat sweet soup several times, so the two of them became familiar with each other. "Miss Qinglian, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Gu Zhouyuan said as he got out of the car and led the horse. Luo Qinglian no longer cared about her petty fiancé and quickly replied, "I heard that you, little Gu, are very skilled in medicine. I would like to ask you to treat an elder in my family." Gu Zhouyuan frowned when he heard this. He had crappy medical skills. His several attempts were all forced, and he was just trying to save the situation. And those diseases are actually not that complicated. It's just that there is a lack of appropriate medicines. Who is this guy who is flirting with him and flattering him? If someone comes with a heart attack, a stroke, hemiplegia, or infertility, he will just be left watching. Miss Qinglian probably heard it wrong. "I don't know anything about medicine." Gu Zhouyuan told the truth. The villagers on the side all looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Yuan's medical skills are so great. Why did he lie to the girl that he didn't know medicine? Zhao Dajin whispered to the villagers next to him. "Maybe she is angry. It's because this woman doesn't even know our Xiao Yuan's name. She keeps calling him Xiao Gu the shopkeeper. Who can be happy about that?" A sister-in-law analyzed seriously. "Oh, you don't understand this. Xiao Yuan is just kidding. People often won't cherish things that are too easy to get. You have to make her despair first, and then give her hope, so that she will remember it in her heart," said Gu Youfu's wife. "Oh, my blessed daughter-in-law, you know a lot. No wonder you are the one who calls the shots at home. You have so many tricks up your sleeve, and Youfu is under your control." Another aunt laughed. They started out talking in low voices, but when they got excited, they unconsciously raised their voices. I don't know if Miss Qinglian and the others heard it. Anyway, Gu Zhouyuan heard it. He had long seen how tough the villagers were. He remained expressionless, as his experience told him to just pretend he hadn't heard anything. The villagers' discussion continues. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Miss Qinglian's face turned red, and there seemed to be some annoyance in her eyes. The dark-faced butler standing by seemed to have his face become even darker. Miss Qinglian took a deep breath and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Young manager Gu, there's no need to be so modest. I heard it from Dr. Li from Huachuntang." "Dr. Li?" Gu Zhouyuan frowned. He treated Xiao Wu that time in Huachuntang, but he did not give his name or address. How did Miss Qinglian come to his house? Miss Qinglian seemed to see Gu Zhouyuan's confusion. She said crisply, "Old Dr. Li said he met a young man with extremely excellent medical skills, but he didn't know his background. But he knew young Master Ho. Who went with you? I went to find Ho Yu and got news about you from him. I also didn't expect that the miracle doctor that Dr. Li mentioned was actually you, shopkeeper Gu." Gu Zhouyuan frowned even deeper. This woman had gone to so much trouble to come to him. It must be that her illness was not easily cured. Ho Yu is such an unreliable guy. Why is he causing trouble for himself? But since the person has come to him, he will listen to the symptoms before making a decision. If it was just common typhoid fever or impotence, he had ready-made medicine, and it wouldn't be a big deal to do Miss Qinglian a favor. I'm really just an ordinary farmer. Rescuing someone that time was just a lucky coincidence. The patrol team has removed the roadblocks, Gu Zhouyuan said as he walked. But since you're here, Miss Qinglian, please tell me about the patient's symptoms. We can all brainstorm and maybe find a folk remedy in the countryside that might just be right for the condition. Having said that, Gu Zhouyuan paused before continuing, but I still advise you not to hold your hopes too high. Take someone to the county town or the capital to visit a famous doctor and make some plans. Luo Qinglian's face darkened, and she was about to reply when a deep male voice suddenly came from behind her. How much silver do you want? Just ask. Chapter 328. Does what you say work? How much silver do you want? Just tell me. The white-faced man looked at Gu Zhouyuan in a low voice. Where the hell did this guy come from? He suddenly spoke and scared me. It seems that he is a rich man. He had seen this tone of voice in a stupid skit in his previous life. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Do your words have any effect? Luo Qinglian is my wife-to-be, so my words will naturally have an effect. The man's eyes were full of provocation. Don't be so pretentious. Come with me now and do your best to cure me. I will naturally not miss out on your benefits. Zhamping, don't do this. Luo Qinglian pulled the man's sleeve and then gave Gu Zhouyuan a slightly embarrassed smile, which contained an apology. Oh, so you are Miss Qinglian's fiancé. I'm so sorry. Gu Zhouyuan bowed. He changed the subject, a smile plastered across his face, and asked gently, does what you just said count? About the price? Just name it. The man named Zhanpeng felt that what he said was a bit too much, but next to Luo Qinglian, he couldn't take back what he had said. He raised his chin and snorted softly. Of course it counts. You just want more consultation fees, right? As long as you ask, Fong can afford it. He guessed that this country bumpkin had never seen the world, and that 50 taels of silver would be the maximum he could ask for as a consultation fee. These people probably have never seen 50 taels of silver in their entire lives. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and showed a devilish smile. Then give me 100. This guy is really brave. Fong Zhamping was shocked by Gu Zhouyuan's greed when he heard that he dared to ask for 100 taels of silver. However, although 100 taels is not a small amount, it is not enough to make him feel bad. It's just that this guy needs to be punished. After this matter is over, he will let this kid know that taking any money will only bring trouble to himself. He was thinking, and Gu Zhouyuan's voice continued. 1,000,000 taels of silver. There was a uniform inhalation sound at the scene. Fong Zhamping looked incredulous. What did you say? How much silver do you want? Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. I want 1,000,000 taels of silver. Are you kidding me? Fong Zhamping said, gritting his teeth. What was there that he didn't understand at this point? This guy in front of him was clearly trying to play a trick on him. How dare he? What? You can't afford it. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Fong Zhamping. Fong Zhamping's face had turned purple by this time. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Gu Zhouyuan acted as if he had suddenly realized something. So I really can't afford it. You're showing off even though you don't have any money. At this moment, the balance in his system mall had already exceeded the limit, and he was in a state of euphoria. Fong Zhamping ran up to him to try to make his presence felt. Isn't that definitely making him feel uncomfortable? The villagers all burst into laughter. A lot of new words have emerged in Datong village recently, and they are usually spread by the group of children in Gusidon's circle. The word zhuangbi is simple and crude, and is especially popular among villagers. This guy looks so arrogant, looking down on everyone. He deserves to be in trouble for running into Xiao Yuan this time. He's quite extravagant. He brought 8 bodyguards with him on this trip. I guess his family is not short of money. But if he doesn't need money, does that mean Xiao Yuan is short of money too? He's coming to Datong village to show off. But I'm afraid these few men aren't enough. What's the point of bringing more people? If you piss off Xiao Yuan, just throw them all into the ravine to feed the wolves. As these people spoke, they pointed at Fong Zhamping. Fong Zhamping had never suffered such humiliation before. He felt dizzy and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. The housekeeper and Miss Qinglian beside him supported him on each side. The housekeeper said coldly, Do you know who my young master is? Fong Zhamping. We all heard it. A villager shouted in the crowd. The sullen butler's face darkened even further. He chuckled and said, My master is the inspector of Taoli County. What is a supervisor? Someone asked the people on both sides. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Most villagers don't know what a duyo is. The most they know about is a county magistrate. Gu Zhouyuan's face darkened. The Duyo was generally an official of the 8th or 9th rank, and there was no clear rank in Dakian. But the status became more important, and it was usually appointed by the county governor himself and became a subordinate official of the county. The inspector had great power. He was responsible for the supervision and assessment of the county, and regularly inspected the counties under his jurisdiction to check the administration of local officials and examine whether they had violated laws and regulations, engaged in corruption, or engaged in poor governance. Based on the inspection results, recommendations for rewards and punishments were made for officials, and suggestions were provided to the county governor on the appointment and removal of officials, which had a great influence on the careers of local officials. It is also responsible for announcing government orders, conveying the county governor's orders and imperial edicts to county officials and people, ensuring that local administration is consistent with the requirements of superiors and ensuring the smooth flow of government orders. At the same time, it will also monitor the implementation of government orders in various counties and criticize officials who fail to implement or implement them poorly. They also have the right to participate in local judicial trials, supervise the fairness and legality of judicial procedures in various counties, and correct unjust, false, and wrong cases. In terms of public security, we can urge all counties to strengthen public security management, crack down on crimes such as theft, and maintain local social order. In short, it is a position that is highly valued by the county magistrate. The county magistrate would sometimes assign some temporary matters to the inspector. For example, they supervised the distribution of disaster relief supplies during famines, assisted in organizing local defense during wars, and exercised power flexibly according to specific circumstances to maintain stability and development within the county. However, although Gu Zhouyuan was surprised, he was not afraid at all. With his current strength, anyone who talks to him has to be polite. Are you using your power to oppress others? I don't eat beef. There were a few older people in the village who had been around before and had heard about the inspector's situation. They told the villagers about the inspector's greatness, which drew their admiration. Fang Zhamping finally regained his pride. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan and said coldly, I didn't want to reveal my identity. Do you have anything to say now? Luo Qinglian was very anxious. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. Chapter 329, You Go Back First. What should he do now? Uncle Fang, with his protective nature, would definitely take his anger out on shopkeeper Gu. How could Gu Xiao, a small vendor selling sweet soup, withstand the wrath of a postal inspector? Luo Qinglian's face was full of regret. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come to the village to look for someone today, or I would have asked Hou Yu to help invite manager Gu. That won't work either. If Zhan Peng knew that I asked another man for help but bypassed him, he would definitely be angry again. She was caught in the middle. Ha! Gu Zhouyuan suddenly laughed, and laughed very happily. You asked me what I want to say? He pointed to the tip of his nose. What I want to say is, do you have 1,000,000 taels of silver? If not, then get out of here. If you piss me off, I'll make sure you can't leave Datong village. Do you believe me? Gu Zhouyuan put away the smile on his face, leaned towards Fang Zhamping, and there was impatience in his voice. Is the inspector so awesome? He muttered to himself as he led his horse back home. You. Fang Zhamping pointed at Gu Zhouyuan, his hands shaking with anger. I can't believe there are such arrogant and ignorant people in this world. It would be fine if he had never heard of the inspector, but he can't even think simply. The way he dresses and has an air of elegance shows that he is a young master from a wealthy family. And Steward Wang said that his father was the inspector of the county. How low could an official position in the county be? He had just heard the surrounding villagers discussing how much power the inspector had. These people looked at him with awe in their eyes. So why couldn't this man surnamed Gu react? How can people be so stupid? You'd better go home quickly, Zhao Ergu kindly reminded. What Xiao Yuan just said is true. Don't let the time pass when you want to leave and can't even leave. Mrs. Zhao also shouted. Girl, listen to my advice and take your husband back home quickly. Gu Sanner is not a man who likes to brag. If you really make him angry, I'm afraid none of you will be able to go back. Go back. This isn't a cure for anything. You came here to ask for a favor, but instead of saying something soft, you're still acting so arrogantly. I think you need to get your head fixed first. Fang Zhamping and his group were all dumbfounded. They had clearly felt that the villagers showed surprise and fear after learning about the inspector's status. Why did these people's attitudes change suddenly? These changes seemed to occur after Gu Zhouyuan made his statement. In other words, the villagers knew clearly the consequences of offending the inspector, but after Gu Zhouyuan made the harsh words, all the villagers stood behind Gu Zhouyuan. Moreover, they could feel that the change in the villagers' mentality was not purely due to their shared hatred of a common enemy, But these people believe from the bottom of their hearts that in the clash between Gu Zhouyuan and Fang Zhangping, the son of the capital, the winner will definitely be Gu Zhouyuan. How is this possible? How could these people come up with such a ridiculous idea? Zhangping, why don't you guys go back first? I'll go apologize to Manager Gu. I think there's still room for recovery. Luo Qinglian looked anxious. There was an epidemic in the county. Although the medicines sold in major pharmacies were very effective, the epidemic was quickly brought under control. But some elderly and frail patients still did not survive. Her grandfather contracted typhoid fever. Because he was old, he tried all kinds of prescriptions, but he still couldn't get up. Dr. Li from Huachuntang was the best doctor in the city, but he shook his head and asked her family to prepare for her funeral. Later, Fang Zhangping found a famous doctor in the county town, and the diagnosis he finally gave was exactly the same as that of Mr. Li. Moreover, the doctor in the county town spoke even more bluntly. He said bluntly, Mr. Luo only has 3 days at most. Just when the whole family was crying bitterly, Dr. Li spoke hesitantly and said that a miracle doctor had come to his Huachuntang and had magical powers to bring people back to life. The Luo family grabbed this last straw and made inquiries, finally finding out that the miracle doctor lived in Datong village. In particular, Ho Yu told Luo Qinglian privately that the prescriptions for treating the plague in the county were all donated to the county government by Manager Gu. Luo Qinglian became even more convinced that Manager Gu would be able to save her grandfather. She volunteered to go to Datong village to ask for help. When her family heard that she knew the miracle doctor and that Fang Zhangping would go with her, they agreed. She never expected that she would not be able to establish any relationship this time, but instead offended someone. Grandpa is still waiting for her at home to bring people back to save him, so she naturally won't give up easily. Fang Zhangping's face turned very ugly. Luo Qinglian was his wife-to-be, and now she was going to beg that boy and asked him to go back first. This made him feel betrayed. He said coldly, "Let me go back first. Can you reminisce with your old acquaintance alone?" Luo Qinglian suddenly looked up at Fang Zhangping, her face full of disbelief. Fang Zhangping used to feel inexplicably jealous, and she always thought it was a sign that the other person cared about her too much. But he participated in the whole thing today, and he should know that her grandfather could not delay any longer. But he still said such ugly words, which made Luo Qinglian speechless. "Think whatever you want. I'm not in the mood to make trouble with you now." Luo Qinglian took a few deep breaths before speaking in a calm voice. Fang Zhangping regretted what he said as soon as he opened his mouth. He was ready to say a few nice words to appease Luo Qinglian. But when he heard Luo Qinglian speaking to him in such a tone, he immediately got angry again. "What? Are you too lazy to hide it now?" he said, his cheek muscles bulging, and he bit his back teeth. Luo Qinglian didn't bother to pay attention to him. She said to Zhao Ergu, "Can you let me in?" Knowing that she really knew Xiao Yuan and came to Xiao Yuan for treatment, Zhao Ergu had no need to stop her. He nodded and, along with the other 2 patrolmen, moved the re-erected roadblocks. Luo Qinglian followed the direction Gu Zhouyuan had just walked and walked quickly towards the village. Fang Zhangping stood there with a changing expression, and finally he chased after Luo Qinglian. "Let's follow." The butler waved his hand and led a group of servants, jogging after Fang Zhangping. The patrol team watched these people all enter the village without saying anything to stop them. Although young Master Fang had some conflicts with Xiao Yuan did not have anyone drive them out of the village. Besides, this guy has always been defeated by Xiao Yuan, so letting them in won't cause any danger. The villagers also secretly wiped the sweat for these people. I hope they can be more discerning and avoid conflicts with Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, there will be a few more wandering ghosts in Datong village. Chapter 330. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. Gu Zhouyuan returned home, tied up the horse, and was unloading the carriage. Gu Zhouyuan walked very fast, and Luo Qinglian followed him at a distance, jogging all the way. She couldn't see Gu Zhouyuan several times. Fortunately, I followed the village road and finally did not lose the person. She leaned against the bicycle frame and gasped for breath. Gu Zhouyuan had no grudge against this girl, and of course no friendship with her either. He said calmly, "Go back. I can't cure the disease you mentioned, and I'm not short of money." Luo Qinglian was out of breath for a while. After she finally caught her breath, she said a little aggrievedly, "I haven't told you what the disease is." Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "Oh, really? No matter what the disease is, I can't cure it because I'm not a doctor at all. It's my grandfather who's sick. He's got typhoid fever, and the doctor said he won't live more than 3 days." Luo Qinglian knew that Manager Gu must be angry, so she didn't dare to respond to him. Instead, she directly spoke about the patient's condition. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned. It turned out to be typhoid fever. That was better. He didn't need to worry about it. Luo Qinglian's attitude is pretty good, and she seems to have some friendship with Hou Yu. Since this patient is not a relative of the arrogant Fang Zhangping, he doesn't mind helping. It's just a matter of a few antibiotics. As for whether the patient can be saved, he won't make any guarantees. Luo Qinglian helped Gu Zhouyuan untie the rope while secretly observing Gu Zhouyuan. When she found that Gu Zhouyuan did not refuse outright, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Manager Gu, why don't you set up a stall to sell sweet soup? Have you changed your career and started studying the art of medicine? Luo Qinglian asked for the sake of conversation. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell. I told you I'm not a doctor. Why would I delve into the art of medicine? I'm busy at home and don't have time to set up a stall. Yes, it's obvious that Manager Gu is someone who will do big things. Naturally, he won't keep setting up a small stall. Luo Qinglian hurriedly smiled apologetically. When Fang Zhangping came over with his men, he saw Luo Qinglian talking to Gu Zhouyuan. It seemed that the two of them were getting along quite well, but he suddenly became furious. He walked forward and snorted coldly. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan and Luo Qinglian ignored him, he increased his volume and coughed twice. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyelids and said, You have to say something. Didn't the teacher teach you? Don't cough at people. He never liked arguing with others, but this Mr. Fang was really too annoying and the kind of person who just deserved to be scolded. You. Fang Zhangping was furious. He pointed at Gu Zhouyuan's nose and shouted, Are you really not afraid of death? My father is Fang Shiji, the inspector of Taoli County. Fang Shiji. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. I haven't heard of him. I've heard of Fang Shiyu. It seems you have no idea how powerful the inspector is. Fang Zhangping turned and shouted at the sullen-faced butler. Explain to him what the inspector's position is. Don't explain, Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. I'm just asking you. Is your father older than the county magistrate? Fang Zhangping choked, not knowing what Gu Zhouyuan meant by asking this, but he had a hunch that this kid must have been holding his fart. I only know that there is a county governor in the county and a county magistrate in the county. As for some other messy officials, I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Fang Zhangping's eyes were gloomy, and he kept saying, Okay. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Luo Qinglian quickly stood between them and said, Would it be convenient for Manager Gu to come to my house and help my grandfather with his treatment? Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. It's inconvenient. As he said this, he was about to walk into the yard. There are so many people in the world who are about to die of illness. He is not a savior, so he doesn't have the time to save the world. He rushed to save someone when he was threatened? He's not that mean. You have to go today, whether you want to or not. Fang Zhangping stretched out his hand to stop Gu Zhouyuan and said coldly, Fang Zhangping, what on earth are you going to do? Luo Qinglian shouted angrily. She has been trying hard to repair her relationship with Manager Gu, and just now Manager Gu was not as angry as before. She felt that if she tried a little harder, Manager Gu would definitely agree to help treat her grandfather. Now, Fang Zhangping's behavior has offended people even more. Gu Zhouyuan narrowed his eyes and calmly placed his hands behind his back at his sides. Third brother. Just when Gu Zhouyuan's patience was about to run out, and he wanted to beat this guy up, he heard Sidon shouting from not far away. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and saw Sidon being held by Xiong Er's arm, running towards him quickly. I heard that someone came to our house to cause trouble, so I called Xiong Er here. Sidon rubbed his waist, which was hurt by being strangled, and grinned. Although the villagers were not worried about Gu Zhouyuan, some people still ran to inform Gu's family. The reason is simple. If Gu Zhouyuan gets angry, there will be someone to stop him. Xiong Er asked in a naive voice. Master, who's here to cause trouble? Is that you? He walked over and looked down at Fang Zhangping, his eyes wide open. These people looked very unfamiliar, and the fair-faced boy closest to the young master looked particularly annoying. His intuition told him that this was the one who was causing trouble. A dark and strong man about 1.9 meters tall lowered his head and stared at him. Fang Zhangping suddenly felt a pressure coming over him. The servants he brought with him hurriedly stood behind Fang Zhangping, took out the whistle sticks behind their backs, and gestured to confront Xiong Er. Put the stick away. Put the stick away. Luo Qinglian and Gu Zhouyuan spoke at the same time. Luo Qinglian shouted at the servants. We're here to beg for help. Why are you brandishing swords and clubs? What are you afraid of? Do these troublemakers dare to attack me? Fang Zhangping's pretentious nature started to flare up again. You have made me very unhappy today. The consequences will be serious. The housekeeper also chimed in. Our Fang family is a well-known family even in the county town. Even the Marquis of Qingtian County has to be careful when meeting my young master. Hey, I never thought that after coming to this poor mountain valley, I would meet a group of fearless people. The housekeeper Yu's eye was showing off his muscles, and some of the villagers who were watching had already covered their eyes. It's over. These idiots are probably going to die here today. I guess that's about the same. Didn't you see Xiao Yuan's face has turned stern? It was here last time too. Someone broke second brother Gu's arm with a stick, and then Xiao Yuan beat him to death with the stick. But this man is the son of a high-ranking official in the county. If I offend him too harshly, will he bring about revenge from the official? What are you afraid of? When have you ever seen Xiao Yuan do anything he wasn't sure of? If he dares to turn against me, I'm sure I can handle it. That's true. The last time Mr. Zhao was involved, it seemed like the sky was falling, but in the end, it was easily brushed aside. It's hard to persuade these damned ghosts with good words. They dared to come to Datong village to cause trouble. They really deserve to be punished. If anyone asks about it in the future, we will just say that we didn't see anything. Chapter 331. The consequences are serious. Gu Zhoyuan's voice sounded without a trace of emotion. Remember, don't pull out a stick at my door. There are more than 1 billion mall coins in the system, and Gu Zhoyuan can't think of any reason for him to listen to this showing off at his doorstep. He also brought a group of extras to support him. Fang Zhampeng was listening to the housekeeper's announcement, feeling quite smug. He glanced at Gu Zhoyuan, meaning, "Are you scared, kid? And this group of troublemakers around here, I will make you all kneel down and kowtow to me in apology later." Gu Zhoyuan suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Fang Zhampeng's neck, pushed it down, and kneed Fang Zhampeng in the face. Everything happened in a flash. With a dull bang, Gu Zhoyuan had already let go of his hand. Fang Zhampeng curled up on the ground, covering his nose and wailing. No one reacted at all. They didn't understand why a fight suddenly broke out without any warning while they were listening to the story so noisily. When Xiong Er, who was standing by, saw the young master taking action, he immediately responded as if he had received an order and slapped a servant on the left who was waving a stick with a big slap, as big as a palm leaf fan. The servant fell heavily to the ground and fainted without even having time to cry out in pain. Why are you hitting people?" Luo Qinglian said angrily. Although she was a little angry today because of Fang Zhampeng's stubbornness and repeated disruption of her plans. But no matter what, Fang Zhampeng is her fiancé. Even if he was wrong, the other party would not hit him. Besides, Fang Zhampeng's father is the inspector of the county, and all the local officials in Tally County have to give him face. If Manager Gu takes this action, he might end up in jail for life. Gu Zhoyuan bent down and looked at Fang Zhampeng, expressionless. "Do you still want to take me away now? Quick, kill this troublemaker for me." The black-faced butler was so scared when he saw that the young master had suffered such a great loss that he almost died. He knew the master's methods too well. He came out with the young master, but failed to protect him. He would definitely be skinned alive when he returned this time. Now he could only try his best to make amends and kill the person who did it, hoping that this would reduce the master's anger. A group of servants rushed towards Gu Zhoyuan waving sticks, but were stopped by Xiong Er. He slapped another servant away and was hit on the shoulder by a stick from behind. He just turned his head to look at the man, raised his hand without caring, and slapped him again. The servant quickly raised his stick to block, but Xiong Er slapped him and broke the stick along with it. The man was slapped on the face and fell to the ground, unconscious. Gu Zhoyuan folded his hands and watched Xiong Er fight calmly. Xiong Erin is just like his name. He really is like a bear. He had thick skin and tough flesh, and he didn't react at all after being hit by 2 sticks. When he got the chance, he would slap him in the face. Hurry! Go back and call someone," the housekeeper shouted angrily. 3 servants quickly turned around and tried to run out of the village. The patrol team lined up on the road, blocking the village road. These people were all holding axes in their hands. Several servants changed direction and tried to go around from another direction, but they saw the onlookers suddenly gathered forward and surrounded them. Why does this village feel like a bandit's haunt? The 3 servants swallowed their saliva and slowly retreated, back to back, looking nervously at the villagers who were watching them eagerly. "Are you trying to rebel? We are the inspector's men." The black-faced butler finally realized that something was wrong, and his voice was a little timid. "Don't be impulsive. He is really the son of the inspector. If you touch him, you will bring trouble to your family," Luo Qinglian said anxiously. She really didn't expect things to develop to this point. This village is truly bizarre. Aren't farmers the most afraid of officials? Why are all the people here crazy? How dare they disregard the inspector? Old Granny's son picked up a stick and hit one of the servants on the head. "I'm not afraid of bringing trouble upon myself. If anyone dares to bully Xiao Yuan, I'll fight him to the death." "Everyone, don't do anything. I can do it myself," Gu Zhoyuan said. He is not afraid of retaliation from anyone, but the villagers are different. The situation is now in his hands, so there is no need to get the villagers involved. Naturally, the villagers listened to Gu Zhiyuan's words. Even Grandma's son threw away the small wooden stick in her hand. Who dares to cause trouble for Mr. Gu's family? If you dare to bully Mr. Gu, we will beat him to death. There was a loud shouting from not far away. Then I saw Gu Dedi leading a group of refugees, rushing here in a threatening manner. He was busy in the cotton field when he heard that something had happened at home, so he hurriedly dropped the work he was doing and came over. On the road in the other direction were Gu Montsong, Gu Manton and his group, followed by a group of refugees. The refugees were previously divided into two groups. One small group followed Gu Dedi to open up wasteland and cultivate the land, while the other group built houses. When they heard that someone came to Mr. Gu's house to cause trouble, everyone became agitated and followed him spontaneously. Many people were carrying tools, some were holding hoes, some were holding sickles, and some were holding bricks. They were able to live like human beings during the disaster years because of Mr. Gu, but now someone dares to touch their benefactor. Overturn their table? Then fuck him. The black-faced butler was almost scared to death. A huge group of people rushed towards him with ferocious looks, shouting and killing. No one could stand this scene. Even Fong Zhamping forgot to scream. He looked up blankly at the crowd rushing towards him, his mouth slightly open, not even bothering to wipe the blood from his nose, letting it flow into his mouth. What's going on? Doesn't having money and power allow you to do whatever you want? The set of values he had built over nearly 2 decades was rapidly crumbling. He was finally scared. He recalled Gu Zhiyuan's previous words. If you make me angry, I will never let you leave Datong village. Do you believe it? He believes it now. Gu Dedi ran all the way here. He had sworn to protect his family, and he was afraid that he would miss them. Although he knew Xiao Yuan was very powerful, he still wanted to stand beside Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Gu Dedi wiped the sweat from his face. It's okay. This guy's father is an official in the county. He comes here to bully me, Gu Zhiyuan said with a relaxed look. Gu Montsong and others also arrived at this time. Gu Manton panted heavily and asked in confusion, Xiao Yuan, when did you provoke the people in the county town? I don't even know him, Gu Zhiyuan laughed. This guy started yelling at me the moment I came in, asking me to treat someone, and I had to go. He said if I displeased him, the consequences would be serious. Gu Dedi took a look at the current situation and thought that this man had probably offended him to death, so he didn't think too much about it. A rare fierceness appeared on his handsome face. I'll do it. Now that we have formed an irreconcilable feud, we cannot leave any future troubles. Everyone knows how difficult it is to deal with people in government offices. The only solution now is to keep the people in Datong village. It would be best if we can fool them. If the officials really come to the door, we will say that it was all done by him, Gu Huijin, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Chapter 332, Willing to Cut Yourself Off. Gu Zhiyuan waved his hand and said, Don't do anything. I want to ask this young master of the inspectorate a few questions. He understood Gu Dedi's idea, but killing people to silence them was obviously unrealistic and would not eliminate future troubles. With so many eyes watching, it's impossible for everyone to keep their mouths shut. If you kill people in order to eliminate hidden dangers, you will only leave hidden dangers. The most important thing is that although Mr. Fong is a show-off, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. He is different from Mr. Zhao who framed the Gu family as soon as he came last time. That was a mortal feud that would never end. As for whether young Master Fong will become his mortal enemy in the future, the choice is up to young Master Fong. Do you still want me to go with you now? Gu Zhiyuan squatted down and looked at Fong Zhamping with a smile. Fong Zhamping was not an idiot. He had obviously realized that the smiling young man in front of him could not be judged by common sense. But when he saw Luo Qinglian supporting him, he wanted to save some face. He gritted his teeth and warned, Do you know how much trouble your actions today will bring you? My father is the inspector of Taoli County. Fuck you, inspector. Huang Debao, who was standing at the front of the crowd, kicked Fong Zhamping and knocked him to the ground. I am a refugee. Do you know what a refugee is? Huang Debao pointed at his nose and said sternly, Refugees are people who have no home to return to, wandering around outside, and are worse off than dogs. There was a famine at home, but I never saw any high officials from the county come to take care of us. My wife and children all died of starvation on the way to escape the famine, and I didn't see the inspector from the county town. It was Mr. Gu who gave me the chance to live. He is my God. You're telling me your father is the inspector? I'm all alone now. Let alone your father being the inspector. Even if your father is the king of heaven, if you dare to touch Mr. Gu, I'm willing to cut my body into pieces. Killing you is the worst that can happen, but I'll just give you my own life. As he spoke, he walked forward, grabbed Fong Zhamping by the collar, and dragged him towards the back mountain. He couldn't do it in front of Mr. Gu's house, so as not to cause trouble for Mr. Gu. His words also reflect the inner thoughts of many refugees. Whoever gives them food and allows them to live with dignity is their heaven. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Count me in. I'm the only one left in my family. Even if I kill all 9 of my clan, I'll only lose 1 head. The refugees were very excited. Several of them rushed up waving bricks and were about to hit Fang Zhamping on the head. Ah no! Luo Qinglian screamed in fear. Fang Zhamping rolled his eyes and fainted. Stop it! Gu Zhouyuan shouted in a deep voice. The refugees put down the bricks in their hands in disappointment, and Huang Debao also let go of Fang Zhamping's collar. Still, someone couldn't help but secretly kick Fang Zhamping twice. Sidon, go get some water, Gu Zhouyuan ordered. Hey! Sidon turned and went into the yard. My mother went to the mountains to pick mushrooms and is not at home. My second and third aunts also went up the mountain with a group of children. They went to the hill where Gu Zhouyuan lived. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Gu were working in the workshop. Because the soap-making process must be kept secret, the workshop's doors are always closed when work is in progress. So no one in the workshop knew what was happening outside. Gu Sidon quickly ran back with his short legs. Do you want to pour water on him to wake him up? He asked, holding the small wooden basin. I'll do it. Gu Dedi took the basin. Get out of the way. Seeing that Luo Qinglian was still holding Fang Zhamping's head, Gu Dedi kindly reminded him. Luo Qinglian hesitated for a moment, threw Fang Zhamping to the ground, stood up, and walked away a few steps. She is a woman, and if someone gets her clothes wet, she will no longer be able to live as a human being. With a splash, a basin of cold water poured all over Fang Zhamping's head and face. Fang Zhamping woke up instantly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a face in front of him. How he wished he could stay asleep forever so that he wouldn't have to face this madman. Gu Zhouyuan curled his lips into a warm smile. Are you still going to take me with you? Is it okay if I don't leave? Fang Zhamping shook his head violently. He didn't even dare to speak, for fear that if he said something, he would displease this gentleman and his life would be over. Speak. Huang Debao stepped forward and kicked Fang Zhamping again. Let me go. Let me go. I will never come here again. Fang Zhamping was scared. Compared with your life, face is nothing. Gu Zhouyuan had no interest in teasing others. In his eyes, this person was no different from a bird on a treetop or an insect on the ground. Since the other party has already surrendered, there is no need for him to go to extremes. You have to give people a chance to mend their ways. After what happened today, he realized many things. The refugees were just as he had thought before, and they could definitely develop into their own force. These people are free from worries and know how to be grateful. With a little training, they can become a force that cannot be underestimated. He will then use the mall coins in the system to transform Datong Village. With him around, Datong Village will be like an iron barrel. I can be harmless and kind to everyone, or I can be powerful and aggressive. Take your young master back, Gu Zhouyuan shouted at the trembling black-faced butler. Well, Manager Gu, Luo Qinglian said hesitantly, my grandfather is dying. Can you? Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, why? He doesn't have 1 million taels, but you do. This woman actually did nothing wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame her for choosing the wrong man. It can be said that Gu Zhouyuan is vindictive or that he hates everyone involved. If he hadn't won a lot of mall coins today and was in a good mood, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking about it. Luo Qinglian choked and had an urge to run away. But thinking of her grandfather at home, she mustered up the courage to say, I don't have 1 million taels. She took out her purse and poured all the money inside into her hands. 2 taels of silver and 2 golden melon seeds. This is all I have. Once I heal my grandfather, my family will definitely prepare a thank you gift. She seemed to have thought of something, pulled out the jade hairpin from her head, and handed it to Gu Zhouyuan along with the purse. Gu Zhouyuan looked at what she was holding. This woman was quite filial. He nodded, took the purse, and said calmly, your jade hairpin can't be sold at a high price. I don't want it. Chapter 333. It's weird. Luo Qinglian was stunned. This hairpin is worth at least dozens of taels of silver. Does this shopkeeper Gu really not know the value of it? But since he accepted the money, does that mean he is willing to help save Grandpa? Gu Zhouyuan leaned over and looked at Fang Zhamping and said, don't you have any money on you? And you? Don't you know how to help your future young lady raise some medical expenses? He said to the black-faced butler and a group of servants. Everyone he looked at started searching their bodies. You contributed 2 cents and I contributed half a tael, and we finally collected more than 100 taels of silver. Among them, the housekeeper contributed the most, taking out 100 taels of silver notes and some loose change. Gu Zhouyuan took it into his arms without hesitation. You are so awesome. You wouldn't be so stingy, right? Gu Zhouyuan said to Fang Zhampeng with a look of disbelief. Fang Zhampeng quickly replied, I usually don't carry any money with me. I always keep it with the housekeeper. The 100 taels is just pocket money given to me by the accountant at home. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. He grabbed the jade pendant hanging around Fang Zhampeng's waist and weighed it in his hand. This jade pendant should be able to be sold for 2 taels of silver, which is better than nothing. Gu Zhouyuan said with a look of disgust. Fang Zhampeng was about to vomit blood. This jade pendant of his was made of top-quality Hetian jade, and it would have to sell for at least 200 taels of silver. How come it is only worth 2 taels of silver when it comes to Gu Zhouyuan? But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask. Gu Zhouyuan rummaged in his arms and took out a few ciprofloxacin tablets. He handed it to Luo Qinglian and said, If you haven't collected 1 million taels, I naturally won't come to your house to treat you. Luo Qinglian's face turned anxious, and she heard Gu Zhouyuan continue. But poverty has its own treatment methods. Take this pill back and give it to your grandfather. 2 pills a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. As for whether you can survive, that depends on your grandfather's luck. Luo Qinglian stared at the small pills in her hand. She didn't believe that these pills could save her grandfather. Mr. Gu, could you please come back with me? Don't worry, the medical fee can be negotiated. Luo Qinglian tried hard to argue. Gu Zhouyuan's family knows their own business, so when he goes to their house, he only has these 3 tricks. If the antibiotics don't work, then there's nothing he can do. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, Does your grandfather have a persistent high fever? Yes. Luo Qinglian replied quickly. The doctor said my grandfather has a severe fever in the Yangming meridians due to typhoid fever. He has a high fever that won't go away. He's tried several different prescriptions, but the fever hasn't subsided. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and took out a few ibuprofen tablets. Take this back and give it to him, 1 tablet at a time. If the fever symptoms don't subside, give him another tablet after 3 hours. Remember, once the fever subsides, stop taking the medication. This was all Gu Zhouyuan could do, and he turned around to go into the yard. Xiaoyuan, Xiaoyuan. Someone was calling him, and the voice sounded very anxious. Gu Zhouyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhao Ergu, who was guarding the village entrance, running towards them, shouting loudly as he ran. Zhao Ergu didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his face. He gasped and said hurriedly, Xiaoyuan, there are a few people outside the village. One of them is very sick and wants you to save his life. What's going on today? I just got rid of 1 wave, and then another wave came. He frowned and said, Come on, take me to see it. He walked quickly towards the village entrance, followed by a huge crowd of people. When Luo Qinglian heard that someone else came to see Gu Zhouyuan for medical treatment, she immediately became excited. It's a good opportunity to see what Gu Zhouyuan's methods are. These strange pills in her hand really couldn't make her feel at ease. She walked and trotted after him. Fang Zhampeng was carried on the left and right by the housekeeper and another servant, and walked slowly towards the village entrance. A total of 4 servants were knocked unconscious by Xiong Air. They woke up after being pinched on the Rinzhong point. Now they were following Fang Zhampeng in a daze, moving their feet. Village entrance. Xiaohua, you must hold on. We will see the miracle doctor soon. You will be fine. Look at me. I am Dongbai. A man in his 20s hugged a young woman and moaned. The man was dressed in rags and had a thin face. He patted the woman's cheek, his face covered with sweat and tears. The woman in his arms stared straight ahead with a dull expression and did not respond to the man's calls. Dongbai, does the miracle doctor really live in this valley? There were 2 men standing on the side, and one of them, who was a little older, spoke. That should be right. All the sick people in the dilapidated temple said that the person who fed the medicine that day was the young man who recruited people back to the village to work and gave them porridge, said another man. Everyone heard it. It happened in Datong village. There are several people in the temple who were nearly dying, and they all came back to life after taking the miracle doctor's medicine. I'm sure Chunhua will get better too. But we don't have money. We can't afford the consultation fee. Will the doctor be willing to save Xiaohua? Said the man who spoke first. He didn't ask for any consultation fee when he treated someone in the dilapidated temple that day. This miracle doctor must be a very kind person, said another person. Dongbai choked up and said, As long as I can save Xiaohua, I'm willing to be his slave for the rest of my life. In this year of great disaster, as long as people are given food, there will be no shortage of cattle and horses everywhere. The older man muttered in a voice so low that only he could hear it. As they were feeling anxious and expectant, they heard a noisy sound coming from not far away. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large group of people from the village rushing towards them. They were stunned by the scene. I just came here to seek medical treatment, There's no need to mobilize so many people to surround them, right? This, are all the people from the whole village here? My God. He also saw quite a few people holding weapons. Their legs went weak at the slightest. Were they considered bandits? They are refugees fleeing famine. If they really die here, they will be thrown into the ravine and there is no chance that even a wave will be created. The older man waved his hands and shouted, "We are the people who fled from the famine in Shuomengu. Please don't misunderstand us, folks. We are good people. We are good people." The crowd is still moving here quickly. He swallowed hard, pushed Donbai, and said timidly, "Let's go. This village is a little bit abnormal." Donbai was also a little frightened. His mind was in a mess and he had no idea what was going on. He glanced at his wife in his arms, the fear in his eyes dissipated, and he became determined again. "Brother Dunyan and Brother Shuanggo, you two can go first. I'll stay here and wait for the miracle doctor to come. Thank you for accompanying me all the way." He looked at the two people with gratitude. The mountain road was rugged, so they tied a simple stretcher with wood and clothes. The three of them took turns carrying Xiaohua. They walked along the mountain road for 2 hours before they found Datong village. He remembered the good things about both of them. The current situation seems really dangerous, so it would be right to let Brother Dunyan and the others run away first. But he would not leave. If Xiaohua was gone, there would be no point in him living in this world. Chapter 334, Medical Fee Paid. "Xiaoyuan, it's them. The woman looks very sick." Zhao Erge pointed at a few people. Someone removed the roadblock and Gu Zhouyuan walked over. We are not bad people. We are here to seek treatment from a miracle doctor." Donbai stammered as he explained, fearing that if he spoke too late, he and his companions would be beaten to death by these fierce villagers. The older man shouted, "That's him. He was the one who was recruiting people at the porridge stall last time." Another man in his 20s also exclaimed, "Debeo, it's me. I'm Sun Afu." Huang Debeo walked out of the crowd quickly and asked in surprise, "Afu, why are you here?" "I'm here with a younger brother of mine to seek treatment from a miracle healer," Sun Afu replied. "This is Donbai. His wife is ill." The two old acquaintances were still chatting when Gu Zhouyuan had already squatted down. "Didn't you take her to the clinic in the city?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. "Look, I've checked. The doctor sent by the county government said that he had contracted typhoid fever. He took 2 doses of medicine, but for some reason his condition got worse." Donbai replied hurriedly. In fact, he was the first to contract typhoid fever, and Xiaohua was the one who got it. The two of them took the medicine together, and he recovered quickly, but Xiaohua became even sicker. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. He was just a layman in treating illnesses, so it was good enough since the doctor had already diagnosed the disease. "Did you know that typhoid fever is an epidemic disease?" Gu Zhouyuan asked in a gentle voice. "I know." Donbai, Sun Afu, and the other two all nodded. They have all had typhoid fever and generally will not be infected again for several months. "Because typhoid fever is a contagious disease, I can't let you enter the village." Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said. Donbai was anxious and gently placed Xiahua on the ground. Then he turned over and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Gu Zhouyuan. "Please, doctor, save my wife. You can ask for any consultation fee. I will work hard to earn money to pay you back. As long as you can save my wife, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Please, please." His head hit the ground again and again, making a dull thud. The dark-faced butler beside him couldn't help but sneer. "How much silver are you willing to pay?" "He wants 1 million taels. Do you have it?" Sun Afu and Dunyan looked at each other and both gasped. 1 million taels? Did they hear it right? In their opinion, even a princess from a wealthy family should not have a life worth 1 million taels. Donbai sat down on the ground. He held Xiaohua's hand, tears flowing silently. He worked like a slave to save up 100 taels, and maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. But 1 million taels. "I'll take you home." Donbai got up, put his hand around his wife's neck, and wanted to pick up Xiaohua. He wanted to take his wife home and die in their little nest. They swore to live and die together. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at the black-faced butler, and the cold look in his eyes scared the butler so much that his anus tightened. He quickly covered his mouth and waved his hands to indicate that he would not say any more. Gu Zhouyuan put his hand on Dongbai's shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, we can negotiate the consultation fee." Dongbai's eyes had lost focus. He looked up like a zombie, unable to utter a word. "How much can we negotiate for 1 million taels? 500,000 taels? Or 100,000 taels? We poor people must never get sick. Human life is as cheap as paper, but illness is as precious as gold." Luo Qinglian watched the scene in front of her without blinking. She was also very curious about how Gu Zhouyuan would negotiate the medical fees with these poor people. He had just received several hundred taels of silver from her side, but but was still unwilling to personally treat her grandfather. She still remembered what he said. If you are poor, you have your own way of dealing with it. Hundreds of taels of silver only bought a few pills. She really wanted to see how Gu Zhouyuan treated this penniless refugee. How much money do you have on you? Gu Zhouyuan squatted down and looked Dong Bai straight in the eyes. Dong Bai finally came to his senses, and his face turned red. A huge feeling of shame made him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. After struggling for a while, he finally stammered, I only have 12 cents. He closed his eyes resignedly, waiting for humiliation and ridicule to befall him. Okay, my consultation fee is 12 cents. The imagined ridicule did not appear, but what came was the gentle voice of the young man in front of him. Dong Bai's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. God, divine doctor, are you telling the truth? He spoke cautiously, fearing that he had heard it wrong. I'm not a miracle doctor, but I will try my best to save your wife. You heard it right. My consultation fee today is 12 cents. Gu Zhouyuan said gently. Dong Bai was overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. He hugged Xiaohua's neck and cried like a baby. Xiaohua, I always say there's always a way out. We've suffered so much these days, and today we finally met a living bodhisattva. He rested his chin on Xiaohua's forehead, and his tears flowed all over her face. Stop crying, put your wife down, and don't delay Xiaoyuan from treating your wife. Grandma's son wiped her tears and advised Dong Bai. Yeah. Dong Bai used his sleeve to wipe Xiaohua's face clean, then leaned over and carried Xiaohua onto his simple stretcher. He stood up and frantically rummaged through his arms. He took out a small cloth bag. When the cloth bag was opened, there were 12 copper coins in total. He held the copper coins in both hands and handed them to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes flashed, and he reached out and picked up the copper coins one by one. It's 12 cents in total, Gu Zhouyuan said in a low voice. Pay the consultation fee, and I will do my best to save her. Brother, please go home and get a set of bedding. Uncle 3, come together and help me move the bamboo bed in the yard. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and shouted behind him. Gu Dedi and his companions responded quickly and ran home together. Huang Debao, you and the others should work together to build a thatched hut for me on the open space over there. Use bamboo for the frame. There is a bamboo forest behind Dashan's house. Gu Zhouyuan pointed to an open space a few feet west of the village entrance and said, Great. Huang Debao was full of energy. Chapter 335 Saw-Mouthed Gourd. Great. Huang Debao was full of energy. Mr. Gu is still the Mr. Gu in his heart. He is willing to work for such a person even at the cost of his life. He turned around and started discussing with the refugees, and then some of them ran towards the bamboo forest with axes. Some people went to make thatch, and others went to level the wasteland. Datong village has a large population. I have to be responsible for everyone's health and cannot let you into the village. I'll have someone build a thatched hut for you over there. Please stay in it for now. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was gentle, and it made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Fang Zhamping's face turned green. This was not the attitude you used to speak to me just now. I paid more than 200 taels of silver, and also got a Hetian jade pendant. Why did you pay for his medical treatment and build his house when he only gave you 12 cents? I even got beaten. Dong Bai waved his hands quickly. No, we can just sleep on the ground. I'll find some hay to spread out. We're already used to it. It is normal for them to have to sleep in the open air while fleeing from famine. He took out a total of 12 cents, and he didn't have the nerve to ask others to treat him and build a tent for him. Gu Zhouyuan's face turned serious. You can get used to sleeping on the floor. Your wife is so sick, can she sleep on the floor? Dong Bai really stopped being pretentious. He just secretly swore in his heart that he would leave his life to the man in front of him from now on. I want to give acupuncture to your wife. This acupuncture method cannot be passed on to outsiders. Please keep it secret for me, Gu Zhouyuan said to Dong Bai. Xiaoyuan is going to give someone an acupuncture treatment. Everyone turn around. Brother Zhao shouted. All the villagers turned around. You guys are still watching. Do you want to learn something secretly? Chao Yozi looked at Fang Zhamping and the others who were still staring at Xiaoyuan like idiots, and couldn't help but shout. Fang Zhamping and Luo Qinglian looked at each other and quickly turned away. Luo Qinglian still wanted to see how Gu Zhouyuan treated the patients, but now that someone had called her name, she couldn't continue to peek. Fang Zhamping was feeling aggrieved and lost his mind for a moment, so he just stood there in a daze without moving. Dong Bai took off his shirt and covered Gu Zhouyuan. He also turned his head away and didn't look at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan was very satisfied with the young man's awareness. He gave Xiaohua an injection of ciprofloxacin. Ciprofloxacin belongs to the quinolone antibiotics. It has a strong killing effect on Salmonella typhi by inhibiting bacterial DNA gyrase, hindering DNA synthesis, causing bacterial death. Seeing that the woman was still running a high fever, he added acetaminophen to the medicine. Acetaminophen is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug that can inhibit the synthesis and release of prostaglandins in the hypothalamic temperature regulation center, thereby exerting an antipyretic effect. The bodies of the ancients did not cultivate the kind of physique that is immune to all poisons that people of later generations have. They are more susceptible to illness, but are not difficult to treat. After this injection of antibiotics, the typhoid bacteria will be basically eliminated. Okay. Gu Zhouyuan put away the syringe and other things, then spoke. Gu Zhouyuan naturally had to be careful about the differences between men and women in this world, so he didn't roll up Xiaohua's sleeves. She was carried from the dilapidated temple all the way to Datong village, and her sleeves had been rolled up to her elbows. The place where Gu Zhouyuan gave the injection was Xiaohua's exposed forearm. Okay. Dongbai's voice was filled with disbelief. In his impression, doctors are very slow in treating patients. The whole process of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation takes at least a cup of tea. You also need to get a prescription and take some medicine. If you add the time for acupuncture, it will take at least half a day to recover. How come the miracle doctor can perform acupuncture so quickly? However, extraordinary people can do extraordinary things. He is a miracle doctor, and his methods are naturally unmatched by other doctors. He looked at Xiaohua, and he didn't know if it was for psychological comfort, but at this moment Xiaohua's dull expression seemed to become a little more lively. Okay, everyone should go and do what they should do. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said to the villagers. Gu Zhouyuan spoke, and all the villagers took action. Okay, Xiaoyuan, call me if you need anything. If you have any problems, just blow the whistle. As soon as we hear the whistle, we will come to help you. Hey, what are you guys worrying about? Xiaoyuan is in our Datong village. What could possibly happen to him? That's right. Besides, there are dozens of people on patrol. If a fight breaks out, it won't be your turn even if you wait in line. Ha 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 ha. The villagers talked as they walked. Luo Qinglian and other people from other villages were stunned again. The cohesion of this village is truly remarkable, and the core factor that creates this amazing cohesion seems to be Gu Zhouyuan. Aren't you leaving yet? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a frown when he saw Luo Qinglian and her group still standing there motionless. I'm leaving now. God knows how much Fang Zhangping wants to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He gave the housekeeper a look, and the housekeeper hurriedly supported him and walked towards the carriage outside the village. Luo Qinglian still stood there. Can I wait a while before leaving? She wanted to see if the woman could be rescued. After all, this was related to her grandfather's life and death. Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently, whatever you want. At this moment, Gu Dedi had already run over with bedding in his arms. Gu Mansong and Manton were carrying a bamboo bed on the road in the distance. The bed had not arrived yet, and there was no place to put the bedding, so Gu Dedi kept it in his hands, with a roll of straw mat on top of the bedding. Let me help you hold the mat. Luo Qinglian felt a little embarrassed watching from the side, so she took the initiative to speak. No need. Guda said. Then I'll hold the pillow. Need not. Then put the mat on the ground and put the quilt on the mat. Need not. Luo Qinglian is a little afraid of Gu Zhouyuan, but when facing others, she is still the eldest daughter of the Luo family. This thin man was like a taciturn person, speaking to him in twos at a time. She felt that this man was so infuriating. This kind of unintentional indifference and contempt was even more maddening than Gu Zhouyuan, a violent maniac who would attack at the slightest disagreement. Her temper flared up, and she stepped forward and snatched the mat from Gu Dedi's hand. Gu Dedi was a little surprised. He turned his head to look at Luo Qinglian. The woman was puffing up her cheeks and looking angry. No one knew what she was up to. When Luo Qinglian saw Gu Dedi's gaze coming towards her, she wrinkled her nose and made a face. Then she pulled a pillow from his arms. Fang Zhangping sat in the carriage, looking at the scene outside the window with a gloomy look in his eyes. Master, there is something on your head, the butler reminded. Fang Zhangping lowered his head when he heard that, and the housekeeper quickly reached out to help him take the things off his head. It's grass leaves, said the butler. It was probably stuck there when the young master fell to the ground just now. Fang Zhangping looked up. I saw the butler holding a handful of grass leaves in his hand. Green and lush. Chapter 336, I also want to stay. Sun Afu and Dinyan also worked with the refugee group. It was true that more people meant easier work. It didn't take long before a brand new thatched hut was built. The bedding on the bamboo bed had already been made out. Xiaohua lay on it, and was carried under the thatched hut along with the bamboo bed. Dongbai's gratitude was about to overflow. After wandering outside for so long, he finally had a place to stay for the first time. Isn't your grandfather seriously ill? Why don't you go back? Gu Zhouyuan asked when he saw Luo Qinglian following him. I want to take another look. Luo Qinglian stammered. She wanted to wait and see how Xiahua was being treated, as it didn't matter any longer. Gu Zhouyuan's treatment method was extremely simple. For such a serious illness, he only relied on acupuncture, and the treatment time was extremely short. This can't help but make people curious about its therapeutic effects. Seeing her like this, Gu Zhouyuan could no longer guess what she was thinking. However, it is normal to have some doubts. Even he himself has no confidence in his medical skills. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Just do your best. The refugees who had built their tents went back to work. Sun Afu was very envious of Huang Debao and the others. Although Huang Debao did not reveal his current living conditions to them, a person's spirit and energy cannot be hidden. These refugees working in Datong village are all full of energy, without any of the dullness they had when they were in the dilapidated temple. And there is light in their eyes, a light that is full of expectations for life. Sun Afu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He had persuaded Debao to stay in the dilapidated temple and analyze the pros and cons for him. Even after Debao left, I secretly called him stupid. Sun Afu begged Gu Zhouyuan, asking if he could stay in Datong village as well. He said he could do any kind of work and used to be a carpenter in the village. Gu Zhouyuan pondered in silence. When he was recruiting people outside the porridge stall, he said that he would provide 2 bowls of porridge a day and the same treatment as the one offered at the porridge stall. The difference is that you get porridge to drink if you work. After weighing the pros and cons, many people chose to stay where they were. Those who came to sign up were those who had not lost all their dignity. He doesn't like people who are too smart. However, Sun Afu and Dinyan were able to carry Xiahua, who was not related to them in any way, for 2 hours along the mountain road to seek medical treatment in Datong village, so they must be of good character. You can stay, but you have to be quarantined outside the village for a few days to make sure you are not infected with the disease. Gu Zhouyuan said. Sun Afu was overjoyed and said quickly, I had typhoid fever before, but I recovered after taking medicine. The doctor said I shouldn't get typhoid fever again for a few months. Having had typhoid fever does produce antibodies. However, the immunity provided by typhoid antibodies is not absolute lifelong protection. Over time, the antibody level may gradually decrease, and there is still a possibility of reinfection, but the symptoms of reinfection are usually relatively mild. And although their own symptoms may be mild, it does not affect their ability to spread the disease to others. Let's wait for 7 days, Gu Zhouyuan said. Although the voice was gentle, it was unquestionable. Sun Afu quickly agreed. Divine Doctor, can I stay here too? I know how to do bricklaying. Dinyan asked hopefully. He could clearly feel that the refugees in this village were in a completely different state from those outside. Everyone here. He didn't know how to describe it, but it gave people a vibrant feeling. There was none of the despair and numbness he was so used to seeing these days. Having something to do in a famine is a blessing in itself. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Then you should do the same as him and live outside the village for 7 days. Dinyan nodded hurriedly. You can build the thatched hut by yourselves. Tell the villagers if you need any tools, and they will lend them to you. Gu Zhouyuan continued. Of course, if you find it troublesome, you can just sleep outside. As long as it doesn't rain, it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, we only have 7 days. Let's build a tent. Dinyan and Sun Afu said in unison. Now that I have decided not to live in a muddle anymore, how can I still settle for it? Even if they only stay for 1 day, they will do everything they can. Gu Zhouyuan was quite satisfied with their reactions. Brother Ergu, please help me get 2 axes. He turned and said to Zhao Ergu. Ergu responded and ran away. Xiao Yuan, if you have nothing to do here, I'll go to the cotton field. Gu Dedi said. He spoke slowly and his voice was very gentle. Luo Qinglian raised her eyebrows. It turned out that this person was not born to speak coldly. Wasn't he just like that to her? She was a little distracted and the hairpin in her hand fell to the ground. Gu Zhouyuan bent down and picked up the hairpin. Although this isn't valuable, there's no need to throw it away carelessly. It wouldn't be good if it hits the flowers and plants. He threw the hairpin to Gu Dedi and said, Brother, take it. If you meet a girl you like in the future, give her this hairpin so you don't have to go to a jewelry store to buy it. I didn't pay for the fever-reducing pills, and you don't have anything good left. You can only use this hairpin to pay for it. Gu Zhouyuan said to Luo Qinglian. This woman has a fussy personality and is not very straightforward. I've already given her the pills, but she still refuses to leave. Gu Zhouyuan was a little annoyed with her. Gu Dedi raised his hand and took it. He looked at the hairpin in his hand. The main part of the hairpin was a piece of emerald green jade with a warm and delicate texture and a rich luster. The hairpin is carved with delicate and intricate twined floral patterns, and every line is smooth and natural, like a growing fresh branch. There is also a ruby inlaid on the top of the hairpin, like a drop of burning flame, contrasting with the cold jade. The rich red color is even more bright and eye-catching against the backdrop of emerald green. Gu Dedi knew nothing about jade, but it was not difficult for him to see that this exquisite and luxurious hairpin could be sold for at least 70 or 80 taels of silver. He kept what Xiao Yuan gave him and stuffed the hairpin into his arms. When the time comes, I will sell the hairpin and use the extra money to buy a better one for my elder sister, said Gu Dedi. When Xiao Yuan came back from selling pork, he bought a hairpin for his elder sister. He had wanted to give his elder sister a gift for a long time, but he had been busy these days and had delayed it. He now has a lot of money saved up, but he has no place to spend it. It's a good opportunity to sell this hairpin and buy my elder sister some better jewelry. This hairpin is beautiful, but it is not a gift for my elder sister because it has been used by someone else. Luo Qinglian was almost pissed off to death by these two brothers. Chapter 337 Xiao Hua is alive. She had no way to stop Gu Zhouyuan from taking advantage of the situation. After all, Fang Zhangping had offended him before. She felt that Gu Dedi made her even more crazy. She could feel that Gu Dedi had no intention of humiliating her, and every word he said was what he really thought. But it was precisely because of this that she became even more angry. Does Gu Dedi mean that the hairpin he is using is too inferior and not worthy of his elder sister? When Gu Zhouyuan heard that his second brother wanted to give something to his eldest sister, he hurriedly rummaged through his arms. He took out the silver he had just taken from Fang Zhangping and his men and handed it to Gu Dedi. This silver is also for you. Buy something good for your elder sister. More than 200 taels of silver to buy jewelry? Luo Qinglian suddenly felt that her hairpin might be too cheap. She actually felt embarrassed in a village in the mountains, and this embarrassment was caused by the villagers' financial situation. What on earth is wrong with this world? She looked up at the sky, speechless and choking. She looked at me. Miracle doctor, she's awake. Xiao Hua is awake. Xiao Hua, it's me, I'm Dongbai. Dongbai kept looking up and down. He wanted to talk to Xiao Hua, but he also wanted to get up and call the doctor to come and take a look. Gu Zhouyuan took a few quick steps and squatted down to observe. Xiao Hua's eyes had indeed become clear. The pain she had suffered from illness in the past few days had made her very depressed, but although her eyes still looked very sleepy, they had regained focus. Thirsty, she murmured with her cracked lips. Gu Zhouyuan took out a bottle of saline solution, took off the lid, and handed it to Dongbai. Okay, she's alive now. You can give her some water. Don't drink too much at once, just 2 sips will be enough. Dongbai was overjoyed when he heard this and took the water bottle with both hands. The great happiness that his wife had felt after surviving a near-death experience made him ignore the strangeness of the bottle in his hand. He put the bottle mouth to Xiao Hua's lips and said gently, "Here's the water. Open your mouth and take a sip." The other's eyes were fixed on the bottle in Dongbaik's hand. Even Sun Afu and others who had never seen the world could feel the unusualness of this transparent bottle. They could actually see through the bottle and see the clear liquid inside. This thing is like the treasure that only exists in the underwater crystal palace in myths and legends. Even Gu Dedi, who was used to Gu Zhouyuan's various methods, couldn't help but look surprised. It is because the glass bottle is so beautiful. Under the sunlight, the transparent bottle filled with water appears even more dazzling. Luo Qinglian was more shocked than anyone else, because she was a lady from a wealthy family and had seen those luxury goods. Her family has a small crystal bowl, which is her grandfather's favorite treasure. Relying on her grandfather's favor, she played with the crystal bowl with her own hands. There were still some cloudy impurities on the bowl, and it was far less transparent than the bottle in front of him. Something so transparent, crystal clear and lucid, once it appears in the aristocratic circle, will surely be sought after by everyone. There is too little purity in this world. Compared with purity, all those bright colors seem to become vulgar. What shocked her even more was that Gu Zhouyuan so easily handed over this priceless treasure to a refugee. You should know that her eldest brother was once punished by her grandfather for secretly taking his grandfather's crystal bowl and using it to drink water. His buttocks were swollen from being beaten. She heard something inside her body break. She even began to doubt what Gu Zhouyuan had just said. He said he wanted 1 million taels for the consultation fee. Could he be deliberately making things difficult for me? After all, even a water bottle he casually took out turned out to be such a treasure. You can imagine how high Gu Zhouyuan's vision is. It turns out that I am really just a country bumpkin. Her eyes couldn't help but look at Gu Dedi's chest, where he had stuffed her hairpin. Thinking of Gu Dedi's behavior just now, she felt a little embarrassed. He really looked down on her hairpin. She felt a pang of distress. There are many ways to insult people, but the most hurtful way is to use the truth. Gu Dedi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Luo Qinglian, and even wanted to cover his chest with his hands to find some sense of security. This woman seems a little silly and doesn't seem to be very smart. Luo Qinglian originally wanted to try harder to see if she could offer a price acceptable to both parties so that she could invite Gu Zhouyuan to her home to treat her grandfather. Now that she had given up on this plan, she decided not to speak anymore, lest she bring further humiliation upon herself. But thinking of her grandfather's usual love for her, she mustered up her courage and said carefully, "Then I'll go back and feed Grandpa his medicine now." "Go ahead. If you delay any longer, your grandfather might have died. Let me make it clear in advance that once my medicine is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged." Gu Zhouyuan stood up and said seriously. When Luo Qinglian heard Gu Zhouyuan say that her grandfather might be dead, she would have been furious in the past. But after suffering a series of blows, she obviously had no temper left. She actually nodded in agreement and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "If my grandfather doesn't get better after taking the medicine, can I carry him here?" As if she was afraid that Gu Zhouyuan would disagree, she quickly added, "Don't worry, we will build the hut ourselves." Gu Zhouyuan thought, if the antibiotics didn't work, then there was no point in bringing him here. At most, he could just give him an injection and leave the rest to fate. It doesn't take much effort anyway, and I can take the opportunity to earn some more medical fees. He nodded and agreed. "Then I'll leave too," Gu Dedi said. He still has a lot of work to do in the fields, not just the cotton fields, but also the various plants in the experimental fields. He wishes he could sleep in the fields at night to feel at ease. "Wait a minute, let me go with you," Gu Zhouyuan said. "The antibiotics have taken effect, and the rest is up to time." He instructed Dongbai not to let the patient catch a cold, to feed him water in small amounts and frequently, and that someone would deliver porridge for 2 meals a day. The patient would also be given an extra egg to increase nutrition. Dongbai's lips trembled. He was not good at speaking and didn't know how to express his gratitude. He just fell to the ground and kowtowed to Gu Zhouyuan repeatedly. Gu Dedi knew Xiao Yuan didn't like this, so he quickly bent down to help Dongbai up and said, "A man's knees are made of gold, so don't kowtow so easily. Just remember some things in your heart. When you have the ability in the future, you can slowly repay them." This is how he advised Dongbeek, and this is also what he did himself. Xiao Yuan saved more than just Dongbai. Don't be moved to tears or kowtow. Just keep all of this in your heart and repay it with all your strength for the rest of your life. Chapter 338 Abandoned. Luo Qinglian looked at this scene with mixed feelings. In just half a day today, the things that happened seemed to be more exciting than everything she had experienced in the past 10 years. Her opinion of Gu Dedi was refreshed again. It turned out that he was quite good at comforting people. "Hey, are they preparing to go back? Why haven't you gotten on the carriage yet?" Zhao Ergu, who came back with a hatchet, asked Luo Qinglian in surprise. Gu Zhouyuan and others also heard the sound of horse hooves. They turned around and saw that the carriage had changed direction. Luo Qinglian hurriedly said, "Then I will go back first. I believe this pill can cure my grandfather." She ran 2 steps towards the carriage, but found that the carriage did not stop at all, but drove straight towards the road outside the village and into the distance. She stood there with her mouth slightly open, obviously not understanding what was happening. Even Gu Zhouyuan and the others were confused, not knowing what was going on. The servants also rode their horses to catch up with the carriage. However, one horse remained where it was. A servant came over with the horse and said respectfully, "My young master asked me to take Miss Luo back to the city." Luo Qinglian's face turned red and white at this time. She didn't expect Fang Zhangping to leave by himself and leave her here. She had noticed before that Fang Zhangping acted like a child, with mood swings. She always comforted herself that it was a sign that the other person cared about her. Sometimes when Fang Zhangping tried to coax her afterwards, he would say that he had lost his mind because he cared about her too much. She didn't take it to heart, and sometimes she even felt a little sweet in her heart. He even reduced his interactions with his friends to accommodate Fang Zhangping. She never expected that this man would be so willful and insane to this extent. She is a beautiful young lady. How could Fang Zhangping leave her in this unfamiliar mountain village? How dare he? Her eyebrows raised, and she shouted at the servant, "Did your young master ask you to take me back?" The servant shrank his neck. This was the future young lady, his future master, and he absolutely could not afford to offend her. He said with a smile, "Miss Luo, you're joking. How dare I share a horse with you? You ride on the horse, and I'll lead the way." "No need," Luo Qinglian said angrily. "Go back and leave the horse behind." How could the servant dare to listen to her? If he went back like this, the young master would definitely skin him alive. How can this be possible? "Get on your horse quickly. The young master specifically asked me to stay and escort you back to the city." You should know that this mountain is not safe. If you walk on the mountain road alone, something bad will happen. The servant still had a smile on his face. He also knows that there's unrest in the mountains. Luo Qinglian was furious. So he's confident in leaving me here alone? Look at what you're saying. How can you say you're all alone? Don't you have me? Isn't that an insult? The servant hastened to defend himself. Bah, you think you're a human being? Luo Qinglian was obviously furious. The servant could no longer maintain the smile on his face. He made a bitter face and wanted to say some soft words on behalf of the young master. Then Luo Qinglian continued to curse. Your young master is not even a human being. You bunch of lackeys are even less human beings. After hearing this, the servant's mood actually brightened a little. He forced a smile on his face again. Young madam is right. My young master is indeed unreliable in this matter. He was also helpless. He was just a servant. How could he interfere in his master's affairs? To be honest, this young master of our family is indeed not very capable sometimes. Normally, he always looks arrogant wherever he goes, and today he got slapped by that big stupid bear, and his head is still dizzy now. The servant kept complaining in his heart. But he didn't expect that when he followed Feng Zhangping around and showed off his power and felt pleasure in pretending to be cool, why didn't he despise the young master for not doing anything? I'm not your young mistress. Luo Qinglian shouted angrily. Not now, and never will be. The servant thought the young lady was just being petty, so he just sneered and said nothing. Gu Zhouyuan had no interest in these trivial matters. He was so confused by the noise that he stood up and looked at Gu Dedi, meaning that we should go back now. Zhao Ergu watched with great interest. It turned out that the young masters and young ladies in the city were just like those in the village, with all kinds of troubles at home. Ergu, is there still water in your water gourd? Gu Dedi asked. Zhao Ergu pulled the water gourd from his waist, shook it twice, and shook his head, saying, It's gone. Do you want some? I'll go get you a full gourd right away. Gu Dedi said. No need to fill the water, lend me the gourd. Zhao Ergu hurriedly handed over the gourd. Gu Dedi squatted down and poured all the water in the glass bottle into the gourd. Then he handed the empty bottle back to Gu Zhouyuan. Sometimes, giving a treasure to a kind and honest person will actually harm him. Gu Zhouyuan and his second brother had a tacit understanding, and he figured out the key points in an instant. He took the bottle of saline and casually put it on his waist. Brother Ergu, please keep an eye on this side and tell me if anything happens. Gu Zhouyuan said to Zhao Ergu. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Zhao Ergu quickly stood at attention and answered loudly. I told you to get out. Luo Qinglian's angry shout came from the other side. Gu Zhouyuan and his companions looked in the direction of the sound and saw Luo Qinglian holding the reins of the horse with one hand, pointing the way out of the village with the other, and glaring at the servants. Gu Zhouyuan frowned and said, If you have anything to say, go home and talk about it. It's no use scolding a small follower here. Luo Qinglian's plump chest rose and fell sharply because of the atmosphere. She took a few deep breaths before speaking. I don't want to go back with this servant. Can you help me drive him away? Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. This girl was quite honest and impolite. The servant had a stiff smile on his face, and a huge palm-shaped mark was swollen on his face. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at the servant coldly and shouted, Get out. Now, this gentleman is a ruthless person who will do anything if he says he will. His young master's nose was even crooked by the beating. He had no doubt that if he showed even a little hesitation, his fate would be disastrous. The servant's legs couldn't help but tremble. He swallowed his saliva and said, I'll get out right now. Having said that, he turned around and ran out of the village. Perhaps his legs were weak or he tripped over a rock, but he fell while running. He crawled away quickly, fearing that if he was too slow, he would never be able to go back. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan only said a few simple words, the servant who stuck to him like taffy was so scared that he ran away. Luo Qinglian was a little amused and helpless. It turned out that a bad guy needs another bad guy to deal with him. The villain Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, Now that man is left, how are you going to get back? He was right when he said that it's not safe to ride a horse alone on a mountain road. Chapter 339 Wasting Good Time. It's probably not safe to ride a horse alone on a mountain road. Luo Qinglian came back to her senses when she heard Gu Zhouyuan's voice. She was so angry that she was only concerned about driving the person away and didn't think about what would happen next. A young and beautiful woman rode alone on a mountain road for an hour. Not to mention in this famine year, even in a normal year, it would be a very dangerous thing. Can you ask someone to take me back? I'm not very good at riding a horse. Luo Qinglian stammered. She had ridden a horse before, but that was always on the pasture at home, with a servant always by her side to look after her. It's like a student who has only driven a training car on the driving school grounds. She will always be scared if she is asked to drive directly on the highway. Gu Zhouyuan felt quite helpless. He said to Xiong Er, who had been following him, "You send her back. I'll bring you some biscuits. You can run back when the time comes." "I won't ride the same horse with him," Luo Qinglian said with a red face. How could she, an unmarried young lady, ride on the same horse with a man? If this were to get out, her innocence would be ruined. "Why are you so troublesome? Ride it if you want," Gu Zhouyuan said unhappily. "Or let Xiong Er ride the horse, and you run on the ground." Luo Qinglian was so anxious that tears were about to fall. "I don't know how to ride a horse." Xiong Er's silly voice sounded. Gu Zhouyuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. "You don't know how to ride a horse, so tell me." Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Xiong Er with some irritation. "Then let her ride the horse, and you lead the way in front." Although Luo Qinglian still felt a little resistant in her heart, this was already much better than riding a horse together. "But I don't know the way," Xiong Er said again. "Luo Qinglian, I remember the way. Then what should I do when I come back? Will you send me back again?" Xiong Er scratched the back of his head. He felt that something seemed wrong. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell. He was defeated by this idiot. "Second brother, please drive the carriage to take this troublemaker back to the city." Gu Zhouyuan's voice was full of fatigue. "Okay, I got it." Guda nodded, turned around, and walked home. "Wait a minute," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. He took the reins from Luo Qinglian and handed them to Gu Dedi. "Take this horse back with you as payment for the car rental." Luo Qinglian was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything. This horse is worth dozens of taels, but when she thought about the fact that Gu Zhouyuan asked for 1,000,000 taels for the medical consultation, she felt that hiring a car and a person for a trip and only charging her a few dozen taels of silver was already a good deal for her. Besides, this horse belongs to Fang Zhanping, and she doesn't feel any pain at all about giving it away. After a while, Gu Dedi drove over in the family carriage. "Get in the car and go," Gu Dedi said concisely. This carriage was different from what Luo Qinglian had imagined. It was just a wooden frame pulled by a horse and was obviously used to transport goods. But she is not a fool and knows that she cannot be pretentious at this time. She used her hands and feet to climb into the car with some difficulty. As soon as he sat down, he heard Gu Dedi shouting, "Go!" As the carriage started moving, Luo Qinglian lost her balance and fell onto the carriage frame. She held her breath and lay motionless on the car. Only after the car started to run smoothly did she muster up the courage to sit up straight again. "Why didn't you say anything when you ran? I fell and it hurt so much." Luo Qinglian rubbed her elbow and complained. At this time, the carriage had already left Datong village, and Gu Zhouyuan, who gave him a strong sense of oppression, was no longer visible. Luo Qinglian became bolder again. "I reminded you," Gu Dedi said calmly. "Where did you remind me?" Luo Qinglian frowned. "I said goat." Guda's voice remained flat. "You?" Luo Qinglian was furious. "Are you reminding me or Ma?" "Most people would hold on to the frame of the bike when they hear the word jia," said Gu Dedi. "This is something everyone in the village knows. So how could someone fall down while riding in a car?" Gu Dedi expressed his confusion. Luo Qinglian was sulking for a while, then gradually adapted to the speed of the carriage. She looked at the trees rapidly receding on both sides of the mountain road, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. "I thought this trip would go smoothly, and I could invite the miracle doctor back to treat my grandfather." After all, she knew Gu Zhouyuan, and they had spoken a few times before in the dessert shop. But I didn't expect so many twists and turns. Just as she was thinking about it, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, almost throwing Luo Qinglian out again. The mountain road is rugged and the carriage has no shock absorbers. Gu Dedi had no sympathy for women at all. Relying on his good driving skills and familiarity with road conditions, he pushed the speed of the carriage to the extreme. This caused the carriage to shake even more violently. The front of the carriage was better. Luo Qinglian was sitting in the back, and when she encountered small stones or potholes on the road, she jumped up and down. She felt as if her internal organs were turned upside down, and a feeling of nausea came over her. "Stop, stop!" She suppressed the urge to vomit and shouted loudly. "Whoa!" Gu Dedi pulled the reins, and the carriage suddenly slowed down and then slowly stopped. Wow! Before the carriage stopped, Luo Qinglian lay on the edge of the frame and vomited violently. Gu Dedi frowned and looked at her. The girls in this city are just so spoiled. Luo Qinglian vomited out everything in her stomach, and only then did she feel better. She patted her chest and slumped down in the carriage. I looked at the sun and thought that the day was over after this round trip. There was still a lot of things to do in the fields, and he felt a little anxious. "Are you ready?" he asked, sitting back in the front and holding the reins. No, I feel dizzy and uncomfortable," Luo Qinglian said weakly. "Well, Gu Dedi thought for a moment and said, "You sit in the front. It's less bumpy here, and I'll drive slower." "Isn't it bumpy up ahead?" Luo Qinglian looked doubtful. She was just wondering if there would be any bumps ahead. If it were someone else, she would definitely think that the other person wanted to sit closer to her and take advantage of her. But the person in front of her was very concerned, so she had no such concerns at all. Didn't you see that the disgust in Gu Dedi's eyes was almost overflowing? Gu Dedi was indeed disgusted. This woman was so delicate and troublesome, which delayed him from catching insects in the cotton. Under his careful care, the cotton bolls have now grown very large. But some cotton bolls had holes drilled by insects. The book said that it was the cotton bollworm, the main borer pest during the bud and boll stage of cotton. "We have worked so hard for so long, and the harvest is not far away. We can't let this little bug ruin it." His main job recently was to lead a group of people to catch insects in the fields. His entire day was wasted by Miss Luo, and he was in a bad mood. "Would you like to ride in the front?" he asked, frowning. "If not, hold on tight to the frame. I'm leaving." Chapter 340. The atmosphere is a bit strange. "Wait a moment," Luo Qinglian said quickly. "I'll sit in the front." She was afraid that if she continued to bump around, she would lose her life on the road. She forced herself to be strong and climbed to the shaft of the cart. "Sit tight," Gu Dedi reminded. Although Luo Qinglian was prepared, the sudden acceleration of the carriage still made her lose her balance. She grabbed Gu Dedi's arm and managed to steady herself. Her face flushed with shame. She wanted to let go, but she was afraid that she would fall off the car. She could only suppress her shyness and pretend nothing happened, but she moved her hands away from Gu Dedi's strong shoulders and grabbed his clothes instead. Although Gu Dedi remained calm on the surface, he still felt something strange in his heart. He had never been so close to a strange woman before. Even with his elder sister Gu Zhaodi, he was careful to keep a proper distance. The carriage sped along, and the mountain wind blew towards us, making our faces warm but not dry. Luo Qinglian's hair was blown wildly, and a few strands of hair kept brushing Gu Dedi's neck, making his neck itchy. The sweet fragrance of the girl still wafted into his nose. He stared straight ahead at the road, but felt a surge of irritation in his heart for no reason. He shook his head slightly. At this moment, he just wanted to get back to the fields as soon as possible. Luo Qinglian couldn't help but turn her head to observe the man sitting next to her. Gu Dedi is tall and thin. His family has had good food these days, and he has gained some flesh on his cheeks, looking very energetic. It's just that he was busy working in the fields every day, which made him quite tanned, adding some masculinity to his previously handsome face. Gu Dedi seemed to notice her movements and suddenly turned his head to look at her. The moment their eyes met, Luo Qinglian quickly turned her head away. "I was so embarrassed. Why would I keep staring at a young man? What's even more terrible is that he discovered me." She stretched out her hand and touched her face, feeling it was extremely hot. It was obvious that her face must be red at this moment. She was feeling ashamed and annoyed at herself for being so unrestrained when the car suddenly slowed down. She screamed, "Ah," and hugged Gu Dedi's arm tightly. Then she managed to steady herself. Gu Dedi sat a little further away from Luo Qinglian and said softly, "Look ahead." Luo Qinglian followed Gu Dedi's gaze and looked forward and found a person walking quickly on the road in the distance. This man was dressed like a servant, and he was the servant who was driven away by Gu Zhouyuan not long ago. "Do you want to take him with you?" Gu Dedi asked. It's not that he is too kind-hearted and wants to take this servant back to the city with him. It was really because the atmosphere between him and Luo Qinglian was a bit weird, and he didn't want to be alone with Luo Qinglian. Luo Qinglian snorted coldly. "Don't bother with him. He deserves to be exhausted to death." Guda nodded and shouted in a low voice, "Gee." The carriage, which was moving at a low speed, accelerated instantly and ran forward. The servant was delighted when he heard the sound of a carriage coming from behind. It takes at least 2 hours to walk from Datong village to the city. He was just thinking, it would be great if he could get a ride. What you think will come true? Look, the carriage is here, isn't it? It looked like a horse-drawn carriage carrying goods. There were 2 people sitting in the front of the carriage, and the back was empty. He had no money on him, so when he arrived in the city, he asked the young master to give him some money for the journey. I believe the car owner must be willing to do so. After all, he will be running with an empty car, and he can earn some money by taking someone with him. He stretched out his hand, trying to stop the carriage, but saw that the carriage had no intention of slowing down. He jumped up, waving his arms and yelling, "Stop! Take me to the city. I'll pay 10 won for the ride. No, 21, 51, 101. Seeing that the car was getting closer and closer and there was no response to him, he kept raising the price. The carriage sped past him, bringing with it a gust of wind and a cloud of dust. He forgot to cover his mouth, but instead opened it wide, looking at the carriage in front of him with a look of surprise. He must have seen it right. The person sitting at the shaft of the carriage was Miss Luo. Miss Luo is his young master's future wife, so why would she be sitting with another man? It would make sense to say that someone sent the young lady back to the city. But the back of the car was empty. There was plenty of room for people to sit. So why bother squeezing to the front and sitting with the man, with the two of them so close to each other? Oh my God, I seem to have stumbled upon something incredible. He suddenly understood why his young master left in a huff, leaving Miss Luo alone in the village. It seems that the young master has realized that someone is stealing his girlfriend. The servant's gossipy spirit was burning in his heart, and he suddenly felt that his waist pain and legs were no longer sore, and even the swelling of the slap marks on his face seemed to have subsided. He was extremely eager to talk at this moment, and just wanted to tell others this explosive news as soon as possible. It's so hateful that there is not even a single person on the road in these desolate mountains and wilderness. He walked quickly, wishing he could get back to the city and to where there were crowds of people. Luo Qinglian was still careful about the impact, and just let go of Gu Dedi's arm. If the servant saw his future young lady holding another man's arm, he would probably fly away on the spot. Gu Dedi originally planned to send the person to the city gate and then go back. But thinking that she still needed to buy jewelry for her elder sister, she went into the city with her. Luo Qinglian's home is not far from Huiqing River, which is a residential area where rich people gather. Luo Qinglian got off the carriage and stood at the gate of a tall courtyard. The vermilion gate behind her was tall and majestic, its copper door nails shining in the sunlight, and the auxiliary head holding a ring was simple and elegant in shape. The courtyard wall is winding and more than 2 people high. It is carefully built with blue bricks, and the top of the wall is covered with glazed tiles, which shines brightly in the sunlight. The eaves are raised high, just like the wings of a flying bird. Each eaves tile is carved with exquisite patterns. Some are auspicious dragons and phoenixes, and some are exotic flowers and plants. Gu Dedi smacked his lips. He thought that his family's 2-courtyard house was already grand enough, but compared with this big mansion, it was still far behind. But this was just a pure emotion. Although the house was big, he did not feel envious at all. Not to mention that the house at home is already the best house in the village. Even the small courtyard where several people of the family squeezed together, he still felt that it was the warmest nest in the world. Gu Dedi pulled the reins on one side and controlled the horse to turn around. Are you leaving? Luo Qinglian asked. Chapter 341. Buy it yourself. Behind her stood the housekeeper and 2 servants. When she came back, she asked the doorman to call the doctor at home. After hearing the doctor say that Grandpa was still sleeping soundly, she asked the doctor to go in and prepare first, and then she would talk to someone for a few words before feeding Grandpa the medicine. The housekeeper was very surprised to see his eldest daughter coming back in such a simple carriage. When he heard the doorman report that the eldest lady was sitting in the front seat side by side with the coachman, he was even more shocked. With the proud character of a young lady, how could she have anything to do with this crude carriage and this crude farmer? Yes, Gu Dedi was dressed in coarse cloth, and the housekeeper's first impression was that he was a farmer in the countryside. The housekeeper's guess was correct. He was originally a farmer. Seeing the young lady talking to the driver again, he couldn't help but ask, Young lady, do you still have fare to pay? Luo Qinglian didn't respond to him, but just stared at Gu Dedi. The housekeeper frowned and said to Gu Dedi, How much do you want for the fare? Gu Dedi glanced at him and said calmly, Ms. Luo has already paid the taxi fare. Didn't he pay it off? He just gave it to a horse. Are you going to buy jewelry for your elder sister? Luo Qinglian guessed. Gu Dedi looked at her in surprise. How did you know? You mentioned before that you wanted to buy jewelry for your sister. Is that hard to guess? Luo Qinglian asked again. Are you going to sell my hairpin? Gu Dedi was calculating in his mind that after selling the hairpin and adding the more than 200 taels of silver Xiao Yuan had just given him, he would get about 300 taels. Xiao Yuan gave him a lot of money these days, some of which was wages and some of which was dividends. At first, it was all kept by Anyang. Later, as the amount of silver increased, Anyang let him save it himself. He didn't bother to count them and put them all in a wooden box. When he was about to come out, he took out 3 silver notes of 100 taels each from the wooden box. This adds up to 600 taels of silver, which should be enough to buy a nice piece of jewelry for my mother and elder sister. Could you please not sell my hairpin? Luo Qinglian said for some unknown reason. What's wrong? Gu Dedi was a little confused. If I didn't sell the hairpin, the jewelry I bought for my eldest sister and mother would be of a lower quality. Besides, if he doesn't sell the hairpin, there's no point in him keeping it. He's a man and can't use a woman's hairpin. That hairpin is mine, and I don't want it to be sold to a jewelry store. Luo Qinglian didn't know what she was thinking, so she could only make up an excuse. Oh, Gu Daddy suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Luo Qinglian's eyes lit up. Did he promise to take good care of her jade hairpin? Then why don't you pay for it yourself and buy the hairpin back? Gu Daddy suddenly had an idea and thought of a perfect solution. Luo Qinglian choked and couldn't help but roll her eyes in an unladylike manner. This is really a good idea. The housekeeper was confused as to what he was hearing. He tentatively asked, Miss, did he take your jade hairpin? Gu Daddy hurriedly said, that hairpin is for her medical expenses. The housekeeper looked at Luo Qinglian with disbelief and said, didn't Master Fong go with you to fetch the doctor? How could he have given away the jade hairpin? Don't mention Mr. Fong to me. Luo Qinglian raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth. The housekeeper was even more confused, but it was normal for young people to have some small quarrels sometimes. Do you still want to buy back your hairpin? Gu Daddy frowned. This Miss Luo is not at all efficient in doing things. Maybe all the ladies in the city are like this? He still likes the way the villagers get along with each other, where they can say whatever they want to say without having to guess. This is Miss Luo's home. Looking at this luxurious mansion, he doesn't believe that Miss Luo can't even come up with 200 or 300 taels of silver. Butler Wong, go into the courtyard and ask Nanny Song to go to my room and get 100 taels of silver notes. Luo Qinglian ordered. Butler Wong still doesn't understand the situation. It doesn't seem likely that the eldest lady was blackmailed. After all, I'm already at my doorstep, so there's no reason for me to be extorted. He didn't bother to think about it anymore, so he told a servant next to him, go get the silver. Gu Daddy was delighted. It turned out that he had underestimated the price of the hairpin. He was secretly shocked. If this had happened a few months ago, if someone had told him that a hairpin on a woman's head was worth a 2-courtyard blue brick house, he would have thought that they were making fun of him. People's cognition really needs to accumulate and change bit by bit. He was surprised for a long time that someone was willing to spend 12 cents for a bowl of sugar water. Now when he heard about the jade hairpin that cost 100 taels each, he was only stunned for a moment and did not show much disbelief. It's just 100 bars of soap, the output of the workshop, in just a few hours. He calculated that none of these so-called wealthy families were as rich as his Xiao Yuanhao. After waiting for a while, a maid came out carrying a brown lacquer tray with a thin piece of paper pressed on it with a copper paperweight. Gu Daddy was no longer a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, so he naturally knew that the lacquer tray contained silver bills. Can't I just hold the banknotes in my hand? And I put them in a lacquer tray. Is this the sense of ceremony in a wealthy family? He still had 5 such banknotes in his arms. Gu Daddy happily took the banknote, then took out the jade hairpin from his arms and handed it back to Luo Qinglian. Seeing him being so decisive, Luo Qinglian felt annoyed for no reason. Okay, the money and goods are settled. Gu Daddy took out other silver notes and put the silver notes in his hand together, a total of 600 taels of silver notes. He stuffed the banknotes into his arms and patted his chest with satisfaction. Let's go. Gu Daddy took the initiative to say goodbye to Luo Qinglian. It was obvious that he was in a good mood at the moment. Without waiting for Luo Qinglian to respond, he shouted, gee, and the horse raised its hooves, pulling the carriage away quickly. Luo Qinglian stared blankly, and even she herself couldn't understand what she was feeling at the moment. Miss, Madam asked you to go in and see her quickly. She is waiting for you in Mingda Hall. Nanny Song said from the side. Luo Qinglian was startled when she heard this. Does mother know that I'm back? Her mother always worshipped Buddha in the Buddhist temple in the backyard and usually didn't ask about things in the front yard. What happened today? And the conversation took place in Mingda Hall. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to my mother about Fang Zhangping. What happened today really made her angry, and she began to re-examine this marriage arranged by her elders. Before going to see my mother, I have to feed my grandfather the pills first. She also saw the seriously ill little woman. Gu Zhouyuan took action and saved her in a short time. It can only be said that the effect was immediate. After Grandpa takes the medicine, his illness should be cured, right? She put away the messy thoughts in her mind and turned to walk into the house. Behind him, the housekeeper, nanny, and servant followed him into the house, and the heavy door closed again. He drove his carriage along the street and asked for directions several times before he found the jewelry shop. Chapter 342, Is It So Cheap? Bayo Hizai. The gilded sign swayed in the wind, and the sunlight gave the stone lions at the door a golden edge. There were 2 strong men guarding the door. Seeing Gu Daddy come in, they both raised their eyelids, but said nothing. The shop assistant was smiling as he introduced a jade ring to a rich young man. But when he caught sight of Gu Daddy, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and his brows furrowed into a frown. This is a place that sells jade, gold, and silver jewelry, not a blacksmith shop. The clerk kindly reminded. Gu Daddy was wearing a coarse linen shirt and his straw sandals were still stained with mud. It doesn't look like something you can buy in a store. Gu Daddy was not angry. People are like this. If they are really short of money and are looked down upon like this, they will definitely feel ashamed and angry. They may even bite the bullet and buy things beyond their ability to prove that they are rich. But he was not short of money at all. The clerk's snobbery seemed a bit annoying to him, but he did not feel angry at all. Where is your boss? Gu Daddy's tone was very flat. Why are you looking for our boss? We don't have any business worth more than 30 or 50 cents here, so there's no point looking for the boss. The clerk rolled his eyes. I'll ask him where he found such an unconventional guy, Gu Daddy said with a smile. The guy's face flushed immediately. After a few words, he already felt that the young man in front of him was different. If any other countryman had been bullied like this by him, he would have been so ashamed and angry that he would have run away. This man exudes confidence and calmness from head to toe. He swallowed back the ridicule that was about to come out of his mouth. This jade ring was personally carved by Master Wu from the capital. If you like it, buy it quickly. After today, it might be bought by someone else. The waiter was talking to the young man in front of him to hide his embarrassment. Gu Daddy looked around the store by himself. There are no glass counters in this world. The jewelry store has a circle of sandalwood cabinets. There are some wooden brackets on the cabinet, and some necklaces, bracelets, and other jewelry are hung on the brackets, allowing them to hang naturally, showing the lines and shapes of the jewelry. The outward side of the counter is carved with hollow patterns, allowing people to vaguely see the jewels inside. In front of the waiter was a lacquer tray containing several jade pendants of various styles. The counter is also equipped with lifelike paintings, most of which depict precious jewelry. Maybe the jewelry is too valuable and it's too risky to keep it on the counter. He walked around the store and stopped in front of the cabinet that kept bracelets. He looked into the cabinet through the carved display board, then pointed at one of the bracelets and said, "Help me take that bracelet out." The guy has now put aside his contempt. He has developed a skill in judging people through his experience of welcoming and seeing off guests. This young man in hemp clothes spoke with confidence and was definitely not an ordinary farmer. Please watch first. I'll go get the bracelet for that gentleman. The waiter apologized to the rich young man in front of him and walked up to Gu Daddy. The young man raised his eyebrows, put the bracelet back on the lacquer tray, and said slowly, I don't like this jade ring very much. I'll come back to take a look when your shop has new stock. Then wait until the goods from the capital arrive in a few days, and I will come to your house to inform you. This young man was obviously a regular customer of the store, and the waiter apologized again. Gu Daddy was pointing at a pair of silver bracelets. He was not interested in jade and jadeite at all. For people living in the village, no material was more shining than gold and silver. The clerk bent down, opened the cabinet, took out the silver bracelet, and placed it on a shallow lacquer tray. Gu Daddy picked up the bracelet, placed it on his hand, and looked at it carefully. The bracelet is as wide as a thumb, with smooth and elegant lines. It is engraved with lotus patterns all over. The petals are full and the leaves are stretched out, which are lifelike and seem to be quietly blooming on the silver-white branches. This pair of bracelets weighs about 2 taels. Gu Daddy has never bought jewelry, so he can't guess the price of the silver bracelet. How much is this bracelet? He asked. This bracelet is made using hairline chiseling techniques. The steps are complicated and tedious. It's priced at 10 taels of silver. The clerk introduced. Is it 10 taels each? 10 taels a pair. Gu Daddy frowned slightly. Why is the price of this jewelry so cheap? What about that one? That pair is 8 taels. That pair is also 10 taels. From then on, Gu Daddy truly realized that Miss Luo's hairpin worth 100 taels of silver was already an extremely expensive piece of jewelry. It is probably rare to see someone like him carrying 600 taels of silver to buy jewelry. It was just like Gu Zhiyuan's previous life, when the children in the village grew up, carried 2,000 yuan with them, and went to eat at the high-end KFC in their minds. Gu Daddy put the bracelet back on the lacquer tray and said hesitantly, Do you have more expensive bracelets? The guy's eyes lit up. Isn't a bracelet worth 10 taels of silver expensive? Wow, looks like I got a big job today. He took out a twisted silver bracelet and said, This bracelet is 12 taels of silver. Gu shook his head. The waiter took out another twisted bracelet and said, This bracelet is 15 taels. Are there any more expensive ones? This bracelet is inlaid with a ruby and costs 30 taels of silver. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the bracelet on the lower shelf. I don't like jade and gemstones. Gu Daddy continued to shake his head. If Gu Zhoyuan were here, he would definitely give a thumbs up to the second brother. The silver bracelet is inlaid with gems, just like the gold inlaid with jade in later generations, full of pits. The guy originally wanted to recommend jade bracelets later. Unlike silver bracelets, the price of jade depends entirely on his word, and the profit is extremely high. But now that the customer had blocked this path, he asked, "What price range of bracelets do you want? I can recommend a suitable one to you without wasting your time." If Gu Dedi hadn't seemed so confident, he would have thought that this person was here to make fun of him. Gu Dedi pondered. More than 100 taels of silver. I have said that if I want to buy something better than Miss Luo's jade hairpin for my elder sister, then it must be worth more than 100 taels. 100 taels? More than that. The guy raised his voice in disbelief. Please sit down for a moment. I'll get you the gold bracelet. The guy has crow's feet on his face. Are farmers so wealthy nowadays? Chapter 343 Happy Home. In the end, Gu Dedi bought 2 pairs of gold bracelets, spending a total of 300 taels of silver. Finally, the shopkeeper who was resting in the back house was alarmed. The shopkeeper was naturally very happy and gave Gu Dedi 2 ox horn combs as a gift. The guy was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he was smart and changed his attitude immediately after realizing that something was wrong. Otherwise, this big deal would have been ruined. He boasted a lot in front of the shopkeeper. No matter what you say, he is warm and hospitable, has a good eye for talent, and does not judge people by their appearance. This is how he managed to appease the customer and facilitate the big deal of 300 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was very pleased and said that he would give the boy a red envelope later as a reward for his outstanding contribution. The rich young man who was watching the fun on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked over and told them what had happened before. The shopkeeper suddenly became furious. Thinking that this guy almost ruined the business, he kicked the clerk twice in anger. Still want to be banned? Your monthly salary for this month is gone. The shopkeeper turned away and went into the backyard, leaving the waiter rubbing his, but with a look of regret on his face. He only spent half of the 600 taels of silver and took his own 300 taels back intact. Gu Dedi was still feeling quite distressed. How can this money be wasted so easily? Passing by a snack shop in the city, he bought a big bag of snacks. Sidon had previously said that the new house was short of a lounge chair, so he bought 2 when he passed by the market. In addition, the reclamation team needed to expand and more sickles and hoes were needed, so he bought a lot of farm tools. I looked and bought things along the way, and I didn't feel either sad or happy when spending money. On the way back, the carriage was loaded with a lot of things. Datong Village. The Gu family is preparing for the move-in ceremony of their new home. There is no need to ask anyone else for advice on choosing an auspicious date. Gu Zhouyuan calculated with his fingers and said that tomorrow is an auspicious day. No one in the Gu family suspected him of anything. With his abilities, the blind men in the village could never match him. Xiaohua, Siju and others have gone up the mountain to look for mugwort and pomelo leaves. According to the custom of Datong village, mugwort should be boiled in water when purifying the house. Then take pomelo leaves, dip them in the water, and sprinkle them in every corner of the house. It means driving away evil spirits, bad luck, and unclean things. The weather is still very hot during the day, so the meat needed for the banquet has to be bought in the city on the same day. There is no need to worry about vegetables, as the Gu family's experimental fields have everything, freshly picked and extremely fresh. Gu Zhouyuan doesn't have to worry about these trivial matters. He is now standing at the construction site of Happy Home. No need to ask. As soon as you hear this name, you will know who gave it. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan originally planned to name it Sunshine Community. However, Sidon kept asking what a community was, and he was too lazy to explain, so he just changed the name. In Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, the name of Happy Home was no less prestigious than that of Sunshine Community. Any city without these 2 communities would be embarrassed to appear on the mainland map. More than 20 skilled bricklayers brought more than 70 refugees. Hundreds of people gathered here to build houses, and they were built at a very fast speed. The refugees worked very hard when they thought that they would live in the blue brick and tile houses they built with their own hands. Gu Zhouyuan didn't feel comfortable telling them the truth, for fear of dampening their enthusiasm. In fact, half of the 100 houses in this happy home have already been given by the villagers. Now every family in the village has a stable income, and even those who don't have any money can still afford to buy a house with a mortgage. This is a blue brick and tile house, something that only exists in dreams, but now I can touch it by standing on tiptoe. Every household in the village looks at each other. If others buy something but you don't, you will be considered inferior to them. Therefore, house pre-sales are extremely popular. When he met families who had enough houses to buy, Gu Zhouyuan persuaded several of them to withdraw their purchases. But I guess it won't be long before they come back to book a room. Gu Zhouyuan was melancholy for a while. Then he didn't think too much about it. At worst, we can build 2 more residential areas later. He has already thought of the names, Sunshine Home and Harmonious Home. Xiaoyuan, Some people in the village came to ask if every family should have a small courtyard so that they would feel safer, Wang Degui asked. Wang Degui is now the village's chief construction engineer, running back and forth between several construction sites. This is an ordinary residential area, not a villa complex. Why do we need a yard? Gu Zhouyuan glared. Wouldn't a wall prevent us from connecting with each other? As the saying goes, with this wall we are two families, without it we are one family. Don't you see this place is called Happy Home? It means everyone should get along and create a happy home together. Gu Zhouyuan fed Wang Degui a bowl of hot soup, which made him feel dizzy. Wang Degui nodded dizzily. Every family is building a yard. Not only will the cost of bricks go up, but the floor space will also have to be doubled. In the future, under his construction, every inch of land in Datong village will be worth a lot of money. Gu Zhouyuan naturally would not agree to such a waste of land. The villagers are used to living in large courtyards, so they will definitely feel a little uncomfortable at first. But I got used to the squeeze at the back. Gu Zhouyuan is very confident about this. After all, he had seen a lot of these things in his previous life. All the houses with courtyards in the countryside were demolished, and the farmers were gathered together and shouted at and driven into pigeon cages. Everyone is still happy afterwards. Those who haven't moved in are even willing to spend 3 generations savings and take on debt for half their lives. People are trying their best to get a little nest of their own in the pigeon coops in the city. Gu Zhouyuan was recalling the various magical operations in his previous life when someone patted him on the shoulder. Second brother, you're back. He turned around and saw that the person who came was Gudeti. The county magistrate has sent people to buy food again, and this time he wants more carriages. When Gudeti came back, he happened to meet a convoy carrying grain. Oh, then I'll go back later. Gu Zhouyuan has been providing food to the county continuously. Now the price of grain in Qingtian County has dropped a lot. Corn has fallen back to 15 won per caddy, while white rice is around 41. Although it is still much more expensive than in previous years, it is already very cheap compared to other disaster-stricken areas. The key point is that now major grain stores no longer dare to hoard grain because falling grain prices have become a trend. In previous disaster years, a steady decline in food prices usually occurred only in the later stages of the disaster. This process often takes 8 or 9 months, or even 1 or 2 years. No one expected that food prices would start to fall in just 2 or 3 months. Because the market was bearish, those who had grain started selling it. If they sold it early, they could earn more money. Every day they waited was a day's loss. Under this trend, food prices in surrounding areas also fell, but a little later than Qingtian County. Chapter 344, Banditry Rampant. Gudeti and Gu Zhouyuan walked towards the workshop. Have you sent Miss Luo back? Did anything go wrong on the way? Gu Zhouyuan asked as they walked. No, Miss Luo just spent money to buy her hairpin back. Gudeti thought for a while and said. Miss Luo vomited on the road and sat in the front and grabbed his shoulders. There's no need to tell Xiao Yuan about these things, right? How much silver did she pay? Gu Zhouyuan asked casually. That hairpin should be able to be sold for 70 or 80 taels of silver, and the purchase price given in the mall is 60,000 mall coins. Second brother is an honest man. Don't be fooled by girls from the city. But he didn't care because he didn't need the money. Secondly, at worst, if we meet again in the future, he will extort you 100 times more. Oh no, he will make you 100 times more. She gave me 100 taels of silver. Gudeti answered truthfully. 100 taels? This price is quite reasonable. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I bought bracelets for my mother and elder sister, gold bracelets. When he mentioned the gold bracelet, Gudeti's face immediately lit up with joy. In rural areas, gold artifacts generally only exist in legends. In Gu Zhouyuan's eyes, gold bracelets and the like are not that great things at all. But he has never been a killjoy. Take it out and let me see it. He had seen a lot of silver in this world, but had never seen gold. Gudeti reached into his arms and took out 2 pairs of gold bracelets. Gu Zhouyuan reached out and took it. Both pairs are gold bracelets with cloud and moon patterns, and they are quite heavy to hold. The surface of the bracelet is engraved with Rui cloud patterns and auspicious clouds and a moon. Now, the bracelet I gave to my mother is going to be disliked. Gu Zhouyuan sighed and pretended to be hurt. Gudeti laughed twice. This bracelet was also bought with your medical fees. I guess my mother and elder sister will just put the gold bracelet away. What Guda said was absolutely right. Who among the villagers would wear a gold bracelet around? It would be too ostentatious. The two chatted and laughed all the way until they arrived at the door of the workshop. The new warehouse that Gu Zhouyuan had built has not been completed yet, and his grain is still piled up in the workshop warehouse. The team that came to collect the food was still led by Captain Zhou and Yai Zhang. There will be more food this time. Some people from the neighboring county have already come here to trade in food and sell it back. Captain Zhou said. The grain prices in the neighboring county have also been falling due to the influence of Qingtian County. It's just that usually the grain prices in Qingtian County are announced, and after 3 to 5 days, neighboring counties will also follow suit and lower their prices. In a few days, it will gradually spread to more distant counties. Some people took advantage of this time difference to trade grain from Qingtian County and transport it outside to make a profit from the difference. After discussing with Gu Zhouyuan, County Magistrate Ho came up with the strategy of not interfering. With Gu Zhouyuan's continuous supply of food, the impact of the locust plague in the entire Tally County will soon pass. In the past, when a caravan came to transport grain, it would bring a lot of laborers to help carry the grain. Later, it was discovered that it would be better to recruit people directly to move the grain in Datong village than to drag the laborers back and forth. 100,000 jin of grain, 50 jin per sack, that's 2,000 sacks. Carrying a bag costs 1 cent, which is equivalent to 2 taels of silver. Zheng Xiaowang brought 2 yamen runners and guarded the warehouse door. On the small table in front of him was a pile of bamboo sticks with words engraved on them. Every time someone carried a sack of grain, he would get a bamboo stick from them when he returned. Brother Gu, have you heard that there are serious bandit troubles outside right now? Captain Zhou and Gu Zhouyuan stood at the door of the workshop, watching bags of grain being loaded onto horse-drawn and mule-drawn carts. I've been back and forth many times, but why have I never encountered bandits? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a raised eyebrow. Captain Zhou didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that there seemed to be a hint of regret in Gu Zhouyuan's words. Many victims came to the county government office and beat drums, saying they were robbed by bandits on the road. All their goods and horses were stolen, and some were even injured by bandits with knives. There are also bandits who kidnap children from wealthy families and send people to their homes to deliver letters demanding ransoms. Anyway, now all the wealthy families have kept a low profile. Some have even taken the lead and raised a sum of money and sent it to the county government, asking it to mobilize soldiers to go into the mountains and suppress the bandits. Captain Zhou talked incessantly. For some reason, when he mentioned suppressing bandits, Gu Zhouyuan's face would immediately appear in his mind. This is the first person in the county, and even in the entire Tally County, who made a fortune by catching bandits. Not only Captain Zhou thought so, but even the villagers who heard them talking had similar thoughts. Xiaoyuan, why don't you ask the county magistrate to give you the money for suppressing the bandits, and then you can take everyone with you to catch the bandits? Someone shouted as they passed by carrying a sack. That's right, let's just wipe out the bandits' lair and take away all the gold, silver, and jewelry they stole, someone else echoed. When Gu Zhouyuan heard this, his face immediately fell. The hearts of the villagers are becoming more and more wild. They dared to discuss the bandits that everyone avoided as a joke. The bandits robbed money, and they came to rob the bandits? So what have they become? But Gu Zhouyuan touched his chin. This idea seemed a little tempting. Not only did he get rid of the harm to the people, but he also made some money at the same time. Not to mention the stolen money from robbing the bandits' dens. Even this bunch of bandit heads is a considerable income. You can also take people to actual combat and see some blood. It is no exaggeration to say that people who have really handled knives and guns and smelled blood are reborn. What I do is so incompatible with this world. He meant just in case there comes a day like that in the future. Then he still needs a group of capable people to protect everything he has now. Brother Gu, seeing that he was absorbed in his thoughts, Captain Zhou called out. Gu Zhouyuan was startled and turned to look at him. Then the county magistrate is going to suppress the bandits? Sure enough, he was moved. Captain Zhou was thinking secretly in his heart, and his mouth was not idle either. How could the county magistrate have the time to suppress bandits? Years of famine are always accompanied by bandit rebellions. You can't kill them all, you can't eradicate them all. Once you eradicate one nest, another will appear. Also, these bandits gather in the mountains and forests, and the hideouts they seek out are all dangerous places that are easy to defend but difficult to attack. The county also organized a strong team to go to Nyoto Mountain to suppress the bandits. But not only did they fail to achieve anything, they also brought back several wounded and disabled people. So the county magistrate isn't too concerned about suppressing the bandits. He says it's better to spend that time governing the county properly. Quickly eliminate the famine. Once the people are able to live and work in peace and contentment, there will naturally be fewer bandits. Gu Zhouyuan pondered in silence. What County Magistrate Ho said is undoubtedly a fundamental solution. Most bandits were indeed forced to go to the mountains and become bandits because of their living conditions. If everyone can have enough food and clothing, naturally not many people will be willing to take the risk of being beheaded to engage in robbery. But now the bandits have committed crimes and done a lot of bad things, and it is not right to just leave them alone. Just like if you have an allergy after eating seafood, the best solution is to remember not to eat seafood next time. However, if you have already developed rashes, wheals, or even shock due to allergies, you must seek medical treatment immediately. Chapter 345, The Rise of a New Sect. Gu Zhouyuan was thinking about whether he should take the money raised by the rich families, suppress the bandits, and then go to the county to collect another reward. Winning twice is called a win-win situation. Is Mr. Jingda back? Gu Zhouyuan temporarily put aside these thoughts in his mind. The majority of the refugees were young and strong, with only a dozen women, children, the elderly, and the weak among the 100 people. Although these people are all alone, we cannot rashly drag them into the battlefield. Suppressing bandits is not a fight. That would result in deaths. First, we need to select a group of people who are brave enough to fight, and then they can enter actual combat after undergoing systematic training. Gu Zhouyuan has never served in the military. He is not like other time-traveling protagonists who are self-taught and have the talent of a general right from the start. He honestly searched for the Militia Military Training Manual in the System Mall. This book elaborates on various training programs for the militia, including basic training, professional training, tactical training, etc., as well as the corresponding training methods and steps. He planned to train his troops according to this book, focusing on scientific training. Captain Zhou shook his head. Probably not. If Mr. Jingda comes back, Lord Ho will definitely invite him into the yamen. With Mr. Jingda here, Lord Ho wouldn't be so worried about this bandit incident. Do you have anything to do with Mr. Jingda? If I see him, I'll tell him something for you. Gu Zhouyuan nodded slightly. I would like to ask Mr. Jingda to help me find 2 teachers in the academy. The village school has been built, and many villagers have enrolled their children. There are 70 or 80 children, and Feng Tongsheng alone definitely cannot teach them all. Oh, I thought it was a small matter. I'll go back and report to Lord Ho. It's just a matter of a word for him to ask the instructor to arrange 2 teachers. Captain Zhou said with a smile. That's great. I'll go talk to the county magistrate myself about this matter. Although he knew that given his friendship with County Magistrate Ho, it was really just a matter of a word. However, when you always ask someone to do something for you, it is still necessary to show respect to them in person. Gu Zhouyuan's thinking was also rigid, and he always felt that teachers must be found in school. How could he forget that there were teachers in the county who were responsible for teaching? This thing doesn't require a teaching certificate, you just need to recruit 2 old scholars to get the job. Half of the 100,000 gene of grain was corn. In the past, corn was sold in large quantities because it was cheap. 1 pound of white rice could buy 3 or 4 pounds of corn. Ordinary people naturally choose corn first, and only consider white rice when it is unavailable. But now many middlemen who resell grain are buying grain in the market. The price difference for white rice was even greater. Previously, when white rice was 62 won per caddy, the Qingtian County government sold white rice for only 52 won, a full 10 won less. However, the price difference for corn was only 5 won. When Gu Zhouyuan sold the rice to County Magistrate Ho, the price was 50 won per caddy, so it was reasonable for County Magistrate Ho to increase the price by 2 won. After all, transportation, warehousing, and sales all require costs. Now that grain prices have fallen, the price difference of rice has also become smaller. The rice that costs 40 won per caddy in the county government office sells for 46 won per caddy in the next county. The price of corn is very tight, with the difference being only 2 or 3 cents. So now white rice from outside is also becoming popular in the market. According to what had been agreed upon before, the price Gu Zhouyuan gave to County Magistrate Ho was still much cheaper than the market price. Corn costs 10 won per pound, while white rice costs 30 won per pound. After giving away this batch of grain, he did not plan to lower the price on his own initiative. Instead, the goods are supplied according to the normal price in the grain market. As long as he continues to provide food, and the market regulates itself, food prices will soon return to normal levels. Captain Zhou took out 2,000 taels of silver to pay off the grain debt. Thanks to Brother Gu, I now have several thousand taels of silver in my pocket. Captain Zhou laughed. There were 20 silver notes worth 100 taels each, and Gu Zhouyuan casually tossed them in his hands a few times. The villagers who gathered outside the workshop to watch the excitement were all excited. Did you hear that? 2,000 taels of silver. That piece of paper in Xia Yuan's hand is 2,000 taels of silver. Damn it. If I had 2,000 taels of silver, I would just stop working and stay at home with a maidservant to serve me. You're still asking for 2,000 taels. How dare you even think about it? If I had 200 taels, I'd be enjoying life at home and never farm again. What do you think Xia Yuan does with all that money? Can he spend it all? Look, why are you so worried? Why don't you ask your daughter Chunmei to work harder, marry into the Gu family, help Xiao Yuan, and spend his money for him? Screw you. Ha 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 ha. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the sky and saw that it was already 3 p.m. Why didn't you come in the morning? We'd have to travel at night to take away all this food. Although most bandits don't dare to touch government property, what if they run into that blind scoundrel? Gu Zhouyuan was puzzled. Liang Zhongshu, the prefect of Daming Prefecture in Beijing, was robbed of 100,000 taels of gold, silver, and jewelry that he gave to his father-in-law, the Grand Tutor Kai Jing, to celebrate his birthday. It seems that the grain transported from the county government office is not absolutely safe. I can't spare the time to come over this morning. I'm terribly busy. Captain Zhou looked helpless. A new religious sect has emerged in the county called the White Lotus Sect. In just 1 month, it has attracted a large number of followers. This morning, the White Lotus Sect was preaching near the dilapidated temple, and many people gathered around them. The county magistrate ordered all of us yamen runners to watch over them to prevent any disturbances. Gu Zhouyuan was puzzled and said, why not just ban it directly? Why bother with such strict defense? The White Lotus Sect, as soon as you hear the name you know what kind of path it takes. The White Lotus Sect hasn't done anything out of the ordinary so far. Instead, it has always been trying to encourage people to be good. Captain Zhou's words also revealed surprise. He has been sent by Lord Ho these days to investigate the affairs of the White Lotus Sect. He found that the White Lotus Sect was truly as pure as its name, like a white lotus. The White Lotus Sect advocates chanting Buddha's name and observing precepts. It stipulates that believers shall not kill, steal, commit adultery, lie, or drink alcohol, and spicy foods such as onions and ginger are prohibited. It calls on believers to worship their ancestors and is a secret group that is half monk and half lay. Up to now, the White Lotus Sect has never collected any membership fees or protection fees from its followers. On the contrary, sometimes they would donate some rice and flour to poor believers. It is not like the previous cults that promote their own mysterious power and even put their doctrines above the laws of the court. Instead, they advise their followers to obey the law and follow the arrangements of the government, and that the suffering would eventually pass. The county government could not find any reason to punish such a sect that was not after money or power. Chapter 346, Find a Wife for You. After listening to what Captain Zhou said, Gu Zhouyuan felt full of disdain. As far as he knew, the White Lotus Sect in history also initially encouraged people to be good. The White Lotus Sect was founded by the monk Mao Ziyuan during the Southern Song dynasty. The origin of the religion can be traced back to the White Lotus Society founded by the Buddhist monk Huiyuan in the Eastern Jin dynasty. The White Lotus Sect in history was a very magical group. Since their establishment, they have either been rebelling or on the way to rebel. At the end of the Yuan dynasty, they rose up and resisted the rule of the Mongols. During the Ming dynasty, they rebelled against the Ming dynasty and tried to welcome back the emperor of the Northern Yuan dynasty. But in the Qing dynasty, this group of people began to rebel against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty. No matter what the original intentions of these sects were when they were founded, once their influence grows, they will become tools of those with ulterior motives. In feudal society, the contradiction between the feudal ruling class and the broad masses of the people could not be fundamentally resolved. Whenever the oppression of the ruling class made it difficult for the people to make a living, there would always be people who used the White Lotus Sect as a tool to rise up and lead the poor people to fight for survival. Gu Zhouyuan is not a royalist. If someone makes him hungry and cold, he will definitely be the first to jump out and rebel. But thanks to his efforts, the impact of the locust plague has now been curbed. He could not tolerate the White Lotus Sect making any small moves at this time. Rebellion will result in death. Even if the White Lotus Rebellion succeeded and the Dacian dynasty was replaced, the people would not necessarily live better than they do now. However, the White Lotus Sect in this world may not be the same as in his previous life. It's better to wait and see. It won't be too late to deal with them once they show their true colors. It would take time to move 100,000 kilograms of grain. Gu Zhouyuan asked Gu Zhaodi to come out and watch over it, and he turned around and went to the new house. The furniture in the house has been slowly added over the past few days. A well with a diameter of 1 meter was also dug in the yard. Because of the safety risks of the well, and because Sidon, the only 8-year-old boy in the family, and several other children in the old house also like to come and play, Gu Zhouyuan covered the wellhead and built a pressure well on it. The ground in the yard is paved with bluestone, and the ground looks very clean and tidy. Seeing that the small garden in the backyard was still bare, Gu Zhouyuan bought osmanthus and plum trees in the mall. Someone was sent to find Xiong Air. This guy was very strong and could dig the hole very quickly. After the trees were planted, Gu Zhouyuan added some roses, Euphorbia millii, kalanchoe, and other plants and began to decorate the small garden. Wow! Third brother, where did you get these flowers? They are so beautiful. Arya skipped into the yard. They had just delivered mugwort, pomelo leaves, and other things to Gu Zhouyuan's old house. When they heard that the third brother was in the new yard, they all ran over. Haha, these are the flowers and plants that I asked my friends to transport from other places. Gu Zhouyuan laughed. Except for the osmanthus and plum trees, the flowers and plants he bought were all in full bloom regardless of the season. It looks very beautiful when planted in the garden. I heard my father and grandmother discussing the other day that they wanted to build a large house with 2 courtyards like this in the future. Siju looked around the yard, his eyes full of envy. That day, third aunt suggested buying a blue brick house in Happy Home. After all, a house there only cost 20 taels of silver. You can live in a blue brick and tile house for 20 taels of silver, which is quite tempting. Paying 20 taels of silver is no longer a burden for the family, and they can afford it now. But Grandma disagreed, saying that she wanted to save some money and build a house with 2 courtyards in the future. Gu Zhouyuan also heard about these things. He could probably guess what the old lady was thinking. After all, the elderly always like to live together with the whole family in a lively atmosphere. In fact, he agrees to separate the family and live separately as soon as possible. Eating from the same pot all the time is sometimes not conducive to family harmony and unity. However, he would not get involved in such matters. He just nodded and smiled. That's great. When the new house is built, third brother will find you a beautiful wife. Siju curled his lips and said, Third brother, you haven't found a wife yourself, and you're still thinking about finding one for me. Gu Zhouyuan was inadvertently choked by this kid, and he knocked Siju on the head. Ao Ran said, Your third brother doesn't want to find one. If I am willing, I will bring you a third sister-in-law tomorrow. Do you believe it? Siju rubbed his forehead, which was hurt by the hit, and nodded rapidly. Of course he believed it. There were so many aunts in the village who wanted to be his third brother's mother-in-law. As for whether there were any older girls who were interested in his third brother, he had no idea. After all, unmarried girls are shy, and it is impossible for them to be like those aunts and shout all over the village, Gu Sainer, I like you. But he heard that Sister Chunmei seemed to like the third brother very much. It is said that these words were said by Chunmei's mother, Aunt Zhang, to Mrs. Zhao in person. It is said that Sister Chunmei turned away many matchmakers who came to propose marriage, but this time she was forced into a corner by Aunt Zhang, so she said that she had someone in her heart. When Aunt Zhang asked further questions, she kept silent. After Aunt Zhang and her husband discussed it, they decided that the person their daughter loved was definitely Gu Sainer. After all, my daughter has never had any contact with other men in the village. In other words, he is close to Gu Zhaodi, and is also familiar with the people in the Gu family. As for why he didn't doubt Gu Dedi, everyone would make the right judgment. Gu Dedi is a taciturn person who devotes his whole mind to farming. How could he have the time to have a girlfriend? But Gu Zhouyuan is different. This guy was not a good person before he became rich. Aunt Zhang had seen him talk sweetly to Chunmei before, and she had even scolded him for it. At that time, Chunmei was also quite annoyed with Gu Sainer. But ever since Gu Sainer rescued Chunmei in the old forest, Aunt Zhang discovered that her girl's attitude towards Gu Zhouyuan had changed. That time, when Gu Sainer delivered pork to his own home, he said some nonsense. She could feel that Chunmei was just embarrassed and annoyed after hearing this, but not really angry. In the past, when the girl came home, she would tell them about the stupid things Gu Sainer had done, and then curse him a little. After that, she never mentioned Gu Sainer's name again, and when she heard others talking about Gu Sainer, she just listened quietly. Sometimes when she heard others slandering Gu Sainer, she would argue with them. Aunt Zhang was also a girl herself, so she could guess most of what her daughter was thinking. But Chunmei is usually very bold, but she became timid when faced with this situation. Aunt Zhang, the mother, saw it all and felt anxious. Gu Sainer is no longer the same person he was before. If he doesn't take the initiative, the duck will end up on someone else's chopping board. Since her daughter couldn't stand up, Aunt Zhang had to take action herself. She specifically sought out Mrs. Zhao, the village's most gossipy person, to chat with her. Pretend to reveal this matter accidentally. At the end, he showed a look of regret and asked Mrs. Zhao not to tell anyone else. Since it concerned the reputation of the girl, Mrs. Zhao naturally agreed. As a result, after chatting in the morning, before noon, the whole village had tasted this sweet and thirst-quenching melon. Chapter 347. Why bring this up again? Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhouyuan frowned. Just listen to these groundless rumors, but don't tell anyone else. Gu Zhouyuan had actually heard similar rumors. He didn't take it to heart, thinking it would be best to handle the matter calmly. When something new happens in the village, everyone will soon forget about this matter. He has too many things to do and has no plans to find a wife yet. Siju stuck out his tongue and nodded obediently. Oh, I understand, third brother. He looked at Xiaohua and shrugged. Everyone in the village knew about it, but the third brother thought it was a secret. Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Third brother is good in every way except that he is too slow. There were countless women in the village who were attracted to him, but he had no reaction at all. Brother Erju always complains that Brother San is a wooden man who doesn't know how to seize good opportunities. What are you laughing at? Gu Zhouyuan saw that all the little guys were laughing, and his old face suddenly turned red. Come here and fill the kettle with water to water the flowers. Hey, several people responded in unison. The next day, as soon as the rooster crowed, the Gu family got up early and started busying themselves. Gu Zhouyuan's family has been holding banquets frequently recently, and the family members are already very experienced, and everyone is busy in an orderly manner. The workers in the workshop love days like this the most. Needless to say, the banquet at Gu Zhouyuan's house must be full of main dishes. Some people even skip dinner the day before just to have an empty stomach for this delicious meal. The most important thing is that Boss Gu is very generous. He doesn't deduct wages for the time wasted and still credits everyone with work. This is the advantage of a stable job. No wonder in Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, everyone was trying their best to get a job within the system. Fortunately, almost every family has someone working in the workshop, so there is nothing to be jealous of. The mugwort water was prepared by my mother Lu before dawn. At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan and Sidon and a few others were taking pomelo branches and leaves, dipping them in mugwort water, and sprinkling them everywhere in the house. It is said that this can purify the aura and expel evil spirits. Purifying the house can bring good luck and peace to the new house and make the residents live smoothly. The ceremony of moving into a new house is extremely complicated. The rice bucket should be filled to 80% with rice, and some red paper should be placed on top, which symbolizes a rich life with no worries about food and clothing. The bucket in the house can only be filled with 1/3 of water, and pairs of bowls and chopsticks are placed in it, symbolizing family harmony and a stable life. Red paper should also be pasted on the dustpan and broom used to clean the new house, which symbolizes sweeping away bad luck and welcoming a new life. There are also things like boiling water, opening the door, turning on the master, and turning on the stove. Everyone else in the family was in high spirits, except Gu Zhouyuan, who was extremely tired. He also didn't know who first made these various rules or what their basis was. However, in line with the mentality of adapting to local customs, he did not resist. Like a puppet, he did what the head of the village and Mr. Gu told him to do. Then came the banquet. There's not much to say about this, as it was the same as before, so I won't go into details, lest readers accuse me of watering down my writing. After finally completing all the procedures, Gu Zhouyuan felt completely hopeless about life and slumped on a recliner in the yard. This thing is more tiring than holding a wedding. Gu Zhouyuan held a bowl of iced drink and gulped it down in one gulp. Lu laughed and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? You speak as if you were married. Getting married isn't tiring. Otherwise, why do people say the wedding night is one of life's 4 great joys? Sidon was also holding a bowl of iced sugar water. He took a big sip and exhaled. You're just a child, what do you know? Getting married is tiring. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes. That's right, little kids don't understand. Getting married is tiring. The voice of third Uncle Gu Manton came from the Chuehua gate. Oh my God, why are you telling these things to the children? They are so unruly every day. Third Aunt Wang also followed into the backyard. I'm being honest. After a round of toasts, I can't even tell east from west. And yet I still have to force myself to keep entertaining guests. How can I not be exhausted? Gu Manton was confused, not knowing what his wife was thinking. Everyone in the old house at the back entered the yard one by one. A new house needs a warm house. So everyone didn't go back home after dinner, but came to Gu Zhouyuan's place to help warm up his house. Sidon, come with me and move the stool. Gu Dedi shouted. Sidon let out an ah, and Xiaohua, Siju, Arya and Sanyu all followed him into the house to move the benches. There is a long bench in the back room. After a while, several people brought out a long bench each. Well, except that Sanyu is empty-handed. He is too small to move it. Xiaoyuan, when I just entered the courtyard, I heard you talking about getting married. Do you have a girl you like? Grandma will help you get a matchmaker to come to your house and propose marriage. Old Mrs. Gu pulled the bench next to Gu Zhouyuan, sat down, and asked with anticipation. Gu Zhouyuan sat up straight and waved his hands, saying, I'm still young, there's no rush. Grandma, please help Heir Zhu find one first. He originally wanted to use the same trick again and pull his second brother over to use as a shield. But just now he saw Gu Dedi waving and shaking his head at him. So he changed the subject and shifted the blame to Erju. Yes, Grandma, Xiao Yuan is still young, so please help me find a wife first. Erju's eyes lit up, and he obviously didn't think this was a disaster. In his opinion, this was clearly a big pie. Go away, you are the same age as Xiao Yuan. He is small, but you are not small anymore. Old Mrs. Gu waved her hands as if she was shooing away a fly. The smile on Erju's face froze. Grandma was too biased. I want a wife, but no one wants to talk to me. Xiao Yuan clearly doesn't want a wife, but you're still trying to find him a wife. How can you force a cow to drink water if it doesn't want to? Xiao Yuan is handsome and capable, so why should anyone worry about him if he wants to find a wife? Everyone is rushing to add icing on the cake for Xiao Yuan, but no one comes to help me in my time of need. He had just learned these two idioms these days and felt that they were very appropriate to use here. Xiao Yuan, what do you think of Chunmei? Old Mrs. Gu asked tentatively. She had also heard rumors in the village these days. To be honest, Zhang Jia Chunmei is quite good-looking and is one of the most beautiful girls in the village. He is nimble and strong, and is a good hand at both home and outside. Farmers like people with lively personalities. If she is as delicate and weak as the girls in the city, who have to rest 3 times after walking 2 miles, it would be a real shame to marry such a girl. Gu Zhouyuan had a bitter face. Why did you mention this to him? He looked up at Siju, who shook his head quickly, his meaning very clear. I didn't say that. It's none of my business. Chapter 348 The White Moonlight of the Second Pillar. Gu Zhouyuan said with a bitter face. I just want to work hard to make money now, and I haven't thought about starting a family yet. You kid, old Madame Gu said angrily. Are you still short of money? Besides, getting married won't hinder your business. When you have a child, Grandma will help you take care of it. That's right, Erju muttered. You don't do business at night. Sun raised her hand as if to hit him. Speak nicely. Gu Manton laughed and said, Second brother, Erju is indeed not young anymore. It's time to find him a marriage. Upon hearing this, Gu Mansong nodded in agreement. Everyone in the family had noticed that this kid's mind was now full of his wife. If he continued to delay, something bad would probably happen. Gu Erju is already 17 years old this year, which is considered an older youth in the countryside. It was because the family was short of housing before, so he and Siju slept in the same room. If they got married, they would definitely need separate rooms. Now the family can afford to build a new house, even a blue brick house. Erju's mind naturally became active. I have a niece from my mother's family. She's 16 years old and quite pretty. How about I ask my uncle to bring her over tomorrow? Wang took the iced sugar water handed to her by Gu Zhaodi and said to Sun, This niece is not her biological niece, but the second daughter of her cousin. Since Gu Zhouyuan became rich, she has looked through all the nieces in the family, trying to find a suitable candidate to pair up with Xiao Yuan. Unfortunately, there is no one of the right age. Her eldest brother's eldest daughter has already married, and the youngest girl is only 10 years old this year. Only this cousin's daughter is 16 years old and still unmarried. But her niece is only pretty and has a dark skin. She guessed Xiao Yuan probably wouldn't like it. After all, Zhang Chunmei in the village was very beautiful, and Mrs. Zhang almost came to him, but Xiao Yuan didn't agree. With Chunmei as a role model, she gave up the idea. Not only her, many families in the village also secretly compared their daughters with Chunmei, and then they calmed down. Chunmei herself didn't know that she was invisibly acting as a shield for Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan's approach was not feasible, the families with daughters in the village began to try other ways to save the situation and tried to get close to Gu Dedi. But Gu Dedi was even more uninterested. It seemed that this boy had no interest in matters between men and women, and he was busy working in the fields all day long. Wang saw that although her niece could not marry into Gu Zhouyuan's family, marrying Erju was also a good option as a second choice. Her family knows her own affairs, and Xiao Yuan takes good care of the old house. I am lucky enough to be living a happy life now. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. It doesn't matter who Erju marries, he might as well bring his own niece over to enjoy the good life. Wang's calculations were very clear. She thought that since she was the one who brokered the deal, the matter was basically settled. But unexpectedly, Gu Manton was the first to jump out and object. Your uncles. Gu Manton stood up excitedly. Wang Baipi's granddaughter? I don't agree. He would never forget until his death that he learned carpentry skills from Wang Baipi's house. Wang Baipi's youngest son, Wang Daqing, often teased him, and Wang Baipi always turned a blind eye. Once, Wang Daqing threw chilies into his arms, and he got angry and started fighting, and that's how he became a half-baked carpenter. The niece that Wang just mentioned should be the second daughter of Baipi's eldest son Wang Dehan. Wang Dehan was not a good person either. He usually ordered him around like a servant. Seeing that her husband was actually trying to ruin her plan, Wang's eyebrows immediately stood up, and she stood up and shouted, "How can you be so petty as a grown man?" Daqing was still young and ignorant at that time. "It's just one thing. How long are you going to remember it? Besides, if Daqing offended you, what does it have to do with my brother Dahuan's daughter?" Gu Manton didn't bother to argue with her. He just glared at her, puffed up his cheeks, and said, "Anyway, I don't agree." "Do you need to agree? As long as his uncle and aunt agree to this marriage, it's fine. It's not your turn to express your opinion." Wang put her hands on her hips and sneered. "Shut up." Old Madame Gu slammed the low table in the courtyard and shouted, "If you keep making noise, get out of here and go home." As soon as the old lady got angry, Wang and Gu Manton became silent. Gu Mansong naturally knew about his third brother's affairs. He smiled and tried to smooth things over. His third aunt, "Please don't rush to arrange a marriage for Erju. Who knows? Erju might already have a girl in mind." As he spoke, he looked at Erju and said, "Do you have a crush on a girl? Now is a good opportunity to tell us so we can give you some advice." Upon hearing this, Erju blushed and became shy, which was unusual for him. "Hurry up and tell me. Why are you being so pretentious?" Old Mrs. Gu frowned and shouted, "This kid is almost crazy about wanting a wife." Now that he was asked to speak out, he felt nervous. I like Yawang Town." When he said this, he scratched the back of his head and started to feel shy again. "Tell me quickly." Sun became excited when she heard that her son really had a girl he liked. But when she heard Erju's hesitant speech, she was so anxious that she wanted to twist his ears. "Erju is pretty good. He keeps a low profile and has brought all his lovers to Yawang Town." They thought he would fall in love with a girl from the village. Everyone in the yard looked at Erju expectantly, waiting for him to tell them the name of the girl in his heart. Gu Zhouyuan, however, had a strange expression on his face. "Yawang Town. It can't be." He glanced to the side and found that there were a few other people in the yard, also with strange expressions. Old Master Gu, Gu Mansong, Gu Manton, and Daju exchanged glances, and it was clear that they all had the same idea as Gu Zhouyuan. Erju's activities were very simple, just in the village and the county town. "The only time I went to Yawang Town was when I went with everyone to buy bricks and tiles. So, could the person this kid is talking about liking be the girl from the brick and tile shop? What's that girl's name? Don't be afraid. Our family is considered a wealthy one now. I'll help you propose marriage. If that doesn't work, you can find a matchmaker." Seeing how hard Erju was struggling to speak, Sun was almost getting anxious to death. But the child was probably afraid of being poor and had some inferiority complex, so as a mother, she could only be patient and coax the child. I only know that she sells bricks and tiles in Xiao's brick and tile shop." Erju took the risk and said, "Really?" Gu Zhouyuan and the others looked at each other and realized that they were all defeated by Erju. This guy is really brave. Everyone saw it that day when he was being attentive to Madame Xiao. I just didn't expect that after such a long time, he still had such evil intentions. Chapter 349 Moral Corruption. You don't know his name? But it doesn't matter. As long as you know where he works, you can find out everything by asking at his house. Old Mrs. Gu said, "I know the woman's name." Gu Zhouyuan raised his hand while suppressing his laughter. Everyone looked at him, and Gu Mansong and others had already covered their eyes. Daju even ran outside and closed the gate. "What? Do you also know that woman Xiao Yuan?" Sun asked curiously. "Yeah," Gu Zhouyuan nodded continuously. "Not only me, but also my grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, and Daju have all seen that woman." Everyone was even more surprised. Did Erju bring the girl to meet his family? But Erju doesn't even know the girl's name, so how can he bring her back? Besides, even if they had met each other's families, how come even Sun, the mother, was kept in the dark, while the men in the family seemed to know everything? "I know that woman's name is Madame Qiao." Gu Zhouyuan didn't keep the secret any longer and directly broke the news for Erju. "Mrs. Qiao?" Sun raised her voice, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Erju with a bad face and said coldly, "Are you interested in a widow?" Old Mrs. Gu also had an unchanging expression. The term nyangzi is generally used exclusively for married women in Dakian. Given the current power of her Gu family, she could not accept finding a widow as her grandson's wife. Not to mention her family. Even an ordinary poor family would not consider marrying a widow home unless they had no other choice. The domineering president fell in love with me, a divorced woman with 2 children. This kind of story only exists in those Mary Sue novels. Gu Mansong's face was full of black lines, his cheeks were puffed up, and it was obvious that he had reached the limit of his patience. Gu Manton reached out and pulled his shoulder, shook his head at him, and signaled him to calm down. She is not a widow. Urju waved his hands repeatedly, sweating anxiously. Not a widow? Sun's expression eased slightly. So she was overthinking it? The woman's name was Madame Chiao? The elders of the Chiao family don't know how to give names. Why would they give their daughter such a name? Wouldn't this cause misunderstanding? Mrs. Chiao's man is still alive and well. Gu Zhouyuan slowly added another knife. As soon as these words were spoken, the yard became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The silence lasted for several breaths. Sun screamed and began to look around, probably looking for a handy weapon. Unfortunately, the floor of Gu Zhouyuan's house is now paved with blue bricks, and the entire courtyard is spotlessly clean. She looked around and didn't see even a wooden stick. Gu Monsong silently took off his cloth shoes and handed them to Sun. Sun grabbed the shoes and hit Urju with them. Urju covered his head and face with his hands and ran away. Because the door was closed by a big pillar, he fled around the yard, and Sun chased and beat him. Fortunately, Gu Zhouyuan's yard is big enough, so he won't be caught for a while. Everyone in the Gu family had a strange look on their faces. Urju is really ridiculous. He actually likes a married man. What will happen if people find out about this? Fortunately, everyone in this courtyard is our family. Wang curled her lips. She couldn't let her niece's family know about this, otherwise her niece's marriage might not be discussed. Urju is really something. He doesn't like young girls, but instead falls in love with other people's wives. I don't know what's wrong with him. The noise in the yard lasted for a while before it died down. Urju's body was covered with shoe marks, and his ears were red from being pulled by his mother. Urju looked at Gu Zhouyuan resentfully. Gu Zhouyuan shrugged his shoulders. This matter cannot be concealed. Whether you tell it or I tell it, the effect will be the same. However, he had just been urged to get married by his grandmother, and it was Urju who helped him attract the attention. No matter how you look at it, I owe Urju a favor. He coughed and said, let's all eat here tonight. Just treat it as burning the bottom of the pot. As we all know, the lunch is eaten for outsiders to see, and that is a face-saving thing, while the dinner is the real thing. As expected, the angry Mrs. Sun Gu was diverted by him. Okay, go to your experimental field and pick some vegetables. Old Mrs. Gu stood up and ordered. Oh, Mom, why are you in such a hurry? We just finished lunch and you're already busy preparing dinner. Gu Manton shouted. With the fighting power of the villagers, there will definitely be no leftovers on the table at lunch. This means that the dinner table has to be cooked fresh, and there are still some ingredients such as chicken and pork left from lunch. Yes, Wang also said, it's all our family tonight. There will be 2 tables at most. It won't be as troublesome as it is at noon. We can still make it in time after 3 p.m. Old Mrs. Gu thought so too. There was no one clumsy in the family. If everyone worked together, it would be easy to cook 2 tables of dishes. Crisis averted. Urju secretly gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up. Is it really okay that you beat up the son of the inspector's family yesterday? Asked Mr. Gu. He has been cautious all his life. Although he knows Gu Zhouyuan's abilities, he is still very worried. After all, the other party's father is a high-ranking official in the county town, and it is said that he is an official higher than the county magistrate. It is said that it is never a reassuring thing to see a county magistrate who ruins a family, a county governor who wipes out an entire clan, or someone who has offended the government. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what's going on. Gu Zhouyuan comforted with a smile. The security in Datong village is now quite tight, so if anyone comes to cause trouble, he has time to deal with it. By the way, that young lady from the city is the young master's wife, right? Urju asked as he leaned over. Hearing him speak, everyone became alert. Does this guy have some special fetish that makes him interested in other people's wives? No. It seems that the marriage has been arranged, but the couple hasn't entered the palace yet. What's wrong? Do you have any ideas? Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him sideways. Urju quickly waved his hands and said, what a joke. She is a daughter of a wealthy family in the city. How could a farmer like him covet her? Old Madame Gu also gave a warning look. You'd better behave yourself. The girls in the city are not as good as the girls in our village. If you dare to have any bad thoughts and get into trouble, we won't be able to save you. Besides, they've already been engaged. They're already taken. You can't do such a wicked thing. Urju was very confused. What does this have to do with anything? He just asked casually, why did it seem like he had done something bad that would anger God and everyone? My second brother even sent the girl home. Why don't you suspect him? Chapter 350 Pastries in the City. Second brother, you sent that young lady to the city yesterday. Didn't she give you any thank you gift? Urju quickly changed the subject. What thank you gift? Gu Dedi asked doubtfully. Didn't you give us a horse as fare? Urju choked and continued. You sent Miss Luo back home. Did anything happen on the way? No. Gu Dedi was combing the flat-headed man's hair without raising his head. Urju was speechless for a while. He seemed to understand why his family no longer suspected his second brother. With my second brother's personality, it would be a miracle if anything happened between him and that young lady. Oh, that's right. Gu Dedi suddenly remembered something, turned around, and ran out of the yard. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Arya even ran outside to take a look, and came back saying, I saw that my second brother Dedi went back to his home over there. Everyone knew that the house over there she was talking about was the old house of Gu Dedi's family. Soon Gu Dedi came back with 2 large bags of snacks wrapped in lotus leaves. I bought it yesterday, so it shouldn't have gone bad, Gu Dedi said breathlessly. He came back yesterday and has been busy in the workshop ever since. Gu Zhaodi and I were in charge of the grain shipment from the warehouse and didn't go home until very late, so we forgot about the snacks. Fortunately, he brought these desserts into the house, so they should not go bad after a day or two. He placed the snacks on the small table and untied the hemp rope that bound them. Each bag contains 4 lotus leaf packets, and each lotus leaf contains a different snack. There were 8 items in total, and Gu Dedi remembered them all. He took out one and introduced it to others. Chicken biscuits, water chestnut cakes, kidney bean rolls, red bean cakes, pea yellow cakes, jujube sesame cakes, pine nut yellow cakes, and ice cream. Ice cream. Gu Zhouyuan was greatly surprised and hurried over to carefully look at the ice cream in this world. It turns out that the so-called ice cream is just a kind of snow-white steamed cake. He thought it was ice cream. Ice cream is a snow-white steamed cake made from rice, glutinous rice, fried yam, deveined lotus seeds, gorgon fruit, and white sugar. It has a soft, sweet, delicate, and dense texture. Come and try it, Gu Zhouyuan shouted. We are all family, so there is no need to be restrained. Everyone reached out and took a piece of cake and tasted it. The pastries made in the city's pastry shops were indeed delicious, and everyone praised them while eating them. Rural people can hardly eat even white flour buns, let alone these exquisite pastries. Gu Zhouyuan's family was fine. He would buy some and bring them back from time to time when he went to the city. The people in the old house shared the box of pastries that Xiaohua had brought back that time. Sanyu's mouth was full of food, and his eyes were still staring at the pastries on the table. He really wants to try a piece of everything. But there were too many people, so each person could only eat 3 or 4 pieces. Don't be anxious, eat slowly. I'll give you this piece of kidney bean roll too. Mrs. Wang put the pastry in her hand into Sanyu's hand. Arya, don't eat it all. Leave 2 pieces for Sanyu. Wang shouted at Arya. Arya took 3 pieces of cake in total. She only ate 1 and wanted to save the remaining 2 for tomorrow. After hearing what Yang said, she quickly stuffed all the cakes into her mouth, then puffed out her cheeks, clapped her hands, and said, No more. You damn girl. Wang was furious and was about to twist Arya's ear. Arya quickly ran behind Gu Zhouyuan, poked her head out, and said, Sanyu ate so much. Why did he come to steal my cakes? How dare you say that? Wang was so angry that her teeth were itching, but Gu Zhouyuan was standing in front of her, and she couldn't do anything to Arya. Arya stuck out her tongue, looking quite smug. You are protected by your third brother now. I can't do anything to you. When I get home tonight, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Wang said angrily. Arya didn't take Nyang's threat seriously at all. She sat down next to Gu Zhouyuan and made a face at Sanyu. Greedy. Gu Zhouyuan was playing with the jade pendant he got from Mr. Fong. He had scanned it with the system before, and the purchase price was only 50,000 mall coins. I don't know if the quality is not top-notch enough, or if the system dealers have taken away most of the kickbacks. It is far less cost-effective to take action directly in this world. Second brother, where are the bracelets you bought from mother and eldest sister? Why haven't I seen eldest sister and the others wearing them? Gu Zhouyuan asked. I haven't had time to give them to my mother and the others. As he said this, he took out 2 small sandalwood boxes from his arms. He originally wanted to wait until night when they were the only ones left to take it out. But now that Xia Yuan brought it up, he just gave it away directly. There were no outsiders here anyway. Why did you buy a bracelet for no reason? Lu scolded. I sold Miss Luo's hairpin, and the money I used to buy the bracelet was all used to pay for Xia Yuan's medical treatment. Gu Dedi smiled innocently. Urju rolled his eyes, feeling quite disappointed with his friend. You actually sold the city lady's hairpin? Wouldn't there be a sequel if you kept the hairpin? You didn't know how to seize the opportunity. What a fool. Not to mention that the young lady has just been engaged. Even if she is already married, it cannot stop her from finding true love. Gu Dedi handed the 2 boxes to Lu and Gu Zhaodi respectively. Although Lu complained, she couldn't hide the smile in the corner of her eyes. No one would be unhappy to receive a gift, especially since the gift was thoughtfully given by the 2 sons. This box feels heavy in the hand. It is made of sandalwood and is carved with intricate patterns. It is obviously used to store high-end jewelry. Everyone guessed that what was inside was probably a silver bracelet, otherwise it would not be put in a sandalwood box. Lu slowly opened the box under everyone's gaze. Wow! A cry of surprise came from the yard. There was a pair of golden bracelets in the box. Lu stared at the gold bracelet blankly, her face full of disbelief. Mom, please take it here and let her know, Gu Zhouyuan urged. Lu picked up the bracelet tremblingly, cupped her hands, and put it on her wrist. Gu Zhaodi looked at the box in her hand and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. According to her understanding of Xiaoyuan and Dedi, the bracelet given to her must also be made of gold. Sister, what are you standing there for? Take it out and try it on to see if it fits. Gu Zhouyuan said to Gu Zhaodi. This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it, she said as she was about to stuff the box into Gu Zhouyuan's hand. Gu Zhouyuan put his hands behind his back and didn't even try to take it. Just take it if it's given to you. Think of it as saving up your dowry in advance. Gu Zhaodi's face suddenly turned red. She didn't dare to refuse anymore, fearing that Xiaoyuan would say something embarrassing. She opened the box, and as expected, there was a pair of golden bracelets inside. Amidst everyone's envious gazes, she put the bracelet on her wrist. She raised her hand, and the bracelet sparkled in the sunlight, making her hand look even whiter. Chapter 351 Vegetable Experimental Field. Wow, so beautiful, Arya exclaimed. Old Mrs. Gu held Gu Zhaodi's hand, looked at the bracelet carefully, her face full of excitement. It took a long time before he let go of her hand. It was a gold bracelet. It must have cost hundreds of taels of silver. I have learned a lot today. Grandma, don't be envious. Once this batch of soap from Nubutu is shipped, I will buy you a pair of gold bracelets, Gu Zhouyuan said generously. The old lady worked hard to help him manage the workshop and didn't want any wages. With his current wealth, buying a pair of bracelets to please the old man is nothing. Both Mrs. Sun and Mrs. Wang's breathing became heavy. Who among women can resist the temptation of expensive jewelry? Old Madame Gu was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands repeatedly, saying, You kid, Grandma's body is mostly buried in the ground. Why would I need you to buy a gold bracelet? Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, You have a long and happy life ahead of you. My workshop is all thanks to you. What's the big deal about me giving you a bracelet? Old Mrs. Gu was very pleased. She always knew that her eldest grandson was filial, but giving him a gold bracelet was too expensive. Then you just need to buy Grandma a pair of silver earrings. The old lady smiled and accepted Gu Zhouyuan's filial piety. Okay, Gu Zhouyuan agreed. When Xiaohua heard her grandma mention earrings, her eyes moved. She was now holding a cloth bag in her hand, and in the bag was the pair of earrings that Gu Zhouyuan had given her. In her heart, no matter it was a gold bracelet or silver earrings, they were not as good as the earrings her third brother gave her, even if it was just a chance. Gu Zhaodi looked at it for a while and took the bracelet off her wrist. Why aren't you wearing it? Gu Zhouyuan asked. This is my dowry. I have to keep it well. Gu Zhaodi rarely made a joke. Mrs. Lu also put the bracelet into the sandalwood box and said, I want to keep it well and save it for my future daughter-in-law. You have 3 sons, and there are only 2 bracelets, not enough to share. Sidon said with a smile. I will give this bracelet to whoever gets married first. Lu also smiled. That's it, Sidon, you're out of luck. Siju watched Sidon from the side and gloated. Sidon was unconvinced and said, That's not necessarily true. Look, my second and third brothers are not in a hurry to get married. I'm 8 years old this year, and we can get married in another 8 years. Who knows? Maybe this bracelet will still be mine. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Old Mrs. Gu glared at Sidon. In another 8 years, Dedi will be 26 years old and Xiaoyuan will be 25 years old. How can they not be married at that age? Everyone was just joking. With the financial resources of Gu Zhouyuan's family, how could the 3 brothers really fight for a pair of bracelets? The atmosphere in the courtyard was extremely relaxed. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Gu looked at the sky, stood up and said, It's time to prepare dinner. My second brother and I are going to the fields to pick some vegetables. Gu Zhouyuan also stood up and said, I'm going too. Sidon raised his hand. And me. And me. Xiaohua and the others all had to follow. Watching the large group of people leave the yard, Mrs. Gu shook her head and said, Why do all these children at home like to follow Xiaoyuan? Grandma is right. Even Miao Miao likes her uncle Xiaoyuan very much. Queen Yang said with a smile. Let's not be idle anymore. Let's wash and cut up the meat left over from lunch. As Mrs. Gu said this, she walked outside. All the leftover food from lunch was in Gu Zhouyuan's old house. There seemed to be several pounds of ribs and some pork hind legs left. I'll go get a wooden basin to wash the vegetables. Erju, fill the bucket with water first. Sun said as they walked. Erju responded, and soon looked at the water pressure well, feeling a little helpless. How do you use this thing? Lu came over with a smile, scooped a bucket of water into the well to draw water, then pressed the pressure lever twice, and water flowed out of the wellhead. Urju's eyes lit up. Hey, this thing really works. Just press it a few times and the water under the ground is pumped up. He pressed the water enthusiastically, as happy as a child. Over there, Gu Zhouyuan and his group went to the vegetable area of the experimental field. Third brother, what vegetables should we pick? Asked Sidon. What do you want to eat tonight? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the vegetable garden divided into rows and was overwhelmed by the variety of vegetables in it. It's exactly the same feeling as standing in the vegetable market after get off work, looking at the dazzling array of vegetables, but not knowing what to buy. I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Sidon raised his hand. I want to eat braised eggplant. Arya also rushed to say, I want lettuce wrap skewers. I want to eat. Or let's eat hot pot. Just put whatever you want into the pot. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while and said, Great, I love hot pot the most. Arya cheered. They were lucky enough to have a hot pot at the third brother's house. The taste is still making them drool when they think about it. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, Whatever you want to cook, go in and pick it yourself. Siju, run fast. Go home and ask your aunt to stew the bones. Tell her we're having hot pot tonight. Siju responded and ran home. The rest of the people all cheered and ran into the vegetable field. There are all kinds of vegetables in Gu Dedi's vegetable garden. Vegetables like spinach, lettuce, romaine lettuce, and cabbage are completely unseasonal and can be eaten after just a month of planting. Tomatoes, peppers, and other vegetables are the star vegetables in the vegetable garden. Because Gu Zhouyuan likes to eat pea sprouts, Gu Dedi ignores the season and specially develops many small vegetable plots to grow peas. Pea seedlings are picked one after another, just like bean sprouts. They are not picked for the purpose of harvesting the peas, but only for eating the seedlings. Gu Dedi took his small basket and picked a lot of pea seedlings. He looked up at the cotton field not far away, where he could see many busy figures working. When he was away for some business, it was Mrs. Luo who took the people to work in the fields. Catching insects in the cotton fields is extremely time-consuming, and the main job of his subordinates now is to catch insects. The chickens at home have become fat from eating insects, and some of them have started laying eggs. Gu Zhouyuan patted Gu Dedi on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't always worry about the things in the fields. You must learn to use people. I still have a lot of good stuff here. You'll be busy in the future. Human energy is limited. How can I take care of everything if I do it myself? Guda nodded to indicate that he understood. He likes working in the fields and really doesn't feel tired at all. He also led people to try to plant fruit trees in the mountains. Perhaps it is not the season for planting trees, so the survival rate of fruit trees is not high, but there are still some fruit trees that survive. Peaches, plums, tangerines, oranges, lemons, apples. There are so many varieties, and the hillside is lined with rows of fruit trees. All the felled trees were chopped into firewood, which was needed to make soap in the workshop. The trees were piled up in the open space, providing the workshop with firewood for several years. Of course, all the valuable wood was sold by Gu Zhouyuan to the system mall. Chapter 352, Moving into a New House. Although his family didn't ask too many questions, Gu Zhouyuan still went out for a ride on his horse. When I came back, I brought a bag full of hot pot ingredients. The family members are not used to spicy food yet, so there is a Shuangyuan hot pot on Gu Zhouyuan's table, while the other table has bone soup base. Only a group of younger generations in the old house had eaten hot pot at Gu Zhouyuan's house. However, eating hot pot is not new. Poor families would eat around the stove in winter, using the remaining fire in the stove to keep the food warm. The way to eat hot pot is by no means very sophisticated. It's just that there were not as many ingredients in ancient times as there are today. The origin of hot pot can be traced back to the Warring States period. In 1974, a bronze tripod was unearthed from a Western Zhou tomb in Rujiazhuang, Baoji, Shaanxi. The tripod consisted of two parts, a plate and a stove. Charcoal fire could be placed in the stove and food could be placed in the plate. This is regarded as the prototype of hot pot. The Song Dynasty book Shan Jiaqing Gong also describes rabbit hot pot in detail. In the mountains, there are only thin slices of rabbit meat, which are smothered with wine, sauce, and pepper. A half pot of water is placed on the stove. When the soup boils into a cup, chopsticks are given to each person to pick up the soup and eat it. Each person can also add sauce as needed. The modern ingredients that Gu Zhouyuan brought really opened the eyes of everyone at the table. Things like fat beef, fat lamb, and black chicken rolls, yellow throat, hairy tripe, and pig brain flour, freshly cut top brain, and dragon chest lard. Even more outrageous is that there are abalone, oysters, geoduck, conch, scallops, mantis shrimp, sweet shrimp, sea cucumber, salmon. No one could figure out where in the city these seafood products were sold. In short, everyone knows that Gu Zhouyuan is capable, so they don't have the time to think about these problems. Now everyone is concentrating on doing one thing, that is showing off their meat. Everyone was busy with their hands and mouth. They had little knowledge and only knew that these good things were only available to the rich in the city. Only Gu Zhouyuan knew clearly that he couldn't finish all the dishes on the table, let alone the rich people in the city. Even the emperor in the palace could not finish it all. Everyone put down their chopsticks reluctantly only after their stomachs were full, just like Gu Zhouyuan did after eating a seafood buffet in his previous life. When everyone in the old house was leaving, Gu Zhouyuan gave several uncooked sea cucumbers to old lady Gu to take away. This thing is as fleshy as a big bug. I don't know how to eat it if I take it back. Mrs. Gu evaded. The sea cucumber looked strange. Just now on the table, no one seemed to want to eat this big bug. It can be used in stews or stir-fries, Gu Zhouyuan laughed. It's best to eat 2 of these every day. It can strengthen your physique and improve your physical fitness. Siju reached out and pinched the sea cucumber. The feeling of duang duang was quite relaxing. He looked up and said, "This thing looks like it's covered in thorns, but it's actually soft and not hard at all." Gu Zhouyuan, who was drinking water, spit out all the water with a puff. He gave Siju a thumbs up and said, "You're right, kid." After the people in the old house left, Gu Zhouyuan and the others finished washing up and returned to their own rooms. It was the first time for each of them to have their own room, not to mention the unique decoration in the room. Gu Zhaodi sat on her soft bed, feeling as if she was in a dream. She lay down, pulled the soft quilt beside her, smelled the comfortable scent of the quilt, and breathed a long sigh of relief. She never thought that one day she would be able to live such a wonderful life. She rolled around in bed twice wrapped in the quilt, then turned over and sat up. She took out the gold bracelet and put it on her wrist, then took out the sandalwood hairpin that was tightly wrapped in cloth from her bosom. She combed her hair into a concentric bun with a horn comb in front of the mirror, and then inserted the hairpin into the bun. The hairpin held the bun firmly in place. Gu Zhaodi's gaze was attracted by the woman in the mirror. A faint smile appeared on her face, and her eyes curved into crescents. The person in the mirror also smiled faintly, and that smile was like the warm spring sun, gentle and bright, without any deliberateness, pure and moving. Mrs. Liu in the next room was already lying on the comfortable and soft big bed. Maybe I'm used to sleeping on a hard bed, so I feel a little uncomfortable sleeping on a soft bed. Or maybe it was because the bed was too big and without Zhaodi next to her, she couldn't adapt for a while. She couldn't fall asleep for a long time, staring at the roof, not knowing what she was thinking. In Saiden's room, the little guy rolled over and over on the bed, arching his back again and again. To have a bed and a room, all to myself. This bed is really big. You can lie down horizontally or vertically with plenty of room to maneuver. His second brother always said that he turned in circles in his sleep, but he actually didn't believe it. When people are asleep, they don't move at all, so how could they spin in circles? But sometimes when he woke up in the morning, he really felt like he had fallen apart. He once suspected that his second brother took him to the other side while he was sleeping. I will sleep alone this time, and I will definitely lie in the same position properly tomorrow. Gu Dedi put the money he had on him into the drawer. For the first time, he had his own independent space, and he felt indescribably excited. He lay straight on the bed and glanced at the empty side of his body. There was usually a guy lying there, but now he didn't need to curl up to sleep. He could even stretch out like a letter. There is no need to cover Saiden with a blanket all the time. The bedding and covers on the bed were all soft. These things are all made of cotton, which is a really good thing. His mind drifted to the fields again. Thinking about the abundant cotton in the fields, his mind gradually became calm. Gu Zhouyuan was already lying on the bed and snoring. After several months, he finally lay in bed again. The mattress was about the same hardness as in his previous life, and he was covered with a clean and comfortable quilt. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to that familiar era. This sleep was extremely sound. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan was awakened by a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Saiden standing outside. The boy woke up the next day and found that he had put his feet on the pillow and couldn't help scratching his head. It turns out he really does spin in circles when he sleeps. Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his eyes and looked at Saiden with a bad face. It was a rare opportunity for me to sleep in, but this kid ruined it. Second grandpa and a group of people are waiting for you in the outer yard. Saiden said hurriedly. Huh? Gu Zhouyuan was confused. So early in the morning, and there's a large group of people here. Did something happen? Saiden shook his head. I don't know either, but I see they are all smiling, so it's probably a good thing if something happens. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, pulled up the heels of his slippers, and walked out of the house. When passing the yard, he drew some water from the water well, scooped it up in his hands, washed his face roughly, and walked towards the outer yard. Chapter 353. Something happened to Xiaohua. Gu Zhouyuan walked quickly to the outer courtyard and saw the village head and the heads of the various families in the village sitting on chairs in the outer courtyard. Xiaoyuan, congratulations on moving into your new home. Congratulations. May your family's future be as prosperous as the blooming flowers in spring. I wish your family peace, health, and success. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan coming, everyone stood up and bowed to congratulate him. Haha, congratulations. Gu Zhouyuan also returned the greeting. After the two sides exchanged pleasantries, Gu Zhouyuan asked, "Second grandfather and the other clan leaders came to see me so early. Is there something going on? I have had the desks and chairs for the school prepared and moved into the classroom 2 days ago. It's called a classroom, right?" Gu Lijing said with a smile. "I will wait until your family moves to a new house before discussing the opening of the school with you." Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized that this was the case. Opening a school is a big event in the village, so it is no wonder that so many heavyweights have come together. Then what are we waiting for? It's better to do it today than to wait for another day. Let's start school today. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands. Okay, I'll go back and ring the gong right away, Gu Lijing said with a smile. Hurry up, ring the gong. I guess the headman has something big to announce. Oh, you're stupid. Why do you need to estimate this? It must be something related to the school. That's probably it. My father-in-law has been asked by the village head to make tables and chairs these days. He said they are all needed for the school. Have your 3 donkeys signed up? Of course I'll apply, but it's only 500 won a year. Who knows, maybe my family will produce a scholar. Your Sanyu can pass the imperial examination? Then my Bajin will definitely pass the imperial examination. Ha! When the villagers heard the sound of the gong, they all became excited. All the people who didn't have jobs gathered around the big locust tree. The village headman didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Fellow villagers, our village school officially opens today. This is all thanks to Zhouyuan. He not only provided advice, but also paid for it out of his own pocket, hoping that the children in the village would have a bright future. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Gu Zhouyuan with approval, and applause broke out like a tide. Those who have registered and paid tuition can send their children to school today. Every day, classes start at 11 a.m., students go home for lunch at 11 p.m., and continue to study in the classroom at 11 p.m. School ends at 11 p.m. Generally, private schools provide meals, but the tuition is low and the students are all children from the village, so 1 hour at noon is enough for them to go home and eat. The children in the village found it quite new and they all jumped happily into the school. Gu Zhouyuan called Feng Tongxing over and handed him a long ruler. Tell him that if there are any disobedient students, just beat them and that's it. The noisy classroom immediately became quiet. When Mr. Feng picked up the ruler, his demeanor suddenly changed and his eyes became much sharper. He waved the ruler in the air twice, making a whistling sound. All the children were suddenly silent, and the students' awe of the strict teacher and the ruler of punishment naturally developed at this moment. Gu Zhouyuan walked out of the classroom contentedly. Who would smile when going to school for the first time? Cry for me. The classroom was full of uneducated children, and everyone in the Gu family had learned a lot from Gu Zhouyuan. Of course, there is no need to follow Mr. Feng to learn 1, 2, 3. Xiaohua and Area are girls, and they cannot attend classes with a group of boys. Gu Zhouyuan plans to open a women's class and hire a female teacher to teach in the future. However, it is not easy to find a female gentleman, so it may take some effort. Dazhu and Erzhu are already adults, and they feel embarrassed to attend class with a group of kids. They heard that Gu Zhouyuan was planning to open an adult night school literacy class, so they registered with Gu Zhouyuan in advance. Only Sanyu from the Gu family was sitting inside. With the mentality of learning more is better, Mr. Wang thought it would never hurt to listen to the teacher's lectures more often. Who knows, maybe Sanyu will be able to become the top scholar in the future and bring honor to the family. At noon, Siju came to find Gu Zhouyuan. Third brother, my father asked me to tell you that he wants to ask you for some green onions so that he can cook the sea cucumbers. Go ahead, Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. Just go dig whatever you want to eat, but pick it from the periphery. Don't go in and step on the vegetables in the experimental field, or your second brother will punish you. I see. Then I'll pick 2 more eggplants and some tomatoes. Siju kept mumbling. Boy, can you finish eating all the vegetables you picked? Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. He was setting up a nest for Xiaobai and Pingtu in the yard. The pig pen and dog kennel are located in the outer courtyard, right next to the corridor. Someone is coming to my uncle's house and wants to stay at my house for lunch, Siju said as he ran outside. It turns out that relatives came to visit, No wonder. Gu Zhouyuan didn't take it seriously, it was just some vegetables. By the afternoon, Gu Zhouyuan was wandering around Gu Dedi's fruit garden with Pingtu and Xiaobai. He heard someone calling him faintly at the foot of the mountain. He listened attentively. Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan. Someone was indeed calling him, and there seemed to be anxiety in the voice. Oh no, something happened. His heart sank, and he quickly ran down the mountain. Pingtu and Xiaobai followed closely behind him. Before Gu Zhouyuan reached the foot of the mountain, he met Gu Monsong and Dazhu, who were sweating profusely. Xiaoyuan. Oh no, Xiaohua. Xiaohua is missing. Gu Monsong said, panting without even taking a breath. Xiaohua is missing? Gu Zhouyuan's heart skipped a beat. As he continued running down the mountain, he asked, what do you mean it's gone? Every family in the countryside has many children, and the adults don't take much care of them. Sometimes the children go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and go down to the river to catch snails. They don't go home until dark, and no one takes it seriously. It's not even dark yet. Why is second uncle so sure that Xiaohua is missing? My eldest brother-in-law and his family came over today, and at the dinner table he brought up Xiaohua and cousin Liu Jin's marriage again. Xiaohua said she wouldn't get married, but her aunt and cousin scolded her, and she ran out of the house in anger. Gu Monsong spoke very quickly, observing Gu Zhouyuan's expression. Sure enough, Gu Zhouyuan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glanced at Gu Monsong and said coldly, at the dinner table? Lunch was already several hours away. Why didn't you chase Xiaohua back then? We thought she would look for you, but later we heard from the patrol team that she ran out of the village. Gu Monsong also looked regretful. Xiaohua is closest to Gu Zhouyuan. They thought she was wronged and must have come to Gu Zhouyuan to complain. What are the patrol team members doing? She is just a little girl. How can we let her leave the village alone? Gu Zhouyuan said, gritting his teeth. The patrol team also asked her about it, but she said she was going to the village entrance to pick someone up, so they didn't ask any more questions. Then the patrol team changed shifts, and they forgot about it. Gu Monsong answered while running. Chapter 354. I'm not done with you. Have you searched everywhere? Have you sent anyone to look outside the village? Gu Zhouyuan knew that this was not the time to get angry and hold anyone responsible, so he suppressed his anger and told himself to stay calm. We've looked everywhere in the village and outside, but we can't find anyone, Dazhu said anxiously. The patrol team said they haven't seen Xiaohua come back. Where do you think she would have gone alone? Gu Monsong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Xiaohua has basically never left the village since she grew up, except for going back to her parents' home with Sun. She ran away from home because she had a quarrel with her uncle, and she definitely would not go to find her grandparents, because her grandparents' home is also her uncle's home. Brother Dazhu, ride your horse and go to your grandfather's house to take a look. Who knows, Xiaohua might go there to complain. Gu Zhouyuan arranged. Although the possibility is small, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't want to miss any hope. I don't know how to ride a horse. Dazhu was a little embarrassed. Then go in a carriage. Okay. Gu Zhouyuan blew the whistle at the entrance of the village, and soon all the patrol members gathered there. Gu Zhouyuan asked them to form groups of 3 and search in a fan shape along the main road of Datong village. If you encounter a small ditch or river, or a valley or cliff. Gu Zhouyuan paused and continued through gritted teeth. Pay more attention. Everyone knew what Gu Zhouyuan meant, and they all nodded with serious faces. Sun was crying and shouting, My little flower, where are you? Come back soon. I won't marry you anymore. I'll do whatever you say. Gu Zhouyuan frowned. He had already told his family last time that Xiaohua and the others were not in a hurry to get married, and his second and third aunts also agreed. He didn't know why this happened today. Why is Xiaohua so stubborn? If she doesn't want to get married, then she doesn't. Why is she running away from home? A woman in her 40s raised her index finger and winked. This person looked unfamiliar, and Gu Zhouyuan guessed that this was probably Xiaohua's aunt. Sister-in-law, Xiaohua and Liu Jin's relationship hasn't been finalized yet, so why are you here with the betrothal gifts to propose marriage? Xiaohua is a sentimental girl. How can she bear you forcing her like this? Sun sobbed. Why do you say it hasn't been decided? Didn't we discuss it that day? You two didn't object, so how can it be said that we forced her? Sun's sister-in-law Wu defended. That was just a verbal discussion. Have you discussed the marriage? Have you matched the marriage? Have you agreed on the marriage? How did it all come to the point of offering an engagement? Old Mrs. Gu on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but speak. As she spoke, she complained to Gu Monsong. Xiaoyuan told you to explain things clearly to your brother-in-law and his family as soon as possible to avoid any trouble later, but you insisted on dragging it out. Now that something's happened, you're regretting it. Gu Monsong's face was full of pain, and he was regretting it so much that his intestines were turning green. He had previously thought about going to his eldest brother-in-law's house to clarify everything. But he had a lot of things to do, so he thought it wouldn't matter if he did it a few days later, so he delayed it for a few days. Who would have thought that my brother-in-law and his family were so unreliable? They came to my house with a betrothal gift without even saying hello. After Gu Zhouyuan arranged everyone, he turned to look at Xiaohua's uncle and his family. Sun Daqiang used to work at the docks, and he is not as quiet as ordinary rural men. He snorted coldly and said, "We country folk don't care about those things. If you verbally agreed, then the marriage is naturally settled. My son Lu Jin manages a warehouse at the city's docks. I wonder how many young ladies from good families would like to marry into my son's family. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaohua is my sister's daughter and we wanted to strengthen the relationship between our two families, who would want to marry the daughter of your Gu family? My son is a well-known figure at the docks. I can easily give your family 2 quotas to carry heavy bags, and it will also help your family." Who would have thought that Xiaohua, who usually looks obedient and sensible, is actually stubborn? It's better for our son family not to marry a daughter-in-law like this. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows, glanced at Sun Daqiang coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Are you talking like a human being? Xiaohua is fine today, so everything is fine. If something goes wrong, I will make sure you guys pay for it." "Hey, who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Sun Daqiang said sarcastically. "Xiaohua ran away on her own. What does this have to do with us? Why are you making us suffer the consequences? How can a farmer from your village be so arrogant?" His son Lu Jin was in charge of the warehouse at the dock. Villagers who wanted to work at the dock basically relied on Liu Jin's connections. His family has a high status in their village, which leads to them doing things without considering other people's feelings. He saw the young man directing the patrol team to do something. I guess that this person probably had a certain status in the village, maybe the son of a village chief. But what's the point of being awesome in the village? Being awesome is being successful outside. I am Xiaohua's 3rd brother. There is no point in saying more. Just pray that Xiaohua is safe and sound. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was cold, and it was impossible to tell his emotions. This man is second aunt's biological brother, and he also suppressed his anger. If it were someone else who dared to put Xiaohua in danger, he would have taken action long ago. How could he listen to this person making a fuss here? But he suppressed his temper, but others refused to do so. "Where did you come from, you wild 3rd brother? I am Xiaohua's aunt. How can you, an outsider, have the right to interfere in our family affairs?" Wu shouted with her hands on her hips. Everyone in the Gu family was silent and looked at Sun. After this incident, Sun was already very dissatisfied with her eldest brother's family. But because of this relationship, it is not easy to get angry. Hearing that his elder brother and sister-in-law dared to say that to Xiao Yuan, the anger that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. "Brother Yi-san, this is my home. Xiaohua's surname is Gu. Xiao Yuan is my nephew. If he has no right to manage this, who has the right to manage it? Sun Wu, who gave you the courage to say such things in Datong village? What Xiao Yuan said is what I want to say. I hope Xiaohua is okay today. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive your family. You. Mrs. Wu covered her ribs, feeling choked by her sister-in-law's words. She yelled at Sun Daqiang standing beside her. "Look at you, sister. Married girls are like spilled water. With just one word, we've become outsiders. You're still not letting us off the hook." Chapter 355. How did I offend him? Sun Daqiang's face also turned dark. This girl is the most obedient at home. Even after getting married, she has been very well-behaved and sensible in front of him, her eldest brother, when she returns to her parents' home over the years. This was the first time she had an argument with her family. With so many people watching, he felt a little embarrassed. The surrounding villagers were still pointing at him. But he didn't dare say anything more since he was on someone else's territory. He just secretly made up his mind. From now on, I will let Lu Jin keep a close eye on the dock, and no one from Datong village is allowed to carry heavy bags. I'm going to make sure you guys can't even cry. Second brother, go call all the people who help us with the work. Gu Zhouyuan didn't bother to argue with Sun Daqiang. He said to Gu Dedi, "Erju, go help my second brother and call for help." Gu Dedi and Erju ran towards the end of the village together. It is already the end of the Shen hour. Once it gets dark, the difficulty of finding people in the mountains will increase exponentially. It's not a good idea to search blindly. Although Sun Daqiang came to propose marriage today, this matter has not been made public in the village. In other words, Xiaohua would not commit suicide out of shame and anger. She probably went out of spite and wanted to wait until Wu Daqiang and his family left before returning to the village. Gu Zhouyuan quickly calculated in his mind. Xiaohua most likely ran to a place not far from the village and was able to observe the way out of the village. This way she could see when Sun Daqiang and the others would return home. But that's where the problem lies. My second uncle and his friends have already searched along the road outside the village. Now there are patrol teams, and so many people are searching and shouting. Xiaohua is a smart girl. She would never be so willful as to hide away and make the whole village worry about her. Gu Zhouyuan's heart sank. In this case, there was only one reason that led to the current situation. That means Xiaohua had an accident. There are several types of accidents. One is natural disasters, such as falling into water or falling off a cliff. The second is encountering poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests and meeting with accidents. Another type is man-made disaster, being captured by bad guys. All three accidents are extremely dangerous. Compared with the first two options, Gu Zhouyuan believes that the chance of survival is greater when being held hostage. Gu Dedi and the others quickly ran over with their men. The women will stay in the village, and all the men will form teams of 10 and advance along this road. If you see any clues along the way, send someone back to tell me. Don't go it alone. The 10 of you need to look after each other and keep in touch with each other. Gu Zhouyuan bit his cheek and swallowed back the words, if he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. He spoke with difficulty. Whether we find the person or not, gather here in an hour. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Then they quickly divided into groups, and according to Gu Zhouyuan's instructions, they each divided into areas and searched forward. Sun Daqiang and his family of 3 were obviously frightened by the situation. Isn't it just that Xiaohua ran away in anger? Is it that serious? She will naturally know to go home when it gets dark. Mrs. Wu swallowed and said to Sun Daqiang. Sun Daqiang had never seen any villagers so united. The key is Gu Zhouyuan's orders. None of these people objected, and they all carried them out 100%. He pulled Sun Lujin, who had been silent for a while, and said, Lujin, do you think Xiaohua will be all right? He had never noticed that Sun Lujin had been shrinking his neck and lowering his head since Gu Zhouyuan came over, and hadn't said a word until now, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. It should be fine. Sun Lujin lowered his head and spoke in a muffled voice. Everyone's attention was drawn to the search and rescue team, and no one noticed his lowered face. At this moment, Sun Liujin's face was pale. He had just recognized Gu Zhouyuan. It turned out that the third brother Xiaohua was talking about was the shopkeeper, Gu, whom he saw at the dock that day. This man casually took out several thousand taels of silver notes from his pocket. He has business dealings with Nubutu and Soapwood. This is a wealthy man in the area. How could I have offended this big guy? Nubutu is a dock worker with connections in both the black and white worlds. Even such a big shot who was all-powerful in his eyes was still treating Gu Zhouyuan as a brother that day and was extremely humble. If this matter of mine was exposed to Nubutu, not only would my job be lost, but even my life would probably be half gone. He really started to pray now, praying that nothing would happen to Xiaohua. I also pray that his parents will stop causing trouble. God knows how panicked he was when he heard his parents provoking Gu Zhouyuan so recklessly just now. How he wanted to pull back his parents who were jumping back and forth on the edge of the cliff. But Gu Zhouyuan was watching, and he didn't even dare to speak to stop him. Now, while Gu Zhouyuan was arranging things, he finally got the chance and tugged at the sleeves of the 2 men. Stop talking. Please, he whispered in pain. What? Sun Daqiang and Wu were confused. Gu Zhouyuan really wanted to go find the person himself, but he knew he couldn't leave. After all, the places he could search alone were limited, so he had to wait here and take control of the overall situation. As the sky gradually darkened, his heart sank a little. The look he gave the 3 members of the Sun family became increasingly hostile. Why are you guys standing here instead of looking for someone? Gu Mansong and a dozen villagers ran back to get torches. Seeing that his brother-in-law and his 2 brothers were still squatting on the side of the road like idiots, he became furious. Sun Daqiang suddenly stopped working and stood up. He pointed at Gu Mansong and cursed. How can you talk like that? We are your wife's family. You Gu people really have no manners at all. Is this how you treat guests who come to your house? Bah, you are shitty guests. If you hadn't called Xiaohua your daughter-in-law at the dinner table, would she have run away in anger? Gu Mansong said angrily. Hey, are you blaming us now? You didn't stop me when I was screaming. I saw you were smiling happily. Now that the situation has become serious, Wu is naturally unwilling to take the blame. After hearing this, Gu Mansong felt even more hatred, but also more guilty. He shouldn't think that guests are welcome, and you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. For the sake of shitty etiquette, he harmed his own daughter. The brother-in-law and his wife were right. He shouldn't blame others for what happened today. If anything happens to Xiaohua, he and his wife will bear the main responsibility. Gu Zhouyuan watched coldly, thinking that now was not the time to talk about responsibility. Sun Lujin caught a glimpse of Gu Zhouyuan looking at him from the corner of his eye. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and lowered his head even lower. Gu Song, you're also a coward. You only know how to bully your wife's family. He's just standing there doing nothing. Why don't you tell him to go find someone? Mrs. Wu pointed at Gu Zhouyuan and shouted loudly. That's enough. Sun Lujin was under immense pressure. He finally stood up and shouted at Wu. Can you please stop talking? Chapter 356 Finding Clues. Would you please stop talking? Sun Lujin stood up and shouted. Wu was so shocked by his sudden scolding that she stood there in a daze. Sun Daqiang also looked incredulous. Gu Zhouyuan frowned as he looked at the man who suddenly exploded and said in surprise, It's you. This person had been keeping his head down before, but he didn't care. Now he finally saw the man's face clearly. This person turned out to be the accountant's son who was in charge of keeping accounts when he went to the dock to buy wood that day. Gu. Shopkeeper Gu. Sun Lujin called out tremblingly. Are you going to come and force my sister to marry you? Gu Zhouyuan asked indifferently. Forced marriage? Sun Lujin immediately broke out in a sweat. He swallowed hard and stammered. No. It's all my father and my mother who are coming to propose marriage. No, it's none of my business. Even though Sun Daqiang and Wu were slow to react, they still understood. This kid named Gu must be from a very important background. When his son saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Sun Lujin felt so regretful. To be honest, he looked down on his cousin. He was in charge of the warehouse at the dock and became an accountant. He thought he was a top person in the area. He always thought that he would marry a city girl. He didn't dare to think about the daughter of a wealthy family, but at least she should be the daughter of a merchant and have a household registration in the city. But in the past few years, he was neither too high nor too low, and the marriage was delayed year after year. My mother was eager to have a grandson, so she took him to meet her eldest aunt's daughter a few days ago. She said she would let him look at someone, and if he liked someone, the marriage would be arranged in a few days. He was reluctant at first, but after seeing the youthful and innocent little flower, he changed his mind. He found that Xiaohua was different from those country girls in the village. She speaks and acts in a reasonable and measured way, and she can even read. He saw with his own eyes Xiaohua practicing calligraphy and doing arithmetic problems in a notebook. This hit him right in the heart, as he was an accountant himself, and Xiaohua could also write and do math. This is a match made in heaven. He immediately called his parents outside and expressed his willingness to marry Xiaohua. This made my parents very happy. As soon as they entered the house, they started talking about the couple's marriage with my aunt's family. He is a handsome man with a respectable job in the city. In addition, his two families are cousins who know each other well, so there is naturally no reason for the other party to refuse him. As soon as Nyang threw out the words, all the members of the Gu family happily picked up on them. That's why I came here today with the betrothal gifts to propose marriage. Although it's a bit hasty and unreasonable, but they have confidence in their own family and believe that this is a great opportunity for the Gu family to climb up the social ladder, and the other party has no reason to be angry. Is he the person you are talking about as a prominent figure at the dock? Gu Zhouyuan looked at Sun Daqiang and his wife with a forced smile. Sun Daqiang and Wu were speechless. In the past, they really had the confidence to do so. Isn't the dock warehouse manager one of the people in charge of the dock? If people from their village wanted to carry heavy bags at the dock, they would look for Lu Jin to say hello. But when they saw how scared their son was, they all understood that there was probably a big gap in status between their son and the aggressive young man in front of them. Are you more awesome than Laonyo? Gu Zhouyuan said to Sun Lujin in a cold voice again. Sun Liujin's legs were shaking so much that he almost couldn't stand. Gu Zhouyuan found it quite boring to see him in such a miserable state. Once Xiaohua is found, tell Niu Butu and ask him to find a new accountant. If Xiaohua can't be found, he stopped himself from thinking further, just as everyone finished making the torches and ran out of the village. Xiaoyuan. A small group of people in the distance were running towards this side quickly. Before the person arrived, he hurriedly called out to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan's heart skipped a beat. He was eager to hear news from outside, but also afraid of hearing bad news. What's wrong? Have you found Xiaohua? Gu Zhouyuan walked towards the person coming. Xiaohua was not found. Chao Liuzi said breathlessly. Before Gu Zhouyuan could ask further questions, Hu Dequan, who was standing by, held up a cloth shoe and shouted, "We found a shoe. There is also an earring." Chao Liuzi also rushed to speak. Gu Zhouyuan narrowed his eyes. He ran over quickly and took the things from the two people. He couldn't tell whose shoes they were, but he recognized the earrings. This is one of the only pair of earrings in the world. The pair of titanium steel antique earrings he bought in the mall when he came back from selling wild boar meat. There is a shining star at the top of the earring, and 5 thin chains of different lengths hang from the bottom of the star. After he gave it to Xiaohua, he never saw her wear it. Where did you find it? Gu Zhouyuan asked in a deep voice. Chao Liuzi quickly replied. I saw this earring on the road less than a mile from the village. The shoes were found on the grass by the roadside a few steps away from the earrings, said Hudafa. Chao Liuzi took over the conversation and continued. The earring is too small. Several groups of people passed by and missed it. Instead, it was stepped on and pushed into the mud by the people in front. I was running so fast that I tripped over a rock. When I got up, I saw something shining on the ground. I picked it up and saw that it was a beautiful earring. I don't know if this earring has anything to do with Xiaohua. You said not to miss any clues. I'll have our team search near where the earrings were found. We searched a large area around here, but only found this one shoe. Gu Mansong took the shoes from Gu Zhouyuan and said excitedly, These are Xiaohua's shoes. Gu Zhouyuan's face was as gloomy as water. An earring fell on the road, and a shoe was lost on the side of the road. The forests outside are sparse and not very dense, and no ferocious beasts have been heard of appearing in these years. Xiaohua, she must have been kidnapped. Xiaoyuan, are these earrings Xiaohua's? Asked Chao Liuzi. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I gave it to Xiaohua. Let's go and take a look at the place where you found the earrings. Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice. Okay. Chao Liuzi took the lead and ran very fast along the path. Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Mansong immediately followed. A group of people behind also quickly followed. Chapter 357 Kidnapped. Follow Chao Liuzi to the place where the clue was found. Gu Zhouyuan calculated in his mind that this place was about 700 meters away from the village. It only took them about 5 minutes to run over. This place is still within the scope of Datong village, and this road is the only way to leave the village. Because the search team went back and forth many times, all traces at the scene had already been destroyed. Gu Zhouyuan observed the surroundings and found that a few meters away from the scene, there were 2 huge trees as thick as an embrace growing side by side. If he were Xiaohua, he would probably hide there, staring at the direction of the village entrance, observing whether Sun Daqiang and the others had returned home. Gu Zhouyuan walked over and found that the grass under the tree had been trampled into a flat ground. It was obviously caused by someone staying here for a long time. Gu Zhouyuan deduced the situation at that time. Xiaohua was standing here looking towards the village entrance, but she was discovered by the villains for some reason. The bad guys are approaching her from somewhere else, and Xiaohua knows not to run deep into the woods. The road is relatively safe. She was running towards the road while calling for help, but was caught by the criminals. During her struggle, her earrings and shoes fell off. He suppressed his anxiety. Blow the whistle and ask everyone who is out to gather here. Gu Zhouyuan said. Did you find anything? Hu Dequan came over and asked. Xiaohua must have been kidnapped. Gu Zhouyuan's face was grim. Kidnapped. Everyone was shocked. This is where the incident happened. Have people search around here. Gu Zhouyuan didn't have time to explain too much. Immediately, whistles sounded one after another in the woods. The sharp sound seemed to pierce one's eardrums. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his face hard, trying to dispel the anxiety in his heart. It is still unclear what the other party's purpose was in kidnapping Xiaohua. Was it a spur-of-the-moment decision, or was it long planned? If it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, was it for money or sex? If it was planned long ago, who was it targeting? Xiaohua is just a young girl who knows nothing about the world and has no enemies. Who would be so deliberate as to kidnap her? Oh shit. Gu Zhouyuan cursed inwardly. He had made quite a few enemies recently, so who was it that had done this to him? He thought it over carefully in his mind. He has quite a few enemies. Zhao Fugui and Zhao Baiwan had been thrown into the old forest by him. At this moment, these two have probably just crossed the Naiha Bridge and should not have the time to seek revenge on me. Wu Jiro, the owner of Yuanheng Restaurant? Although there were frictions between him and the father and daughter, it was not a deep hatred. They also saw the end of Zhao Fugui and his son. Gu Zhouyuan was certain that the Wu family father and daughter would not dare to provoke him. The day before yesterday, there was a new enemy, Fang Zhamping. As soon as this name appeared, Gu Zhouyuan ruled it out. Fang Zhamping's father is the inspector of Tali County. If he comes to seek revenge, he will definitely fabricate charges and take revenge in the name of the government. The Fang family is in an absolutely dominant position on the surface, and they have the means to deal with a powerless farmer. Standing outside the village and catching a little girl who has nothing to do with the matter is something that only people at a disadvantage would do. The other party felt that he was no match for Gu Zhouyuan in a head-on confrontation, so he resorted to such despicable means. Not only is he incompetent, but he also has a grudge against me. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up, and he shouted at Chao Liuzi. Uncle Chao, call the people guarding the village entrance today. Chao Liuzi was startled by his sudden shout. After he came to his senses, he quickly responded and went to call for help. After a while, the 6 people who guarded the village entrance in the morning afternoon, and evening shifts all stood in front of Gu Zhouyuan. Besides Xiaohua, who else left the village today? Gu Zhouyuan asked directly. Our evening shift hasn't started yet. No one from our afternoon shift leaves the village. Huazi, what about your morning shift? The two people from the afternoon shift looked at each other, and one of them spoke. The villager named Huazi thought for a moment and said, Gu Yukai is building a house, and the ox cart only goes to the city once every 5 days. Today is not a good day, so no one has left the village. Only Xiaohua left at 2:45 in the afternoon, and then we changed shifts. Gu Zhouyuan frowned. It was different from what he expected. Wasn't that guy from the village? Just as he was thinking about it, Huazi said again, Oh right. My shift changer said that Lizi left the village at 5 o'clock in the morning. You idiot. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes narrowed. Who were those two people on the night shift yesterday? Hu and Dolly. I'll go call them. Huazi said. Lizi left the village at an hour, Dolly described. We were wondering what this lazy fellow was doing out of the village before daybreak. Hu even joked that he had gone to climb someone's wall and got scolded by the idiot. We strictly check when entering the village, but generally don't care much when leaving the village. I laughed at him a few times and didn't take it too seriously. Gu Zhouyuan licked his lips and asked, Did he return to the village later? No, Hu said firmly. I've always wanted to know what this kid did when he left the village. I even brought it up with Huazi during my shift change. We didn't see him come back from the morning shift. Huazi stood at attention. He didn't come back in the afternoon either, someone on the afternoon shift also said. You idiot. I'm going to kill you. Gu Zhouyuan gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Is it really Lizi? How dare he do such a thing? Chao Liuzi said in disbelief. Lizi also went out at midnight a while ago, saying that he was going to set traps in the mountains. Someone on patrol recalled and said, Yes. When I was on duty, I also saw him leaving the village in the early morning. When I asked him, he said he was going hunting. He usually returns to the village in the late afternoon with nothing in his hands. He has never caught any prey. I heard that Lizi sometimes goes out for 2 days before returning to the village. It seems that he has been working as a beggar outside all this time. This guy is so heartless. Xiaohua, this is most likely what he did. This guy suffered at the hands of the Gu family last time because of the Luo widow incident. Now that he has the chance, he will take revenge. Every wrong has its perpetrator. How can you take your anger out on a little girl? He's a scoundrel. He's not a normal person. Everyone started whispering to each other, and it was obvious that they all felt that Gu Zhouyuan's judgment was correct. You idiot, I'll fuck your ancestors. Gu Monsong's eyes were bloodshot. He picked up a hatchet and wanted to fight Lizi. I ran 2 steps, but didn't know which direction to go. You guys continue searching around. I'm going to the city. Gu Zhouyuan forced himself to calm down. Now is the golden rescue time, and we cannot delay. He ran back home quickly, mounted a fast horse, and rode towards the county town, whipping the horse furiously. In the city, in an inconspicuous house, the dark and damp cellar was filled with a disgusting sour smell. When the hanging spider web brushed past the tip of her nose, Xiaohua finally regained some consciousness. A dull pain shot through the back of my head. Her hands were tied behind her back and her feet were bound tightly. A thick hemp rope was tied into her mouth, preventing her from screaming. When her eyes adjusted to the dark environment, Xiaohua realized that she was not the only one in the room. Besides her, there were 6 or 7 other young women huddled in the corner. Chapter 358 Must Escape. Whoa. Xiaohua tried hard to sit up, but the rope was tied too tightly. After struggling for a while, she just lay on the ground in a different position. At this time, a woman came out from the corner and helped Xiaohua up. She whispered, I'll untie your rope, and you must not scream. After she finished speaking, she looked at Xiaohua intently. After Xiaohua nodded, she began to untie the hemp rope tied around Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as the rope was untied, Xiaohua took a few deep breaths of turbid air. You. Shoo. As soon as Xiaohua opened her mouth, the woman next to her quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't speak so loudly, she said in a low voice. While speaking, he glanced quickly in one direction and seemed very nervous. Xiaohua covered her mouth and waited until the tense atmosphere subsided before she whispered, Where is this place? The woman shook her head, not knowing whether she didn't know or was afraid to say it. She bent down and helped Xiaohua untie the rope that tied her hands behind her back. Xiaohua moved her hands twice and then untied the rope on her feet herself. She didn't rush to stand up and move around. She remained seated on the ground and asked again in a low voice, Were you all kidnapped? She still remembered that today her uncle's family came to her house with a piece of cloth and 2 taels of silver to propose marriage. At first she didn't know and just thought they were relatives visiting. I was just a little surprised that someone brought a piece of cloth when visiting relatives. This gift was a bit too heavy. While eating, what her aunt-in-law said made her realize that something was wrong. She argued that she would not marry her 16 cousin. My uncle then said that they had brought all the betrothal gifts, a piece of cloth, and 2 taels of silver. Siju was so angry that he wanted to go find his third brother, but was stopped by Anyang. Anyang said, "Don't bother third brother with everything. Just explain everything to eldest uncle's family." Dad also said that he knew what was going on and asked her not to worry. But my uncle had drunk some wine and kept calling her daughter-in-law. Her aunt also told her about the family rules of their son family. She ran out in a rage. She didn't go to find her third brother. After all, he was the younger generation and it was difficult for him to speak in front of his uncle and others. She didn't want to make things difficult for him. She left the village and hid behind 2 trees. Standing there, you can just see the direction of the village entrance. She wanted to hide so that her uncle's family couldn't find her, and today's matter was over. She faced Datong village, hiding herself. But she didn't think that if someone walked into the village from outside, they could easily see her. She heard footsteps coming from her side. She turned her head and saw Erlizzi. She ran towards the village so fast that she didn't even care if she lost one of her shoes. But he was still caught up by Erlizzi. She screamed for help, but she only had time to shout once before she was hit hard on the back of her head. When I woke up again, I was in this place. The woman nodded, her voice filled with sorrow. I was kidnapped while fleeing from famine. Them too. The woman nodded her chin towards the others. Why did they lock us up here? Xiaohua asked. The woman's eyes dimmed, and another voice in the corner whispered. She was probably sold to a brothel. Xiaohua was shocked. She actually had such a prediction in her mind. After all, these are all beautiful young women. The result is not difficult to guess. She will either be bought as a concubine or sold to a brothel. But when she actually heard such an answer from someone else, she couldn't help but panic. She got up and groped around the room. This is a closed room with only a wooden door for entry and exit. There are some small holes above the wooden door for air venting. Xiaohua reached out and pulled the wooden door twice, and found that it was unusually thick. Little girl, don't waste your energy. I've been locked up here for several days and can't run away. A woman about 20 years old said in the corner. She also stood up and walked to the wooden door, looking out through the air vents on it. There's no sunlight here all day long. It must be a cellar. What's your name? Her name is Xianghe, said the girl who came out to help Xiaohua untie the rope. My name is Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Even though she was in danger at the moment, Xiaohua couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. My name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua also gave her name. Were you also captured by Erlizzi? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. Who's the bastard? He's a man under 30 years old, with pimples on his face and a big mole on his chin. Xiaohua described Erlizzi's characteristics. No. All the women in the cellar shook their heads. Xiang, he said, but I saw the man with the big mole on his chin you mentioned. He came here a few days ago and took a girl away. Xiaohua was silent. She didn't expect that Erlizzi was not seeking revenge against her family because he had a grudge against her. He was actually a professional kidnapper. As Xiaohua fell silent, the atmosphere in the cellar became gloomy again. No, we have to find a way to escape. Xiaohua suddenly said after a while. Keep your voice down. Xiaobai's face turned pale. There are people guarding outside. If you piss them off, they'll come in and beat you up. As she spoke, she lifted up her sleeves, revealing a number of bruises on them. Is there anyone guarding it? I don't know if I can bribe him to let me go, or maybe ask him to inform my third brother. The little girl is still young, and her mind is so pure. Xiaohua rummaged through her pockets. She remembered that she still had a dozen coins and a pair of earrings given to her by her third brother. But after searching all over her body, she found that all her belongings were gone. Seeing her like this, Xianghe clearly understood what was going on. She shook her head and said, everyone is searched before being brought in. The other women looked at Xiaohua numbly. Each of them was the same as Xiaohua at this moment when they came in. I fantasized that the gatekeeper would show mercy and that I could still escape. But these days, they have become completely desperate. People were constantly being brought into and taken away from the cellar. The people who came in tried desperately to get out of the cellar. But if I go out, does that mean I have escaped death? Chapter 359, Poking a Hole in the Sky. Is this thing made of iron? Can iron be made into such a thin chain? In the room, a bald man was holding an earring and looking at the candlelight. Is the woman you captured really just a little girl with no background? The bald man asked suspiciously, holding the earring. This pair of earrings is very unique and doesn't look like something a little girl from the countryside would wear. In his line of work, he needs to be bold but also cautious. There is a famine outside now, and some of them are refugees from outside. There's no need to take the risk of arresting some women whose background you don't know. Don't offend anyone you shouldn't offend. Hey, can I still cheek you, Boss Wong? An ugly man said with his hands dancing. This man had a big hairy mole on his chin, and he was exactly the scoundrel that Gu Zhouyuan wanted to cut into pieces. That girl is a wild girl from my village. It's okay. We can sell her to a brothel in another county. I guarantee nothing will happen to her. Don't worry, these damn earrings are made of neither gold nor silver. You can tell at a glance that they're worthless. I don't know which blacksmith shop they got them from. Lizzie said nonchalantly. The bald man named Huang Lao seemed to be thinking about something. What Lizzie said was probably correct. This little girl only had a dozen cents on her, and she was dressed like a country girl. However, these earrings always made him feel special. He decided to have them sent to a jewelry shop to hear what the professionals had to say. This girl is from here. It will be difficult to sell her to other places. I can only give you half a tael of silver for this deal. Boss Huang said slowly. Half a tael. Lizzie was anxious. Isn't it 2 taels of silver per person? Xiaohua looks like she's worth 3 taels of silver. I carried her on my back for such a long distance on the mountain road. How can you only give me half a tael of silver? Boss Huang threw the earrings onto the table. You still have the nerve to bargain. You're breaking the rules, you know that. I told you not to capture local women. The risk is too great. There are refugees out there now. I'll give you half a tael of silver as a reward for your hard work. If you think it's too little, just take the person away. Lizzie waved his hands repeatedly. Half a tael is half a tael. I will listen to you, Boss Huang. Just kidding. Xiaohua saw his face. This guy must not be let go. Thinking of Gu Zhiyuan's methods, he couldn't help but shudder. I don't have the ability to sell people to other places. If I kill someone to silence him, it wouldn't be worth it. I wouldn't earn a penny from all the hard work, and not only would I lose a life, but I would also offend Boss Huang. Boss Huang smiled contemptuously. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. This guy only targets people around him. He is a useless person. Gu Zhouyuan entered the city without any delay and went straight to the county government office. How dare someone in my jurisdiction forcibly seize a woman? County Magistrate Ho slammed the table and said angrily, Captain Zhou, take the officers from the Yamen and search the city. Thoroughly search every pimping shop and brothel. Call Zhang Jinhu over here too. Ask him to find out if there are any blind men under his command. Yes, sir. Captain Zhou was also furious. He had met Xiaohua in Datong village. She was a very polite and sensible girl. Such a lovely little girl was kidnapped by Lai Zi from the same village. Her life or death is unknown. How could he not be angry? What's more, she is Brother Gu's sister. Damn it, if he finds that bastard, he'll kill the son of a bitch with one blow. Wait a moment. Gu Zhouyuan stopped Captain Zhou and described Lizzie's physical characteristics. Okay, this guy has such a distinctive look. I'm sure I can find him. Gu Zhouyuan took out another pair of earrings and handed them to Captain Zhou. Take these earrings and go to a jewelry store and ask if anyone has the same earrings for sale. If there is, we should be able to find Xiaohua by following the clues. Even if no one is selling it yet, let them keep an eye out. I'll give a 10 liang reward to anyone who can provide effective clues. If you can arrest the person selling the earrings, I'll give you a reward of 100 taels of silver. Captain Zhou nodded vigorously, grabbed the earrings, and hurried off to do his work. Finding the person and the earrings should be done simultaneously, so that you can have a better chance. There is only one earring, and it would be useless for the other party to keep it. He would probably sell it. At least I would go to a jewelry store and ask the price. He prayed silently, praying that Lizzie would lose his patience and not wait too long to sell the stolen goods. After bidding farewell to County Magistrate Ho, he came to the dock again. Niu Butu was furious when he heard that someone had kidnapped Gu Zhiyuan's family. He immediately said that he had people at all the docks in the county, and he would have people keep an eye out. If he found any clues, he would contact Brother Gu immediately. Then he went to find Su Fu of Yueli Trading Company, who took this matter very seriously. Gu Zhouyuan not only helped him avenge his great hatred, but is now also the most important partner of his Yueli Trading Company. Gu Zhouyuan's affairs are his, Su Fu's affairs. He immediately made arrangements with the manager beside him. Go and tell all the brothers outside to be more vigilant. If they see anyone with a big mole on their chin, arrest them first. He has many caravans and eyes under his command. With their help, Gu Zhouyuan's chances of rescuing Xiaohua will be much greater. Manager Qian of Lai Fu Restaurant mobilized all his energy and immediately began to inquire whether there was any wealthy family in the circle who had recently bought or was planning to buy maids or concubines. When Su Mufeng and Hou Yu heard about Gu Zhiyuan's situation, they immediately spread the news in the academy. Most of the students in the college hated evil and were filled with indignation when they heard about this. In this bright and clear world, such a terrible thing could happen. The students all returned home on their own initiative, mobilized their families' resources, and vowed to rescue the innocent girl and bring the evildoer to justice. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng even left the academy, personally brought people with them, and began to inquire about the news on the streets. Boss Huang never dreamed that the so-called wild girl from the countryside with no background captured by Air Lizy would actually stir up such a stir in the whole city. At this moment, he was hugging his concubine and making love with her. "Boss, something bad has happened." There was a loud knock on the door, and the little bald man almost shrank back in fright at the sudden noise. With a dark face, he shouted outside, "Did your parents die? Are you trying to scare me to death by making such a fuss?" The younger brother outside didn't care about the boss's bad tone anymore. He panicked and shouted, "Boss, the brothers in the city brought back word that there's chaos outside." "What's going on?" Boss Huang asked impatiently. He hastily put on a pair of pants, slipped on his shoes, walked over, and opened the door. The younger brother, sweating profusely, said, "Now all the forces in the city are asking about Air Lizy's whereabouts. There's news that this idiot kidnapped a woman and poked a hole in the sky." Chapter 360, weighing the pros and cons. Boss Huang staggered and had to hold on to the door frame to keep his balance. He grabbed his younger brother by the collar and shouted, "Explain clearly. What do you mean by all forces are looking for someone? Who are they?" "People from the government, the business, the docks, and even our previous buyers are all looking for Erbab all over the city." The younger brother's face was full of panic. "Where is that bastard or lazy now?" Boss Huang roared angrily. Even the dullest person would know that this was a serious matter. People in his line of work are most afraid of encountering such things. That's why he asked his men to target refugees from outside the country as much as possible. Air Lizy repeatedly assured that the little girl was a wild girl from his village and that nothing would go wrong. Now he realized that this was not a wild girl at all. This bitch was clearly a living Tai Sui. Reporting to Boss Huang, Air Lizy drank some wine with some beggars and boys at night, and then went back to sleep with them. The younger brother wiped his sweat. "Is he still sleeping? Bring him here to me. Now, right now." Boss Huang shouted angrily. "Okay." The younger brother responded and turned around and ran away. "Hey, wait a minute." Boss Huang called his younger brother. "How's that little girl or Lizy captured now?" The younger brother thought for a moment and said, "It's still locked up in the cellar." "Have you ever been so powerful?" "Probably not yet." Shawizi is a slang term for showing one's power. Usually when they catch new ones, they will find fault with them and teach them a lesson. The form is not fixed. It is nothing more than beating, scolding, and humiliation. The women imprisoned in the cellar had all experienced this, so they were so frightened and cautious. Xiaohua was unconscious when she was brought here, so there was no time to kill Weizi. Boss Huang breathed a sigh of relief. "Tell the guys under you to be careful and don't touch her yet." "I understand, Boss Huang," the younger brother nodded. Air Lizy was grabbed by the collar and thrown to the ground of the Ji Hall. He turned over and sat up, looking up at Boss Huang. "Boss Huang, what's wrong with you? Damn it, how dare you cheat me?" Boss Huang kicked Air Lizy to the ground and said, gritting his teeth. Air Lizy rubbed his scraped elbow and said with a look of grievance, "When did I ever betray you, Boss Huang? Is there some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" Boss Huang kicked him again. "Let me ask you, who is the origin of this little girl you brought today?" "Little girl?" "Xiaohua." Air Lizy had a bad feeling in his heart. He said stubbornly, "What kind of background does that have? She's just a wild girl from our village." "You bastard, are you still trying to fool me? A wild girl? How can a wild girl stir up trouble in this city?" Boss Huang was so angry that he laughed. "Biaozi, go get my knife. I'll chop off one of this kid's hands first, and then let him do crippling work with Sanju. The worst job is to cut and dismember living things. They usually obtain children by kidnapping or deception, and then deliberately beat them to disability, poison them, and make them mute, or even disguise them with animal skins to make them a tool for begging. There are also very few cases where adults are used for raw cutting." When Air Lizy heard this, he was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly and cried, "Boss Huang, please don't do that. I'll tell you everything." Boss Huang held a knife and sat down on the chair brought by his men. Xiaohua's family really just farms. Air Lizy continued hurriedly when he saw Huang Laoda's impatience. "But he has a cousin who's quite weird. Tell me what's useful. What kind of weird method is this?" Boss Huang frowned. Yes. Air Lizy shrank his neck and nodded rapidly. "Her third brother is called Gu Zhouyuan. I don't know why, but he seems to be getting along really well with the son of the county magistrate. It was he who put Mr. Zhao in jail. Also, he was the one who brought the bandits into the city to claim the reward last time." Air Lizy talked about some of Gu Zhouyuan's deeds, and then looked at Boss Huang nervously. Boss Huang didn't know whether he was angry or scared. He pointed the knife at Air Lizy and couldn't say a word. "Biaozi, standing next to him, said in disbelief, "The man you're talking about collecting the bounty, isn't he the bloody sword judge who single-handedly captured over 20 bandits?" It's him, Lizzie stammered. Clang. With a sound, the knife in Boss Huang's hand fell to the ground. "It's over. It's all over." He leaned back in his chair dejectedly. "The name of the bloody knife judge has become very famous in the city. It is really bad luck for me to have offended this living devil this time. No, there's still room for reversal. As long as he hands over Lizzie and releases the little girl named Xiaohua, he should be able to escape from the bureau." He shared this idea with Biaozi next to him. Unexpectedly, Biaozi shook his head and said, "Boss, I'm afraid this won't work." "Why?" Boss Huang had very little ability to think now, and asked hurriedly after hearing this. Biaozi said with a sad face, "Hand Lazy over. He will definitely hand us over too. We kidnapped and trafficked decent women, which is a capital crime." Huang Debao nodded woodenly. He knew that Biaozi was right. Although human trafficking is legal in Dakian, the penalties for human trafficking are extremely severe. Once caught, the outcome is basically death. In ancient China, the penalties for human trafficking in different dynasties seem to be much more severe than they are today. The Qin dynasty stipulated that those who trafficked in people would be put to death, and their bodies would not be collected after death. During the Han dynasty, the punishment was upgraded to crucifixion, which involved dismembering the body. If the buyer knew about it, he would have his face tattooed and be forced to do hard labor. The Tang dynasty's Tang Code stipulated that those who kidnapped and sold children into slavery would be hanged as the principal offender and exiled 3,000 miles for accomplices. If human trafficking causes physical harm to the trafficked person, the punishment will be more severe. The Song dynasty continued to use the Tang laws and added an official accountability system to severely punish those who failed to perform their duties. The Yuan dynasty defined human trafficking as a capital crime. The Ming dynasty stipulated that those who trafficked in people would be punished with 100 strokes of the cane and exiled 3,000 miles. Those who injured others would be hanged, and those who killed people would be beheaded immediately. Anyone who mutilates a child by cutting him or her alive will be executed by slow slicing, and their family members will be exiled 2,000 miles away. During the Qing dynasty, the principal offender was executed immediately, the accomplice was hanged immediately, and anyone who harbored human traffickers was also executed immediately. Anyone who uses drugs or sorcery to abduct children or engages in human trafficking shall be executed immediately. Huang Laoda's eyes suddenly lit up, and he picked up a knife and said, "I'll chop Lizzie up and send him to the county government office. I'll say that this guy was abducting and trafficking people, and I caught him and got rid of this evil for the people." Lizzie was so frightened that he was scared to death. He waved his hands repeatedly, kicked the ground with his feet, and sat on the ground, backing away. "Boss Huang, it's useless to kill me. Xiaohua will tell everyone about our affair. If you want to kill someone, you have to kill Xiaohua." Chapter 361 Third brother will come to save me. Indeed. Otherwise, kill Xiaohua too. Then destroy the body and cover up all traces, so that the blame won't be traced back to me. Boss Huang's eyes were slightly cold. He will lose his head for doing such a shameless job. Anyone who can make a living like this cannot be a good person. Just because he was cautious in the past doesn't mean he is cowardly. Being cautious is to survive, but now being ruthless is also to survive. Lizzie caught the fierceness in Boss Huang's eyes, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did I come up with such a lame excuse? It's not difficult to let Boss Huang kill one more person. At this critical moment of life and death, his mind raced, and he wailed loudly. "Boss Huang, spare us. You can't kill Xiaohua and me. That earring of yours was given to Xiaohua by Gu Zhouyuan. He will definitely find this place by following the earring. He was actually just making it up. He had no idea where Xiaohua got those earrings." The earrings looked very strange. He saw with his own eyes that Boss Huang asked someone to take the earrings to the city to inquire about the price. If we save Xiaohua now, we can save our own life at the same time. Earrings. Boss Huang was horrified. Quick, quick, quick. Bring Scarface back to me." He asked Scarface to go to the jewelry shop in the city to inquire about the prices. The reason why he was so anxious to find out the price instead of waiting a few months before selling the stolen goods was due to his cautious character. He wanted to see what material these uniquely shaped earrings were made of. According to Lazy, Xiaohua is just a country girl, a country person. How could she have such strange jewelry? He didn't expect that he would be ruined by being too cautious all his life. "Boss, Scarface has been gone for an hour. It's too late to catch up with him now." Biaozi was heartbroken, so he was unwilling to bear the wrath of the Bloody Knife Judge. The Bloody Judge was a nickname given by the nosy people. The people hope to see the emergence of a person who can uphold justice and punish evildoers. It is the hope of all the people that the evil forces that the people hate deeply but dare not speak out will receive the retribution they deserve by the bloody judge. According to legend, the judge would consult the Book of Life and Death to learn in detail about each person's good and evil deeds, and then make a fair judgment. The bloody knife also represents his ruthless methods of punishing evil forces. Such legendary heroes are exactly what the people love to see. As a result, within just a few days, the name of the bloody knife judge had spread throughout the streets and alleys of the city. While the people were applauding, the bloody knife judge, who was standing against the evil forces, had another name, Bloody Hand Butcher. The word man butcher is enough to show its deterrent power. In the cellar, Xiaohua has already met everyone. Xiaohua, you are from the local village. How come you were caught and brought here? Xiaobai seemed very puzzled. All of them were refugees who had fled from other places due to famine. They had no one to rely on in Qingtian County, and that was why they were targeted by the kidnappers. Some sisters have already accepted their fate. Doing some undignified work is much better than starving to death outside. These sisters who have accepted reality are probably already in brothels, using their smiles and flesh to exchange for the hope of survival. These people are unwilling to cross that bottom line, believing that dignity is far more important than life. So batch after batch of sisters came and went, and finally there were only 8 people left here. From time to time, people came in to beat, scold, and humiliate them, and even bad guys would come in and touch them. If it weren't for the fact that their virginity could be sold at a higher price, their current situation would probably not be much better than that of the sisters working in brothels. They no longer dreamed of escaping from here. Apart from that bottom line that cannot be crossed, they behaved well and obediently. I was caught by a mangy guy in the village. He had a fight with my family. Xiaohua said, "Oh my god, it's normal for people in the same village to quarrel and fight. Why did they bring you here just for this?" Xiaobai said in disbelief. "It's hard to guard against thieves within the family. You are young and don't understand how treacherous people are." Xianghe said softly. "I was sold to these black-toothed people by my own uncle," said a thin-faced woman with a self-deprecating smile. "He keeps saying it's for my own good, so I can have enough to eat and wear new clothes. He happily took the 2 taels of silver without even looking back at me." As she spoke, tears began to fall again. There were also a few sentimental women who burst into tears when they thought of their dark future. "Don't cry, Guyu," Xiaohua said to comfort her. "We can definitely escape from here." When everyone heard her comforting words, their eyes dimmed. They had been locked up here for many days and had long lost such expectations. "Xiaohua," Xiaobai said, "I guess a man will come to help you soon." Having said this, she paused, as if she found it difficult to speak. "Someone will come to help you check your body." Guyu sobbed and took over the conversation. "Remember, close your eyes and don't resist." "What?" Xiaohua was shocked. She could sense from everyone's expressions what this so-called physical examination was about. "Shoo!" Hearing Xiaohua's voice getting higher, Xiaobai quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. "They are just taking advantage of you. They won't really do anything. Just close your eyes and pretend you are being bitten by a fly." Xianghe sighed. How could Xiaohua not panic when encountering such a thing? She shook her head and said, "They can't do this. My third brother will definitely come to save me." All the women looked at her. The only difference between Xiaohua and them is that they are all helpless refugees, and some were even sold here by their only relatives. They had thought of thousands of possibilities of escape, but they had never thought that there would be someone out there to rescue them. It's different now. Xiaohua is a local, and she said her third brother will come to save her. Xiaobai was the first to come over and whispered, "Xiaohua, who is your third brother? Is he very powerful?" The other women also held their breath, hoping to get a glimmer of hope from Xiaohua. "My third brother is very powerful." When Xiaohua mentioned her third brother, her eyes seemed to light up. She began to talk about what Gu Zhouyuan had done in the past few months. Xiaobai and the others didn't actually have much hope. Just like a drowning person grabbing a straw, in despair, they always need something to continue to support them so that they don't fall completely or compromise. But as they listened, the eyes of these poor women in prison gradually opened wider, and the light finally appeared in everyone's eyes again. Chapter 362. Bad people don't die well. The sound of iron chains colliding suddenly came from outside the door, and the 8 girls huddled together like frightened quails. Xianghe protected Xiaohua behind her and whispered, "Remember, don't resist. This is a lesson learned from experience. Resistance will only result in double humiliation." Xiaohua felt her back hitting the damp brick wall, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Boss Huang walked into the dungeon, followed by a group of people. Boss Wong's eyes moved over the women like a poisonous snake. They were so frightened that they all shrank their bodies. Who is Xiaohua? Boss Wong shouted coldly. Xiaohua's body stiffened for a moment, but she still pushed away Xiao Bai and Xianghe, who were blocking her way, and stood in front. Are you Xiaohua? Gu Zhouyuan is your third brother. Huang Debao asked indifferently. Yeah. Xiaohua was still very nervous when she saw the bad guy leader. She saw the bad guy standing behind the bad guy, and anger broke through her fear. She scolded him tenderly. You idiot, you kidnapped me and brought me here. Aren't you afraid that my third brother will come after you? Erlaizi's forehead was covered with sweat, but he still said stubbornly. Don't worry, he will never find you. Shut the hell up. Boss Wong yelled. Who gave you those earrings? Boss Wong turned and asked Xiaohua. Those are the earrings my third brother gave me. Please give them back to me. Xiaohua shouted. It turned out that the earrings were really taken away by these people. These earrings were extremely important to her. Although she was very afraid of the bald man, she still mustered up the courage to speak. Give it back to you? Do you know how much trouble you're causing me? When Boss Wong thought about what happened next, he became extremely upset. Little girl, if I let you out, can we put this matter behind us? Boss Wong forced a self-proclaimed kind smile. Really? Are you willing to let me go? Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. If you can let me go, I'll say I accidentally got lost in the mountains. I guarantee that third brother won't be able to find you. Xiaohua is not a fool, so she naturally won't bargain with Boss Wong at this time. Once she is safe, I will let the third brother come and settle the score with Erlaizi and this bald guy. But she was just a young girl who had not experienced much of the world, so Boss Wong could see through her little tricks. What he said just now was just a test. How could he really let the person go so rashly? Ha ha ha, Miss Hua is such a smart person. Boss Wong's laughter shook the dust off the wall, and he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist. Xiaohua's pale face was reflected on the blade. I think your words are still not very reliable. Boss Wong said sinisterly. Well, you and my subordinate Biaozi can accomplish something tonight, and we can become a family. Then everything will be easy. Boss Wong was in the business of trafficking women. He had seen too many chaste and virtuous women. He used to be very stubborn and would threaten to die at any time. Once they truly broke through that line of defense, they would accept their fate. Biaozi was so frightened that his legs were trembling. The bloody hand butcher was notorious. Wasn't Boss Wong trying to kill him? Huang. Boss Wong. I have a wife at home. Biaozi swallowed and stammered. Damn it. What's wrong with marrying another one if I already have a wife? Boss Wong glared at him. Well, Biaozi said stubbornly. Boss Wong, this little girl is so cute. She should be your bed warmer. How could I be so lucky? He obviously didn't want to get into trouble. Facing the wrath of the bloody hand butcher was no joke. He would probably die a miserable death. What do you mean by unlucky? Boss Wong glared. I told you to go up, so you go up. What are you arguing with me about? Biaozi steeled himself and said, Boss Wong, actually, I can't do that anymore. What's broken? Boss Wong asked impatiently. Well, I can't get anything done. My wife at home always quarrels with me because of this. In order to dig himself out, Biaozi has already risked his reputation. Ha! Everyone behind burst into laughter. I was wondering why Biaozi never came home all day, living and eating in this house. I used to think he was trying to look good in front of the boss and never went home, but I didn't expect it was because he failed. Brother Biao, when did you become impotent? I know a doctor who says he has a prescription for this disease. Do you want to go see him? Yes, Biaozi, if you have a disease, you should get treatment. Hiding it is not a good idea. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. Don't give up on treatment. Shut the hell up. Old Huang was so angry that he almost left his body and ascended to heaven. This concerns the life and death of the entire gang, and these bastards are talking about impotence and premature ejaculation. Boss Huang, Erlaizi pointed at his own face and said, how about letting me do something good with Xiaohua? He knew that if Boss Huang really got rid of Xiaohua, then he would have no reason to live. In order to completely bury this matter, killing myself is the only way to get rid of it once and for all. Boss Huang glanced at Erlaizi and said that anyone could do this except Erlaizi. Xiaohua hates Erlaizi deeply, and Erlaizi has a grudge against the Gu family. If something happened between Erlaizi and Xiaohua might really be forced to death, and then all the work would be in vain. Boss Huang looked at the group of women in the dungeon and felt secretly angry. These people saw that Xiaohua was captured by them, and it seemed that they could not tame it slowly like before. He turned to his men and said, each of you pick a woman. Tonight, I'll let you taste the fresh goods. The group of younger brothers were all extremely excited. Those who could be locked up in this dungeon were all of good character and appearance. They are usually very envious, but they dare not break the rules. At most, They just take advantage of the situation to satisfy their cravings. But now that the boss has given in, they can finally get what they wished for and have sex with her. How can they not be excited? Xiaobai was so scared that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Xianhe held Xiaobai's hand tightly, her eyes full of fear and worry. Xiaohua was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She shouted, "You bad guys, you deserve a miserable death. My third brother will definitely arrest you all and avenge us." "No, there are only 8 women here, and there are 10 of us. That's not enough to go around." Someone counted the number of people and shouted, "I'm taking a day off tomorrow. I just had surgery and I'm exhausted." The nurse was furious today and threatened to confiscate my phone. "Thanks to the brothers for sending me the power for love yesterday. My food has improved a lot today. Thank you all." Chapter 363, How Do You Want to Die? "You guys have fun today. I won't get involved." Boss Wong waved his hand and said with great pride. Everyone cheered. "Hey, that's not right. If the boss doesn't play, we still have one extra person." "Hey, Biaozi's thing can't even get up. He's not even human." "Then what are we waiting for? I like the taller one." Hey, the one with the big butt is mine." "Oh no, don't come over here. Please let me go. Please." The dungeon was in chaos. Boss Wong looked at the scene in front of him leisurely. All of this was his masterpiece. The feeling of controlling the fate of others is really fascinating. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the dungeon. A younger brother ran in a panic, his face pale. "Boss, this is bad." "What's wrong?" Boss Wong's heart skipped a beat. He had left this little brother in the cellar to guard the door. We are surrounded here." The younger brother was sweating profusely. "What?" Boss Wong knew that this place would be discovered, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Those little brothers who were extremely excited just now are all wilted now. "How many people are here? Who are they?" Boss Wong asked anxiously. "I didn't see clearly, but there were crowds of people there. Our brother who was guarding the gate in front has been captured by them." The little brother was about to cry. "Let's not go out yet, just hide in the cellar. They may not be able to find us," a younger brother said quickly. "How is it possible that we can't find it? This dungeon is where our Guanguer is. All the brothers in the gang know about it. If the other party catches any one of our brothers, all the others will be exposed." Biaozi said with a sad face and sighed. Guer is also the slang used by organizations that traffic in women. When they classify and evaluate the trafficked women, they would say, "This girl is good-looking and can find a good buyer." Or when arranging follow-up matters, say, "Take good care of these fruits and don't let them run away." This is how trafficked women are referred to and addressed, and they are treated and communicated with as if they were commodities. "Then we can't go out. This place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Besides, we have so many hostages," Erlizy said as he got up. A fierce look flashed in Boss Huang's eyes, and he shouted, "Close the cellar door, we'll wait here." "Where's the person being held?" Gu Zhouyuan was holding a pale man in his hand. This person was the one sent by Boss Huang to the city to take Xiaohua's earrings to the jewelry store to inquire about the price. The clerk in the jewelry shop said that the earrings were unusual and asked him to wait in the shop for a while he asked the shopkeeper to take a look. He sat in the shop for half an instant stick of time, but instead of the jewelry store owner coming, he waited for a living devil. When the young man met him, he pried the tendons of both his hands without saying a word, sprinkled medicine powder on him to stop the bleeding, and bandaged the wound. Before the disaster, Boss Huang was not just dealing in women. He used to work under Boss Huang and had done things like cutting people alive. They would chop off the hands and feet of the abducted children, cut off their ears and noses, and blind their eyes, leaving them disabled and creating strange-looking monsters to gain sympathy from others and defraud them of their money. But when the same thing happened to him, the deep fear made him wet his pants. "Locked up in a dungeon," he answered hastily. The young man next to him had a cold expression and no anger could be heard in his voice. But the murderous intent emanating from his body made him dare not even breathe. "Mr. Gu, please leave this to our county government. I will definitely bring your sister to you safely," County Magistrate Ho said. This den of filth is located in a village west of the county town. He hates these people who specialize in trafficking women and children the most. "This time, I must take this opportunity to completely eradicate this cancer." Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and said, "I want to do it myself. Dad, this bastard dared to catch Xiaohua. When I catch him later, let me beat him up first." Ho Yu said, panting. Su Mufing said as he walked, "The Dakian law stipulates that anyone who sells children or women into slavery shall be sentenced to death by hanging. Judging from this guy's confession, this so-called tiger gang has been doing a lot of these unscrupulous things over the years." Gu Zhouyuan said nothing and just followed the little brother. Boss Huang, please let those people out quickly. All our secrets have been exposed. The younger brother stood at the entrance of the cellar and shouted inside. Xiaohua, are you in there? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the closed door of the cellar, and the calm expression on his face finally disappeared. Third brother. My third brother is here to save me. Xiaohua jumped up excitedly and held Xiaobai and Xiang's hands. Third brother. Third brother. I'm here. Xiaohua shouted towards the door. Shut the hell up, all of you. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongues. Sweat was dripping down Boss Huang's forehead, and he shouted in rage. Do you dare? Xiaohua was not afraid. Now that her third brother is here, she doesn't have to be afraid of anything. You? Boss Huang pointed at Xiaohua and was about to say something harsh. There was a loud bang, and the door of the cellar was knocked open from the outside. Then a group of people rushed down the stairs. Xiaohua, how are you? They didn't hurt you, did they? Gu Zhouyuan, who was walking in front, shouted. Finally seeing Xiaohua, Gu Zhouyuan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down in his stomach. Third brother, I'm fine. Xiaohua waved. He is my third brother. I said that my third brother will definitely come to save me, she said to the women on her left and right. All the women were extremely happy. Xiaohua told them the legendary story of the third brother. To be honest, they were a little skeptical. With their knowledge, they naturally couldn't imagine that a rural farmer could have such great abilities. Now this legendary figure appeared before their eyes alive and was about to rescue them from the devil's cave. How could they not be extremely excited? Stop talking, damn it. Don't you want to live? Boss Huang said viciously. Things that haven't happened are the main source of fear. Now that things have come to this point, Boss Huang has calmed down. He put the knife to Xiaohua's neck and said with a fake smile, I guess you are the famous bloody hand butcher brother Gu? Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Boss Huang, do you want to die with me? Boss Huang paused with the knife in his hand and said, What the hell are you sick? Are you running here to die together with your sister? Let's not get involved in those messy things. What do you want in exchange for letting my sister go? Gu Zhouyuan grinned at Boss Huang. Let me go, and I'll release your sister once I'm somewhere safe. Gu Zhouyuan gave Boss Huang such a strong sense of oppression that he had unknowingly lost his rhythm. Oh, Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Then we'll talk about our business later. You idiot, how do you want to die? Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and looked at Air Lizy who was hiding in the crowd, his voice cold. Chapter 364, Close Your Eyes. Air Lizy fell to the ground with a thud. He rolled and crawled to his feet and squeezed to the back of the dungeon. Boss Huang, please take me with you. Please, old third Gu will kill me. Please take me with you. He cried and hugged Boss Huang's thigh. Save you? Damn it. If it weren't for you, would I have been trapped here? Boss Huang kicked Air Lizy away. It's all because of this idiot. He has implicated me and the entire Tiger Gang. Even if Gu Zhouyuan doesn't kill Air Lizy today, he will chop this bastard to pieces himself. The fear of death enveloped Air Lizy tightly. He quickly got up, turned around, knelt down again, and kowtowed to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Laosan, third brother, third master, I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment. Please forgive me, spare my life. Gu Zhouyuan walked over slowly and bent down to look at Air Lizy. The voice was cold and gloomy. Air Lizy, isn't it good to live a good life? Air Lizy had some conflicts with him, but he didn't take this guy seriously. Those things are over and done with, and he didn't use his connections to retaliate against Air Lizy. He didn't expect that those trivial things that he thought were insignificant would make Air Lizy hold a grudge against him. If something really happened to Xiaohua this time, he would never be at peace for the rest of his life. Bring me a knife, he said to Captain Zhou beside him. Hey, Captain Zhou said, pulling out the machete from his waist and about to hand it to Gu Zhouyuan. County Magistrate Ho coughed and glared at Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou paused, thinking that it was not right to give the knife to him, nor was it right not to give it to him. Mr. Gu, these bandits have nowhere to escape now. Just hand them over to our people in the county government. Don't worry, they will definitely lose their heads for the crimes they have committed. County Magistrate Ho advised. Carrying out private executions in front of so many people will damage the reputation of the government. Ho Yu snatched the machete from Captain Zhou's hand and handed it to Gu Zhouyuan attentively. Brother Yuan, take it. Don't kill this bastard with one blow. That would be too easy for him. You bastard. County Magistrate Ho was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Gu Zhouyuan held the knife and weighed it in his hand. Mr. Gu-san, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Air Lizy's face was covered with tears and snot. He finally regretted it now. Why did he touch Gu Xiaohua? Just like what Gu Zhouyuan asked him. Isn't it good to live a good life? Because of Widow Luo? Or was it because of that time when they were digging cassava in the mountains and old lady Gu and Gu Zhaodi ruined their plans, leaving him humiliated? Or maybe it was because of his jealousy of Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan used to be just like him, Erlizy, the kind of person who was disliked by everyone in the village. Why is it that Gu Zhouyuan is so popular among the villagers and is doing so well, while he, the idiot, is still disliked by everyone? It seems that all these reasons exist, but none of them are sufficient. In short, when he returned to the village this afternoon, he saw Xiaohua hiding in the woods. He had evil thoughts and brought the person to Boss Huang. Brother Gu, these evil people should be severely punished by the law. Don't get your hands stained with blood. Su Mufeng also stepped forward to dissuade him. He knew about Gu Zhouyuan's ruthless methods, but this was the first time he saw Gu Zhouyuan use a knife in front of him, and he felt a little unable to accept it. Gu Zhouyuan grinned at him. Don't worry. Su Mufeng and County Magistrate Ho exchanged a glance, and just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Gu Zhouyuan continue. I'm quick, so there's no blood on my hands. Close your eyes, he suddenly shouted. Xiaohua had seen her third brother get angry before. After being reminded by Gu Zhouyuan, she quickly closed her eyes and turned her face away. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Gu Zhouyuan raised the knife in his hand and slashed at Erlizy's neck. Erlizy saw the knife coming towards him and was so scared that he couldn't move. He just raised his hand to block it reflexively. With a puff, Erlizy's arm broke. Erlizy's shrill howl echoed throughout the cellar, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The machete cut off Erlizy's arm and then cut into his neck, where it became embedded. Gu Zhouyuan exerted force with both hands and pulled the knife out of Erlizy's neck. He brought the knife close to his eyes and saw that the blade of the machete was already bent. He threw the machete to the ground. There was a loud clang, which frightened everyone in the cellar. This knife is not hard enough. Gu Zhouyuan frowned. Blood was splattering from Erlizy's broken arm and neck wound. He was crying and wailing, not knowing whether to cover his broken arm with his intact hand or press his neck with his other hand. Ho Yu swallowed and looked at Erlizy's broken arm on the ground, and the blood splattered everywhere. The extremely strong smell of blood in the air replaced the sour smell in the cellar. His stomach churned, and he turned around to run out of the cellar to get some fresh air. But the stairs were already full of people, and many people couldn't even squeeze in and were blocked at the cellar door. He turned around and took 2 steps, but he could not move anymore. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he moved sideways, ran to the cellar wall, squatted down, and vomited violently. Erlizy's cries were still ringing, but everyone knew that he could not survive. His neck artery was severed by Gu Zhouyuan's knife. With such a large amount of bleeding, he would definitely die in just a few dozen breaths. Everyone tried their best to step back to avoid being splashed with blood. Gu Zhouyuan was indeed very quick, and there was no blood on his hands or body. He swung once, then stood aside and watched quietly, without striking again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Erlizy's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally he fell to the ground, twitched for a while, and then there was no movement. Sister Xiaobai, how are you now? Xiaohua heard that the screams outside had stopped, and now there were many gasps. She didn't dare open her eyes, and could only ask others. But she didn't wait for Xiaobai's answer. Xiaobai's face was pale, and he had obviously lost the ability to think. Of course, she was not the only one who was shocked by the scene before her. Several women squatted down and started to retch. Chapter 365, Different from Expectation. Even though the members of the Tiger Gang had done a lot of evil things, their legs felt weak at this moment. They have seen many bloody and cruel things, and some of them were even committed by themselves. But Gu Zhouyuan's clean and efficient killing moves, without even a change of expression on his face, still stunned them. What intimidated them was not the cruelty or the bloodiness, but Gu Zhouyuan's indifference to human life. The indifference that comes from the inside out and from the bones. And it happened in front of County Magistrate Ho and so many people. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help but frown slightly. Boss Huang, shall we continue? Huang Laodao's hand was shaking as he gripped the dagger. He forced himself to calm down and said, Brother Gu, to be honest, there is no hatred between us. I am just like you. We were both tricked by Erlizy. Gu Zhouyuan looked at him, his expression not changing at all. My conditions are very simple. If you let me go, I will release your sister when I get to a safe place. Boss Huang repeated his previous request. Gu Zhouyuan forced a smile. Boss Huang is right. As long as you don't hurt my sister, everything will be fine. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Boss Huang couldn't help but feel suspicious. But what he just said was also true. He and Gu Zhouyuan did not have an irreconcilable hatred. There is really no need to fight to the point of mutual destruction. Since Brother Gu is so straightforward, then I, Huang Feihu, am not the kind of person who can't figure things out. Boss Wong said loudly. He glanced at County Magistrate Ho, who was standing beside him with a sullen face, and asked, I just wonder if Brother Gu's words will have any effect. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled, clasped his fists towards County Magistrate Ho, and said, Please, County Magistrate, please give me some face. I must save my sister today, no matter what it takes. County Magistrate Ho's eyes flickered. This group of bandits has now been surrounded here, and it is only a matter of time before they are all captured. But Gu Zhouyuan was eager to save his sister and obviously didn't want his sister to take any risks. He had already killed a person in public, which had already caused a certain degree of damage to the government's reputation. But County Magistrate Ho thought of Gu Zhouyuan's contributions to the county and Mr. Jingda's admiration and respect for him. It's just a matter of killing a few bastards who deserve to die. I can help Mr. Gu suppress this matter. What are you talking about, Mr. Gu? Whatever you do with these people, it's all yours today. Somehow, County Magistrate Ho always felt that if he did not obey Gu Zhouyuan today, something big would happen. Although this idea seems a bit absurd, he just has this intuition. Boss Wong didn't expect that Gu Zhouyuan had such a great reputation and that County Magistrate Ho would support him so strongly. Huang Laoda turned around and said, Biaozi, go to my room and pack up my belongings. Biaozi was stunned and felt scared when he saw Erlazy's body on the ground. To be honest, he wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible, but to leave the cellar, he had to pass by Gu Zhouyuan. He was afraid of Gu Zhouyuan from the bottom of his heart. The indifference towards human life in Gu Zhouyuan's eyes is really scary. It was as if they were just a bunch of bugs, and he could crush them to death or squash them at will. What the hell are you wasting time on? Boss Wong kicked Biaozi on the butt. Brother Gu, please clear the way for me to make some preparations. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, bowed slightly to County Magistrate Ho, and said, Sir County Magistrate, it's really stuffy here. How about we go up first? County Magistrate Ho waved his hand and said, Go. Everyone, get outside. The crowd immediately retreated like a tide. Gu Zhouyuan said to Ho Yu, who was at the back, Guard the door for me, and don't let anyone in. Ho Yu paused, then nodded. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, I'll take care of it. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Boss Wong, do you have any other requests? Feel free to raise them all. At this time, all the people who came with Gu Zhouyuan had already left the dungeon. Have 10 fast horses carried on their backs. I want to go with my brothers. Boss Wong said tentatively. Gu Zhouyuan was too cooperative, which always made him feel uneasy. Oh, I didn't realize that Boss Wong is such a loyal and righteous man. I'm so sorry. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his fists. Perhaps Gu Zhouyuan's nonchalance had irritated Boss Wong's frayed nerves, and he shouted, Stop talking nonsense, and just tell me whether you agree or not. Sure, you can let these women out. They can't do anything if they stay here. Gu Zhouyuan kept smiling. Boss Wong, don't listen to him. The more hostages we have, the safer we will be. A younger brother grabbed Gu Yu's hair and strangled her neck with a thin rope, saying viciously. Boss Wong didn't say anything to stop him. What the younger brother said was right. The more hostages there were, the heavier the price he would get. He threw a rope to Gu Zhouyuan's feet and shouted, If you want to save this woman, tie your own hands and feet with the rope. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows and said to Huang Laodao with interest, Boss Wong, what do you say? Boss Wong was very excited. He used to think that old 8 was a fool who just acted recklessly. Now it seems that being brainless has its advantages. Even he became timid under Gu Zhouyuan's powerful aura. Lao Ba, however, was able to maintain his usual ruthlessness. Of course it would be best if I could tie Gu Zhouyuan's hands and feet, so that I can get through this hurdle today. He could see that County Magistrate Ho valued Gu Zhouyuan. With Gu Zhouyuan in hand, he would be safer. When the time comes, I will extort some money from Gu Zhouyuan and County Magistrate Ho, and then take my brothers to Yunbian Town. Yunbian Town is where the Qian Kingdom borders the Turks, and he sometimes sells the captured fruits abroad. He also made some friends in Baiyun Town, so he could definitely gain a foothold there and then find an opportunity to make a comeback. When he arrived at the place, he killed Gu Zhouyuan. This guy made him so embarrassed, he had to take action himself to relieve the hatred in his heart. He was still daydreaming when he heard Gu Zhouyuan's voice. It seems that Boss Wong doesn't know me well enough. Boss Wong raised his eyes and looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan put away the smile on his face and said seriously, Xiao Hua is my sister. She is my only weakness. How can you just grab anyone and threaten me? Who gave you the courage? He twisted his neck and walked towards Lao Ba. Just stand there and don't move. Cold sweat broke out on Lao Ba's face. Things seemed to be going in a different direction than he expected. Isn't this the bloody sword judge praised by the people? Why does it seem like you don't care about the life or death of these poor women? If you come one step closer, I'll kill this woman. Chapter 366, He Must Be Bluffing Me. If you come one step closer, I'll kill this woman. The thin rope that Lao Ba used to tie Guyu's neck suddenly tightened. An expression of pain immediately appeared on Guyu's face. Xiaoyu. Sister Guyu. Seeing Guyu in danger, Xianghe, Xiaobai and other girls all shouted in panic. Xiaohua's third brother is indeed very powerful. Even the county magistrate listens to him. But this man seemed to be quite indifferent and crazy. Except for Xiaohua, he didn't care about the life and death of others at all. Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at Guyu, giving him an apologetic expression. Everything third brother does must have his reasons. Even if third brother failed to save Guyu today, it is not his fault. Gu Zhouyuan bent down beside Lizzy's body and picked up the blunt-edged machete. Don't come over here. Aren't you the bloody judge? You should save them. Lao Ba's voice was filled with tears. This is not right. My boss always tells me that I act like a madman. The person in front of me looks even more abnormal. No, he must be bluffing me. He acted so nonchalant on purpose, just to rescue these women. This thought flashed through Lao Ba's mind, and he exerted more force with his hands. Guyu's face had turned blue, and she clenched the thin rope with her fingers, trying to buy herself a little air. Throw away the knife quickly. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Do you really want to watch her get killed by you? Veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he roared at Gu Zhouyuan. With a clang, Gu Zhouyuan threw the machete far away. Broken sword. The blade is rolled up, and it's not useful. He muttered. Lao Ba's face lit up with joy. It was just as he thought. I was almost fooled by this guy. Boss Huang couldn't help but smile. This guy Lao Ba is really what's his name? Oh yeah, he's a fool with great wisdom. He looks like a tough guy at ordinary times, but unexpectedly he can make great contributions at critical moments. Close your eyes. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for no one in the cell to hear clearly. After receiving the warning from her third brother, Xiaohua immediately closed her eyes tightly. Many people were still confused. Xianghe thought that Gu Zhouyuan seemed to have said these two words before he killed Lizzy. She turned to look at Xiaohua and saw that Xiaohua had her eyes closed, just like before. A flash of enlightenment suddenly came to her mind. Sisters, close your eyes, she shouted. I wonder if closing my eyes has any other uses besides avoiding seeing any bloody scenes. But they can't care about that anymore. At this point, third brother Gu is their only hope. Some people did it immediately, while others were slow to react and didn't know why they closed their eyes for no reason. But when they saw the other sisters closing their eyes, they closed their eyes too. Lao Ba and Boss Huang looked at each other, both a little confused. A sense of uneasiness spread between the two of them. What the hell are you doing with your eyes closed? Boss Huang was immediately furious when he saw that one of his subordinates not only closed his eyes, but also covered his eyes tightly with his hands. After being kicked by Boss Huang, the younger brother looked at Boss Huang and smiled awkwardly. I'm a little sleepy. Don't try any tricks, just tie yourself up obediently. If you dare to play tricks again, I will break this little girl's neck first. Lao Ba shouted fiercely but weakly. Gu Zhouyuan took out a pistol, thought about it, and bought a silencer from the mall and installed it. The gunshots in the cellar are too loud, don't let them damage Xiaohua's ears. He calmly screwed the silencer onto the barrel of the gun, then raised the pistol and pointed the black muzzle at Lao Ba's head. Lao Ba watched as Gu Zhouyuan took out a strange object and pointed it at him, but he had no idea what his intention was. People in this world have never seen the power of firearms, and pistols don't seem to be dangerous at all. The muzzle of Gu Zhouyuan's gun was less than 3 meters away from Lao Ba's forehead, and Lao Ba looked at the black gun barrel with a confused look on his face. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people here are so simple and lovely. In Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, even lions and tigers would flee with their eggs between their legs if they saw a gun pointed at them. Lao Ba didn't move at all, and even moved forward, as if he wanted to see clearly what was in the black tube. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head and said with a smile, Do you want to see it? As he spoke, he moved the gun closer. Lao Ba had a hunch that something was wrong, but after thinking about it again and again, he still had no idea what Gu Zhouyuan was up to. Bayou! A gunshot rang out. The boss fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this strange scene. I saw Lao Ba lying on the ground on his side, with a small round hole in his left eye. For some reason, a large, irregular hole the size of a fist appeared on the back of his head when he turned sideways. The red and white liquid inside kept flowing out. Bayou! Another gunshot was heard, and Gu Zhouyuan shot the stunned Boss Huang in the leg. The reason why no shot hit the head was because Boss Huang was a little far away from Gu Zhouyuan, and he was standing at the back of the crowd. Moreover, there was a little flower between him and Gu Zhouyuan. As the saying goes, care too much and you will be confused. Gu Zhouyuan did not dare to let Xiaohua take any risks. Boss Huang howled in pain, holding his injured leg that was bleeding. But he didn't remember at this moment that those people who were ordered by him to have their hands and feet chopped off in order to beg were also in such pain at that time. Gu Zhouyuan held the gun and smiled brightly at everyone. But in the eyes of these people, this smile is no different from that of a demon from hell. Baiyu. Gu Zhouyuan fired another shot at Boss Huang, who was lying on the ground. This time the shot hit the hand where Boss Huang was holding the dagger. Xiaohua, come here, Gu Zhouyuan said. Xiaohua opened her eyes and ran towards Gu Zhouyuan. All the members of the tiger gang who passed by dodged away. Third brother. Xiaohua had tears in her eyes, but a smile on her face. Are you scared? Gu Zhouyuan reached out to wipe away her tears. I'm not afraid anymore now that third brother is here, Xiaohua said softly. This was what she really thought. As soon as the Gu Zhouyuan appeared, she no longer felt any fear. Take them all out. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the little girls who still had their eyes closed. Xiaohua nodded heavily. Sisters, please get out quickly. From today on, we are free, Xiaohua shouted inside. Xianhe opened her eyes and looked at the bloody scene on the ground, and her stomach suddenly churned. What did Xiaohua just say? Are they free? The ecstasy in her heart suppressed the urge to vomit, and she looked up to look for Xiaohua. She saw Xiaohua standing next to her third brother and waving at her. Chapter 367. Evil will be punished by evil. Xianghe was ecstatic. She wanted to run out of the dungeon. She didn't want to stay in this dark hell for a moment. But there are still many bad guys in front of her. Although these bad guys look weird, just like their compromised sisters, they seem to have lost their souls. Come here quickly. Xiaohua was still waving at them from the opposite side. She mustered up her courage and took a small tentative step forward. No response. These bad guys who usually look ferocious and vicious didn't react at all. She took another step forward, and the members of the tiger gang broke out in sweat, standing still and not daring to move. She made up her mind, took 2 steps at a time, and ran to Xiaohua. Really escaped. Xianghe's heart was pounding wildly. Thank you, third brother, she said excitedly to Gu Zhouyuan with tears in her eyes. The other women followed suit, squeezed out of the dungeon, and stood next to Gu Zhouyuan. The joy of surviving the disaster filled everyone. Everyone get out. I have something to discuss with Boss Huang, Gu Zhouyuan said. Thank you, third brother. Third brother, be careful. The women said goodbye to Gu Zhouyuan with many thanks and followed Xiaohua out of the cellar. Please tell County Magistrate Ho not to let anyone in, Gu Zhouyuan shouted at Xiaohua. I understand, third brother, Xiaohua responded as she walked to the entrance of the cellar. Boss Huang, the devil whispered in Boss Huang's ear. Now that it's not crowded here, let's discuss your conditions. Boss Huang looked at Gu Zhouyuan, his face full of hatred and fear, looking very ferocious. Gu Zhouyuan straightened up and said calmly, Do you want to go out? The members of the tiger gang were all on the verge of collapse. Gu Zhouyuan was clearly the only one standing there, while on their side there were 7 people besides the dead heir Lizi and the disabled Huang Laoda. It was 7-1, and they were on their home turf, but they just couldn't muster up the slightest thought of resisting. They watched heir Lizi's horrific death, heard Boss Huang's shrill howls, and smelled the sickening smell of blood. These villains with blood on their hands were all scared. One person can go out here today. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was gentle, like a bad uncle who coaxed the little girl to go to the rooftop to see the goldfish. You, what do you mean by that? A skinny monkey asked bravely. Just as you thought, only one person can get out alive without going to jail. Gu Zhouyuan's smile looked very friendly. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. Everyone's body became tense, and they looked at their companions around them with vigilance. Don't listen to him, a skinny monkey shouted. He wants us to fight among ourselves and kill each other. Everyone's eyes met, but no one spoke. Skinny monkey continued. There are 7 of us. Let's stay here and wait for the officials to come down. We surrender. He can't just kill people in broad daylight. Dakian is a place that abides by the law. Those who surrender cannot be killed. Even if they want to sentence us to death, they have to hold a trial and convict us first. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but laugh. These scum who committed crimes actually started talking about the laws of Dakian at this time. What's even funnier is that quite a few people started nodding in agreement. Are you starting to talk about principles and laws? This won't be fun anymore. Gu Zhouyuan smacked his lips and decided to send them off personally. At this moment, the skinny monkey suddenly bent down, grabbed the dagger dropped by Boss Huang, and stabbed it into the chest of the person next to him. It happened in a flash, and before the man could react, the skinny monkey had already pulled out the sharp knife. The man fell backwards, twitched twice on the ground, and then became motionless, his eyes still wide open. This sudden change made everyone in the dungeon move. Someone punched the person next to him in the nose. Someone took out a small knife he carried with him and waved it, looking around with a defensive look on his face. Someone else ran over and picked up the machete that Gu Zhouyuan had thrown aside. This is interesting. Gu Zhouyuan raised the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked towards the cellar entrance, leaving these people some private space. There were constant shouts and howls behind him, and Gu Zhouyuan walked out the door without looking back. Brother Yuan, you're out? Hou was obviously relieved when he saw Gu Zhouyuan coming out. How's it going in there? County Magistrate Hou and others all looked at him with concern. They are fighting. I will go in and take a look at the situation after a cup of tea. Gu Zhouyuan replied, with no expression on his face. A fight broke out? How could a fight break out? County Magistrate Hou looked suspicious. But from the cellar came the sound of clanging and banging and people shouting, which obviously indicated that someone was fighting inside. Nothing will happen, right? County Magistrate Hou had been an official for so many years, but this was the first time he had handled such a bizarre case. A group of gangsters were fighting with knives in the cellar, but he was guarding outside with a group of police officers. What can happen, Dad? Let them fight each other. It would be best if they all die in there, so that they won't be thrown into jail and waste the food in the county government. Hou said nonchalantly. What's this? How can the government act like bandits? County Magistrate Hou wanted to scold Hou, but when he saw Gu Zhouyuan standing beside him with a calm expression, he swallowed the words back. They are nothing but a bunch of scum. If they are caught, they will be executed in the autumn. Since Mr. Gu wants to play, let him have fun. After waiting for a cup of tea, the noise inside gradually became smaller, and Gu Zhouyuan opened the cellar door. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood was like a substance, pushing everyone back a step. Gu Zhouyuan walked in confidently. Hou stretched his neck to take a look inside. In just one glance, the blood color on his face faded visibly and turned pale. All I saw was blood and broken limbs. The hell described in the novels is probably just like this. As he walked down the stairs step by step, Gu Zhouyuan actually felt a sense of anticipation for opening a blind box. I don't know which lucky person survived to the end. Boss Huang. Gu Zhouyuan looked surprised. To his surprise, among the dead bodies on the ground, only Boss Huang was still breathing. At this moment, he was leaning on a corpse and looking at Gu Zhouyuan. He had bandaged his injured arm and calf with strips of cloth. And lying next to him was the skinny monkey who had suddenly attacked and killed the first person. The skinny monkey had a dagger stuck in his chest, his mouth slightly open, and he was looking in the direction of Boss Huang with his eyes wide open. His clothes were torn, and the color of his clothes was the same as the cloth that Boss Huang used to bandage his wound. Chapter 368. Are you ready to duel with me? The boss is the boss after all. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but applaud. Even with one leg and one hand injured, Boss Huang managed to become the last survivor in this killing game. Gu Zhouyuan naturally didn't know that it was precisely because Boss Huang was injured that everyone felt that he posed no threat to them. Seeing everyone fighting, he closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. The skinny monkey was still cautious. After winning the final victory, he looked at the motionless Boss Huang and wanted to come over with a dagger to give him another blow to prevent future troubles. Just as he got closer, Boss Huang suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed the skinny monkey in the heart with another dagger hidden on his body. You said that only one person can leave from here. Now they are all dead. You shouldn't go back on your word, right? Boss Huang's voice was very hoarse. Obviously, this injury and the fight almost exhausted all his strength. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it and nodded. Of course. I, Gu Zhouyuan, rely on trust to make a living. Boss Huang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He also knew that for a famous figure like Gu Zhouyuan, every spit would be a nail in the coffin. Now that he got the answer he wanted, his tense body suddenly relaxed. The wound was throbbing with pain, causing cold sweat to ooze out of his forehead. Are you ready? Gu Zhouyuan's voice sounded in his ear. He didn't understand what it meant. Ready for what? He looked up and asked doubtfully. Did you ask him if he had prepared his belongings? Or did you ask him if he could still walk despite being injured? But Gu Zhouyuan doesn't look like a considerate person. His intuition told him that he was probably wrong, and what Gu Zhouyuan said was definitely not a good thing. Are you ready to duel with me? Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Boss Huang looked as if he had eaten shit. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to break your promise and gain some extra weight? While doing some stretching exercises to warm up, Gu Zhouyuan replied. What do you mean by breaking your promise and getting fat? I told you, when I'm out there, I value my credibility the most. You said you could get someone out of this dungeon alive without going to jail. Now it looks like you're going back on your word. Boss Huang became increasingly uneasy, and his voice began to tremble uncontrollably. What I said was, one person can leave here today. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was gentle. Hearing this, Boss Huang could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, You You are shameless. I advise you not to spit bloody words at me. Gu Zhouyuan yelled. I told you clearly, between you and me, only one person can get out of here alive. You misunderstood. Are you blaming me? The really slanderous boss Huang opened his mouth, his face turning pale and blue. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Zhouyuan to say such shameless words. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that Gu Zhouyuan was not wrong. Only one person can walk out of the dungeon alive, and it is not limited to those from the Tiger Gang. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, You can choose any weapon in this dungeon. Otherwise, people will say that I, Gu, won unfairly. As he said this, he kindly kicked the curved blade machete to Boss Huang's feet. Boss Huang felt a tightness in his chest. He was taking a deep breath and trying to adjust his mentality when another roll of rope fell on his head. Immediately afterwards, he was hit on the forehead with a short stick. These weapons are all yours, Gu Zhouyuan said considerately. Oh, don't worry about me. I can use whatever I want. As he said this, under the angry and resentful gaze of Boss Huang, he pulled out a pistol. Seeing himself being pointed at by that strange but extremely powerful hidden weapon, Boss Huang's breathing became faster and faster, and finally he could no longer hold it in. Ka! And he suddenly fainted. I don't know whether he was scared or angry. Gu Zhouyuan shrugged helplessly. This guy has a bad mentality. As he said that, he lowered the gun and fired 3 shots at Boss Huang's head. Boss Huang, who had fainted, twitched twice and then became completely motionless. Gu Zhouyuan walked over, picked up the machete on the ground, and stabbed the remaining 7 bodies one by one. After making sure everyone was dead, he threw away the knife, clapped his hands, and whispered, It's time to call the police to clean up the mess. Hou Yu kept circling at the door, and it felt like 100 years had passed before he finally saw Gu Zhouyuan come out. He quickly came forward and asked, Brother Yuan, what's going on in there? The others also stared at Gu Zhouyuan, waiting for his answer. Gu Zhouyuan sighed and said, It's so tragic. I don't know why they started fighting, and now everyone inside is dead. Dead. Hou Yu asked in disbelief. How is that possible? Su Mufeng seemed to be lost in thought. He pulled Hou Yu and said, Why is this impossible? Those people are all desperate criminals. Perhaps it's because of an uneven distribution of spoils or a grudge that's boiling over. It's normal for them to fight to the death. County Magistrate Ho nodded. Mr. Su is right. This gang of bandits encountered a government crackdown, but instead of admitting their guilt and surrendering, they started fighting among themselves. They are truly a mob. Captain Zhou, take your men down there and deal with the body. Yes, sir. Captain Zhou waved his hand and led a group of Yamen runners down to the cellar. It's a pity that Huang Feihu was not captured alive. If he was locked up and tried, we could have followed the clues and caught more villains. County Magistrate Ho was quite regretful. Su Mufeng smiled and reminded, Master Ho, have you forgotten? The Biaozi who helped Huang Feihu pack up his belongings is still here. Lord Ho's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this? That guy had just been tied up by the Yamen runners. After preliminary questioning, they already knew that he was Boss Huang's right-hand man and the third most important person in the gang besides Boss Huang and the military advisor. He knows everything about the gang, big and small. Besides, we have captured more than a dozen younger brothers in the front and backyards. With so many mouths to feed, there is no need to worry about not being able to get any secrets out. Third brother. Xiaohua waited until Gu Zhouyuan finished talking to County Magistrate Ho and the others before she jumped over. Third brother is late. Are you scared? Gu Zhouyuan rubbed Xiaohua's head lovingly. It's not too late. Everything is just right. Xiaohua smiled with her eyes narrowed, like a cat with its neck being stroked. A group of women also gathered around. Third brother, are they really all dead? Xiaobai asked bravely. She saw that Gu Zhouyuan was smiling very warmly, as if the person who had just casually killed someone in the cellar was someone else. How could this be fake? Gu Zhouyuan pointed to the side and said, Look, isn't it all carried out? Everyone followed his gaze. Then the Yamen runners were seen carrying corpses out of the cellar. Looking at the dead bodies whose deaths were so miserable and horrific, the women screamed and covered their eyes. Several people were already squatting on the spot and retching. Chapter 369, I want to go to Datong village with my third brother. Gu Zhouyuan and Xiaohua lived in the county government office. After going through so many things that day, Xiaohua was extremely exhausted. Gu Zhouyuan decided to let her rest for one night and return to Datong village tomorrow. The rescued women were also placed here. Magistrate Ho called a few maids and old women in the middle of the night, boiled some hot water, and let the women take a good bath. I also got them clean clothes to change into. He said he would ask them some questions tomorrow. No words were spoken that night. At noon the next day, Xiaohua, Xianghe and 8 other victims were summoned to the second hall of the county government office by County Magistrate Ho. Excerpt the details of those who were sold or abducted, record their statements separately, and write a list for each. After signing and sealing, the confession will be included in the overall case and filed away. Gu Zhouyuan did not ask about the subsequent developments of the case. All these twists and turns were caused by Air Lizy's mischief. The Tiger Gang, a human trafficking gang, was not targeting him or Xiaohua. Now Xiaohua has been rescued, and her lazy died at the hands of Gu Zhouyuan. 9 people were killed in the cellar, and the Tiger Gang was eradicated. No matter how angry Gu Zhouyuan was, he had almost vented it by now. Besides, County Magistrate Ho can be considered a good official. The subsequent complete eradication of human trafficking and the rescue of women who have been sold everywhere would be more appropriately handled by the county government. My Lord County Magistrate, thanks to your great help today, I was able to rescue Xiaohua in time. I would like to thank you here. Gu Zhouyuan bowed to County Magistrate Ho. Gu Zhouyuan's gratitude was not just a show. It really was a matter of every second to rescue Xiaohua. If so many people hadn't given their full support to help, he really didn't know what kind of misfortune Xiaohua would have encountered by the time he found her. Even if he had 1,000 tricks, he could only retaliate with thunder. But even if we crush the evildoers to ashes and kill 100 or 1,000 people to vent our anger, how can we undo the harm Xiaohua has suffered? County Magistrate Ho quickly said, Young master, what are you talking about? Thanks to you, little brother, today I was able to eradicate these long-hidden cancers in Qingtian County. I and the people who have suffered should thank you. Ho Yu yawned and said, Hey, you two should stop thanking each other. You've been standing here for quite a while, and you don't feel tired at all. He hated such polite scenes the most, as they always felt awkward and hypocritical. County Magistrate Ho glared at Ho Yu and said, What time is it now? Why haven't you returned to the academy to study yet? Don't you know that the academy is on holiday today, old man? Ho Yu laughed. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Ho stopped paying any more attention to him. He smiled at Gu Zhouyuan and said, These women are all going back to Datong village with Mr. Gu. I wonder if this will cause any inconvenience to him. After County Magistrate Ho helped Xianghe and the others to collect confessions, he asked these women what their plans for the future were. These people were all beautiful young women, and it really gave him a headache to figure out how to arrange them. After all, they are victims of this major case, so the government should treat them differently from other refugees. But these people can't carry anything on their shoulders or lift anything with their hands, so it is really not that easy to let them survive in this somewhat chaotic environment. It is obviously not appropriate to just keep him in the house and let him eat free meals. Not only is it unfair to other victims, but I am also afraid that rumors will spread among the people. But the women's answers made him feel relieved. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they all expressed their desire to follow Gu Zhouyuan to live in Datong village, helping him with laundry and cooking like slaves, in order to repay him for saving them. County Magistrate Ho was naturally happy to see this happen. Gu Zhouyuan is capable and has a broad vision. He has already accepted 100 disaster victims, so there is no pressure to take on a few more. Moreover, Gu Zhouyuan is not a government official, so no one can find fault with these young women following him. Not to mention that Gu Zhouyuan probably doesn't have that idea. Even if he does, with his financial resources, what's wrong with marrying a few beautiful wives and concubines? He believed in Gu Zhouyuan's ability, but he didn't know whether the young man's physical strength could keep up. He totally agreed with it, but he was still afraid that something might go wrong. He immediately called Xiaohua, who had just finished recording the interrogation, over and prepared to lay the groundwork first, and then save the situation in a roundabout way. Although Xiaohua really hopes that these sisters who shared the same suffering in the dungeon can go back to Datong village with her, she knows that she cannot influence her third brother's decision. She just told Gu Zhouyuan exactly what she said. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it for a moment and agreed. These women remained in the dungeon without giving in, proving that there was nothing wrong with their character. Moreover, these people did not cry or give up at critical moments. He likes such smart people. The construction of Datong village still needs fresh blood. He also maintained the mentality of preferring to be alone rather than to be with someone who is not suitable for him, and these women who had been screened out were the right candidates. Also, Erju and his second brother are already quite old, but they have never found a partner. Of course, the second brother doesn't want to find a partner, and Erju can't find a suitable partner. These women are all good-looking. If we bring them to the village, maybe we can even solve the lifelong affairs of two people in one fell swoop. It's not a big deal, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. There are jobs for women in my village. It's not a problem to support myself with my own hands. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nodded in agreement, everyone was very happy. Dad, Yu was silent for a short while before he couldn't help but interrupt. My brother Yuan has really done a great service to the county this time. As the county's chief official, don't you even know how to get him a commendation or something? County Magistrate Ho was tricked by his own son, but he couldn't do anything about it. What Yu said was true. It would be unreasonable not to express our gratitude after destroying such a large-scale black market operation that trafficked women and children. But I'm not afraid to say something discouraging, but as a county magistrate, his family wealth is probably far less than that of Mr. Gu. How much silver is appropriate? 100 taels, I'm afraid people won't look down on it. 1,000 taels? I can't afford it. While he was hesitating, Gu Zhouyuan said, I came here to rescue Xiaohua. It's not just me who destroyed the Black Den. Lord Ho, there's no need to reward me. Magistrate Ho was overjoyed, but he still bowed and said, Young master, you are a man of high character and integrity. I admire you deeply. However, the county has always been clear about rewards and punishments. You have performed such a great deed. How can I not reward you? It's just. County Magistrate Ho changed the subject and spoke more slowly. The amount of silver I'll give will have to wait for me to discuss it with my colleagues in the Yamen before we can decide. Yu rolled his eyes. Everyone knew that those county magistrates and county lieutenants in the county government were just decorations. Everything in the entire Datong County has to listen to his father. It is you who has the final say on how much reward to give. Who else do you need to discuss this with? Ultimately, it's just that my dad is stingy and reluctant to spend money. It's a year of disaster and famine, and silver is needed everywhere, but dad is still short of silver. Chapter 370 Help Find Two Gentlemen. How could Gu Zhouyuan not see the difficulties that County Magistrate Ho was facing? He smiled and said, Don't bother, Lord Ho. I will donate all my reward money to the county government. I also ask Lord Ho to help me exchange this money for food and give porridge to the victims. County Magistrate Ho's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He didn't have to spend any money, and it saved the reputation of both him and the county government. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan with eyes full of gratitude. I will have a notice posted right away to tell all the citizens of Qingtian County about Mr. Gu's noble character and his concern for the world. Donate all the 500 taels of silver awarded by the county government to help the victims. Let everyone know that the porridge in the bowl comes from Mr. Gu's kindness. I just had to go back and discuss how much silver is appropriate to give. Now that you heard that they wanted to donate it all, you bought 500 taels of silver without thinking? Seeing that everyone was looking at him with some strange eyes, County Magistrate Ho couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Mr. Gu, if you have any other requests, I will definitely help you if I can. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly remembered that he had wanted to ask County Magistrate Ho to help him arrange 2 teachers, but he had forgotten to ask because he was so busy. I really have something I would like to ask the county magistrate for help with. Mr. Gu, please tell me. Gu Zhouyuan didn't hesitate and said directly, I set up a school in Datong Village. Classes started a few days ago, but there are too many students. It's difficult for one teacher to teach them all. I would like to ask the county magistrate to help me find 2 teachers, preferably those with teaching experience. County Magistrate Ho laughed heartily. I thought it was a big deal, but this is easy. I will arrange for 2 old scholars to go back to the village with you. Gu Zhouyuan was also very happy to hear this. His original plan was to find an old scholar to teach. He was not afraid of not being able to hire a scholar. He would just throw money at him, and he would always be able to knock him down. Oh no, he would want him to come to the village to teach. It's just that he doesn't know any old scholar at all. The old scholar is probably the most popular teacher in the world. They usually go through years of hard study, are familiar with classic ancient books such as the 4 books and 5 classics, and have a profound cultural background. Have the ability to teach Confucian classics, poetry, songs, and other knowledge. Moreover, most of them have taken the imperial examination and are familiar with its content, format, and requirements. Able to guide students in preparing for the imperial examinations, impart examination skills and experience, and help students improve their chances of passing. The most important thing is that old scholars generally no longer pursue official careers due to their advanced age and have more time and energy to devote to teaching. Therefore, old scholars are often more stable and reliable. May I ask, Your Excellency the County Magistrate, how much grain do these gentlemen need? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Guangu originally referred to the food and lodging provided to guests, and later it was extended to mean the tuition fees provided to private tutors. Although Gu Zhouyuan doesn't care about this little bit of money, he still needs to understand the market. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand and said, I'll help you select the most reliable gentleman to go over there, and the county will allocate these grains. In ancient times, county governments usually had special funds for education. The source of these funds is generally the land tax surcharge. When collecting the land tax, a certain proportion of it will be added as education funds. The second is donations from officials and gentry. In order to support local education, local officials and gentry will donate part of the funds. The third is the income from school land. The county government will own some school land, rent it out to farmers for cultivation, and the rent collected will be used as education funds. The fourth is commercial tax commission, which extracts a certain percentage of the tax revenue from commercial transactions for education. Dakian attached great importance to education and regarded promoting education as a basic means to cultivate talents and save the world and the people. The imperial court's examination of county magistrates every 3 years not only assessed the collection of taxes and grain, social security, judicial trials, and household registration management, but also examined the promotion of agriculture and sericulture and the education of people's customs. Among them, educating the people means attaching importance to local education, building schools, hiring teachers, and encouraging the children of the people to go to school. At the same time, moral norms are promoted through various means to make people know etiquette and abide by the law, creating a good social atmosphere. Therefore, Gu Zhiyuan's establishment of a school in Datong village could help County Magistrate Ho add to his political achievements. He didn't have to worry about anything. As long as he produced 2 old scholars, he could get such a generous reward. County Magistrate Ho was naturally very generous. After figuring out the key, Gu Zhiyuan stopped being polite with him. He thanked her, thought for a moment, and then said, "I would also like to ask the county magistrate to help me find 2 female teachers. Of course, I will pay for the female teachers' food and clothing. Please don't say such ignorant things as it was impossible for women in ancient times to go to school. In the Song dynasty in ancient my country, girls were also allowed to attend private schools. Except for government-run schools that do not accept girls, family schools and private schools run by teachers themselves also accept female students. In addition to being able to read and write, women must also choose at least one talent from among tea ceremony, chess, singing and dancing, cooking, embroidery, etc. Of course, if there is a woman with such outstanding talent, she may also be proficient in playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and other musical instruments. In the Song dynasty, people with outstanding talents were called capable people. When they grew up, they could apply for jobs in wealthy families as tutors, tea makers, embroiderers, cooks, etc. These occupations are all high-paid white-collar workers. Magistrate Ho stroked his beard and thought for a moment before saying, "It might take some time to find a female teacher." Gu Zhiyuan smiled and said, "There's no need to rush, County Magistrate. Just take your time and search for it." County Magistrate Ho naturally agreed readily. Gu Zhiyuan inquired further and found out that the female teacher's salary was much higher than that of the old scholar, probably because things are rare and valuable. Moreover, a family that can afford to hire a tutor for their daughter is definitely not short of money. So the monthly salary of a serious female teacher out there is as high as 4 taels of silver. However, Gu Zhiyuan naturally didn't care about this small amount of money. After settling these matters, Gu Zhiyuan stood up and said goodbye, preparing to return to the village. Ho Yu pulled him and winked at him. Gu Zhiyuan could barely understand that he didn't want him to leave in a hurry. Gu Zhiyuan stopped where he was, bewildered. Ho Yu cleared his throat and said, "Dad, you know, my brother Yuan knew you were short of money, so he didn't take the reward." Gu Zhiyuan looked helpless. A frown appeared on County Magistrate Ho's forehead. What a rebellious son. Just now, it was all thanks to Mr. Gu's consideration that I was able to save face. Does this rebellious son have to bleed a little before he will be satisfied? Chapter 371. The rewards above are worth looking forward to. He first smiled at Gu Zhiyuan, then gritted his teeth, looked at Ho Yu, and said word by word, "Don't build up the momentum. Just fart if you want to." Ho Yu has obviously gotten used to being beaten by his father since he was a child. He ignored County Magistrate Ho's fiery gaze and continued to smile. In life, what we pursue is nothing more than fame and fortune. Brother Yuan has no shortage of money, and our county government can give him fame. County Magistrate Ho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew what the boy meant. The county now has too many places that need money and the finances are tight. As long as the money is not spent, nothing will be a problem. He turned to Captain Zhou behind him and said, "Go and call Chief Clerk Hong to me." After a while, a short and thin middle-aged man hurried over. "I speak, you right," County Magistrate Ho said concisely. Chief Clerk Hong nodded in agreement. "A great good thing has happened recently in this county. Gu Zhiyuan, a villager from Datong village, is a kind-hearted man with extraordinary courage and righteousness. During his recent intense investigation, he uncovered a den of women being kidnapped and trafficked. Although he is just a commoner, weak and powerless, he is eager to serve the public and do what is right. He volunteered, relying on his familiarity with the local terrain, to lead the Yamen runners. He also wholeheartedly assisted during the operation, working closely with the Yamen runners. Thus, the campaign to suppress evil was a success. All the criminals were apprehended, many abducted women were rescued, and families were reunited. Gu Zhouyuan's heroic act is truly a role model for the people of this county. His actions not only demonstrated the power of justice, but also preserved the tranquility of the county and protected the well-being of the people, thus establishing extraordinary merit. Today, I offer a special reward of 500 taels of silver, 100 mu of charitable land, a set of honorary cotton clothing, and a plaque inscribed with the inscription, "This is to honor his righteous deeds." I hope all the people in the county will follow Gu Zhouyuan's example, uphold righteousness, and bravely resist evil. If you do such a righteous act in the future, this county will reward you generously. I will never go back on my word. County Magistrate Ho said in a loud voice. Secretary Hong was recording quickly on the side. After County Magistrate Ho finished speaking, he glanced at Ho Yu and saw that the boy had no intention of speaking. He then said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. This award will be posted along with the notice of your donation of 500 taels of silver. Within 2 days, I guarantee that the people of Qingtian County will know about your courage, fearlessness, and unwavering righteousness." Gu Zhouyuan didn't care about the so-called reputation. When his strength reached his level, he no longer needed to rely on those false reputations to increase his power. Ho Yu curled his lips and said, "This award is quite long to read, but the actual reward is just 100 acres of land, a set of clothes, and a plaque." He was about to say something else, but County Magistrate Ho interrupted him with a cold snort. "You know shit. You're the only one who's so fussy about those rewards. How big can the county's reward be? Mr. Gu wouldn't even consider these empty titles. You don't have to rush to ask for rewards for your brother Yuan. Just calm down and wait for a few days. The rewards from above are the highlight." As County Magistrate Ho spoke, he bowed high in one direction. That direction is exactly where the capital is. Ho Yu suddenly became excited. "Yes, it's been quite a while. Why hasn't the reward from the court come down yet?" "Dad," he said, his face full of smiles, "from what you said, the reward will be delivered in a few days. Can you tell me what the reward will be for my brother Yuan?" "How can we speculate about the emperor's reward? We'll know when the imperial edict arrives. Mr. Gu hasn't said anything, so why are you so excited?" "Imperial edict?" Ho Yu's voice rose an octave, his face flushed. "Father, are you saying this is an imperial edict?" He had always thought that the reward would be issued in the form of an official decree. A jiafu is an official document issued by a higher-level government to a lower-level government or individual. It is also used to convey small-scale rewards or instructions. Thinking more broadly, he felt that it was just an imperial edict sent by someone from the capital. An imperial edict is a decree issued directly by the emperor, usually used to grant official titles, or rewards. Although the imperial edict is also a reflection of the emperor's will, it is different from the imperial edict in terms of form and scope of use. Its specifications are lower than imperial edicts, and it is mostly used for more specific administrative rewards. County Magistrate Ho was really speechless about his son, who was making so much noise and seemed so ignorant. Look at others, the equally young Gu Zhouyuan and Su Mufeng. They appear much more calm. Xiaohua was extremely excited. Third brother was so amazing that he could even receive the emperor's reward. She had only heard of such a good thing as the imperial edict in stories. It is said that placing the imperial edict on the table can protect against all evil. "Brother Yuan, be sure to call me when you receive the reward. I have never seen what an imperial edict looks like in my life." Ho Yu was still very excited. Not to mention him, even his father probably had no chance to come into contact with the imperial edict. "Okay," Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "I'll tell the eunuch coming from the capital to wait for you to arrive before announcing the decree." Ho Yu naturally knew that Gu Zhouyuan was joking with him. He sneered and said, "We are family. It's okay to speak casually. But when the eunuch comes down to announce the decree, you must be more careful with your words. He is the eunuch, and it is not appropriate to call him a eunuch in front of him." Gu Zhouyuan agreed with a smile. He is not stupid. He doesn't need Ho Yu to worry about what he can say and what he can't say. "Congratulations, Brother Gu. Congratulations, Brother Gu. If you become rich and powerful, please don't forget me." Su Mufeng closed his folding fan and bowed to congratulate him. Ho Yu said with a grin, "Don't say anything about forgetting each other when you become rich and powerful. As the saying goes, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Brother Yuan will treat us to a meal at Zuixinlu today, as a celebration in advance. Gu Zhouyuan readily accepted the advice. Many of his friends in the city helped with yesterday's matter, and he should express his gratitude. He bowed to County Magistrate Ho and said, "My Lord County Magistrate, please take note of your benevolent and righteous actions and protect this area. I've been deeply grateful to Xiaohua for her kindness. To show my gratitude, I plan to prepare a banquet at Zuixinlu this afternoon. I respectfully invite you to come over and have a chat with me. I hope you will grant my permission." County Magistrate Ho exchanged a few polite words with Gu Zhouyuan and then agreed. He also likes chatting with Gu Zhouyuan. Mr. Gu has a broad mind, and his perspective and height on issues are beyond the reach of others. He always gains a lot after every chat. I would like to invite a few friends to join us. I wonder if the county magistrate minds. Gu Zhouyuan asked again. What's the big deal? County Magistrate Ho said with a smile. It's more lively when there are more people. Gu Zhouyuan smiled gratefully and said, Then I'll go call my friends right away. Ho you and Master Su, please go to Zuixinlu and order a few tables of food and wine for me. Let's order 2 tables first. Okay, leave it to me. Xiaohua, take these girls with you and follow young Master Ho and the others to Zuixinlu to wait for me. I'll be there soon. Okay, third brother. Chapter 372, Banquet of Thanks. Last night, County Magistrate Ho sent runners to Datong village to report the news. It is said that Xiaohua has been rescued safely, so her family does not need to worry. There's nothing wrong with staying in the city for a day today. Gu Zhouyuan rode his horse and went door to door. Gu Zhouyuan is now their most important joint venture partner. How can they not agree when he invites everyone to dinner? When they heard that County Magistrate Ho would also be present, everyone was even happier. Although they all knew Magistrate Ho, their personal relationship was quite ordinary. It would be a pleasant surprise if I could take this opportunity to make friends with the county boss. Even Mr. Qian, who also owns a restaurant, did not show any dissatisfaction when he heard that the banquet would be held in Zuixinlu. Zuixinlu is the top restaurant in Qingtian County, and its grandeur is incomparable to that of his live food restaurant. Besides, among the guests invited to the banquet organized by Gu Zhouyuan was County Magistrate Ho. Not to mention at Zuixinlu. Even if the meal was arranged at Yuanqing restaurant across from him, he would accept the invitation with a shy smile. When Gu Zhouyuan arrived, the owner of Zuixinlu hurried over to greet him. He had just seen Ho Yu and Su Mufeng coming with a group of young women to have dinner, and he was a little worried. The last time young Master Ho competed with someone here, he was very scared. He was still feeling lucky that the young man in coarse clothes did not come last time. Ho Yu has eaten here several times and seems to be very easy to talk to every time. Last time, it was because of the appearance of that young man in plain clothes who always looked calm and composed that so many things happened. This time he didn't see the young man, so he put his heart at ease. But he didn't relax for long before he saw several people coming over. The one leading the group was the young man in plain clothes from last time, wasn't he? What you fear will come true, he complained in his heart. He recognized the person following the young man on his right side. He was Qian, the owner of live food restaurant in the city. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Although he doesn't take live food restaurant seriously, he still feels a little uncomfortable. Nothing else will happen today, right? Brother Yuan, you guys are here. Let's have dinner with Xiaohua and the others at Jinjiaxuan in Manhwa Pavilion on the 3rd floor. Ho Yu ran down the stairs. Boss, why are you standing here instead of taking my brother Yuan and these distinguished guests upstairs? The shopkeeper felt bitter in his heart, but had a smile on his face. He also knew the 2 people behind him. One was Niu Butu from the Huiqing River Wharf. This guy was a local gangster. He doesn't have much money, but it is said that he has a strong network of connections and knows many people from all walks of life. There was also a thin old man, Su Fu, the owner of ULI Trading Company. ULI Trading Company is no ordinary company. It is the largest trading company in the county. Its business is not limited to Qingtian County. It can be said that their caravans can be found all over the world. Plus there is Brother Yuan, whose strength and background are unknown. When these people gathered together, their words and expressions seemed to be led by this young man in plain clothes. The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu became cautious and dared not delay any longer. He quickly extended his hand and led the way. Guests, please come upstairs. This moon-watching pavilion is the best private room in our Zuaxian Tower. The window faces the Huiqing River, and it is elegant, quiet, and pleasant. The best tea and snacks are ready. Please follow me. Hey, walk slower and be careful with the steps. The diners in the lobby started pointing and talking. It was not uncommon for the shopkeeper to personally lead people to the private room, but they rarely saw the shopkeeper being so attentive and humble. Hey, Brother Xiaoer, The county magistrate will be here soon. Please take him upstairs. Gu Zhouyuan turned around and shouted as he stepped onto the stairs. The owner of Zuixinlu in front stumbled, but luckily he was able to steady himself by holding onto the handrail of the stairs. The county magistrate is coming too? The group of people who came to Manhwa Pavilion for dinner this time could be said to be the heaviest table since the restaurant opened. The few people were taken to a private room, and the shopkeeper brought a teapot and wanted to pour tea for them. Hou waved his hand and said, "We can just pour the tea ourselves. Manager Shun, go and do your thing." Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Shun placed the teapot on the table, bowed slightly, and said, "I'll go downstairs first. Call me if you have anything else." After saying that, he walked out of the room backwards, closing the door behind him. Shopkeeper Qian stood up and poured tea for Gu Zhouyuan. "I've always wanted to treat the young shopkeeper to a meal, but he's always busy, so I never had the chance. It's a shame to have Manager Gu spend so much money today." Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily and said, "Thanks to all of you for your help yesterday, my sister Xiaohua was able to turn danger into safety. I am so grateful that I can't express it in words. So I'm hosting a banquet here and offering 2 glasses of light wine as a small token of my gratitude." Several people nodded quickly. No, it's just a small favor. We are all friends, and we should help each other. Brother Gu is too polite. I'm glad your sister is okay. Actually, we didn't do anything. This is all thanks to your calmness and efficiency, Brother Gu. Of course, Lord Ho also handled it properly. Seeing that they were starting to exchange pleasantries again, Hou said impatiently, All right, let's stop with these polite words. Everyone who is able to sit here today has contributed, so it's okay for Brother Yuan to express his gratitude. He always speaks his mind, and when he said this, no one knew how to respond. Several people looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, poured themselves some tea, and took a sip slowly to hide their embarrassment. Hou was a heartless man. He didn't realize that he had made the atmosphere in the room strange. Yuzi approached Gu Zhouyuan and said, Brother Yuan, can you handle bringing so many pretty girls home at once? He had a smirk on his face, and when he saw Gu Zhouyuan looking at him, he raised his eyebrows. What are you talking about? Gu Zhouyuan gave him a cold look. I don't know what's going on in this guy's mind, but I feel like he's tending to get closer to Erju. Ahem. Hou coughed twice strategically. I'm saying, if my aunt suddenly sees you bringing so many women home, will she scold you? Besides, you don't have that many rooms at home for them to live in. Oh, Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized that this was what Hou was worried about. It turned out that his thoughts were not pure, and he should reflect on himself. It's okay, my mother is very easy to talk to, and there is a new happy home built in our village. Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. Then Manager Shun pushed open the door, and County Magistrate Ho stood behind him. Chapter 373. Achieve fame first, and then start a family. Everyone quickly stood up and saluted. Your humble servants greet the County Magistrate. County Magistrate Ho waved his hand and said, Please sit down, everyone. I am not wearing my official uniform. I am here today only to accept Mr. Gu's invitation to eat and drink. Everyone, please feel free. Although he said this, everyone still stood obediently and only sat down one after another after he took his seat. Hou poured tea for County Magistrate Ho. Dad, have a sip of tea to moisten your throat first. County Magistrate Ho took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, I didn't expect Mr. Gu to have so many friends in the city. He knew about Su Fu's youngest son. Gu Zhouyuan avenged his son, so it was reasonable for him to help Gu Zhouyuan. He had met Niu Butu in Datong village last time and knew that the two of them were working together in the soap business. It is understandable that Niu Butu has done his best. But how did Manager Qian of Lai Fu restaurant get involved with Gu Zhouyuan? Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, These people all have business dealings with me. Of course, I also look at people when doing business. I always make friends first and then talk about business. Before the food and drinks arrived, Gu Zhouyuan briefly recounted his cooperation with several people. After this, the few of them got to know each other again. Nobutu is responsible for the supply of raw materials for soap and then dumping the soap abroad. After all, his cooperation with Gu Zhouyuan is deeper than that with anyone else. Su Fu is the domestic general distributor. Dakian has a huge market, and its total profit is estimated to be higher than New Buta's overseas market. Compared with these two, shopkeeper Qian felt a little uncomfortable. His so-called cooperation with Gu Zhouyuan was just sending people to Datong village every day to buy hundreds of sweet soups. But New Butu is a port city, and Su Fu owns ULI Trading Company, so they have unique advantages. However, he only knows how to open a restaurant. Not only can he not help Gu Zhouyuan, he will also become a competitor in the future. He drank up the tea in a depressed mood, thinking to himself that he must go to Datong village more often in the future. If Manager Gu has any new ideas and wants to find someone to cooperate with him, he must seize the opportunity. Where are Miss Zhao and Miss Su? When talking about the joint venture of soap, Gu Zhouyuan suddenly remembered that he had a royal merchant partner, Zhao Yunlan. He hasn't seen these two little beauties for a while. The incident yesterday caused such a big uproar that many students in the academy who were strangers to him stood up and expressed their willingness to help him find Xiaohua and punish the evildoers at the same time. But these two girls never showed up. Su Mufeng said, they went to the county town to do some business, and they won't be back for a few days. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized, no wonder, I was wondering why I hadn't seen them before. Ho Yu's eyes were burning with gossip. He asked mysteriously, why are you paying attention to them? Who do you like? That ice woman or Xie girl? Su Mufeng's face turned dark. Ho Yu was really a dog that couldn't spit out ivory. He kept talking about matters between men and women every other sentence. What nonsense are you talking about? County Magistrate Ho put the teacup heavily on the table. What do you mean by icy woman? You should be more careful with your words. Miss Zhao is just a peaceful person who doesn't like to fight with others. Why would you give her such a random nickname? Ho Yu was stunned. He didn't say anything. So why did his father react so strongly? County Magistrate Ho continued. And Miss Xie, she's from Qingtian Academy. If you talk nonsense here and hear about it from Mr. Jingda, be careful that he'll punish you by making you copy books. Ho Yu was a little scared now. Mr. Jingda's serious face seemed to be right in front of him, and he couldn't help but shudder. I was just joking. Why do you take it so seriously, Dad? Ho Yu smiled awkwardly. Humph. County Magistrate Ho snorted coldly. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not conceal the good qualities of others, nor speak of their faults. I never taught you to gossip about others behind their backs. Ho Yu really felt like he was screwed. He was just joking with Brother Yuan just now. Why did his father make such a big deal out of it, making him seem like a morally corrupt, evil person? Su Mufeng was amused. You deserve it. I told you to talk without thinking every day. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Mr. Ho, don't worry about me all the time. You're not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend? Ho Yu scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. I've never had a lover. Isn't your academy divided into boys and girls' halls? Aren't there people in the girls' school who are both talented and beautiful? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Although Qingtian Academy is named Qingtian, it is not the county school of Qingtian County. The entire academy was run by Mr. Jingda. The academy is divided into two courtyards, east and west. In the smaller courtyard on the west, all the teachers and students are women. Ho Yu nodded and said, there are indeed many beautiful women in the women's courtyard. But there is a partition between the two courtyards. People from the men's courtyard are not allowed to approach the women's courtyard. The women we've known for the past few years are Sister Xie and Luo Qinglian. The most beautiful and lovely Sister Xie is being carefully protected by Mufeng, and Luo Qinglian has already made an engagement. I just met Miss Zhao a while ago. She's too cold for my taste. I guess she doesn't like me either. For some reason, whenever Ho Yu mentioned Zhao Yunlan, he felt as if his father was about to go berserk. He quickly changed the subject and said, my father has been busy with official business and didn't even bother to find a few matchmakers to help me arrange my lifelong marriage. County Magistrate Ho said coldly, when you pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, I will help you find a matchmaker. Ho Yu howled miserably. Do I have to wait until I pass the imperial examination before I can get a wife? That's it. Our Ho family will probably be extinct. He said with a sad face, while you are still in good health, my aunt and I should work hard to have another child. Everyone's face turned red, and they thought of the most tragic things in their lives before they could barely hold back their laughter. County Magistrate Ho gritted his teeth and was about to deal with this rebellious son. At this time, Manager Shin brought a waiter to serve the dishes in the private room. This is spring pigeon sashimi. The child said the name of the dish in a drawn-out accent. It's made by shredding the breast of a turtle dove into thin strips and stir-frying it with celery. It's incredibly tender and fresh. This dish is called lotus fish bun. The fish is cut into small pieces, placed in a lotus pod, and then seasoned and steamed. The fragrance of the lotus pod blends with the delicious flavor of the fish, leaving the fish sweet and tender. It's one of our Zuixinlu's signature dishes. The waiter sang the names of the dishes as he served them, and soon the table was full of dishes. Please ask the shopkeeper to have someone bring over 10 kilograms of Shengxianzui. Gu Zhouyuan said. Shopkeeper Shun hurried downstairs to do it. After the wine was brought over, Gu Zhouyuan stood up and poured a full glass of wine into County Magistrate Ho's bowl. Chapter 374 You have never had good wine. As the wine was poured into the bowl, the room was gradually filled with the aroma of wine. Neo swallowed his saliva. He loved drinking the most in his life. The Shengxianzui from Zuixanlu is the best wine on the market. When he feels hungry, he often buys 2 or 3 pounds of food to eat. But now there is a famine, food prices are soaring, and the price of Shengxianzui has reached a level that most people cannot afford. The price of Shengxianzui has soared to 1 tael of silver per caddy. With his alcohol tolerance, he would have to drink at least 3 kilograms to be satisfied. Even though he had some family assets, he still cried out that he couldn't afford it. When he smelled the wonderful aroma of wine, the alcohol bugs in his stomach started to churn. The waiter waiting on the side poured wine for everyone. Gu Zhouyuan stood up, raised his wine bowl, and said loudly, "Everyone's help this time will solve my urgent needs and help me overcome this difficult time. I will never forget this kindness and this love. I've prepared some simple tea and wine as a token of my gratitude. I would like to use this bowl of wine to wish you all great blessings and worry-free years. If you need me in the future, please don't be shy. Let's drink this bowl of wine." Everyone stood up and raised their wine bowls, shouting, "Let's drink this." Everyone sat down. Neo took a bite of food to suppress the smell of alcohol. He took a sip and said with a satisfied look, "This Shengxianzui is indeed the best wine we have here. It's really strong." Shopkeeper Qian also agreed. The dishes at Zuixanlu are not necessarily better than those at my Laifu restaurant. The reason this restaurant can be spread all over Dakian is because they have their own proprietary brew of Shengxianzui. Sufu nodded and said, "I don't know what secret method is used to brew this Shengxianzui. It is much more mellow and strong than other drinks on the market. I have traveled all over the country and have never tasted a better wine than Shengxianzui." Zuixanlu is not a local restaurant in Qingtian County. The main store of Shengxianzui is in Qianzhong, and Zuixanlu on the banks of the Huaiqing River is just one of its many branches. County Magistrate Ho didn't have any special expression. He had tasted several kinds of wine that Ho Yu brought back, so naturally he didn't think this divine drunk was anything special. Su Mufeng and Ho Yu drank much more of the wine brewed by Gu Zhouyuan than County Magistrate Ho. At this moment, they both looked down upon the Shengxianzui on the table. Ho Yu sneered, "You guys have never had any good wine." The people at Nibutu were stunned, not knowing what Master Ho meant by this. What they said was true. It seemed that Dakian currently had no wine that was stronger than the godly drunk. But Ho Yu was the son of the county magistrate after all. Although they were dissatisfied, they said nothing and just buried their heads in eating. How could Ho Yu not see what everyone was thinking? He put his chopsticks on the chopstick rest. He cleared his throat and said, "I really don't mean to argue with you. You really haven't had any good wine." Seeing that the few people looked suspicious, Ho Yu pointed at Su Mufeng and his father, County Magistrate Ho. "If you don't believe me, ask Mufeng and my dad." Su Mufeng picked up the cloth on the table and wiped his mouth, then nodded and said, "Ho Yu is right. Compared to the other kinds of wine we've tried, this Shengxianzui is indeed bland." Neo felt as if he had eaten a fly. Did he hear correctly? Someone actually said that Shengxianzui was bland and tasteless. Young people don't understand wine at all. They probably think that Shengxianzui is not as delicious as sweet water. He was still grumbling in his mind when he heard County Magistrate Ho speak slowly. "I've also tried the wine they're talking about. Compared to it, Shengxianzui is indeed far inferior." As soon as County Magistrate Ho finished speaking, 6 pairs of eyes were directed at him. "I wonder what the wine that the County Magistrate mentioned is called. Where can I buy it?" Shopkeeper Qian's face flushed with excitement. Of course he believed what the County Magistrate said. This wine is even better than Shengxianzui, if only he could find out where it came from. Then if he signs a wine supply agreement, his live food restaurant will be very powerful. Neo was also thinking in his mind, this wine is better than Shengxianzui, so of course he, old Neo, must find a way to taste it. Another thing is that he already has a fixed overseas transportation route. If I could get the business rights to this fine wine, I might even be able to buy out the recipe. Brew good wine in exchange for good things from foreigners. With the blessing of this wine that is more intoxicating than the gods, and the combination of wine and soap, he will be rich. I just don't know how much this wine is produced. The production of Shengxianzui is limited and is generally supplied to the company's own restaurants. Therefore, there is no place in the market that specializes in buying and selling Shengxianzui. Su Fu had a keen business sense and naturally knew that this was a huge business opportunity. The wine that the county magistrate mentioned did not appear on the market, but he was sure that the county magistrate would not speak without a purpose. Then there is only one possibility. This wine has not yet been released. Maybe it was just some folk recipe for making wine that was accidentally found in a farmyard. He could easily spend a large sum of money to buy out the recipe, then brew wine and sell it. Fine wine plus soap. 3 good things working together. Who knows? ULI Trading Company might reach an unprecedented height in his hands. The three of them each had their own thoughts and were actually wary of each other. After all, several people knew the news at the same time. Since they were all doing business, they naturally knew how much profit there was. Merchants are indeed all profit-oriented and forget about morality. Hoyu looked at the expressions of the few people and couldn't help but look down on them and laugh at them. He smiled and said, "You all know the man who made this wine." He wanted to keep the secret a little longer to tease a few people, but County Magistrate Ho obviously didn't have such a bad taste. County Magistrate Ho poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "That wine was made by Mr. Gu." "What?" Several people turned to look at Gu Zhouyuan, their faces full of disbelief. However, this doubt only lasted for a few seconds, and all three of them accepted it from the bottom of their hearts. The herbal jelly that's all the rage in Qingtian County is made by Gu Zhouyuan, and a lot of ice can be produced in the summer. Compared to this, brewing wine is nothing special. Shopkeeper Qian thought so. Niu Butu and Su Fu accepted the fact even faster. The soap that revolutionized the bath bean market was invented by Gu Zhouyuan. You have to know that thing was created from nothing. This is just an improvement to the winemaking method. For you Gu Zhouyuan, it is really no big deal. That, Brother Gu, Manager Gu, the three of them spoke at the same time. When they heard others talking, they all paused. You speak first. You speak first. Well, let me speak first. Niu Butu was obviously the most shameless among the three. He said frankly and bluntly, "Brother Gu, Lao Niu wants to ask a question. Can I take this fine wine and the soap outside? Let's go together and earn money from the Gentiles." Chapter 375, Want to build a winery. To be honest, Gu Zhouyuan is not too obsessed with making money now. Money is just a number to him. But who would really complain about having too much money? You can earn money from foreigners, and the routes have already been opened. His Datong village still needs more jobs, and adding another business can earn a lot of foreign exchange. Why not kill two birds with one stone? I used to worry that brewing wine in a disaster year would cause trouble, but now I don't care at all. He had been supplying a large amount of food to the county government, so he would have been exposed long ago. Also, he is now fully confident in dealing with all external crises. After a moment's thought, he nodded and agreed, "No problem. But brewing wine takes a long time, and I have to build a winery when I get back. It will take at least until next year before I can supply you with wine." Niu Butu was both happy and worried when he heard this. What made him happy was that Gu Zhouyuan asked him to sell wine. What worries me is that a one-year cycle is too long. He couldn't wait to use soap and wine to build his business empire. Now that time has been delayed, how could he not be anxious and angry? After dinner, I will find someone to help you build a winery. I will also take care of all the wood, bricks and tiles. Niu Butu said, patting his chest. He spent manpower and money and tried his best just to help Gu Zhouyuan save time. Niu Butu is well aware of the huge profit margins here. He had been to the South China Sea countries before. At that time, he brought 10 jars of Shengxianzui with him. He drank 3 jars himself and gave 3 jars as gifts. The remaining 4 jars of wine were bought by local nobles, and the 4 jars of wine were exchanged for a pound of gold. Unfortunately, the production of Shengxianzui is limited and it is impossible to purchase it in large quantities. Otherwise, he would not have done the wood business and would have specialized in selling wine. Gu Zhouyuan sensed Niu Buta's eagerness and laughed. "I can provide some samples so you can promote them overseas first." Niu Buta's eyes lit up. "Samples? How many can you get per month? Don't ask me how much it is every month. Every time you transport soap, I ask you to take 2,000 kilograms of liquor and 2,000 kilograms of fruit wine." Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while and said, before the winery was built, he planned to buy loose wine from the mall, add water to it, and make a low-alcohol liquor with a concentration of about 35 degrees. As for fruit wine, it is even simpler. Just soak some fruits in a basket and mix the alcohol content to about 10%. The so-called sample weighs 4,000 kilograms. Niu Butu was overjoyed. He thought they would give him a few jars of wine and let him take them to show the locals the quality. He picked up a bowl of wine, held it in both hands, and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Old Niu is not good at speaking, and he can't say anything to thank you. This bowl of wine is for you, brother." As he said this, he tilted his head back and drank the whole bowl of wine. Seeing how complacent he was, Su Fu and Manager Qian felt a little jealous. Su Fu hurriedly said, "Brother Gu, our ULI company can be responsible for the sale of liquor and fruit wine within Dakian. We will split the final profits 40% to 60%. You get 60% and I get 40%. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhouyuan didn't say a word and just shook his head. The 40:60 split was not because Su Fu was greedy. You have to know that when doing business in this world, transportation costs are the real big expense. That's why there is a business where you can make a profit by transporting the specialty products of one county to another county dozens of miles away. 3 or 7 is fine too, Sufu said quickly. Gu Zhouyuan smiled faintly and said, my liquor is unique in this world. I don't need to distribute it to other people. The wine is in Datong village. Anyone who wants to buy it can come and buy it. All the transportation and storage costs have nothing to do with me. I only sell wine. Su Fu was stunned, and he immediately realized how ridiculous what he had just said was. Yes, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't have to worry about the 4,637 profit sharing or anything like that. He didn't even have to bother setting up sales channels. You guys sell yours. All the wine comes from my winery anyway. Your sales channels are my sales channels, and your shops in the market are my shops. This is the horror of monopoly commodities. Even if it is a pile of cow dung, as long as you can monopolize it, the cow dung will become a gold mountain. Shopkeeper Qian, however, was delighted, as he did not have the ability to engage in exclusive sales. Now when he heard Gu Zhouyuan say that anyone could go to the winery to buy wine, he immediately became happy. He doesn't have the ability to beat others, but at least he hasn't lost now. Everyone is equal now, and even Zuixinlu has lost its inherent advantage in front of him. Everyone had different expressions, and the biggest winner was of course Niobutu. He stood up with a smile on his face and toasted everyone with bowl of wine after bowl. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, everyone relaxed. He was a little drunk when he spoke. Brother Gu, I, old Nio, enjoyed this meal very much. Since you are hosting a banquet for the county magistrate today, I will not compete with you to pay the money. Well, after dinner, I'll take everyone to the brothel to listen to some music. When it gets dark, let's go to the Huiqing River pleasure boat to have some fun. I, Lao Nio, will cover all the expenses. He used to be a gangster, and this was his highest form of gratitude. Su Fu and shopkeeper Qian both laughed and said nothing. Hou Yu became excited. He stood up dizzily and shouted, then let's go to Yingshun Tower. There is a prostitute named Xiao Taohong there, who looks so. He was so proud of himself that he had forgotten the existence of County Magistrate Ho. Looking at County Magistrate Ho, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Su Mufeng hurriedly pulled Hou Yu's arm to stop him from continuing to commit suicide. Hou Yu was talking excitedly. He flicked his sleeves and continued to talk excitedly. That little peach red, she was really soft and flirty. You bastard. County Magistrate Ho couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed the table, stood up, and slapped Hou Yu on the back of the head. Hou Yu's drunkenness immediately dissipated. He had a sad face and sat down angrily. In fact, where had he ever seen Xiao Taohong's coquettishness and tenderness? It's just that when he had dinner with Guan Hao and Li Kuan at Zuixinlu before, they would brag about this after drinking. He was so drunk that his mind was a little slow, and he even ignored the county magistrate Ho who was beside him. Everyone else was trying hard to hold back their laughter. Gu Zhouyuan and Su Mufeng looked at each other, and both laughed unrestrainedly. Putting this little incident aside, the meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Of course, listening to music in brothels and having fun on pleasure boats are no longer a thing of the past. Hou Yu was taken back to the county office by Magistrate Ho, who said he would be put in solitary confinement to read some books of sages and cleanse the filth from his mind. Su Mufeng drank a lot of wine and was very sleepy at this time. He hurriedly said goodbye to Gu Zhouyuan and went back to the academy to rest. Niobutu was very proud and said before leaving that he would send someone to Datong village to help Gu Zhouyuan build a winery. Gu Zhouyuan politely declined. It was his own winery, so how could he let others interfere? However, seeing that he couldn't get the better of him, Niobutu had to give up. In the end, he worked hard to get the opportunity to provide wood to the winery for free. Manager Qian and Su Fu also said that if they could be of any use to them, they could just ask. Xiaohua and her friends were having dinner in another private room. All the people at the table were women. They didn't drink any alcohol and finished much earlier than Gu Zhouyuan and his friends. They had been chatting and waiting in the private room. At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan was walking on the street with 8 girls. The chirping of the birds attracted the attention of many passers-by. Chapter 376 by some cloth. Third brother, where are we going? Xiaobai was the most lively person. She followed Gu Zhouyuan and asked in a sweet voice. I'll take you to buy some daily necessities. Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile, leading the horse. Daily necessities? Xiaobai repeated. This word is quite new. It's the first time she heard it. Gu Zhouyuan briefly explained what daily necessities were, and the women nodded in understanding. Xiaobai, Gu Zhouyuan said hesitantly. What's wrong with third brother? Xiaobai turned his head with his big eyes blinking. Your name is Xiaobai, or is your surname Bai? Gu Zhouyuan thought about it and asked. Xiaobai smiled sweetly. Oh, my last name is Mo Xiaobai. Can you change your name? Gu Zhouyuan looked a little embarrassed. Xiaobai was obviously confused. Why do you want to change your name? Gu Zhouyuan twitched and didn't know how to start. Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed secretly. When she heard the name for the first time, she couldn't help laughing. But she was in danger at that time and had no time to care about these little things. Xiaohua, come and talk to Xiaobai. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Xiaohua over and said firmly. Since the third brother gave the order, Xiaohua of course did as he said. She pulled Xiaobai a few steps away and started mumbling. The other women also gathered around with curious looks on their faces. After a while, Xiaobai came over with a red face, rubbing the corner of his clothes and said, Third brother, then please help me choose a new name. Xianghe and the others were still giggling. They were just wondering why the third brother wanted to change Xiaobai's name for no reason. Doesn't Xiaobai sound nice? They guessed several reasons in their minds, but they didn't expect that it was because the third brother had a dog at home, also named Xiaobai. Gu Zhouyuan was also helpless. Logically speaking, changing Xiaobai's name would be the easiest way to save trouble. But Xiaobai is just a puppy after all. You can't tell it that from now on you will be called Wang Kai and Xiaobai will be someone else. If you call the beautiful girl Xiaobai, I guarantee she will come to you wagging her tail. In comparison, it is more convenient to change a person's name. What name should I change to? He looked around, trying to find some inspiration in his surroundings. I happened to see the shop that sold ginseng that time. An idea suddenly struck him, and he clapped his hands and said, How about calling her Xuejin? Snow symbolizes purity and elegance, and meeting represents fate. Xuejin means the owner of the name is kind-hearted and pure as ice and jade. Xuejin, Mo Xuejin, what a good name. Xiaohua clapped her hands in support. Xiaobai was obviously very satisfied with the name. She smiled sweetly at Gu Zhouyuan and said, Thank you, third brother. Gu Zhouyuan wiped his sweat and finally managed to fool the person. He remembered the name when he saw the pharmacy. He didn't dare say that Xuejin was actually the name of a herb. It is a biennial herb, named because it remains green even when the grass and trees wither in winter. It also has a more well-known name, toadgrass. A group of women were just laughing at the fact that Xiaobai had the same name as the puppy, but now they were all envious. This name is so nice, they also want the third brother to change it to a nicer name. I don't know where the ready-made clothing store is in the city. Gu Zhouyuan planned to ask passers-by. Third brother, do you want to buy some clothes? Xianghe's eyes lit up. I'm pretty good at needlework. Why don't you buy a few feet of cloth, and I'll make a set of clothes for you. It's guaranteed to be no worse than what you buy in a clothing store. She seemed to be afraid that Gu Zhouyuan would be worried, so she quickly added another sentence. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, I have clothes to wear, and this time I want to buy a set of clothes for each of you. You only have one set of clothes on your back, you can't leave them unwashed, right? All the women were deeply moved. Ever since they fled the famine, they have seen the coldness of the world, but they have never met anyone who cares about them so much. Third brother, there's no need. We can find a solution ourselves, Guyu said in a soft voice. There are 7 of them in total, not counting Xiaohua. If they buy each of them a set of clothes, it will probably cost several taels of silver. They have already received so much favor from the third brother, so how could they let him spend more money? A few taels of silver was already a huge sum of money in their eyes. What solutions can you think of? Gu Zhouyuan obviously guessed what these kind women were thinking. They are not men, so they can wash their clothes when the weather is fine, then find some broad leaves to cover their lower body, and then change into them after the clothes are dry. Sister Xianghe, don't you know how to make clothes? Xiaohua said from the side. Then third brother, you can buy 2 pieces of cloth and let Sister Xianghe make the clothes herself. This way it will be much cheaper than going to a ready-made clothing store. Gu Zhouyuan frowned and said, How can clothes be made so quickly? If it takes 10 days or half a month, and the weather is quite hot, they won't change or wash them. Don't worry, third brother, I can make clothes very quickly. Xianghe said quickly. I can make clothes too. I can do that too. Seeing that they all said this, Gu Zhouyuan nodded. The cloth shop where they bought cloth last time was not far away, and Gu Zhouyuan led the women into the shop. Boss, it's the same hemp cloth from last time. Give me 5 pieces. Gu Zhouyuan said generously without asking the price. It is rare for the shopkeeper to encounter a buyer who asks for 5 pieces of cloth without asking the price. He quickly put down the account book in his hand, came forward and asked, What color does this young master want? Third brother, Xianghe pulled Gu Zhouyuan and whispered, Let's just buy linen. Flax cloth is too expensive. Besides, we don't need 5 pieces of cloth. Even 2 pieces won't be enough. Don't worry about the money. Linen is quite cheap, only 450 coins per piece. I'll buy a few more and make a suit for everyone in my family. Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. He can really be described as wealthy and powerful now. Young master, 450 won per piece of cloth was the price a few months ago. Now that there's a famine, everything's going up in price. Linen cloth is now 600 won per piece. The shopkeeper said hurriedly. He seemed to have dug out some memories about Gu Zhouyuan. The price of a piece of cloth is 450 won, coupled with Gu Zhouyuan's unique, confident, and open-minded temperament. He quickly remembered that the man had come to buy 2 pieces of linen cloth last time. At that time, the young man seemed to be followed by 2 countrymen. Why did he come with so many pretty girls this time? Chapter 377 Everyone has room to play. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. The rise in food prices during famine years indirectly leads to currency devaluation. It is normal for cloth prices to rise a little. The shopkeeper carefully observed Gu Zhouyuan's expression, fearing that Gu Zhouyuan would think he was raising the price. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhouyuan just raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, 600 won is 600 won. The shopkeeper was very happy. It was the first time he had come across such a comfortable and relaxed business. He hurriedly picked up the cloth sample and handed it to Gu Zhouyuan with both hands. Here are the color samples of all the linen cloths. Please choose the color you like. This is a frame made of wood with pieces of cloth of various colors pasted on it. Under each piece of cloth were written words such as Tao Yao, Couple Lotus, Tu Bai, Fun Yin. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the colors categorized into different categories and suddenly had the illusion of choosing lipstick colors for his girlfriend. Red is subdivided into various shades of red. True red, brick red, plum red, ant red, maple leaf red, bean paste red. Xiaohua, Xianghe and Xuejin, come over and take a look. What color do you like? Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his eyebrows and handed the sample book to Xiaohua. A group of women gathered around and started chattering. Finally, I chose 1 raven blue, 1 lotus root brown, and 1 camel brown, and 2 black horses. Gu Zhouyuan happily took out 3 taels of silver and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper happily accepted it, and, as usual, gave him a lot of scraps of cloth and a lot of threads of various colors. Gu Zhouyuan put the cloth in the cloth shop first, saying that he would come to pick it up when he returned to the village. After going out, Gu Zhouyuan led the women to the bank of the Huiqing River. Of course, he didn't take them to visit the pleasure boats. That's where I will open a restaurant in the future, Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing at the sign of Junzai Lai Restaurant. The disaster has now been brought under control, and I believe it won't take long before we can completely overcome it. By then his restaurant will also be open for business. All he has now is money, and he is not too interested in opening a restaurant. But Ho Yu and Su Mufeng both paid the money, so since he made a promise, he naturally had to keep his word. At that time, he will only be responsible for giving advice and controlling the overall situation. He has plenty of people under him now, so he can just pick one of them to be his manager. Third brother, Grandma said you bought a shop in the city. Is that the building? Xiaohua swallowed and said, this restaurant is so grand, not much different from the Zuixinlu where I just ate. She had always thought that the shop her third brother bought was just a small restaurant with only 1 storefront. I didn't expect it to be such a luxurious 3-story wooden building with a yard at the back. Yes, I have bought this restaurant. When the time comes, we can open it after some simple decoration. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. He took out the key from his pocket and opened the lock of the restaurant. He moved 2 of the doors open and walked in. Most of the shops in Daqian are Pu Dazi men. It is a row of thick door panels 1 foot wide, embedded in the grooves of the door frame and threshold. When the door is opened, move it out piece by piece, pressing East 1, East 2, East 3. West 1, West 2, West 3 are arranged in order against the wall. When closing the shop at night, the door panels are installed in order. Everyone followed in and admired the luxurious decoration inside. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly asked, Xiaohua, do you want to learn how to cook? Xiaohua was a little confused by Gu Zhouyuan's question. She said bewilderedly, at home, I just wash vegetables and boil the pot. Cooking is usually done by my mother and third aunt. I don't know if I want to learn how to cook, she said honestly. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, it's okay. When you get back, I'll ask my eldest sister to teach you how to cook. You should learn well and come to help out in my restaurant in the future. He originally planned to let his eldest sister come over to take charge of cooking and managing the restaurant. But the eldest sister has to take care of both the kitchen and the front of the hall, and it is obviously difficult to take care of it all. By cultivating the little flowers, the elder sister can save a lot of energy. When he got back, he wanted to ask his elder sister whether she would like to open a restaurant or make clothes, or whether she had any other plans. As long as his elder sister is willing, he will fully support her. Gu Yu's face showed a trace of longing, and she hesitated and said, Third brother, I really like cooking. Can I come to your restaurant to help out in the future? She mustered up the courage to say this, and then looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a nervous heart. Being a chef in a big restaurant is a very respectable job. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan looking at her, her cheeks suddenly turned red. She regretted her impulsiveness. How could such a good job fall into the hands of an outsider like her? We agreed that I was here to work like a slave for my third brother in return for saving me. How could I make such an unreasonable request? She was about to say something to save the situation when she heard Gu Zhouyuan say with a smile, "Of course you can. No matter who you are, as long as you are good at something, you can all use it with me. If she can cook, I'll put her in the restaurant. If she can make clothes, my eldest sister will open a ready-made clothing store in the future. Those who know how to farm, my second brother is working on an experimental field in the village. He's not good at anything. But if you're willing to learn, you can come to my soap workshop and learn how to make soap. I will open a winery in the future. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will always be a place for you to show your talents." The women looked at Gu Zhouyuan with little stars in their eyes. They saw that their fate changed from the moment they met Gu Zhouyuan. They were grateful to the third brother and Xiaohua, and they even began to thank her lazy in their hearts. If it weren't for that lazy, they wouldn't have met Xiaohua in the dungeon, and third brother wouldn't have come to rescue them. Fate comes first, luck comes second, and feng shui comes third. Their luck is coming. When Gu Zhouyuan came here with Ho Yu and the others, he did not take a close look at the restaurant. Now I discovered that this restaurant has a backyard, and the back door is right next to the Huiqing River. There are several rooms in the backyard, and it is equipped with a well, a fish pond, benches, and clothes drying racks. There are even a few small vegetable plots that are overgrown with weeds because no one has taken care of them for a long time. A large shop in a prime location with such a big yard, priced at 2,600 taels of silver, it's worth buying. After the tour, Gu Zhouyuan led his people out of the restaurant. He wanted to find Niu Butu and ask him to find 2 horse-drawn carriages to take these girls to Datong village. When the women thought of their bright future, their emotions became extremely high. Now they are all familiar with Gu Zhouyuan and are no longer as restrained as before. They surrounded Gu Zhouyuan and rushed to talk to him. This made Gu Zhouyuan very confused. One woman is fine, 2 women are fine too, but now he is surrounded by a group of women, and he says he is very painful. When passers-by saw this magical scene, they were all shocked and envious. Chapter 378, Gathering Together Like Wolves and Tigers. "Oh, Brother Gu, you are so lucky." Niu Butu was immediately happy when he saw Gu Zhouyuan's state. Gu Zhouyuan sighed and pretended not to see his winking expression and went straight to the point. "Brother Niu, please help me. You say, find 2 carriages and help me take these girls to Datong village." Niu Butu slapped his forehead and yelled, "Look at my head, old cow. You only have 1 horse. How can you pull so many girls? Don't worry, I'll leave it to Lao Niu. I'll have someone send them back." Gu Zhouyuan only listened to what he could understand and said with a cupped hand, "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Niu." "Well, what's there to say about thanks or not, brothers?" Niu Butu pretended to be unhappy. "By the way," Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and then said, "Why don't I see your accountant's son who's in charge of the warehouse?" Niu Butu didn't know what Gu Zhouyuan suddenly asked about accountant's son, and he didn't think much about it. He answered truthfully. "He asked me for a few days' leave, saying that he had found a wife and was going home to get married." Gu Zhouyuan curled his lips and said, "Brother Niu, can you change the accountant? I don't think this guy's surnamed Sun is reliable." Niu Butu was stunned, but he was quick-witted and figured out what was going on. It was probably accountant Sun who had offended Brother Gu in some way. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Gu and I are of the same mind. I have long felt that Sun Lujin is unreliable and have always wanted to dismiss him. When that brat comes, I'll make him pack up and get out. He's just an accountant. Although it would be troublesome to fire him suddenly, the impact won't be that big. At most, I'll have to spend a few more silver coins and find a new accountant." Compared with the opportunities that Gu Zhouyuan brought him, he didn't feel bad about not doing business at the entire dock. Third brother, Xiaohua finally realized, "Is my eldest uncle's cousin Lu Jin working here?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "Yes, son Lu Jin works under Brother Niu." Niu Butu was even more confused when he heard the conversation between the two. Son Lu Jin is Xiaohua's cousin? How can that be? Of course Gu Zhouyuan knew what he meant. They were obviously related, so why did he want to mess with him? Gu Zhouyuan briefly recounted the whole story. Niu Butu shouted. So it turns out that the reason Sister Xiaohua suffered such a disaster this time was because of this guy. Wait a minute, you can mess with anyone else, but you dare to mess with my little sister Xiaohua. Little Flower is so cute. How could he be worthy of her? What a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Wait until he comes. Old cow, will help Little Flower vent her anger. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, that's not necessary. Brother Niu can just fire him. After all, he is the nephew of his third aunt. Xiaohua has escaped danger this time, and he is not willing to pursue anything further. Niu Buta nodded quickly in agreement. 2 carriages and a fast horse were galloping on the mountain road back to the village. Third brother, our family won't be angry if you take us back, right? Xuejian said as she looked at Gu Zhouyuan, who was riding on a horse beside her. It's okay, my mother and the others are all fine. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and smiled. What are you afraid of? It's not like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, a woman teased. Don't talk nonsense, Xuejian blushed. We are all the same. You can't escape meeting your parents-in-law. The other women blushed and spat. Some shrewd ones argued. How can they be the same? There have to be sisters. There can only be one mistress of the house. That's right, the sisters aren't divided by age. It depends on who third brother likes and who he's willing to be the head of the family. I think third brother definitely likes Xuejian. Look, he even changed her name. It sounds like the name of the mistress. When a group of women get together, they become bolder. They chattered and laughed nonstop and kept glancing at Gu Zhouyuan. How could Gu Zhouyuan bear this? He gave the reins a shake and rode to the front. When the women saw him running away, they all covered their mouths and laughed. How did you become like this? Xiaohua looked at this group of wolf-like and ferocious women with some disbelief. She clearly remembered that each of them had a deep hatred and bitterness, and they all spoke in soft voices. How come in just half a day he became so brave? But she rarely saw the third brother being shy, which was really interesting. What do you mean by becoming like this? A woman laughed. We've always been like this, all right. We just haven't met a man worthy of us dropping our pretense. Ugh, so corny. Xuejian rubbed her arm with a look of disgust. Do you dare to say that what I said is not true? The woman said, unconvinced. As they laughed and joked, the journey back to the village seemed very short. We're almost there, Xiaohua said excitedly, pointing to the village not far away. The women who had been chattering all the way fell silent at this moment. People are always afraid of unknown things. The carefree chatting and laughing along the way were also a way for them to relieve the stress in their hearts. Erju, look, Xiao Yuan is back. Zhao Erge pointed to a place not far away. Erju had just seen it, and he nodded vigorously, saying, Xiao Yuan is back with Xiaohua. Yesterday, someone from the county government came to report that Xiaohua had been rescued and would have to rest in the city for a night before returning. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But when he actually saw his sister coming home, he couldn't hide his excitement. That's not right. There are so many people on the carriage. All of them are women, Zhao Ergu exclaimed. Erju's eyes lit up. These women seemed to be very young and beautiful. He couldn't help licking his lips. What are you still standing there for? Push the roadblock away quickly. Erju pulled Zhao Ergu and said, Oh yes, yes. Zhao Ergu hurriedly followed Erju and pushed the roadblock aside. The carriage was approaching now. Xiaohua, are you okay? Erju's eyes were filled with tears. Don't worry, second brother, I'm fine. Third brother rescued us all. Xiaohua smiled sweetly at Erju. Oh, that's good. Erju immediately changed the subject. He looked at the women behind the carriage and asked, Who are these girls? Xiaohua was speechless for a while. She ignored Erju and just rolled her eyes. As soon as the carriage stopped, she got out. Erju didn't take it seriously and approached the carriage and said, My name is Gu Erju. Are you the gentleman Xiao Yuan invited? He had heard that Gu Zhouyuan was going to the city to hire 2 female teachers to teach the girls in the village to read and write. But this is too much. He was also wondering in his heart. Hello, brother Erju, my name is Guyu. We are not female teachers. We were all rescued from human traffickers by our third brother. Guyu Luoluo said generously. This person was quite enthusiastic, and he was Xiaohua's second brother, so she naturally felt a sense of closeness to him. Chapter 379, Dividing Wife in the Village. Hearing the sweet voice of brother Erju, Erju felt as if every bone in his body had become lighter. Get off the car slowly and be careful not to fall. Fortunately, he still retained a bit of rationality and did not directly carry the girl out of the car. He brought a wooden stake in a very servile manner. Sister Guyu, step on this to get off the car, don't sprain your ankle. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell. This guy really has no shame. Xiaohua covered her eyes. If possible, she really wanted to draw a clear line between herself and this second brother. Guyu blushed. Erju was really considerate. This was the first time someone treated her like this in her life. Xiang Heshue saw that all the girls were covering their mouths and laughing. Is this Xiaohua's second brother? How come his style is completely different from that of the third brother? Several people got out of the car. Gu Zhouyuan thanked the 2 coachmen. The 2 carriages turned around at the entrance of the village and returned to the city. Gu Zhouyuan first went to see the summer flowers in the straw hut. Xiaohua's illness was almost completely cured at this time. It's just that my body is a little weak and it will take time to recover. She was sweeping the ground around the straw shed with a broom. The broom is made of thin bamboo branches during the new year. Din Yin used to be a carpenter, so these little gadgets were very simple for him. Young Master Xiaoyuan. When Xiaohua saw Gu Zhouyuan coming, she quickly stood up and greeted him. How do you feel? Are you still dizzy? Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. I'm not dizzy anymore. It's all thanks to Master Xiaoyuan's care. I'm fine now. Xiaohua threw down the broom, ran into the shed, and brought out a small bamboo stool. Master, please sit down. Xiaohua put the stool next to Gu Zhouyuan's legs. These outsiders called Gu Zhouyuan by all kinds of strange names. Some call him young master, some call him master, some call him sir, some call him boss, and some call him benefactor. Now a group of girls came and followed Xiaohua, calling him the third brother. Gu Zhouyuan didn't care about these things and let them shout whatever they wanted. Where are Dongbai and the others? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a smile. He did not sit down on the small bamboo stool, but looked around the thatched hut. The two thatched huts are connected together, and the two bamboos in the middle are shared. There is a bamboo bed in Xiaohua's thatched hut, and the bedding on the bed is clean and tidy. Wooden barrels, wooden basins, bowls and chopsticks were all available, and in just a few days, the shed was filled with life. The other straw hut was much more sloppy. There was some hay on the ground. On the hay was a straw mat, and on the mat was a thin quilt. The straw mat was given by the villagers, and the quilt was given by Gu Zhouyuan. There were two small bamboo stools in the shed, and two wash bowls were placed on one of the stools. They went to the forest over there to chop firewood. Xiaohua pointed to the forest not far from the village. Because they didn't want to eat for free, Dongbai and the other two ran to the mountains to chop firewood as soon as they had time when they heard that Gu Zhouyuan's workshop needed firewood. Seeing that Xiaohua was in good health, Gu Zhouyuan exchanged a few words with her and then turned and left. Why are there two straw huts there? Why doesn't third brother let her enter the village? Gu Yu asked curiously. Erju quickly said. That person had contracted typhoid fever and was almost dying. It was Xiaoyuan who saved her. Xiaoyuan asked her to live in a straw hut and wait until she recovered before she could enter the village. The women's admiration for Gu Zhouyuan increased even more. I haven't heard from Xiaohua before that third brother also knows medicine. I really don't know how the third brother can be so capable at such a young age. A group of women followed Gu Zhouyuan into the village. There was no shortage of villagers talking on the road. Gu Zhouyuan pretended not to hear anything and brought the women to his old house. You guys clean up and live here for the time being. Gu Zhouyuan opened the gate. Isn't this where Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiong'er live? It can't accommodate 10 people, right? Xiaohua asked doubtfully. Xiao Si and the others will move in with me. Gu Zhouyuan had already thought of this. There are quite a few empty rooms in the back house of the outer residence, which are just right for Xiao Si and his friends to live in. Xiong'er lives there and can also protect the house. Xuejian and the others didn't expect that they would be able to get a house. Third brother, what work shall we do? I can do laundry, cooking, carrying water, and farming. They can't wait to work, otherwise they will feel uneasy living here. You guys clean up first, I'll assign you work tomorrow. Gu Zhouyuan said. Inevitably, some villagers who liked to watch the fun gathered around. Xiaoyuan, where did you bring so many little girls back from? Which one of them is your wife? Asked a mother-in-law with a toothless grin. You misunderstood. I rescued these girls from the hands of human traffickers. Seeing that many villagers pricked up their ears, Gu Zhouyuan quickly explained loudly. Oh, you rescued them. Which one are you going to marry? The mother-in-law continued to ask, looking up. Gu Zhouyuan could kill several people outside without blinking an eye, but now he felt tremendous pressure from the old woman in the village, and even sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing her third brother's embarrassment, Xiaohua hurriedly protected Gu Zhouyuan behind her. Mother-in-law, these sisters were kidnapped like me and sold to the Black Fang shop. It was my third brother who saved them. The county magistrate told them to go to Datong village and asked my third brother to find them a job to support themselves. After the county magistrate was brought out, the mother-in-law really stopped pestering him. Xiaoyuan, since these girls are not your wives, can you give one to my son Goshen? He is 25 years old and still has no wife. Mrs. Zhao came forward and said with a smile. These girls are all pretty. Her son Goshen doesn't have a good reputation in the village, so it's difficult for him to find a wife. Before marrying off their daughters, people from other villages would come to the village for a secret visit and ask about the boy's character and personality. Goshen is not likable. He proposed to me several times, but it all ended in failure. These girls were rescued from human traffickers by Gu Zhouyuan. They have no relatives or friends, so it's just right for him to find one to be Goshing's wife. Erju squeezed through the crowd and said, "There's this wonderful thing called the distribution of wives in our village. How come I didn't know about it? Want to get one from Xiaoyuan? Then I'll take one home first." How could he have the mind to be on duty when he saw the young girl? He begged Dezhu to take his shift, and he slipped away to come to Gu Zhouyuan. Just when he heard those shameless words from Mrs. Zhao, he suddenly became anxious and couldn't help but start to mock her. Mrs. Zhao could hear the sarcasm in Erju's words. She curled her lips and said, "I won't give it away for free. I'll give you 1 tael of silver." As she spoke, she began to take out her wallet. She had saved some money these days, so she felt bolder. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell. This old lady Zhao was really annoying. Are you treating him as a black-hearted human trafficker? His voice was cold. I think Aunt Zhao must have made a mistake. I didn't buy these girls. They belong to themselves. If your family wants to marry her as a daughter-in-law, you don't have to tell me. Let Zhao Goxing come and show himself. If the girl likes him, you can take him home to be her daughter-in-law. Chapter 380. Kindness and Severity. Mrs. Zhao looked unhappy when she was confronted by Gu Zhouyuan. She stuffed the purse back into her arms, pretending to be dismissive, and snorted coldly. 1 tael of silver as a betrothal gift is enough to marry a girl from a good family. They are sold here and there, and who knows? Enough. Before she could finish her words, she saw Gu Zhouyuan's face frown. These girls are innocent women. You can't talk nonsense here. If I listen to anyone's nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude to her. Gu Zhouyuan always greets people with a smile in the village, and he rarely gets angry. Everyone felt sad when he saw the gloomy look on his face. Especially when facing Gu Zhouyuan, Mrs. Zhao felt a chill running up her spine. She hesitantly said, I didn't mean that. Xiaoyuan, you misunderstood me. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Xiaohua out of the corner of his eye and saw that she didn't seem to take Mrs. Zhao's words to heart. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These girls were brought back by me, Gu Zhouyuan. From now on, they will be part of our Datong village. No one can look down on them." All the villagers nodded in agreement. Xiaoyuan, where is that bastard or lazy? Was he arrested by the county magistrate? Erju suddenly thought of this and asked with gritted teeth. Dead. Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. When he comes out, I must interrupt him. Dead. Erju was so angry that he realized something was wrong only now. That's right, he's dead. With so many people here, Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to say anything more. Death would be a blessing for him, Erju said with forced composure. Although he had wanted to skin Air Lizy alive to vent his hatred, he still felt an indescribable feeling in his heart when he heard that the man was really dead. When Guyu and the other women thought of the scene at that time, their faces turned pale. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Air Lizy is dead. Could he have been killed by Xiaoyuan? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you haven't heard about this, the county magistrate knows about it. I think he was probably hacked to death by the police from the Yamen. I think so too. With the government officials stepping in, Xiaoyuan shouldn't dare to kill anyone, right? Don't dare? Is there anything in this world that Xiaoyuan wouldn't dare to do? Anyway, I think he was the one who killed Air Lizy. Erju listened to the villagers' discussions, and he actually already had the answer in his mind. He understands Gu Zhouyuan more deeply than other villagers. He knew how cold and cruel his cousin would become once he stopped smiling. Gu Zhouyuan's calm voice sounded, ending everyone's speculation. I hacked Air Lizy to death with my broadsword. His body is now in the county government's charity cemetery. This guy dared to kidnap Xiaohua and sell her to a human trafficker in order to get revenge on me. I told him I'd make him die a miserable death. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was cold, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The scene suddenly fell into extreme silence, and all the onlookers were startled. Gu Zhouyuan has always been gentle to the villagers. Even though Mrs. Hu falsely accused him of collaborating with bandits in front of Captain Zhao last time, he did not seek to settle the score with her family afterwards. Hudafa was beaten because he stole mushrooms and spoke rudely. Gu Zhouyuan's tolerance made many people forget that he was a ruthless man who beat Wang Debao to death in front of everyone and brutally killed 3 servants. How dare that idiot? He must be really tired of living, to dare to provoke such a living devil. No, what am I afraid of? I won't go against Xiaoyuan. When someone reacted, the pressure on them instantly disappeared. Stop gathering here. It's time to go home and cook dinner. Gu Zhouyuan saw everyone's reactions and was quite satisfied with the results. It is not enough to just show kindness blindly. You still have to criticize when it is time to do so. Xiaoyuan is right. The rice is already in the pot. I have to go home quickly to check on the pot. Mrs. Zhao was the first to slip away. She was still frightened at this moment. Gu Shaosan was really cruel. That Air Lizy was also from the same village. He just chopped someone off, as he said. You have to be more careful with your words in the future. You can't act like a spoiled brat just because you and Gu Shaosan are from the same village. When Gu Shaosan gets angry, he doesn't care whether you are from this village or from another village. The others also quickly dispersed. Some gossipy people went to tell heir Lizi's father the news, but for some reason, Lizi's father did not come to Gu Zhiyuan's house to make trouble. The women were all very diligent and cleaned up the outside of the house in no time. The bedroom is where Xiaoxi and the others sleep, so they can't go in and move around. They have to wait for Xiaoxi and the others to come back. The few of them chatted for a while, and time passed quickly. When the sun set, Xiaoxi took Xiaowu home. Young master. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan waiting in the yard, Xiaoxi and Xiaowu shouted in unison. Xiaowu seems to have some flesh on his face now. Gu Zhouyuan squatted down and pinched Xiaowu's face. Xiaowu's eyes narrowed with smiles, and he said in a baby voice, "Brother said I gained 5 kilograms." There was a scale in the workshop. On the day she entered the workshop, Sister Zhaodi helped her weigh the weight. A few days ago, my fourth brother asked an uncle to pick her up and weigh her. 28 kilograms. Her brother said that she has gained 5 kilograms in just a short time since she came to Datong village. When Xiaoxi saw that there were several more sisters in the yard, he was a little confused about the situation. But he is not a curious person, and he does things without asking why. Xiaoxi and Xiaowu, why don't you move to my place and leave this place free for these sisters to live in, okay? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a smile. Although Xiaoxi didn't want to trouble the young master's family anymore, the young master had other arrangements for the house, so he naturally wouldn't say anything. Seeing him nod in agreement, Gu Zhouyuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, go pack up your things in your room and move them to my place." Xiaoxi nodded and took Xiaowu into the house. Actually, there was nothing much to pack, just a bed and a small cloth bag with a few clothes inside. The clothes were all old clothes given by Sidon, and Xiaowu's clothes were 2 new sets made by Lu. After a while, Gu Zhaodi, Old Lady Gu, and others also came over. They usually wait until everyone else has finished work, then count the goods and lock the door, so they get off work later than others. Chapter 381. Zhu acts really quickly. Xiaohua, how are you? They didn't beat you, did they? When Mrs. Gu saw Xiaohua, she quickly pulled Xiaohua over and asked. Seeing that there seemed to be no wound on Xiaohua's face, she still pulled up Xiaohua's sleeve and checked her arm. Before they could hit me, third brother came to save me. Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. Only after hearing Xiaohua say this did Mrs. Gu feel relieved. Suddenly, she put her hands on her hips and snorted. This damn idiot actually did something so evil and immoral. Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Xiaoyuan, where's her lazy? Have you caught him? Old Mrs. Gu asked Gu Zhouyuan. There were no outsiders here, so Gu Zhouyuan no longer hid anything and told him everything he could about the process of saving Xiaohua. Old Madame Gu sighed and said, Heir Lizi deserved to die, but I don't know what to say to Lizi's father next time I see him. Lizi's father is an honest man, even to the point of being a little cowardly. Heir Lizi does bad things outside and he does the same when he comes home, often beating up Lizi's father. His family is the only one with the same surname in the village, and is not bound by any clan leader or clan rules. The village head did step forward to teach Heir Lizi a lesson a few times, but after all, it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. After a long time, he could no longer care about it. This time, Heir Lizi kidnapped Xiaohua and sold her to a human trafficker, and even wanted to do evil in the dungeon. Whether this crime is committed privately or publicly, the punishment is death. Since the county government didn't arrest Gu Zhouyuan, it proves that killing Gu Zhouyuan was right. When the time comes, I will ask the village head how to accommodate Li Zidi. If it really doesn't work, I will ask the county magistrate to move his household to another county. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while and said, It's not that he is cruel, it's just that people's hearts are different. Even if Heir Lizi is a bastard, they are still father and mother. Now that there is a hatred between him and Li Zidi for killing his son, he is unwilling to let the potential threat stay by his side. If he follows the routine of cool novels, he would cut the weeds and eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. But he couldn't do such a thing. If Li Zidi is willing to move, he can give him some resettlement money. Old Mrs. Gu sighed again. Giving birth to a troublemaker in the family will really ruin your life. As they were talking, everyone from the old house came running over after work. There was inevitably another round of inquiries about one's well-being. Old Mrs. Gu repeated what had happened to everyone. Everyone sighed. Why haven't my second brother and the others come back yet? Gu Zhouyuan looked around, but didn't see his second brother and mother. I just saw him washing his hands in the pond, and your mother was with him. Gu Mansong said. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Old Madame Gu pulled Gu Zhouyuan aside and asked in a low voice. Tell Grandma, With all these women living in your house, is there anyone you love? Grandma, why do you say such things? Gu Zhouyuan frowned. Didn't I tell you? These are the poor women I rescued. They are staying here temporarily. Mrs. Gu disapproved and said, It's because you saved me that I can be your wife. Isn't there a saying that goes, You saved my life, so I'm marrying you as my wife? Siju added, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, except to repay you with my own life. Mrs. Gu laughed heartily. That's right, I'll pledge my love to you. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. His eyes darted around, and when he saw Erju standing beside him, he suddenly laughed. Grandma, don't worry about me for now. Just look at Erju. Old Mrs. Gu turned her head and saw Erju following a girl. I don't know what the boy said, but it made the girl giggle. The old lady's attention was indeed diverted. She lowered her voice and asked, Erju, are you starting now? Gu Zhouyuan nodded vigorously. Yes, that girl's name is Guyu. She is very skillful and good at cooking and making clothes. I don't think the girl dislikes Erju. Grandma, I think the house at second uncle's house should be built as soon as possible. Old Mrs. Gu grinned and laughed. She has no worries about food and drink now, and her biggest worry is the lifelong affairs of her children at home. I was worried about Erju a few days ago, but I didn't expect that this guy had forgotten about Miss Chiao so quickly. She pulled Sun over, and the two of them started whispering to each other. As they talked, they would look up from time to time and secretly glance at Erju. Xiaohua was rescued safely, and Erju brought more good news. Sun was so happy that her face was full of smiles. Mom, second brother. Gu Zhouyuan saw Gu Dedi and his mother coming over, along with Sidon and Xiong Er. Sister Xiaohua, you're back? Third brother, why are there so many sisters at home? Sidon ran over and said, Why are you asking so many questions as a kid? Go play with number 4 and number 5. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand perfunctorily. Second brother. Gu Zhouyuan came close to Gu Dedi and said, There are a lot of new people at home. I'll take you to meet them. As he said this, he winked at his mother and grandmother. Old Mrs. Gu immediately understood what Gu Zhouyuan meant. She pulled the confused Lu aside and whispered in her ear to explain. Lu was naturally overjoyed. Gu Dedi was very confused and let Gu Zhouyuan put his arm around his shoulders and take him to a group of women. Everyone, put aside the work at hand for now. The women stood up straight and looked at him obediently. Let me introduce you. This is my second brother Gu Huaijing. He is 19 years old this year and has not yet married. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands and said loudly, Hello, second brother. Hello, second brother. The women all greeted with smiles. Gu Dedi's face turned red. Even if he was slow-witted, he knew why Xiao Yuan pulled him over. Hello, you guys. Gu Dedi forced a stiff smile. Her name is Xuejin, this year. Gu Zhouyuan was halfway through his introduction when he realized that he didn't know her age either. Xuejin has a lively personality. She said openly, I'm 3 years younger than my second brother. I'm 16 this year. This is Sister Xianghua. She's 17 years old. This is Guyu, and this year is also 17 years old. Xuejin introduced them one by one. Gu Dedi felt that this introduction was very strange. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Erju excitedly said, Sister Guyu is 1 year younger than me. What month was your birthday? I was born in March, during the grain rain season. Guyu replied with a smile. When Gu Dedi saw Erju taking over the situation, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Second brother, is there anyone you like? Gu Zhouyuan leaned over and asked in a low voice. After a pause, he added considerately, Guyu is not suitable for you. Gu Dedi's face fell, and he was about to say something when he saw several more heads around him. Sidon Gu Zhaodi and old lady Lu Gu all came over and stared at him, waiting for his answer. Chapter 382, Bringing Fire to Oneself. Gu Dedi seemed very uneasy. No, I didn't. Gu Zhouyuan had just been urged to get married by old Madame Gu, and he was very distressed. Seeing my second brother being held by his family, I had no sympathy at all. Instead, he added insult to injury and said, Second brother, you are not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. Mother is still waiting to have a grandson. Gu Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yuan taught them a few days ago that do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. How come they have completely forgotten it now? Gu Zhouyuan didn't have this realization. As the saying goes, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. As long as my second brother gets married and adds a fat boy to the family, it will temporarily put a stop to the offensive of my mother and grandmother. He had been caught in the rain himself, and then he took apart other people's umbrellas. Okay, how can we decide who is suitable just by looking at each other? We also need to see what the girl thinks. Lu couldn't bear to put the second son in a difficult position, so she hurried to help. The drama of urging marriage finally came to an end. Gu Zhouyuan coughed and said, "Mother is right. We can't rush into this matter. After all, not everyone is as impatient as Erzhu. Since we're close, let my second brother visit more often, and the relationship will naturally grow stronger." Lu said with a half-smile, "Don't talk about your second brother. You are 18 years old this year. Do you have any girls you like?" Gu Zhouyuan didn't expect that watching the fire from the other side would also bring disaster upon himself. He said awkwardly, "Not yet." Seeing that his mother wanted to speak, he quickly pulled Gu Zhaodi over and said, "Sister, there are a few girls among these who are good at needlework. Don't you like making clothes? Let them follow you from now on." Everyone smiled when they saw him change the subject. Gu Zhaodi still doted on Gu Zhouyuan, so she followed up the conversation by saying, "Okay, the weather is getting a little chilly in the mornings and evenings, so I thought of making you a thicker robe." Gu Zhouyuan nodded repeatedly. "I bought 5 pieces of linen cloth today. I'll take you to see it now." As he said that, he took Gu Zhaodi's hand and walked out of the yard. Sidon said slowly, "Third brother escaped." When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter. The group of women over there didn't know what they were laughing at, but it was obvious that the family had such harmonious relationships, and they couldn't help but feel a little envious. "Xiong-er, go pack up your things and move in with me tonight," Gu Zhouyuan said to Xiong-er. "To answer your question, young master, I don't have anything to pack," Xiong-er said naively. He didn't even have a change of clothes. Usually, every 3 days, he would jump into the river near the village with his clothes on and wash himself and his clothes together. It was unnecessary for him to ask him. Gu Zhouyuan reflected on himself in his heart. 7 girls, 2 rooms, it's definitely crowded. Gu Zhouyuan then went to get a slightly larger bed and placed it in the main room. 3 people sleep in the main room, and 2 people sleep in each of the other 2 rooms. It's all temporary anyway. Judging from Erzhu's enthusiasm, it won't be long before Guyu will move out. That night, Lu cooked a big pot of corn porridge and made some flatbreads. Everyone ate and drank their fill. Gu Zhaodi called all these women to the new house. All the rooms in the back room were empty, so she chose one room as their workshop. All women in this world know some needlework. Among these women, apart from Gu Zhaodi, Xianghe has the best craftsmanship. Sister Zhaodi and Sister Xianghe, how come you two have such dexterous hands? Guyu was very envious. I only know how to do simple cutting and mending, but Sister Zhaodi and the others can actually embroider beautiful patterns. Sister Zhaodi, what is this pattern you are embroidering? Xianghe asked, pointing at a robe that had already taken shape in Gu Zhaodi's hand. It's the word fard. Gu Zhaodi looked up and answered. She drew a few strokes on her hair with the needle, and by the light of the oil lamp, she finished sewing the last few stitches of the collar. Sister Zhaodi, can you still read? Xuejin exclaimed. The other women also looked incredulous. Even among rural men, few can read and write, let alone women. Yes, Xiao Yuan taught me all of this. Gu Zhaodi smiled. Third brother is so nice. I really don't know who will be so lucky to marry him in the future. Mo Shui's eyes were shining. Gu Zhaodi also nodded in agreement. Yes, I don't know who would be so lucky. In the back house, Gu Zhouyuan chose 2 rooms on the east side for Xiao Si and his friends to live in. This was the first time Xiao Si had lived in a brick house since he was a child. The houses on the ground floor were too clean and tidy, which made him feel uncomfortable. Xiong-er is heartless. Even if he is arranged to live in the palace, he will not feel restrained. Xiao Si, Gu Zhouyuan said as he sat beside Xiao Si's bed. Starting tomorrow, don't go to the workshop to work. Xiao Si's face turned pale. Master, is there something I did wrong? Point it out, and I promise to change it. He now relies on the job given by the young master to support himself and Xiaowu. He really cherishes everything he has now. Seeing that the child was so anxious that tears were about to fall, Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly comforted him. It's not that you did something wrong. I just want you to go to school tomorrow to learn to read and write. It turned out that it was not because of my poor performance that the young master was dissatisfied. He breathed a sigh of relief, then came to his senses and stammered. I don't want to go to school. Gu Zhouyuan patted his shoulder and said, don't worry about the tuition, and don't worry about the work. Study hard. The more capable you are, the more you can help me in the future. Xiao Si was stunned. He didn't want to go to school because he didn't want to owe the young master more. But if the young master needs him to study, then he will go. He nodded heavily. I will listen to you, master. He looked at Xiaowu and didn't know what to do with her. Gu Zhouyuan bent down and picked up Xiaowu, saying softly, Xiaowu, you will help my mother with work from now on, okay? Sure, Xiaowu said in a baby voice. I love helping madam with work the most. When Xiaowu grows up 2 years later, he will also go to school to learn to read and write. Gu Zhouyuan held Xiaowu and placed him on his lap. Xiaowu chuckled and said, okay, I can recognize several words now. My brother said I am smarter than him. Really? What words does Xiaowu know? Gu Zhouyuan asked in surprise. I know 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Xiaowu raised his little head, waiting for the young master's praise. Gu Zhouyuan pinched her little face and said, well, Xiaowu is really amazing. After teasing Xiaowu for a while, Gu Zhouyuan got up and left. Seeing that the light was still on in the back room, Gu Zhouyuan walked over and knocked on the door. Sister, it's getting late. Let's make the clothes tomorrow. Emo Shuejian ran to open the door and greeted with a smile. Third brother, you are here. Chapter 383 The Loneliest Person in the World. Xiaoyuan, why haven't you slept yet? Gu Zhaodi put down the clothes in her hands and looked up at him. Gu Zhouyuan walked over with a smile. Sister, don't stay up too long. It's not too late to make clothes tomorrow. Gu Zhaodi pursed her lips and smiled. I know, we were just about to end it. You should go back and rest quickly. Gu Zhouyuan said to the group of women. Everyone nodded in agreement. When they reached the yard, Xiaobai heard footsteps and came out of his nest. After barking twice, he saw that it was Gu Zhouyuan walking in front of him, and immediately ran to Gu Zhouyuan with his tail wagging. Xiaobai, why aren't you sleeping yet? Gu Zhouyuan squatted down and rubbed Xiaobai's head. Everyone covered their mouths and laughed, and Shuejian's face turned red. Gu Zhouyuan didn't see their reactions. He thought for a moment and said, it's a bit inconvenient for a group of women like you to live over there. Tie Xiaobai up in your yard so he can remind you if something goes wrong. Gu Zhouyuan put Xiaobai on the leash and said, Shuejian, you hold Xiaobai. Seeing Chi AI agreed, Emo Shui took the rope. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan asked Zhu to take over Gu Zhaodi's management of the warehouse in the workshop. He has plenty of money now, so there is no need to let his elder sister work like a slave in the workshop all day. He asked Gu Zhaodi to continue making clothes with a group of women and taught them how to cook. Gu was most interested in cooking. When Gu Zhaodi was explaining the cooking steps, she was the one who listened most attentively among the few people. Not far from the soap workshop, Gu Zhouyuan's winemaking workshop also started construction. Gu Zhouyuan was relatively free today and was sitting by the river fishing. He always felt that fishing in his own pond was boring, and he felt more comfortable fishing in the wild. The big river beside the village is connected to other rivers. Although it has dried up this year, there are still fish in it. Each person has a pole, a bamboo hat, and a small stool. There were already 2 small crucian carps in a small wooden barrel next to it. After being here for such a long time, this is the first time that Gu Zhouyuan feels so relaxed. Under a tree not far away, Xiong Er was naked and hitting a sandbag. This guy is born with supernatural powers and is extremely malleable. Gu Zhouyuan integrated all the messy fighting training methods he had learned in his previous life, combined with the tutorials he bought from the mall, and taught him all at once. This guy is very stubborn. No matter how Gu Zhouyuan trains him, he does everything without giving any concessions. One morning, Gu Zhouyuan asked him to run around the village to warm up, but forgot to tell him how many laps he should run. It was almost noon when Gu Zhouyuan finished his work and ran to call him, only to find that this guy was still running around the village. My body felt like it had been splashed with water, and I almost collapsed from dehydration. The amount of training was terrifying, coupled with Gu Zhouyuan's unlimited food supply. This makes Xiong Er's already burly figure look even more majestic, and at first glance he looks no different from a blind bear. Young master, Gu Zhouyuan was squinting his eyes to look at Piao when he heard Xiong Er's voice ringing in his ears. What's wrong? It shouldn't have been an hour yet. Gu Zhouyuan asked without turning his head. The sandbag is broken again, Xiong Er said in a muffled voice. Broken again? Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. This was the 3rd sandbag that Xiong Er had broken today. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it, bought a bundle of straw in the mall, and threw it to Xiong Er. Tie this stuff to the tree and use the stump as a sandbag. Okay, young master. Xiong Er picked up Wan Chao and walked back. Wait, Gu Zhouyuan shouted, then threw a pair of fighting gloves to him. Put these on your hands. Oh, Xiong Er nodded. After a while, the sound of dong dong came from the big tree. Gu Zhouyuan put his hands behind his head, chewed a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, and his thoughts drifted away. He seems to be carefree here, but sometimes he misses his own world. Strictly speaking, he is the loneliest person in the world. He traveled to this place, and he didn't know if there was another soul replacing him in that world. He married the female boss and took over his comfortable life. Third brother. He ran away. Arya shouted, bringing Gu Zhouyuan back to reality. What ran away? Gu Zhouyuan spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth. The fishing rod was pulled away. Arya shouted, pointing at the fishing rod in the water. Gu Zhouyuan looked over and saw that the fishing rod had indeed fallen into the water and was still twitching. He stretched out his arm, bent down, and picked up the fishing rod. The fish was still on the hook, a palm-length long fish. Gu Zhouyuan took the fish off and threw it into the wooden barrel. Third brother, I want a fish too. Arya was halfway through her words when she suddenly remembered that her grandfather asked her to call third brother because of something urgent. She hurriedly said, Third brother, please go home quickly. The county magistrate has come to your house to look for you, and many people have come. A lot of people have come. Are the teachers we found for the school here? Gu Zhouyuan murmured. He quickly put away his fishing rod. Do you want this fish? Gu Zhouyuan asked, pointing to the 3 small fish in the wooden barrel. Third brother, don't you want it? Then I'll take it back and ask mother to make a pot of fish soup for you. Arya said happily. You can take the basin away with you. I'm leaving first. Gu Zhouyuan said. Xiong'er, pack up and go home. Gu Zhouyuan shouted at Xiong'er, who was practicing boxing. Hearing Xiong'er's response, he picked up the bench and fishing rod and ran home quickly. Seeing many villagers gathered at the door of his house from afar, Gu Zhouyuan knew that it was probably not just the teacher's problem. Xiao Yuan is here, someone shouted. The crowd quickly made way. Old Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Lu stood at the door and looked anxiously towards Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan took 2 steps at a time and walked over. Before he could say anything, old lady Gu whispered, Eunuch, the county magistrate has brought a eunuch here. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized that it must be a reward from the court. The Dakian court was really slow in doing things. Such a long time had passed, and the reward only came so late. He shook Mrs. Gu's hand and said with a smile, This is good news. Grandma, why are you so nervous? How can I not be nervous? Most rural people have never even seen a county magistrate once in their entire lives. The people who came back this time were from the palace, the people around the emperor. Mrs. Gu didn't have time to tell Gu Zhouyuan this. She said anxiously, Go in quickly, don't make your father-in-law unhappy. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and stepped into the courtyard. I saw quite a few people in the yard. Mr. Jingda, who had not been seen for a long time, was sitting and talking with County Magistrate Ho. Gu Lijing was sitting beside him, his body stretched straight, and it was obvious that he was a little nervous at the moment. My dear friend Gu, Mr. Jingda stood up and said with a smile, I recall the past when I talked about poetry and philosophy with you. It seems like it was just yesterday. It has been so long since we last met. I wonder if everything is going well, my dear friend. Chapter 380 For the Imperial Edict arrives. Gu Zhouyuan quickly returned the greeting. Mr. Jingda, how are you? He bowed to County Magistrate Ho and said, Greetings, Your Excellency the County Magistrate. He turned his head and looked to the side, where a young man in scarlet palace robes was standing. The man looked to be in his 20s, with a fair face and no beard, his chin raised and his eyes half closed. He looked like a bit of a jerk, so he must be the eunuch delivering the imperial edict. It was the first time that Gu Zhouyuan saw the legendary eunuch, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. The young eunuch frowned, feeling quite unhappy. He has come out to convey the emperor's orders more than once. No matter how rich and powerful those who received the orders were, they all put on a smile when they saw him. What's wrong with this guy? He's staring at me so brazenly. The head of the village was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead. This was a eunuch from the palace. Xiao Yuan couldn't offend him, right? Mr. Jingda smiled, but said nothing. He had long known that Gu Xiaoyou's style of doing things was different from that of ordinary people. After studying it for a while, Gu Zhouyuan didn't find any difference between this eunuch and ordinary people. Even a little taller than the average person. TV dramas are all lies. Gu Zhouyuan muttered. The young eunuch felt a little frightened by his stare, but he didn't dare to get angry. He came with Master Su and knew the general content of the imperial edict. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend someone who was valued by both the emperor and Master Su. He had just posed for a while without saying a word, partly because of his habit as a eunuch delivering imperial decrees. Secondly, in his subconscious, he naturally had a sense of superiority over the peasants in this remote mountain village. Are you here to deliver an imperial decree? Gu Zhouyuan quickly lost interest in the young eunuch and asked. The young eunuch was not used to this way of speaking. He glanced at Master Su, who was still smiling, took a deep breath and said, Exactly. Just as he guessed, Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and saw Sidon, Arya, and others leaning against the gate of the courtyard and peeking inside. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, Come in and see. Call all the family members over. The eunuch will read out the imperial edict in a moment. Okay, third brother. Sidon was still hesitating, but Arya turned around and called for help. When the imperial eunuch was mentioned, his courage grew again. Are you Gu Zhouyuan, a villager from Datong village, Qingtian County, Tally Commandery? To answer the eunuch, I am Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan said casually. The young eunuch opened the brocade box he was carrying and took out a bright yellow scroll from it. He shouted, "Kneel down and receive the order." Magistrate Ho and the village head all stood up and knelt. Gu Zhouyuan took 2 steps to the side to avoid the kneeling of several people. He chuckled and said, "Please forgive me, little eunuch. I sprained my ankle while working this morning and can't kneel down." How could his 21st century soul kneel down before a little eunuch? As he spoke, he shouted outside the courtyard, "Sisters, please stay outside first. If you come in, you will have to kowtow." When the Gu family members were halfway there, they hurriedly ran outside again. The young eunuch's face fell. What's going on with this family? Also, if you sprained your ankle while working, does it have anything to do with kneeling? Could anyone tell him what he should say next? He saw a burly man with his upper body naked not far away, his hands on his hips, his muscles bulging like hills, staring at him fiercely. The intelligent look in his eyes made his anus tighten. He could only chuckle and say, "Brother Gu has difficulty walking, so it's fine if you stand to receive the order." The young eunuch didn't dare to delay any longer. He wiped his sweat off his forehead and said in a shrill voice, "The emperor, by the order of heaven, decrees. I have heard that the key to governing a country is to keep the people safe. The key to keeping the people safe is to work hard and make good plans. Today, there is a villager named Gu Zhouyuan from Datong Village, Qingtian County, Tally Commandery. He is both talented and virtuous, and has a heart for the common people. He has repeatedly offered remarkable plans to help the world. His achievements have been specially recognized, and he has been granted a title and rewarded to show the grace of heaven. First, the innovation of agricultural tools, the curved plow, benefits all people. Heir saw that farming was difficult, so he devised a curved plow to save manpower, plowed deeply and planted extensively, and year after year his granaries grew. This vessel has spread throughout the prefectures and counties, fertilizing the fields and bringing joy to the people. It is truly a blessing for the country. Secondly, it is to educate children. The 3-character classic will surely be passed down through the ages. You have compiled the 3-character classic, which is concise and rich in meaning and can be recited by children. It will spread propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor in the countryside and cultivate a sound moral character. This text should be recorded in the Imperial Academy and distributed throughout the country as a model for elementary education. The third is to save the people from famine, and cassava can remove poison and alleviate hunger. You studied plants and trees and found a way to remove poison from cassava, saving thousands of people from starvation. He also proposed work in lieu of relief, which provided food for refugees and repaired rivers and canals, turning the disaster into a safe haven. This benefited the present generation and will last for generations to come. Fourth, be loyal and diligent to the country, and offer advice for its security. You, a commoner, care about the country as if it were your own family. The policies you proposed are all targeted at current problems. I am deeply comforted by them. I hereby grant you the title of Marquis of Datong County, with a fief of 500 households, 500 taels of gold, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 30 hectares of fertile land. I also order the construction of a mansion called Ji Shifang to honor your merits. I hope you will adhere to your original aspirations and assist me in spreading my teachings, so that all people throughout the land will admire the benevolence of our holy dynasty. Announce it to the whole world, and let everyone know." So ordered. The young eunuch dragged out the last word, announcing that the imperial edict had been read. He glanced at Gu Zhouyuan out of the corner of his eye and saw that the man was standing there motionless, with no intention of accepting the order at all. This guy looks quite smart, but how come he doesn't even know the rules? I have no grudge against him, so he shouldn't be deliberately making things difficult for me, right? He could only remind him gently. "County Master Gu, are you still not accepting the order?" Gu Zhouyuan exclaimed, "Ah," and came to his senses. He reached out and took the imperial edict from the eunuch. He casually replied, "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." "Well, young eunuch, thank you for your hard work." The young eunuch had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Zhouyuan leaning over with a smile on his face. The young eunuch immediately became alert. He took a step back and said carefully, "You are too polite, County Master Gu. This is all part of our job." Chapter 385, The Emperor's Grace. The Emperor has appointed me as the magistrate of Datong Village. How much power does a magistrate have? Datong Village is just a village, so shouldn't I be called Gu Village? There are 500 households in Datong Village, but there are only a little over 100 of them. Where are the remaining 300 households going to be allocated to me? Gu Zhouyuan asked questions in rapid succession. In fact, The imperial edict was so long and written in obscure classical Chinese that he only paid attention to the final rewards. It seems that his previous life didn't know much about this title, and he, an outsider, was even more confused. His teacher taught him, if you don't understand, ask. Of course he had to catch the young eunuch and ask him clearly. The little eunuch felt like crying. No one told him that after reading the imperial edict, he still had to help the other party with reading comprehension. Besides, how could he have the courage to guess the emperor's mind? He looked at Master Su for help. Master, save me. Mr. Jingda couldn't help laughing and said, don't worry, my friend. He is just a eunuch responsible for delivering imperial edicts. If you ask him these questions, he won't say that he doesn't understand. Yes. We are only responsible for conveying the imperial eunuch, and we know nothing else. The little eunuch nodded repeatedly. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes narrowed. This Mr. Jingda actually called the little eunuch directly, and the little eunuch didn't react at all. Instead, he looked as if it was a matter of course. Hiss. It seems that his previous guess about Mr. Jingda's background was wrong. His level needs to be raised further. It would be great if you could be the county magistrate of Datong Village. If you were appointed as the county magistrate of Qingtian County, it would be difficult for you to be the county magistrate of Jingchuan. Mr. Jingda said with a smile. In ancient China, before the Qin and Han dynasties, if the fief of a county magistrate overlapped with the jurisdiction of a county magistrate, a conflict of governance rights might arise. After the Qin and Han dynasties, fiefs became nominal fiefs, and the county magistrate only received taxes based on the number of households and had no actual governing power. Therefore, there was no direct conflict with the authority of the county magistrate. In this world's Dakian, in order to centralize power, the central government weakened the local control of the nobility through the county system and ensured the administrative dominance of the county magistrate. The knight only retained the right to levy taxes, but not the right to govern. You manage Datong Village well, and I will not interfere in taxation and government affairs. County Magistrate Ho said with a smile. Mr. Jingda said these words to him on the way to Datong Village. The emperor meant not to interfere with Gu Zhouyuan. He liked to live in peace in a remote corner, so let him stay in the mountains and countryside. Of course, what he didn't know was that these were Mr. Jingda's suggestions to the emperor. This is equivalent to giving him actual jurisdiction, which shows how much the emperor values Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know much about these things and didn't feel the emperor's grace was great. He still had doubts in his mind, so he continued to ask, but Datong Village doesn't have 500 households. Does that mean the annual tax revenue needs to be supplemented by some allocations from the county magistrate? You just need to have as many households as there are in Datong Village. Mr. Jingda said helplessly. In fact, in Dakian, fiefs were all nominal, and how much one would get in the end depended on the local economic situation. This situation was not uncommon in ancient China. In the Tang dynasty, the title of county viscount corresponded to a fief of 500 households, but in reality, it was mostly an empty title, only a symbol of honor, and income was distributed proportionally. Some of the actual titles only accounted for 2% of the total. These are all unspoken rules that have been agreed upon. No one would really argue with the emperor about the fact that you gave me 100 fewer households of fiefdom. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I understand. I will work hard to expand Datong Village to 500 households in the future. Only then will I be worthy of the emperor's grace. The young eunuch was completely clueless. This guy really doesn't treat me as an outsider and spouts all kinds of nonsense at me. You're not afraid that I'll go back and complain to the emperor. If it expands to 500 households, wouldn't that mean there would be a population of 4,000 to 5,000? Can this still be called a village? You are in charge of 4,000 or 5,000 people in a mountain valley. Aren't you afraid of arousing the emperor's suspicion? Unexpectedly, Mr. Su nodded in agreement. It's not wrong for you to understand it this way. The young eunuch hurriedly said, County Gu, since you have accepted the imperial edict, we will return to the palace to report. He wanted to leave the village as soon as possible and stay away from this strange county. Don't worry, young eunuch. Our Datong village is quite beautiful with mountains and rivers. Do you want to stay and play for a few days? Don't worry, I will cover all the expenses. Gu Zhouyuan said generously. County Gu, you are joking. We are here to do errands for the emperor, not to enjoy the scenery. The young eunuch said with a sad face. What's fun to do in this remote place? Besides, judging from your personality, it seems like you kept me here just to play with me for a few days. If you really miss home, I can't keep you here any longer, but... Gu Zhouyuan paused and asked shyly, where is the mansion that His Majesty gave me? Why can't I see it? The young eunuch stumbled and nearly fell. He adjusted his crooked faux hat and calmed himself before saying, the rewards will be delivered later. Lord Ho will assist you in accepting them in full. Lord Ho said on the side. The gold, silver, and cloth will be delivered later. When that time comes, I will have the household affairs officer from the county government come to Datong village to discuss with you the division of the 30 hectares of permanent farmland. As for the mansion that His Majesty has bestowed upon us, we will have people from the workshop in the county town come over to build it. Gu Zhouyuan nodded continuously. He thought that the emperor's reward must have been delivered to him together with the imperial edict. So he was a little puzzled just now. Maybe the emperor gave him a blank check, or the eunuch took a kickback. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, the smile on his face became more sincere. Don't blame me, little eunuch. I'm just a country bumpkin, and it's my first time to receive an award. I'm a little uncomfortable. Gu Zhouyuan was chatting with someone here, but the yard outside had been in commotion for quite some time. Mother, Xiao Yuan has become a county magistrate. Guda shouted. It was rare for him to be so excited. What does a county magistrate mean? Although everyone knows that this reward is quite impressive, no one really knows what kind of official a county magistrate is. Xianzi is. Gu Dedi also stuttered. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what Xianzi was. In our Dakian, there are several different levels of titles, including king, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. County lord is one of the viscounts. Feng Tongsheng said in the crowd. By the way, the county magistrate's rank starts from the 5th rank. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They might not have a specific concept of being conferred a title, but they understood it from the 5th rank. The high and mighty county magistrate was only a 7th rank official. I can't believe Xiao Yuan holds a higher position than the county magistrate. Wang couldn't help but exclaimed. Feng Tongxing shook his head and said, the title of viscount is just an honorary title. It can't be compared with the real power of a county magistrate. But Viscount Gu seems to be different from other marquises. I just heard that he has the jurisdiction over our Datong village. Chapter 386 Village Specialties. Old Master Gu burst into laughter. So you can become an official without taking the imperial examination? And Xiao Yuan even became an official with a fiefdom. Erju, drive Xiao Yuan's carriage to the city and buy some candied fruits and cakes to share the good luck with everyone. By the way, bring back some incense, candles, and offerings. We want to thank our ancestors for their blessings. Okay. Erju turned around and ran. Xiao Yuan has really soared to the sky this time. Aunt Wang said with emotion, smiling. We have taken refuge with the Lord. Huang Debao said excitedly to the victims beside him. I wonder if we can settle down here. Xiaomon's mother's eyes were shining with hope. I want to settle down here too. I just don't know what Lord Gu would say. Many refugees echoed. Everyone is very satisfied with life here. Now that they heard that Datong village had become Mr. Gu's fiefdom, they became even more excited. Given Mr. Gu's generosity, being a citizen of his fiefdom would be too much of a blessing. It should be fine, Huang Debao analyzed. Mr. Gu even encouraged us to work hard so that we can buy a house and happy home and settle down here. And Mr. Gu just mentioned that he wants to expand the population of Datong village to 500 households. We'll definitely be able to do that. This analysis was very logical, and the refugees all found it to be reasonable. Hundreds of people cheered. In the yard, the young eunuch was being held by Gu Zhouyuan, wanting to cry but unable to. What should I call you, eunuch? Gu Zhouyuan smiled sincerely. Everyone in the palace calls me Little Leo. The eunuch smiled stiffly. Little Eunuch Li, huh? Nice to meet you. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his fists. Do you know martial arts? Huh. Eunuch Li indicated that he didn't understand. There are so many eunuchs in the palace, but His Majesty chose to send Eunuch Li to deliver the decree. Isn't it because you possess extraordinary martial arts skills? Gu Zhouyuan recalled the plot in the TV series and asked with interest. Eunuch Li frowned and asked, what is peerless martial arts? It's the Sunflower Manual, the Bone-Dissolving Palm, the Heavenly Gang Boys Kung Fu, and so on. With just a few moves like a red flower and green leaf embroidery needle, you can easily injure people from a distance. Eunuch Li's eyes changed when he looked at Gu Zhouyuan. It's over. His Majesty has rarely conferred a title in recent years, but he didn't expect to choose someone with a mental disorder. He forced himself to cheer up and replied, what is County Master Gu thinking about? My job in the palace is to serve the nobles. Where would I find the time to practice peerless martial arts? Gu Zhouyuan still didn't give up. You mean, if I have enough time, I can practice peerless martial arts? Where in the world are those weird kung fu you mentioned? Eunuch Li sneered. The best martial artist in the palace is the palace commander-in-chief Gao Da. He was a martial arts champion from the previous dynasty. He's just stronger and more agile than ordinary people, and he's good at riding and archery. I've never heard of anyone being stabbed with an embroidery needle. It's not like women were fighting in the inner courtyard. Hearing him say this, Gu Zhouyuan felt very disappointed, but at the same time relieved. Don't be so stupid as to think that you have finally traveled through time and space and are relying on the system to not eat beef. As a result, he traveled to a martial arts world where everyone can climb walls and fly over rooftops, and even farts can shatter rocks. It would be so sad if you could only stay in the novice village with a Glock. Seeing Gu Zhiyuan's expression of sadness and joy, Eunuch Li felt that his previous judgment was correct. This county magistrate Gu did have a serious illness. County Gu, if you don't have anything to ask, I'll go back to the palace to report. Eunuch Li said with a flattering smile. You have to be careful when talking to a madman, otherwise the beating you get will be in vain. Seeing that Eunuch Li really wanted to leave, Gu Zhiyuan no longer tried to keep him. He shouted toward the door, Come in, all of you. The whole family rushed in. Second brother, go and give Eunuch Li a red envelope. Gu Dedi responded and walked into the house while looking at Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Zhiyuan stretched out a hand tacitly and nodded. Needless to say, the two brothers had a tacit understanding. In just a few seconds, Gu Dedi knew that he should give his father-in-law a big red envelope worth 50 taels. What is County Master Gu doing? Eunuch Li asked in panic. If His Majesty knew we were out here extorting money, we'd be punished with a beating. In fact, when eunuchs went out to announce an imperial decree, especially an imperial decree to reward someone, the host would usually give them some red money, the amount ranging from a few taels to dozens of taels. These are all implicit rules that have been agreed upon by common sense. As long as they are not made public, there will basically be no problem. We are all decent people, so naturally we would not bother to do such tasteless things. But County Magistrate Gu is different. His brain is different from that of ordinary people. Who knows if he will do something weird in the future if you accept his money? Gu Zhiyuan laughed and said, Can that be called extortion? Those are just some local specialties given by the villagers. Eunuch Li was stunned. The word local specialty was quite new. Oh, by the way, speaking of local specialties, our Datong village does have quite a few specialties that are not available anywhere else. Gu Zhiyuan said with a flash of inspiration. He said to Gu Zhaodi, Sister, go to the workshop and bring back 10 yuan each of soap and soap. Okay, I'll go right away. Gu Zhaodi nodded and hurried out. Soap? Eunuch Li was a little surprised. Could the soap that County Master Gu was talking about be the one that's been extremely popular in the palace recently? That shouldn't be the case. It is said that the fifth princess got this soap from some hermit, and the quantity is extremely limited. How could it be a local specialty of this remote mountain village? It probably just happened to be a coincidence. Although Gu Zhiyuan knew that Zhao Yunlan was an imperial merchant, he had no idea what her methods were. Even if you are a royal merchant, it is impossible to sell goods to the emperor's concubine in a short period of time. This girl now has time to travel around the county. It is obvious that she is not suitable for doing business. Now a young eunuch from the palace happened to come, so he wanted to take a shortcut and send these things directly into the palace through the young eunuch's hands. Now I have to start vigorously developing Datong village. The right way is to make all the progress together, and the high-end route in the palace must not be lost. Gu Dedi walked out and handed a real red envelope wrapped in red cloth to Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Zhiyuan stuffed the red envelope into Eunuch Li's hand and said with a smile, This is just a little local specialty from home. Please don't be disgusted, Eunuch Li. Eunuch Li tried to refuse several times but failed, so he had to go along with it and stuff the heavy red cloth bag into his arms. As soon as he received the red envelope, he knew that it contained 5 ingots of silver weighing 10 taels each. Lord Gu is really generous. He gave me 50 taels of silver right away. This is much more extravagant than those second and third rank officials in the capital. Chapter 387 The Mistress is also a sin. After receiving this big red envelope, Eunuch Li showed a sincere smile on his face for the first time. Lord Gu is a passionate man, and we felt it today. Gu Zhiyuan put his arm around Eunuch Li's shoulders and laughed. The conditions in the countryside are simple. I hope Eunuch Li doesn't mind me neglecting your distinguished guest. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere became very harmonious. After a while, Gu Zhaodi came over jogging. He was holding a small bamboo basket in his hand, and in the basket were 10 bars of soap and 10 bars of scented soap. The soap is the carved kind. When she heard that Xiao Yuan was giving it to someone in the palace, she chose this so-called high-end model. Gu Zhiyuan took 4 pieces each and put them in Eunuch Li's hands, and said with a smile, This is the soap we made in our Datong village workshop. I'm bringing it back to Eunuch Li. For the rest, please ask Eunuch Li to present it to His Majesty on my behalf. Just say this is a small token of my appreciation. Eunuch Li was completely stunned. This soap is actually made in this small village? People outside naturally had no idea what kind of commotion the soap and perfumed soap that the fifth princess had someone send into the palace caused in the capital. Especially soap, after several rounds of price increases outside, the price has become shockingly high. The wives and daughters of high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen were willing to pay 100 taels of silver to buy a bar of the same soap used by the emperor. Even this is still unsaleable. Soap was also sold at a price of nearly 10 taels of silver per piece. This little 8-piece gadget in my hand can be exchanged for hundreds of taels of silver when I go back and resell it. Eunuch Li's breathing became heavier. He now looks at Gu Zhouyuan more affectionately than seeing his biological father. Don't worry, Lord Gu. I will definitely bring your thoughts back to His Majesty. He patted his chest and made the promise. His voice, which was usually a little shrill, now sounded a bit heroic. Eunuch Li, please wait a moment. I will get you some local specialties. Gu Zhouyuan gave the instruction and hurried into the house. Eunuch Li seemed quite reliable, so it was just right to ask him to bring the wine to the palace. Warm up the market and start by selling liquor as a tribute. There were 10 bottles of green plum wine and 10 bottles of white wine. As usual, 4 bottles were given to Eunuch Li, and the rest were brought to the emperor. He blended both kinds of wine using loose baskets. Gu Zhouyuan also wrote a thank you letter to the emperor, in which he expressed his gratitude and said that he would continue to work hard. At the end of the letter, he also wrote a list of return gifts. In fact, he oversimplified the matter. The return gift to the emperor was not really a return gift. That was a tribute, and bringing tribute into the palace was not as simple as he thought. It requires layers of review before it is finally allowed to be transported to the palace. Mr. Jingda found an excuse and secretly wrote another letter, asking Eunuch Li to take it to the emperor. With Mr. Su's endorsement, these things can be delivered to the emperor without any obstacles. After seeing off the reluctant Eunuch Li, Gu Zhouyuan was immediately surrounded by the villagers. Xiaoyuan, are you really a lord? Do you understand the rules? Did you call him Xiaoyuan? You should call him sir. That's right. Hello, Lord Gu. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hands repeatedly. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. Just call me as before. The county magistrate beside him shook his head and said, No, it is disrespectful for a commoner to address the magistrate by his name. There's a crime in the Dacian Code called insulting an official. If you pursue it, the punishment could be flogging at the very least, or even criminal punishment at the worst. Gu Zhouyuan's smile froze. He had underestimated the strictness of the feudal society's hierarchical system. He clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Lord Ho, for the reminder. County Magistrate Ho quickly returned the greeting. County Magistrate Gu, you are too polite. Now Gu Zhouyuan's official rank is 3 levels higher than his, so he naturally dare not neglect him. Third brother, congratulations. Arya jumped over, pulled Gu Zhouyuan's sleeve, and said loudly, My third brother has become an official, so I will be very powerful in the future. She didn't seem to be afraid of the county magistrate, who was high and mighty in the past. The only thing that is a bit disappointing is that the third brother is also Xiaohua Siju's third brother. It would be great if the third brother belonged to her alone. Xiaoyuan, Wang squeezed over, holding a ceramic bowl in her hand, and said with concern, Look at your dry lips. This is the sweet soup that third aunt made. Drink it quickly to moisten your throat. She spoke in a very loud voice, glancing at the villagers around her as she spoke. Mrs. Zhao curled her lips and said, You usually look mean, but who are you trying to show off to? Everyone knows you're Gu San'er's third aunt. This is normal. If your nephew becomes a county magistrate appointed by the emperor himself, you will definitely be more proud than her. Aunt Zhang laughed. Of course not. If smoke were to rise from my ancestral grave and I had such a promising relative, I would definitely beat drums and gongs to let everyone in the surrounding area know. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. Oh, that's right. Aunt Wang looked at Aunt Zhang and asked, How are your Chunmei and Xiaosan doing now? Why was there such a big fuss a while ago, but nothing happened after that? If you ask me, Chunmei is just too stubborn and can't bring herself to show her dignity. It's easy for a woman to pursue a man. As long as she dares to think and act, there's no man she can't win. Now that the mistress has become a lord, there are even more people eyeing the position of lord's wife. Although County Magistrate Ho said that calling the lord by his name would bring bad luck, these people were all well-known veterans in the village. They were sure that Gu Zhouyuan would not bother with them, and they deliberately lowered their voices so that County Magistrate Ho would not hear their conversation. Aunt Zhang gets angry when she mentions this matter. Chunmei was too disobedient. Not only did she not take the initiative to approach Gu Xiaosan, she also deliberately avoided him. If she continues on this trend, not only will she not be able to marry Gu Xiaosan, It will be difficult for her to even marry into an ordinary family. After all, everyone in the family knows who Chunmei is thinking about. She couldn't think of any other young man who could compare to Gu Shaosan. Oh, Aunt Zhang had 1,000 words to say, but in the end it just turned into a long sigh. Aunt Wang shook her head and muttered, "The mistress is also committing a sin." The emperor appointed Gu Zhouyuan as the county magistrate of Datong village, which was indeed a great favor from the emperor. But in fact, for Gu Zhouyuan, it has no great practical significance. He was originally the uncrowned king of Datong village, but he was only officially recognized now. But the Gu family doesn't think so. In their opinion, this was definitely a great thing that would bring good luck to the Gu family's ancestral graves. Gu Lijing's face was beaming at this time, and he had already begun to arrange to open the ancestral hall to worship his ancestors. This unprecedented glory was obtained when Gu Guangzong was the patriarch of the clan. Then we must clean the temple and prepare the rituals, welcome the imperial edict, and offer sacrifices to the ancestors, and tell this good news to the ancestors of the Gu family. Mrs. Gu, who had always been strong, was now dizzy and lost. She and Lu supported each other. Suddenly a fifth-rank noble appeared in the family. It was like a golden phoenix flying out of a chicken coop. Chapter 388 Cotton Harvest. A month later, the cotton fields in September looked like a fine snowfall, with cloud-like cotton bolls filling the branches. In the cotton field, Gu Dedi was picking cotton with his planting team. The cotton bolls have all bloomed. Widow Luo carried a bamboo basket on her waist and walked between the ridges. She grabbed the cotton with her fingers and pulled it gently, and the snow-white cotton fluff fell into her palm. She picked the fruits very quickly, alternating between her hands. When the bamboo basket was full of cotton, she walked through the cotton field and came to the edge of the field. There were quite a few empty sacks there, and of course there were also quite a few sacks full of cotton. Gu Zhouyuan just followed the crowd to experience the feeling of picking cotton. At this moment, he was lazing by the ridge of the field. He lay on a sack filled with cotton and fell asleep comfortably. The tip of my nose is filled with the pleasant scent of cotton soaked in sunshine. He was so relaxed that he fell into a deep sleep in a short while. When Widow Luo saw Gu Zhouyuan sleeping here, she walked lightly, fearing to disturb him. Gu Dedi also came over carrying a big bag of cotton. He felt that the basket was not enough, so he used a cloth bag instead. "Sister Luo, shoo." As soon as Gu Dedi opened his mouth, Widow Luo raised her index finger to her lips. She pointed at the sleeping Gu Zhouyuan and slowly mouthed, "Xiao Yuan is tired, don't disturb him." This month, Xiao Yuan had to make decisions on all the big and small matters in the village, which kept him very busy. It's probably not easy to have a leisurely nap like this. Gu Dedi nodded slightly and motioned Widow Luo to talk aside. The two walked to another ridge of the field and asked, "Can we pick all the cotton today?" "Yes," Widow Luo said. "I think we can collect them all before sunset." Gu Dedi wiped the sweat off his face and said with emotion, "Finally, I didn't mess this up." It was his first time growing cotton, and he had never heard of anyone growing cotton before. From planting cotton seedlings in pots, to pruning the plants, to fertilizing and catching insects. All of this was figured out by him based on the methods in the book, and it is a unique set of planting methods suitable for Datong village. When his subordinates don't understand something, they will come to him for help. When he encounters a difficult problem, he can only figure it out by himself. Because Xiao Yuan has never grown cotton, he knows the significance of growing cotton, which makes him feel more pressured. Fortunately, the cotton he had carefully cared for finally had a good harvest, and he could finally relax. Who would have thought that cotton would eventually grow into this fluffy appearance, looking warmer than catkins? Widow Luo held a cotton flower in her hand, stroking it gently, feeling the softness on her fingertips. Cotton is more than just a substitute for catkins. Gu Zhouyuan's voice came from behind. "Xiao Yuan," Widow Luo said guiltily, "did we wake you up?" Gu Zhouyuan shook his head, pointing to where he had just slept, and said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with you. How can I sleep with that noise?" Widow Luo and Gu Dedi turned their heads and suddenly understood. "I saw Xiong Er and Er Zhu loading bags full of cotton from the ground onto the mule cart. The sack that Gu Zhouyuan had just slept in was gone. I guess Xiao Yuan was pulled up by Xiong Er and the others." After spending some time together, everyone knew that Xiong Er was a stubborn person. Widow Luo suppressed her laughter and asked, "Xiao Yuan, you just said that besides filling quilts and winter clothes, what else can cotton be used for?" Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Dedi exchanged a glance, and then Gu Dedi said, "It can also be spun into cotton thread, woven into cotton cloth, and made into cotton clothes." Widow Luo was stunned for a moment. Yes, cotton can be pulled into silk, just like silk and ramie, which can be spun into yarn and woven. Why didn't she think of it? This cotton is delicate and soft, and the clothes made from it are definitely more comfortable than those made of linen. Moreover, the process of spinning ramie into ramie yarn is complicated, including peeling, retting, degumming. The whole process is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Cotton is much simpler. As long as you remove the cotton seeds from the soft cotton balls, you can spin them directly into yarn. Cassava has saved the villagers from hunger, and now with cotton, everyone will no longer have to suffer from the cold. Xiao Yuan is indeed a godlike person who has been enlightened by the gods. He came here specifically to rescue poor people like them. Widow Luo had tears in her eyes and was unable to say a word as she looked at Gu Zhouyuan. In the evening, Gu Zhouyuan asked people to put all the cotton that was spread out to dry back into sacks. Then they were all piled up in the warehouse. By the way, during this month, his family built a large warehouse. However, the foundation of the Ji Shifeng mansion promised by the court is still being laid. This is the most obvious difference between a construction team on a privately contracted land and a construction team that eats public food. Fortunately, Gu Zhouyuan didn't wait for this house to be built to get married. Otherwise, according to the time-consuming process of building the house in the county town workshop, his mother-in-law would have encouraged her daughter to marry someone else. Now that the weather is good, we can arrange for people to peel the seeds after the cotton has been dried in the sun for a few days. County Master Gu. A crisp voice sounded, breaking Gu Zhouyuan's thoughts. You scared me. It turned out to be Mr. Zhao and Mr. Su. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and smiled. The people who came were Zhao Yunlan and Su Xia. No one could have imagined that the female teachers that County Magistrate Ho found for Datong Village were these two young girls. Gu Zhouyuan also raised doubts at the beginning. Later, Zhao Yunlan demonstrated her skills in calligraphy, painting, chess, and poetry. She even knows skills like writing, archery, martial arts, embroidery, and making incense. This really surprised Gu Zhouyuan. It was such a waste of talent for such a talented person to come to Datong Village to be a teacher. With Zhao Yunlan's demonstration, Su Xia didn't have to do anything to prove herself. Gu Zhouyuan arranged them both in the dormitory reserved for teachers in the school, as if they were VIPs. The cotton picking had already lasted for 2 days, and Zhao Yunlan had seen it all. With her knowledge, she naturally knew the importance of cotton. Why didn't you report such a big issue as cotton to the court? Zhao Yunlan asked puzzledly. Gu Zhouyuan asked, do you know why cotton fields are called experimental fields? Zhao Yunlan frowned in thought and did not answer him. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, because this thing is being planted for the first time, no one knows if it can be successfully grown. Even after the implant is successful, it still needs to be verified to see if it can really achieve the expected effect. I'm going to report something unverified directly to the court to ask for credit. If there's a mistake, it's no big deal to just punish me for deceiving the emperor. If this causes the national policy formulated by your majesty to deviate and shakes the foundation of Dakian, it will be a serious matter. His passionate statement moved Zhao Yunlan somewhat. Chapter 389, I want to live in your house. County Governor Gu's sincere desire to serve his country is truly moving. Zhao Yunlan rarely showed shame. Yunlan was impatient and didn't consider things carefully enough. I hope County Master Gu won't be offended. Gu Zhouyuan smiled somewhat awkwardly. He was just too lazy to report to the authorities. If there are any good things, of course we should give them to our own people first. The most important thing is that promoting cotton rashly will cost a lot of time and effort. Others have not seen the benefits of cotton. If you ask them to stop growing crops and grow cotton, which they have never heard of, will they believe you? It would be fine if the crops were planted successfully, but if something goes wrong in the middle, you will be criticized by everyone. Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. I have received an award from His Majesty, so of course I must always think about sharing his worries. Gu Zhouyuan flattered the distant capital. He actually didn't like chatting with Zhao Yunlan. This girl always talked about serving the court, the country, and the people. He seems to be a staunch royalist, but Gu Zhouyuan is actually indifferent to the imperial power. In order to take care of her emotions, Gu Zhouyuan had to say a few words of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism from time to time. He felt that their conversation was quite boring. Zhao Yunlan felt like laughing. Our Emperor Dakian is only in his 20s. You don't have to call him old man all the time. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Old man, I am expressing my respect and admiration for your majesty. Age has nothing to do with it. Damn it, I've been poisoned by TV dramas. When he heard the word emperor, Zhang Guoli, Zhang Tailin, Chun Daoming appeared in his mind. The original body was really uneducated to the extreme. As a Qian countryman, he could not find any information about the emperor of Qian country in his memory. Mr. Su, why do you seem a little unhappy? Gu Zhouyuan looked at Su Xie, who was silent, puzzled. Susia pouted and said, I don't want to live in the academy. It's just me and Sister Yunlan there at night. I'm scared. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, How come there are only 2 of you? Aren't there 3 gentlemen living in the small courtyard to the east? But we live in the west courtyard. Susia pouted even higher. We have patrol teams in Datong village at night. Why are you afraid? Gu Zhouyuan said helplessly. The security environment in Datong village is indeed very good now. He eliminated all the unstable elements in the village. He discussed with County Magistrate Ho and moved Erlazy's father to a town in the westernmost part of Qingtian County, and also gave him some resettlement money. Erlazy's father readily agreed. He had never thought of revenge, but it would always be awkward if the 2 families met if they stayed here. It's better to leave this sad place and change the place and the way of life. Mrs. Hu's family came to us and asked to move. Just kidding. When Gu Zhouyuan was just an ordinary villager, he could drive her family out of the village. Now he has become the county magistrate and the king of Datong village. Will my family still be able to survive here in the future? Several other families with the surname who also moved away. They took the initiative to move out, so Gu Zhouyuan naturally had no reason to refuse. He also didn't have the habit of keeping people and torturing them. Of course, they couldn't even think about resettlement money, and their land was sold to other villagers at a very low price. Yang Lanhua bought the house and land of Mrs. Hu's family using the wages that Gu Zhouyuan had advanced to her. You don't know that feeling. The academy is full of people during the day, but suddenly becomes empty at night. It feels scary. Susia said seriously. Sister Yunlan, don't you agree? She finally asked Zhao Yunlan, trying to make it more convincing. Zhao Yunlan nodded slightly. For such a large school, the silence at night is indeed somewhat unsettling. There are still empty houses and happy home. Why don't you 2 live there? Gu Zhouyuan thought for a while and said, These 2 are spoiled young ladies, and coming here to teach is almost like going to the countryside to work. When people encounter difficulties in life, as the boss, of course I have to help them solve them. Aren't there a lot of empty rooms in your house? We can move in with you. That happy home didn't even have a yard, and it was close to the back mountain, so Susia still didn't feel safe. It would be so nice to live in Gu Zhouyuan's house. He has a big family, a dog, and even Xiong Er, who guards the house. It would make one feel safe living there. Zhao Yunlan didn't say anything. The houses near the back mountain were indeed less safe. And I heard that snakes, insects, rats and ants would run into the house from time to time. The people in the village didn't think there was anything wrong, but if she saw something crawling into the room, she would definitely be scared to death. Gu Zhouyuan was surprised and said, You 2 are both beautiful young ladies, living in the home of a bachelor like me. Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? What bachelor? Susia found what he said so interesting that she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. You have mother, sister, second brother, and little 4, little 5, and little bear 2 at home. With so many people living here, who would gossip? Zhao Yunlan also said, You're different from the other villagers. You're the county magistrate of Datong village. Having a few guests staying at home is perfectly normal. Seeing that the girl has said so, there is no point in him being pretentious. It's all because my buddy is such a good person that the beautiful girls don't feel on guard at all. He rubbed his face and nodded in agreement. I'll have someone clean up the room right away. You 2 can move in whenever you want. Susia and Zhao Yunlan exchanged glances and smiled triumphantly. Will your restaurant open tomorrow? Susia thought of another thing. Yesterday, Su Mufeng and Ho Yu came to Datong village to discuss the opening of the business with Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. That's right, the opening is tomorrow. If I delay any longer, Master Su and Ho Yu will probably think that I embezzled their 100 taels of silver. My brother is not as petty as you say. Susia wrinkled her nose and said in a soft voice. The decoration of the restaurant has been completed. The chef is neither Gu Zhouyuan nor Gu Zhaodi, but Gu Yu and Zhu. Gu Yu does have a talent for being a cook. In just 1 month, she officially became a chef under the guidance of Gu Zhaodi. Zhu often came to find Gu Yu, and after a few visits, he actually learned some good cooking skills. Ho Yu is lazy and Su Mufeng is indifferent, so they would never manage a restaurant. Gu Zhouyuan is a typical hands-off boss. But the restaurant needs someone trustworthy to manage it, and Zhu is the most suitable candidate now. Gu Zhouyuan's restaurant operation is different from that of ordinary restaurants. It is not difficult to manage. You just need to be diligent and follow the procedures. In his words, all you need is hands. Chapter 390, let's see how you end up. Because everyone knows that once Gu Zhouyuan's restaurant opens, there will be no competitors in the market. The dishes are all unique, and others can't even imitate them. The raw materials are unique to Gu's experimental fields. If you want to try new things, you can only come to his restaurant. Moreover, The restaurant has an extremely powerful background. Among the three bosses, one is the son of the county magistrate, and the other is a lord newly conferred by the emperor. You basically won't run into people who are blind and looking for trouble. So even though Erju is a complete rookie, he is full of confidence in managing such a large restaurant. Then let's go to the restaurant tomorrow to join in the fun, Su Xie said with a smile. Don't you have to teach students tomorrow? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Su Xie had already thought of a plan. Take a day off tomorrow and make up for it on the next day off. Okay, I'll take a day off now. Gu Zhouyuan gave a thumbs up. The two girls walked back to the college hand in hand and began preparing to move. Sister Yunlan, we can always eat at Brother Yuan's house from now on. Walking on the road, Su Xie couldn't hide her excitement and jumped up and down. The two of them are female teachers hired from outside, and there are 3 male teachers in the college, all of whom have food and accommodation provided. Gu Zhouyuan contracted this job to the old house. Erju learned cooking skills at Gu Zhouyuan's house, and then persuaded Mrs. Gu to invest money and open a small restaurant at home. Of course, the family asked Gu Zhouyuan for his opinion. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it and agreed. Now that many villagers have extra money, there must be many people willing to spend some copper coins to have a meal in his restaurant. At Mr. Gu's request, he also gave their restaurant a resounding name, Shaxian Cuisine. They didn't understand the meaning of the name, but Xiao Yuan must have had his reasons for naming it that way. The more incomprehensible something is, the more it seems to be of higher quality. As soon as the restaurant opened, business was very good. Not only people from the village came here to improve their meals. Even those refugees who have settled down sometimes grit their teeth and spend some money. Once people are full of hope for the future, they will naturally have the desire to consume. After all, they can just work hard to earn it back later. Bank interest rate cuts are only a temporary solution and cannot truly stimulate consumption or boost domestic demand. Zhao Yunlan and Su Xie are both beautiful, and they are female teachers invited by the village. The two of them were very popular among the villagers, who often brought them food. However, the taste of the dishes cooked by the villagers is hard to describe. The Shaxian cuisine tastes okay, but it is not as good as the food at Gu Zhouyuan's house. Zhao Yunlan couldn't bring herself to do that, but Su Xie pulled her aside several times and deliberately ran to Gu Zhouyuan to talk about things during dinner time. Then it was natural to stay for a meal. The food at Gu Zhouyuan's house was truly amazing. Even Zhao Yunlan commented that it was even better than what her previous family's chef had cooked. Thinking of being able to eat delicious food openly in the future, the two girls smiled at each other. Gu Zhouyuan took Xiong Air and cleaned up the 2 back rooms. Then I bought a solid wooden bed and a quilt and pillows. I called Gu Zhaodi over to help make the bed. Sister, 2 young ladies are going to live in our house, and you might have a hard time then. Gu Zhouyuan sighed. Look at what you said. What's so hard about it? Gu Zhaodi was wiping the small table with a rag. She turned around and said with a smile, it's about 2 more pairs of chopsticks. You should grab a few more handfuls of rice when cooking. Those 2 girls look quite slim, but I think they eat a lot. Gu Zhouyuan joked. How can they eat so much? Gu Zhaodi couldn't help laughing. I see they only eat a little bit of rice. They eat less rice, but more vegetables. We have to use larger plates for vegetables in the future. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Okay, Brother Yuan. You're going to make up stories about us in front of Big Sister while we're away, right? Su Xie walked in, her voice full of protest. Even when Gu Zhouyuan was heard saying bad things about someone behind their back, he didn't even blush. He said indifferently, I'm telling the truth. You two just eat more than me. Zhao Yunlan's pretty face flushed slightly. The Gu family's cooking was delicious, but she had indeed behaved a little inappropriately at the dinner table at Gu Zhouyuan's house. We can pay for the food. How much silver do you think is appropriate per month? Gu Zhaodi hit Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder and said in a feigned anger, You just like to make jokes, and you don't care whether others can bear it or not. Chunmei was so fooled by his joke that she seems like a different person now. He still doesn't know how to restrain himself, and even dares to joke with other women. She took Zhao Yunlan's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, what are you talking about? You are the teachers we invited from Datong village. How can we ask you to pay for your meals? My Xiao Yuan is careless in what he says and does, and sometimes he says nonsense. Just listen and forget it. Don't take it to heart. Zhao Yunlan wanted to say something else. Then Su Xie said with a smile, Big Sister is right. When we came here, he promised us food and accommodation. I won't give him any money. Gu Zhouyuan shrugged. Don't worry, Mr. Su. A few more kilograms of rice and meat every day won't make me broke. Su Xie nodded complacently, but then she felt something was wrong. 2 kilograms of rice and a few kilograms of meat. How can we eat that much? Gu Zhaodi glared at Gu Zhouyuan unhappily, but she had no way to deal with him. Xiao Yuan has this problem. Once he gets familiar with people, he starts to speak whatever he wants. But Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan are not the Marquis Su Mufeng, they are women. Gu Zhaodi sighed and said, you just speak without restraint. If you continue like this, and a few more Chunmais appear, let's see how you end up. She took Su Xie's hand with her other hand and smiled to change the subject. Come and see how the room Xiao Yuan prepared for you two looks like. Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan's attention was indeed diverted. Only then did the two of them notice the layout of the room. Both of them's eyes lit up. Such a simple layout style was something they had never seen before. Their family background was not ordinary, and the beds in their boudoirs were all large carved beds. It has an exquisite shape and is surrounded by fences and curtains. The bedside table and dressing table also have a solemn and elegant design, and a skilled carpenter was asked to carve flowers, birds, fish, and insects on them. They had never thought there was anything wrong with that kind of luxurious and complicated decoration. But compared with the current layout of the room, they found that the simple furniture style and simple layout of this room seemed so simple and warm. Su Xie reached out and touched the quilt on the bed. Wow, this quilt feels so comfortable, she exclaimed. In fact, cotton quilts are not as soft as the silk quilts they're used to. But the quilt is much thicker, and touching a new quilt will make people feel comfortable and relaxed. Chapter 391 Restaurant Opening. This is a quilt. As the name suggests, it is a quilt made of cotton. Gu Zhouyuan said. Made of cotton? It feels really warm and comfortable. Su Xie shouted. They had heard Gu Zhouyuan talk about the uses of cotton, but they didn't expect to see the finished product so soon. Zhao Yunlan stroked the fabric in his hand. So, this quilt cover is the cotton you mentioned? Gu Zhouyuan gave a thumbs up. Smart. Based on the cotton business alone, I'm afraid that in a few days, County Master Gu will become Marquis Gu. Zhao Yunlan said solemnly. The Marquis of Datong Village? Gu Zhouyuan curled his lips. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his words, Zhao Yunlan hurriedly said, the titles granted in Dakian have always been nominal, without any fiefdoms. The emperor has made an exception and granted you a real title. This is an honor that no one else can even dream of. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was unmoved, she continued, although Datong Village is just a village, its territory is very vast. Mountains, forests, wastelands, rivers, everything around it is your territory. With your ability, no one can predict what Datong Village will become in the future. This girl usually looks cold, but she is very good at flattering people. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. He didn't want to discuss this with Zhao Yunlan, so he changed the subject and said, both rooms are ready. Who of you two will sleep in this room? Zhao Yunlan and Su Xie looked at each other without saying a word. The layout of the two rooms is the same. Why don't you two decide by rock, paper, scissors? Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Su Xie suddenly said in a delicate voice, I don't want to live in the back room. There's not even a window here. It's pitch black even in broad daylight. The back house is the row of houses at the southernmost end of the traditional quadrangle courtyard. Its eaves face the alley and generally have no windows. The doors and windows face north, so the lighting is poor and it is mostly occupied by servants of wealthy families. If there is a private school at home, it is usually placed on the easternmost side of the back house. But only the back house in this outer courtyard is habitable. We can't let you live in the courtyard, right? Gu Zhouyuan felt quite troubled. The young ladies in this city were really hard to please. Look at Bear 2, Little 4, and Little 5. Aren't they living well? They didn't say anything. Isn't there another room in Sister Huaijuan's west wing? We can just live in that one. There are 3 rooms in the west wing, not counting the ear room. Gu Zhaodi and Lu each live in one. So there is indeed one room left empty. Gu Zhaodi had taken Su Xie and the others to visit the new house before, so Su Xie knew the situation of Gu Zhouyuan's family. There is only one room there. Gu Zhouyuan frowned. It's okay, I can just sleep in the same bed with Sister Yunlan. Su Xie said. But that's the inner courtyard. It doesn't matter. All right. Gu Zhouyuan was too weak to struggle, so he just let her do what she wanted. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan changed into the black robe newly made by his elder sister, and asked his elder sister to help comb his hair carefully. He was tall and good-looking, and coupled with his confident and easygoing demeanor, he immediately caught everyone's attention. In Su Xie's words, every gesture and movement exudes a pure and elegant aura, as if surrounded by mist and clouds. Although she is not wearing fancy clothes or gold jewelry, she has an air of purity and integrity that is not affected by worldly affairs. But when those eyes are slightly lowered, they add a bit of gentleness like spring water overflowing a dam. It can be said that the form and spirit are complete, and it is unforgettable to see them. Zhao Yunlan's evaluation consisted of only 2 sentences: bright as the sun and moon in one's arms, solemn as the wind under the pines. Of course, this was just a private conversation between the 2 sisters, and Gu Zhouyuan didn't know about it. Knowing that today was the restaurant's opening day, all the Gu family members got up early. I'm going to the city with Gu Zhouyuan later. The 3 horse-drawn carriages and 1 mule-drawn cart in the family were all dispatched, just enough to take the whole family, as well as Su Xie and Zhao Yunlan. Some villagers who were interested in the excitement also wanted to go and witness the restaurant opening. Gu Youcai's ox cart started pre-sale last night, and now all the seats are sold out. Some villagers set out on foot in groups, starting early and walking for 2 hours, just to take a look at the opening ceremony, so that they would have something to talk about when they came back. After entering the city, several horse-drawn carriages headed straight for the Huaiqing River. From a distance, I could see a lot of people gathered at the restaurant entrance, and the scene was very lively. The restaurant was decorated with lights and red and green hangings, and above the main entrance hung a golden plaque. There are 3 large gold-plated characters on it, Zhaixing Tower. There was a stage in front of the restaurant, and there were many people watching the fun below. There was a small table on the stage, and a young man in his 20s was holding a wooden trumpet and shouting something to the crowd. From time to time, the crowd watching below would cheer. Hou Yu and Su Mufeng had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw Gu Zhouyuan and his carriage coming, they hurried over to greet them. "Brother Yuan, you're finally here," Hou Yu said a little breathlessly. Su Mufeng first bowed to Zhao Yunlan, then turned to Su Xie and said, "Mr. Su, how do you feel about teaching in Datong village these days?" Su Xie shook her head and said sweetly, "It's pretty good. It's much more fun than being a student in the academy." Su Mufeng's face darkened. Can teaching be described as fun? If Mr. Jingda heard this, he would probably get a good scolding. In fact, he was unwilling to let Xie go to Datong village to be a female teacher. Brother Gu doesn't seem to care much about matters between men and women, but he knew that women were naturally attracted to strong men. Brother Gu is extremely talented, and his talent is truly outrageous. He was afraid that his sister would never come back. Mr. Ku Jingda said, "Let Xie go? You can learn a lot in Datong village, including a lot of knowledge that even Mr. Jingda has not mastered." If he hadn't been going to take part in the imperial examination, Mr. Jingda would probably have thrown him into Datong village to be nurtured by heaven and earth. Zhao Yunlan looked up at the golden sign and was stunned. Mr. Su rarely wrote inscriptions for others. When he was in Beijing, some colleagues came to him with generous gifts to ask for his calligraphy, but he usually got nothing in return. Not to mention writing an inscription for a restaurant. He even put his own signature on it, which is extremely rare. Zhao Yunlan gathered his thoughts and said with a smile, "Star-picking tower. Climbing the tower is truly extraordinary. Reaching out to pluck the stars is within reach. Your restaurant's name is truly impressive." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand modestly and said, "I just picked it randomly. It's just a show of bravado and pretense." Hou Yu smiled and said, "I also think this name is too vague. It feels a little lacking in the everyday world and doesn't seem like the name of a restaurant. Then I wonder what name we should give this restaurant, Mr. Hou?" Su Xie asked with raised eyebrows. Hou Yu immediately became excited. He cleared his throat and said, "I think it tastes good." "It tastes good." Su Mufeng laughed. "Then we might as well ask the previous June to come again." Chapter 392, Strange Marketing. Hou Yu's old face flushed, and he argued, "June Zilai's name is vulgar or not. How can it compare with my delicious taste?" "That's right, the name you chose is purely vulgar." Su Xie smiled while covering her mouth. Hou Yu's face flushed, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It was Gu Zhouyuan who spoke up to save the situation. As the saying goes, vulgarity is elegance. "I think good taste is pretty good too. What's that platform for?" Zhao Yunlan asked, pointing to the small platform surrounded by red cloth at the entrance of the restaurant. Su Mufeng smiled and said, "Oh, this was Brother Gu's idea. He said that the hotel is opening and he wants to find a best man to liven up the atmosphere. The best man is similar to the master of ceremonies in modern times and is the host of some ceremony." Lively. Su Xie became interested. "Let's go and take a look. Sidon and Sanyu, don't run around. Stay with us. Be careful, or the beggar might take you away," Wang shouted. Gu Zhouyuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that everyone in the Gu family was gathered around a small platform, listening with great interest to the best man's words. Sidon and Sanyu were squeezing in the crowd. "Xiong, go and keep an eye on them. If they run too far, catch them back," Gu Zhouyuan said. "This place is not like Datong village. There are many people here and there, and you might even find some beggars here." "I understand, young master." Xiong turned and walked towards Sidon and the others. As they got closer, they finally heard what the best man on the stage was saying. Bang! The young best man banged the gavel so loudly that the noise from the audience suddenly stopped. Dear audience, he dragged out his voice, pointed his finger into the air, and made a gesture. The monkey said. When he said this, his voice suddenly became shrill, just like a monkey. Tomorrow I will leave you all and descend the mountain. I will travel to the far corners of the earth and across the seas. I will definitely seek out these three, learn how to achieve immortality, and always avoid the trials of Yama. Having said this, he suddenly paused, picked up the teacup, and took a sip slowly. Someone in the audience immediately started to make a noise. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. How can this be a best man? He's clearly a storyteller. Susia asked in surprise. Hoyu laughed and said, the script that Brother Yuan gave me is too long. No bridesmaid can recite it by heart. So I simply picked a young storyteller from the brothel. Ha ha. I didn't expect the effect to be so good, he said proudly. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan did not explain it clearly. He only told Hoyu to set up a platform and then asked him to find someone with a good tongue. After Hoyu and Su Mufeng discussed it, they naturally thought of finding a best man. Who knew that Gu Zhouyuan gave me a thick little speech notebook? Fortunately, Hoyu reacted quickly and directly found a storyteller, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After listening for a while, several people were deeply attracted by the story. At this moment, the storyteller had already talked about the plot of the Monkey King being recruited by Tai-Bai Jinxing. The Monkey King obtained weapons and broke into the underworld to make a record of life and death. This angered the Jade Emperor, who sent Tai-Bai Jinxing down to the mortal world to recruit him. What does Tai-Bai Jinxing look like? He slapped his folding fan against his palm. With a face as pale as powder, lips as red as vermilion, he held a banner with the word Zhao in his left hand and in Tian's in his right. He rode on a cloud to the Flower Fruit Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, this trip would lead to the subsequent havoc in heaven, a catastrophe so catastrophic that 100,000 heavenly soldiers could not apprehend him. To know what happened next, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, suddenly lowered his voice, and pointed his fan at the crowd. Stay tuned for the next episode. There was a chorus of boos from the audience. Someone threw a handful of copper coins onto the stage and shouted, "Don't wait for next time. I'll give you a reward." Yes, go on. The young storyteller waved his hand and said, Dear guests, that's all for today. If you want to hear the following story, please move to Jiaxing Tower. There will be one show every day at noon and at dusk. I will be waiting for you at Jiaxing Tower. As soon as the words fell, someone started cursing below. Fuck, Zhaxing Lu is really good at this. He's in such high spirits, and he's even pulled up his pants. Isn't this life-threatening? Then let's go to Zhaxing Lu and listen. But I heard that Zhaxing Lu was once a restaurant. How did it become a brothel? How can you listen to the Ren's Haxing Tower for free? Don't you have to pay for food if you sit inside? It doesn't matter where you eat, right? Today, we're going to Jiaxing Tower for dinner. This meal is on me. The crowd became noisy, and some people were already walking towards the Jiaxing Tower, hoping to grab a good spot first. Hoyu and the others looked at each other in surprise for a moment, then all gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up. At first Hoyu and Su Mufeng were a little confused. How could a restaurant open without shouting, soliciting customers, or doing marketing, but instead telling people a story? Now it seems that the effect is unexpectedly good. Of course, this is also difficult for others to imitate. Who can come up with such a fascinating script? If you have this ability, who would open a restaurant? Wouldn't it be better to take the imperial examination and pursue a career in government? Hey, how much silver do you want in exchange for me telling you the rest of the story? A man who looked like a butler climbed onto the stage and grabbed the best man's hand, preventing him from leaving. No matter how much money I give, I can't let my boss down. The young storyteller glanced at Hoyu and the others and shouted loudly, flaunting his professional ethics. How much silver does your boss give you for a show? My master gives you 3 times as much. Seeing that the storyteller was unmoved, the butler raised the stakes again. 5 times. 10 times. Wow, there was a commotion in the crowd. The butler pointed at an old man in fine clothes standing at the front of the stage and said, That's my master, Master Huang. If you follow Master Huang from now on, you'll be getting lots of money. Master Huang. Someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't this Master Huang Shirting, the cloth merchant? 90% of the cloth shops in Qingtian County belong to Master Huang. This guy is quite wealthy, a regular at the brothel. He loves listening to stories and is very generous with his tips. Mr. Huang listened to the flattery of the people around him, his eyelids half closed, looking calm and composed. No matter how much silver you give me, I will not do such a dirty thing. I can't let my boss down, the storyteller said passionately, receiving a lot of applause from the audience. No one knows that his heart is bleeding at this moment. How can he not be tempted by 10 times the reward? In fact, when the idea of 3 times was first mentioned, he wanted to agree. But he only had that paragraph in the manuscript. The boss said that the rest of the manuscript has not been written yet and can only be given to him at 9 p.m. Chapter 393, Booming Business. It was just past noon when the restaurant was already packed with people. Some of the customers came because a new restaurant had opened here and they wanted to see how the food tasted. Needless to say, another part of the audience was attracted by the story of the Monkey King. I have to say, the consumption here is really high. A cup of sugar water costs 30 cents, and a plate of melon seeds also costs 30 cents. But no matter how high its reputation is, no one criticizes the restaurant for being shady. The syrup is sweet, and you can tell at a glance that they put a lot of sugar in it, and it's also chilled. When ice appears in seasons other than winter, it is a symbol of high-end places. Not to mention that the sweet soup in the restaurant tastes first class. Even if there is no sweet soup, but just a glass of ordinary ice water, people will still pay for it at 30 cents a bowl. Also, why are the melon seeds worth 30 cents per plate? The answer is still, you can't eat it anywhere else. Elsewhere, snacks like melon seeds are also available in tea houses and brothels. However, there is only one kind of melon seeds, the winter melon seeds, which are what we call watermelon seeds. Of course, people here don't make any distinction and just call them melon seeds. Guizhou Yuan's melon seed platter also includes sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds. The story of Journey to the West has not started yet. Customers are chatting while eating melon seeds and looking at the exhibits in the store. There are no food or wine signs on the walls of the store. There was a stiff booklet on each table with 2 words neatly written on it. Menu. When I opened this so-called menu, I saw that the booklet was divided into neat grids, and the grids were filled with colorful pictures. I don't know what kind of pigment is used in this pattern. It's so bright and eye-catching. The brushwork is also unprecedented and extremely realistic. The names and prices of the dishes are marked below the pattern. Unlike the extremely elegant and misty dish names at Zuixinlu, the names of the dishes on this menu are extremely simple and straightforward. Braised pork, pickled fish, twice-cooked pork, steamed preserved meats, boiled dried bean curd. You know the ingredients of these dishes at a glance, but you have never seen or even heard of them. Of course, there are some dishes whose names are also simple, but they are still confused. Like green pepper and potato shreds, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised lion's head, chopped pepper fish head, maoxuang. What are bell peppers? What are potatoes? What the hell are tomatoes? There is also braised lion's head. This ingredient is probably a bit difficult to prepare. For things like tomatoes and onions, Guizhou Yuan still uses the names from his previous life. He knew that fan meant foreign countries and yang meant the West, but he would not explain it to others. The name is just a code name. They are called whatever he calls them. If he is willing to call potatoes dog eggs, then potatoes will be dog eggs from now on, and no one will ask why they are called dog eggs instead of sheep eggs or pig eggs. Although I have never eaten these dishes, I can tell what they are by looking at the pictures on the menu. Although it is not yet dinner time, diners have already started ordering food. Hoyu found 3 waiters, but they were obviously too busy at this time. Saiden, Xiaohua, Area, and other literate people all took charcoal pencils to help remember the names of the dishes. The kitchen was extremely busy at this time. Although diners and general restaurants also eat at meal times, they are not as concentrated as they are here today. The restaurant was packed with people, all placing their orders at almost the same time. There was a long queue outside the restaurant. Yes, the Chinese people's nature of liking to join in the fun has existed since ancient times. The more people line up, the more people gather here. The 3 sisters-in-law, Lu and Sun, were busy washing and cutting vegetables. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were cooking. 2 of the pots were stewing slow-cooked dishes like braised pork. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Yu were busy slicing the fish. Guizhou Yuan also helped to season the fish fillets and marinate the meat slices. Running a restaurant is not a job for humans. He kept complaining in his heart. Pre-prepared meals are more convenient and quick. For a moment, such an evil thought popped up in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. In Zuixin Tower, shopkeeper Shin listened to the servant who had just returned reporting on the situation in Zhaixing Tower, and his face looked very solemn. You didn't see it. The line of people was winding and twisting, almost squeezing to the edge of the Huaiqing River. It's not even noon yet, and they're already cooking. Smoke is billowing out of the 4 huge chimneys. The waiter was still talking excitedly about the grand spectacle he had seen. Another waiter said, "Boss, you have to think of a solution. If this continues, I'm afraid our Zuixinlu's reputation will be ruined." The head chef snorted coldly. "What's the rush?" That star-picking tower is just using some unorthodox tricks to temporarily attract a few curious people. Ultimately, this restaurant relies on its dishes. Our Zuixinla's dishes are delicious, and we also have fine wines like Shangxianzui. Wait a couple of days, until everyone's excitement wears off. Then we'll show everyone whose restaurant is the boss of Qingtian County. Shopkeeper Shin's expression eased slightly. Chef Wang is right. When it comes down to opening a restaurant, it all comes down to who has better food and wine. Relying on storytelling to attract popularity is something that no one has ever heard of. It is not a long-term solution. After all, a restaurant is not a brothel or tea house. Shopkeeper Qian and Neo Butu and a few others were sitting in a private room on the third floor. My brother Gu's business methods are truly impressive, Neo Butu said with a sigh. Manager Qian, you're here today. You must learn from Manager Gu. Shopkeeper Qian laughed heartily. Whatever Shopkeeper Gu does, no one else can match him. How can I possibly learn his methods? Su Fu nodded in agreement. Master Gu's restaurant will definitely be unique in the future. Wherever he is, there will be no more competitors. The others nodded. The one who felt it the most deeply was Qian, the shopkeeper who also ran a restaurant. Unique ingredients in the world and an imaginative business model. It's hard to find a competitor. Neo Buta picked up a piece of spicy chicken with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Huh, no wonder this is called spicy chicken. It's so spicy that my mouth hurts. He kept breathing heavily, but couldn't help but take another bite. The hot, burning sensation in his mouth made him sweat in his nose, but after being abused, he felt a strange sense of pleasure. But it was his first time to experience such a fierce, spicy taste, so he took a big gulp of rock sugar water to suppress the heat in his mouth. How can this spiciness be so strong? It's different from the taste of dogwood and horseradish. This is a spicy and fragrant feeling. Su Fu swallowed the chicken in his mouth and smacked his lips. The spiciness comes from this red ingredient. Shopkeeper Qian picked up a piece of dried chili pepper and sniffed it. The fierce spicy smell immediately went straight into his nose, and he couldn't help but turned his head and sneeze. Chapter 394. Coming here to scam people? Wait a moment. When Brother Gu comes, ask him what this red thing is called. Neo Buta took another sip of ice water and spoke. This pickled cabbage is extremely refreshing. It's the first time I've eaten it. Su Fu obviously prefers pickled fish. Shopkeeper Qian picked up a piece of pickled cabbage with chopsticks and put it in the bowl to examine it carefully. He frowned and said, "It looks like it's pickled cabbage, but I don't know what secret method was used to make the cabbage so sour and crispy. Also, these peanuts may not taste very good when eaten alone, but they are great as a side dish for drinking." Su Fu added. They ate each dish one by one, and their exclamations of praise never stopped. A few people were enjoying the food when suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Then there was the sound of dishes being smashed. Neo Butu and his companions hurried out of the private room. In the lobby on the first floor, the eyes of many diners were all focused on the two tables in the corner. There were 8 or 9 men standing there. One of them had his hands on his hips, yelling for the shopkeeper to come out. Something happened. I'll go downstairs and see what's going on. Neo Butu went downstairs quickly. Su Fu and shopkeeper Qian exchanged a glance and followed him downstairs. Bang! Another celadone bowl smashed to the ground and broke into pieces, and the soup splashed onto Daju's shoes. Sir, please speak nicely, but the food is not to your taste? Daju said with an apologetic smile. He kept in mind his grandfather's teachings that harmony brings wealth in business, and that one should never argue or quarrel with customers. The scarred man pointed at a plate of shredded pork and fish flavor on the table and said viciously, "Speak nicely? The meat in your restaurant isn't fresh. I actually found live maggots in this dish." The people who were dining with him started shouting. This restaurant is really shady. The prices are so high and they're still using rotten meat to cook our food. Brothers, let's smash this shady shop today to prevent him from cheating others again. Daju was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He was just an honest farmer. How could he have ever seen such a scene? I'll go call third brother. Xiaohua hurried to the kitchen. Hey, are you going to call someone? It won't work no matter who you call today. This fat, white, living maggot can't be faked. The scarred man chuckled. Daju didn't originally want to call Xiao Yuan over. Everyone knows Xiao Yuan's temper. He looks harmless on weekdays and always greets everyone with a smile. But if someone bullies him or his family, he will immediately become cruel and brutal. Today is the grand opening day of the restaurant, and Daju doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. He first sent someone to invite Master Ho. Master Ho's father was the county magistrate. With him coming forward, those who were looking for trouble would definitely apologize and admit their mistakes. But Arya and Siju went to look for him, And when they came back, they said that Master Ho seemed to have gone to pick someone up. The diners all had different expressions and started whispering to each other. It's so disgusting to find maggots in this food. That dish seems to be called fish fragrant shredded pork. I think I just ordered one too. Ugh. I just said the food in this restaurant is delicious, but now I take it back. No matter how delicious the food is, no one will eat it if it's not clean. Daju listened to the conversations of the people around him, feeling anxious but not knowing how to explain. But there are also sober diners. Can't you see? That group of people are obviously here to cause trouble and try to eat and dine for free. It's more than just a free meal. I guess he wants to extort money from me before he'll stop. That's right. This restaurant just opened today, and the dishes are all freshly cooked. Even if the meat isn't fresh, there won't be any live maggots after it's cooked. It's obvious that these people put it on their plates after they finished eating. Don't you know this group of people? The one who smashed the plate is called Scar Lee, a leader under Zhang Jinhu. He's a complete villain. I know him. As long as someone pays for it, Scar Lee will do anything, from slashing people to beating them with clubs. He even brings a bunch of his followers to collect debts for others. I heard that this guy is quite ruthless. The owner of this restaurant is really unlucky this time. He might not be able to survive without a lot of money. Everyone was talking in low voices. Gu Zhouyuan, who came from the kitchen, looked at the mess on the ground and his eyelids twitched a few times. He slowly took off his apron and handed it to Gu Zhaodi. Xiao Yuan. Gu Zhaodi looked at Gu Zhouyuan with some concern. I hope Xiao Yuan will be more careful and not get covered in blood on such a nice day. Gu Zhouyuan grinned at her, signaling her not to worry. Xiaohua just went to the kitchen to call for help. Gu Zhouyuan asked others to continue cooking, and he could handle it alone. The Gu family naturally believed in his abilities. However, Mrs. Liu was a little worried, so she asked Gu Zhaodi to go over and look after it. Keep it a little distance. It's just a small matter. Don't hurt anyone. These are Liu's original words. Are you the reinforcements they called for? What are you doing here? A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Scar Lee sneered. Kid, go home and call your dad, the younger brothers shouted. Ha 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 ha. I'm the owner of Zhaixing Tower. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Gu Zhouyuan seemed not to hear the ridicule of the crowd and still smiled. Xiaohua and Gu Zhaodi looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. When Xiao Yuan/third brother usually shows this kind of forced smile, it means that his patience is running out. Are you the owner of this restaurant? Scar Lee was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that the owner of such a big restaurant would be so young. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. If you have anything to say it now. He said this in a somewhat puzzling way, as if he was in a hurry. When Gu Zhaodi heard him say this, she became even more nervous. Scar Lee didn't think much about it. He snorted coldly and said, I found live maggots in your food. Tell me how to solve this problem. Live maggots. Gu Zhouyuan raised his eyebrows. A younger brother has already brought over the plate of shredded pork with fish flavor. When I got closer, I saw a few plump, white maggots wriggling in the soup. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hands in disgust. It's not disgusting to hold it farther away. This fish-flavored shredded pork was served steaming hot. Even if there were maggots, it should have been cooked through, but the maggots in the plate are still alive. Gu Zhaodi said from the side. Scar Lee was furious. What do you mean? Are you saying that we have nothing to do after eating and come here to extort money from you? Anyone with a discerning eye could already see what was going on. Gu Zhaodi wanted to say something, but Gu Zhouyuan pulled her back to him. Don't worry, there are guests here, I won't do anything to them. Gu Zhouyuan said comfortingly. I'll take them outside. Chapter 395, How to Prove Yourself. There are too many people here. Let's go outside and talk so as not to disturb others' meals. Gu Zhouyuan forced a kind smile on his face. What can I talk about with you about trivial matters? My brother and I just accidentally swallowed several maggots, and I'm so sick to death. If you don't give me 100 taels of compensation today, I will smash this black shop of yours. Scar Lee said with glaring eyes. A lot of people. It's easier to rip people off when there are a lot of people. He was very experienced and knew that these shopkeepers wanted to minimize the impact and would quickly compromise and hand over the money. Scar Lee, give me some face and don't cause trouble here. Neo Buta walked out of the crowd and said in a deep voice. Isn't this brother Neo? What? Do you want to help this kid settle the matter? Scar Lee was stunned for a moment and continued to speak nonchalantly. Neo Buta does have connections in both the black and white worlds. But he is a legitimate businessman, the kind who has some influence in both the black and white worlds, but cannot get into the top circles. It's okay to drink and eat together on weekdays, and we also help each other with trivial matters. If a conflict really arises, it is hard to say whether the other party will give face or not. Scar Lee is a brave and combative man with extraordinary skills. He is a capable subordinate of Zhang Jinhu, and has always been very powerful. This kid always behaves arrogantly and only listens to Zhang Jinhu's orders. My face really isn't worth much. Nyobuta knew the boy's character and said directly. Do you know who this person in front of you is? Who is it? Isn't it the owner of this restaurant? Scarly hadn't spoken yet when his younger brother beside him spoke for him. This is Lord Gu, the Marquis of Datong County, who was personally appointed by the Emperor a month ago. Nyobuta said slowly. Scarly and his gang, who were so arrogant just now, were all stunned. This young man was actually Lord Gu who was so popular a while ago? The onlookers became even more excited after hearing this. The old gangster was blackmailing the new lord, and now it was going to be a good show. Scarly's face also looked a little unhappy. He felt that the people around him were pointing at him, and there seemed to be mockery in their eyes. His blood boiled, and he gritted his teeth and said, So what if you're a county magistrate? Does that mean you can run a shady shop and rip off the people's money? The fact that the emperor appointed a county magistrate did cause quite a stir in Qingtian County. But this county seems to have no sense of existence, and has always been hiding in the mountains and never coming out. Someone inquired further and found out that this county only governed one village. This led to some people like Scarly not having much awe towards Gu Zhouyuan, the so-called county boy. Anyone who isn't an idiot should be able to tell that you were the one who put the live maggots on the plate. Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. Do I look like an idiot to you? You said I put it there, so it's me? Scarface's face was grim. How do you prove that this thing wasn't in your food? You want me to prove it? Gu Zhouyuan smiled. Okay. He turned and shouted at Xiong Air who was standing by the door. Drag him outside, and I'll prove it to him. Xiong Air had wanted to slap these hooligans for a long time, but the young master didn't say anything. Now that he finally received the order, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he strode towards Scarly. Fighting is Scarly's profession. This guy is very skilled and ruthless. He has hardly met any rivals in the gangster circle of Qingtian County. None of his subordinates went up to help, but instead waited leisurely for the boss to bully the weaker ones. Scarly is not tall, at least 2 sizes smaller than Xiong Air. However, the reason he never lost a fight was not simply because he was good at martial arts. Another part of the reason is that he is ruthless and insidious, and he also uses his brain. Seeing that Xiong Air was tall and strong, he realized that it might be difficult for him to fight him head-on. When he pounces on me, I'll slide over his crotch, then follow up with a leaf-picking move to attack his lower body. He quickly made a battle plan in his mind. He did it right away. He took a quick run-up, aimed at the crotch of Xiong Air who was walking towards him, and made him fall backwards to the ground. Oh shit. Sliding tackle. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. Scarly's subordinates couldn't help but cheer. The boss played this move beautifully. Why didn't I think of it? Next time you meet an opponent who is taller than you, use this sliding tackle to defeat him. Xiong Air was obviously caught off guard by this move. Scarly looked up at Xiong Air's stunned expression, obviously shocked by his move. A victorious smile appeared on his face, but before the smile could spread, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Stepped on it. Gu Zhouyuan frowned and exclaimed. This sliding tackle doesn't work. The younger brothers who were waving flags and cheering nearby were all silent at this moment, and the smiles froze on everyone's faces before they could fade away. Scarly was stepped on by Xiong Air's huge feet, and his body was bent like a shrimp. Idiot! Xiong Air cursed in a low voice. Who would lie on the ground and throw themselves at someone's feet during a fight? Is there something wrong with this person's brain? He grabbed Scarly by the collar and dragged him out of the restaurant like a chicken. Gu Zhouyuan followed out slowly. When Scarly's brothers saw their boss being dragged away, they quickly ran out as well. The area was soon filled with people watching the fun. Gu Zhouyuan found a spacious open space and asked Xiong Air to put the person down. Gu Zhouyuan leaned forward and asked, Did you come here to extort money on your own, or was someone instructing you to come here? Scarly's face was covered in sweat from the excruciating pain in his stomach. He spoke with difficulty. What do you mean by extortion? The food in your restaurant is not clean, and you don't allow people to say it. That's right, a younger brother said. Even if you are the county magistrate, you can't bully others like this, right? Hey, are you acting like a weak person now? Gu Zhouyuan was amused. He smiled and said, I have always been a person who wins people over with virtue. I would never do such a thing as bullying others by taking advantage of my power. Didn't you want to prove it just now? Now I'm going to prove it to you. His smile looked very warm, but Scarly felt a chill down his spine for no reason. Under the gaze of everyone, Gu Zhouyuan took out a dagger from his arms. He also scraped the blade with his thumb a few times and nodded, indicating that he was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the dagger. What do you want to do? Scarly was so scared that his voice changed. What does this guy want to do with a knife in broad daylight? I met a madman today. Xiao Yuan. Gu Xiaodi called out. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. I'll prove to him that the food in our restaurant is fine." He lowered his head and said gently to Scar Li, "Don't be afraid. The proof will come soon." Chapter 396. Scared. The onlookers were all excited. As expected of a county magistrate personally appointed by the emperor, he's truly awesome. He's ready to use a knife if he disagrees with you. Evil needs evil to deal with it. This is how these evils should be dealt with. But he keeps saying that his food is fine. Isn't he just trying to force people to change their words with a knife? What do you want to do? Scar Li's tongue sat up suddenly, turned over, and wanted to escape. He was kicked to the ground by Gu Zhouyuan. The group of thugs surrounded Gu Zhouyuan and shouted, taking out their short knives, sticks, and clubs, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiong Er stood beside Gu Zhouyuan like an iron tower, looked around, and showed a disdainful expression on his face. He could knock down all these chickens and dogs with just one slap. You just said you ate a few maggots. I'm going to cut open your stomach now and see if there are any maggots in there besides the food and drinks from my restaurant. Gu Zhouyuan spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a very ordinary little thing. But everyone who heard this felt a chill. Gu Zhouyuan didn't care about other people's reactions and said to himself, "If there are indeed maggots in your stomach, then I will compensate you with 100 taels of silver. If I don't find the maggots you mentioned in your stomach, then you're lying. You're here to blackmail me today. How about my method? How about it? Not very good. Scar Li's ghost is coming out. Is this how you prove the innocence of the restaurant? Doesn't matter whether the restaurant is right or wrong. I will die today. I was unreasonable enough before, and today I met this guy who was even more unreasonable than him. Hold him down," Gu Zhouyuan said to Xiong Er. "Okay, young master." Xiong Er responded, squatted down, stretched out a big hand, grabbed Scar Li's waving hand, and pressed it against his chest. The other hand pressed down Scar Li's legs. "What the hell do you want to do? Let our boss go." The thugs suddenly became anxious and started to attack with sticks and knives. With a light, puff sound, Gu Zhouyuan stabbed Scar Li's thigh with a knife. Scar Li howled miserably. "Let them all step back and don't disturb us." Gu Zhouyuan pulled out the knife, and blood splattered immediately. It was not until this moment that the onlookers truly realized that what Gu Zhouyuan had just said about cutting open the stomach to look for maggots was not a scare tactic. He really wants to do this and dares to do it. "Don't come over here," Scar Li shouted hoarsely. He now had no doubt that if he didn't do as this madman said, he would probably be stabbed again. "Master, he's been spitting blood," Xiong Er said in a muffled voice. The man's blood spurted onto Xiong Er's arm, and Xiong Er had no way to dodge, so he spoke up to remind him. Gu Zhouyuan frowned and looked at the small fountain, thinking for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he inserted the bloody dagger in his hand back into the previous blade. "Okay, young master, I won't spray you anymore," Xiong Er said happily, his tone full of admiration. "Just learn from me, the young master," Gu Zhouyuan said as a matter of course. Ugh! Scar Li's back tooth socket was almost broken, the pain doubled, and he almost fainted. The onlookers were all sweating profusely. The two guys were singing the same tune. In their eyes, Scar Li, who was lying there, was probably worse than a pig or a dog. Neo Buta swallowed his saliva and sneered at shopkeeper Qian. "Brother Gu is a ruthless man." Shopkeeper Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in agreement. "When Lord Gu gets angry, he's really scary, but as long as you don't rush to provoke him, Lord Gu is actually quite kind." This was what he really thought. He had just met Gu Zhouyuan not long ago and had seen him lose his temper once. At that time, Gu Zhouyuan was still setting up a stall in Shishir. Jiang Tuanzi brought people to his door to collect the regular fee and also wanted Gu Zhouyuan to hand over the secret recipe of the sweet soup. That time he saw Gu Zhouyuan getting angry. Su Fu chuckled twice. "We're just getting started. You haven't even seen Lord Gu put the bandits' heads in a bamboo basket yet." Gu Zhouyuan calmly took out a dagger from his pocket and said softly, "Okay, the bleeding has stopped now. Let's continue." As he said this, he stabbed Scar Li in the stomach. Gu Zhaodi turned her head away and dared not look again. Scar Li was so scared that he almost peed himself. Fortunately, the knife only tore the clothes and only caused a small break in the skin on the stomach. Gu Zhouyuan tore the tattered clothes aside and said, "Hey, I didn't expect this guy's face is as white as a donkey dong, but his belly is quite white. Master, there won't be blood spurting out of your stomach, right?" Xiong Er asked with a frown. If blood spurts out of his stomach, wouldn't it spurt all over his head and face? "Don't worry, it won't happen," Gu Zhouyuan comforted him. "The stomach isn't like the thigh. There are no big blood vessels on it, so it won't spray." "Oh, that's good." Scarly no longer cared about the pain in his thigh. He roared, I put the maggots in there myself. It has nothing to do with your restaurant. The crowd around suddenly became agitated. Although they had long guessed that this group of people were here to blackmail them, they still couldn't help but sigh when they heard Scarly admitted himself. This time Scarface met a ruthless person. If an ordinary person suffered such a thing from him, he would have no choice but to be bullied and blackmailed by him. You said you released it, so it was you who released it? If people get out, they'll think I'm taking advantage of my power to bully others. Gu Zhouyuan looked very embarrassed. I think we should cut open the stomach and prove it. He said to Xiong-er, don't you think so? Yes, young master. Xiong-er nodded solemnly. No need to prove it. Scarly shouted. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's face fall, he quickly added, we can prove it without cutting open his stomach. The box of maggots is still in Sanpao's arms. Sanpao, hurry up and bring that box to me. He shouted at the top of his voice, fearing that if he was any later, his intestines would spill out onto the ground. A gangster holding a dagger quickly put the knife on his waist and frantically searched his body. He took out an old, broken wooden box the size of a palm, suppressed the fear in his heart, and handed the box to Gu Zhouyuan. Open it, Gu Zhouyuan said coldly. Sanpao opened the wooden box tremblingly. The wooden box seemed to be covered with a layer of sawdust, and the box was filled with wriggling white maggots. The onlookers were shocked that this guy was carrying so many live maggots with him. It is obvious that these maggots are the props that this group of people often use to eat and dine and extort money from others. Gu Zhouyuan snorted coldly. You really like chewing maggots, don't you? Then eat all the live maggots in this box now. Don't leave any behind. Chapter 397 Beware. Don't. Scarly begged, I admit defeat. I won't come again. Although these live maggots are disgusting, you can just swallow them when no one is around. Compared to disemboweling the body, one can even eat a few mouthfuls of feces, let alone these white and tender worms. But there are so many people around here. If he really eats a box of maggots, he will never be able to survive in Qingtian County again. It is inevitable for gangsters to fall, but they cannot fall so miserably. Gu Zhouyuan didn't say a word. He just pulled out half of the dagger from his thigh and then put it back in. Oh, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Scarly couldn't bear it anymore. He was absolutely sure that if he continued to bargain, he would probably be killed by this Gu Yanwan. Brother Yuan, what's going on? Ho Yu asked loudly. They were just out for a while, bringing two friends to get familiar with the route. When they came back, they saw that the open space next to the restaurant was crowded with people. They thought that Gu Zhouyuan was doing some trick to attract customers, but when they got closer, they found that it was not the case. Damn, your friend is awesome. Is this a new thing specially done for the opening of the restaurant? A young man in brocade clothes who came with Ho Yu and the others said in an exaggerated tone. No, it's too disgusting to feed people this dirty stuff in a restaurant, another young man said with disgust. Zhao Yunlan and Su Xie's faces were pale, and they had to work hard to suppress the churning in their stomachs. They turned around and saw Gu Zhaodi standing next to them. They hurried over and asked, what happened here, Sister Zhaodi? Before Gu Zhaodi could even open her mouth, the onlookers had already started talking and telling the whole story. You come and feed him. Gu Zhouyuan didn't bother to talk to Ho Yu and the others, and glanced at Sanpao and said. Sanpao had a bitter face and was full of resistance in his heart. Why let him do this? If Scarly gets angry at him, he'll be doomed. Brother Yuan, wait a moment. Ho Yu walked over and looked down at Scarly. Is your boss Zhang Jinhu? That's right, Zhang Jinhu is my boss. Scarly quickly stopped groaning, and a glimmer of hope burst out in his eyes. This person knows his boss, and it seems that he has a good relationship with Gu Yanwan. Maybe he can help him settle the matter today. Damn it, Ho Yu said angrily. Zhao Jinhu has been doing this time and again. Is he tired of living? Ho Yu was looking down at him with the sun shining on his head. Scarly didn't recognize him as the son of the county magistrate at first. Xiong-er, let him go. Gu Zhouyuan said. Oh. Xiong-er stood up and stretched his arms. Scarly endured the pain and struggled to sit up. Only then could I see Ho Yu's face clearly. He was suddenly surprised and delighted. Master Ho, save me. He heard the dissatisfaction in Ho Yu's words, but at this moment and place, Ho Yu was the only one who could help him. Ho Yu was a second-generation rich man with an eccentric personality. All the prominent figures in Qingtian County knew him, the son of the county magistrate. Save you. Ho Yu was so angry that he laughed. You come to my restaurant to cause trouble, and then ask me to save you? Are you fucking crazy? Scarly was struck by lightning when he heard this. He stammered. Is this restaurant owned by you, young Master Ho? When the shopkeeper Jun Zilai sold the store, they had already inquired about it and found out that the restaurant was sold to a peasant farmer. At that time, They were still wondering how a farmer could have so much money to buy a big restaurant. After making several inquiries and asking the shopkeeper Gua, it was confirmed that the person who bought the store was indeed a mountain man. As for the source of the money, it was possible that he had dug up treasures such as thousand-year-old ginseng. From that time on, they were ready to wait for the restaurant to open and make a fortune. What's going on now? The owner of this restaurant is not only the county magistrate of Datong village, but also the son of the county magistrate. In his opinion, a county magistrate with real power is more deterrent than that county magistrate of Datong village. He was sweating profusely, knowing that there was no way he could get over this hurdle today. He waved at Sampao, and Sampao walked over. Scarly snatched the wooden box from Sampao's hand, tilted his head back, and poured all the maggots in the box into his mouth. There was a layer of sawdust in the box, and he tried to swallow it twice, but failed, and the whole thing got stuck in his throat. He was also a ruthless person, and he actually opened his mouth and started chewing. Ugh! Susie couldn't bear it anymore. She squatted down and started vomiting. The sound of retching continued to be heard from the crowd. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes changed. This person is a big shot. I can't leave such a disaster behind. Can I go now? Scarly swallowed his food and asked with his head raised. Gu Zhouyuan regained his smile, grabbed Scarly's collar, and pulled him up from the ground. Don't leave in a hurry. Let's find a place and settle the account carefully. Scarly's heart skipped a beat, and his legs went weak when he saw the guy in front of him smiling. If he knew that Gu Zhouyuan had the idea of solving the problem once and for all, he would definitely cry out in injustice. God can bear witness that he only wanted to escape from this living devil, or even escape from Qingtian County. He could no longer make a living in Qingtian County and had to move to another place to make a living. What debt have you not settled? I'll give you the money. His forehead was covered in sweat, partly from the pain and partly from the fear. He quickly reached into his arms, fumbled around on his body for a long time, and finally pulled out more than 20 copper coins. These people spend their money on eating, drinking, and having fun. How could they save money on themselves? Do you have any on you? Take it all out and give it to Lord Gu. Scarly turned around and shouted to his younger brothers. The 8 people took out all their belongings, but they couldn't even get 100 coins. Sanpao put dozens of coins in front of Gu Zhouyuan, and he felt a little embarrassed. A pot of wine in Jiaxing Tower costs 1 or 2 taels of silver, and these dozens of coins are obviously not enough to pay the bill. Gu Zhouyuan said with a forced smile. With this little money, are you sending away a beggar? Scarly said with a sad face. Master Gu, we really have no money. How about this? We write you an IOU and send you the money as soon as we have it. Gu Zhouyuan pondered in silence. He was in a dilemma. Should he kill these people to eliminate the trouble once and for all? To be honest, these people are all thugs, and all they do is bully the weak. Although the behavior is hateful, it is not a capital crime. Because they were afraid of causing trouble in the future, they wanted to kill 8 people at once. He was shocked by his own desire to kill people at every turn. He found that his indifference to human life had slowly seeped into his bones. I'm really afraid that killing will become a habit, and I will go further and further down this wrong path and never be able to turn back. Chapter 398 Serious Consequences. Brother Yuan, do you want to send them all to the county government office? Seeing Gu Zhouyuan was silent, Hou spoke tentatively. Gu Zhouyuan came back to his senses, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and quickly wrote a few deeds. What are your names, one by one? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Several people reported their names to Gu Zhouyuan one after another. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the pen and wrote his name on the deed. All of you come here and put your fingerprints. Gu Zhouyuan shouted coldly. Scarly was illiterate, so at this point, he didn't care what was written on the contract. Even if it was a contract to sell himself, he would sign it. It was better than losing his life. He hesitated for a moment and bit his finger. Hey, Scar brother, there's plenty of blood on your thigh. Why are you biting your finger? Sampao shouted anxiously. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Scarly's eyelids twitched a few times, and he shouted angrily. Immediately, as if accepting his fate, he pressed a bloody handprint on the deed that Gu Zhouyuan handed to him. It's your turn. Gu Zhouyuan nodded at Sampao. Sampao took the deed with a sad face, slowly squatted down, and under Scarly's shocked gaze, he smeared a handful of blood on his bleeding thigh, and then stamped his handprint on the deed. The other brothers followed suit, lining up one by one and signing their names with Scar brothers' blood. Gu Zhouyuan collected all the deeds and handed them to Gu Zhaodi beside him. These deeds were stained with blood, which made Gu Zhaodi feel a little disgusted. While she was hesitating, Hou took the deed from her. When he saw the 3 huge words on the white paper, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indenture. The indenture, Zhang San, owed 100 taels of silver due to excessive eating and drinking at the Zhaixinglu restaurant and was unable to repay it. He voluntarily sold himself as a servant to Gu Zhouyuan for a period of 3 years to pay off his debt. From the day he sold himself, Zhang San was under the orders of Gu Zhouyuan and was not allowed to leave the house without permission or slack off in his duties. During the 3-year contract, Gu Zhouyuan does not need to pay wages, and at the end of the contract, all debts will be offset and he will be free. Hou Yu, son of the Qingtian County Magistrate, witnessed this matter. If there is any dispute, he is willing to leave it to the government to make the final decision. Zhao Yunlan and the others also came over to look at the indenture, and they were speechless. Sampao and his men were still acting stupidly, waiting for Gu Zhouyuan to speak and let them go. Only Su Xie stood firmly on Gu Zhouyuan's side. These evil people should be punished. Brother Yuan, this indenture contract is only for 3 years. Isn't it too cheap for them? How can they be worth more than 30 taels of silver a year? Su Xie asked in a soft voice. What? Indenture? The thugs were all dumbfounded. They just came to the restaurant to make some money, so why were they sold out for no reason? Setting fire to a fire pit is a common tactic used by street thugs. If they succeed, they can make a fortune. If they fail, at most they will be taken to the government office and beaten with a few sticks. I have never seen the consequences be so serious. Zahuadun originally refers to a method of setting up a scam to defraud money. In the catering industry, it specifically refers to blackmailing stores by using dirty objects to cheat people. This method has existed since ancient times. Qing by Lei Chao records that thugs in the market who are good at extortion often put foreign objects in food and drink and falsely accuse the store owner. This is one of such behaviors. Mr. Su, please read the indenture contract to them, so that they won't have any excuses in the future saying they were ignorant of it. Gu Zhouyuan said to Su Xie. 1,000 fucking horses were galloping through the thugs' minds. What are you doing here so openly? We have already put our fingerprints on it. Isn't it too late to talk about this now? Okay. Su Xie cleared her throat and read the contents of the indenture contract aloud. After hearing the contents of the contract, the gangsters felt a little relieved for some reason. I don't have to be a slave for the rest of my life. In just 3 years, I can regain my freedom. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt that this ferocious Lord Gu was actually quite kind. Gu Zhouyuan took in all their reactions. But he was not willing to take any risk and bet on how much sense of contract these bastards had. He leaned over to Gu Zhaodi's ear and whispered a few words. Gu Zhaodi showed a hint of doubt on her face, but she didn't ask. She just nodded and walked quickly into the restaurant. Seeing him acting mysteriously, Hou Yu immediately became interested. Brother Yuan, do you have any good ideas? Can you tell me about them? Brother Yuan, tell us quickly. How do you want to play with them? The young man in brocade clothes was very familiar. Hou Yu rushed to say, Oh, by the way, Brother Yuan, I forgot to introduce them to you. These two are my close friends. The ugly one is Guan Hao, and the even uglier one is Li Kuan. The young man in brocade clothes named Guan Hao was immediately furious. Hou Yu, could you please stop talking nonsense? I'm so handsome and dashing. How could you lie so openly? You're clearly jealous of me. Brother Yuan, please judge for yourself. Am I more handsome than him? Another young man named Li Kuan also shouted, Exactly. Of the 3 of us, Hou Yu is the ugliest. How dare you insult us? When did I ever say I'm the most handsome? Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help laughing when he saw them trying so hard to tease each other. Hou Yu and his friends are all good-looking, and their playful behavior is clearly a reflection of their good relationship. It's like in a college dormitory, good brothers are desperately trying to be each other's father. Hello, my name is Gu Zhouyuan. Nice to meet you. Gu Zhouyuan greeted with a smile. Su Mufeng, who was standing aside, was also familiar with these people, but it was obvious that they did not have a very good relationship. Just as they said a few words, Gu Zhaodi came out with a big teapot in one hand and a cup in the other. Gu Zhouyuan reached out and took the cup. He looked at the uneasy Sampao and the others and put on a harmless smile. I have another identity that you may not know. I am the master of Datong village who can stop children from crying at night. The thugs looked at each other in confusion. What he said sounded a bit silly, like an old beggar with hysteria on the street. Wow, Hou Yu, our brother Yuan has this ability? Guan Hao's eyes lit up. He usually loved reading storybooks, and he really liked Gu Zhouyuan's strange style. Hou Yu smiled awkwardly. Yes, my brother Yuan knows a lot. Breaking Bad. He had been to Datong village so many times and had never heard of this. This was obviously brother Yuan trying to trick them. Gu Zhouyuan poured a glass of water and took out a handful of black pills from his arms. In full view of everyone, he threw a pill into the glass of water. Ripples appeared on the clear water, and the cup suddenly exploded with fine bubbles. Like an ignited volcano, a large amount of dark brown foam emerged from the cup. It is also accompanied by the sizzling sound of bubbles bursting. Everyone looked at the cup of water in Gu Zhiyuan's hand in horror. Some timid people had already quietly taken 2 steps back, fearing that the highly toxic liquid would splash on them. Chapter 399, Stretching Legs and Staring Eyes. Inky black water, swirling bubbles, crackling sounds, and the Breaking Bad nickname that Gu Zhiyuan had just given himself. Combining all these things together, anyone could guess that the glass of water in his hand was definitely poisonous, and the toxicity was extremely terrifying. Gu Zhiyuan slowly squatted down. What are you going to do? Scarly kept moving backwards, his voice already filled with tears. Hold him down, Gu Zhiyuan said coldly. Xiong Air pounced forward and pinned down the struggling Scarly. Yu, there are so many people watching here. Does Brother Yuan really want to poison him to death? Guanhao swallowed. He had never seen such a fierce person in his life, but Dakian had laws after all, and there were some things that could not be done, at least not in public. Yu didn't know what to do. Brother Yuan's actions really confused him. Hadn't they already signed a contract to sell their bodies? Why did they kill her? And why did they use such an unconventional method as poisoning? Brother Yuan, he finally couldn't help but say. How about I throw them all in jail? This is not Datong Village, and Scarly is not the ruthless Zhao Fugui. Poisoning him in front of so many people would probably arouse public outrage. Gu Zhiyuan shook his head and said, Don't worry, I know what's going on. Open your mouth, Gu Zhiyuan said coldly. Scarly would never listen to him. After drinking this cup of poisoned water, his intestines would surely burst, and he would die on the spot. Gu Zhiyuan quickly pulled out and inserted the dagger on his thigh twice, trying to make him open his mouth. Unexpectedly, Scarly clenched his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He groaned, but didn't open his mouth. Instead, he pursed his lips tighter. Master, pinch his nose, Xiong Air reminded in a muffled voice. Yes. Gu Zhiyuan raised his eyebrows and gave Xiong Air an approving smile. He put the teapot aside and really reached out to pinch Scarly's nose. This brutal and funny scene left everyone stunned. Brother Pao, why don't we run away quickly? A gangster looked at the miserable appearance of his boss and whispered in a trembling voice. Our indenture is still in his hands, said another gangster. San Pao said angrily. Why would you care about the indenture at this moment? If you don't run away now, you're going to die here. He was so excited that his voice was a little loud. He looked up and found that many people were looking at him. Gu Zhiyuan said slowly, You can try running for a while. Yu also spoke up. I advise you to stay put. Otherwise, I guarantee that Zhang Jinhu will skin you alive. San Pao and his men looked at each other and really didn't dare to act rashly. They knew Boss Zhang's methods. If the county magistrate spoke, their end would probably be miserable. Anyway, it's just Scar Brother who is unlucky now. It was Scar Brother who started the trouble just now. They can just wait and see. Who knows, maybe Breaking Bad will spare these minions. Scarly's nose was pinched and his face turned red. Seeing that his breath was running out, he struggled with a muffled But Xiong Air was too strong and pressed on him so that he couldn't move. Scarly couldn't hold it in any longer and finally opened his mouth to breathe in a breath of fresh air. Gu Zhiyuan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He seized the opportunity and stuffed the cup of poison water and the cup into Scarly's mouth. Then he covered Scarly's mouth with his hand to prevent him from spitting out the water. Scarly was choked and started coughing violently. His face turned from red to blue, and his eyes widened, full of despair. There was a sigh from the crowd. Originally, they hated this gang of thugs to the extreme, but now they felt some sympathy for them. Killing is not the right thing to do. Lord Gu's method is really cruel. You might as well just stab him twice. Let him go. Gu Zhiyuan wiped his hands on Scarly's clothes and stood up. Xiong Air also stood aside. Ugh. Scarly took the teacup out of his mouth, tilted his head, and began to dry heave wildly, trying to spit out the poisonous water. It's useless, Gu Zhiyuan said jokingly. My pill is called the Stretching Legs and Staring Eyes pill. It will take effect once it enters your stomach. Even if you vomit all your bile now, it won't help. Scarly was heartbroken. Even if you were personally appointed as a county magistrate by the emperor, you can't kill people like this. If I'm guilty, let the laws of Dakian punish me. You're poisoning innocent people in the street without a trial. Oh no, you're poisoning people who have committed minor crimes. This is wrong. Having said this, he could no longer suppress the grievance and fear in his heart, and burst into tears. Gu Zhiyuan aimed at his tonsils and threw a Luwei Dihuang pill into it. Scarly quickly shut up, and before he knew it, the pill had already been swallowed. What did you give me to eat again? His eyes were bloodshot and his voice was full of despair. He had been hanging around the streets since he was in his teens and had seen many evil people of all kinds, but he had never seen anyone as sinister and vicious as Gu Zhouyuan. Can't you kill me with the knife in your hand? They first pierced my thigh repeatedly to draw blood, then forced me to eat a box of maggots, and then made me drink poisonous water. Not satisfied with this, he gave me another poison pill. He burped loudly, and a strange smell came to his nose. Here it comes. The poison is taking effect. He closed his eyes resignedly, waiting for death to come. Why are you being so dramatic? Gu Zhouyuan said. The pill I just gave you was the antidote. Antidote. Scarly suddenly opened his eyes bursting with ecstasy of surviving a disaster. This antidote can only last for 1 month. Before a smile could spread across his face, Gu Zhouyuan's devilish voice sounded in his ears again. That means you have to be obedient and come to me once a month to get the antidote. If you don't get the antidote by then, what will happen? Several voices sounded at the same time. The bones all over the body will turn black, the meridians will be broken, the internal organs will rupture, it will be horrible, and in the end, the legs will be stretched out and the eyes will be open, and the person will die. Gu Zhouyuan's voice was heavy. With every word he spoke, Scarly's heart sank a little. But don't worry, as long as you abandon evil and do good, and help me with my work diligently, I will still give you an antidote every month. Once the 3-year deadline is up, I will help you completely remove the toxicity of the stretching legs and staring eyes pill. Scarly wanted to cry and laugh at this moment. After all the torture, he was exhausted both physically and mentally and had completely given up struggling. He lay on the ground in a big shape and said weakly, "Thank you, sir, for not killing me." Sanpeo's face turned pale and blue, and he stammered, "We must listen to the Lord and mend our ways." His heart was beating wildly, and he bowed quickly to show his loyalty. If he had heard correctly, Lord Gu had been saying you guys. In other words, they are likely to take one of these terrifying pills that make you stretch your legs and stare. Chapter 400, Becoming a New Person. Gu Zhouyuan held a handful of cola-flavored effervescent tablets in his hand and looked at the gangsters with a bad expression. Sanpao fell to his knees and begged with tears in his eyes, "Sir, please spare my life. Let me go. I will definitely change my ways and become a new man." Gu Zhouyuan stretched out his hand, handed over an effervescent tablet, and said calmly, "After you take this stretch legs and stare eyes pill of mine, it's not too late to mend your ways." Sanpeo's eyes rolled around, and he was desperately thinking of a way to escape. Xiong-er took a step forward and used his huge body to block the sunlight in front of Sanpao. Stared at by Xiong-er's wise eyes, Sanpeo's brain suddenly froze. Thinking back to the inhuman torture Scar brother had suffered before, he felt disheartened. He reached out and took a pill of poison, raised his head with a slightly tragic look, and then opened his mouth. She cried and asked, "Can you give me a glass of water? I want to drink it." After all the thugs had eaten the poison, Gu Zhouyuan gave each of them a Luwei Dihuang pill. From now on, you will be responsible for the daily sanitation and cleaning of the restaurant, fire prevention, theft prevention, and maintaining order. Gu Zhouyuan loudly assigned them tasks. "Your Majesty, please be aware that we only know how to fight and collect debts. We have never done things like cleaning, fire prevention, and theft prevention," Scarly said with a sad face. The wound on his thigh had been treated by Gu Zhouyuan and was now wrapped with white cloth. When he saw Gu Zhouyuan taking out needle and thread to sew the wound, he was almost scared to death. Such a big knife wound was sutured by Gu Zhouyuan with needle and thread, and the bleeding stopped quickly. Gu Zhouyuan also fed him a white pill, saying it could prevent his wound from festering. When the gangsters saw Gu Zhouyuan show off this skill, they believed in the nickname Breaking Bad even more. You know, saving people is much harder than harming them. Lord Gu is such a good doctor, so making poisons must be even better for him. They couldn't help but feel sad and happy. The sad thing is that the leg stretching and eye glaring pill just now must be a truly poisonous thing. The good news is that the antidote is real. If you don't know how to do it, just learn. You weren't born to do bad things, were you? Ho Yu said unhappily. Mr. Ho is right. We must mend our ways and start a new life. Sanpao stood at attention. Scarly glared at him fiercely. Sanpao, this kid really likes to show off now. This should be his word. Things here have finally come to an end. Gu Zhaodi breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart had been up and down all day, but now that no one was killed, she was very satisfied with the result. Ho Yu suddenly remembered something. My father and Mr. Jingda asked me to apologize to you on their behalf. They have urgent official business to attend to and cannot come to the restaurant to congratulate you in person today. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's puzzled expression, Ho Yu leaned close to Gu Zhouyuan's ear and whispered, "The White Lotus sect is making unusual moves. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes flashed. As expected, even if the course of history was different from the previous life, the White Lotus sect was still the same White Lotus sect. There are so many people here, so he naturally won't say much. He pursed his lips, looked around at everyone, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the third floor and find a private room so we can eat and talk." Everyone can agree. You will help serve food and wipe tables on the first floor. Follow my eldest sister's arrangements, okay? Gu Zhouyuan said to the gangsters. Okay, Lord Gu. Sanpao responded quickly. This once again drew Scar Li's angry glare. Please bear with me for a while, sister. I will go and accompany these friends. Gu Zhouyuan said to Gu Zhaodi with a smile. Gu Zhaodi smiled back. Go and do your thing. You don't need to worry about what's going on downstairs. When these people from New Buta came, they all brought gifts with them, so Gu Zhouyuan should have a meal with them. But he was too busy before, short of staff, and the kitchen was not in order yet, so he couldn't leave. He arranged a private room for the New Buta group and asked them to eat and drink first. When he was free, he would go upstairs and have a few drinks with them. Now that he has 8 more helpers, he can finally make some time. In the private room of Tinjiuxuan on the 3rd floor, a table of people had been toasting each other for a while. Brother Yuan, the food in your restaurant is really amazing. I'm also a frequent customer of Zuixinlu. I'm not trying to flatter you, Brother Yuan, but I'm telling you the truth. Zuixinlu is far inferior to your Zexinglu. Guanhao exclaimed. It is normal for a restaurant to have 1 or 2 secret signature dishes. But this Zexinglu is outrageous. Basically all of its dishes are new dishes. Guanhao was a man who had seen and eaten a lot, but there were many dishes he had never even seen before. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that these vegetables were new varieties of vegetables cultivated by Brother Yuan's second brother in Datong village. And this wine is so damn strong. Compared with this wine, Shangxianzui is no different from washing water. Li Kuan also said exaggeratedly. By the way, Brother Yuan, doesn't your wine have a name? Li Kuan suddenly thought of this question. Yes, Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, this wine is called Erguo. Yes, it's called Erguo. Everyone was speechless. This is clearly a name you chose on the spot. The wine at Zuixinlu is called Shengxianzui, and your restaurant is called Zexinglu. Wouldn't it be better to name the wine Zexinglu or Lanyuiniang? What the hell is Erguo? It sounds weird and rustic, without any style at all. However, Gu Zhouyuan obviously had no intention of explaining. He saw that Zhao Yunlan only drank a glass of ice fruit wine, and she didn't touch the wine that was poured later. He asked doubtfully, Mr. Zhao doesn't like fruit wine? Then I'll have someone bring over a glass of iced sugar water. Su Xie rushed to say, I don't know what's wrong with Sister Yunlan these days. She gets a stomachache whenever she drinks something cold. I just had a drink with you guys, and now the pain is back again. Stomach pain. Su Mufing frowned. Could it be food stagnation or liver stagnation? Have you seen a doctor? Zhao Yunlan's face flushed red as he stammered. I've checked it out. The doctor said it's nothing serious, and he'll be fine in a few days. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Zhao Yunlan's shy expression and realized that this little girl was having her period. Judging from the slightly frowned look on her face, she must be in severe pain. I'm going to be out for a while, and we'll be back in a moment. He apologized to everyone and walked out. After waiting for a cup of tea, he came back with a cup. He placed the steaming cup in front of Zhao Yunlan and said with a smile, Drink this brown sugar ginger and jujube tea while it's hot. It should help. Su Xie said happily. Oh, how could I forget? Brother Yuan is a miracle doctor. Sister Yunlan should have asked Brother Yuan to see him a long time ago.